Chapter 1, Rebirth in the End Times. In the 5th year of the chaotic era, the Blue Screen project was destroyed, Earth stopped rotating, and countless buildings were reduced to ruins. The Federation completely lost the trust of the people. The failure of the Blue Screen project marked the end of this grand plan aimed at saving millions from suffering, leading to a shift of power towards religious forces. In the same year, to appease public anger, the Federation executed over 1,000 high-ranking officials, with gunfire lasting for an entire day and night. Amidst the apocalyptic wasteland, Randy stood with bloodshot eyes, gazing desolately at the ruins. Maurice's spirit appeared utterly broken, both physically and mentally pushed to their limits. Humanity is doomed. Stop struggling. The Federation is history. What can you, a mere messenger, possibly do? Speaking was a young Lin who still had some remnants of innocence but whose eyes were filled with malice. Randy's face was ashen, seemingly ignoring the Lin's words as she turned away indifferently. The Lin's expression immediately changed, and she yelled, trying to escape. Dallas. Almost instantly after her shout, a small dark figure darted out beside her. Dallas were the most effective human weapons post-apocalypse, created from mutated boys, the most obedient killing machines. With her low ESP ability level, Randy barely managed to evade the full-force attack from the Dallas but tumbled down several floors in the process. The Lin looked slightly satisfied and jumped next to Randy, grabbing the nearly lifeless woman by the hair and whispered in her ear, "You've come to this too, haven't you? Courtney, is this amusing to you?" Randy's mouth was filled with blood, her internal organs damaged, yet her voice remained abnormally firm and clear. A crack appeared on Courtney's icy face. "Of course it's amusing. In the end, I won." With that, she threw Randy to the ground like trash and turned to leave, shouting, "Dallas, your reward." In the next moment, 5 or 6 dark figures pounced on Randy, but she did not scream. In fact, she was laughing, a laugh that echoed across the wasteland, as if singing humanity's final dirge. In a hospital room, the Lin lying in bed had a furrowed brow, beads of sweat visible on her pale forehead, looking as though she was having a terrible nightmare. Suddenly, she opened her eyes sharply. Randy woke abruptly, breathing heavily, her heart pounding violently. Looking around, her first thought was, did someone save me? But she quickly dismissed this idea. Once a Dallas tasted blood, there would be no remains left. Moreover, why did everything seem so familiar? "Xiao Jiao, you fainted suddenly, giving Auntie such a fright." A well-maintained, middle-aged woman rushed in. Randy narrowed her eyes slightly. This vampire should already be dead. Maurice's parents had built a modest company from scratch, which, although small, provided a decent income for the family. After their death, the responsibility fell on her shoulders, and through immense effort, she managed to stabilize and expand the business. Unfortunately, overwork led to illness, and the company fell into her bailer's hands. Later, extreme weather brought about the chaotic era, leaving Randy with nowhere to go when she sought refuge with her bailer's family, only to be cruelly rejected. It seemed she had been reborn. She sighed deeply, unsure whether to be happy or sad. But thinking again, since fate had given her another chance, she needed to make the most of it. This time, she wouldn't let herself suffer as much. "My illness must have pleased you greatly," Randy said coldly. "You child, don't speak so harshly, it's disheartening." Malia responded urgently, startled by Randy's expression. Could she know something? "It's my fault, please forgive me, Auntie." Randy felt a stir of emotion. According to her past timeline, she had been reborn into her 23-year-old self, with extreme weather approaching within months. As elders, we must be more understanding of our juniors. After your parents passed, you've carried the burden of the company alone, quite challenging, Malia comforted her, feigning magnanimity. Randy sneered inwardly, she knew what this old woman wanted, her company. "Auntie, speaking of which, I have a request," Randy said weakly. Say it, say it. Auntie will help you." "Auntie, this illness has made me realize many things. I can no longer devote all my energy to the company. I want to sell it and find a peaceful place to spend the rest of my days. But I don't trust outsiders, so Auntie, I want to sell the company to you and Uncle." Malia was taken aback by Randy's words. She did indeed want the company, but only intended to take control as an elder without paying for it. "Auntie, I know this is too much for you. If it's too difficult, I'll just transfer the company to someone else," Randy said in a seemingly understanding tone. "Oh, child, I haven't even spoken yet. This is a big decision, at least let me discuss it with your bailer." Malia hurriedly stopped her upon hearing she might transfer the company to others. Randy coldly watched as Malia went out to make a phone call and sent a message to her secretary, instructing him to release information about selling the company at a low price. Though puzzled, the secretary did not ask more and immediately sent out the message. Soon, Malia returned and said, "Xiao Jiao, selling the company now is just a whim. When you actually do it, you'll regret it. If you really don't want to manage it anymore, you can hand it over to us first. When you feel better and want to come back, you can still return." Randy sneered, knowing they wanted to get something for nothing. She pretended to be conflicted and said, "Auntie, my mind is made up. This company has brought me too much pain. I've already had Xiao Fang release the information about selling the company. If you want it, I can sell it to you for 300 million, which is 100 million cheaper than the market price." You child, always so impulsive." Malia hastily objected and went out to make another call. Randy wasn't worried they wouldn't want it. The company was running smoothly, and 300 million was a steal. With good luck, They could earn that much back in a year. But the end times would not give them time. Even with this 300 million, they might have to sell everything to prepare. Once the end times came, they likely wouldn't have spare money to stockpile supplies. Malia soon returned and said, "Your bailiff and I discussed it. We're willing to take over your company, but we can't pay the 300 million all at once. Since we're family, can we write an IOU and repay you gradually? Auntie, I only want cash, to arrive within a week. If it's too difficult for you, it might not be difficult for others." Malia realized the Lin was determined to sell the company. Fine, cash it will be. The company was worth far more than 300 million, surely, they could earn it back within a year. She gritted her teeth and said, "Alright, 300 million it is. I'll go prepare it right away." Yes, I'll wait for you, Auntie. You bring the money, I'll bring the contract." Randy smiled warmly. The matter of money was settled. With 300 million, she could confidently stockpile supplies. In the end times, having supplies meant survival. Randy didn't plan to stay long in the hospital. Though she had 3 months, there was much to prepare, so time was tight. During the wait for the money, she needed to create a detailed list of supplies. As soon as Malia left, Randy left the hospital and returned to her old home, where all the memories with her parents were stored. Maurice's parents' belongings, piled in a corner, were covered in dust. In her previous life, she hadn't had time to properly organize them before the end times began. Randy planned to clean them up first. While tidying up, a bracelet caught her attention. Chapter 2, The Spatial Bracelet. What caught her attention was the jade bracelet's ancient and weighty appearance, adorned with intricate patterns. Randy's parents were passionate about traveling, favoring remote and adventurous destinations. However, when Randy turned 18, the airplane they were on disintegrated mid-air, resulting in their tragic deaths during a journey. The airline sent the belongings of her parents via courier, but she had no heart to sort through them at that time, so she simply left the package in a corner. It wasn't until today that she discovered a bracelet inside. Reflecting now, she realized she didn't even know where her parents had gone that time. Randy slowly slipped on the bracelet. It felt warm and smooth, without the usual chill associated with jade. Considering it was a memento from her parents, she decided to wear it all the time. Halfway through tidying up, Randy felt hungry and got up to cook. Recalling how, in her previous life, towards the end, she no longer cared if the food tasted good just as long as it kept her alive, she couldn't help but feel choked up. At the time of her death, she hadn't thought she would ever have the chance to eat normal human food again. Randy usually stayed busy with work and seldom ate at home. Upon opening the refrigerator, however, she managed to find some frozen meats. Not having cooked for a long time, she accidentally cut her finger while slicing the meat. The cut was significant, causing blood to flow profusely. In a hurry to find bandages, she accidentally let the blood drip onto the jade bracelet. The next moment, something extraordinary happened. The blood seeped into the bracelet, making it emit a faint glow before quickly dimming back to its ordinary appearance, indistinguishable from any regular bracelet. Randy felt dazed. When she came to her senses, she found herself standing in a space entirely shrouded in blue. Where am I? Wasn't I just at home? Thinking of her home, she instantly reappeared on the floor of her house. What on earth is going on? Again, thinking of that space, she was transported there in an instant. After several trials, Randy confirmed that she was still at home but could enter this seemingly bracelet-attached space using only her willpower. Have I unlocked a storage space? Why didn't I discover this amazing thing in my last life? Randy was both astonished and delighted. In her past life, she learned about storage spaces late, envying those who possessed one. Now, she no longer had to envy others and couldn't help but shed tears of joy. It truly is like receiving a pillow just when you need it. With this, how could she not survive the apocalypse? She began testing the capabilities of the space, finding that anything she touched could be stored within, and retrieved effortlessly with a mere thought. How does time pass in that space? Deciding to conduct a more thorough test, Randy prepared a meal and placed it inside the space. After half an hour, when she took it out, it was still hot and fresh, as if it had just come out of the pot. Randy could hardly describe her excitement with words. At this moment, her bailiff called, informing her that the funds were ready and urging her to meet him. The process moved faster than expected. Maurice's bailiff must be eager to secure the company and feared being beaten to it by someone else. The procedures were swift. Signing the agreement and processing the tax and fees, a sum of 2.7 billion yuan promptly arrived in her account. Adding the 50 million yuan she already had, she was now a wealthy woman. With the money secured, Randy immediately started preparing supplies, aiming to make the most of the next 3 months. Signs of disaster were already evident worldwide, and rumors of an impending apocalypse occasionally appeared online. Wealthy individuals and scientists, who had access to exclusive information, were likely preparing long ago. Randy tried to gauge the size of the space but found it boundless. No matter which direction she went, she couldn't reach an end. The only limitation was that no living creatures except herself could enter the space, ruling out plans for breeding or farming during the apocalypse. Randy spent half a day drafting a detailed list, covering everything needed for floods, tsunamis, extreme cold and heat, and other disasters. She prioritized her purchases based on urgency. Rice, flour, and oil were basic necessities, so she initially planned to stockpile £1,000 each. Given the vastness of her space, she reconsidered and concluded that cooking would be too troublesome during an apocalypse. Since her space stopped time, why not store pre-cooked meals directly? Once she had secured all the supplies, she could buy extra rice, flour, and oil just in case. Randy couldn't help but applaud her own ingenuity. She rented a warehouse on the outskirts of town and a delivery van, placing orders with various restaurants under the guise of providing meals for her company. Each restaurant delivered 200 portions of every dish, with an additional 200 portions of her favorite dishes daily, totaling 2 months' worth of deliveries. Although the request was strange, for a company, these orders were not out of the ordinary. She scheduled the deliveries to be sent into the warehouse at different times. Afterward, Randy visited multiple bubble tea shops, ordering 100 cups of each type of tea she loved, delivered daily for 2 months. Life without bubble tea during the apocalypse was unimaginable. In her previous life, the apocalypse lasted 5 years before she died. This time, she was determined to have enough. After finishing her tea orders, Randy headed to the largest night market in City A. She bought all the available stock of crayfish, barbecued items, snail soup, stinky tofu, fried skewers, and other snacks. She then arranged with the vendors to supply her exclusively over the next 2 weeks, delivering 200 portions of each item daily, which she would pick up herself every day. These were the treats she had craved but never tasted until death in her last life. This time, she planned to indulge fully. The next day, Randy went to the largest wholesale market and ordered 5 boxes of self-heating rice meals, 500 boxes of self-heating hot pot, 300 boxes of packaged instant noodles, 100 boxes of cup noodles, 200 boxes of compressed biscuits, 200 boxes of chocolate energy bars, 100 boxes of snail soup, and 100 boxes each of various quick foods like bread, chips, cookies, spicy sticks, and preserved meats. If anyone asked, she simply said she was opening a supermarket. Even with boxed meals, she still needed to stockpile meat and fruits and vegetables. What if she wanted to change her diet? So she promptly placed orders at the slaughterhouse for £1,000 each of beef, mutton, pork, and chicken, along with £500 each of chicken wings, chicken claws, duck wings, duck necks, pig trotters, and pig intestines, scheduled for delivery the next day. After all this, she didn't forget to order 50 freezers, all set for next day delivery. By the end of the day, Randy felt as if her bones were about to fall apart. Just as she was about to close the warehouse door and leave, she heard a faint meow. Meow. Is that a kitten? Randy's heart stirred, and she followed the sound. Another meow, meow. Randy traced the sound to a small cat in the grass, dirty and unrecognizable in color. Seeing Randy, the kitten shakily approached her. When Randy extended her hand, the kitten obediently licked it. Randy smiled slightly. The little one wasn't shy. Finding her was good luck for the cat. Loneliness during the apocalypse would be eased by having a pet cat. Chapter 3, The Kitten Mania. Randy found a plastic bag and put the kitten in it. The kitten seemed dissatisfied and meowed. Randy said with a smile, "You are as dirty as a coal ball now, so I can only put you in a bag for now. But hey, consider yourself lucky to be picked up by me." The kitten meowed again, looking quite unconvinced. After returning home, Randy finally had the chance to take a closer look at this kitten. She couldn't identify its breed, and it was covered in dirt, appearing to be only about 2 months old. Randy didn't dare give such a young kitten a bath, so she wrapped it in a blanket and fed it some goat's milk. Despite being no bigger than a palm, the kitten managed to drink an entire box of milk and still looked hungry afterward. Afraid that overfeeding might harm it, Randy immediately stopped it from drinking more. That night, Randy added cat food, litter, and other items to her shopping list. The next morning, Randy took the kitten to a pet store. Watching the staff expertly bathe the kitten, administer vaccinations, and deworming medication, even they couldn't determine the breed. It could be a mixed breed, one of the staff members suggested. The kitten meowed, sounding quite displeased. "Whatever breed you are, you're my good breed." Randy didn't care about the kitten's breed. In this post-apocalyptic world where human intentions were unpredictable, animals were more loyal. With this kitten, she at least had some warmth in her life. At the pet store, Randy bought all sorts of things for the kitten, from toys to snacks, nail clippers, carrying bags, wet wipes, toothbrushes, buying everything available. She bought 500 kilograms each of cat food and litter, along with 500 kilograms of snacks. Since the store didn't have enough stock, they promptly arranged to have supplies delivered from other stores, promising delivery the next day. Randy gave them the address of the warehouse again. Back at home, Randy held the kitten, examining it closely and noticing a tuft of red fur on its head. She laughed and said, "You're a bit of a troublemaker, aren't you?" The kitten meowed again, incomprehensible as ever. "Then let's name you Mania. How does that sound?" Randy said, crossing her arms. The kitten meowed once more. "All right, then I'll take that as a yes. Mania." Randy was quite pleased with the name she had come up with, feeling very talented. Mania made Randy's otherwise dull life of stockpiling goods interesting and energizing. After finishing with meat, it was time for seafood. Early one morning, Randy headed to the seafood market, intent on buying the freshest options. She chose the largest and most luxurious store, ordering 500 kilograms of various fish and shrimp, 200 kilograms each of crabs and shellfish, and even reserved 100 king crabs. Since the merchant didn't have that much stock on hand, Randy agreed to a delivery within a week, insisting on the freshest possible. The merchant happily noted down Randy's phone number and address. Next came the vegetable wholesale market. Following her usual generous approach, she ordered 500 kilograms each of potatoes, carrots, corn, lettuce, tomatoes, wood ear mushrooms, spinach, and Chinese cabbage. As it was a wholesale market and she split her orders among several stores, this did not draw too much attention. Then came the fruit wholesale market, where greenhouse cultivation allowed her to buy virtually any fruit, whether in or out of C. Emerson. Randy didn't mind the cost, whether it was watermelons, cantaloupes, strawberries, grapes, or any other fruit. She bought 500 kilograms of each. It being summer, she even bought 2 trucks full of watermelons, 5 tons in total. After all, watermelons were essential for cooling off in scorching heat, especially when temperatures reached around 50 degrees Celsius. The existing refrigerators weren't sufficient, so she immediately ordered another 50. Some fruits would be stored in the fridge before being placed in the space pocket. Now, it was time to stockpile rice, flour, oil, and grains. She stocked mostly oil and rice because she preferred eating rice. She bought 500 drums of oil and 500 sacks of rice. Considering how rarely she cooked, this amount should suffice. Next came various beans and C. Emerson inks, including hot pot bases, special flavor packets, dipping sauces, and enough of everything else. She also stocked up on various sauces like chili sauce, tomato sauce, barbecue sauce, sesame paste, fermented tofu, and even black truffle sauce, each 200 bottles. With this, the food supplies were temporarily sufficient. Time passed quickly, leaving just over a month until the end times. So far, Randy had only stockpiled food, but there were still many other essentials left to gather, which needed to be done quickly. After the food issue was resolved, the next concern was clothing. Randy went straight to the wholesale mall, choosing a store with the best quality. She ordered 5,000 pieces each of long-sleeved and short-sleeved shirts, long pants, and shorts, 2,000 pieces each of dresses and tank tops, and 10,000 pairs each of socks, underwear, and underpants. In the end times, she didn't want to bother washing clothes, she'd just wear them once and throw them away. These were just for everyday wear, as long as they were comfortable. But functional clothes like down jackets, cold weather gear, and thermal underwear had to be purchased from specialized outdoor sports stores. The shopkeeper, seeing this generous spender, immediately started arranging the inventory and promised to deliver as quickly as possible. The merchant didn't ask what Randy intended to do with these items. In the end times, being well-fed and warmly clothed would already be very satisfying. Who could even think about dressing stylishly? Just looking human was good enough. But Randy, with her space pocket and money, naturally had the means to pursue higher quality living. However, luxury clothes and bags were too expensive, and after one trip, she didn't plan on going again. Why bother when she could get them for free in the end times? After buying these intimate clothes, Randy used her phone to navigate between various outdoor sports specialty stores, purchasing cold weather coats, waterproof suits, down jackets, goggles, sports bras, quick dry shirts, fleece jackets, quick dry gloves, winter hats, masks, athletic shoes, hiking boots, ice skates, snow boots, climbing ropes, ski equipment, windproof tents, backpacks, sleeping bags, various cooking utensils, tableware, headlamps, water bottles and bladders, binoculars, trekking poles, Swiss Army knives, compasses, multifunction watches, GPS devices, buying all available stock, spending nearly 10 million yuan. By the time she finished, Randy's hand was sore. It was better to rest early today. As soon as Randy got home, Manya came over, rubbing against her with its tiny body. Meow. Randy checked the food bowl. To her surprise, the 2 days' worth of cat food she had left for Manya was already gone. Randy couldn't help feeling regretful. Kittens don't know when to stop eating, they would eat whatever was available. Randy decided that from now on, she would take Manya with her whenever she went out. Picking up Manya, she noticed its belly wasn't as bloated as she imagined. It struggled to get down and meowed at the food bowl. Oh no, it wants more food, thought Randy, feeling exasperated. She said to Manya, which kitten eats so much in one sitting? Even Tate's kitten can't do that. Although we have good conditions at home, I can't let you eat non-stop. Manya meowed unhappily, but Randy refused to feed it again. Nevertheless, she took out her shopping list and silently unchecked the box next to cat food. Chapter 4, Naive but Wealthy. Early that morning, Randy left home with Alia on her back and emptied the stock of every pet store in the city. She then proceeded to reserve all their incoming stock for the next few days. Afterwards, she visited a butcher's shop again and bought another 500 kilograms each of beef, pork, and chicken. Then she went to the pharmacy. Due to purchase limits on medications, Randy pulled some strings and obtained a hospital proxy certification. This allowed her to buy as much as possible of various cold medicines, fever reducers, bandages, alcohol, frostbite ointments, vitamins, antibiotics, anti-inflammatory drugs, painkillers, cotton swabs, gauze, and other medical supplies. After this shopping spree, she acquired various intravenous instruments, 4 tubes, disinfectants, and complete surgical equipment through different channels. Many specialty drugs were also obtained, including asthma medication and allergy medicine. All of this took Randy 3 days. During these days, Randy maintained a very regular schedule, turning off the lights and going to bed at 10 p.m. every night and getting up promptly at 7 a.m. the next day when her alarm rang. As long as the apocalypse hadn't arrived, she could not stop stockpiling. Having finished purchasing medicine, Randy went to the car dealership. How would anyone survive without cars in the apocalypse? Arriving at the dealership, she glanced at the low-clearance cars and asked, "Do you have any off-road vehicles? The more imposing and fuller-featured ones are preferred, money is no issue." The dealership staff, being C. Emerson professionals, saw that although Randy dressed modestly, she had an extraordinary demeanor. They quickly replied, yes, we have any type of vehicle you need. Higher clearance, lower fuel consumption, absolutely safe, and bulletproof glass is required. 5 of such vehicles, please. Randy was concise. Maurice hearing this, the salesper Emerson immediately invited Randy upstairs, provided refreshments, and presented several brochures for her review. Randy glanced through them, recognizing all quality brands, and promptly said, I want all of these models. Can I get them today? The salesper Emerson hurriedly responded, sure, these cars are all in our warehouse. We'll have someone deliver them to you right away. Randy nodded slightly, paid in full by credit card, left her phone number and address, and walked away. It felt great to spend extravagantly. Those cars cost over 10 million, yet she didn't bat an eye. Oh, by the way, your dealership must have connections to help me obtain gasoline, Randy suddenly turned back and asked. The salesper Emerson paused briefly before saying, yes, how much do you need? Randy made a gesture indicating 10 drums. Easy enough, we can give them to you for free. 1,000 drums, Randy said coldly, and I need them now. Phut, Miss Jiang, are you planning a year-long desert trip? No nonsense. I want 1,000 drums of oil at market price. I won't short you a penny. Okay, although it might be challenging, since it's for Miss Jiang, we will certainly prepare it for you. After sending off this generous buyer, the staff began discussing. We met a wealthy woman who is naive and rich, clearing out all our off-road vehicle inventory. Indeed, the Emil impulsively believed those end-of-the-world rumors and stocked 8 off-road vehicles. Only 3 were sold after 6 months. Now they're all gone. Ha, there are indeed many naive rich people out there. Do you think the apocalypse will really come? There have been too many extreme weather events this year. Why did that Emerson buy so much oil? She might be going to the desert. We can't understand the world of rich people. Sometimes I wish for the apocalypse just to quit my job. Spit. If the apocalypse comes, you won't know where you'll die, just thinking about quitting work. Randy did not hear their conversation. She instructed the driver to park all the cars in the garage. Once everyone left, she waved her hand, and the cars were instantly stored in her space. The warehouse looked almost empty except for some scattered items. To avoid suspicion, other goods were immediately stored in her space as soon as they arrived. Water is indispensable in the apocalypse. Over the past few days, Randy had already bought water storage containers. However, buying large amounts of water would attract attention, so she went to the wholesale market and purchased 2,000 barrels of 2.5-liter bottled water and 1,000 barrels of 1.5-liter bottled water, along with 1,000 cases of bottled water. These should suffice for drinking, but not nearly enough if baths were needed. However, bathing water doesn't need to be so clean. Randy quickly thought of a good place, the reservoir. Driving to the nearest reservoir, Randy quietly slipped to the riverbank and reached out her hand. Just as she started absorbing water, her space suddenly transported her inside. She saw a spring flowing within her space, increasing in volume and forming a small stream. Randy was stunned. Apparently, all she needed was a little water to activate the space, and it would produce water on its own. This space was indeed a treasure. Now, there was no need to take water from the reservoir. Although she had committed many small thefts in the last world, this society still maintained order, and stealing public water made her feel embarrassed. Now, the water problem was solved. At this point, there were only about 20 days left until the apocalypse. Next was solving daily necessities. She headed straight for the wholesale market, buying 1,000 packs of toilet paper, 800 boxes of sanitary pads, 500 boxes of night-use sanitary pads, 200 bottles each of soap, shampoo, shower gel, and hair conditioner, 200 boxes of garbage bags and biodegradable food containers, 300 boxes of hand warmers, as well as 500 electric blankets, cooling mats, quilts, pillows, and sets of bedding. After these purchases, Randy placed orders for 100 solar panels, 100 diesel generators, 1,000 small portable engines, 100 gas stoves, 500 boxes of gas cylinders, and 10 powered inflatable boats. For these items, Randy bought them in batches under different accounts, some online, some in-store, which took her about 4 days to gather everything. Considering self-defense, she ordered 50 electric batons and went to rural areas to collect machetes. As for firearms, she had not yet found a way to obtain them. But at least she could breathe a sigh of relief now. The rest was just filling in the gaps. She had considered building a safe room, but upon reflection, everyone would eventually go to the base, so a safe room didn't seem very useful, and she decided against it. Randy had gotten used to buying things every night before bed. Tonight, she added all high-end creams, lotions, serums, masks, hand creams, and body lotions to her cart, spending 2 million directly. Even during the apocalypse, skincare was essential. Otherwise, what would happen to her delicate face? The next day, Randy slept in. When she woke up, she played with her phone for a while before getting out of bed. During this period, her Baylor's family had tried to contact her, but she always claimed to be traveling. They only went through the motions, contacting her twice before giving up. After getting up, Randy prepared to put her parents' valuable jewelry into her space. However, when she placed a necklace inside, it vanished into thin air. At the same time, she felt an overall sense of comfort and relaxation. Even more astonishingly, her blurry vision suddenly became crystal clear. She was nearsighted, but now her eyesight had completely recovered and was even better than before. Was she mutating? Chapter 5, Metamorphosis. In her previous life, not long after the apocalypse began, some humans unexpectedly evolved. Some people developed stronger physiques and smarter minds than ordinary people, while others could even harness elements from nature, releasing powerful energy or exerting control over others. These people were called high breeders, and their transformation was referred to as metamorphosis, with the energy they obtained being called psi abilities. It was hard to say that this wasn't a means of natural selection by nature. In her previous life, Randy remained a low-rank psi until her death because she had undergone mutation too late. The original stones that could enhance ranks had already been monopolized by others, leaving her unable to upgrade. Although Randy was very smart, courageous, and skilled, she barely managed to establish herself in the Federation through sheer tenacity. Still, compared to those of higher ranks, she faced an overwhelming rank disparity. Courtney underwent metamorphosis earlier than her and had much higher ranks. Now it seemed clear that the key was to quickly find original stones to increase one's rank. With absolute strength in this apocalyptic world, she wouldn't have to endure such hardship as in her past life. Randy's heart raced wildly. The joy brought about by these changes was incomparable. She realized that the changes were due to the jewelry she placed inside. Instantly, she wondered if this type of jewelry had the same effect as original stones. With this thought, Randy immediately put in a necklace, but apart from a lingering sense of comfort, there were no substantial changes. It appeared that only quantitative change could lead to qualitative improvement. Just then, Randy saw a light bar appear in the space, stopping near the top. She hurriedly added another jade bracelet, and the light bar surged again, returning to the bottom. At this moment, Randy felt her body undergo another transformation. She felt unprecedented strength coursing through her. Maurice's vision, hearing, and senses became incredibly sharp, allowing her to hear conversations upstairs clearly yet easily block out their voices when needed. These jewels indeed enhanced her metamorphosis. Not only was Randy delighted, but Manya also followed her, meowing. Manya's appetite was enormous, and it had grown twice its initial size. Its blue eyes shone with an ethereal brilliance. Looking at the remaining jewelry, Randy had a sudden idea: would gold work as well? So, she inserted a piece of gold into the space, and the progress bar shot up significantly. Apparently, gold worked too. Randy put all the remaining jewelry into the space, causing the progress bar to refresh 4 times before stopping. Then, a cool sensation spread through her mind, as if a stream of water had infused her spirit. Suddenly, she could distinctly feel people's heartbeats within a limited range, just on the upper and lower floors. Those resting had weaker heartbeats, while those exercising had faster ones. Had she directly awakened a mental type psi ability? Randy's heart pounded fiercely, unable to calm down. Something she had sought after in vain in her previous life was now finally hers in this life. After purchasing supplies, she still had over 100 million left. Deciding swiftly, she decided to leave only 20 million for emergencies, converting the rest into gold and jewelry. Randy went straight to a jewelry store, purchasing various types of jewelry and gold bars. Afterward, she didn't absorb them immediately but drove to a warehouse to release her psi abilities. In the warehouse, Randy absorbed all the gold into the space. In the next second, a surge of vibrant energy burst forth. She felt immense power filling her, and water droplets condensed in her hand. A flick of her finger turned the water into ice, and with a wave, the ice pierced the steel plate. Besides the mental type, the water element had also awakened. She added all the jewelry into the space, causing the progress bar to refresh 5 times. At this point, her mental power expanded further, even feeling the heartbeats of residents in the surrounding villages. Attempting to control using mental power caused excruciating headaches, and a kilometer away, a villager suddenly felt a tug on her mind, which quickly vanished. After absorbing all the gold and jewelry, Randy felt her current self surpassed her final rank from her previous life. Raising her hand, she sliced 2 air blades, effortlessly splitting the steel plate in half. Satisfied with the outcome, she stored the severed plates back into the space, cancelled the warehouse rental, and returned home. The apocalypse was only a week away, and anything could happen. Just as Randy arrived home, little Manya pounced at her, meowing loudly. Manya had a huge appetite, leading Randy to reasonably suspect it had Persian cat lineage. Whose 3-month-old kitten is this heavy? Manya, as if understanding human speech, complained in protest. Randy, looking at its indignant face, laughed and said, "Who am I? I'm Randy. My little Manya can eat as much as it wants." Only then did Manya settle down. For the past few days, Randy had no plans to go out. She spent her days placing orders online, waiting for deliveries, and exercising at home. After calculating the stockpile, she realized that the rest of the supplies were enough to last her several lifetimes, but the amount of oil was indeed insufficient. Reluctantly, she sought help from an old acquaintance of her parents, managing to secure another 3,000 barrels. This expenditure left her with only a few 100,000, but it was enough to relieve her worries. Over these few days, Randy thought about it and decided to use a visitor account to post a stockpile warning online. As a reborn individual, this was her final assistance to everyone, hoping to save as many as possible. After posting, she immediately deleted the account and ceased all involvement. In this life, having made meticulous preparations, she was ready to settle the scores from her previous life. Thinking of this, a flash of malice crossed Randy's eyes. "Courtney, Winston, when would she encounter both of you in this lifetime?" The rain had been pouring for 3 consecutive days, accompanied by sharp winds, whispering mournfully outside the windows. Dark clouds and accumulated water enveloped the city. Due to continuous heavy rainfall, all outdoor activities had halted, schools were closed, and companies had transitioned to remote work. Yet, society still functioned orderly. Property management reminded residents in the community group to stockpile supplies for emergencies. People were seen bustling about in the rain, purchasing goods. They wore smiles on their faces, rejoicing in the break from work and school, unaware that normalcy was about to shatter. Beneath the calm surface, hidden currents surged. Everyone believed the rain would soon stop, yet they would never return to the traditional rhythm of life governed by sunrise and sunset. They could not imagine the new social order that awaited them. A new society ruled by the survival of the fittest and dominated by elites. Holding the cat, Randy stood by the window, watching the passers-by, a barely perceptible smile creeping onto her face. Welcome everyone to the chaotic era. Chapter 6, The End Times. It had been raining for several days straight. This was no longer a disaster confined to one city or one country, it was a global catastrophe. Japan suffered from earthquakes and tsunamis with thousands dead or injured. Los Angeles faced wildfires caused by high temperatures that burned for 5 days and 5 nights, covering the entire city in ashes. Saudi Arabia experienced nationwide droughts and tornadoes that swept through cities, depleting water sources. Europe saw temperatures plummet to -60 degrees, breaking historical records. Coastal areas of our country frequently encountered tsunamis, while inland regions faced torrential rains as if Earth were issuing its final ultimatum to humanity. End-of-the-world theories began circulating online, with some netizens sharing videos or photos of their stockpiled supplies. Most complained about various issues, some lamented that they couldn't leave because they hadn't stocked up enough supplies, others mentioned that hospitals no longer accepted emergency calls, and some reported power outages at home. Randy lived in a large apartment on a single-floor residence building, and she hadn't reinforced her home. With the floods and tsunamis soon following the heavy rain, the building was not suitable for long-term living, but she figured she would eventually have to go to the base anyway. For now, with her spatial dimension and supplies, she could survive even after moving to the base. She checked her phone and saw that many residents were already complaining in the owners group. Unit 12 to 1001, when will this rain stop? Water has already flooded the ground floor hallway. The underground garage must be submerged. Unit 8 to 0201, indeed, the rain this year is too strange. It's been going on for so long. My neighbors downstairs moved out a couple of days ago, I feel like I might have to move too if this keeps up. Unit 4 to 1501, supermarket prices are shockingly high now. An apple costs 10 yuan, and I spent almost 2,000 yesterday shopping. Unit 7-0601, I spent several thousand today as well. Unit 10-0501, does anyone have fever medicine? My child has a fever. The pharmacy is too crowded to get into. If anyone can give me some medicine, I'll pay double. Unit 10-0801, we do. You can come up and take it. Unit 10-0501, thank you very much. I've transferred the money to you. Randy lived in Building 10 but didn't intend to join the conversation. Currently, everyone seemed friendly and willing to help each other. But when they realized that hail would follow the heavy rain, and then tsunamis, and finally extreme cold, would this goodwill last? She planned to wait until the base was ready and then move there. Blocking out the messages, Randy grabbed several tablets to download movies, TV shows, variety shows, documentaries, as well as comics and novels. Maurice's spatial dimension stored plenty of paper books, so she intended to stay comfortably at home during these few days. The continuous rain brought rapid temperature drops. Despite it being July, temperatures fell into single digits. Randy decided to have a hot pot. She took out the pre-purchased hot pot base, prepared utensils, and gathered ingredients like beef slices, shrimp balls, bean sprouts, potatoes, and lettuce from the refrigerator. From her spatial dimension, she fetched a bottle of milk tea and started enjoying her feast. Previously, Randy often bought milk tea and ordered meals, even storing takeaway boxes from Hey Dillu in her spatial dimension. She felt the supplies were enough for a lifetime, but she still didn't plan to use the boxed meals from her dimension. There was still electricity, water, and gas available, so she preferred cooking whenever possible. The hot pot used a spicy base that made Randy sweat profusely, driving away the cold instantly. However, the strong smell of the hot pot permeated far and wide. After finishing, Randy cleaned up and put everything back into her spatial dimension, turned on the exhaust fan, and waited until the smell finally dissipated. The rain grew louder, and with a bang, something hit the window. Soon, loud crackling sounds filled the air outside. Randy knew the hail had arrived. Occasional screams came from outside as people reacted to the hail. Randy drew the curtains, separating herself from the outside world, and settled down on the sofa with Manya to watch a comedy movie. Manya watched intently as if it understood. Suddenly, Randy sensed someone knocking at the door, a man and a woman. Sure enough, soon afterward, knocks came from the door. Knock knock knock. Randy walked over and opened the door to see a somewhat kind-looking woman standing there, with her husband behind her. Anything? Randy asked. Young lady, we live on the second floor of this building. The rain has almost flooded the first floor, and we fear the second floor might flood too. Since you live on a higher floor, could we stay at your place for a few days? Of course, we won't stay for free, we'll pay you 1,000 yuan per day for the three of us, and will leave immediately once the rain stops, the woman said. Sorry, I'm not used to living with others. Try asking someone else, Randy firmly refused. Not a young Lynn, anyway, you live alone in this nearly 500 square meter house. We just need a place to stay, can't you be kind and let us stay for 2 days? We'll leave immediately once the rain stops, the woman insisted. What if I say the rain won't stop? Randy countered. The woman was taken aback, unable to articulate her prepared speech. Randy simply closed the door, deciding not to play the role of a good Samaritan herself. Randy's hearing was excellent, she could hear the couple cursing her in the hallway. But who cared? Curses wouldn't make a difference. She continued lounging on the sofa, watching the rest of the movie, feeling quite content with herself and Manya. In the middle of the night, Randy was woken up by the cold. The air conditioner had stopped working at some point, and the temperature inside dropped rapidly. She was only covered with a thin summer blanket, shivering from the cold. She quickly put on thermal underwear and added another blanket. Then she took out a thermometer. The room was only 5 degrees Celsius. It seemed the power had gone out. Last night's hailstorm likely damaged much of the power system. Randy checked her phone and saw that many people in the owners group had also been woken up by the cold, discussing it intensely. Thankfully, she had woken up, otherwise, hypothermia might set in by morning. In her previous life, widespread power outages indeed occurred shortly after the end times began. After emergency repairs, the power came back briefly but then stopped again and never returned. She recalled her previous life. She had been aware of the impending disaster before the end times and had stocked up on supplies, enough to survive. After the apocalypse, her sharp instincts allowed her to accurately judge and respond to each crisis. If it weren't for that Paremison, her last life would have been much easier. Thinking of this, Randy clenched her palm tightly. She wouldn't forgive any of them. Chapter 7, Enemy at the Door. The next day, when she woke up and watched the news, Randy found out that many people had been killed by last night's hailstorm. Looking down from her window, she saw bodies in the neighborhood. The property management was carrying away the corpses on the ground. The hailstorm and rain had stopped, but the sky was still overcast, with the sun looking like it was wrapped in grease, emitting no light. Many people thought they saw hope and rushed out to buy supplies. Sadly, these people might not return. After today, they would realize how gentle last night's hailstorm had been. Randy stopped watching them and prepared breakfast. She first fed Alia, a cup of goat's milk, a whole chicken breast, and 2 scoops of cat food. Alia enjoyed her meal so much that she still meowed hungrily after finishing. Marisol Plessly, Randy fed her several more pet cookies and small fish treats. Fortunately, she had stocked up on plenty of cat food, otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to handle such an appetite. Though only 4 months old, Alia was already as big as an adult cat. This was despite Randy intentionally controlling its diet. Randy secretly investigated whether there were conditions like gigantism in cats or any issues with her breed, but none matched. So, she let it go. After feeding Alia, Randy began preparing her own breakfast. She preferred light meals in the morning, mainly consisting of protein and staples. A bowl of chicken soup cooked last night, 1 egg, and 1 steamed bun left her feeling refreshed. Now, food and supplies were no longer concerns. The main priority was improving physical fitness. Maurice's past life had given her skills through constant practice, but this time, she was just a middle-aged female Emile who sat in an office all day, especially since she had just recovered from a serious illness recently. Although her awakened abilities made her physique far superior to ordinary people, Randy still wasn't reassured. She created a comprehensive fitness plan for herself, which included endurance training, combat, and boxing to focus on stamina and reflexes. After finishing breakfast, Randy digested for a while before starting her workout. Afraid Alia would get bored, she turned on an episode of a cartoon for her. The little cat was quite addicted to TV. Whatever Randy watched, Alia watched too. However, Randy usually limited her viewing time. Otherwise, where would she find glasses for Alia in the apocalypse? Just as she finished her warm-up, the pitter-patter sound resumed outside. A fist-sized hailstone hit her window with a thud, shocking though not shattering it. The power, which had just come back on in the morning, went out again immediately. Suddenly, a loud bang and screams came from outside. Approaching the window, Randy looked down to see a horrifying scene. A man's head had been pierced by a hailstone. The blood spread through the floodwater that hadn't yet receded, forming a vivid red stain. Outside, the wind roared along with the hailstones, sending shivers down her spine. Randy checked her phone, where countless distress messages flooded in. Rescue signals came from everywhere, with people trapped everywhere. The government, overwhelmed, could only advise everyone to stay indoors and wait for rescue. Just as she was about to continue her training, she felt a mental disturbance. Someone was coming to see her. Sure enough, soon after, there was a knock on the door. Seeing the face on the monitor, Randy clenched and then launched her fists, visibly shaken. I haven't even gone after you, yet you're here to seek death. On the screen appeared a Elwood's face, wearing glasses and dressed casually, appearing polite yet slightly anxious. Scott, mentioning him, filled Randy with rage. This hypocritical monster used his trustworthy appearance to deceive countless Lins during the apocalypse, cruelly murdering them with his gang. In her previous life, it was this very face that knocked on her door, claiming to be a single father whose child was starving at home. Despite her caution, she softened and gave him 2 packs of cookies and 3 cans of milk. Little did she know that act would bring disaster upon her. When food shortages hit, people started turning on each other. Scott teamed up with unknown villains and told them Randy had been generous, implying she had ample supplies. Days later, her door was broken into. They ransacked everything she owned and took her away, beating and insulting her throughout. Only by threatening to die did she escape worse fate. Had she not been quick-witted and seized the chance to escape, she didn't know what horrors would have awaited her. On the kidnapper's car, she saw two barely alive Lins, naked from the waist down, covered in mud and wounds. These scumbags, I can't let you go unpunished. Randy composed herself and opened the door for him. Sure enough, it was the same old story as last time. However, Scott was not a single father at all. He could spin any lie to put others at ease to achieve his goals. Randy smiled faintly. I have plenty of supplies, come in and take what you need. Scott was taken aback. He hadn't expected this young Lin to agree so quickly and had been prepared to continue playing the victim. Inside, he couldn't help but feel thrilled. Such a beautiful Lin, living alone, with so many supplies, and so naive she was like walking meat on the bone. After going back and discussing it with Fernand Long, they would break into her place in a couple of days, rape her, and loot her supplies. Maurice was still silently calculating when he heard the Lin point to a room and say, "All my supplies are in this room. You can go in and find what you need." It's indeed harder for a single dad in times like these. Maurice hearing Randy's words, Scott's last bit of hesitation vanished, and he entered the room without a second thought. But before he could even see what was inside, he was struck down by an electric baton from behind. Randy tied Scott up. Killing this trash outright would be too kind, she would make him wish he were dead. After tying him securely, she slapped him twice, which woke him up instantly. As for why she didn't use water, water was a scarce resource and shouldn't be wasted on scum like him. When Scott came to, he quickly realized he was bound to a chair, with the lovely-faced Lin sitting in front of him. "Welcome back," the Lin said with a sweet smile. Chapter 8 Punishing the Wicked. Whatever you're planning, I have a child at home. You can't kill me. Scott, no matter how foolish he might have been, now realized he was kidnapped. This seemingly harmless Lin wasn't as innocent as she appeared. Maurice could only try to play on her emotions, hoping to escape, all while cursing inside, "Damn it, I've met a psycho." Randy ignored his words and turned the taser up to its highest setting, striking him in the groin. The pain left Scott writhing. Maurice gave up pretending and began to curse aloud. "Bitch, do you know who I am? If you dare help me, believe me, I'll have people come after you. Bitch, I asterisk your Ren. If you know what's good for you, I suggest you release me immediately. You seem to be missing the point. I'm the one who has you tied up, not the other way around. So, I get to set the conditions." The young Lin's face was filled with a smile that looked demonic to Scott. Suddenly, she leaned closer, her pale face emitting an icy voice. Beg me to kill you." "Shit, why would you kill me? I'm just a pitiful father trying to provide for my child. If you harm me, you'll be sent to hell. And the police won't let you go." It took this long for him to think of the police. The police, relics of the old society. Haven't you noticed that things have changed? Look around, do you see any police caring about you? After saying this, Randy struck him with the taser again, rendering Scott unconscious. Meow, Manya approached. "Manya, do you think I'm too cruel?" Randy sighed softly. Manya didn't find her cruel at all. To Manya, the owner was the best Paremison in the world. Those whom the owner wanted to punish were all bad people. In this apocalypse, we can't rely on the rules of the old society anymore. Only by being heartless and ruthless can we survive. Little Manya, I will protect you. The two of us will surely make it through to the end, Randy said firmly. When Scott woke up again, it was already noon the next day. After a whole day without food and the torment of the electric shocks, he felt that living was worse than dying. The Lin hadn't rested either, watching him beside her, waiting for him to wake up. "You're awake," the Lin spoke slowly. "I'm really kind-hearted, so I'll give you one more chance. If you beg me to kill you, I'll grant you a quick death. How about that?" Scott thought this Paremison was crazy. Maurice tried to secretly use the stool leg to rub against the ropes that bound him. However, for the already awakened Randy, all his actions were under her control, and every little move was visible. Smack. A whip stroke hit his hand, causing immediate pain, making him loosen his grip. Randy tilted her head and smiled. "You are truly disobedient." The pain twisted Scott's face. At this moment, he regretted everything, regretting targeting this female demon above all else. Randy moved quickly, using a knife to sever the tendons in his hands and feet before he could even feel the pain. Disobedience must be punished. "Do you know what will happen if I throw you outside now? Outside, there are demons that eat people. Kind-hearted people like me are rare. Regardless of the hail and heavy rain outside, with no order post-apocalypse, going out meant certain death. Beg me to kill you." Scott finally couldn't endure it, crawling on the ground pleading for mercy. "I, such a kind-hearted Paremison, will naturally fulfill your request." Randy slightly moved, the small knife slicing across Scott's neck, cutting off his breath almost instantly. She stored Scott's body in her spatial pocket, cleaned the blood from the room, discarded the clothes she was wearing, and meticulously washed herself from head to toe. This wasn't her first time killing. In her past life, Randy had killed countless scumbags like him just to survive. But she hadn't expected that in this life, she'd start with her first kill so soon. Maurice's heart raced, and her right hand trembled slightly. She took a few deep breaths, gradually calming down. "This is the first one, and there will be a second, third. Don't rush, everyone who sows chaos must pay for it." Outside, the hail had stopped, but people in the community dared not venture out after witnessing earlier events. Moreover, the streets were flooded, making travel difficult without a boat. Fortunately, the property management still delivered supplies every few days. Although not much, it was enough for families to survive. Randy also collected supplies despite having plenty, to avoid arousing suspicion. During this time, Randy used the excuse of disposing of trash to throw Scott's body into the floodwater. She knew that these waters already concealed countless bodies. Human hearts were the most terrifying thing in the world. The power in the entire neighborhood had been cut off, as well as the water supply that depended on pressure pumps. Randy lived on the 14th floor and could only use the stairs, but she treated it as a way to stay fit. After her body's mutation and the recent exercise, her physical abilities had greatly improved. The 14 floors were no longer a challenge for her. Unluckily, she encountered the woman who wanted to take over her apartment while climbing the stairs. The woman was descending from upstairs, indicating that she had found someone willing to take them in. Upon seeing Randy, she gave her a fierce glare and muttered under her breath, "Still not dead. How can such an evil Parmesan live so long?" Hearing this, Randy sneered but didn't immediately retort. After the woman walked away, she subtly moved her palm, sending a small ice shard gliding across the woman's neck, drawing blood instantly. Terrified, the woman quickly looked around but saw nothing except Randy smiling at her. Feeling a chill down her spine from the Lynn's smile, she dared not linger any longer and hurriedly ran downstairs. Randy silently warned herself, "This is your first and final warning." The hailstorm lasted nearly a week. Apart from the occasional sound of passing helicopters, no rescue teams came. Although the power and water were out, the internet still worked. Morris helicopters and rescue boats did not dare risk large-scale rescue operations at the moment, instead focusing on distributing supplies to keep people calm. The death toll continued to rise, and some began to claim that the government had abandoned ordinary citizens. However, most people still held out hope. The outdoor temperature had dropped below zero after the power and water cuts. Randy started using a portable generator, but she used it sparingly only for electric blankets, a small heater, charging her phone, and keeping a single small desk lamp lit in the bedroom. She knew that experts and scholars had likely been convened to study climate models, hoping to predict the weather. Unfortunately, these models often deviated from the actual course, meaning this climate change was completely unpredictable. This disaster affected all of humanity. Chapter 9 Flies are bothering. First came the rain, then the hail, and now, this calamity has lasted for more than half a month. The property management initially issued supplies every 3 days but now has switched to every 5 days, and the quantity of supplies is getting less and less. Today, each household received only 5 packets of instant noodles, 1 box of biscuits, and 5 bottles of water. Nobody knows when the next distribution will be. Due to heavy rainfall, the national grain reserves cannot be transported, so these supplies come from the community's stockpile. However, rice and flour were distributed not long ago, and if they are conserved, there should still be some left. So, with today's supplies added, it should last until the next distribution. Property management patrols on kayaks stop in front of each building. Households can choose to lower a rope or go to the second-floor balcony as the ground floor is completely flooded. People simply break the second-story windows for easy access. "We have 5 people in my family, and we got this much supply. Who can survive on that?" Andorra complained. "Yeah, families with just 1 Parmesan also receive the same amount. It's so unfair to distribute by households," another Parmesan chimed in. At this moment, Randy had just finished collecting the supplies and was about to pass them. She raised her eyebrow. Was she being subtly criticized? "Little Lynn, you always come down alone. You live alone, right?" The door blocked Randy. Randy raised her eyebrow and asked, "What do you want?" "Little Lynn, you live alone but received the same amount of supplies as a family of 5. It's really not enough." "Oh, so what?" Randy coldly replied, pointing at the property management. "If it's not enough, you can ask them." Looking at the armed security guarding the property management, the Dora persisted. "A little Lynn can eat how much? Be considerate. We're all neighbors here. How can you watch us starve? If I'm not mistaken, your family has at least 3 healthy adults. Plenty of people went out searching for supplies today. Are you all just lying around like dead pigs waiting for someone to feed you?" Randy retorted without hesitation. She knew this family well. The Dora usually acted superior because she had 2 Emersons, one of whom was a nouveau riche. She couldn't wait for everyone in the building to know how accomplished her Emerson was. As for her 2 Emersons, both were hefty and one would look at Randy with extremely disgusting eyes whenever he saw her. "You, little tramp, my Emerson makes money, not scavenges for supplies. Look at you, you must have slept your way into this nice house. My family earns honestly, unlike trash like you. People like you always end badly," the Dora snapped back, clearly upset. Upon hearing this, Randy's eyes narrowed as she approached. "Repeat what you just said." Seeing Randy coming closer with a menacing look, full of murderous intent, the Dora was suddenly scared but stubbornly insisted, "I didn't say anything wrong. How could a little Lynn like you afford this place?" Suddenly, Randy grabbed her neck and tightened her grip while whispering, almost demonic-like, "I am generally kind-hearted and prefer giving choices. Since you insulted me today, I won't kill you, giving you this chance. But if you provoke me again, I wouldn't mind reducing your family size to 4, maybe then the supplies will suffice." Seeing the woman's face turning purple, Randy smiled and slowly let go. This useless fool had already lost control over her bladder and bowels. "Weren't you curious how I can afford to live here at such a young age? Maybe by killing and looting. You'd better keep your eyes open. Once on the ground, the Dora started coughing fiercely, too terrified to utter a word. This strength was beyond ordinary people. This devilish little wretch must be a demon. Ignoring her, Randy walked upstairs. There were many onlookers in the building, but they dispersed as soon as they saw her. To deal with such flies, some violent means were necessary, otherwise, they wouldn't stop buzzing incessantly. Maurice's show of force today had been seen by many, which should deter anyone from causing trouble for a while. Once home, little Manya rushed over, and Randy picked her up. Such a good baby of Mommy's, why are you heavier? Beth can barely carry you. Meow. The kitten seemed to express dissatisfaction. Alright, Mommy shouldn't say that. Our little Manya is wonderful, eating so well and growing strong. Such a good baby. Meow. The kitten flipped over in her arms. This was more like it. After Randy returned home, she directly took out skewers, baked oysters, baked eggplants, and a baked pancake from her spatial storage. After resolving the trouble, it was time for a hearty meal. The barbecue washed down with beer left Randy fully satisfied. Then, she curled up on the sofa with the kitten to watch variety shows. Knock knock knock. Why was someone still knocking on the door without end? Life was too peaceful, someone always came to disturb. Randy this time brought along a hint of anger. From the monitor, she could see a Lynn in her 20s standing outside. Randy carefully recalled but didn't have much impression of her. She opened the door. What is it? I live on the 11th floor. These past couple of days, the hail has eased somewhat, and I saw many people going out and bringing back quite a bit of supplies. It just so happens that an Baylor on the 6th floor has a kayak. Since you're living alone, I thought, would you like to go out with me to find some supplies? The Lynn looked very friendly. Thank you for your offer, but I don't eat much. The supplies from the property management are enough for me, Randy declined. Alright, if you need anything, feel free to find me. The Lynn didn't insist further. At this moment, little Manya somehow squeezed through from behind and meowed. Randy knew that this cat usually didn't make a sound. When it did, it was mostly trying to express something. Little Manya, you want me to go out? Meow. Little Manya called again and took a few steps toward the door. Although Randy didn't know why the cat wanted her to go out, after some consideration, she changed her mind. Hold on, Randy called out to the Lynn, I'll go with you tomorrow. The Lynn turned around, looking delighted. Great, then we'll meet at 7 a.m. tomorrow on the 2nd floor. Chapter 10. Supermarket shopping at zero cost. The alarm rang at 6:30 in the morning, and Randy immediately got up from bed. She noticed that Manya had woken up even earlier, staring at her with its bright, round eyes. Randy first washed up thoroughly and applied skincare products. Then she took 2 buns and a bowl of soy milk from her storage space, also adding more food for Manya. Just as she finished breakfast and was ready to change clothes to go out, Manya meowed and jumped into her arms. What a flexible fat cat this is. Do you want to come out with me? Manya clung tightly to Randy's clothes with its claws. But it's dangerous outside, there are big wolves that eat little kittens. Randy tried to scare it off. It seemed that Manya understood her words and meowed again. More Plus, Randy put Manya in a backpack and wore it on her front. When she reached the 2nd floor, everyone else had already gathered. There were 6 people in total, including Randy and the Lynn, a couple, and 2 sturdy-looking men. Since everyone is here, let's get on the boat quickly. All the nearby supermarkets have been looted, so we'll try our luck at a department store in the city center, said Edward. It's still dangerous outside, follow my instructions once we go out, Edward added, looking a bit serious. Everyone nodded. I'm Natalia, what's your name? The Lynn introduced herself to Randy as soon as they got on the boat. Randy replied indifferently. At this moment, Manya couldn't stand being quiet anymore and poked its head out of the bag. Natalia exclaimed in surprise. You actually brought your cat along. Sorry, my cat gets stressed easily, and I can't leave it alone at home. Oh, I see. Natalia understood why Randy had refused her the first time. It was because of the cat. It was still raining, and they needed to continuously bail water out of the inflatable boat. They encountered several other boats along the way, but everyone remained cautious and kept their distance. The journey was relatively smooth, and they safely arrived at the department store. After mooring the boat in a safe spot, Edward turned around and said, once inside, split up to look for supplies. You have 1 hour, meet back here by then. No excuses. Randy glanced at her watch, which read 7:40. They had to be back by 8:40. Understanding the urgency, she entered the mall immediately. The couple seemed to find it fun and laughed all the way, not hurrying to gather supplies but browsing leisurely. Natalia, on the other hand, followed Randy wherever she went. Feeling helpless, Randy wondered how she could manage Manya with someone trailing behind her. Go find your own supplies, I don't need any food, Randy suggested. Oh, all right. I thought it would be safer if we stayed together, Natalia replied. Go with Edward, he seems reliable. Randy sighed inwardly, knowing that accepting others' kindness in this world could be a burden. All right, shout if you're in danger, Natalia advised. Randy pondered whether Natalia was naively kind or just foolish. Shouting loudly in such an environment was inviting death. She sighed quietly. After Natalia left, Randy took Manya out of the bag. Disdaining the dirty floor, Manya refused to step down until Randy wrapped its paws with tissues. As soon as Manya touched the ground, it dashed forward. Following closely, Randy led them to a jewelry store. Good job, Manya. It led her to a zero-cost shopping spree. Surprisingly, as she approached the precious metals and jewels, her bracelet started glowing brighter. The closer she got, the more valuable the items, and the brighter the bracelet shone. Randy didn't hesitate. These jewels wouldn't do much good for anyone else compared to food and daily necessities. She smashed the glass case with a water pressure formed by her right hand. A dazzling array of colorful jewels and exquisite jade lay before her. Clearly, the initial chaos hadn't affected the integrity of these items yet. Without a second thought, Randy collected everything. Marisa energy bars filled up repeatedly in the storage space, spreading energy throughout her body. However, she couldn't check the results now and absorbed everything hurriedly, planning to verify later. Seeing Randy clear out the display cases, Manya darted away again. Following it, they reached the inner hall of the jewelry store, which held even more valuable items. She collected those too. Then Manya meowed towards a wall. Randy felt her spiritual power surge dramatically, marking a qualitative leap. Not only did the detection range double, but the detected content also became richer. There should be a small space inside this wall, probably an embedded safe. She found the combination lock but was puzzled. Just then, Manya meowed and jumped onto Randy, tapping her head with its little paw. This tap made Randy suddenly realize. Of course, her senses were far superior to ordinary people. She could identify the subtle changes in holes by listening carefully. Randy pressed her ear against the wall and felt carefully, quickly opening the cabinet. If the jewelry outside was considered as petty treasure, what was inside this cabinet truly belonged to the royalty. Randy scooped everything into her storage space without lingering. After coming out, Randy checked her watch, which read 8:07. She still had time. She remembered there was a gold shop on the first floor of this department store, but she didn't know if it had been flooded. She would go down to check. She put the kitten back into the backpack. Now knowing Manya's objective, she no longer needed it to lead the way. Randy directly descended from the second floor using a rope to the first floor. Due to the mall's good airtightness, the water accumulation on the first floor was minimal. The first floor was pitch dark, and it was unknown whether anyone had come here before. She rapidly expanded her spiritual probing, sensing 2 people, but they were far away from her position, so she wasn't worried for now. However, she still needed to act swiftly, as quite a few people had come to this department store today. Since entering, she had sensed at least 8 people. With the help of her bracelet, she quickly found the gold shop, another wave of cost-free shopping spree, inside and outside halls, even leaving nothing inside the safe. After loading up, she immediately fled, hiding herself well, completely undetected by others. Returning to the second floor, the clock pointed to 8:25. Randy used the jade bracelet to sense again and, upon confirming that there were no more valuable jewels in the store, finally heaved a sigh of relief. Chapter 11, Sudden Storm Encounter. Since it was a 0 yuan purchase, not taking would be foolish. The mall had many luxury stores where items previously exorbitantly priced before the apocalypse now held no value. She started sweeping through clothing stores, gathering all the designer clothes into her space storage, even including handbags. However, she didn't plan to take anything from the supermarket. Too many people were out searching for supplies these days, and she didn't want to deprive others of their means to live. Randy couldn't help praising herself inwardly for being such a kind-hearted beauty. Randy glanced at her watch. It was about time. To avoid drawing attention, she grabbed a few essentials from the shelves and put them in her backpack, grabbing a bag of rice and a pack of noodles on the way to the meeting spot. Others arrived one after another. However, as the meeting time approached, the couple still hadn't come out. Randy looked up at the sky. Dark clouds gathered like ink, suffocating, with no trace of sunlight, casting a dim grey over the wilderness. A sudden strong sense of unease surged in her heart. Let's go without them, Randy decided instantly. The 2 men agreed, urging everyone to get on the boat quickly. Just as they were about to board, Natalia suddenly stopped them. How can we leave them? They will die if left behind. Randy cursed silently, realizing why she always found Natalia so naive and foolish. She pushed Natalia aside and told the others, get on the boat immediately. The other 2 ignored Natalia and boarded the boat to leave. But Natalia clung stubbornly to the boat's rope, saying, we came together, and we should go back together. Randy glanced at the sky again. She couldn't bear this any longer. If she didn't knock this saint out, everyone would die here. She had a premonition that a storm was coming. By then, the water began to ripple, and the air felt overly dry. Strange noises echoed from the distance, like the city letting out a hoarse growl. Just as Randy was about to deal with Natalia, the couple finally showed up. One of the men scolded them, do you want to die? Wasting an hour dilly-dallying as if it were pre-apocalypse shopping. Rain was already intensifying. Randy immediately said to them, get on the boat now if you don't want to die, and don't drag everyone down with you. The man tried to argue but was pulled by the woman and eventually prepared to board. Seeing the slow duo climb aboard, Randy stood up and roughly pulled them into the boat, heads first. Seeing Natalia still standing foolishly on the shore, she yanked her into the boat headfirst as well. The man immediately started the boat and gave Randy a thumbs up. Natalia, mouthful of mud and water, struggled up and yelled, Randy, I kindly called you to gather supplies, and this is how you treat me. The couple also began shouting, making the boat chaotic. Anyone who keeps talking will have to get off, the man suddenly roared, silencing everyone. Randy didn't care what they thought, not bothering to acknowledge them. She focused on the water's movement. The rain grew heavier, accompanied by fierce winds, causing the small boat to sway more violently. Row together if you don't want to die, Randy shouted. Realizing something was wrong, the other 3 began rowing. Suddenly, Randy sensed something amiss. A tornado with a tidal surge was heading toward them. Keep rowing harder, she urged everyone. We're already rowing hard, the water seems calm despite the heavy rain. Why are you so anxious? The boy from the couple protested, still upset about Randy pulling him into the boat. At this point, Randy could barely resist the urge to throw this guy off the boat. Big brother, a tornado is coming. The man understood. This was originally an electric paddle boat, but the paddle had been jammed by something, forcing them to row manually. Both men were now putting in their best effort. Suddenly, Natalia screamed, "Look over there." In the distance, a huge black water column stretched between the sky and water, rapidly approaching, churning up the surface. "It's a tornado," someone exclaimed. They were still over 100 meters away from the residential gate, and the tornado was fast. Within 10 minutes, they would be engulfed. Everyone stopped complaining and rowed desperately. Then, Randy noticed a car in the water headed straight for the boat. There was no time to waste, it was time to use her powers and test the absorption results. She glanced at the people immersed in rowing and slowly stirred the water with her hand. A considerable shockwave quickly formed in the water, pushing the small car towards the opposite direction with great force. With the counterforce, the boat quickly entered the residential area. The strength looked significant, but it was not yet at her limit. The place where Randy lived was still some distance from the residential gate. She once again used her powers, forming a more powerful shockwave than before and pushing backward. The boat moved forward a large distance, nearly crashing into the building beside them. Seemed like the power had increased quite a bit, Randy thought, as she hadn't even exerted much effort yet. The tornado was still ravaging, growing bigger and faster. As soon as the boat docked, they hurriedly threw the supplies into the building, then started climbing through the windows. At this moment, Natalia was surprisingly quick, easily getting up first. Then came the burly man, followed by the couple, and finally Randy. By the time they were helping the older man up, the tornado was very close. Randy and the burly man each grabbed one of the older man's hands, dragging him inside. The tornado raged past the residential area, its shockwave shattering the small boat into pieces. Everyone felt a joy of surviving a disaster. Inside the building, watching the three people gasping on the ground, Randy's anger hadn't dissipated. She grabbed the three and slapped each one, leaving them dazed and speechless, unable to utter a word. After the slaps, Randy was still not satisfied and gave each of them a harsh kick, which made her feel slightly better. "That Lynn, you sure have a lot of strength," the older man, who was pulled in, greeted nervously. "I'm Mickey, thanks for your help earlier." "Randy, no need to thank me," Randy smiled slightly, as if having split personalities. When she looked at those three again, her eyes glinted menacingly. "You're thanking her? She's so vicious. It's because of her that we three almost got left behind at the mall. And now she's hitting us," Natalia muttered. Randy rolled her eyes. Natalia was truly stupid beyond words. Chapter 12, Alienation Upgrade. Randy didn't hold back and started scolding her. "You sure have some nerve, showing such a big face. You might feel like you're being a good Samaritan, but you're dragging the whole ship with you to death. To say you're malicious, I can't even compare. Do you really think you're the heroine in the apocalypse? People like you wouldn't survive out there for long. And you want to report it to the police? They're all busy, who cares about you, really thinking you're a princess? And you too, damn, it's like you've never seen a mall before. What are you browsing? I'm not your parents, why should I wait for you? You two are like grown babies." The couple knew they were in the wrong. The boy wanted to retort but was pulled upstairs by the Lynn. Natalia was already crying uncontrollably. Randy found it unlucky seeing her like that, rolled her eyes, and prepared to go upstairs. Randy had seen many people like Natalia before. They believed they were the only most kind-hearted flower in the world, expecting others to respond to their kindness. Such people had an overly strong sense of morality and worldview, pointing fingers at others, believing no one was as kind as them, thinking they were morally superior. In her previous life, she encountered quite a few of these so-called saints in the base, causing plenty of trouble. The problem was that they were hard to identify as they acted friendlier and more understanding than anyone else, looking like good people to anyone, but when danger struck, they revealed how disgusting they truly were. Indeed, the saying "kill the saint first" during the apocalypse held true wisdom. "Randy, you wicked woman, you will surely die miserably," Natalia cursed from behind. Maurice hearing this, Randy was momentarily stunned. Natalia inadvertently said something right, she did indeed die miserably in her past life. Seeing Natalia glaring at her with hatred, Randy couldn't help but find it amusing. She responded, "A miserable death is better than dying early." Natalia, enraged but unable to counter, could only watch hatefully as Randy walked away. After venting and yelling, Randy felt much better. Having worked hard all day, she decided to just eat some ready-made meals. Accompanied by golden soup with beef and oyster sauce with lettuce, she ate 2 bowls of rice. After feeding herself and her cat, Randy planned to take a bath. She filled a small basin with hot water from her space, put Alia in it. Initially, the little guy wasn't used to the water, but soon he enjoyed it immensely, leaning against the edge of the basin, comfortably swaying his tail. After washing Alia, Randy dried him with a hairdryer and let him play in the bedroom. Having washed the cat, it was now her turn. After years of struggle in the apocalypse, Randy's bathing speed was quick, usually done in 5 minutes. But today she decided to soak in the tub leisurely. She soaked for about half an hour, feeling completely refreshed and rid of all fatigue. She packed up the dirty clothes, changed into comfortable pajamas. With the room warmed by a heater and a warm electric blanket, Randy found a cozy position to read on her phone. Phone signals were long gone, probably only military and dedicated lines were still functional, so playing on her phone meant reading novels. The next day, Randy woke up early. Maurice's task for the day was to determine her current limits, knowing her boundaries would aid her in escaping danger. Randy emptied her mind and released all her mental energy, continuously expanding it until she reached a kilometer radius. She tried controlling people but found her influence too weak, barely affecting animals. However, she managed to guide the dog upstairs to a specific location, a significant breakthrough. Randy suddenly wondered if she could use her mental energy to sense Alia. Upon touching Alia's mind, she felt a strong suction pulling her mental energy, followed by a strange sensation, feeling as if she and Alia shared the same breath and heartbeat. Instantly, various unfamiliar emotions flooded her. Then, she discovered that Alia had entered her space. Did she just bind her mental space with Alia's? She thought more about it, finding Alia increasingly extraordinary. Then she entered the space herself. Inside the space, Alia moved freely without any restrictions. It was calmer than expected, walking slowly around, examining its territory, albeit a bit chubby, but still looking cool. Randy's heart stirred slightly as Alia was teleported out again, looking lively and unaffected. This was absolutely fantastic, now she could bring Alia anywhere with her. Randy felt elated. She then began to experiment with the water element. She hadn't realized it until now, but once she did, she was startled by what she discovered. Compared to the gradual improvement of her mental power, her control over water was a quantum leap forward. She could feel the abundant water elements inside and outside her body pulsing vigorously, as if re-immersionating with water itself. Every breath she took seemed to amplify her control. Freshwater resources might be limited, but water in general was infinite, and so too did she feel her strength was boundless. She deliberately expanded her control, manipulating various shapes and forms of water effortlessly. She even sensed that she could draw a massive water column from the water outside her window. Recalling the shockwave she had previously summoned, she realized that apart from water manipulation, she must have awakened other abilities. Randy quietly formed another shockwave in her palm. As she rotated her hand, this wave released immense energy, confirming that she could condense energy into a physical form. Randy was now incredibly excited but wanted to try more. What about fire? She gave it a shot, but it didn't work. She tried electricity next, but that also failed. Then she attempted earth, which was equally futile. Alright, maybe I'm just being too greedy. She looked down at the bracelet on her wrist, feeling puzzled. How did her parents obtain this bracelet? She didn't even know where they had gone all those years ago or why the plane crashed. In her previous life, she had never noticed this bracelet, feeling as though she had lived without truly living. Did her parents know something? Reflecting on her past life, everything still seemed shrouded in mystery. However, she had a premonition that everything was interconnected, like the butterfly effect. Ultimately, one day, the truth would emerge from the fog. She would live well and uncover the truth. Chapter 13, Encounter with a Mysterious Parmesan. The storm raged for 3 days without any sign of stopping, leaving the entire building trembling in the gale. Fewer and fewer households kept their lights on at night. With the cover of darkness, wickedness was secretly brewing. Night after night, the piercing cries for help would pierce through the sky, followed by either laughter and curses or the sound of heavy objects hitting water. The swift current undoubtedly concealed countless bodies. As the rescue efforts proceeded slowly, the old social order quietly disintegrated, giving way to an entirely new one. People increasingly reverted to their instincts, no longer relying on government rescue operations. Human primitive nature gradually surfaced, tearing away the moral veneer of the old society, revealing its ugliness. Finally, the howling of the storm lessened. Randy decided to venture out once again. Precious jewelry was always better when abundant. Taking advantage of the deep night, Randy put Alia into her space and wrapped herself thoroughly before silently descending the stairs. She had an inflatable kayak in her space, so travel wasn't a problem. Checking the electronic map, she headed towards the most expensive mall first, the former No. 1 mall in City A, which should house several high-end jewelry stores. It took roughly an hour from the residential area to the mall, plus the resistance of the water, about 1.5 hours in total. Thanks to her mental detection, Randy managed to avoid large groups, ensuring a relatively peaceful journey. Surprisingly, more people were out at night than during the day, leading Randy to sigh inwardly while detecting them. Maurice's water ability now worked perfectly. She placed her hand on the surface, gradually propelling the boat using the water's reactive force, which was much faster than paddling manually. Though the kayak could be motorized, it was too noisy. Nobody in their right mind would use the electric mode at night. Just as Randy was thinking this, a fool seemed to be heading her way. She sensed only one parmesan on that boat. Did this parmesan want to die too soon? Randy originally intended to ignore him but found he was persistently approaching her direction. So she changed course to leave via another route. One parmesan wouldn't be hard to deal with, but such conspicuous behavior could attract others, potentially leading to trouble. The rest of the journey went smoothly, and Randy easily avoided others, arriving at the mall. After getting onto the platform, she first stored the kayak back in her space, then erased all traces of her landing before turning into the mall. With her bracelet sensing ability, Randy emptied 3 stores in succession. As her abilities continued to improve, her detection range expanded. Preparing to continue sweeping the upper floors, she sensed that the man who had been using the electric kayak was also heading towards the mall. Absorbed in her looting, she nearly missed his approach. This man moved quickly, reaching the mall shortly after. A fleeting thought crossed Randy's mind, and she nimbly hid in a blind spot, waiting for the man to pass before continuing. The footsteps drew closer, indicating a robust heart rate, an obvious threat. Randy formed a ball of water in her hand, transforming it into an ice ball. From her vantage point, she could see outside, but outsiders couldn't see in unless they came close enough to notice. As the footsteps neared, Randy grew more alert. Finally, the steps approached closely, passing by her, a figure over 185 centimeters tall, dressed in what looked like combat gear. The man's physique was tall and straight, with perfect proportions, long legs, slim waist, broad shoulders. Even among models, his build would be top tier. Fortunately, the man merely passed by without noticing her. Randy watched as the man left, confirming he was far enough away before letting out a long breath. Considering his physique, he didn't seem foolish enough to think sound wouldn't attract bandits. Thus, there must have been another Rear Emerson. He might possess absolute strength and deliberately made noise. Still puzzled by the man's intention, Randy shrugged off her confusion and resumed her looting mission, but this time she released her mental energy continuously, staying far away from wherever the man appeared. With her abilities growing, Randy could sense where jewelry was located without relying on the bracelet. Thinking she had absorbed everything and was ready to leave, she noticed the bracelet suddenly glowing brightly, indicating strong energy fluctuations on the top floor. Coincidentally, the man was also on the top floor. Randy would not act rashly without gauging his strength. After all, she had already collected over 100 kilograms of jewelry this time, which was quite a substantial haul. She wasn't greedy, but the place with energy fluctuations did pique her curiosity. In all the jewelry she had detected, none had such strong energy as on the top floor. She suddenly recalled that there was a jade store on the top floor. Could it be because of the jade? Randy changed her mind instantly, deciding to go up and check. She certainly didn't want to regret not taking more when she got back home. At this moment, Randy sensed that the man was heading downstairs, suggesting he had obtained what he came for. She avoided him and watched as he boarded his boat before making her way to the top floor. But the higher she went, the more she felt something was off. The energy fluctuation was clearly not as strong as before. Could it be that the man had taken whatever was causing the fluctuations? That was impossible. If he had taken anything, she would have detected it, unless... Upon reaching the top floor, Randy easily found the jade store. The glass door had been broken open, but she couldn't be sure if it was done by the man. The bracelet was still glowing, but not as brightly. Randy braced herself for the possibility that most of the jade had been taken. However, to her surprise, everything in the showroom remained intact, neatly arranged in the glass cabinets. This was strange. Someone had broken in but hadn't taken anything. Chapter 14, Encounter on the Way Back. Randy's heart stirred. With a grand sweep of her hand, all the jade and stones in the showroom were absorbed by her. After securing these items, Randy attempted to explore whether there were any other spaces in this shop. She used her mental power to sense the surroundings. This time, it felt even more exquisite, indicating another level up. She silently mused about getting a device to measure levels so she could observe changes anytime. Maurice's mental power flowed unobstructed through every corner of the building except for one wall. No matter how much energy she exerted, she couldn't penetrate it. Walking toward the wall, she found a keyhole with her hands. Trying the old method, Randy found the wall too thick, and her current mental power and sensitivity weren't enough to probe its internal mechanisms. The bracelet also showed no signs of light. What could be behind this wall? Why would someone break in but ignore the display cases, and what about that peculiar man? This got Randy thinking. Suddenly, she recalled something from her past life, a stone called pristine stone, highly valued among superhumans. Even a small piece could significantly boost one's abilities. In her past life, Randy worked tirelessly in the Federation, earning only grain-sized pieces of pristine stone each month. Could this energy fluctuation come from pristine stones? This explained things well. However, if true, breaking down the wall might prove futile. Meanwhile, several miles away on a rooftop, a team in combat gear emerged from a helicopter. The leader, standing tall, instructed, "The commander has retrieved what the professor wanted and is on his way here. Move fast, rescue the target upon locating them, and return within an hour." Everyone nodded and dispersed into the night. The return journey was eerily quiet compared to the trip here. Even with full force detection, Randy found few living beings. She reduced her range, continuously using mental detection, though it wasn't sustainable at her current level. Just as Randy thought her journey would be smooth sailing, she encountered a group. She sensed a sizable boat, like a fishing vessel, with about 8 people aboard. 5 had strong heartbeats, while 3 were weak, seemingly on the brink of death. Unwilling to meddle, Randy decided to steer clear. Unexpectedly, Manya jumped out of her space. Astonished, Randy realized the cat moved freely within her space. Manya meowed at her. Curious, she noticed the jade bracelet faintly glowing. Perhaps something valuable was on that boat. Deciding to wait, she let the boat approach. "Boss, those women in the rear seem close to death," said a square-faced Elwood on the fishing boat. The leader, around 40, unremarkable in appearance, slapped the youth's head fiercely. "You damn fool, you pushed too far. Feed them water before they die." The youth hurried off. Once he left, the Clifton rose in the dark. A dirty dog, unidentifiable by breed, whined softly. The man threw raw meat-like food to the tethered dog, which refused to eat after sniffing it. Furious, the man growled, "Starve you until tomorrow when I'll cook you." Maurice slammed the door and went to relieve himself. Finishing quickly, he turned to leave but heard a faint noise on the water. Narrowing his eyes, he saw a small boat drifting over, with a woman aboard. "Sir, it's too dark at night, and I can't find my way back. Can you help me?" the woman asked sweetly. His heart leaped. Another easy catch, and this one seemed high quality. "Sure, little sister, are you alone?" he replied, trying to sound gentle. "Yes, I was so hungry at home that I decided to come out and see if I could get lucky, but unexpectedly got lost in the dark." The Lin's voice was very pleasant, like strings of a lute continuously teasing the heartstrings. The man, just listening to the Lin's voice, felt his excitement rise, imagining how delightful it would be once he got her. Maurice hurriedly said, "Come on board then, I'll take you home." "Really? Thank you so much, you're truly a good Parmesan," the Lin said while getting onto the boat with the man's help. Once Randy was on board, the man said he would fetch some water for her. Randy sneered inwardly but said aloud, "Thanks, big brother." The man quickly turned around to go to the back of the boat, but Randy didn't give him the chance. She struck an ice needle directly into his skull, and he collapsed without making a sound. Randy rushed forward, preventing him from hitting the ground with a thud. Blood gushed from the back of his head, and she wiped her hands in disgust, then followed the sounds towards the cabin. Randy heard the curses of the men mixed with the sobs and pleas of the Lins inside the cabin. At this moment, a 200-kilogram giant came out of the cabin, staggering as if drunk. Randy moved like a ghost, circling behind him and cutting his throat with an ice knife. Standing at 170 centimeters tall, Randy wore shoes that brought her up to 172 centimeters, so slicing the throat from behind was not difficult for her. "Why hasn't the fatty come back after going to pee?" a voice from the cabin asked. "You should check, maybe he fell into the water while drunk," the square-faced youth nudged another man. That man cursed unhappily as he walked out. Upon seeing the fat man lying on the ground, he went over to scold, "Are you a pig? You can sleep anywhere, get up now." After cursing a few more times and receiving no response, he knelt down and, in the moonlight, saw the blood gushing from the man's throat, immediately causing him to fall back in terror. "Mauricelp, help! Gerardo, Jorge," he screamed in panic. Randy didn't give him the chance to run back. Another ice needle struck him straight between the eyes. Chapter 15, Encounter with the Raw Stone again. By the time the two men in the cabin ran out, there were already 3 bodies on the boat. The square-faced man's heart was filled with alarm. This was an ambush. Maurice immediately gestured to his accomplice to grab a shovel, while he picked up a sickle. "Mauricello there." A slim young Lin waved at them from the deck. "I'm a bit lost on this boat. Could you help me?" Suspicious of the unusual situation, Jorge knew this Lin wasn't ordinary and did not lower his guard. Maurice gripped the sickle tightly in his hand. The Lin seemed unafraid of the weapon in his hand and slowly approached him. Maurice took the opportunity and swung the sickle down, but the Lin nimbly dodged it. In a flash, she was right next to him, disarming him in the blink of an eye. Then came an elbow strike that made his nose bleed profusely. Maurice's legs didn't stop either. Her left leg kicked away the other Parmesan's shovel, and with a powerful twist using both legs around his head, the man was dead instantly. Who are you?" Jorge trembled all over. The Lin moved closer again, and before he knew it, something in her hand scraped his skin. Instantly, his limbs felt numb, and he collapsed onto the ground. Indeed, cutting the tendons in the hands and feet is quite interesting, Randy thought to herself. "I'm just a little Lin who got lost." Randy smiled sweetly as she slit his throat with a knife. After disposing of the scum, Randy entered the inner cabin. As soon as she went in, the foul smell almost made her retch. She put on a mask from her spatial bag before proceeding further. At first glance, she noticed 3 Lins lying on the floor. One was already dead, and the other 2, though still breathing, looked completely dejected, waiting for death. In the apocalypse, those without the ability to protect themselves, especially women and children, would often become victims of thugs. Although Randy didn't consider herself a good Parmesan, she could never do such vile deeds as killing and robbing. These scoundrels deserved to die 10,000 times over. She untied the ropes from the Lins and said, "Those people are dead. You can use this boat now. Stay alive." There was no life left in the Lins' eyes, and it took a long time before they regained a bit of clarity. She couldn't be their savior. Whether they could survive depended on themselves. Randy's bracelet kept glowing. Since it wasn't outside, it must be in the inner cabin. With this thought, she quickly set off to investigate. She found it strange why her bracelet could detect something while she couldn't feel it herself. There could only be one possibility, and at this realization, Randy felt a stirring excitement. Pushing open a door, she saw stacks of supplies inside, likely gathered from various raids. Randy didn't touch the supplies but focused on what she needed. As she approached a box, her jade bracelet suddenly lit up. She decisively opened the box, and among a pile of junk, a few unremarkable stones caught her attention. They were about the size of a baby's fist, grey and dusty, something an ordinary Parmesan wouldn't even glance at. But Randy's eyes lit up with excitement. Sure enough, these were raw stones. Still wrapped in their original layers, she might not have recognized them if she hadn't seen them before in her past life. No wonder she couldn't sense them. These treasures were raw stones. Randy didn't dare absorb them casually and carefully wrapped them in cloth, placing them in her backpack. Before leaving, she noticed a gun on the table, considered it for a moment, and decided to take it along. The 3 Lins were still lying there. Randy initially had no intention of caring more, but after some thought, she squatted down and spoke to them word by word, Is it because you're Lins that you deserve to be bullied in the apocalypse? Everyone only has one life. If someone dares to come at me, I will fight until one of us dies. The end times are about survival of the fittest. If you aren't strong, everyone will trample you. Even with just a kitchen knife, you must be willing to cut off their leg or arm if someone bullies you. Without any weapons, you should bite off their ears or tongue, poke out their eyes. Understand? No one had ever told her this when she was young, leading her down many wrong paths. If someone had said these words to her in the dark, it would have been the brightest light in her dim life. A glimmer of hope gradually returned to the Lin's eyes, no longer looking as dead as before. Having lived 2 lifetimes, Randy had seen too many women struggle, children forced into labor, the elderly abandoned to die, and highborns slaughtering commoners. This world was inherently unfair. The only paremison you can rely on is yourself. When Randy returned home, it was already faintly light outside. She decided to wait until breakfast before sleeping. She used this time to study the raw stones. She took the raw stone out of her backpack and tried to probe it with her mental power. As soon as she touched it, she felt as if the raw stone contained an abyss, harboring boundless energy. The energy contained in the raw stone was much higher and purer than that of ordinary jewelry. With the raw stone, she no longer needed to exhaust herself absorbing jewelry. However, in her previous life, she had never absorbed such a large raw stone at once. She heard that each mutant had an absorption limit. Without knowing her own limit, she would not actively absorb it. She hadn't tested the results of the last absorption yet. Thinking of this, Randy entered an introspective state again. A cool sensation rushed into her mind, and her mental power spread uncontrollably. She was surprised to find that her detection range had expanded 3 to 4 times more than before, with endless energy flowing from her mind to every part of her body. She tried once again to establish a mental connection with Manya. This time, she could accurately understand what Manya meant. Meow meow meow. The master is so cute. Meow meow. Dried fish is really delicious. I hope I can eat more every day. Meow 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 meow. This owner probably doesn't know that I actually have combat abilities, does she? Annoying, being underestimated. Manya has combat abilities. That's quite a surprising discovery. Randy patted Manya's head. Meow. Manya tilted its head. This mental connection was one way, she could know what Manya was thinking, but Manya couldn't know hers. However, what Manya just said made Randy fall into deep thought. How many secrets did this little creature have that she didn't know? Chapter 16, Encountering the Flood. Randy's mental power had not only expanded in range but also increased in intensity, allowing her to conduct long-distance mental probes for extended periods. She wanted to try controlling other people's minds and was pleasantly surprised to find that she could implant simple instructions into some elderly individuals, like making them drink water or sit down. This discovery thrilled Randy beyond words. The changes were incredibly exciting, and she felt certain that continued mutation would be of great use. The property management hadn't distributed supplies for a long time, and the government kept emphasizing that the base was nearly complete, urging everyone to stay calm and wait for rescue. However, people knew all too well that if they solely relied on government assistance, they might not survive long enough. Occasionally, storms and tornadoes raged outside. Many families who had no food and dared not venture out to look for supplies began turning to their neighbors within the same building. Randy often heard cries from people in the building. This scenario was playing out across the country. Fortunately, no one dared to provoke her, or else she wouldn't have hesitated to deal with them. During these days, Randy went to bed early and woke up early, exercising regularly. Occasionally, she would go out to search for primordial stones, suspecting that only a small number of people knew about their significance. Since her bracelet could help, she naturally sought them out. Luckily, she managed to find a few more. Each night, she slept holding the primordial stones, almost bursting with excitement. Everything had been going smoothly lately, and even dealing with scum wasn't much of a challenge. However, Randy knew that compared to nature, those scumbags weren't worth fearing. The true threats humanity should dread lay ahead. When unexpected events occur, it usually means something worse is about to happen. On this day, Randy's eyelids started twitching in the morning, a sensation that persisted until noon when a wave of dizziness hit her. At first, she didn't react, but when she saw the lights shaking, her first thought was that an earthquake was happening. But the tremors weren't strong and soon stopped, leaving her with an overwhelming sense of unease. Less than 2 minutes after the tremors ceased, a stronger shake came, accompanied by loud noises. It wasn't an earthquake. Randy immediately realized this. Looking out the window, she saw a massive wall of water slowly rising in the distance, carrying large structures toward the city with immense pressure. The dam had collapsed. Yet, in her previous life, this incident never occurred, suggesting that not everything in this rebirth would follow the original timeline. Randy lived in City A, deep inland, away from coastal areas prone to tsunamis. However, the city had reservoirs, being home to one of China's 3 major freshwater lakes, ranking 3rd in groundwater extraction and 2nd in water supply. The city boasted dozens of large and small reservoirs. Randy quickly changed into waterproof gear, swept everything in her home into her spatial bag, grabbed Manya, and tossed her into the backpack. Whether Manya entered the spatial world depended on her own decision. As for why Randy didn't enter herself, it was because she enjoyed the intense fear, almost having a masochistic inclination. Rushing to the rooftop, she noticed many others heading upward. Clearly, quite a few people had survived. The floodwaters were closing in, with the water level continuously rising. It seemed that all the dams had collapsed simultaneously. People outside occasionally screamed or cried, but the sounds were drowned out by the roar of water. For a moment, humans seemed as insignificant as ants, and wherever the wall of water passed, it turned everything into hell. Randy spotted the couple she had seen before and Natalia, along with what appeared to be her father and younger brother. As for Natalia's Ren, her whereabouts were too painful to ponder. People rushed to the roof, and initially, residents on the 18th floor refused to open the fire escape. Eventually, it was Fern and Mickey who slashed through the chain with a knife, allowing everyone to reach the roof. Estimating the flood's height, Randy figured it would submerge floors 11 and 12, so the height was less of a concern for now. However, the debris carried by the flood posed a significant threat if it collided with buildings, potentially causing multiple impacts. The storm seemed to amplify the flood's fury, and many people were already shivering with blue lips. Thankfully, she had put on full waterproof gear, though even then, she still felt the chill. Not just this building, but other rooftops in the neighborhood also held survivors, about 10 to 15 people each. More had survived than she expected. Suddenly, a thunderous crash echoed nearby. A mall had apparently been struck by something underwater and began collapsing to one side. The wreckage was then swept away by the water, smashing into another building. In a domino effect, 3 high-rise buildings had already collapsed. There were also many high-rise buildings that survived in the flood, but it was unknown how long they could resist. The lower ones had already disappeared. What do we do? I don't want to die yet, Elwood cried. Yeah, I'm so young and rich, why did this happen to me? Why is my life so miserable? Another woman sobbed. For a moment, it seemed as if everyone's emotions were stirred, and the cries rose and fell like waves. However, currently, the floodwaters surging toward them didn't carry large debris, which meant the building should withstand the impact of the flood. Before long, the flood finally swept into the neighborhood. With the force of the water pressure, the buildings shook but managed to stand firm. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief, but the next second, their smiles froze. Because the second wave of the flood was already brewing. This wave was significantly higher than the first one, likely reaching up to the 14th floor. Unfortunately, the favor of heaven only came once. This time, everyone clearly saw a dam structure rushing towards the building at a considerable speed. This time we're really going to die, Whale, why is our fate so bitter? The Lin in the couple cried. Yeah, the building on the left stood firm, and the people on top survived. Why are we so unlucky? Someone chimed in. Randy disagreed with these words. In the apocalypse, survival was a miracle, while death was a common occurrence. Chapter 17 Waiting for Rescue. Randy watched the scene indifferently. She was already prepared. If the building could not be held, she would immediately enter her space. This was why she had never been nervous from the start. For others, in her previous life, Randy had encountered too many cases of ingratitude and people turning on their benefactors. Therefore, this time around, she chose to focus on herself. Occasionally, when she felt like it, she might lend a hand, but among these people, only Mickey was someone she somewhat respected, someone she could possibly help when needed. It seemed their prayers had some effect. The structure was struck by something in the water and its speed slowed down, but its direction did not change. It was Bailara whether this building could withstand it. Perhaps it was because she had experienced so much, or perhaps for other Rhea Emersons, Randy actually felt a hint of excitement. She thought to herself, look, no matter how much humans evolve or how powerful their abilities become, in the face of nature, humans are always mere ants. The residents of this building were incredibly lucky, as luck came once more, and the floodwaters coming from another direction pushed the structure off its original trajectory. This building survived. Several people collapsed on the spot, filled with joy at having narrowly escaped death. Some cried and hugged their families, while others knelt and thanked heaven. Randy looked at the surging floodwaters, a barely noticeable smile curling at the corners of her lips. The floodwater had risen up to the 15th floor, making it uninhabitable. Suddenly, there was a cry from the crowd. Randy turned to see someone had collapsed due to hypothermia. With outdoor temperatures close to freezing, combined with relentless storms and extreme tension, some people had simply succumbed. Mickey was quite kind-hearted. Maurice helped the family carry the unconscious Emerson inside and took the initiative to discuss with the residents above the 15th floor about accommodating everyone. Currently, floors 16, 17, and 18 were still habitable, though only the 17th floor was empty, while the residents of the 16th and 18th floors refused to accommodate new arrivals. Randy found the reaction of the residents on floors 16 and 18 perfectly understandable. With so many strangers entering their homes, their safety couldn't be guaranteed, and the use of supplies would be a significant issue. For now, self-preservation was the wisest choice. After all, human nature was unpredictable. Now, 13 people were homeless. Randy glanced around and noticed the couple who had sought refuge at others' homes was gone. The nagging old woman, along with one other Emerson from her household, remained, but judging by her vigorous spirit and her ability to scold others, they hadn't suffered much from hunger. Without any other options, everyone crowded into the 16th floor. Fortunately, the apartment was spacious enough to accommodate them all, albeit under poor conditions. This family had likely moved away before the apocalypse, leaving behind few furnishings but thankfully some blankets which they shared. Randy declined Lynn's offer to share a blanket. She wasn't used to sharing things with others. Thanks to her ability, she quickly evaporated the moisture on her body, preventing her body temperature from dropping further. Residents of floors 16 and 18 weren't entirely heartless and sent over some clothes and food. They had done enough by providing supplies, but the old woman still complained endlessly. With so many people together, the air began to smell strange. Randy found a distant corner, sat down, and ate a protein bar. Maurice hearing the sound of Randy unwrapping her snack, everyone turned to look. Maurice, we were so panicked that we didn't even put on socks, unlike certain people who are neatly dressed and come prepared with food, the old woman said after insulting the residents of floors 16 and 18, clearly not satisfied. Maurice's comments were aimed at telling others that this young Lynn must have stockpiled supplies, explaining her calm demeanor. Sure enough, her words elicited various reactions. In the apocalypse, people usually helped each other, yet this Lynn was completely unknown, suggesting she was selfish. Why else? Like you, slow to react and wait to die. Randy ignored the gazes of others and retorted sharply, pulling out a large pack of dried fish from her bag and feeding it to Manya, which peeked out curiously. Manya had never entered her space, possibly because cats mimic their owners since Randy enjoyed spectating, so did her cat. The old woman wanted to say more but was interrupted by Mickey. Just save your energy. We don't even know if we can hold out until the rescue team arrives, Mickey said, silencing the crowd. Ibrahimdi, I'm cold too, Natalia suddenly cried. It turned out that her father had taken the blanket covering her to give it to her Emerson. Randy raised an eyebrow upon seeing this. No wonder Natalia was so used to pleasing others and had such high morals. Shut up, can't you see your brother's lips are almost turning blue from cold? Natalia's father said viciously. Randy looked at the rosy-cheeked little boy and couldn't help but scoff. The ever-righteous Natalia turned her head and said to Randy, what are you laughing at? We're still family after all, you wouldn't understand this kind of kinship. She was simply beyond saving. Randy didn't bother to argue further and replied, sure, I envy you so much. Satisfied with this response, Natalia turned back and managed to get a corner of the blanket. Miss Jiang, what should we do now? Mickey trusted this Lynn, based on her extraordinary courage and strong survival skills, which were enough to make people believe in her. Randy had already closed her eyes to rest. Maurice hearing Mickey's question, she replied, wait. In her previous life, Randy learned that before the apocalypse, the country had already notified various regions to build seed bases. Initially, only elites from different sectors were allowed in, but later, due to some unknown events, the policy was relaxed, allowing everyone to qualify for entry. However, the massive influx of refugees put immense pressure on the base operations. Later, new policies were introduced, requiring everyone to work in exchange for food, stabilizing the base operations. So, the bases had been built long ago, and the rescue efforts never stopped. They just weren't rescuing ordinary people. But recently, the national leadership underwent a complete overhaul, and this flood disaster made cities no longer suitable for human habitation. Rescue should be coming soon. Chapter 18 Entering the Base. Mickey saw that Randy was very calm, which helped him relax as well. That night, Randy did not sleep well. Throughout the night, people could be heard getting up, walking around, and there were occasional cries and curses. Finally, morning came. The group was awakened by the sound of helicopters. Randy rubbed her tired eyes, thinking they arrived quite quickly. Outside, a loudspeaker repeatedly announced, "We are the rescue team. Are there any survivors? If you are a survivor, mark your rooftop with colored flags and wait for rescue. Maurice helicopters will soon come to take everyone to the base." We are. Everyone was overjoyed. An old lady sprinted to the rooftop, while others followed closely, fearing to be left behind. Randy wasn't in a hurry. The first wave was only to inform them, the second wave would actually pick them up. She found an empty storage room and locked the door from inside. She took out a bowl of century egg and lean meat porridge and a tea egg, and fed Alia breakfast as well. After eating, Randy washed up briefly and returned to the living room. At this point, the living room was empty, as everyone had gone up to the roof waiting for rescue. Only then did Randy slowly go upstairs. After some time, more helicopters approached. The real rescue team had arrived. A military helicopter could only carry 8 people. As soon as one landed, everyone rushed towards it. No one wanted to be on the second trip. The young soldier maintained order, saying there was a seat for everyone, but no one listened. Seeing the helicopter almost lose balance, the young soldier almost drew his gun. Suddenly, a gunshot rang out. Everyone turned to see Randy holding a pistol, its barrel still smoking. This pistol she had confiscated from the Gang of 5. Traditional firearms were now ineffective against her due to her abilities, yet surprisingly useful here. "Anyone who pushes will get shot," she said coldly, her voice commanding respect. Immediately, everyone backed off, queuing orderly. 8 people boarded first. The young soldier gave Randy a grateful look. Many rescuers had been hurt due to the chaos. If everyone acted like Randy, their mission would be much easier. The second wave soon arrived. Again, the same young soldier smiled at her when Randy boarded. Randy just nodded. The helicopter flew for about half an hour. She saw a massive building nestled in the mountains, about 10 stadiums large. Just as in her memory from her previous life, the top of the base was semicircular, with 7 floors, 4 above ground and 3 below. Most civilians lived above ground, while researchers, military experts, and political leaders resided underground. The helicopter landed on a large helipad. The young soldier guided them to follow the signs as they hurried off to continue rescues. At this moment, Natalia approached again. "Randy, do you want to come with us? I feel sorry for you being alone." Randy sneered. She was speechless at Natalia's audacity, even after being bullied by her father. "No, I prefer being alone," Randy replied bluntly. A limb like you, once inside the base, is as good as dead, Natalia said, clearly upset. Ignoring her, Randy quickly joined the queue to receive her ID card. Armed soldiers guarded both sides of the queue, maintaining order. No one dared cut the line after witnessing a refugee being executed for attempting to do so. With order established, the queue moved swiftly, and Randy soon reached the entrance of the base. At the entrance, a man stood sideways, talking to someone nearby. Maurice caught Randy's attention because he was strikingly conspicuous. Nearly 6 feet tall, even with only a side profile visible, he looked chiseled, with long lashes and a high nose. His lowered gaze added an air of cold detachment. Many in the queue glanced at him, but Randy thought he seemed familiar without recalling where she had seen him. She pondered for a moment before letting it go. As Randy turned away, the man lifted his head and briefly met her gaze. Obtaining the ID card was quick, requiring only an identification number. With her card in hand, Randy officially entered the base. Only by standing in front of the building could one truly appreciate its scale. Compared to glimpsing it from the helicopter, being inside the base gave a real sense of its grandeur. Randy looked up at the spacious and lofty dome, and even though she had experienced this before, she couldn't help but marvel at the power of her country's infrastructure. Unlike the hell outside, this place was an entirely different scene. The lobby was spacious, bright, and clean, with fully intelligent management. What seemed commonplace before the apocalypse now felt like a lifetime ago for Randy. She suddenly felt something was off, but she couldn't pinpoint exactly what. Randy walked to the front desk and received a handbook for base residents, flipping through it casually. Suddenly, a line caught her attention. Base residents can earn contribution points by working or surrendering supplies, which can be used for expenses within the base. Each permission starts with 100 supply points. Please adapt to base life quickly and earn contribution points. Randy's heart skipped a beat as she finally realized what felt off. In her previous life, she entered the base through more twists and turns, without the rescue team. Instead, she found the place on her own with astonishing perseverance. By then, the base had already endured several rounds of riots, and only after she entered did they start implementing the policy of exchanging labor for contributions. In this life, she smoothly waited for the rescue and followed the rescue team into the base. Now, the planning, layout, and policies of the base were exactly the same as those in her previous late entry. This might prove that there were also reborn individuals among the base decision-makers, who had foreseen the disaster. Randy never believed that rebirth was her exclusive privilege. She had wondered if there were other reborn individuals but later thought that regardless of how many there were, since heaven gave her another chance, all she needed to do was seize it and live well. As for the reborn individual in the upper echelons, they were currently doing beneficial things for humanity, which was enough for now. The first thing to solve was the contribution point issue. She wasn't short of supplies. More receding to the supply exchange counter, Randy threw out a few kilograms of men's clothing. Fortunately, when she ransacked the mall, she took whatever she saw, including children's and men's clothes. A beep indicated that the contribution points had been successfully added. 5 kilograms of men's clothing only exchanged for 150 contribution points. It seemed that earning contribution points wouldn't be easy, so she needed to find another way. Chapter 19 Joining the Self-Rescue Team. Inside the base, 1 contribution point could be exchanged for a small bag of rice, enough to feed a permission for 3 days. If one wished to exchange for vegetables or meat, more contribution points would be needed. However, these foods were unnecessary for Randy, so the contribution points she earned only needed to be spent on housing. Ordinary refugees who entered the base were housed in large communal dormitories for free. If they required capsule rooms or single rooms, they would need to use contribution points for exchange. The exchange points for a capsule room were 30 per month, and for a single room, it was 80 per month. Currently, suites or larger rooms were only provided to scientific researchers, elites from various sectors, wealthy investors in the base, and military and political leaders, meaning the first batch of people who entered the base at the beginning of the apocalypse. These rooms were not yet available for external rental. Randy didn't hesitate to rent a single room for 2 months by paying 160 points directly. Looking at the remaining 90 contribution points in her card, she pondered silently that she needed to earn contribution points quickly. Suddenly, commotion arose from the crowd in the distance, and Randy looked over in that direction. The sounds came from the entrance hall. The cause was a sudden massive hailstorm outside, causing the refugees queuing at the entrance to lose order as they scrambled inside. Additionally, rescue helicopters were urgently recalled, leading to a significant crowd congestion at the entrance, thus creating chaos at the door. The situation did not last long. Shortly after, several gunshots were heard from the entrance, immediately quietening the crowd. At this time, the number of processing windows increased from 8 to 15, restoring orderly queuing. People soon entered the inner hall smoothly. It seems that there is a decisive and stringent officer within a city's military forces. Randy sighed inwardly, wondering why she had no impression of him in her previous life. Not wanting to linger in the hall, Randy immediately headed to the single residential area. The entire base living quarters were under full military management with armed guards stationed everywhere. Different residential zones were not open to the public, only card access allowed entry. Entering the single room area, Randy noticed that the rooms were arranged linearly along the corridor, similar to the dormitory buildings during her university days. This standardized layout greatly improved space efficiency. Walking to her numbered room door, Randy swiped her card, opened the door, and saw the light above her head change from green to red, indicating occupancy. She glanced both ways and noticed that most rooms showed green lights, indicating they were unoccupied. Few newly arrived people were willing to spend so many contribution points to rent a single room. Those who couldn't bear the communal dormitories often chose the relatively cheaper capsule rooms instead. Entering the room, Randy observed it and smiled wryly. The single room she had never lived in during her previous life turned out to be less than 10 square meters, barely fitting a single bed and a desk. The room had grey walls and white tiles, resembling a snow cave. Besides a single bed and a set of table and chair, nothing else was present. There were no windows, only a tiny ventilation port at the top of the room to ensure air circulation. There was also no shower or toilet within the room. Showers and toilets were uniformly placed at the end of each floor. Showers required swiping contribution points and weren't cheap. 1 liter of water cost 0.5 contribution points. An ordinary Paremison taking a shower would likely spend about 10 contribution points, equivalent to a week's food expenses for one Paremison. Randy first laid out the bedding she brought from home on the bed, then covered most of the room with a carpet, placing Manya's small bed and litter box inside, leaving little extra space. Mom will work harder to get you a bigger place, okay? It's really been hard on my little treasure. Manya meowed once, unsatisfied with the space but reluctantly agreed. Even though it was only 10 square meters, Randy managed to decorate the room nicely, even placing stuffed toys on the bed. As a result, it somewhat felt like home. After tidying up, Randy retrieved a KFC meal combo from her spatial pocket. Its smell was minimal, preventing any aroma from drifting out. Before eating, she didn't forget to prepare Manya's meal. Manya's appetite remained large, and fortunately, Randy had sufficient supplies to sustain it. It was now slightly larger than an average adult cat but wouldn't grow much more. Otherwise, Randy might not be able to carry it someday. The base did not issue any policies against keeping pets. Many people were struggling just to survive and had no time to manage pets. Animals like Manya, which ate better post-apocalypse than pre-apocalypse, were rare. Therefore, such cats and dogs were quite popular in the base. At first, Randy would take Manya out with her. Every time they went out, it would attract admiring looks from others and often make young Lins want to pet it. It seemed to enjoy the attention. It would get excited and eat even more. The more it ate, the more it produced waste. After a few outings, Randy started to put Manya in her spatial pocket whenever she went out, no longer letting it see people. Randy directly chose to join the self-rescue team. She had joined one in her previous life, so it was a way for her to earn contribution points quickly. The rescue office was easy to find, located in the inner hall with service windows. When she expressed her intention to join, the staff initially tried to persuade her otherwise and even made some mocking remarks. However, when they saw her easily take down a 200-pound man, they were speechless. Randy smoothly obtained her rescue team number, assigned to C-18, which meant the 18th squad of Team C. The squad currently had 4 members, including herself. The captain was a man named Albert, who seemed quite kind. The other team members were also friendly and easygoing. Randy quickly integrated into the group. After meeting with the captain, she received her first task, to accompany the military Paremisonal the next day to retrieve supplies from a city's largest clothing wholesale market. The temperature had been dropping rapidly recently, but less than 30% of the residents in the base had warm clothing. Without sufficient supply, half of the base's population could freeze to death when the extreme cold weather arrived. That night, back in her room, Randy tried to release a wave of mental energy and made an unusual discovery. Everyone in the base suddenly had colors, some were green, some blue, and some red. Overall, green was the most common, while red was the least. She had never noticed this before, and she hadn't enhanced her psychic abilities recently. After some thought, Randy concluded that she might not have noticed because she hadn't encountered so many people at once. But what did these colors represent? Puzzled, Randy decided to set aside the question for now. Resting well was the most important thing. Chapter 20, Class A Mission. Early the next morning, Randy got up early. After washing up, she changed into a snug and warm combat suit that looked neat and tidy, and tied her hair into a high ponytail. Without makeup, but with naturally smooth and tender skin, this outfit made her look graceful yet bold and lively. The cat ate breakfast leisurely along with her, then Randy put Manya into her space before heading out. Upon arriving at the designated location, most of the others were already there, forming orderly ranks as they waited for orders. This mission involved around 50 people, about 20 were from the military while the rest were members of rescue teams, divided into 6 small squads. Randy found her squad and greeted Teddy Albert and the other members, lining up to wait for their respective helicopters. Outside, commanders were giving final instructions and pep talks. Randy had become accustomed to releasing her mental probe as soon as she arrived anywhere. This time, however, it startled her. The number of blue and red dots in the crowd was twice what she detected yesterday. Could it be? Randy suspected that these blue and red dots might represent people who had begun to mutate, though she couldn't be sure. Suddenly, one Paremison's brightness caught her attention. Maurice was standing at the front, giving orders. This was the military Paremisonal she had encountered when she first entered the base. Teddy Albert noticed Randy's gaze and explained, Maurice is called Conley. Maurice is the overall commander of this operation. His grandfather, Conley Yuan, was appointed by the central government as the military leader of City A. However, the old man is quite advanced in years and doesn't usually participate in the daily management of the base. The actual power in the military sector of the City A base lies with Conley. After a moment's thought, Albert leaned closer and added, don't be fooled by his appearance. Despite his handsome looks, he is nicknamed Living Yama because he believes only in absolute military authority. Any disobedience is met with immediate execution, without exception. I heard that many influential figures within the base wanted their daughters to marry him, but he rejected all of them. Not only did he reject them, but he also warned these big shots off, thus putting an end to their ideas. Micah is only 25 years old, no need to rush. Randy realized Ailbert had misunderstood and quickly waved her hand. I was just zoning out earlier, I'm not interested in him. She couldn't tell Ailbert that she saw the red dot on Conley. If she did, she'd likely be locked up as a lunatic. Ailbert said nothing more, wearing an understanding smile. Feeling helpless, Randy didn't press further. Not wanting to continue the conversation, Randy resumed her mental probe. She could detect among her squad members only one Lin as a blue dot, while the others were green dots. Whether the colors indicated mutation would require further testing. At 8 a.m., the team set off on schedule. Randy's helicopter carried 2 squads and wasn't cramped, with room to spare for cargo. The helicopter moved swiftly, reaching the designated location in about 20 minutes. Those who arrived first had already begun organizing the landing. The floodwaters had receded quickly, revealing 3 floors of the clothing mall. Randy, our task is to move the goods. Nothing else concerns us, and we shouldn't get involved, Ailbert reminded after they landed. Don't worry, I won't risk my life unnecessarily, Randy replied. She was just there to earn contribution points, risking her life wasn't worth it. Ailbert's squad was responsible for moving the goods on the top floor. If not for so many eyes watching, Randy would have wished she could wave her hand to put everything into her space, then wave again to return it to the base. If given thousands of contribution points, she'd be happy to do it. Unfortunately, each Paremison only received 30 points for this trip, with captains getting 50. Conley was now instructing his subordinates to finish quickly, and as he glanced up, he saw the figure from the shadowed night. His eyes probed deeper, wondering why he kept encountering her. However, the energy flowing from her body was particularly noticeable. She was likely a mutant, perhaps even an advanced one. Maurice should find an opportunity to see if she could be absorbed into the military. Unaware that she was under scrutiny, Randy focused intently on her work. Maurice's physical strength exceeded that of an average adult male, making the task less strenuous. In fact, she moved more cargo than Ailbert. The group worked swiftly, and soon the top 3 floors were emptied. Some cargo-laden helicopters started taking off. Commander, we've moved everything above water. 5 more levels are still submerged, a soldier reported to Conley. It's unsafe outside, let's return and come back after the floodwater recedes, Conley ordered. This seemed too easy. If it were just ordinary cargo transportation, such a large group wouldn't be necessary, Randy thought to herself. As expected, after the cargo-laden helicopters left, Conley suddenly stepped forward and announced, "Apologies, everyone. We need to carry out another Class A mission. You may choose to accept or decline. Upon completion of this mission, each Paremison will receive 200 contribution points." Conley's voice was slightly hoarse, deep and indifferent. "What is a Class A mission?" Randy asked Ailbert in a low voice. "Missions are graded. Didn't you know? Based on difficulty and danger, they are classified from A to F. Today's cargo moving task is a D-class. A-class missions mean there's a risk to life, Ailbert explained. That made sense. No wonder so few people stepped forward for the 200 contribution points reward. Randy didn't rush to volunteer. Instead, she observed her surroundings. She only stepped forward when the 7th Paremison did. Ailbert thought Randy didn't understand the stakes and quickly pulled her aside, whispering urgently, "This death rate means 6 out of 10 won't make it. I don't know what we're going to do, but my brother went on one and never came back." Ailbert actually admired the young Lin. In the apocalypse, survival for Lins was even more challenging. Girls like Randy who could join rescue teams were few and far between, demonstrating exceptional courage and perseverance. If only his sister could be like Randy. Thinking of this, Ailbert's face clouded with guilt and pain. Randy felt a bit of warmth in her heart, but her intuition told her she had to go. So she smiled slightly, thanked Ailbert for his concern, and said, "Don't worry, I'll be part of the surviving 40%. Then she resolutely stepped forward. Seeing that persuasion was futile, Ailbert could only sigh silently. In the end, only 11 people stepped forward. Using her mental probe, Randy detected that all who volunteered were red or blue dots. This confirmed her suspicion, these colors represented mutation. Chapter 21, The Basement of the Pharmaceutical Company. "Alright, thank you for your efforts in this operation. You may return to the base now," Conley said graciously to the remaining people. Those who stayed included Randy and her team of 11 people, as well as Conley's squad, making a total of 16 people altogether. After detection, Randy found that everyone in Conley's squad was red, indicating they were all mutants, but Conley's red was even brighter. "The rest of you, I will brief you on the mission," the officer standing beside Conley said. "My name is Steve, I am the head of this Spark project. We are heading to the Drepharm Company to search for a special stone which will greatly assist our base construction. Our job is to obtain the stone, while yours is to assist us. If you understand, we can set off." Randy overheard someone talking softly, wondering what danger there could be in finding a stone. They would easily make a fortune of 200 credits. If it were just about finding an ordinary stone, there wouldn't have been a need for Conley to join paramercenally. It looked like they had to be extra cautious. But, she couldn't quite understand why Conley wasn't Edward for such a dangerous mission. A helicopter directly dropped them at the top floor of Drepharm Company. After everyone got down, Officer Steve said, "What we're looking for is underground, so we need to take the elevator down. Everyone, be cautious down there, don't touch anything unnecessary, just grab the stone and leave immediately." Seeing Steve's serious face, everyone else grew nervous too. From the rooftop, they entered the interior of the company. Apart from some broken glass, the building was almost intact. With backup power turned on, the whole place lit up instantly. During this time, Conley remained silent, following Steve's instructions. Once power was stabilized, Steve instructed one of his subordinates to stay by the elevator entrance. The others followed him down to the first basement floor. Steve took out a card and swiped it to start the elevator. The elevator slowly moved downwards. The deeper they went, the more suffocating Randy felt. Maurice's senses became much sharper since she became a mutant, and her intuition often gave her correct judgments about things. Ding, the elevator arrived at the first underground level, the door opened. Before their eyes was pitch-black darkness, clearly using a different power system than the above-ground area. Then, Steve fumbled around, pressing a button that illuminated the entire space. After the lights were on, everyone relaxed slightly. It looked like an ordinary research institute, spacious and bright, though scattered research materials indicated how hastily people had left. "It's not here," Conley stated, his first words since the command changed. Steve nodded to him and led everyone to the second underground level. Randy continuously released her mental energy, discovering that this underground space was much larger than it seemed, with many winding passages leading somewhere unknown. After walking for a while, Conley said again, "Not here either." Randy couldn't help but curse silently, worrying if they were being toyed with. To her surprise, Conley seemed to read her mind and glanced at her subtly. Randy nervously averted her gaze, thinking he might have telepathy or something. They took the elevator to the third underground level. Upon arrival, Randy knew they had found the right place. Maurice's bracelet started glowing brightly. She quickly covered it with her black combat jacket. "It's here, search carefully," Conley said. Steve divided everyone into 3 teams, each led by a military paramasonal. Randy was grouped with Steve, naturally joined by Conley. Others took out devices to scan the walls thoroughly, but Steve's team didn't seem to need one. "Follow me," Conley spoke again. Goodness, he might be a human radar, Randy thought. Although her bracelet could sense things, Conley could do it directly. She couldn't help but wonder about his abilities. "This wall," Conley simply said. Without any nonsense, Steve began dismantling the wall with equipment. Randy rolled her eyes, doubting if it had to be done so violently when a secret room should have a proper entryway. The wall was soon breached by the machine, allowing Conley to step inside first. Randy followed, finding a large dark space. After another fumbling session, someone finally found a switch and lit up the place. This was a laboratory, about 20 square meters in size. Except for one wall made of dark reflective glass, the rest looked no different from an ordinary biology lab. Numerous animals were locked in cages within the lab. When the lights came on, they scurried around in fright, eventually settling back into the corners, motionless. There was another room behind the lab. Steve and Conley had already gone to search it, while Randy remained in this room. Randy closely examined these animals and found them quite different from those outside. Their eyes were all blue, with blank stares. They cowered in the corners as if they were stuffed specimens. Then, Randy approached the glass wall. It was highly reflective, showing only her own reflection. She pressed her face against the glass, trying to see what was inside. Looking at what was inside, Randy showed no emotion, but inwardly she thought that Drepharm Company was truly not simple, conducting such research in secret. If the creatures in the cages still retained their animal shapes, the things inside the glass wall were indescribable, lacking any discernible form and much larger than ordinary small animals. Their bodies were covered in wounds and boils. The things behind the glass wall somewhat resembled the monsters that appeared 2 years after the apocalypse began in her previous life, but they were even more repulsive, as if they hadn't fully evolved. Randy only learned about Drepharm Company late in the previous apocalypse. The base had close interactions with representatives from the pharmaceutical company for a while, even recruiting a group of volunteers. Now, thinking back, those volunteers likely met tragic ends. Suddenly, Randy noticed a strange symbol on each of these creatures. Due to their bloody fur, the symbols weren't very clear. Just as she was about to examine them further, she was interrupted by loud noises. Outside the door, people were shouting in shock. Almost simultaneously, Steve and Conley rushed out carrying something in boxes, shouting, "Run!" Chapter 22, Execution on the Spot. Randy almost acted out of muscle memory. Upon hearing the command, she immediately bolted, but not before glancing at the cages holding animals. Those creatures which had been huddled in fear moments ago were now inexplicably excited. One of the monkeys even bit through its cage bars and rushed out. Suddenly, a limb fell to the ground, writhing, as if attacked by something unseen. The monkey instantly leaped onto her, gnawing at her face with wild enthusiasm. A blood fountain erupted in an instant. Just as the monkey was frenziedly feasting, a lightning bolt zipped past, sending it falling backward as if burned to a crisp. How many such animals are they breeding underground? Randy tried establishing mental contact but found these animals' minds to be incredibly chaotic. Maurice's mental energy bounced back as soon as it touched them, leaving her unable to gain control. Behind her, psychics kept slaying waves of animals that seemed endless. At this moment, Randy had already reached the elevator entrance, along with those carrying boxes. Steve told Conley, "Let those with boxes go up first." After handing over the box to Conley, he joined the fray. However, Conley tossed the box to Randy, who was standing at the elevator entrance, and slipped her a card, hurriedly saying, "You all go up first, no delays." Without hesitation, Randy pulled in 2 teammates who wished to help and entered the elevator, pressing the top floor button. Upon reaching the roof, Randy pressed the B3 button again before exiting. Once they placed the box into the helicopter, the 2 still wanted to return downstairs. Randy grabbed each of them by the collar and said, "I've sent the elevator down. By the time you 2 get there, everyone will have been dead for ages." The 2 finally quieted down. It was a long wait as Randy watched the elevator remain motionless at B3. Eventually, it began moving upwards. Finally, with a ding, it arrived at the top floor, but only 7 people came out. Officer Steve was not among them. Conley's face, splattered with someone's blood, turned cold, his usually icy features appearing even more chilling. At this moment, Randy couldn't help but think of the term living llama. "Don't linger, everyone, onto the helicopter," Conley shouted. Everyone promptly headed for the helicopter, where the pilot was ready to take off as soon as everyone was aboard. With the roar of the helicopter, they quickly left the building behind. Suddenly, a thunderous boom echoed from outside. Looking back, Randy saw faint flames at the base of the giant structure. Soon after, the entire building collapsed into rubble, and silence ensued. Lin, unable to bear the sight, broke into sobs. Even without seeing what was in the box, Randy could guess from her bracelet's reaction and her own that Conley's group had likely found an origin stone. Dureco Pharmaceutical really had guts to conduct such animal experiments pre-apocalypse, creating a batch of mutated animals. Recalling her previous life, this was probably the origin of those mutant species. The helicopter swiftly arrived at the base, met by soldiers on the ground. After everyone disembarked, Conley handed over several boxes to the designated Paremison. But just as they prepared to leave, he suddenly turned and said coldly, "Sir, that stone means nothing to you. Please hand it over." Everyone looked up in shock, unsure who he was addressing. Conley nodded toward the left, and 2 soldiers approached, detaining 1 man in the group. Then, Conley casually drew a silenced pistol, aiming it at the man's forehead. "I'm sorry, sir, you might not fully understand my methods. I'm not very patient," Conley said in an icy tone. "Since you may not have heard me clearly, let me repeat. Please hand over the stone." "I don't know what you're talking about. What stone? I've never even touched it." "Let me go," the man fiercely retorted. "So, I see you've made your choice," Conley said emotionlessly. Click. Maurice gently pressed the trigger. A bloody hole appeared in the man's forehead, blood gushing out. Lifeless, he dropped. Conley put away the gun and ordered his men, search him for any stones. Sure enough, they found a thumb-sized stone hidden on him. Randy was startled. Such a small stone could be sensed by Conley. If he knew she had stored several such stones in her space, what would happen to her? "Thank you all for your hard work. I will have someone transfer the credits to your cards. Get some rest." After dealing with the man, Conley turned to address everyone. Just as Randy was about to leave, she met Conley's gaze, a pair of handsome yet utterly cold eyes. She hastily averted her eyes and prepared to leave quickly, but was suddenly called out. "Can Miss Jiang stay for a moment?" Conley spoke slowly. "Me?" Randy hesitated, rapidly recalling if she had done anything improper. The only thing that came to mind was fetching the box for him. Maurice couldn't possibly suspect her of taking an origin stone, could he? "Miss Jiang needn't be nervous. There are just a few things I'd like to ask," Conley said again. Randy didn't want to have too much contact with this dangerous man, but she had no valid rear Emerson to refuse. "Forget it, I'll play it by ear." Randy immediately put on a polite smile and said, "Sure, Micah, what would you like to talk about?" Chapter 23 discovered. Whether in her past life or this one, it was Randy's first time visiting the underground city. The entire underground city resembled a city within a city, with more space than above ground and even more modern facilities. There were very few people around, and only occasionally would one encounter someone. Cleaning, teleportation, and other tasks were all performed by AI robots that could be seen everywhere, presenting a state of nearly complete automation. Randy followed Conley to his office, which was located on the 2nd underground floor. The room had no special decoration, not even any trinkets. It was pristine, untouched by dust. "Miss Jiang, please have a seat." Conley tried to make his tone as gentle as possible. "Director Lee, what can I do for you?" Randy came straight to the point. Conley, however, acted as if he hadn't heard her question, fussing over the tea before turning to ask, "Miss Jiang, do you take sugar in your tea?" At this moment, his posture was graceful, his voice deep and magnetic, much like an 18th century European aristocrat, every movement impeccable, as if the man who had been expressionless while pressing the trigger moments ago was not him. Randy instinctively wanted to release her mental power but found herself in the same situation she had encountered in the Jade Boutique on the rooftop, unable to probe. "Don't waste your energy, Miss Jiang. The 3rd underground level of the base is sealed with special material, making any form of mental or physical detection impossible," Conley suddenly interjected. What are you talking about? I don't quite understand." Randy put on a bright, innocent face, deceptive despite knowing she had been exposed, believing there was no need to admit anything. Could he really pry open someone's brain? Conley curled his lips, seemingly lost in thought, and said mildly, "Don't be nervous. I invited Miss Jiang here just to confirm one thing. I never thought I would interest Director Lee so much. Your ability." Conley held a teacup, his towering figure slowly approaching Randy. Miss Jiang, I am willing to tell you about my ability. Would you be willing to share yours? Sorry, I'm not interested in your ability. Randy wasn't surprised that Conley had discovered her abilities. After all, this was a man who could detect primal stones, far from ordinary. However, since he didn't seem to know what exactly her ability was, it wasn't too concerning. Regardless of whether Miss Jiang wants to know, I will still tell you. My ability allows me to see the energy fluctuations around others, be it humans, animals, or gems, anything that generates energy. I believe Miss Jiang's ability might be similar to mine, some form of mental control or mutation. Randy couldn't help but admire the man's sharp observational skills. It made sense he could tell when she used her mental detection. He must have observed the energy surge when she did. Yes, mine is also a mutation of mental power, specifically identifying differences between normal people and those with abilities. Randy continued along the lines of Conley's assumptions. While hers was purely mental control, she didn't plan on revealing that. So, it is as I guessed. Conley seemed completely convinced by Randy's explanation. Miss Jiang, would you be willing to participate in an experiment at our base? No, thank you. I enjoy my free-spirited life and find it hard to join any group. Randy declined outright, having no intention of working again after reincarnating. That's fine. Miss Jiang has plenty of time to consider, no rush in giving an answer. When you've made up your mind, feel free to come directly to me on the first underground floor, always welcoming to Miss Jiang. It's getting late. My cat is waiting for me to feed it, so I'll take my leave. Randy turned to leave immediately, not pausing for a moment. This man was too perceptive, able to make accurate judgments from subtle movements. It was dangerous. She decided right then never to interact with him again. Watching Randy depart, Conley's expression gradually became somber, lost in thought. Back in her small single room, Randy finally breathed a long sigh of relief. Earning contribution points wasn't easy. No, she needed to reward herself with a good meal. After settling Do Hong and thoroughly sealing all ventilation outlets with tape, leaving only the ceiling exhaust fan, she took out a portable stove from her storage, placed a grill on top, and then brought out steaks, oysters, scallops, shrimp, squid tentacles, bacon, enoki mushrooms, and portobello mushrooms. In addition to these, she prepared some lettuce, garlic, and dipping sauces. Feeling it wasn't enough yet, she pulled out a bottle of icy cola. As Randy grilled and feasted, her weary body instantly revived. After finishing her meal, Randy put everything back into her storage space and prepared to go to bed. But then she felt that the smell was too strong on her body. She needed to take a shower before sleeping. Taking a bath wasn't a challenge for her. She cleared out an open area, then took out a soaking tub and hot water from her storage. After filling the tub, she added 2 drops of essential oil to the water and finally settled in comfortably. Having a storage space was truly convenient. Anything she wanted was within reach. However, this room, the more she looked at it, the more cramped it felt. Unfortunately, Randy had no means to change it, so she had to put up with it for now. The temperature had been dropping rapidly recently. A few days ago, it was still above freezing, but now it had plummeted to -10 degrees Celsius. Randy knew that the temperatures would only get lower, making the outdoors unsuitable for human habitation. The base provided free cotton coats, 1 per premison. These past few days, the administration hall had been bustling with crowds queuing up. It took Randy considerable effort to squeeze into the line. As she squeezed in, she cursed under her breath. Why was the coat distribution chosen to be held in the administration hall? Even getting a mission assignment had become difficult. Suddenly, commotion broke out in the queue. Randy turned to look. A teenage boy, no older than 17 or 18, with a slender build, was pushed to the ground by a few thugs. The crowd dared not speak out. Randy thought to herself that the base had seen a sudden influx of people, far exceeding the initial estimates when it was built. Among these refugees, there were inevitably some dangerous characters. Moreover, most of the military personnel were deployed on missions outside the base, leaving insufficient manpower inside, giving these people opportunities to act recklessly. But seeing this teenager, who had arms and legs, fall without fighting back, Randy admired spirited individuals and couldn't stand those who were overly meek. She didn't consider herself a good Paremison and had no intention of being a hero. This Elwood kept his head down, saying nothing, looking weak and annoying. Randy decided not to linger and walked away. Suddenly, Randy sensed a strong mental fluctuation. Had psychic abilities become so common in this life? Chapter 24 Re-encounter with Beryl. Suddenly, an unusual commotion arose. Randy turned her head out of curiosity and saw those few ruffians suddenly fighting among themselves like they were possessed, with one Paremison even taking a knife to chop off another's arm. This incident drew the attention of law enforcement officers. Without much ado, each received a shot and was carried away. The base had plenty of people. Disobeying orders meant execution on the spot. This was indeed reminiscent of Conley's style. The Elwood who had been keeping his head lowered slowly lifted it up, a sneer creeping onto the corner of his mouth. Only now did Randy get a clear look at the youth's face. At just one glance, she almost exclaimed in surprise, "Beryl." Never did she expect that this frail-looking Elwood would be Beryl, the super-psychic mutant. At this moment, he looked no different from an ordinary youth and seemed even weaker. Beryl's appearance leaned towards gentleness, with a pair of tender almond eyes. When he lowered his head, the thick lashes cast shadows under his eyes. Who would have thought that such an innocent face would belong to the future leader who established the hybrid system and wielded autocratic power? It is hard to judge the merits and demerits of this man. While his establishment of the high breed system directly accelerated the demise of ordinary people, the base thrived immensely under his management. Even though the harsh weather outside remained unsuitable for human habitation, Beryl built an unprecedentedly powerful human community within the base. However, this man's end wasn't great. After the blue screen was destroyed, the Federation lost its voice, and the church was merely a group spouting nonsense and manipulating public opinion. But then again, it might as well all be gone, saving everyone from endless deception and disgust. In her previous life, Randy had a brief encounter with Beryl when he hadn't yet been sent to the capital for joint training, and she was just a member of the civilian rescue team. During that time, they were dispatched to carry out a special mission, with Beryl as the core member. They encountered a pack of mutant wolves, and as the team was about to be surrounded, Beryl released his powerful mental force, subduing the wolf pack instantly. In this way, Beryl once saved her life. But whether it was Conley or Beryl, Randy had no intention of getting involved with either. She wanted nothing more than to live a peaceful life this time around. These two were far too dangerous, and she needed to stay away. Just as Randy turned to leave, Beryl suddenly looked at her back. Maurice was puzzled. That Paremison gave me such a strange look. Have I met her before? Randy picked up the task board and scanned through the D-level tasks listed, which offered meager contribution points. She asked the officer, "Miss, are there any other tasks? More dangerous ones with higher contribution points?" "Recently, these are all we have. There are others as you described, but they require competing," replied the officer. "Oh, where do we compete for them?" "It's on the operating system. Usually, these tasks appear for only a few seconds before being snatched up. So, I advise you to give up. Most of these tasks are handled by special task forces, with very few assigned to regular people." "What's a special task force?" Randy asked curiously. She hadn't heard of it in her previous life. "Don't tell me you don't know." The officer seemed eager to help, answering every question. She gestured for Randy to lean in closer. "You didn't know, but some people started mutating, right? Some can punch a tiger to death with one blow." Randy immediately pretended to be shocked, urging her to continue. "The special task force is full of these mutants. They don't take ordinary tasks, only B-level and above. Every city base has one." The officer added, pleased with Randy's reaction, satisfying her urge to share. "So, it seems the base's mutation development system has become quite mature now. That decision-maker must be trying to avoid all the detours from last life. No wonder underground areas are lined with special materials. It appears the mutants live there." Randy wanted to take on more tasks for another Rear Emerson, finding a suitable excuse to search for ores. If not done now, it will be too late when the Federation starts large-scale collections. "So, how can ordinary people live in suites?" Randy asked. "Ordinary people shouldn't even think about it. Unless you're a mutant or researcher, living in compartments is already a good deal. However," the officer continued, "if you could donate millions of supplies to the base, you might get one." Randy detected a hint of mockery in the officer's words. But she understood that her situation was indeed laughable from the officer's perspective. She smiled slightly and replied, "Sure, I got it, thank you for your trouble." Since she couldn't take on any more missions, she decided to exchange some supplies. This time, Randy took out 5 kilograms of children's clothing and 3 kilograms of men's clothing, exchanging them for a total of 180 contribution points. Now, her balance was 500 contribution points. It wasn't much, but it was enough for now. As for leaving the base, she'd need to find another way. Not wanting to linger, Randy prepared to leave when she was stopped by a familiar voice. "Miss Jiang, what a coincidence." Conley stood there in a neatly pressed suit, looking tall and slender, having just finished a meeting. With his excellent figure, he looked even more refined in a suit than in combat gear, always being the center of attention wherever he stood. At this moment, this human focal point was slowly walking toward her. Randy cursed inwardly, wondering why she kept running into him everywhere. She forced a smile and said, "Micah, what a coincidence. You seem even handsomer recently." "Thank you, Miss Jiang looks beautiful as well," Conley replied with a slight tug at the corner of his mouth. "Ha ha ha, thank you. I heard Miss Jiang seems to be quite short of contribution points. I happen to have a mission that will award 300 contribution points upon completion. Are you interested?" "Damn, is Conley monitoring me? How does he know I need contribution points?" "Not really short of them at the moment, nor particularly interested," Randy refused. "I also heard Miss Jiang isn't satisfied with your current room and wants to switch to a larger one," Conley whispered, leaning closer and looking down at Randy. "You are spying on me." Randy narrowed her almond eyes and said coldly. Chapter 25, Underground Level 7. Randy was sufficiently confident in her mental abilities. She was usually very cautious, yet she still ended up being monitored by Conley. That sales per Emerson. Thinking of this, Randy's eyes turned slightly cold. "If I've offended Miss Jiang, I apologize to you. But let me reiterate, I mean you no harm. If you're interested in tomorrow's mission, meet at the inner hall at 7 in the morning." Despite his words, Conley didn't seem apologetic at all and left after saying that. Does he calculate so precisely that I would show up? Randy curled her lips. Back in her small room, she thought carefully. Conley wouldn't do anything without a Rear Emerson. His unwavering persistence towards her must have stemmed from a great interest in her mutations. Recalling her previous life, Randy remembered struggling for survival every day. She had little time to care about base leadership. However, she had heard of Conley, shortly after the apocalypse, though, the base changed hands, so she knew little about him. Despite his apparent skill set, why did the base replace him as leader? Then there's Courtney. Randy wasn't sure when she joined the base or why she harbored hostility. Once considered her only friend in this post-apocalyptic world, who could have guessed that her best friend would stab her in the back? But if Courtney has indeed entered the base now, given her character, she would strive to carve out a place even if Conley hadn't approached her first. In this case, if she stays close to Conley, might she find Courtney faster? Randy realized this approach would be more convenient than searching through the crowd alone. She immediately decided to check out tomorrow's mission. It might even lead outside the base. Teddy Lee, it's already 7, and the Paremison hasn't arrived yet. She probably won't come, a soldier said to Conley inside the inner hall. She will come, let's wait 2 more minutes. Conley glanced at his watch, coolly replying. As he spoke, a clear and melodious female voice came into earshot. Good morning, Micah. There stood Randy with her hair tied into a neat ponytail, her face bright with a smile as she approached the group. Why does she always appear cheerful and carefree? Conley inwardly evaluated. But he said aloud, now that everyone is here, let's depart. With that, he headed toward the elevator, followed by 2 soldiers. Wait. Randy sensed her wish to leave the base might not materialize. They seemed to be heading deeper underground instead. Conley paused at the elevator door, turning his head slightly as if hearing her thoughts. Yesterday, since I wasn't sure if Miss Jiang would come, I didn't disclose the details. You don't mind, do you? His schemes run deep, thought Randy, feeling like she had already boarded a pirate ship. She forced a smile. Micah is farsighted. How could I possibly mind? This mission involves assisting experiments where Miss Jiang can be of significant help. Conley responded neutrally, adding, once we reach underground, I'll explain everything in detail. Do you have any questions now? I need contribution points. I have a feeling this task won't be easy, Randy replied honestly. A few contribution points are nothing. If Miss Jiang wishes, Lee can provide a suite directly, Conley slowly said. It depends on your choice, Miss Jiang. Randy wanted to say that she wasn't someone easily bought by small favors but chose to remain silent, unsure what the future held. Conley gave a faint smile. The elevator went straight to level 3 underground, where Randy stepped out with Conley. Looking around, she saw that the entire 3rd floor was filled with labs, bustling with researchers in lab coats, much busier than the first underground level she'd seen earlier. Randy even suspected that this apocalypse was premeditated. Otherwise, how could such an extensive underground system be built in mere months? Conley led her through several doors, stopping at a nondescript one. Randy prepared for something important inside, but unexpectedly, the door opened to another elevator. How deep did you dig? Inside the elevator, Randy couldn't help asking. Though it indicated 7 levels, who knew if there was another elevator beyond level 7? Just 7 levels, Conley's tone was emotionless. Stay close to me when we get down there. Don't touch anything unnecessary and don't wander off, he added. Conley's tone was very serious, which made Randy even more nervous. There was another ding, signaling that the elevator had arrived. Conley stepped out first, and Randy followed closely behind. She had expected level 7 underground to be like the upper levels, composed of various laboratories. Instead, the corridor looked like a hospital ward, with rows of rooms on both sides, all doors tightly shut, giving no clue as to what lay inside. Conley and his group stopped at a room door, and Randy glanced up, noticing number 23 marked on it. Conley waved his finger in front of the sensor, and the door opened. Only then did Randy notice that Conley was wearing a silver ring on his right index finger, made of an unknown material but looking quite substantial. After pushing the door open, she found the interior space large, its layout similar to what she had seen on level 3 underground. Finally, she saw some people. They walked past 2 more doors before spotting an old man hunched over a desk, writing something. Randy observed him. He had sparse hair, wearing a white lab coat for who knows how long, stained with suspicious grease marks. Maurice hearing the sound, the old man turned his head. Maurice wore wire-rimmed glasses and, recognizing Conley, turned his head back, muttering, I asked you to find someone for me days ago. Please don't be upset, I've brought the Paremison here for you, Conley's tone unusually gentle. The usually decisive Micah was unusually polite when dealing with this old man. The old man turned around again, finally noticing Randy who had been blocked from view by the others. Is it her? He asked. Before anyone could respond, 2 more people entered the room, younger than the old man, perhaps students or assistants. They whispered something to him, causing the old man's face to change dramatically. Maurice abruptly stood up and hurried out. Halfway through, as if recalling something, he pointed at Randy and said, You, come with me. Chapter 26, Large Research Institute. Randy turned back to look at Conley, who nodded slightly and said to her, This is Casper. Maurice mainly focuses on geological research but later shifted to biology. Follow Casper and do whatever he tells you. I'll also go in to take a look. Upon hearing Conley's words, Randy nodded slightly as well. The 2 of them followed Casper into another room. However, Conley's 2 subordinates did not follow inside, they stopped at the door. Entering the room, the first thing they saw was an operation room. Through the glass of the operation room, they could see that it was a ward inside, with a Paremison lying on the bed and 3 people in protective suits doing something unknown. Didn't you say he showed signs of waking up? Casper asked one of his students after seeing the Paremison in the ward. There was indeed a fluctuation in the monitoring instruments just now, and his finger moved a bit. But for some rear Emerson, he fell back into a coma, the Paremison explained. I got my hopes up for nothing. Continue monitoring his physical characteristics. If there's any fluctuation in the mutation energy, call me. Casper looked quite disappointed. Turning his head and seeing Randy and the others, he added, come, let's go to my lab. Randy had no choice but to follow this old man out. Morisa mental power could only be released within one building, and the walls of the house were coated with special material that could not be penetrated. She thought that the people here should all be red, but those in the previous room were basically all green. They haven't undergone any mutation. Long-term research work in front of instruments has exposed their bodies to radiation, which doesn't provide conditions for mutation. Conley suddenly spoke up. Sometimes, Randy really suspected that Conley could read minds because he always grasped her thoughts accurately. Oh, I didn't use mental detection just now, Randy admitted stubbornly even though her thoughts were guessed right. Conley smiled knowingly, the corners of his mouth curving up slightly, softening his cold features. Little Lynn, how old are you this year? The old man suddenly spoke to Randy, seeming quite amiable. 23, Randy answered honestly. In the lab, the old man indicated for them to sit down and then said to Conley, are you sure you didn't pick the wrong Paremison? Picking the wrong Paremison can be very dangerous. Don't worry, she's not inferior to me, Conley replied. Hearing Conley's words, Casper's expression turned serious. Randy watched the two of them like they were playing charades. Since entering the underground, she only knew that there were 7 floors in total. Other than that, she knew nothing, and wasting half a day running around with them made her a little angry. Hold on. Can someone tell me what's going on? What's the purpose of these 7 floors? What kind of research are you doing? How am I useful to you? Why must it be me? Randy fired off several questions in a row. Casper seemed quite surprised and said to Conley, you didn't tell her anything? No, Miss Jiang seems less resolute about this mission, so I thought I'd wait until she sees these experiments to see if she's interested before telling her, Conley explained. Randy rolled her eyes internally. Mistrusting her was fine, but why put it in such grandiose terms? Alright, tell her now. Casper waved his hand and went back to his experiment. Miss Jiang, what Lee follows will involve the base's secrets, which need your confidentiality, Conley said with a serious expression. Randy nodded, indicating that she understood, and encouraged Conley to continue. As you can see, the entire base is a large research institute, Conley began slowly. The research content, I believe, Miss Jiang's intelligence would allow her to guess some of it. It's related to the stones we searched for last time. We found through research that these stones contain a certain special energy that can cause mutations in human or animal bodies. These mutations have both positive and negative effects. The positive ones grant infinite abilities, while the negative ones result in varying degrees of body necrosis. Randy nodded, thinking it was indeed the raw stone. Seeing her response, Conley continued, further research revealed that positive mutations only occur in healthy bodies, just like the mutation you understand. It seems like nature's selection of the fittest. Randy nodded again. This explained why those in the lab hadn't undergone any mutations. The appearance of this stone, we are unsure of its origin, nor can we determine if it is related to this apocalyptic disaster. We only know that before the apocalypse, it was widely circulated in the market. Uninformed people sold them as raw stones similar to jadeite or gemstones. After we clarified its hazards, we immediately shared the information with other cities. By now, all traceable stones should have been recovered. However, we still refer to it as raw stone for now. Understood. Then what use do I have? Randy asked. Miss Jiang has already grasped the importance of this substance. What needs to be done next, I believe Miss Jiang can easily guess. Conley paused and added, due to the nature of my work, I cannot frequently come to the lab, so we would need Miss Jiang to assist with some experiments. Randy pondered inwardly. Of course, she needed to find the raw stones, but not to help the base. With Conley's radar-like attributes, if he knew she was hiding raw stones, she would likely end up riddled with bullets. How does Micah know there are no other psychic-type mutants in the base besides me? Randy countered, a thought crossing her mind. At least among the officially registered mutants, there are none. It seemed Conley was unaware of Beryl's existence. Even her own mental probe could not detect Beryl's mutation. Conley probably couldn't either. Beryl's mental power far exceeded hers, giving him ample ability to remain undetected. Randy was quite eager to see how Conley would react upon discovering Beryl. As for the specific experimental content, I can only inform Miss Jiang after she confirms her willingness, Conley added. Next, we would like Miss Jiang to undergo a test. A test? Randy was puzzled. Doesn't Miss Jiang want to know to what extent she has mutated? Conley's eyebrows lowered slightly, his voice soft with a cold smile. Those who possess such abilities are often very greedy. Oh, what about Micah? No exception. Conley had already activated the equipment. Hearing Randy's question, he chuckled as if at something amusing. Randy, there are no exceptions. Chapter 27 Intermediate Level 8. This was the most common grading instrument in the post-apocalypse. After detecting no issues with her mental power, Randy lay down inside it as Conley connected some device to her head and placed a ring-like apparatus around her arms. It might be a little uncomfortable, please bear with it, Miss Jiang. Whether it was Randy's misconception or not, she felt Conley seemed somewhat gentler now, but it was probably just her imagination. At this moment, Randy felt dizzy and a tingling sensation with slight swelling in her arms. She looked at the display screen and saw that the indicators were continuously rising. Conley stared intently at the instrument's display. As the indicator surpassed a certain value, his expression became solemn, yet the indicator continued to rise. At this point, Casper, who had stopped an experiment at some unknown time, also came over to closely monitor the screen. Finally, the value stopped climbing. Randy glanced at the display, noticing the needle had stopped roughly in the middle. She felt slightly disappointed, thinking she should at least have reached a higher level instead of just an intermediate one. She got up from the chair, dissatisfied with the result, but their reactions seemed surprisingly serious. Average, Randy said with self-deprecating humor. TCH, you call this average? Conley finally showed emotion in his tone. Little Lynn, did you consume raw stones directly? Casper sounded even more intense than Conley. Is this level really high? Randy was taken aback. In the late post-apocalypse era, people at levels 5S and 6S were quite common, so why were they so surprised by an intermediate level? We classify mutation levels into 3 stages, each divided into 10 grades. Currently, most officially recognized mutants are at low levels 2 and 3, with the highest being 5, Conley explained slowly. It made sense, she had been too eager for results. In the early days of the apocalypse, mutations were rare, and improvement could come gradually. Ah, then what level am I now? Randy pretended not to understand. Conley glanced at her lightly and said calmly, you're intermediate level 8. Wow, you're really something, little Lynn. Conley is only intermediate level 5, you're 3 levels higher than him. I won't need him anymore, he always disappears and has a stern face that angers me. Casper laughed heartily as he pulled Randy closer. Conley looked somewhat helpless. Biff, Miss Jiang hasn't decided yet. Oh, no worries, take your time deciding. I guarantee the treatment here is among the best in the base. Your name is Randy, right? Think about it and let Conley bring you to me when you've decided. This old man talks a lot, Randy thought silently. Miss Jiang, Conley chuckled softly, every researcher under Casper has their own suite. Mentioning this, Casper immediately had Conley arrange housing for Randy, wanting her to move in immediately, regardless of whether she would work for him or not. So, intermediate level is quite impressive these days. If they knew she had over 10 raw stones in her storage space for further enhancement, they'd be shocked out of their minds, Randy mused. Don't get too excited, I'll handle all arrangements. Conley's tone remained respectful and gentle toward Casper. Continue with your experiments. Let Miss Jiang think it over first. Alright, you must settle this matter for me. No matter what methods you use, contribution points, housing, or even body bait, I need this young lady. Seeing Casper speaking without reservation, Conley rubbed his temples in exasperation. Understood, please return to your experiments. After finally persuading Casper to leave, Conley turned to look at Randy, who had been watching the whole scene. His expression was calm as usual, but his eyes were inscrutable. Miss Jiang, shall I escort you upstairs? It's also about lunchtime. Oh, I spent the whole morning with Micah. I wonder if Micah is willing to join me for lunch. Randy wasn't genuinely interested in having lunch with him. Looking at his cold expression made her lose her appetite. She just liked teasing him. I have important matters today. I'm afraid I can't accompany you. As expected, Randy nodded. The two walked into the elevator one after another. But I will be free tomorrow. I wonder if Miss Jiang would do me the honor, Conley suddenly said in the elevator. Well, that depends on whether I'm free, Randy smiled slightly and replied, tomorrow? Tomorrow I'm very busy and have no time. That's a pity, Conley responded. Conley's tone really made it sound as if he was genuinely regretful, but this Paremison was very shrewd and an excellent actor. Randy didn't bother to explore whether it was true or false. Ding, the elevator arrived at level B3. Once again, they walked down the corridor, but a figure inside the glass caught Randy off guard, making her blood run cold for a moment. However, this emotion lasted only an instant. She quickly adjusted herself. Randy hadn't expected that in this lifetime, she would encounter her so soon. Through the glass door, there was a lively figure inside. This Paremison was none other than Courtney, who still appeared as vibrant as in her previous life, darting around the laboratory like an innocent princess whose requests no one could refuse. Randy's reaction did not escape Conley's sharp eyes. Maurice raised his eyebrows and asked, do you know her? Never seen her before, Randy replied. By now, she had already recovered her sweet smile, as if that gloomy look had never existed. This floor houses trainees. The base has been continuously training the mutants and sometimes sends them on missions, Conley explained. Are they the special task force? Yes, Conley answered honestly. Randy had already planned something in her mind. It had been a long time since she last saw this old friend, and Randy was determined to prepare a grand gift for her. With your abilities, joining the special task force would be a waste. Following Casper directly will make you level up faster than them, Conley added when he noticed her silence. Alright, I understand. Micah, I agree to follow Casper for further experiments and am willing to go out to search for raw stones. When can I get my suite? Conley hadn't expected her to agree so readily. Maurice paused, looking at her intently, and asked, have you thought it through carefully, Miss Jiang? Absolutely. I'll arrange it. You can move into the suite tomorrow. In that case, thank you, Micah. See you next time. Upon reaching the ground floor, Randy waved to Conley and turned to leave. Conley stood there, staring at her back for a while, lost in thought. Chapter 28, Past Events. This was Randy's 3rd year in the base. The 3 years of the apocalypse had drastically changed her personality. She had no family, no friends. Every day she either went out to take on missions or stayed alone in her capsule room. Everyone in Capsule Area C knew there was a crazy woman in their area who should never be provoked. In this post-apocalyptic world, entertainment activities were scarce, with people finding the greatest joy simply in satisfying their basic needs and desires. Once, a man tried to force himself on her, seeing that she lived alone. But this man came out bloody, dragged by the Lin and left at the entrance of Area C. People passed by, but no one dared to say anything until law enforcement officers arrived to remove the body. The Lin was taken away too, but within a few days, she was released without any trouble. Since then, no one dared to bother her again. The looks those men gave Randy made her feel sick to her stomach. In the gloomy days, she had even lost the will to live. Death occurred every day, and ordinary lives were insignificant in this disaster, making it seem like everyone's heart had become indifferent to life. One day, a man claiming to be from the Federation approached Randy, offering her a job recommendation. Initially, she planned to refuse, until she saw the world beyond the lower class. It turned out that the calamity seemed only to bring suffering to commoners. People under the blue shield were living peacefully, as if nothing had changed from before the apocalypse. Suddenly, a ray of hope sprouted in her heart. Randy eventually joined the Federation. On her first day, she was sent for passive evolution, which was an excruciating process, feeling as though her body was torn apart and reassembled. Luckily, she successfully mutated, but there was no time for celebration. Even though she had mutated, she remained at the lowest level. She thought that if she worked hard, she might be able to advance. Courtney was the first Paramerson Randy met in her team. Their paramersonalities were completely different. Courtney was cheerful and friendly, her bright smile giving off an aura of someone well protected, like a princess unmarred by hardship. Randy was curious how anyone could remain so optimistic in such times. Such a Paramerson extended a friendly hand toward her. Both were part of the same rescue team, with Courtney being of higher rank and the captain of the squad. She was smart and outgoing, quickly fitting in with the rest of the team and noticing Randy in the corner. Courtney took the initiative to greet Randy. At first, Randy was cold, but under Courtney's continuous friendliness, she gradually let down her guard. Since then, Courtney often visited Randy in the capsule room. For Randy, living alone, Courtney was like a ray of light illuminating her darkness. Later, the team disbanded, and Randy was reassigned to another group, yet Courtney maintained a close connection with her. However, an anonymous package shattered their sisterhood. There was nothing written on it, only a voice recorder inside. Randy curiously opened the recorder, and the dialogue inside chilled her to the bone. "You're really playing the role, aren't you? Are you bored?" This was a strange man's voice. "Indeed, I am bored. I just wanted to see what kind of Paramerson he values so much. Seems like not much." This was undeniably Courtney's voice. "When do you plan to make your move? Although she's low-ranked, her abilities are decent, plus he holds her in high regard, which could be troublesome in the future." Courtney scoffed. "Killing her is like squashing an ant. You don't need to worry about it. I'm just concerned for you." The man's voice became more ambiguous. Randy couldn't hear anymore after that. Maurice's hands and feet were ice-cold, as if all her strength had been drained. Their deep sisterhood turned out to be a fraud, and her supposed best friend was plotting her murder. Randy didn't know who sent the package or whom he referred to in the recording. As a newly mutated lower-class Paramerson, she didn't understand why they would go through so much effort over her. After this incident, Randy distanced herself from Courtney and retreated back into her shell. Despite Courtney visiting a few times, Randy rejected her each time. As for Courtney's feelings, she no longer cared. Eventually, she received her first promotion and became a communication officer. Though it was the lowest position, she finally had her own employee number and an official position. On that day, Randy met a Paramerson named Coralie, who was highly esteemed in the academic world. As a woman who had managed to secure a seat in the decision-making level, it highlighted her exceptional capabilities. Coralie seemed stern and unsmiling, but Randy's intuition told her that this Paramerson harbored no ill will. Among a group of people, Coralie chose her, and from then on, she became Coralie's communication officer. Unexpectedly, after that, Randy encountered Courtney more frequently. This Paramerson seemed to have sensed that Randy might know something, but showed no signs of panic. Instead, she often mentioned Randy in front of everyone, with a mocking tone in her voice. Randy never thought that, after the apocalypse, she would be bullied again. She naturally fought back, verbally at least, but there was a huge gap in terms of strength, which left her feeling deeply powerless. Fortunately, such days didn't last long before the world plunged into chaos. All blue shields disintegrated in the sky one after another, with rain mixing with shards of lightboards and debris falling for 3 consecutive days and nights. Everyone in the Federation was in peril. Who cared about the common people? No one counted or cared how many died. The upper echelons had ulterior motives, blaming each other, leaving humanity's fate uncertain. But amidst the evil, kindness still existed. A significant portion of the Federation spontaneously formed rescue teams to help disaster victims, and Randy was one of them. She couldn't persuade herself to sink into evil. Ironically, Courtney fled quickly, even joining the church at Cloudtop Peak. Gradually emerging from painful memories, Randy felt a slight pain in her palm, realizing she had gripped too tightly, embedding her nails into her flesh. The recollection was too sorrowful, taking her a long time to calm down. Looking back now, Courtney's paramersonality wasn't as perfect as she had shown, it was full of flaws. But at the time, Randy yearned for friendship, so she chose to ignore them selectively. Chapter 29 The Stone Glowing Blue. Conley acted swiftly, and the next day Randy received notification. Immediately, someone escorted her to District A. The residential areas within the base were divided into 3 parts. Districts A, B, and C. District C had dormitories and capsule rooms, District B had single rooms, and District A had suites. Both Districts A and B were guarded by armed personnel. District A was different from other areas. It was located on the first basement level. Everyday necessities for residents of District A were delivered by specialists and did not require contribution points. District A also had its own cafeteria that required only a small number of contribution points to access. Thus, earning contribution points wasn't as urgent. As Randy walked, she silently sighed. Compared to the people living in District A, those outside were merely surviving. The Paremison guided Randy to her room, handed her the keycard, instructed her on relevant matters, and then left. Randy looked around. The room was about 50 square meters with a reasonably sized living room, a bedroom, an independent bathroom, and a kitchen. This was the entire layout of the room. There was some essential furniture, all white. Finding it too monotonous, Randy stored these furnishings in her spatial ring and replaced them with her own set bed, sofa, kitchenware, pillows, all the most comfortable. After rearranging, she felt slightly satisfied. The room had no windows but featured electronic screens simulating outdoor environments, capable of adjusting sounds, scents, and wind speeds for a very realistic experience. Randy activated the electronic screen and selected a rainy rainforest scene. The sound of rain instantly filled the air, accompanied by faint earthy aromas and occasional breezes brushing against her face. These residents in District A certainly knew how to enjoy life. Manya was delighted, roaming around the room as if inspecting territory. Moricello, esteemed guest. I am your electronic steward. You may call me by my code 1203 or give me a name. You have a message here. Would you like me to read it aloud? An icy electronic voice sounded. Startled by the sudden voice, Randy realized this was the electronic steward mentioned earlier, responsible for her daily needs and communication. 1203, please read, Randy replied. Certainly. This is a message from Mr. Conley. It reads, please come to my office after settling into your room. Do you want 1203 to reply on your behalf? Conley really couldn't wait, Randy sighed and said, tell him I know. Certainly. 1203 will respond, I know. Would you like to change 1203's name? Randy pondered for a moment and said, let's call you Xiaojiang. Understood, Master. Xiaojiang likes this name very much and looks forward to serving you again. After the electronic voice ended, Randy tied it up briefly before heading out to find Conley. The underground area was vast and complex. Fortunately, signs helped Randy locate the elevator successfully. With a ding, the second basement level arrived quickly. Conley's office was easy to find, right at the center of the second basement level. Randy knocked on the door, hearing a cold voice from inside. Please come in. She pushed open the door and saw Conley focused on the electronic screen, seemingly busy. Without looking up, he said, I'm still handling some matters. Please make yourself comfortable, Miss Jiang. Randy nodded slightly and sat on the sofa nearby. About half an hour later, Conley finally stood up and slowly approached. Sorry to keep you waiting. Conley lowered his head slightly, looking at Randy, his voice somewhat deep. It's fine, Randy forced a bright smile. Let's go. Randy understood, she should repay the favor by working for him. Casper's lab is on the third basement level. The seventh basement level is only used for experiments. I'll take you there. If his lab is also on the third basement level, wouldn't she frequently encounter Courtney? Randy wasn't afraid to see her, she was just worried about losing control and killing her, which would be boring. However, Courtney seemed to be on a mission today, so Randy didn't run into her. They soon arrived at Casper's lab on the third basement level. Maurice is the Paremison, Casper, Conley said. Good, good. Xiaojiang, come over here. Let me show you something. The cheerful old man invited Randy in, waving Conley away. That's all for you. Go do your business. Conley sighed and said, take care of yourself, sir. Don't worry about me. Go on. Casper waved him off indifferently. Their relationship seemed rather awkward, Randy thought to herself. After Conley left, Casper directly led Randy into a sealed room. Take a quick look, isn't it beautiful? All gems appear dim in comparison. It's absolutely stunning, Casper said excitedly and eagerly. In the center of the room stood a glass box, inside which was a stone glowing with a deep blue light, roughly the size of a thumb. Randy felt familiar. This was no other than the purified raw stone, 100 times purer than unrefined ones. Its enhancement to the bodies of mutants was immense. Such items were priceless during the later stages of the apocalypse. It's beautiful, Randy sincerely exclaimed. Do you want to know where it came from? Casper asked, his tone brimming with excitement. Randy wanted to say she knew but held back, only nodding. I extracted it from the batch of stones Conley brought me. From an 8 jin, about 4 kilograms, stone, I managed to refine only this small piece. So what can this be used for? Randy followed up. This is an incredible thing. This little thing can make ordinary people become gods, Casper said, his face showing a hint of madness, with an almost fiendish glint in his eyes. Why not use it now? Upon hearing Randy's question, Casper visibly deflated, all traces of excitement vanishing. Maurice slowly began to speak. It's too dangerous. Ordinary people simply can't handle it. I've already lost 3 assistants. Maurice looked up at Randy, his gaze sharp. Xiaojiang, you are my new hope. Chapter 30 Absorption. Casper, what do you need me to do? I need you to be my assistant and ensure I remain alert when I conduct research on the raw stone. Casper looked somewhat dispirited at that moment, sitting dazedly in his chair, looking even more slender. Ensure your alertness. Could you explain this a bit more clearly? Randy was slightly puzzled. As you can see, this small stone is heavily protected. In reality, it's not only for protecting the stone but also for safeguarding the people in the institute. Ordinary people would be bewitched by the energy emanating from this stone. Casper paused briefly, and become frenzied. So, ordinary people couldn't endure this kind of energy. Instead, they would be harmed by it, affecting their minds. Understood. When do we start the experiment? You saw the man last time. Maurice is the only one who came into contact with this energy and didn't die instantly, and is just an ordinary Paremison. Therefore, his existence gives us hope for successfully mutating ordinary people. Casper explained. But he has been unconscious for 20 days. I need you to establish a brain connection with him and determine his current state. Sure. Randy agreed readily. But I have a request. Houston seemed surprised that Randy had a request and subconsciously asked, what? The accommodation isn't ready yet. Of course not. I want to try absorbing that blue stone. Biff, can you assist me? Houston was puzzled. You want to absorb the raw stone directly? But we haven't thoroughly researched it yet. Absorbing it recklessly could be dangerous. Many people have already died. The apocalypse has just begun, and everyone's understanding of raw stones is still insufficient. However, Randy, living again, knew that these stones need purification before use. That means the blue stone can be absorbed directly, but the process is excruciatingly painful, and only a few can succeed. But with the bracelet, Randy wanted to give it a try. If she lived another ordinary life after being reborn, it would mean nothing to her. She wanted to be the strongest. Those raw stones kept in the room made Randy very uneasy. She had to absorb them as soon as possible. If successful, it would prove that the bracelet was extraordinary, and then she could absorb raw stones independently. Besides, having Houston nearby provided an additional layer of security. Yes, I'll bear the consequences myself. You need a test subject anyway, and I volunteer for it. But there's one condition. This must remain confidential, not even mentioned to Conley. Otherwise, fine. Before Randy finished speaking, Houston readily agreed, relieved to find a volunteer. Randy originally wanted to say that psychic mutants have many ways to torment people, but seeing how happy Houston was, she swallowed those words. You can contact me anytime you're ready. We can start whenever you like. Casper looked very pleased. Let's start now. Randy said. Great, let me call Skylar. Maurice will document your physical changes. Immediately, Casper made a phone call, almost fearing that Randy might change her mind. Soon, Skylar arrived. Maurice hearing the name, Randy thought it would be a Lynn, but unexpectedly, Skylar turned out to be a tall, muscular man nearly 2 meters tall. Little Lee is my star pupil. When I was still a university professor, he was my doctoral student, Casper introduced proudly. Mauricello, junior sister, my name is Skylar. Maurice spoke with a familiar northeastern accent. Hi, my name is Randy. Randy responded politely. After all preparations were completed, Randy lay down in the device. To prevent any issues, the light blue crystal was diluted before being injected into her body in small quantities. As expected, her body showed no discomfort. She felt a continuous influx of energy, experiencing an unprecedented vigor. Houston and Skylar became increasingly astonished by her formidable physical attributes. Was she even human? Teacher, should we stop now? Skylar asked, sounding worried. Houston stared intently at the data panel, looking rather excited. Just a little longer. Randy hadn't reached her limit yet. Her body continued to absorb the energy obsessively. Until all the blue crystals were absorbed, she felt no adverse effects. Houston was almost in a state of ecstasy. Although the crystal was absorbed, he was more excited than Randy. After emerging from the device, Randy felt that everything around her had completely changed. Space seemed to have solidified. No subtle changes could escape her eyes. She could easily enter the minds of ordinary people, where each brain structure was as vast and complex as a universe. She could issue commands at will, fully controlling animals and humans. At the same time, she was surprised to find that Manya's mental power was skyrocketing, with blue-green light appearing in its eyes, only to vanish in an instant. It seemed that Manya would also improve along with her advancement. Perhaps it was due to the mental connection they had established earlier. Could it be reasonably suspected that Manya was an animal that had undergone mutation and could continuously upgrade? Randy remained composed, but Skylar and Houston were clearly on the verge of losing their minds. Shall we go measure your level now? Randy suggested. Skylar said blankly, no need, the instruments in City A might not even be able to detect your level. Randy also felt that she was probably around S level now, while the current instruments could only measure up to high levels. Is there nothing uncomfortable about your body? Houston asked. Randy shook her head and replied, a little sleepy because I didn't sleep well last night. Houston was thoroughly impressed. Maurice immediately took all the experimental data into the lab, and before leaving, he drew 3 full tubes of blood from Randy. This caused Houston to temporarily set aside his other experimental tasks. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Randy thought it was the perfect time to leave the base to search for raw stones and test her current potential. Besides that, she had other purposes for leaving the base this time. Chapter 31, The Fernandon Sister. After a brief rest, Randy prepared to leave the base. The base had strict control over who entered but did not impose restrictions on those leaving. The rear Emerson was simple. It was safer inside the base than outside. Most people chose not to venture out because of this, and the limited supplies within the base would last longer if fewer people left, especially if they died outside due to their own rear Emersons. But as a researcher now, Randy underwent a thorough questioning before she was allowed to leave. It had been more than half a month since she last left the base. Outside, everything was now an icy wasteland. The floodwaters that hadn't receded in time were frozen solid by sudden drops in temperature. Ice encased most of the city's buildings, with occasional earthquakes causing cracks to appear across the icy layers. Not everyone made it into the base during the initial rescue efforts, which ceased after just 1 week due to extreme weather conditions. Some refused to enter, while others were never found by the rescue teams. Thus, although there seemed to be no signs of human life, Randy knew that human survival instincts were strong. People could still be living in these seemingly desolate areas, adapting and surviving. Even with her full set of thermal clothing, she could still feel the bitter cold. The ice was incredibly thick. After confirming it was safe, Randy retrieved her all-terrain vehicle from her spatial storage, complete with tire chains, and climbed inside. Maurice's first destination was the place where she had once been imprisoned, the den of horrors where Scott and his group tortured her in her previous life. Randy drove for about an hour and a half before reaching the area. The road conditions were terrible, visibility was low, and the compass had lost its function due to magnetic field changes. She relied entirely on memory to find her way here. Before the apocalypse, this place had been a high-end office building. About a dozen floors of the structure still stood exposed above the ice layer. After parking the car, she released her mental energy, expanding her perception range several times over. Now, the entire area lay within her senses. There were 2 red and 3 blue dots. This was the total number of mutants in the area. Randy's lips curled slightly. By now, it was nearly noon. She found a relatively intact building nearby and decided to have lunch. Since she had arrived, she didn't mind playing with them a bit, given she had all the time in the world. From her spatial storage, Randy took out materials to start a fire. Once the flames were going, the temperature warmed up slightly. She planned to make instant noodles, generously adding a sausage, an egg, and some fresh vegetables. The aroma of the noodles made her feel like she was dreaming. The spicy noodles tasted so good that tears almost welled up in her eyes. Of course, she didn't forget Manya, preparing a savory meal of raw bone meat and goat's milk for her cat. Both human and feline had their bellies filled to the brim. Just as Randy was about to put everything back into her spatial storage, she sensed 2 red dots approaching quickly. Maurice's first thought was she discovered? But she quickly dismissed that idea. She had confirmed that there was no one within tens of kilometers before choosing this location. Those with mental powers were already rare, and even rarer were those whose abilities matched hers. She couldn't have been tracked so easily. Instead, the 2 figures appeared suddenly, their heartbeats irregular, suggesting they were fleeing from something. Whatever it was, Randy didn't plan to engage in a direct confrontation. But because she had chosen a room without windows to avoid the wind, there was only one door leading in or out. Leaving now might mean encountering the 2 people face to face. Besides, if one of them was a mental mutant, whether she stayed or hid wouldn't matter. So, she decided to remain in the room and adapt to the situation. As the 2 red dots approached closer, they finally reached her building. She could clearly hear their conversation. "Fernand, let's rest here for a moment. Those things shouldn't catch up to us anytime soon," a Lin's voice said. "It's hard to say," replied the Lin's brother. "But Fernand, I can't run anymore. We're not far from the base. Can we please rest here?" the Lin pleaded. "Fine, but only for half an hour. You're the best, Fernand." Next came the sounds of them climbing upstairs. Randy heard them getting closer and readied an ice blade in her hand. "Fernand, this door won't open," the Lin's voice sounded again. "Let's try another room," the brother replied, his voice hoarse. The door had been frozen shut by Randy, so the 2 individuals couldn't enter without using brute force. Randy breathed a small sigh of relief. It wasn't that she was afraid of them, rather, she disliked social interactions. In the apocalypse, human emotional dependencies were simpler, and overly trusting people tended to believe others easily. If they encountered someone else, they would be excited to join up. Whether it was someone's good intentions or ill will, she didn't want to accept either. Seeing the 2 people move away, Randy made a quick decision, pushed open the door, and left the building. At this moment, in a room on the 22nd floor of the adjacent office building, a fire burned brightly. Inside, a man of average build lay on top of a woman, his right face grotesque as if burned by acid. Maurice panted and laughed at the woman beneath him. "Am I not impressive? Hey, you filthy bitch." The woman's skin was bruised all over, her neck chained, constantly sobbing and shouting. Seeing the woman remained silent, the man took something in his hand and started beating her until she said what he wanted to hear. Fernand Wang, a slender man entered, interrupting the cruel torture. "Fucking blind idiot," the man called Fernand Wang cursed. "Fernand Wang, it's not that I lack discretion, but there's really an issue," the slender man bent low. With Fernand Wang's permission, he continued, "Today is the shift change, but Mingzi and Old Shi are nowhere to be found, yet their equipment is still here." Fernand Wang narrowed his eyes. He wasn't a fool, which was why he led so many people outside the base, establishing his own system. "Did you have the psychic check?" "That's the strange part, Fernand Wang." Pat searched the entire building but found no one. "But it's also possible they went out looking for some women to enjoy," the slender man added. Vince threw the woman aside, zipped up his pants, and told the Slender Man they wouldn't do that. Go call everyone else over and bring the equipment. Seeing how serious Vince was, the Slender Man didn't dare delay and quickly went to gather people. Vince looked grim. The noise earlier had been too loud, making him overlook things. It was unusually quiet today. Chapter 32 Two-Faced Man. Fernand Wang, Daz Huizi and Zhong Fu have also disappeared. The lean man reported in a panic. They were a total of 7 people, including Vince, who was one of the 4 mutated ones among them. Especially Vince, he could fetch objects from a distance, his mutation level surpassing all of theirs. For this Rear Emerson, they lived like tyrants outside by relying on plunder and rape, forcing men they encountered into slavery and raping women. But today, 4 people from the group had suddenly gone missing, an unprecedented event. "Ayao, go fetch Pat for me," said Vince with a dark face. Pat was the only mental-type mutator among Vince's crew, making him the most influential Emerson next to Vince. Vince waited and waited but saw no one, his face as black as ink, even a fool would know what had happened by now. Suddenly, a melodious female voice sounded through the air. "Vince, are you waiting for me?" Vince scanned around to find the source. The remaining people in the room were those previously brought here as slaves. They looked at each other in confusion, unsure of what was going on. "Where's Pat? Where did he run off to?" Vince asked sinisterly. "Who is Pat? Does his voice sound as good as mine?" The female voice rang out again, giving people the creeps this time. "Who are you really?" "Stop playing tricks," Vince said while searching the room. Whoever it was, he swore to capture and flay them alive. Vince was extremely treacherous and malicious, and cunning too. Maurice would truly do such a thing. "It's strange, clearly you were the one who couldn't see me. Your dear brothers have already come looking for me," the Lin laughed. "Why don't you open the door? You'll see me if you do." Vince abruptly threw open the door but found nothing in the corridor. Suddenly, someone cried out in shock. At the end of the corridor stood 6 motionless figures. Vince grabbed a random Emerson from the crowd and kicked him out, saying, "Go take a look." The man was clearly scared, trembling hesitantly at the door. Maurice was sent flying out by Vince with a heavy kick. "Dare come back, and I'll kill you," Vince said viciously. With no choice, he walked down the corridor step by hesitant step. Though it was still afternoon, the corridor was unusually dim. He tried calling out twice but got no response. The man steeled himself and finally reached the figures, falling onto the floor immediately after recognizing them. These people had vanished for only a moment, yet they were frozen stiff like iron rods, standing straight with wide eyes and vivid expressions, as if they were instantly frozen. People in the room couldn't see what was opposite clearly, only noticing the man collapse. Vince's face turned green. Several people in the room had started sobbing softly, claiming they saw ghosts. "Shut up," Vince roared. "Why are you sitting there stupidly? Get back here." Upon hearing Vince's yell, the man hastily climbed up and ran back, crying, "Statues, it's haunted." Vince heightened his vigilance. He hadn't even seen the enemy and lost 6 subordinates. "Who are you really? I have plenty of resources and manpower. I can give them to you if you want," Vince said through gritted teeth. "I don't want anything at all," the clear female voice replied again. Vince felt as if his eyes were covered in a layer of fog. Cold chill enveloped him, and before his eyes stood a graceful young Lin slowly walking towards her. Maurice was slightly stunned, quickly recovering his expression. Never thought that all these things were done by such an innocent-looking Lin. "Long time no see, Vince," Randy said with a smile. After entering the building, she easily took care of 2 patrolling guards, then dealt with 2 others coming for shift change. One of them attempted to send out a distress signal, which was cut short by her swift strike. These people lacked unique mutation abilities, their bodies just slightly better than ordinary people. One Emerson was especially strong, taking some effort for Randy to handle. But this let her confirm one fact: red represented special mutation ability holders, blue meant physically superior yet non-mutation carriers. Later, the mental mutator caused her some trouble, but she wasn't worried. Now, there was only this trash head. Vince left. "Little Lin, do I know you?" Vince asked. "You may not know me, but I know you. So, why did you come find me?" Randy sneered. This Vince was still pretending to be ignorant, with 6 subordinates dead and still questioning her Rear Emerson for finding him. "Of course I came to play with you. How about we play a game?" Randy said with a smile. "You stand still, and I'll throw ice blades at you to see how many I can hit." "Are you joking with me?" Vince's face changed, a hint of threat in his voice. "You don't want to play a game with me? Boring, then I'll just say goodbye." Suddenly, Randy slapped Vince into the wall, freezing his limbs with ice. She quickly conjured an ice blade and approached the man's throat. The attack happened in an instant, so fast that no one else could react, only seeing Vince pinned by Randy. Vince didn't even realize he was nailed to the wall. This Lin's strength and speed were superior to his own. This was definitely a tough opponent. "Little Lin, what do you really want? I can give it to you. It's not good to kill people like this." "You have a point, I shouldn't kill indiscriminately." Randy seemed to agree with him, pulling back a bit. Before Vince could feel relieved, she added, "I'll let them kill you instead, okay?" His face turned pale instantly. "Whoever wants to make a move, come on. 1 per Emerson at a time, but remember to queue up." Maurice hearing Randy's words, everyone hesitated. Although their hatred for Vince was real, the fear he instilled in them was also very real, and no one dared to step forward. Seeing this, Randy could only shake her head helplessly. Looks like she had to finish him off herself. But in the next moment, a sinister laugh echoed through the air. "Little Lin, I've played enough with you. Now it's my turn." The voice was hoarse and unpleasant, as if wood chips were stuck in the throat. Randy looked in the direction of the sound, which came from Vince, yet his mouth didn't move. However, something truly terrifying happened. Vince's head turned 90 degrees in an unnatural way. Maurice exerted a slight force with his hands, breaking free from the ice restraints, then slowly raised one hand to push his hair aside. Everyone gasped in horror when they saw it. On the back of Vince's head was another face, identical to his own but without any burn marks. Chapter 33, Aelia's Talent. "Little brother, you're not quite up to it. Let me handle this." Randy suddenly had a very bad feeling. As the face changed, Vince's strength seemed to increase dramatically. This Paremison's voice appeared to carry some form of psychic attack, causing discomfort. "My name is Imran, I am Vince's older brother. Young lady, let's acquaint ourselves again." Imran seemed to be striving for a friendly tone, but his actions were far from friendly. Maurice waved his hand, and all the knives in the room stood upright, their tips pointing at Randy. Upon hearing Imran speak, Randy felt dizzy and disoriented. She was shocked. With her current abilities, she should not have been affected by others' mental influence. What kind of power was this? Randy immediately tried using her psychic control, but oddly enough, her ability seemed blocked by something as soon as it touched Vince's mind, bouncing back instantly. The fact that Vince shared a body with an older brother named Imran was something Randy never would have thought possible. By today's biological standards, it was completely impossible. Moreover, Imran's powers far surpassed Vince's. Although Randy's level should have been higher, she had no idea what method he used that made her head pound painfully, preventing her from performing at full capacity. "Little Lin, I've spoken kindly. Since you won't listen, don't blame me for being ruthless." Without giving Randy a chance to react, the knives closed in on her throat, narrowly missed due to her swift dodge. After failing with the mental attack, Randy quickly raised a row of ice walls in front of her, then casually swiped to launch a line of ice blades towards Imran, which he easily dodged. While defending, Randy rapidly considered her strategy. A significant part of Imran's strength came from his psychic pollution, inhibiting Randy from utilizing her full power. She didn't know how these brothers achieved such power, but they must be around intermediate level 8. Continuing like this would gain her nothing but trouble. She needed to find a way to leave and regroup. "Want to run? Little Lin, games aren't played like that." Seeing Randy's intention to leave, Imran did not hold back, attacking sharply towards her vital points. Just as Imran was about to hit Randy's crucial spot, he suddenly stopped, frozen in place like a statue. The expected pain never came. Randy felt puzzled and looked around. Not only Imran, but everyone else in the room also remained motionless like puppets, their expressions either surprised, crying, or calmly watching the fight, frozen vividly as if by some unseen force. The entire space fell into a dead silence. Even the snowflakes outside the house were still in midair. Randy moved her fingers, finding surprisingly that she could move. What was happening? Meow. A loud cat's cry echoed, and Aelia jumped out from nowhere, leisurely rubbing against Randy's thigh. Another meow followed, and Imran's whole body began evaporating like a heated kettle, soon drying up like a mummy, stiffening and falling to the ground. Randy was flabbergasted by Aelia's sudden move. She hadn't even seen how Aelia attacked, yet Imran ended up like a dried corpse. "Aelia, do you have any other surprises for Mom?" Excited, Randy picked up Aelia. Meow, meow, meow. Now Randy could communicate telepathically with Aelia and quickly understood its meaning. Aelia's ability was called Absolute Domain. Within its reach, time flowed as it willed, and rules were set by Randy or Aelia. It meant that within Aelia's domain, she was a queen-like presence. Suddenly, there was a clatter. Something dropped from the dry corpse. Randy turned her gaze and saw an inconspicuous black stone lying beside the corpse. "Isn't this an original stone?" Randy gasped inwardly. Vince and Imran could directly absorb original stones. Not even Randy could guarantee no issues during absorption, and yet these two absorbed them shell and all. Now she understood why they had mutated this way. Putting the stone in her backpack, Randy softly said, "Aelia, withdraw the domain." Time instantly resumed its normal flow. Witnessing the sudden appearance of the dry corpse, everyone in the room was baffled. In their perception, Randy was cornered a moment ago, and in the next second, Imran became a dried corpse. At this point, Randy seemed godlike to them. Randy did not pay attention to the remaining people and turned to leave, but was stopped by someone behind her. "Miss, you saved us. You are our savior," a Clifton said. "Randy, there's no need for that. I didn't kill him for your sake." Although Randy said this, the crowd still felt grateful and hoped she would accept some supplies as a reward. Randy thought for a moment and said, "There's no need for supplies. Just owe me a favor. If I need anything in the future, I'll come to you." Everyone quickly nodded in agreement, assuring her they would do whatever they could within their abilities. Seeing this, Randy did not say more and left the building. As for what happened to those inside, it was none of her concern. Whether they chose to enter the base for food and shelter or survive alone in the wild, it was entirely up to them. After leaving the building, Randy used her bracelet to locate several more original stone storage points. However, she did not absorb them directly but carefully placed them in her backpack, making her trip very fruitful. Meanwhile, Aelia had given her an incredible surprise. Its absolute domain ability was almost invincible. If she ever encountered an opponent too strong for her, at least this ability could help save her life. This added an extra layer of security for her. Back at the base, she was thoroughly questioned by the guards at the entrance before being allowed in. But before she could leave, a familiar female voice made her turn her head. Fernand, aren't you going to look for Conley? It was the brother and sister she had met earlier. Looking at them closely, both seemed to be in their 20s but appeared exhausted, as if they hadn't slept well in a long time. The brother frowned deeply, lost in thought. Wait, they mentioned Conley? Because Randy's gaze was too direct, the man seemed to sense something and looked up at her. Randy did not avoid his gaze, responding with a smile before preparing to leave. However, the man's voice called out from behind her, Miss, could you wait a moment? Chapter 34, Lisbeth. Randy pretended not to have heard and slipped away. Why did she smile at him for no rear Emerson? Randy silently scolded herself. If she hadn't reacted quickly, she would have gotten into trouble again. After running outside the base for 3 days, Randy was both physically and mentally exhausted. All she wanted was to return to her room, take a shower, and rest. Lying in bed, despite being incredibly tired, Randy tossed and turned, unable to sleep. The two-faced man's face kept appearing in her mind. Since the apocalypse, many species on Earth have mutated to varying degrees. Some humans also mutated, becoming neither human nor ghost. But someone like Imran and Vince couldn't possibly be caused by the apocalypse. They must have been like this before, which puzzled Randy greatly. From a biological perspective, there are indeed cases where siblings share a body, but sharing a head with faces on both sides is unprecedented. Moreover, this Paremison's ability is very strange, suppressing others even when of lower rank are unheard of phenomenon. However, regardless of everything, enhancing her level remains the priority. Randy thought about the pile of raw stones in her room and realized she needed to absorb them as soon as possible. Randy pondered this until she finally dozed off. Unfortunately, fate didn't allow her to sleep in. At 8 o'clock the next morning, the electronic butler woke her up. Master, you have an urgent email from Casper. Would you like me to read it for you? That old man was busy with his data research, so why did he contact her so soon? Read it. Yes, Master. I will read it for you now. Maurice is the content. Little Jiang, the test subject I mentioned earlier, woke up in the middle of the night. It's an emergency, and I hope you can come to the lab as soon as possible to assist with subsequent research. The test subject woke up. It had only been a few days, and Randy was somewhat surprised. Forget it, better go and see what's happening first. She struggled out of bed, washed her face with cold water to regain some alertness. After breakfast, she left home without makeup, her bare face looking gentle. Randy met Casper in the laboratory on the 3rd basement floor. Without exchanging pleasantries, Casper asked her to put on a protective suit and proceed to the 7th underground level. Upon re-entering the previous room, the difference was that the Paremison who was lying on the bed was now sitting up. This Paremison had been lying down with their hair shaved off, so Randy couldn't tell whether it was male or female, assuming it was a boy. This time, judging from the figure sitting up, it looked more like a Lin. She's a Lin? Randy asked. An assistant beside her nodded. There were many similar test subjects like her before. She is number 24 and is the most promising one for the research. Randy couldn't imagine that such a young Lin was named after a test subject number, confined in a dimly lit basement, undergoing various experiments. Give me the latest data analysis for Lisbeth, Casper said to the assistant. It's all here. Monitoring started at 2 a.m. last night and ended at 8 a.m. this morning, lasting 6 hours. Vital signs are stable with no significant fluctuations. Energy levels are also relatively steady, fluctuating between mid-first tier and mid-second tier. However, what's the matter? Speak up. Casper scolded. The mental state of the test subject isn't good. She had autism before and now refuses to communicate with others. She exhibits aggressive behavior that can harm others. We currently cannot guarantee the safety of our core researchers, so we can only operate remotely. Casper nodded, stood up, looking slightly hunched. Maurice said to Randy, Little Jiang, try your best. If you encounter any obstacles, immediately pull back, don't take risks. Randy understood and began to fully release her spiritual power. Maurice's spiritual energy could easily reach every corner of the room and establish contact with a Paremison instantly. However, when it spread to Lisbeth, Randy suddenly felt very confused. With her current abilities, she could easily establish a brain connection with ordinary people or high-ranking individuals and control them. But facing chaotic entities, it felt like touching a barrier, making it difficult to enter. It was the same with the mutated animals before, Vince and Imran, and now with Lisbeth. Randy decided to try harder, consciously controlling all her spiritual power to investigate Lisbeth. This time, she made new discoveries. While the human brain's neural system is indeed rich, complex, and grand, it still has an internal order, allowing Randy to explore it easily. However, Lisbeth's nervous system was blocked everywhere. Some parts were sealed off, and others were directly severed. It was hard to imagine that such a condition could still meet basic vital signs. Although she appeared to be alive, in reality, she was already dead. Was this kind of energy good or bad for humans? Randy withdrew her spiritual power and shook her head at Casper. Casper didn't seem too disappointed either. Don't feel burdened. This is definitely challenging, he paused and added, Xiao Jiang, follow me for a moment. As an assistant, Randy's mission was to follow orders, so she obediently followed Casper back to the research lab on the 3rd basement floor. Casper then took her to his private office and locked the door from the inside. Randy immediately became alert. Noticing Randy's tension, Casper quickly explained, Ha ha ha, Xiaojiang, don't be nervous. I locked the door to prevent my students from barging in. They often come in when I'm not around to steal my alcohol. I asked you here because it concerns your ability. My ability? Yes, Xiaojiang, do you want to know where your potential lies? Casper asked. Before Randy could answer, Casper continued, in fact, every mutant has a limited tolerance, able to absorb only a little at a time. Someone like you, I've never seen before. Xiaojiang, I want to test your limits. Chapter 35, Hunting. To be honest, Randy didn't know where her limits lay either. From the very beginning of absorbing energy until now, she had never experienced any bottleneck. However, it was fortunate that there were bottlenecks, preventing some people from absorbing infinitely. Once those with absolute resources have no limitations, they would become even more terrifying. How do we test? Randy asked. We need Conley to be here. If anything dangerous happens, he can stop it in time. Randy nodded. It had been a while since she last saw Conley. She wondered what that ice cube had been up to lately. Wait a minute, I'll call Conley. Casper turned around and made the call. The other end picked up quickly, and after saying just a few words, Casper hung up. The whole process took no more than a minute. 10 minutes later, Conley appeared at the office door. Seeing him approach, he was dressed in combat gear, as if he had just finished some mission and hadn't even had time to catch his breath before being pulled over by Casper. Biff, you called me, came his calm voice. I'm going to take little Jiang to test her abilities, and I need you to keep an eye on things, Casper said, hurriedly gesturing for him to come inside. Conley glanced at Randy, who inadvertently met his gaze. Okay, he murmured. The energy within the base had been refined and was different from the previous jewelry. This energy was purer but also more dangerous. Randy lay down in the enclosed equipment, watching as blue liquid started flowing through the special pipes, suddenly feeling nervous. These energies won't enter your body. It's only simulating to test your endurance level. If you can't bear it anymore, signal immediately, Conley reminded her. Randy blinked, indicating she heard him. As the equipment activated, the blue liquid began to flow continuously into the chamber. In an instant, Randy felt an overwhelming rush of energy. Unlike absorbing energy, this sensation was quite uncomfortable. She couldn't see the outside clearly, only sensing the increasing amount of energy she was enduring. Time seemed to slow down, yet Randy still hadn't reached her limit. Outside the instrument, both Houston and Conley kept their eyes fixed on the monitor, fearing they might miss any fluctuation in Randy's vital signs. But after waiting and watching, they found no sign of discomfort from Randy, their expressions gradually becoming more serious. Filled with shock and helplessness, Houston could only manually stop the machine. Otherwise, it might overload. The chamber opened swiftly. As Randy stepped out, she noticed the two looking at her as if she were a monster. After a long pause, Casper finally spoke. Xiaoming, has anyone else ever shown such a situation? Conley hesitated before answering, probably not normal. Another silence followed. Randy broke the awkwardness first. Maybe your machine is broken? Ha ha. It took a while for Casper to frown and say, today's situation must not leak out. Conley nodded. No one could be certain whether this super capability holder would ultimately help humanity or stand against them. The incident in the lab gave Randy a reminder. She had rushed into things, with her rank rising too quickly, which might draw unwanted attention. So she decided to absorb the original stones in her room gradually. One day, while heading to the lab, Randy ran into Courtney unexpectedly. Since joining Houston's experimental team, Randy often thought about how she would face Courtney if they encountered each other. Yet, the encounter came sooner than expected. Initially intending to ignore Courtney, she was surprised when Courtney greeted her first. Are you part of Mr. Liu's team? I've seen you several times. Randy stopped, staring at her with a puzzled expression. Don't misunderstand, it's just that you look very beautiful, and I tend to pay extra attention to beautiful women, Courtney explained hastily. Randy suddenly understood. Courtney's character was extremely dark and self-righteous, always playing two-faced games. She wondered what Courtney's agenda was this time. If Courtney enjoyed the thrill of hunting, why not play along? Randy smiled. So you're not bad either. Courtney feigned exaggerated joy. Thanks. Can we be friends then? Randy smiled slightly. Sure. Tomorrow, many of us are going to hunt mutated animals. Will you come? Mutated animals? Yes, don't you know? Many animals have mutated and are much more vicious now, Courtney explained considerately. I see. Of course, I'll go. Of course, I have to go. How would I know what kind of trap you're setting for me if I don't? The next day, Randy arrived at the gathering spot on time and indeed found a few people assembled there, though she didn't recognize any of them. Courtney was fashionably late. Once she arrived, she pulled Randy's hand and introduced her to everyone. This is my new sister, Randy, who's part of Casper's team. Then she turned to Randy. These are all my friends. They're very nice, so don't feel constrained. Randy subtly withdrew her hand and glanced at the group, 3 boys, 2 Lins. They seemed quite enthusiastic, all dressed in red, which suggested they were probably from the Special Operations team. The other 2 Lins immediately came over warmly and linked arms with Randy. Unaccustomed to this sudden warmth, Randy pulled her arm away. That action clearly displeased the 2 Lins, their eyes flashing with irritation. Randy pretended not to notice, knowing that today should be quite interesting. Courtney quickly said, let's get going now, we need to be back before dark. Randy, you'll ride with me, Ruo Bai will drive. Randy's brow furrowed slightly. Ruo Bai? Dover. She had heard this name in her past life. She knew about him because Dover was involved in a brutal murder case, but his family used their connections to clear his name, drawing much criticism. Randy's opinion on that matter was simple: they were all of a kind. As soon as she got into the car, Randy opened her backpack and took out Manya. Courtney immediately showed interest and reached out to touch it, but Manya bared its teeth at her and gave a warning growl. Sorry, it doesn't usually act like this, Randy apologized without a hint of regret, instead placing Manya on her shoulder. A flash of malice passed through Courtney's eyes. Because of the thick ice covering everywhere, the car skidded badly, so they had to park near the area and walk in from there. But after only a few steps, one of the Lins claimed she couldn't go on. Chapter 36 Cat and Mouse. Courtney immediately asked with concern, Alana, what's wrong? I don't know why, but I feel a bit nauseous as soon as I entered this place. Can I rest here for a while? Courtney immediately replied, but it's dangerous here. Let me stay with you. Winston, seeming to genuinely consider their safety, suggested, why don't all the Lins stay behind? The others agreed with Winston's suggestion, except Randy, who insisted on doing the opposite. But I really want to try hunting. Randy's words drew varied expressions from everyone, especially Courtney and Winston. Another boy suddenly said, since this new sister wants to, let her join us. With so many of us, we can definitely protect you. Courtney could only pretend to be in a difficult position. Alright then, Guy, Ru or Bai, you must protect Randy well. The group was completely divided into two. Courtney, Alana, and another Lin named Frida stayed put. Randy went hunting with the three boys. Everything seemed normal at first, like they were truly here to hunt, but after walking for a short distance, one of the boys clutched his stomach and left, claiming he didn't feel well. Guy eventually went to look for him after waiting for quite some time, leaving only Randy and Winston. Shortly after, Winston claimed to have spotted animal tracks and told Randy to wait for them. Randy stayed put, her face showing fear and anxiety while inwardly laughing heartily. What had she done to deserve such an elaborate show played out in front of her? Given Randy's current detection range, the entire forest wasn't a challenge. Honestly, she knew exactly where each Parmesan was. Thinking they were catching the mouse, the cat didn't realize they were the mice. As expected, everyone hid. Randy couldn't help but feel elated. So many people willing to play with her, she had to give her best performance. Winston, Guy, where are you both? Randy shouted loudly. Leaves rustled behind her, and Randy stood up in pretended fright, staring at the woods intently. Who's there? More rustling came from the left side of the woods, and Randy quickly crouched down, huddling into a ball, trembling. She found herself acting perfectly. Alia remained seated on a rock throughout, licking its hand idly, not understanding why its owner was having so much fun. Those people weren't satisfied just scaring her. One of them released their ability, causing hail to rain down from the sky. But too bad, despite controlling the weather, their level was too low, allowing control only over Randy's small area. Randy was nearly laughing out loud, knowing clearly where there was no hail. She turned and ran toward the area without hail. The Parmesan refused to give up, following closely. It was quite a feat for someone of such low level to act so boldly. Randy curled her lips, thinking to herself, let me show you how real hail should look. In the next second, hail fell across the entire forest. Compared to before, this hailstorm was far larger, faster, and wider, creating devastating damage. Soon, cries of pain filled the air. F***K, Ebony, can you control your hail? Winston shouted, feeling immense pain. The F***K do you think? This isn't my doing at all. Alana said, no way, did it actually start hailing? Courtney gritted her teeth, let's hide first. If it's real hail, even she won't be safe. With the hail still falling, they all took shelter in a cave. Strangely, once inside, the hail stopped. As soon as someone stepped outside, it started again. It was hard not to suspect that the hail targeted them specifically. Courtney, are you sure the Parmesan you brought is just an ordinary human? Winston suddenly asked. Courtney rolled her eyes. Obviously, I reviewed Houston's team files. It clearly states, Randy, no mutations. But what if Houston deliberately concealed something? This left Courtney uncertain. F***K, this endless hail, it's like it's deliberately stopping us from leaving, Guy cursed. At that moment, Randy sat above their cave, boredly controlling the hail. Suddenly finding it uninteresting, she decided to add some twists. Yeah, right nearby, there's a wolf den. Nice choice, indeed. With a slight thought, Randy made the wolf suddenly stand up and start running towards the cave where Courtney and the others were hiding. The other wolves followed the lead wolf, thinking something important was happening. These mutated wild wolves were quite disgusting to look at, and Randy quickly averted her gaze after one glance. The people in the cave, seeing that the hail hadn't fallen for a long time, assumed it had finally stopped. However, their joy was short-lived as they heard howling. That's not right. Aren't wild wolves nocturnal? Why are they out now? Alana asked in fear. Outside the cave, there were over 10 wild wolves of various sizes, some with 2 heads, others missing half their faces. TSK. Randy couldn't bear to watch this. She was too kind-hearted for such cruel scenes. Deciding it was about time to end the game, Randy clapped her hands, picked up Alia who was watching excitedly nearby, and left. Alia, meow? I was enjoying it so much, and you just carried me away. Randy returned to the car directly, took out a box lunch from her spatial bag and ate heartily, then drank a hot cup of milk tea. Seeing that the others still hadn't come out, she even ate a packet of chips. Only after she had eaten her fill did the group finally arrive, all bruised and blooded. Winston was especially bad off, with half his face covered in blood, using a white cloth to press against it. How did you end up like this? Randy asked with concern. Courtney looked at Randy with a dark expression, forgetting to cover it up. What's wrong, Anran? Why are you looking at me like that? I'm scared. Realizing her mistake, Courtney forced a smile, though it looked strained. I'm worried about you. Where did you go? We searched for you for so long. Winston told me to wait in place, but no one came after waiting for a long time, so I got scared and came here. Oh, I see. It's good you're safe. Yeah. You guys should get in the car quickly, we need to get back. I can see you're all injured. Randy urged everyone to get into the car. Winston was the worst off, with half his face clawed up, yet he still had to drive since Courtney genuinely didn't know how. After all, Randy was playing the role of a delicate Lynn. Back at the base, the others couldn't pretend anymore and went straight to the medical room without greeting anyone. Today was another day only Randy was happy. But her happiness didn't last long before someone came looking for her. Casper said, Micah wants to see you. Micah? Randy was puzzled. What did he want with her? Though confused, she still went. Please come in, said Conley-Yuan with a thick and reimmersonant voice. Randy pushed open the door and walked in, finding Conley-Yuan sitting on the sofa. You must be Xiao Jiang, please sit, Conley-Yuan greeted warmly. Randy now understood where Conley had learned his courteous manners. They were undoubtedly learned from Conley-Yuan. Xiao Jiang, let me be straightforward. I know about your abilities, and the base is currently very short on Paramasonal. Randy nodded. Your abilities are exactly what the base needs at this moment. Moreover, the base can provide you with superior resources. With your talent and the base's full support, I believe you will achieve great things in the future. Randy nodded again. You can view this as a condition, but I hope you consider it more as an opportunity to utilize these resources, Conley-Yuan said. Randy continued nodding. Conley-Yuan was starting to feel frustrated. Was this Paramason capable of only nodding? Is there nothing you want to ask me? Randy shook her head. Conley-Yuan. This Paramason wasn't following the script, rendering his prepared speech useless. Let me make it clearer. You have only two choices, accept the favorable conditions offered by the base and stay, or refuse and be eliminated. Fortunately, she didn't just nod or shake her head this time. Only these two choices? Conley nodded. I hope you understand, as a high-level decision-maker, everything I do. If I refuse, how will I be eliminated? Randy interrupted him abruptly. Euthanasia, and your body would be used for scientific research. Conley-Yuan kept his tone as gentle as possible, but he was nearly losing control. With Miss Jiang's current abilities, don't even think about escaping. Once you leave the base, no other base in the world will accept you. Okay, then I choose to refuse, she replied. Chapter 37, The Explosion of Subject Number 24. Randy hated being threatened the most. They actually dared to threaten her. Having lived this life again, was she still afraid of death threats? Chavi didn't expect Randy to be so stubborn, neither persuaded by invitations nor moved by threats. Miss Jiang, I'm not a difficult Paramason to talk to. I'll give you 3 days to think it over carefully and then make your decision. No need to think. I refuse. Go ahead and capture me now, put me down if you want, Randy said with an unperturbed smile on her face. You. Chavi almost couldn't catch his breath. Randy was gambling, with herself as the stake. Since the base wanted her abilities, they wouldn't kill her easily. After all, those who had mutations were rare, and the base wouldn't give up on her just like that. If she was the stake, why should the demands be made only by them? Chavi laughed out loud in anger. Ha ha ha, Miss Jiang, you are so smart. What can I say about you? Miss Jiang, regardless of whether you believe me or not, I genuinely appreciate you. Please state your terms. As long as they don't violate human interests, we can meet them. Randy smiled and spoke word by word. I want to be free. The base has no right to restrict my comings and goings. I will only serve as Casper's assistant and protect his safety. As for the prosperity of the base and the mission of mankind, they have nothing to do with me. I won't do anything harmful to humanity, but please don't regard me as a savior either. I am just myself. All people entering or leaving the base must be approved by the system. I cannot promise this, but everything else is fine. Deal. The base must also provide resources for my development. Of course, I won't just sit around doing nothing. I can participate in high-risk missions. Agreed. The best resources will definitely be prioritized for Miss Jiang. The conversation went smoothly, and Randy was very satisfied. This was exactly how she liked conversations to go, centered around her own interests. After Randy left, Conley came out from the cubicle. Conley, you found a gem, Chavi sighed. Conley lowered his eyes, his raven-like eyelashes covering his lids, seemingly lost in thought. Randy walked out of Chavi's office and went straight to Casper's laboratory. When Houston saw Randy, he pulled her close, examining her closely, asking, "Did that old man bully you?" "How could I be bullied?" Casper couldn't help smiling along at Randy's happy face. Before Houston could ask further, he was interrupted abruptly. "Casper, subject number 24 has entered a frenzied state." Skylar's hurried tone made Houston's expression change instantly. "Xiao Jiang, come with me." Randy realized something was wrong and quickly followed Casper to level 7 underground. When they arrived, the entire lab was in ruins, with no sign of any lab Paramasonal or subject number 24. Seeing the disappearance of the subject, Casper shouted angrily, "Skylar, where are you?" "Teacher, I'm here." Skylar and a few other researchers emerged from another lab, looking disheveled. "What happened?" "We found that subject number 24 suddenly generated some energy fluctuations, so we planned to conduct a blood test. But she suddenly went berserk, killing one researcher and knocking out another. Then she simply pried open the protective door and escaped." "What did you all do? Did you just let her run? Where's the inhibitor? Why didn't you inject her with it? And there are supposed to be 3 layers of protection. How did all of them fail?" Houston berated angrily. Today we were planning a blood test, so we didn't administer the inhibitor. And the last door, it wasn't properly closed. This is ridiculous. So many people watching one subject and yet let her escape." Houston felt the blood rush to his head, nearly fainting. "Biff, I found her," Randy suddenly said. She had been investigating since subject number 24 disappeared and easily located her. Houston, clouded by anger, only reacted now. "Quick, where is she?" "She's using elevator number 3, Randy replied. "Maurice's destination is ground floor." "Elevator, why would she take the elevator?" "Quickly stop elevator number 3. Issue a warning." "It's too late, the elevator has already reached the ground floor," Randy said word by word. Without waiting for a response, she dashed towards the elevator, heading for the ground floor. Randy's strength had significantly improved, allowing her to easily locate subject number 24 and infiltrate her brain nerves. The subject immediately stopped moving as Randy arrived at the ground floor. As soon as Randy exited the elevator, she saw the motionless subject standing in the lobby, surrounded by a fully armed military force. Conley was there too. Randy quickly exchanged a glance with Conley. Although she had successfully controlled the subject, Randy suddenly had an ominous feeling. Something was off. Suddenly, Randy shouted, "Everyone evacuate, get down." Conley echoed, "Everyone evacuate, quickly." The soldiers did not know who Randy was and didn't move when she shouted. But upon hearing Conley's order, they started retreating. At that moment, a loud bang echoed, and blood splattered everywhere. Subject number 24 turned into a pile of flesh pulp. Randy stared intently at the wreckage, her eyes red with shock. A living Parmesan had just exploded right before her eyes. When Casper and others arrived, they were also stunned by the scene. Some students couldn't hold it and vomited on the spot. "Thoroughly investigate this matter," Conley said, his tone icy cold. Randy felt a buzzing sensation in her brain. It wasn't until she returned to the lab with Casper that she gradually regained her composure. But she couldn't understand why the subject exploded even though she had control over her. How did the well-contained subject escape from the lab so freely and use the elevator? "Biff, have you considered?" Casper interrupted Randy. "What you're suggesting isn't beyond my thoughts, but my research team consists of students I personally trained. I can't suspect them. This happened too conveniently, it's hard not to suspect foul play." Randy was right, but Casper simply couldn't bring himself to believe it. Maurice had devoted his entire life to pure research and never imagined being betrayed. Maurice looked extremely disheartened. Subject number 24 was his only hope, and her explosion meant a complete halt in the experimental process. Everything was over. Casper waved his hand, signaling Randy to leave while he walked hunched into the lab. Randy felt as if an invisible hand was controlling everything around her. On her way back, she encountered Conley, who appeared sleep-deprived, with slight dark circles under his eyes. Seeing Randy, he greeted her first. "Conley, would you like to have dinner with me?" After some thought, Randy asked. Conley was surprised by Randy's invitation but still agreed. During the meal, Conley focused on eating, and both remained silent. "Conley, can you tell me about Casper's story?" Randy suddenly asked. Conley raised an eyebrow, showing an involuntary surprise. "Why are you interested in Casper?" "Just asking out of curiosity." Conley slightly lifted the corner of his mouth and said, "Casper is highly talented." "Mph." Randy rolled her eyes inwardly, thinking it was obvious. "Casper was once my teacher." So Conley was once Biff Houston's student. This was unexpected. Maurice graduated from the Young Talent program and was the youngest doctoral supervisor at S University. Before the apocalypse, he already made significant achievements in the biological field and was a candidate for academician. After the apocalypse, he was the first to discover that mutations could be enhanced. His wife died early, passing away from cancer 3 years before the apocalypse, leaving him to raise his daughter alone. Casper has a child. Chapter 38 Immortality Technology. Maurice's been married for decades, so it's pretty normal for him to have a child, right? Seeing Randy's straightforward question, Conley felt somewhat speechless. "Oh, sorry. Did Casper have any conflicts with anyone before?" After asking for a long time, he finally got to the point. "Casper treats people very well. Although his temper can be slightly explosive at times, it's usually just in academia. In life, I've never heard of him having any enemies," Conley explained patiently. "Randy, I think I understand what you mean. What you're thinking, we've thought of as well. This isn't something you should be worrying about." Conley was very smart and quickly understood Randy's implication. "But is there a possibility that this incident is directed at me?" Randy asked, each word deliberate. Conley fell silent. In fact, even without his answer, Randy knew. No matter how cautious she was, her strength would still attract attention from certain groups. Maurice's ambiguous and carefree demeanor was considered a dangerous trait by some. After a while, Conley slowly spoke up, We will thoroughly investigate this matter, rest assured. Alright, then I'll wait for good news. Randy suddenly recalled the mysterious warning email from her past life. This life aside, why did they notice her in her past life? Since there wasn't much to do recently, Randy went to the A City base's archive. This archive was hastily built after the apocalypse, and many things were yet to be organized, just piled up haphazardly. With her current access level, this was the farthest she could go. It was quite unfair, but once she spent more time in the lab, she'd find an opportunity to ask Casper for a promotion and raise. Perhaps because few people came to the archive, only 2 administrators were assigned. After a cursory check of Randy's credentials, they let her in without further questioning. This was within Randy's expectations. After all, core data was stored in the database, making these paper documents nearly worthless in the post-apocalypse world. Randy almost tripped over scattered papers as she entered the archive. Books and materials, unsorted and uncatalogued, were piled randomly on one side. Searching through these disorganized records could take forever. Excuse me, do you have any base-related materials? Randy called out to an administrator who was organizing materials. All base-related materials are classified and not here. Ah, I see. It seemed impractical to find information in the archive. She'd have to find a chance to check the database. After the explosion, several staff members were suspended, and the base enhanced its laboratory security measures, upgrading the overall protection level. Entry into the base became even stricter, requiring information verification and multiple inspections and approvals. Everyone had to report in advance, with results only issued a week later. However, due to the experimental failure, Casper's research had paused, leaving Randy with little to do. She spent her days tending to flowers, watching movies, and doing physical training, living a leisurely life. Maurice's meals were sumptuous: hot pot one day, barbecue the next, followed by Korean cuisine, steaks, and salads. Despite her exercise routine, she still gained a couple of pounds. She didn't need to manage her figure, she exercised purely to stay fit. Living a lazy life of eating and sleeping could easily lead to stagnation. Thus, Randy enjoyed her blissful holiday until a message interrupted it. Casper summoned her to the lab. Unlike regular researchers who had to work even without specific tasks, Randy was a special invitee, meaning she only came when needed. With professional integrity, Randy quickly arrived at Casper's office, where Houston was waiting for her, along with a petite Lin. Randy recognized the Lin instantly. She was the younger sister from the sibling duo. Jiang, let me introduce you. This is Xiao Xie. Houston pointed to the Lin. Moricello Sr., my name is Rochelle, the Lin said softly. Randy nodded. I'm Randy. Houston, Xiao Xie is our new member and also a psychic mutant, Houston explained. Are psychic mutants being mass-produced now? Why are they everywhere? Randy silently wondered. Senior, if I don't understand something, can I ask you? The Lin asked timidly. No, she can't, Randy bluntly refused. She didn't want to take on any extra burdens. Rochelle was momentarily stunned, her eyes turning slightly red. She hadn't expected this Paremison to be so difficult to talk to. Xiao Jiang can't bring you because she's my dedicated assistant. I'll find someone else for you, Houston agreed with Randy's refusal. Skylar, Xiao Xie, you go with her. With that, he waved his hand, signaling Skylar to take Rochelle away. Rochelle seemed confused, unsure of what was happening. According to common sense, she had spatial and psychic abilities. In novels, such characters were usually the protagonist. Why did this professor react so indifferently? Shouldn't he be astonished by her abilities? Houston didn't care what she thought. Maurice didn't need extra hands, and Rochelle had been forcibly assigned to him by Conley. Maurice even suspected if Conley had a crush on Rochelle. Maurice really didn't like her submissive attitude. How could she compare to Xiao Jiang? Xiao Jiang, come over here. I'll show you something interesting. Didn't you call me today just to meet the new junior? Randy asked, puzzled. How could that be worth making you run an extra trip? I called you for something else. Casper waved his hand nonchalantly. Has there been progress in the research? This old man always expressed his emotions very clearly. From his radiant appearance today, it was obvious something good had happened. That's a big progress. Houston led Randy to the operating table and gestured for her to look through the microscope. Randy leaned in. Through the eyepiece, she saw a tissue slice. The cells appeared highly active and continuously differentiating. Is this obtained from Lisbeth? Randy asked. Brilliant. Houston answered. I didn't expect that even after her death, her cells would still remain so active. This indicates that after being enhanced by the original stone energy, her cells have entered an immortal state. What does this mean? Houston smiled, looking excited as he spoke slowly. This means that achieving immortality for humans has become possible. Chapter 39, Leaving the Base Again. Is immortality really a good thing for humanity? Throughout history, countless people have pursued immortality. Even in recent years, biotechnology has rapidly advanced with the emergence of effective medicines and inhibitors to slow down aging and extend life, but none can fundamentally break through the genetic barriers of organisms. Yet, this energy granted by the Origin Stone can actually achieve true human immortality. Does immortality exist for those who have already undergone mutations? Randy asked a question she had long wanted to ask. In theory, it should be possible, but no one has lived long enough yet to confirm this. To be honest, there are many people conducting biological research now, some even more advanced than him. Therefore, he was unsure if anyone had already achieved immortality. Randy had never thought about immortality, it was too far from her reality. Moreover, immortality might not necessarily be a good thing for humans. She didn't yearn for it, being reborn once was already surprising enough for her. My wife died of cancer. If I had researched a solution earlier, perhaps she wouldn't have died, Casper said, his tone suddenly emotional. And my daughter is still lying in the hospital bed. I must continue this research. Randy remained silent, not knowing what to say. No wonder Biff Houston valued specimen number 24 so much, it carried so many of his hopes. Xiao Jiang, I have a mission that might require your help. What kind of mission? There's a large-scale biochemical laboratory in District A of City A, where there's a substantial reserve of origin stones. I need you to go there. Just me. Randy raised an eyebrow. Conley will be the overall commander for this operation and will decide on the team members. Randy nodded. When do we leave? Tomorrow at noon, Houston said. Xiao Jiang, be careful. Seeing Houston's serious expression, Randy nodded again involuntarily. The next day, she finished her breakfast and lunch early, dressed neatly, and stood in the departure hall, where Conley was already waiting. Micah, nice to see you again, Randy smiled. Conley nodded at her. There were 8 people in total for this mission, including the brother and sister duo. They had been recruited by the base so quickly. Moreover, they seemed quite familiar with Conley. Randy no longer needed to use her detection ability specially, just one glance could tell who was a mutant. All red. It looks like this won't be an easy task, Randy mused, raising an eyebrow. Since everyone is here, let's get going. We'll split into 2 SUVs. I'll drive one, and Hildred will drive the other, Conley said. Hildred, a Clifton around 40, looked very amiable. Upon receiving the instructions, he immediately went to get the car. It had been over a week since Randy's last outing, during which the temperature continued to drop, sealing the entire city in ice and snow. Therefore, mountain off-road vehicles were the main mode of transportation. Randy was well dressed warmly, leaving only her small face visible, habitually holding her cat in her arms. She didn't look like someone going on a mission. When deciding which car to take, she hesitated but eventually chose Hildred's. You're supposed to go in the other one, Conley noted her intention with an indifferent tone. Maurice meant his own car. Either car was fine, but Randy felt more at ease in Hildred's. Sis, you go with the captain. This vehicle needs to accommodate my brother, Hildred poked his head out. All right then. Randy waved and got into Conley's car. Rochelle seemed to want to ride with Conley as well, but followed her brother after hesitating for a while. Calhoun, you ride with me, Conley told the older sibling. Now Rochelle had a rear Emerson to follow, tightly grabbing her brother's coat sleeve as she got into the car. She opened the front passenger door and saw Randy sitting inside, making everyone in the car feel somewhat awkward. Randy laughed. Do you want to sit with me? Rochelle was flustered. Maurice's brother intervened. Ziching gets car sick, so she usually sits in front. Rochelle looked as if she had done something wrong, her eyes turning slightly red as she stared at Randy without speaking. Randy inwardly cursed her bad luck encountering a sensitive Lin like Xiao Pei Hua. Sister, please don't cry, it feels like I'm bullying you. Oh, what does that have to do with me? That was truly bullying her now. Conley glanced at Randy through the rearview mirror but remained silent. This was the second time Rochelle had met Randy, and she found her even harder to approach than the first impression. Rochelle thought her personality was quite likable, and no one had ever been cold to her. Why did Randy have such a strong animosity toward her? Furthermore, why were Casper and Micah so friendly with her? The more she thought about it, the more aggrieved she felt. Randy paid no attention to Rochelle's inner monologue and turned to fall asleep, undisturbed by the bumpy ride, not waking up once during the journey. Finally, after what seemed like an eternity, Randy was awakened by Conley. You sure sleep soundly? Conley spoke softly, his voice hoarse from not speaking for a while. Maurice turned his head slightly, revealing a handsome profile, his long eyelashes flickering as if he was a bit tired. Or maybe because Micah drives so well, Randy smiled awkwardly. Wipe your drool. Oh, all right. Randy hurriedly touched her face, only to find that she really did have drool. It's too late today. This building looks relatively intact, let's camp here for the night, Conley told everyone. Randy thought they had arrived at the destination but realized they were only 2/3 of the way there. She didn't want to crowd together with the others and found a relatively sealed, well-preserved room, planning to rough it out for the night. Just as she was about to lock the door and turn on the portable heater, Conley followed her inside. Along with Conley came the brother and sister duo, as well as Conley's subordinates. Seeing a group of people walk in, Randy felt a bit overwhelmed. Just as she was about to get up and find another place, Conley said, "We'll be warmer together." Randy rolled her eyes inwardly. Did he know how warm it would be with her portable heater and electric blanket? But since it was a team mission, Randy smiled and stayed. Conley lightly waved his hand over a pile of firewood, and the flames ignited. Randy was slightly surprised. He could control fire, could he also be a dual-type mutant? Seeing Randy staring at him, Conley raised an eyebrow, his dark eyes calmly meeting hers, as if questioning her curiosity. Randy immediately waved her hand dismissively and stopped paying attention to him. Chapter 40, Another Spatial Mutant. It was dinner time, and everyone was eating military rations. Randy looked at the dark and hard rice, planning to slip out for a feast before returning. At this moment, a gentle female voice said, "You can eat these." Everyone turned to see Rochelle pulling out several boxes of takeout as if by magic, all steaming hot. Randy also turned and instantly understood that Rochelle had a space too. A spatial and mental type, quite similar to herself. However, why did her brother's expression seem so uneasy? Ramon watched as Rochelle took out so many meal boxes in one go, his expression turning stiff. This foolish little sister revealed the secret about her space. Moreover, the space wasn't very large, and they didn't have much in storage. She'd taken out 8 boxes at once, which made him a bit reluctant too. Ramon knew his sister's character well. To him, she was always ready to help others despite often getting into trouble because of her excessive kindness. But he had only one sister, and he would always protect her. Since someone was willing to contribute meal boxes, it would be a waste not to take advantage of it. Randy gratefully selected her favorite box but was stopped by Rochelle. "Oh, this one is for Teddy Lee." Randy's hand froze mid-air with the meal box. "Let her eat," Conley said casually, glancing at Randy. "But this one has the most meat, and you need it most." Rochelle spoke timidly. This statement raised some questions. Maurice's brother had been protecting her the whole way but never suggested giving him the meaty one. If not holding onto the box, Randy might have laughed out loud. "I'll eat military rations," Conley said coldly, opening the military ration pack in his hand. "See? Since Conley isn't eating it, I'll eat it all to avoid wasting food," Randy said. Ramon seemed equally exasperated by his sister's behavior, rubbing his forehead. "You." Rochelle felt frustrated. "What's wrong? Everyone come on over. Since Miss Sierre treated us to a meal, we should all thank her by finishing the food," Randy smiled. Seeing this, the others rushed forward to grab the remaining boxes. Rochelle's face cooled down, and she fell silent. Randy realized Rochelle had genuinely wanted Conley to eat, using others as an excuse. With everyone grabbing the meal boxes, Conley hadn't eaten, so Rochelle must be furious. "It's getting late. Finish your meals and rest early. We'll patrol in pairs tonight, each pair for 2 hours," Conley said coolly. "I'll pair up with my sister," Ramon said first. Randy chuckled inwardly, his sister probably didn't want to be paired with him. Sure enough, Rochelle bit her lip, seemingly about to protest. "Fine, let her do something nice to repay the meal then. I'll team up with Calhoun," Randy volunteered. Conley found Randy's actions confusing, raising his eyebrows slightly. "Since Sister Jiang wants to pair with my brother, Teddy Lee, how about you pair with me?" Rochelle tried to suppress her excitement. She previously thought Randy liked Conley, but now it seemed Randy might like her brother more. Fernand was elegant and sure to attract women. Thinking this, she began to view Randy more favorably. Clearly, Rochelle was a Lin infatuated with romance. Ramon was confused too, about to refuse, but seeing his sister agree, he couldn't say anything more and gave up. Randy was delighted inside, her face breaking into a goofy grin, until Conley gave her a cold look, making her quickly shut her mouth. Why was he unhappy? Such a good opportunity and he doesn't seize it. Hopeless, Randy criticized inwardly. Randy and Ramon were the first pair for the night watch. When it was time, she woke the next pair and went to sleep. She slept soundly, unaware of any events during the night. So when she saw Conley looking grim in the morning, she felt puzzled. What happened? Last night's encounter wasn't exciting enough? Back in the vehicle, Randy stole a glance at Conley, noticing dark circles under his eyes, suggesting he hadn't slept well. His entire face looked tense, as if he was enduring something. And Rochelle, whenever she saw Conley, would lower her head with a blush. Randy became even more curious about what had happened last night. Not long after the vehicle started moving, Randy's heart rate suddenly accelerated. A sense of unease welled up in her heart. She quickly glanced at Conley, who was also looking at her. They exchanged a meaningful look. "Hildred, stop the vehicle," Conley said into the walkie-talkie. Hildred's vehicle was leading ahead, with both vehicles maintaining a distance of 100 meters. Due to low visibility, they could only vaguely see the headlights of the front vehicle. At some point, however, everything ahead disappeared from view, and Hildred's vehicle vanished from sight. The walkie-talkie emitted static noises with no response. "Mu Jin, assess the disaster," Conley said rapidly. "There's no seismic warning, it's not an earthquake." Conley frowned deeply and stopped the vehicle. It was morning, yet the visibility was terrifyingly low, making it unsafe to proceed recklessly. Static crackled through the walkie-talkie again. Conley looked at Randy, who shook her head. "I can't sense them. It's as if Hildred and the others have suddenly vanished." Conley trusted Randy's abilities. If even she couldn't detect them, then Hildred must have encountered some trouble. "Let me try sensing them." Rochelle, who had been silent all along, spoke up suddenly. Randy ignored her, and Conley did not respond either. Seeing that the two in front didn't even turn their heads, Rochelle couldn't help feeling a little disheartened. She closed her eyes slightly, looking somewhat strained, and murmured after a while, "I haven't detected anything either." "This magnetic field looks strange," Ramon said, staring intently at the dashboard. "There are several different magnetic fields overlapping and approaching each other." Suddenly, a deep rumbling sound came from the ground, followed by the sound of ice cracking. "Jump out of the vehicle," Randy shouted immediately. Chapter 41, Lost. A fissure quickly spread toward the vehicle, and everyone hastily jumped out of the car, running to either side of the crack. Conley was quick, he grabbed his bag and got off the car. Randy was even faster, her backpack had always been on her shoulders, undistracted, focusing solely on avoiding the crack. This was a basin located in a severely flooded area with the thickest ice layer. Logically speaking, such severe cracking wouldn't occur without an earthquake. After about a minute, the cracking finally stopped. However, the entire ice surface seemed enveloped by thick fog, with visibility less than 5 meters. Everyone had dispersed while escaping from the crack. Conley's handsome brows furrowed slightly as he coldly commanded, "Everyone report your positions." "I'm southeast of you," Randy shouted. Following the sound, Conley gradually found Randy, but they couldn't find the siblings no matter what. "They aren't showing up on my sensors." Randy shook her head. What was going on? Why were team members disappearing one after another, unable to be detected? Under normal circumstances, Randy's detection range could cover several dozen kilometers, and when fully exerted, it could cover half a city, albeit with higher energy consumption. Yet, even then, she found nothing. Could several living people just disappear like that? They couldn't have appeared hundreds of kilometers away within a few minutes. There had been instances before where detection failed, but Randy would still feel the barrier's presence. Now, everything was just white and empty. Conley pulled out a rope with hooks on both ends from his bag, attaching one end to himself and the other to Randy to prevent them from getting separated again. "What do you feel?" Conley asked, looking down. Silence. The only thing Randy felt around her was silence, no shouts, no roar of engines, no cracking ice. It seemed like they were the only two people left in the world, with only their breathing filling the air. Conley took out a positioning system. The device powered on normally but couldn't pinpoint their location for some rear Emerson. "The positioning system is also malfunctioning?" Randy asked. She looked at Conley, who was staring intently at the screen without saying a word. "What's wrong?" "This positioning system doesn't malfunction," Conley said, enunciating each word clearly. "It could be part damage or some large signal jammer nearby, or perhaps the low temperature caused equipment failure." "That's possible," Randy suggested. "City A has its independent satellite system. This positioning device is directly linked to the satellite above City A, covering the entire city unless..." Conley paused. "Unless what?" Conley's expression darkened. After a long pause, he spoke hesitantly, "Unless there's a barrier enveloping all of City A. In that case, any activity relying on satellites in City A would stop, leaving City A completely isolated. And that's impossible, right?" Randy said. "With our current technology, we shouldn't be able to achieve that yet." Both fell into silence. However, their situation wasn't too dire. Though they were in the outskirts of the city with few buildings and endless ice, this area was limited. Walking in one direction would eventually lead them out. "Let's find shelter from the wind first. We'll lose body heat if we continue like this," Randy said softly. Conley nodded and reached out to pull Randy's arm. "What are you doing?" Randy asked curiously. "Afraid you'll get lost," Conley said coldly. "Oh." They walked for what felt like forever, still surrounded by ice and snow, but they finally found an ice surface without cracks. Then, Conley watched as Randy, almost magically, produced a motorhome. Conley was stunned. "You carry a motorhome with you wherever you go. And more." Randy gave him a slight smile and walked onto the motorhome. Conley didn't seem overly surprised by her spatial ability. "Don't you want to ask me anything?" Randy winked playfully. "What do you want me to ask?" Randy laughed, a puff of white breath escaping her mouth. She had been considering whether to reveal her spatial ability. She originally planned to slip away from Conley secretly and enter her space alone. But Conley was persistent, and now he had a firm grip on her. Besides, they needed Conley's help to leave this place. So, sharing the motorhome was inevitable. But she wasn't worried about Conley exposing her secret because she had a secret about him, one she discovered after her abilities enhanced, something she never told anyone. "There's heating." Before Conley could finish his question, Randy operated something and opened the motorhome. "Full tank. With the heater on, it should last for a whole day. If we run out of fuel, I have portable heaters, plenty of them." She smiled proudly at Conley, like a peacock seeking praise. Seeing Randy like this, Conley couldn't help but chuckle softly, his jade-like face seeming to be infused with a gentle breeze, his eyes slightly twinkling. Randy prepared food for both of them. Just as Conley was about to take it, Randy suddenly said, "This isn't free. The meal, the vehicle, and the fuel consumption will all need to be reimbursed when we return." "Agreed." Conley nodded slightly. Only then did Randy hand him the food. The indoor temperature had already warmed up. Although it was only around 10 degrees Celsius, compared to the -50 outside, it was much better. To make the vehicle last longer, Randy set the heater to 20 degrees. They first took off their windproof jackets, and as the temperature continued to rise, they also removed their insulated coats. Did we just have lunch or dinner?" Randy laughed, then paused, seemingly realizing something. She froze for a moment, and soon Conley also reacted. They exchanged a glance and instantly understood each other. Randy had felt something was off all along, and now she finally knew what it was. They had set out promptly at 7 in the morning. They traveled for a little over an hour before losing contact with Hildred and the others. Then, not more than half an hour later, the ice began to crack. From start to now, it hadn't been more than 2 hours at most. So logically, the sun should still be in the east, but the sun overhead was glaringly in the west. Chapter 42, Breaking the Deadlock. Randy suddenly thought of something, her voice slightly trembling. "Is there any possibility that we're the ones who got lost?" Although they were in the suburbs, there were still some tall buildings around that hadn't been submerged by the flood, which allowed Randy and her companions to determine the north-south direction. But they had all ignored the fact that the position of the sun no longer matched with the directions. 2 possibilities. First, the sun's position is correct, But time has passed faster than we imagined, although we haven't realized it yet. Second. Conley paused slightly, looking at Randy. The deviation in the sun's position was virtually impossible. Regarding the passage of time, during the first 1.5 hours, they had timed it accurately, and according to human endurance in low temperatures, they couldn't have lasted until afternoon even after wandering on the ice later on. The current state of the sun clearly indicated it was around 5 or 6 in the evening. So, despite the second possibility being virtually zero, it could only be the second one. Randy smiled bitterly and said, "Good news, they should have reached the bioresearch lab by now. Bad news, we are the ones trapped." How could the sun deviate? Had the end of days altered Earth's orbit? But Randy quickly dismissed this idea. No matter how things changed, Earth wouldn't reverse its rotation. No matter where the sun is, if we keep walking in one direction, we will eventually find the boundary, Randy suggested. Conley frowned, saying nothing. After walking for so long, how many buildings have you seen? Maurice finally spoke slowly after a while. 3, I'm certain of it. Randy answered. Do you see any differences between them? Conley asked with difficulty. Randy was taken aback. In the wind and snow, it was hard to see the full picture of the buildings, only their general outline. She could only make out the contours on one side of the buildings. Thinking about it, indeed, the differences were minimal. We've been going in circles. Randy quickly reacted. This doesn't seem like a natural disaster, but more like someone's doing. Someone used a certain technology to set up this illusion on their inevitable path and ended up trapping just the two of them. But since we haven't encountered any danger during our prolonged confinement, it seems the Premison's goal is only to delay us, and we probably won't encounter any mortal danger, Randy said. As she spoke, a loud rumble sounded, and the ice cracked again, causing the vehicle to shake violently. At that moment, a long crack extended right beneath the car. Both people startled and quickly got off. Randy swiftly stored the vehicle in her spatial storage, moving away from the cracks. But before they could catch their breath, more cracks began to appear on the ice. Conley dodged a fissure, then punched away an ice block heading towards them, his tone slightly cold. Randy, did you bless your mouth? Randy was also dodging left and right. Now, not only was the ground cracking, but fist-sized hailstones started falling from the sky. Hailstones alone weren't fearsome, but with the acceleration of their descent, they were powerful enough to pierce through an ordinary adult's skull. You've got quite a punch. Seeing Conley shatter a large hailstone coming from the side with one punch, Randy couldn't help but exclaim. Really not joining me? Randy suddenly laughed. Conley looked at Randy and saw her palm facing upwards. The rapidly descending hailstones immediately slowed down, gradually turning into raindrops as Randy waved her hand. Maurice's other hand simultaneously rose upward, forming a protective shield that slowly covered both of them. Gretchen, keep standing outside in the rain, Randy urged. Conley silently walked into Randy's protective shield. Both of them were somewhat drenched by the rain. Randy carelessly pushed her wet hair behind her ears. How long can your shield last? Conley suddenly asked. His short hair was wet, with rain sliding down his smooth cheeks, past his high-nose bridge, over his Adam's apple, and into his collar. Until I die, Randy said with a smile. Conley fell silent. After a while, he finally spoke. You won't die. Conley stated it as a fact. Is that so? Then I'll count on your good words. Randy threw him a quick drying towel. As for what Conley said, Randy treated it as a joke. In the end times, life could only be in one's own hands. Who could really control anyone else's fate? After drying themselves off, the two began thinking of a solution. Since it was an illusionary maze, there must be a breaking point. And where exactly would that breaking point be? Conley, don't you feel like we're inside a huge glass dome? Randy slowly spoke. Conley nodded and said, it feels like a dome surrounded by mirrors on all sides, constantly reflecting everything inside. Do you remember what Ramon said before she got separated from us? There are two different magnetic fields approaching. Conley suddenly froze. Randy continued, indeed, someone knew about our movements today and used a large magnetic field changer to alter the magnetic field around us in advance, making everything we see seem like a reflection. Conley replied, however, the magnetic field changer must have a physical form and considerable size. So, that bright, round object we see above isn't the sun, it's just a signal blocker. Randy lifted her head, shielding her eyes from the slightly glaring sunlight, and slowly spoke. Since it must have a physical form and be large enough to cover the entire area, this is the only possibility. Conley was suddenly startled. Yes, under normal circumstances, the sun's position wouldn't deviate so much, and there's no technology that can achieve this yet. But changing the sun's position might be difficult, but blocking the sun is quite easy. Someone covered the real sun and placed a fake one to confuse them. If we can bring down this device, the magnetic field it generates will also disappear, Conley slowly said. I have a way, Randy said with a light laugh. Conley said, private stockpiling of weapons is illegal. Randy rolled her eyes at him, saying, watch carefully, Conley, don't slander me. Conley looked up and saw her wave her hands again. The falling raindrops instantly turned into ice spikes, moving upward in the opposite direction, easily passing over the bright, round sun and flying higher. Upon reaching a certain height, they condensed into ice balls and plummeted downward at an alarming initial speed. Since you use gravity to kill me, don't blame me for using gravity to destroy your device. A loud boom echoed as something exploded in the sky, and that sun fragmented into pieces. The thick fog dissipated, revealing the real sun to everyone's eyes. Chapter 43, Mysterious Magnetic Field. Zila, the walkie-talkie crackled with voices again. Teddy, can you hear us? We're about to send signal flares, Hildred's voice came through. I can hear you. Wait for me. The voice was deep and cool, it was Conley responding. Maurice replied. Everyone perked up immediately. Rochelle also hurriedly stuck her head out of the car. They tried to communicate via walkie-talkie every 5 minutes. If there was no response this time, they would directly send a distress signal to the base. Unexpectedly, it worked this time. Teddy, where are you? We're waiting at the spot where our communication broke off. Oh, weird, how come the fog has dissipated so much? Hildred said. We'll talk when we meet. Without the interference of the magnetic field, the positioning instruments quickly returned to normal. With the thick fog gone, it was easy for them to locate everyone's position. Find the vehicle first, Conley said. So the two men felt their way back to the vehicle. Half of it had already fallen into a crevice due to the ground splitting, barely hanging on but thankfully not completely dropping down. Randy was pondering how to lift the car when he saw Conley approach the front of the vehicle. With one effort, he lifted the car's front end effortlessly. Randy gaped in astonishment. Come help, Conley commanded coldly, noticing Randy standing there stunned. Randy rushed over to assist. At this stage of transformation, their strength far exceeded that of ordinary people. Although Conley was only at intermediate level 3 last time they met 2 months ago, as the Grand Emerson of Conley Yuan, he undoubtedly received more resources than Randy. So now, he certainly wasn't just at intermediate level 3. With combined efforts, they finally straightened the sunken front of the vehicle. Both climbed back in and drove toward the location indicated by the positioning device. About 5 minutes later, they spotted the headlights of Hildred's group, including Ollie and Rochelle. When Hildred and the others clearly saw the familiar vehicles from afar, they were all thrilled. Before Conley and Randy could get out of the car, a crowd had surrounded them. Hildred was the most dramatic, rushing forward to grab Conley's hand tightly. Teddy, I'm glad you're safe. We almost thought you guys were in danger, his voice slightly trembling. Randy glanced at Hildred holding Conley's hand, finding it somewhat amusing. Actually, Hildred looked pretty decent too. What happened? Conley frowned. We were driving fine until suddenly the walkie-talkie started making strange noises. I knew something was wrong and tried contacting you but got no response. I stopped and waited for you, but you didn't show up after a long wait. No one answered my calls on the walkie-talkie either, which made me very anxious. Then, Hildred paused to catch his breath before continuing, then I decided to go back to check, but a lot of fog appeared out of nowhere, and the compass malfunctioned. I dared not move recklessly, so I planned to wait half an hour and send a signal flare if you didn't show up. After about 20 minutes, we saw Ollie and Rochelle, assuming you were together. But they didn't know where you went. Conley turned to look at Ollie, who understood and added. After jumping out of the car, I quickly found my sister. We figured walking in one direction would lead us to the exit. After walking for around half an hour, we saw headlights and then found Hildred's group waving at us. We thought you would soon follow, but you didn't appear. We were just about to send a signal for help. That was strange. By Randy's estimate, they had been inside for about 5 hours. Yet, why hadn't they sent a signal flare for help during these 5 hours? How long have we been missing? Randy asked. About an hour and a half. After Ollie's group came out, we waited for less than an hour. Now we were about to send the signal, Hildred said. What? Only an hour and a half had passed. Perhaps this magnetic field altered the perception of time flow, making their experience of 5 hours feel like just under 2. Randy glanced at Conley, who also looked back at her. Both wore expressions of disbelief. Let's continue to the destination and rest once we arrive, Conley said. Escaping the strange magnetic field, they drove for no more than 2 hours before reaching above the biochemical laboratory. It was called above because the entire lab was covered in ice, making it impossible to see the building, though they could roughly deduce its location. Upon arriving at the location, the two soldiers scanned the area with their instruments for a while. After selecting a position, they asked everyone to step back and then took out an electronic bomb, setting the countdown. As the countdown ended, there was a loud bang, and the ice surface was blasted open, forming a hole just large enough for a Emerson to pass through. Just one blast revealed the interior of the building, indicating that it wasn't deeply buried, and the bomb's placement had been well chosen, striking the roof directly. Conley jumped down through the hole first, his expression serious. The rest of the group followed him in order, climbing down into the hole. The item we need is on the top floor. We'll have to act quickly and decisively. Don't touch or run around recklessly, otherwise, you're on your own, Conley warned coldly. On any mission involving multiple people, someone inevitably got restless and touched things they shouldn't, causing trouble for everyone. Therefore, Conley always gave this warning before every mission. If anyone still couldn't control themselves after being warned, they weren't worth keeping around. With Conley acting as a human radar, the search for the items sped up significantly. They soon gathered all the raw stones they needed. Seeing so many raw stones, Randy couldn't help but feel tempted, but she dared not hide any, given how much Conley had previously intimidated her. Conley instructed everyone to take a brief break and have lunch before continuing their journey. Just as everyone finished lunch and was about to set off, Ramon suddenly panicked and mentioned that Rochelle had gone missing. Conley's face remained icy as he was about to speak when Randy interrupted him. Wasn't she just here during lunch? Sis said she needed to use the restroom, and I didn't think it was appropriate to accompany her. So, I let her go alone, and now she hasn't come back. Randy frowned in frustration and said, "Your sister is in room 603. Hearing Randy's words, Ramon thanked her hastily. Knowing that Randy was very capable, he immediately went to room 603 without hesitation. Just as everyone assumed Ramon would bring Rochelle back, they heard his alarmed cry echoing down the corridor. "You all come quick, Ziching is locked up." Chapter 44, Room 603. Hearing Ramon's shouts, everyone looked puzzled. Why would someone be locked up out of the blue? Conley furrowed his brows and hurried toward the source of the sound, with the rest following closely behind. This laboratory only had 6 floors in total, and room 603 was on their floor, at the end of the corridor. But oddly enough, they saw rooms 607 and 605, and then it directly jumped to 601. Initially, everyone thought they had walked too fast and missed it, but after walking back and forth several times, they still didn't see room 603. Strange, Ramon's cries were clearly just nearby. 2 strange events happened within one day, anyone would be upset, and Conley's expression wasn't much better either. Maurice stopped in front of a wall, turned to look at Randy, who also nodded. With confirmation, Conley punched the wall hard, immediately making a hole through it, revealing Ramon inside. Randy admired this decisive approach. Anything that could be solved by force wasn't really an issue. As the wall collapsed with a loud bang, the entire laboratory was revealed to everyone. Rochelle was sealed inside a glass box on the experimental table, while Ramon stood beside her, frantically shouting for help. Seeing Rochelle's closed eyes, only her eyelashes trembling slightly, Randy understood. Ramon's mutation abilities were actually quite low, but because he was a scholar in meteorology and geography before the apocalypse, with significant achievements in frontier fields, Conley recruited him into the base. This glass box is made of special laboratory glass, extremely durable, and the stressed surface is smooth. It cannot be opened by brute force. Randy kicked the experimental table and said, "Since you're awake, stop pretending to sleep. Get up, I have some questions for you." Everyone watched Rochelle as she blinked, seemingly just waking up, and sighed heavily, saying, "What happened to me?" "You're asking us?" "We were about to ask you," Randy said. I don't know. I went to the bathroom, and suddenly, my head spun, and I ended up here," Rochelle mumbled. Hearing what Rochelle said, the first reaction from others was that there must be another Paremison inside who knocked her out. Randy frowned slightly. This experimental base was a circular building surrounding a central courtyard, with 2 corridors each having a restroom at the very front. How did Rochelle end up here? Moreover, the most suspicious thing was why Ramon could enter room 603 directly. "Ramon, how did you enter room 603? Conley asked. "I came in through the door. Room 605 leads straight to 603, he felt a bit confused. "Why did you all break through the wall from the back door?" "The back wall? How could this be?" They all entered the same corridor, yet one Paremison entered from the front door, while the others had to break through the wall. "Let's save your sister first, we'll discuss this later," Ramon said anxiously. "Rochelle, I need you to tell the truth. Did you touch anything?" Randy suddenly asked coldly. Rochelle shivered in fear, her voice getting even softer. I didn't touch anything. I fainted and woke up here." Seeing her avoid eye contact, Randy understood. She gave Conley a glance. "Monsieur, please tell the truth. If you triggered any mechanism, we can get you out faster," Conley said, his tone carrying an authoritative pressure. Ramon also looked at her sister, but Rochelle insisted she was knocked out and thrown in. "You said you fainted suddenly, now you say you were knocked out. Did you see anyone or experience any attack? Could you explain?" Randy asked. "I don't know how I fainted. Maybe someone knocked me out, or maybe I inhaled something. I'm not sure." Randy found her logic inconsistent and felt inexplicable irritation. "Alright, if so, then I'll use my method," Randy said. For some rare Emerson, Rochelle suddenly had an uneasy premonition. Since it's glass, it must have a reemercinant frequency. At its reemercinant frequency, it will break, allowing Monsieur to come out. "Please close your eyes to avoid being hurt by glass shards," Randy said coldly. Without waiting for Rochelle's refusal, Randy placed her hand on the glass, which started to tremble upon contact. As Randy applied more force, the glass shook more intensely. Watching the glass vibrate more and more, everyone's hearts were tightly gripped. Finally, at a certain threshold, the glass shattered into tiny pieces. The fragments scattered, and everyone hurried to dodge. Conley was quick to shield Randy from the shards flying towards her, but a piece of glass grazed his cheek, leaving a bloody scratch. The others were well prepared and weren't seriously injured, except for Rochelle, who was inside the glass box. Despite wearing thick clothes, she had cuts on her face, behind her ears, hands, and scalp. Ramon, without caring about himself, quickly carried his sister off the experimental table. Before they could exchange words, Conley signaled everyone to leave first, knowing that their lodging place for tonight would definitely change due to this delay. "Maurice, where did the hole go?" someone suddenly exclaimed. The wall that should have had a large hole was now perfectly smooth, with no trace of damage. "Let's go out through the front door," Conley said. Everyone hurriedly opened the front door and indeed found themselves back in the corridor. Without taking time to rest, they quickly left the building and drove away. Now sitting in the car, Rochelle was sobbing softly. Randy could feel the merciless gaze stabbing at her back. It was somewhat ironic that the Paremison they saved didn't appreciate the rescuer but treated her like an enemy. Randy didn't care much. If not for wanting to return early, she wouldn't have bothered to help at all. Ignoring her, Randy began to ponder the laboratory. If my guess is correct, the walls of the laboratory have been continuously shifting, Randy said, looking at Conley. Conley nodded. So every time we entered the room, it was in a different position. This mechanism isn't complex. It doesn't seem designed to trap people but rather to facilitate certain activities. Therefore, Rochelle likely triggered some mechanism after using the bathroom, which led to her being locked inside the laboratory. If she had told the truth, perhaps she could have left more gracefully. But brains aren't something everyone possesses. Chapter 45. Biff Coralie. The return journey went smoothly, and they arrived half a day earlier than the trip there. Finally, everyone returned to the base safely. Randy did not chat much. She only exchanged a glance with Conley, indicating that she was going to leave right away. Conley nodded at her. This time, Randy's mission wasn't fruitless either. Out of the 10 boxes of raw crystals in total, Conley generously gave her 2 boxes, making her feel so moved she almost cried. During these few days out, Randy felt completely exhausted both physically and mentally. She felt as if she had lost weight from hunger. In the coming days, she needed to rest well. The physical exhaustion came from running for 3 whole days without eating properly. The mental exhaustion stemmed from the constant crises that kept appearing. A coincidence once is fine, but it can't be a coincidence every single time, and Randy trusted her gut. After some thought, Randy believed it might be due to her being too high profile. After entering the base, she thought she had hidden herself very well, yet Conley had noticed her. If there were any higher-level psychic mutants than her, they would likely discover her easily as well. But she didn't plan on changing. Why did she work tirelessly to enhance her powers if not to act boldly? There would be no point in living this life if she had to live cautiously all the time. Randy started analyzing from the perspective of the perpetrator's motives. The first incident was when someone released Lisbeth from the laboratory and made her explode in public. Any Paremison's initial reaction would be that someone didn't want the experiment to continue, but why use such a method? There were various ways to make the test subject die inside the lab, and corpse tissues could also be studied. Randy didn't think the Paremison had overlooked this. Thus, the Paremison's aim probably wasn't the experiment itself. This shocking explosion seemed more like a warning. The second incident was during this outing mission where they were trapped. Despite the looming crisis, none were lethal blows. It seemed like they were merely stalling for time. But what was the purpose behind stalling? At first, Randy suspected that someone tampered with the biochemistry lab. But except for Rochelle, who got trapped in room 603 due to her own rear emissions, everything else went smoothly while searching. With only 2 leads and the clues she knew, Randy couldn't conclude definitively whether both incidents were done by the same Paremison. The one thing certain was that the perpetrator hadn't intended to kill them, indicating that their plan was still under control. After thinking for half a day, her head hurt. She decided to stop worrying and get some rest instead. Having been busy for 3 or 4 days, she finally got a good night's sleep. Lying in her soft big bed, Randy fell asleep quickly and didn't wake up until noon the next day, sleeping a full 14 hours. This sleep left her refreshed and recharged. She woke up feeling better, no more aches or pains, and relaxed, ready to enjoy her vacation. Maurisa break lasted for over 10 days. During this period, whether it was Conley or Houston, anyone who visited her was politely declined with an excuse of being on holiday. Resting well, Randy decided it was time to enhance her power again. She took out 3 raw crystals and carefully placed them into the space bracelet. The abundant energy flooded through her body once more, with no discomfort at all. This bracelet really was a good thing. After finishing enhancing her abilities, Randy planned to go out. However, this time, she encountered Beryl. For some rare Emerson, whenever Randy saw Beryl, she couldn't help but pay attention to him. Maybe it was because Beryl had saved her life in her past life, or perhaps it was because she had heard so many stories about him, inspiring admiration for the strong. She recognized Beryl, but he didn't recognize her. Therefore, Randy didn't show any surprise, passing by him expressionlessly. Beryl, naturally, didn't look at her, walking straight ahead without hesitation. Randy probed with her mental power, oddly finding that Beryl appeared green, just like ordinary people, nothing special. How could this be? Beryl clearly had the ability to control others, so why did he seem like a regular Paremison in her probing? Pretending to pick something up, she quickly glanced back. The direction Beryl headed toward led to only one place, Biff Coralie's research room. Honestly, Randy was not ready to meet Coralie again. She felt somewhat afraid. Coralie's life was truly remarkable. A professor at a top university, her family had produced politicians for 3 generations, yet she was the only scholar among them. She was also one of the 13 experts who proposed establishing the base initially. Thanks to the foresight of these 13 experts, this base was built so quickly after the apocalypse. Though Houston was also influential, he entered the base after the apocalypse, thus ranking slightly lower than Coralie. However, Randy remembered that Coralie specialized in applied physics. What could she possibly need Beryl for? Suppressing her doubts for now, Randy was merely curious about Beryl. She wasn't going to meddle in his affairs. Randy. Maurice hearing someone call her name, the voice low and the tone cold, it could only be Conley. In the distance, Conley's tall figure walked alongside Rochelle. The noticeable height difference between them made them appear rather well suited, much to Randy's slight surprise that they had become so close. Are you available now? Conley asked as they approached. Not really, Randy outright refused. Conley raised his tone slightly, asking, are you still on vacation? I've been on vacation all along. Beside her, Rochelle now harbored hostility towards Randy. She had finally managed to meet Conley today, and she hadn't expected to encounter Randy before they even exchanged a few words. Since sister wants to rest, I won't disturb anymore, she said. You go find your brother first. I have something to discuss with Miss Jiang. I'll join him afterward, Conley told Rochelle. Without waiting for her response, he nodded slightly at Randy and said, Randy, follow me. Conley had sent many messages to Randy over the past few days, but she hadn't replied to any of them. Now that he encountered her today, he couldn't let her slip away again. Chapter 46, Humanitarian Relief. Is there something urgent? Randy asked. Conley replied, not really. Randy was puzzled. She responded, if it's not urgent, why did you want to avoid Rochelle? Conley's steps paused momentarily. Maurice turned his head slightly and glanced at Randy, as if trying to decipher her words. Urgent, Conley's tone sounded a bit stiff. Randy sighed, how could it be urgent one moment and not the next? Just say it here. I'm tired. I don't want to talk anymore. Go back and check your emails. Randy. What was he doing? Randy had been on leave these past few days, and she even turned off her electronic assistant. When she got home and opened it again, she found over 10 emails, some from Houston, some from Conley, and even a few from Skylar. Among them, Conley had sent the most, 5 in total. After scanning through them briefly, it turned out they were about going to the capital for study, which would last around a month. In her previous life, Randy vaguely remembered such events taking place. To strengthen ties within the Federation, these activities were organized periodically. Though put nicely as mutual learning, the harsher truth was that it was also for control. The base in the capital was several dozen times larger than City A, with a population of millions. Just its public entrances numbered over 100. Ironically, in her previous life, the only time Randy saw this magnificent complex was when it was being burned down. Randy immediately agreed to the email content. She definitely had to go to the capital because there was something she needed to retrieve. Just as she was about to close the screen, another email popped up. Randy clicked on the new email. It was an invitation letter, asking her to participate in humanitarian relief efforts. The inviter was none other than Coralie. Randy couldn't help but wonder why Coralie would invite her. Humanitarian aid was essentially a state-organized free medical outreach program aimed at providing high-quality healthcare resources to ordinary people to soothe the displaced populace. This activity encouraged participation from all social strata, especially scholars who had to participate regularly. Houston had participated a few times recently but never invited Randy. Why would Coralie take the initiative to invite her? Regardless, Coralie was her former superior and had been kind to her. So, Randy accepted the invitation. The next day, someone came specifically to escort Randy to District C, a densely populated area that had the highest number of injured refugees. At the entrance, Randy spotted the elder with neatly combed silver hair, standing tall despite being over 70, just like her unwavering personality. Teacher, she's here. Coralie nodded, acknowledging Randy. Since everyone is here, let's go in. Other teams have already started. Coralie didn't say much more to Randy and barely glanced at her. But someone else's gaze lingered on her. Randy swept her eyes over the crowd. Beryl subtly withdrew his gaze. District C was as suffocating as Randy remembered, enclosed space filled with mixed odors of sweat and urine due to poor ventilation causing drowsiness from excessive carbon dioxide. Some people had even stopped breathing on their cots without being discovered for days. This batch of refugees was just rescued. A staff member led them to an area. Among Coralie's team were a couple of therapeutic metahumans who began examining the refugees without hesitation. Others transported supplies, distributing food and water. Unable to provide medical assistance, Randy helped move supplies along with the rest. Dressed simply and wearing a mask, Randy focused on working hard, yet those familiar with her could still recognize her by her beautiful eyes. Randy! An exclamation broke the silence. Several people frowned. Randy raised her eyebrows, looking up to see Natalia. She hadn't expected to encounter her here. Without replying, Randy lowered her head and continued working. Natalia, however, didn't seem to want to leave. Why did you come here? It's so dirty and chaotic. Randy remained silent. Don't tell me you live here. Oh my god, as a Lin, how can you live in such a place? Though seemingly concerned, her words carried a tinge of schadenfreude. To stop her, Randy finally spoke. Natalia, are you really clueless or do you have a problem with your brain? What do you mean? Wasn't I being nice? If it weren't for the crowd, Randy would have already slapped her. Natalia should thank the crowd for saving her. Since you're so noble, why are you here? Natalia immediately choked on her words. She had forgotten she was in District C2. I came to help, she said stubbornly, hiding the toothbrush cup behind her back as she spoke. Randy sneered coldly, too lazy to expose her lie. People from Coralie's team couldn't stand it anymore. 2 strong young men promptly escorted Natalia away. To say they escorted her was a polite way of speaking. In fact, they were shoving her away. Ah, why did you bite me? A Lin shouted. This Lin was one of the therapeutic metahumans, now covering her arm with her hand, blood seeping through her fingers. But soon, the bleeding stopped, and when the Lin lowered her hand, the wound had vanished. Everyone looked at the attacker who bit her, a Clifton around 40 with a severe gash on his abdomen that was bleeding profusely. Why did you bite me? Another Lin stepped forward to ask angrily. Don't you know you hurt me? Can't you be more gentle? The bitten Lin retorted instantly, I didn't even touch you at all. Mori sealing doesn't require physical contact. But I'm still in pain. Hurry up and heal me or I'll give your team a bad review and say you lack compassion. You. The Lin was furious but helpless. They were indeed subject to evaluations during their relief efforts, which influenced resource allocation from the state, making each team extremely cautious about rescue missions. Encountering such a scoundrel was just bad luck. But this Paremison was clearly taking advantage, yelling in pain when untouched, and threatening to die if ignored. Maurice accused Coralie's team of coming to kill people instead of save them. Chapter 47 Service. Let me handle it, Randy said calmly. The Lin immediately looked at Randy with gratitude and concern but was hesitant to trouble her, instinctively wanting to refuse. Randy had already walked over and gave the Lin a reassuring look. Seeing the Lin about to leave, the man originally intended to continue his hooliganism. Suddenly, he locked eyes with Randy, staring straight into them. Nice eyes. Take off your mask and let me have a good look, he shouted. Randy smiled. Don't push your luck. Enraged instantly, the man pointed at Randy, ready to unleash a torrent of curses. Randy moved swiftly and without mercy, snapping his hand with a crack. Before he could scream in pain, she stuffed a stone into his mouth and sealed it with tape. MMMPH, MMMPH. Randy's gaze turned sharp as she tied up his limbs and then peeled off his clothes, exposing his wounds. It wasn't severe, a shallow scratch on his plump belly. No wonder he was acting out. Do you have sutures? Randy asked. Someone immediately handed her medical sutures for closing wounds. If you don't like being treated comfortably, let's go primitive. Without giving him anesthesia, she performed basic disinfection and started stitching the wound. Honestly, such a wound would heal in 2 days on its own, but after being sewn up by Randy, he wouldn't be better for 10 to 15 days. With the stone in his mouth and taped shut, the man couldn't yell or bite, nor could he struggle free. Now he regretted his actions. Coralie had long noticed the commotion but didn't intervene, only silently observing. After finishing the stitches, Randy tore off the tape and made him spit out the stone. Before he could start cursing, Randy pulled out a rating device and tugged at his hair. How would you rate my service? F***K off. Randy increased her grip, almost tearing off his scalp. How many points? 10. The man finally gave in under the pain. H, you should have been this cooperative earlier, Randy said casually. Randy's actions stunned everyone, they never thought things could go down like this. But it sure felt satisfying. They all looked at her with admiration. With the man distracted, the rest of the work went smoothly, and everyone enjoyed excellent service. After finishing the work, as Randy was about to leave, the bitten Lin stopped her. Thank you so much today. We've always encountered situations like this and never knew what to do, just enduring it. Today you really stood up for us. Randy smiled. No need to thank me. I can't stand seeing beautiful women being bullied. Blushing from the compliment, the Lin stammered, You're Randy, right? My name is Zinnia. You can come visit us often. Teacher Moo is very nice too. Randy glanced at Coralie, who was talking with some staff. Yeah, maybe I will. Randy thought Coralie might say something but realized she had no intention of speaking to her. With that, she left and headed straight for Houston's office. Houston was studying data when he saw Randy enter and cursed. Damn brat, not even replying to messages, making me search for you everywhere. Finally deigning to leave your room. Randy hadn't contacted the old man for over 10 days, which had infuriated him. Maurice now looked furious, impossible to appease. Come on, I came here right after my vacation ended, Randy pleaded. Houston, despite his age, acted like a child. Seeing Randy speak this way, his expression softened slightly, though still stern. Don't get upset yet. I came to talk about the trip to the capital. Randy pulled a chair and sat opposite Houston. What's there to talk about? You've already agreed. Just wait patiently. The old man's tone was still stiff. Do you have the list of people? For the list, ask Conley. Oh. Randy mused, merely curious if Courtney would be going. Before she could speak, Houston said, I heard you visited Coralie today? Yes, I helped out a bit. She wasn't surprised Houston knew she went to Zone C. She calls you and you go. When I tried before, you refused to go to such places, Houston muttered. It seemed that Houston still cared about this, despite his age. It made Randy find it somewhat amusing. Then next time when you call me, I'll go too. Only then did Houston seem more satisfied. After leaving the lab, Randy unexpectedly ran into Winston on her way to the elevator. Winston saw Randy as well, but his face visibly darkened. The scar on his face had fully recovered, making him look like a handsome high school boy. Fernand Rouault Pay. Randy greeted him proactively. Maurice's voice wasn't low, and even if Winston didn't want to respond, he could only nod. Why are you here? Maurice found a topic to talk about. Randy didn't reply. Out of the corner of her eye, she saw someone approaching, which suddenly piqued her interest. Stop using such outdated pickup lines. I know I'm beautiful, but that doesn't mean I can't see through your cheap tricks to get my attention. They're useless. I don't like boys who cling or those who are too forward. Berts should have some dignity. Don't just hit on any Lin because she looks good. The scolded Winston was speechless. This Paremison must be schizophrenic. Before he could respond, Randy added, I don't know you, but I hope you can uphold male decency. Do you understand what decency means? Be honest and respectful, like Conley, for example, he's not bad. You. Winston couldn't hold back anymore, about to retort, but seeing Conley, he choked back his words. Randy had seen Conley earlier. She had deliberately said those words, not expecting that Winston would actually be afraid of Conley. Cousin. Teddy Lee. Winston began. Cousin. Randy was surprised, examining both men more closely. Winston did bear a slight resemblance to Conley, but in most ways, Conley was far superior. Compared to Conley, Winston only looked average. Winston felt his anger burning inside but dared not act out with his cousin present. Maurice was both afraid of and resented his cousin. Conley had always been aloof, maintaining a distant attitude toward everyone. Perhaps it was because he was born into a good family. But he was the best among their peers, often used by elders as a benchmark. No matter how excellent Winston appeared to others, he still fell short compared to Conley. Maurice didn't know why he feared Conley. In fact, Conley barely glanced at him, showing nothing but disdain. Ruobai, Conley spoke slowly. Chapter 48 Entering the Capital Base. Cousin. Winston still called out, though he was very unwilling to admit it. He had to acknowledge that his cousin was the manager of the base and had considerable prestige in front of outsiders. You two are cousins. Although Randy had already guessed, she still pretended to be surprised and asked. Conley glanced at Winston with a cold look, making him lower his head immediately. So you two are cousins. Then you should learn well from your cousin. Randy added fuel to the fire at the right moment. She had figured out that Winston wasn't really convinced by his cousin Conley. She liked to stir up trouble whenever there was conflict. Conley cast a glance at Randy, undetectably. Ruobai, I came looking for you. Follow me, Conley said indifferently to Winston. The latter, angered by Randy's words, his fingertips turned white, but after a while, he raised his head, with a barely perceptible look of hostility on his face. In an instant, that hostile expression disappeared, replaced by a warm and amiable look. After seeing the two leave, Randy headed home. Conley and Winston turned out to be cousins. Thinking about Winston's hidden resentment earlier, it seemed that he didn't have much say in the family either. This thought made Randy feel happy. This Paremison was extremely vengeful. Her words just now would surely be remembered by him. But then again, a rat should behave like a rat. How could one not bear grudges? After staying at home for about half a month, the notification for the trip to the capital finally came. Seeing the list, Randy couldn't help but sneer. All the important people were present. Courtney and Winston's names were clearly listed. In addition to them, there were also Beryl and Rochelle. It seemed everyone she knew was here. Apart from these 5 people, a group of researchers, including Houston, would also be joining the trip. However, the researchers would only stay for 3 days, unlike the 5 of them who would remain in the capital for a month. All of them would be escorted by Conley and his subordinates through the dedicated transport corridor between bases, traveling by helicopter, which would take around a day. Conley was indeed like a brick. Wherever he was needed, he would go, handling everything personally. Truly a good leader for the people, Randy thought to herself. Conley gave her another unnoticed glance. This made Randy feel uneasy. It was strange because clearly he didn't have mind-reading abilities, yet every time she mentally criticized him, he responded accurately. Randy didn't believe he was that perceptive. Even if he were, she'd curse if she wanted to and wouldn't be afraid of him. With this thought, she casually chose a helicopter and sat inside. Once on board, she suddenly felt a chill at her back. Turning around, Randy saw that Conley had also boarded the same helicopter. Strange, she had seen Conley board another helicopter before choosing this one. How did he end up here? Whoever upset him must have caused him quite some displeasure. His cold demeanor, distancing himself from others, just irritated her. Once on the helicopter, Conley closed his eyes, lips tightly shut, not saying a word. She also didn't want to speak much. Soon after, Rochelle boarded the same helicopter, but Randy was already satisfied. Flying with them too was better than being with Courtney and Winston. Thinking this, Randy closed her eyes and tried to rest. The cabin fell into a deathly silence. The helicopter's engine roared loudly. On this journey, Randy slept fitfully. The seat was uncomfortable no matter how she sat a day. But in her daze, someone seemed to pass her a pillow, allowing her to sleep more comfortably. She didn't know how long she had slept, but when she woke up, the helicopter was already landing at the capital base helipad, guided down. At this point, the other passengers were also awake. Conley was reading an e-book. Pretentious, that was Randy's assessment. Just as she thought this, Conley indeed sent her a cold look. She subtly avoided it, stretched, and prepared to disembark. Little Ming, with so many matters at the base, it's troublesome for you to make this trip specially. Upon getting off the helicopter, a robust Clifton greeted Conley warmly. This is what I should do, Conley responded politely, with a hint of distance. How has old Mr. Lee been recently? The Clifton asked again. Grandfather is doing well, thank you for your concern. That's good to hear. I miss my mentor very much since our last meeting 2 years ago. Generally, base workers wear ID badges on their chests, but this Clifton had nothing to prove his identity. However, his attire was rather exquisite, with intricate patterns and luxurious fabric, not something that could be made post-apocalypse. Everyone has had a tiring journey. The base has already arranged accommodations for all of you. Please proceed there to freshen up first. You will be notified later to attend the dinner party. There's even a dinner party. Is this really the apocalypse? The researchers and the 5 of them were received by different Paremisonal, so after getting off the helicopter, Randy couldn't stay with Liu Sai. She followed her guide into the base. Randy marveled. In her previous life, she only saw ruins, but now she finally got to see the full picture. The capital base was indeed massive, with an overall silver-grey appearance. It featured steel skeletons inside and was enveloped by unknown materials outside. Its volume was 10 times that of the A-City base, and it was approximately 13 stories high. To say such a colossal structure was built post-apocalypse, Randy found it hard to believe. Yet, no information about these large buildings had ever been revealed before the apocalypse. Even more spectacular inside, upon entering the base, what immediately caught the eye was the white carved pillar standing dozens of meters tall in the central courtyard, with an extremely high dome adorned with intricate patterns, resembling a giant palace from the 16th century Roman era. Follow the yellow lights. The Clifton also entered the inner hall and explained considerately. Randy looked at the wall and indeed saw a row of yellow lights. Following their guidance, she easily found her residence. This residential area was specifically designated for members from various bases who came for exchange and study, located on the 5th floor and not part of any regular residential area. The door sensed Randy's presence and automatically opened. Entering, she found it to be a hotel-style suite, much smaller than her suite in the A-City base but at least had a separate bathroom, which was acceptable. Alia had already run out and sprawled on the only bed. Seeing this, Randy's heart melted, and she pounced onto Alia for a frenzied cuddle. Chapter 49, Banquet. Randy tidied up her bed briefly and was about to rest when she received a message from Houston. Xiao Jiang, follow me closely tonight at the banquet with Skylar. Don't wander around. Seeing the message, Randy heaved a sigh of relief. Houston might seem unreliable, but his heart is quite meticulous. Knowing she dislikes socializing, he simply asked her to follow him. Perfectly, by following Houston, she doesn't have to engage in socializing, and can just eat and drink to her heart's content. Checking the time, it seemed about right. Randy quickly washed up and took out a black sleeveless evening dress from her space pocket. She applied light makeup for a low-key appearance, completing her preparation. However, this banquet only notified the time, not the location, so it appeared that someone would escort her there. With this thought, Randy calmly waited in her room. After waiting for some time, a knock finally came from outside the door, and Randy got up to open it. Opening the door, she saw a round-faced, petite Lin standing outside, dressed in basework attire and looking kindly at her. Randy glanced at her name tag, greeter, Georgia. Miss Jiang, you can call me Xiao Xian. I am responsible for leading you to the banquet hall. Maurice's voice was gentle and especially likable. Randy nodded and said, then please take care of me, Xiao Xian. Georgia led her straight to the top floor, then walked through twists and turns for a while before arriving at a large conference hall entrance. Skylar was already standing at the entrance. Upon seeing Randy, he hurriedly waved her over. Let's go, teacher has already gone in. Randy nodded and entered the hall. Inside, the lights were icy blue, and the sunken sofas were filled with groups of people. Bars were scattered everywhere, offering free access to drinks and food, making the overall atmosphere quite relaxed. Houston immediately raised his hand to signal the two of them. Beside him stood two people. One was the Clifton who had come to welcome them earlier, and the other was Conley. Randy couldn't help but linger her gaze on Conley under the blue-white lighting, which made his skin appear even fairer. Dressed impeccably in a well-fitted suit, his eyes dark and deep, he quietly looked back at her. Their gazes met silently, neither looking away first until Randy barely managed to avoid his stare. She was truly afraid of him. These are my two students, Skylar and Randy. Houston introduced them to the Clifton. Randy smiled and nodded. This is Izzy, a senior military commander from the Central Command. Moricello, Izzy. Randy had guessed that this Paremison held a high rank, but she didn't expect it to be this significant. Maurice was very kind and warmly greeted Randy and others as juniors. After a brief chat, he told them they could feel free and relaxed. Randy certainly wouldn't restrain herself, so she picked up a plate and started choosing food, soon filling a large plate. Looking for a quiet corner, she coincidentally bumped into Courtney and a few others. Courtney was much better at acting than Winston. Seeing Randy, she warmly embraced her. Why didn't you come with us? The us referred to Courtney, Winston, and Rochelle. I came with the teacher, Randy replied indifferently. Oh, I see, Courtney responded with a seemingly understanding look. Rochelle clearly felt a bit awkward. She was also part of Houston's team, but Houston didn't invite her along. You guys enjoy yourselves, I'll leave now. Randy wasn't interested in talking with these people. Without waiting for their response, she turned and left. Finding a secluded corner, she casually glanced around and noticed Conley surrounded by a group of people. Why is sister sitting here all alone? A pleasant male voice suddenly asked. Randy looked up and saw a boy with a clear face and dimples on his cheeks when he smiled. Maurice seemed young and approached her without hesitation. She quickly searched her memory but found no record of recognizing him. She gave him a cool look, raising an eyebrow to express her confusion. The boy didn't get upset by Randy's cold reaction and continued, I'm Junior, from the capital base. Randy found it amusing and replied, Tang Yuan, glutinous rice ball? Many people call me that. Randy, from base A. Randy introduced herself briefly. I saw sister sitting here alone and thought you might be lonely, Junior explained. Sister, do I look old? Not at all, I just look younger than I am. Most people here are older than me. Junior smiled embarrassedly. Since Randy had nothing else to do, she chatted idly with him. So, how old are you, little brother? Just as Junior was about to answer, he shrank back slightly. Junior, a low, pleasant male voice called out. It could only be Conley. Randy found it strange. He was just surrounded by a crowd, so why did he suddenly come over? Senior. Junior quickly replied in a respectful tone. Randy thought to herself, Conley's background is indeed unusually solid. Maurice's buddies with this one and swears brotherhood with that one. After going around a circle, they were all acquaintances of his. It's been so long since we last met. Why didn't you come say hello? Conley asked. Not at all, not at all. I saw Senior was so busy, I didn't dare to disturb you. Junior hurriedly explained. Conley glanced at Randy with a fleeting look, but spoke to Junior. I was just talking about you with your father. Maurice said you've been a bit unruly recently. Seeing Junior, who had been so animated and expressive just moments ago, now drooped like a frostbitten eggplant, head lowered, only scratching his hand. With a chuckle, Randy couldn't help but laugh out loud. Conley seemed to have finally found a Rear Emerson to talk. Miss Jiang, what has made you so happy? Nothing much, I just suddenly felt that Micah has a lot of prestige in the eyes of the younger generation. This half-mocking, half-joking comment caused a slight twitch at the corners of Junior's mouth, which quickly subsided. Maurice hearing this, Conley showed no displeasure on his face. Just as he was about to say something, someone came looking for him to talk, so he closed his mouth and left directly. Ha 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 ha, Sister Jiang, that's the first time I've seen anyone dare to confront Senior Lee, Junior said, unable to hold back a laugh after Conley left. Do you fear him a little? Junior stuck out his tongue and nodded lightly. Randy chuckled inwardly, finding Junior somewhat amusing. After accompanying her for a while, Junior was called away by someone else. With no one to entertain her, Randy, feeling bored, decided to leave before the banquet ended after eating her fill and drinking her share. By the time Junior came back to look for Randy, she was already gone. Back in her room, Randy changed out of her evening gown into her pajamas, feeling more at ease. Just then, her bracelet suddenly lit up. Randy's heart skipped a beat had it appeared so soon. Chapter 50, Anomaly. The most important Rear Emerson Randy agreed to come to the capital was that she had to search for something. She didn't know its exact shape, but it was a key. In her previous life, after Lanping was destroyed, Earth became uninhabitable for humans. The elite class abandoned Earth and ordinary people, starting interstellar travel to explore new homes in the universe. Some humans still survived on Earth, hiding in higher dimensional spaces, and what Randy was looking for was a key that could open these higher dimensional spaces. As for why she was searching in the capital, it was because Randy had heard Coralie mention this missed key with great regret while at the capital base, though she never revealed where exactly it was. However, since her bracelet lit up, something significant must have appeared. Randy checked the time. At this hour, most people should still be at the banquet. Why did such strong energy fluctuations suddenly appear here? She closed her eyes slightly and entered her spiritual realm, visualizing the entire space within her mind. This spiritual realm was a new ability developed as Randy's mutation advanced. It was a mental space created within her mind that perfectly mimicked the physical world at a 1:1 scale. As long as her spiritual power could detect it, the simulated space would fully reproduce it. Thus, now Randy did not need to personally go to a place, she could explore by scanning. She could already reconstruct the general model of the entire base in her mind. Spaces closer to her were reproduced more meticulously, while distant ones could only be roughly outlined, without internal details. Sure enough, her exploration led to a discovery. The area with the strongest energy fluctuations was at the end of the corridor on her floor. A Emerson around 170 centimeters tall, completely obscured by a robe, unidentifiable in appearance and gender. Seeing this Emerson's attire, Randy couldn't help but think of a certain cult. This energy surge originated from the Emerson's arm, or rather, from something they were carrying. At that moment, the Emerson stood motionless as if waiting for someone. With their arms concealed under the robe, Randy couldn't see what it was. Just as she was about to thoroughly scan it, the Emerson turned abruptly, looking in her direction. This face turned towards her was also covered by a black cloth. In an instant, the Emerson disappeared, along with the energy, vanishing without a trace. Randy wasn't worried that the Emerson would find her. There were hundreds of rooms in this direction, all occupied. Even if they could determine the direction, tracing back would be impossible. Besides, the banquet was probably over, and people were walking in 2s and 3s along the corridor, making investigation even more difficult. What intrigued her was what kind of Emerson would carry something with strong energy fluctuations, fully wrapped up, wandering inside the base. Although fully concealed, this outfit was quite eye-catching. Just then, the sound of a door opening and closing came from next door, indicating someone had returned. They lived in single rooms mixed between men and women, allocated by the base. So around Randy lived Beryl, Rochelle, Courtney, and others. Thinking of Courtney, Randy narrowed her almond-shaped eyes. This Emerson's disguise was quite good, acting as if they were close friends, but since you want to play, I might as well play along. Feeling oddly anticipatory, Randy scolded herself inwardly, wondering if she was a masochist for liking to watch others suffer as well as herself. While lost in thought, there was a knock on the door. Opening it, Randy found Courtney standing there. "What's up? Is something wrong?" Randy asked, trying to make her tone as friendly as possible, afraid Courtney would lose interest and stop playing. Courtney indeed smiled and said, "Since we didn't leave together today, let's definitely go together tomorrow. Good friends should do everything together." Randy nodded as if happily. Seeing this, Courtney added, "I meant to apologize to you about last time. I invited you hunting, but everything went wrong, and I got injured and was recuperating. Plus, I hadn't met you since, so I haven't had the chance to talk to you yet. Are you mad?" Courtney's smile was sweet, tilting her head like a little neighbor Lynn. Of course not, I'm not very good at hunting anyway, Randy replied. I knew you were the best, Xiaojia. Let's make another date next time. Randy thought to herself, sure, since you didn't have enough fun last time, I'll play along with you in a different way next time. But what she said aloud was, yeah, you have to protect me next time. Of course. Well, I won't disturb your rest anymore. See you tomorrow. Courtney continued her sweet smile. See you tomorrow. Randy also smiled. Faking a smile? Who can't do that? The next day, these exchange students didn't have much to do, mainly getting familiar with the base. Randy thought Courtney's invitation was just a courtesy, but unexpectedly, Courtney really came early in the morning to invite her to tour the base. Randy refused on the pretext of sudden discomfort. Courtney didn't seem upset and even considerately told her to rest well. Randy had two rear Emersons for refusing her. First, she didn't want to be with Courtney, as it felt ominous. Second, she had already explored the base with her mental power and was truly too lazy to walk through it again. After refusing Courtney, before Randy could rest for a while, her communication screen rang. It was from Conley. Looking at the message on the screen, Randy was puzzled. Conley. Maurice hadn't left yet. Randy opened the message. It contained only one sentence, concise and clear. 802, come quickly. Chapter 51 Test. Today was their third day at the capital base, and Randy and her group were brought to a laboratory. In the center of this lab stood two large machines. Randy understood what they were here for as soon as she saw the machines. Most of them had undergone some form of mutation, and today they were likely going to be tested for their mutation levels. 3 researchers dressed in white lab coats walked in, one holding an electronic screen, calling out their names one by one. Since results were immediately available, everyone could see each other's levels, including the base managers. It took about an hour before it was Randy's turn. The wait made her somewhat bored. The highest so far was Lin, who was intermediate level 3. Randy saw one of the 3 researchers input something on a recording device, seemingly marking down the Lin's name. After another while, it was City A's turn. Courtney, Winston, and Rochelle were called up one by one. Their levels were intermediate level 4, intermediate level 6, and low level 9 respectively. Winston's data caught Randy off guard. It seemed that there was some genetic talent in his family. This intermediate level 6 was considered a prodigy by most standards. As expected, when the researchers and others saw Winston's data, quite a commotion ensued. That researcher operated the instrument again. Winston remained expressionless and calm, neither showing surprise nor arrogance, walking off the stage as if he was used to astounding everyone. Randy found his pose slightly amusing, like he was imitating someone named Conley. Courtney looked relatively satisfied, but when Rochelle saw her data, she bit her lip, seemingly dissatisfied. Did she never get tested during her time at the base? Randy wondered. Beryl, the researcher called out. Upon hearing Beryl's name, Randy's attention was immediately drawn. She felt a slight excitement. What level would Beryl be? Advanced? Or even higher? Intermediate level 8, the researcher exclaimed. A wave of commotion swept through the crowd once more. However, Randy found this data hard to believe. She had previously scanned Beryl with her ability. He appeared green, which indicated 2 possibilities. Either he was still an ordinary Emerson, or his mutation was at such a high level that she couldn't detect it. The former was clearly impossible, so it had to be the latter. Randy, the researcher called out. Lost in thought about Beryl, Randy barely reacted when she heard her name until she noticed everyone looking at her. Intermediate level 3, the researcher announced loudly. Impressive. It was no wonder 4 out of 5 people from a first-tier city reached intermediate levels. The crowd started whispering again. Courtney stared at Randy's data, her sweet smile instantly freezing. Maurice's nails dug into her flesh, yet when Randy glanced at her, she forced an even brighter smile. Several others also scored above intermediate level, with 1 or 2 reaching advanced levels, causing continuous exclamations. Eventually, the crowd grew accustomed to seeing intermediate level participants. After spending the entire morning on tests, they finally finished. Randy stretched her stiff neck and breathed a sigh of relief, ready to go eat something nice. Xiaojia. Randy didn't need to turn around to know who was calling her. She turned slightly, forcing a polite smile. How's your body? Nothing serious, right? Courtney walked up smiling and held Randy's arm. Randy subtly freed her arm, replying with a warm smile, all better now. Courtney was taken aback by Randy pulling away, a fleeting shadow of hostility crossing her eyes before she quickly suppressed it. Xiaojia, you're amazing. I didn't know you were so high-leveled. The sarcasm was palpable. Sister, your acting has crumbled. Thank you, you're amazing too. While they talked, Rochelle approached from behind, looking somewhat dispirited. Seeing Rochelle, Courtney turned to her, saying, Ziching, you're already very strong, don't be sad. Maurice hearing this, Rochelle froze, then forced a smile. It's okay, I can go back to see my brother. Randy felt stifled by this scene and quickened her steps, finally escaping from them. Randy. Annoyed, Randy turned to see who was calling her again. She saw a boy with a delicate and cute appearance. He had dimples when he smiled. It could only be Junior. What do you want? I came to see my sister. Are we that close? Randy gave him a disdainful look. Aren't we? Saying so makes me so sad. Maurice feigned heartache, clutching his chest. Maurice, sister, Jiang sister, don't ignore me when I'm trying to talk nicely. If you have something, just say it. Randy replied. Alright, Jiang sister, I actually have something important to tell you today. Junior's expression turned serious, catching Randy's attention. She wondered what he was about to say. This is very important. I'm going on a mission soon and couldn't bear to leave without seeing you. Maury's hearing this, Randy slapped him hard. How foolish of her to think for a moment that he might actually have something serious to say. Oh, sister, that hurts. Junior rubbed the spot where she hit him, whining loudly. You deserve it. Randy glanced at him coldly. I really need to tell you something, sister, Junior said seriously once more. Seeing Randy ignoring him, he grabbed her hand and said, Sister, you can walk around anywhere in this base, but never go underground. Randy raised an eyebrow. Why? Junior seemed like he wanted to say something but hesitated and remained silent. Just remember what I said. I'm really going on a mission with Senior Lee, probably for about a week. We'll talk about other things when we get back. Without waiting for Randy's response, he left, leaving her utterly confused. Randy, is there no end to this? Everyone seems to be coming up to her. With a face full of anger, Randy looked at the Paremison calling her Beryl. Chapter 52 Ice Hoarding. Why did Beryl come to her on his own initiative? Randy was seething with anger but had nowhere to vent it, so she could only nod at Beryl for the moment. Randy, you are truly gifted. Beryl's voice was like a clear stream flowing over a serene pond, soothing and pleasant to hear. Beneath his graceful phoenix eyes lay depths of serenity and coolness. His elegant face was not plain, naturally rosy lips, fine eyebrows, a prominent nose, all framed by a slender yet charismatic physique. Upon hearing Beryl's words, Randy instantly understood what he meant. A harmless smile spread across her face as she blinked innocently, replying, Beryl, you're not bad yourself. Beryl smiled, his expression like warm spring breeze, but a closer look revealed that the smile didn't quite reach his eyes. Well then, see you tomorrow, he said. That night, Randy couldn't sleep. When she was little, Randy always felt that her parents were different from others. Other parents seemed to prioritize their children, treating them as the most precious thing in life. But since she could remember, her own parents rarely came home. For a long time, she thought she didn't have parents, even considering them temporary guests staying at her house. Despite her affluent family background, with both parents being high-ranking officials, as a child, all Randy could feel was abandonment. One day, she finally mustered the courage and ran away from home. But without much money, the funds she carried ran out quickly. With no place to stay, she ended up sleeping in the park, eventually being found and brought back home by her father. When she returned, her wren rushed to hug her and cried uncontrollably. That was when Randy first realized that her parents loved her. Gradually, her parents' trips became less frequent. Although they still spent more than half of the week outside, they started coming home more often to be with her. This continued until Randy turned 18. It was her birthday that day. Maurice's parents promised to come back to celebrate, bringing gifts. But instead of gifts, they returned as ashes. Randy believed that she was somewhat lucky to live another life, yet she also felt pitiful, longing for companionship her entire life yet receiving nothing. Through the small window of her room, Randy gazed at the starry sky, a rare sight in the city. Sometimes, she would ponder how insignificant humans were compared to Earth. Life was fleeting, and perhaps an apocalypse wasn't such a bad idea, allowing nature to reclaim its space. Outside remained icy and snowy, yet some patches of ice had started melting into puddles. The snow seemed to be thawing, the ice layers thinning. Wait, melting? What comes after extreme cold? Realizing this, Randy's face paled. Extreme heat was far worse than cold. Cold weather helped preserve food and ensured stable water supplies. But extreme heat scorched the earth, leaving nothing growing, preventing food cultivation and storage, and causing drinking water crises. In her previous life, after the scorching heat struck, many people died of hunger and thirst. Corpses piled up in the wilderness, rotting in the humid air, attracting vultures that circled endlessly. Mauricel on Earth. With this in mind, Randy decided not to sleep. She needed to leave the base, unsure whether exiting here was easier compared to City A. Soon enough, she discovered that it was indeed easier here. The ground staff merely checked her ID card before letting her go. Once outside, any injuries or deaths would no longer concern the base. This unspoken rule applied post-apocalypse, reducing management issues. After leaving the base, Randy chose a relatively clean ice patch, using her ability to shatter the ice and store the shattered blocks in her spatial pocket. She collected nearly dozens of tons of ice before stopping. This ice wouldn't be for drinking but to prepare for the disasters brought by extreme heat. Maurice's spatial pocket was static, and it was wise to stockpile sufficient ice in advance. After finishing the ice collection, Randy exhaled deeply, feeling a slight relief. So much ice would ensure her safety and a decent quality of life during the scorching summer. The following days passed monotonously for Randy, shuttling between the training room and her residence. Surprisingly, the base also encouraged everyone to hoard ice, and soon everyone was busy chiseling ice, even neglecting training. Training sessions mainly involved theoretical knowledge and little practical application, making them quite dull. To avoid attending classes, Randy actively participated in the ice chiseling activities. She also hoped to find clues about the key during these activities. This day, Randy returned to the base very late. As she was about to press the elevator button to head back to her room, she encountered someone draped in a white robe inside the elevator. Seeing the attire, Randy frowned again. White robe, and it's related to that church again? In this lifetime, their influence has seeped in so quickly. The Paremison slightly raised his head, meeting Randy's gaze. Junior. It had been quite a while since she last saw him. Calculating the time, he should have returned by now. Just as Randy was about to greet him and inquire about the previous matters, she noticed that this Paremison acted like he didn't know her, ignoring her entirely and leaving straight away. What is he up to? Randy felt a bit puzzled but thought about it. She and Junior had only met a few times, not being particularly close, and decided not to think more of it, returning directly to her room. The next day, Randy was woken up by vibrations. She opened her communicator and, coincidentally, the message was from Junior. Junior, sister, I'm back. Come to the hall to welcome me quickly. Hadn't he already returned yesterday? Why was he asking her to welcome him today? Due to his coldness yesterday, Randy initially didn't want to respond, but Junior kept sending messages non-stop, forcing her to go to the hall. Sister. From afar, Junior excitedly called out to her. What the hell are you playing at? Weren't you already back yesterday? Randy scolded. To her surprise, her words froze the smile on Junior's face. Sister, what do you mean? What do you mean? I met you in the elevator last night, and you didn't even greet me. Junior's expression suddenly turned awful, his lips turning pale. If one looked closely, they would notice that his body was trembling slightly. After a long pause, he finally said, Sister, you're saying you met me yesterday? Randy had been confused, but seeing Junior's frightened reaction, she suddenly seemed to understand something. Junior, tell me, you only returned today, right? Chapter 53, Live Combat. Junior's eyes were dim and his face pale, showing a hint of nervousness. Maurice seemed to be mumbling something that Randy couldn't hear. She called out to him again. Junior. The loud voice seemed to bring him back to reality. His eyes regained clarity in an instant, and he resumed his usual cheerful self as if the previous gloom had never existed. Sister, it was my mistake. I came back last night, but I might have been too tired to recognize you. Sister Jiang is so beautiful, surely she can forgive me. Junior even shook Randy's arm playfully. Randy silently withdrew her arm and gazed into his eyes for about a second before looking away with a faint smile. Maybe it was my mistake. I've been busy with ice drilling lately, so my eyes are probably just tired. Junior immediately brightened up and, pulling Randy along, said, Sister, I brought you something nice. Let me go organize things first. Randy nodded and replied, I've seen you now, I won't disturb your rest. After saying that, she glanced around and asked curiously, why isn't Conley here? Senior. Maurice was taken away by Ibrahim right after getting off the plane. Why do you only ask about him? Don't ask me how tiring the mission was or if I ate well. Every day I thought about you when I was out there, yet you don't think of me. Randy felt a bit overwhelmed by his affectionate tone and responded helplessly, Junior, how long have we known each other? And you think of me every day? Who could resist thinking about such a pretty sister? I like pretty sisters the most. Randy was speechless. Finally, after seeing off Junior, Randy's expression turned somber. Junior's reaction just now was very abnormal, and his subsequent explanations sounded weak. Now, thinking back, Junior's hints earlier were indeed full of loopholes. Why did he suddenly mention the underground space? It seemed like he was trying to lure her down intentionally. However, she was indeed preoccupied with ice drilling recently and didn't pay much attention. But she was almost certain that the Paremison she encountered last night wasn't necessarily Junior. Upon closer reflection, she only saw a rough outline at the time. The majority of that Paremison was covered under a cloak, revealing a face that looked somewhat similar to Junior but with subtle differences around the eye area. Junior has standard puppy eyes, slightly drooping at the corners, making him look very sunny when he smiles. However, the Paremison she met last night had upward slanting eyes and a cold, stern gaze, clearly different from Junior. Thinking about this, Randy involuntarily shivered. Who exactly did she meet last night? Why was Junior covering for him? Why did he mention the underground space? Randy had already surveyed the entire base and found no unusual activities. If it really happened in the capital, she might have to go underground. After finishing the ice drilling, Randy finally got what she had been looking forward to, the live combat class. The live combat class was simple. Students were allowed to form teams freely and go to designated locations to obtain raw stones. All forms of force were permitted except killing, and the raw stones obtained would be 100% available for paramersonal use. Not allowing killing but permitting force essentially meant, leave a breath of life. The Paremison who set this rule seemed to enjoy watching them compete but didn't want to take responsibility for fatalities. Randy narrowed her almond-shaped eyes. This Paremison was skilled at maintaining balance. This arrangement served both as a deterrent to prevent bases from having inappropriate intentions and offered hope and rewards. However, she wasn't interested in the power games between bases. Maurice's goal was the raw stones. There were two types of raw stones now. One type was controlled by bases, the largest quantity, which ordinary people could not access. The other type circulated on the market, available to anyone. Although the latter was less in quantity compared to the base-controlled ones, it was still considerable for a mutant. The right to absorb raw stones entirely was a deadly attraction to any mutant. Now, with ample research on raw stones, each base had its own method of purification, allowing mutants to find their own raw stones and then get help from the base for purification and absorption. Xiao Jiao, let's team up, said Courtney in a clear voice. I'll think about it, Randy replied. What's there to think about? Winston and I have already teamed up. We three together would have a better chance and be safer, Courtney continued. What about Beryl? Maurice is also from our base. Randy said this casually, but Courtney's face flushed slightly. Randy instantly understood. Beryl was more skilled than all of them. They must have approached Beryl first before coming to her. But it seemed Beryl hadn't given them much of a warm welcome. If there's nothing else, go back and prepare early. In the wild, you won't have many chances to rest. Concerning raw stones, this wasn't the time for her to just play along with Courtney, so Randy didn't give her a direct answer. Alright, Xiao Jiao, I understand. Courtney still maintained her proper smile. But Randy knew that right now she probably wanted to flay her alive and chop off her limbs, leaving her barely alive. Courtney was sick. Maurice's obsession and manic behavior had reached a point where medication was necessary. All of this was hidden behind her sunny and optimistic exterior, something Randy only discovered after paying with her life. Thinking about this, Randy's gaze hardened. Courtney was a devil, and if uncontrollable, she would have to be eliminated. Back in her room, Randy received information about the locations of the raw stones. The base provided 3 places with rough estimates of storage volumes, allowing everyone to choose freely. She skimmed through it. The 3 locations were in different directions, not on the same route, with varying storage amounts, but the estimates were not precise. After some thought, she chose the farthest place, which also happened to have the smallest storage volume. She didn't choose the nearest and largest storage area because her target was all the raw stones at this farthest plot. Although other places had more storage, more people would go there, leaving each Paremison with very little. By going directly to the farthest place and obtaining all its raw stones, the total amount would be much greater than elsewhere. Although she had made her decision, Randy still felt a hint of unease. She needed to consider Beryl. If he thought the same way and went there too, she would have to compete directly with him. Admittedly, among everyone, Beryl was the only one who made her genuinely uneasy. Chapter 54, Harvest. The next day, before the group assembled, Randy set off alone. Maurice's plot was the farthest away, so she had to leave early. The ice and snow outside the base had started to melt, creating puddles everywhere. The outdoor temperature was around -5 degrees Celsius, which was relatively friendly weather. It seemed as though everything was heading towards a better direction, but often beneath calm appearances lay greater dangers. Phew, finally on level ground. Randy heaved a sigh of relief and retrieved her high-clearance off-road vehicle from her spatial storage. The snow was gradually melting, and streets were becoming visible. In some areas, vehicles could already pass through. It took her about half a day to reach the vicinity of the location provided by the base. During her journey, Randy did not encounter a single Paremison, most were still en route. She needed to take advantage of this time to act swiftly. The base had only given her a general area without specifying the exact storage location. However, Randy knew the base wasn't deliberately concealing it, they genuinely didn't know. Their detection methods were limited to remote scanning, and there was no technology available for precise exploration. Moreover, if they had known the exact location, would they have allowed them to retrieve it? The quantity couldn't be large either. If it were, it wouldn't have been left until now. Fortunately, finding the precise location was not difficult for Randy. Following the bracelet's glow, she easily located a residential complex. The brightest point was inside an unremarkable apartment building, which surprised her slightly. Maurice's mind stirred, and the entire building's spatial model appeared in her thoughts. The items were on the 8th floor. Randy walked up to the 8th floor, where 2 rooms were located. She stopped at one door. Since it was an old building, in disrepair, with just a bit of effort, she kicked the door open. The room's interior was intact, much to Randy's slight surprise. Such a door, easily kicked open, yet the room remained well preserved. This aroused some alertness within her. After checking and thoroughly scanning the surroundings, she confirmed it was just an ordinary room, thus easing her concerns. The apartment had a bedroom, but it didn't appear to be used for living. Instead, it resembled a small workshop, with jade scraps scattered everywhere and various processing equipment. It looked like a miniature jade factory. Randy approached a safe, where the bracelet glowed brightest. Opening it effortlessly, she found raw stones neatly arranged inside. She promptly collected them all. Everything was progressing too smoothly, making Randy somewhat cautious, yet her instincts told her there was no danger. To be safe, she scanned the entire room once more, hoping to catch any overlooked details. Indeed, this led to a new discovery. The floor thickness between the 7th and 8th floors seemed thicker than others. Scanning through revealed a dark, indiscernible mass. Randy immediately thought of a certain material. Without hesitation, she lifted all the floorboards. Sure enough, underneath was the base's shielding material that blocked mental probes. However, this material was incredibly hard and impervious to forceful means. Randy fell into brief contemplation. Since brute force wouldn't work, there must be another method. Otherwise, how would the people who installed it retrieve items? Upon close inspection, Randy found a slightly different protrusion, a minuscule detail only noticeable upon close examination. She pressed it, and with a loud thud, the bedroom floor began to split apart, revealing brown stone-wrapped raw stones. The sheer quantity made Randy's bracelet shine intensely. Randy probed further, surprised to find the hidden layer contained even more energy than the other 2 locations combined. However, how to transport these raw stones became a dilemma for Randy. Maurice's bag was full, so direct absorption seemed the only option. Direct absorption was feasible. With no other choice, Randy decided to absorb the raw stones directly into her spatial storage. The progress bar refreshed multiple times before stopping. Absorbing so many raw stones, Randy felt no discomfort, only a refreshing vitality and physical comfort. Expanding her mental probe, she discovered her detection range had doubled. Currently, no less than 10 red dots were moving rapidly toward her location, likely to arrive within half an hour. Randy did not intend to stay longer and prepared to leave after restoring the room to its original state. Just as she was about to drive away, a figure suddenly appeared right in front of her car. Beryl. Randy inwardly thought things were not good. Beryl had indeed found this place. But she couldn't stay any longer. If those people arrived here and found no raw stones, they would easily suspect that Randy had taken them, making her a target of everyone's suspicions. While she had the confidence to fight, facing so many people at once was not something she could be completely certain about. What should she do? Should she just run over him? Unexpectedly, Beryl seemed to have no hostile intentions. Maurice walked to the passenger side, tapped on the window, signaling Randy to open the door. Randy didn't know what he wanted, but she couldn't delay any longer. Regardless of his intentions, she decided to let him in first. Click. Randy unlocked the door. Beryl quickly opened it, sat down, fastened his seatbelt, glanced sideways at Randy, and coldly said, "Still not driving? Waiting to be discovered?" Randy was slightly taken aback. Just like that. She had considered countless possibilities and prepared for the worst, but never imagined that Beryl just needed a ride. Randy promptly started the off-road vehicle, avoiding all the red dots, and left via a deserted small road. After a while, Randy softly spoke, "What a coincidence." Beryl raised an eyebrow and replied, "Not really, since I followed you here." This made Randy cough lightly. Maurice's mental probe always malfunctioned around Beryl. Such a large paremison tracking her without her noticing at all. "Aren't you after the raw stones?" Randy asked curiously. "Ha," Beryl sneered, his Adam's apple moving up and down, revealing a hint of sensuality. "Too little, not worth my attention." Randy was speechless again. Silence filled the car, with neither of them speaking. Beryl closed his eyes as if he was napping. Just when Randy thought he had fallen asleep, he suddenly said, "Randy, want to visit the other two places?" Chapter 55 Incitement. "Should we go? There's probably nothing left by now. Do you believe in those incompetence abilities?" Such an irrational remark caused a ripple of disturbance within Randy. Incompetence. "Indeed, they haven't even reached the advanced stage yet," Beryl said with a low chuckle. "But I haven't reached it either." Randy blinked. "Randy, don't try to fool me with your little tricks. Let's be honest between us two." Beryl narrowed his eyes, looking at Randy with great interest. The latter remained unperturbed, showing no sign of nervousness despite being seen through. Actually, before the public measurement day, Conley had already called her for a private measurement. Randy had surpassed the advanced stage. Beyond this, there were S, SS, and SSS levels, with no upper limit. According to the instrument's display, Randy's current level was somewhere in the middle of SS. Upon seeing this data, both Randy and Conley gasped in surprise. "Don't tell anyone about this level," Conley said. "I know, I have my way." Randy's method came from one of her derived skills, simulation. This skill not only simulated her own mutation level but could also simulate other people's mutation abilities simply, provided that these abilities had been used on her. For instance, Randy could only gain someone's ability if she had been attacked by it. However, this skill was still under development, and Randy had previously thought it was quite limited. She didn't expect it could be useful for concealment. "I think you're using some kind of mental simulation as well." Randy wasn't upset when exposed, speaking calmly. Beryl closed his eyes again and replied, "Guess?" Randy felt speechless. Only to see Beryl's lips slightly curling, he whispered, "If you want to know, come along to the other two places with me, and I'll tell you." Beryl seemed very excited, perhaps due to some happy events. Seeing him like this, Randy became interested too, asking excitedly, "What are we going to do?" "Admit it, Randy, you're always one who likes to fan the flames." Soon, Randy drove towards one of the remaining two locations, which had the largest original stone reserves according to the information provided. This place was a processing plant. After a preliminary investigation, she found about 20 people gathered on the 4th floor, surrounded by debris, indicating a significant dispute. "Let's check it out." Beryl walked upstairs first, looking thrilled. Randy didn't plan to hide her off-road vehicle from Beryl. Maurice's spatial ability was her lifeline, and she couldn't let such a dangerous paremison know about it. So, she parked the car behind some hidden scrap and then entered the factory. Before entering, she heard intense fighting sounds. Mutated humans had greatly improved physical abilities, and this fight seemed evenly matched. Randy quickened her steps to observe, but suddenly, a bang echoed, and a paremison was thrown several meters away, landing right on her right foot as she stepped in. Instinctively, she kicked the heavy body away a few more meters. "Randy." The voice clearly carried a hint of clenched teeth. "Oh, sorry Winston, I didn't see it was you," Randy quickly apologized. Courtney looked at Randy curiously. "Beryl, you're here too?" a male voice asked. Beryl nodded, acknowledging the greeting. Randy recognized this boy who spoke. He was the only high-level mutant on that day, at least according to the data. "French, what's going on here?" Beryl finally asked, his tone gentle but somewhat lowered, sounding friendly. French cast a cold glance over Winston and replied indifferently, "Nothing much, just practicing fist-to-fist combat with these wastes." Winston's eyes turned dark, revealing his true self. Beryl smiled faintly, saying, "If it's a sparring match, just stop at a point. No need to go so far. We're all friends after all." French didn't respond to Beryl and merely said, "The rest of the raw stones should be equally divided among the others except for these two." Randy noticed that although Courtney and Winston looked displeased, they remained silent, quite unlike their usual selves. Could it be that someone had something on them? Why not? Why shouldn't they get any? Randy immediately stood up for them. Winston frowned deeply, his expression complicated, seemingly wanting Randy to shut up. It seemed that French had just noticed Randy. After looking at her closely, he glanced at Beryl, and a strange emotion flashed in his eyes, as if he had understood something. Randy felt uneasy under this scrutinizing gaze. Maurice, big brother, what are you imagining? At this moment, one of the team members behind French stepped forward to explain, these two have betrayed several of our brothers. They agreed to team up with us, but they had ulterior motives. They used their weapons to seize all the original stones that Second Fernand worked so hard to find. That's not all, they cut our ropes, nearly trapping several brothers inside. Fortunately, Teddyshan was here to help us get revenge. Then another Paremison chimed in, that's right. Arshing even saved Courtney once. Randy suddenly understood. It seemed these two had been playing both sides too many times and finally got themselves into trouble. She felt that they might bring about their own downfall without any help from her. Seeing the hatred rekindled among everyone, Randy fanned the flames again. The Anran I know wouldn't act like this. Anran, explain yourself. Your silence is making me anxious. Randy looked worried, her brows furrowed, and her face full of concern, as if she truly cared about Courtney. Courtney's gaze towards Randy became venomous. In the next second, her expression returned to normal, and she changed the subject. Sister, I noticed you left early this morning without waiting for us. Did you run into any trouble? Chapter 56 Provocation. When these words were spoken, everyone looked at Randy with some probing and unfriendly eyes. She really was a master at changing the subject. There were only 3 resource points in total. Setting out early meant getting resources sooner. She, Randy, had actually set off ahead of time without telling anyone. It wasn't hard to imagine what she might have been up to. Besides, there had been an unusually strong energy fluctuation earlier, which all the psychic type evolved could sense. I just have poor physical fitness and walk slowly, afraid of holding everyone back. Anran, stop worrying about me and explain yourself. Courtney, seeing the topic return to her, could only grit her teeth and say, there's nothing much to explain, it's all about who has the strength. Strength? Is it the strength to swindle and deceive? You're truly bringing shame to our base. The team member from before stood out again to refute. Courtney's face flushed red and white alternately, quite dramatically. Enough, all of you, let's not talk anymore. This matter is closed. French, feeling a headache looking at so many people, immediately stepped in to stop them. That team member clearly wanted to say more but finally just pursed his lips and backed off. French then said, everyone remember these 2 names, Courtney and Winston. Wherever they are, that's where our S-city can't be. At this, everyone's expression turned very dramatic. French's meaning was clear, these 2 had been unilaterally expelled from S-city. What a disgrace. Have you seen enough? Beryl glanced at Randy and suddenly said, seen enough? With their expressions so dramatic, it was impossible to see enough. Randy reluctantly withdrew her gaze, only to see Beryl already walking toward French, the 2 of them talking about something unknown. Randy approached, intending to hear what they were saying, but didn't expect them to fall silent as she got close. What did you say? Randy asked. Not going to tell you, Beryl replied. Randy, not telling me? Fine, wait for it. Beside her, French turned to leave. Beryl, watching him head away, said to Randy, let's go. Confused, Randy asked, where? To get the raw stones. Beryl being so kind-hearted? Randy doubted it. But seeing Beryl and French already walking far ahead, she followed along. This is it. French led them to a room door and loudly announced. From the outside, it looked like an ordinary room, but upon closer inspection, one could see that the windows and doors were merely decorative, not functional. Randy looked puzzled, and watched Beryl speak calmly, Chufang stone. French nodded, yes, the entire room is made of Chufang stone. We can't detect or obtain anything inside. Randy understood. French was seeking Beryl's help to get the items inside. So this stone that could block detection was called Chufang stone. Chufang stone is extremely hard, impervious to mental force, fire-resistant, water-resistant, and brute force won't work, Beryl said calmly. This was within French's expectations. Maurice looked slightly regretful but didn't comment. But, Beryl shifted his tone, there's still a way to crack it. Everyone perked up, listening intently. The builder wouldn't make the space completely sealed. There must be a mechanism. Find the key point, and we can open the room. French's face lit up. Can you find it? I'll try my best, Beryl said coolly. This was Randy's first time seeing Beryl use his ability. Maurice closed his eyes gently, his body emitting a faint golden light, followed by intense energy fluctuations. This lasted for about a minute before stopping. Beryl spoke, found it. Maurice then opened his eyes, and Randy caught a fleeting hint of pale gold in his gaze. His hand slid across the wall, stopping at a certain spot, where a fine crack appeared with a gentle stroke. Maurice is the lock hole of the Chufang stone, Beryl said calmly. With that, he applied slight force, piercing through the spot with his finger, then pressed lightly. A rumbling sound echoed, and the walls began to part. Suddenly, Randy's bracelet shone brightly again. She subconsciously looked up tensely, only to find no one paying attention to her. Only Beryl gave her a peculiar look. What was happening? Could others not see her bracelet glowing? Randy was confused but still released the hand covering her bracelet. Strangely, no one noticed such a bright glow. French was overjoyed. Maurice had not held much hope, but unexpectedly, Beryl succeeded. However, he now faced a dilemma with the raw stones in the room. How many should he give? Maurice glanced at Beryl lightly. The latter seemed to have sensed his thoughts and said indifferently, 50-50. One of French's team members seemed dissatisfied and wanted to burst out, but was stopped by French. All right, 50-50 it is, French said. At this moment, many of the people who were originally standing outside crowded towards the doorway. Seeing the room full of raw stones, everyone displayed greedy expressions. Randy knew that if it weren't for French and Beryl being there, the others would have already started grabbing. Sure enough, someone in the crowd suddenly spoke up. There are so many raw stones in this room. It's not right for only you two bases to divide them. The speaker was a round-faced youth with glasses, slightly protruding teeth, and a slightly concave chin. A team member from French's side replied, "We've already let you evenly split the raw stones outside. What more do you want? Don't be too greedy." Us being greedy? You two bases eating so much, don't you fear choking? Who's really greedy? Someone immediately rebutted. Yeah, the raw stones weren't abundant to begin with, and there are so many people. What does it mean for two bases to dominate? For a moment, everyone was arguing noisily, each one holding their own ground, unwilling to back down. Beryl narrowed his eyes and interrupted them. Oh? How do you propose we divide them then? Seeing that Beryl was speaking and seemingly soliciting his opinion, the round-faced youth hurriedly said, "We all came here for the raw stones. At least everyone present should get a share." Voices of agreement echoed from the crowd. The round-faced youth wasn't stupid. Maurice didn't say they should only split it among their bases because that would also draw resentment from others. By insisting on a share for everyone, each Parmesan could gain something, effectively putting them in the same camp. With more people, they wouldn't need to fear high-ranking individuals like Beryl and French. Thut. Randy couldn't help but laugh out loud. Seeing this, the round-faced youth angrily retorted, "What are you laughing at? You're nothing but a kept woman by Beryl, serving him with your looks. Without Beryl, you're nothing, and you really think you're someone important." Chapter 57 Pretense. Randy's face had been expressionless, but upon hearing the phrase inferior race, her eyebrows shot up, and a palpable coldness spread across her features. A ruthless glint flickered in her eyes as she looked at the round-faced youth. "What did you say?" Randy said with a clear smile, yet there was undeniably a touch of murderous intent in her tone. The youth felt a chill pierce his heart but quickly regained his composure, believing that she wasn't highly ranked. His eyes were once again filled with arrogance. "Do I need to repeat?" Before he could finish the word again, it was as if something had seized his throat. His eyes widened in shock. People around him didn't understand what was happening and turned their gaze toward the youth. His face turned red, mouth wide open, but no words came out, only wheezing sounds. Gradually, his complexion became bluish-purple, his eyes bloodshot, and the next moment, he was dead. 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 Alin standing beside him was instantly terrified into tears, rushing forward to check. Maurice's already gone. A wave of commotion spread through the crowd. However, Randy kept her eyes lowered, standing quietly there. If one looked closely, one could see a hint of confusion in her expression. "It was you." The Lin pointed at Randy in shock. All eyes turned to Randy, full of hostility again. The base rule was that no matter how one competed, killing was strictly forbidden. Yet Randy dared to nearly kill another team captain in front of everyone. Although the man didn't die, they now had grounds to accuse her. Only Beryl turned his head, looking at Randy with a puzzled glance. Seeing her frown, he immediately sensed something. "How do you prove that I killed him?" Randy finally spoke, breaking her silence. "What proof do we need? Everyone saw it. Percy is dead, and you're a murderer." The Lin sobbed. Objection. First, with so many witnesses present, anyone could have done it. Why conclude it was me? Second, if I remember correctly, he outranked me, how could I possibly kill him? Third, may I ask, why would I want to kill him? The Lin was stumped by Randy's rapid-fire questions and muttered after a while, "You killed him because he insulted me. If he provoked me first, why can't I kill him?" Randy finished her sentence for her. "Even if he did insult you, you can't just kill him," someone from the crowd retorted. "I didn't kill him, but I did intend to," Randy replied coldly, word by word. The crowd was infuriated by her attitude and shouted, "If stealing resources deserves punishment, then she should hand over all the ore for killing someone. Yes, confiscate the ore. That's right, fairness is compromised if killings are allowed." Listening to this condemnation, Randy found it incredibly ironic. Everyone seemed to be speaking with righteous indignation, but few were truly advocating for justice. It was mostly about the ore. Suddenly, someone yelled, "The ore is gone." Now the crowd realized that while they had been focused on Randy, the room full of ore had vanished. "There's a spatial mutant," someone screamed. Panic ensued once more. No one paid attention to Randy anymore as they rushed into the room to investigate. Randy glanced at Beryl, who gave her an assuring look. "Beryl, where did you hide the ore?" an angry Clifton demanded. "What does it have to do with you?" Beryl didn't even bother lifting an eyelid. "Your base's Randy killed someone, aren't you going to explain yourselves? What explanation do you need? Did the victim belong to your base?" Beryl replied ruthlessly. The Clifton lost his momentum. True, the dead Parmesan wasn't from their base, and he had no standing to demand they surrender the ore. Maurice cast a glance at the people from the round-faced youth space. Beryl, don't think you can get away with this. Someone from your base killed a Paremison, and you're protecting her. Wait until you pay the price, the Lin said, apparently quite influential, with a venomous tone. Winston had been standing in the crowd, still humiliated by Randy's actions earlier. Now he finally had leverage against her. Randy, hand over all your ore as compensation. Don't make things difficult for your base, Winston said in a pseudo-Emersonable manner. Randy glanced at Winston, the brain-dead one, and said, if you say I killed someone, find evidence first. If evidence is found, I'll pay with my life, but don't even think about the raw stones. After I'm dead, they'll go to Beryl. The corner of Beryl's mouth lifted slightly, then quickly flattened. This matter has too many peculiarities, let's return and evaluate it there. French, who had been silent all along, suddenly spoke up. Are we just letting them go like this? Elwood asked. I said, let's go back first. Or do you want to kill Miss Jiang right here? Have you considered what would happen if you got it wrong? French's eyes turned cold, his voice rising slightly. The Elwood immediately fell silent. Seeing that even French was speaking in this manner, the others felt they shouldn't press further. They had originally come for the raw stones, but now those were gone, leaving them little interest in defending the deceased round-faced youth. After all this commotion and gaining nothing, everyone wore expressions of discontent. However, they believed that Beryl had most likely taken the raw stones, and they would make a base give up something upon their return. Have you identified any suspects? Beryl asked softly. Randy's gaze was dark as she gently shook her head. This Paremison could kill from afar without drawing attention, they must be of high rank. But among the higher ranks, none seemed to match the profile. Who wanted to use her to kill? By now, Randy's expression had returned to normal, though Beryl frequently turned to look at her. Can't detect anyone? That Paremison seems pretty suspicious. As he spoke, Beryl's gaze briefly passed over someone, causing that Paremison to suddenly appear tense. It was clearly just a joke, yet someone's reaction was oddly conspicuous. Chapter 58 Trial. Randy, of course, had noticed it too. She curled her lips and said, who knows? Anyway, I was planning to kill him anyway. Beryl also chuckled. By the way, Randy, Beryl suddenly said, actually, there is no rule that low rankers can't kill high rankers. With proper techniques, low rankers can also surpass ranks to kill. Randy's steps paused for a moment before she quickly left. French's base has a spatial mutant, though different from Randy, this mutant space is limited but sufficient for holding raw stones. Amidst the chaos earlier, it would be easy for someone to take advantage and steal raw stones. To prevent this possibility, French seized the opportunity when everyone's attention was on Randy and had the raw stones moved away. It must be said that French indeed had a knack for timing. As soon as Randy returned to the base, she was taken away, along with Beryl. As for why Beryl was also taken away, Randy found it confusing. They said it was because Beryl had committed murder out of love. This Rhea Emerson couldn't help but make Randy scoff internally, it was such an unseemly excuse. The two were brought to an arched hall. There weren't many people in the room, only a few people sat in the middle row, all dressed in black attire except for a red mark on their chests. They wore tall hats with badges pinned on the left side, clearly indicating these were trial commanders. Randy, someone reported to Central that you killed people while searching for raw stones. Do you have any objections? The leading man said with great confidence. Yes, I didn't kill them, Randy replied indifferently. With so many witnesses at the scene saying they saw you kill, how do you prove that you didn't? Then may I ask, what evidence do you have that I did kill them? Randy countered. Please don't use questions, I want statements. Randy, what was the cause of death? The lead commander hadn't reacted in time. What? I'm asking, what was the cause of death? Randy repeated word by word. Suffocation. May I ask, Commander, what power exists that can kill from a distance now? That man slapped the table and said, don't use questions. An assistant nearby clicked the screen, retrieving Randy's file. Randy, mid-level third-class mutant, ability, water? Commander, this ability doesn't match. The chief commander tapped his fingertips on the desk. How about Beryl? Beryl, mid-level 8th-class mutant, ability, healing? Doesn't match either. What did forensics say? They said it was suffocation caused by mental convulsion. Commander, wouldn't this require a psychic-type mutant? Frustrated by the lack of results, the two were brought into a machine for re-examination. The results matched exactly what was in their files. Both showed a casual demeanor, knowing no matter how many times they tested, the result would always be the same. Due to lack of key evidence, the enforcers could only temporarily detain the two. But after being confined for about a day, they were released. Leaving the Emerson within the base, Randy immediately encountered two familiar figures. Big Sister Jiang. Junior was the first to see Randy and immediately ran towards her. Not far away, a tall figure slowly turned around, revealing a handsome but slightly weary face, silently looking at Randy, his expression somewhat stern and cold. Randy was slightly taken aback. First glance, Conley? Why is he here? Second glance, has he lost weight? Since the last time they met, it had been over half a month without seeing each other again. Micah, Teddy Lee, Senior Lee, it's been a long time. Randy's tone was light-hearted, as if she had just finished attending a banquet rather than being released from Emerson. Conley didn't speak, his gaze passing over Randy and landing on Beryl behind her. In one glance, his eyes returned to Randy. Junior said, Big Sister Jiang, we really need to thank Senior Lee. Thanks to him, the incident was suppressed. Randy raised an eyebrow, suppressed just like that. I wanted to see them create a fuss. Junior. Conley finally spoke, his voice low and cold. Your father is still waiting for you. Junior's face instantly turned white. Finished, nearly forgot the main thing. Maurice hurriedly said, yes, then I'll go first. Big sister Jiang, I'll come find you next time. Saying that, without waiting for Randy's response, he dashed off. After Junior left, Conley's gaze fell on Beryl again. Beryl responded with a raised eyebrow. For a moment, the atmosphere became awkward. Finally, Beryl lowered his head and laughed. Let's go, Randy, come find me at my place later. Come to my place later. Randy couldn't help but feel this sentence sounded strange. She felt a sudden pang of guilt and instinctively glanced at Conley, who indeed frowned lightly, his expression somber and displeased. As she watched Beryl leave, Randy broke the silence first. Thank you. Why were you with Beryl? Conley ignored her gratitude and asked a different question. Met him on the way, Randy shrugged. We just walked together. Keep your distance from him. Beryl is not a simple Paremison. Conley frowned slightly, his tone carrying a hint of displeasure. Is there anyone simple in this base? Randy retorted. She didn't understand why Conley was warning her about this. First, their relationship could barely be described as colleagues, and he had no right to interfere with her social interactions. Second, by saying this, Conley was positioning himself as someone trustworthy, but the problem was that Randy didn't trust him either. In the end, she trusted no one. Upon hearing Randy's counter-question, Conley lowered his eyes, his long lashes casting shadows over them. You're right, he said. The atmosphere fell into an awkward silence again. Though neither spoke, Conley showed no intention of leaving. Did you just get back from your mission? Conley nodded. When are you leaving? Tomorrow morning. Never coming back. Conley lifted his eyes, looking at Randy with deep gaze. I'll come if there's something important. Randy, okay, wish you a safe journey then. Conley. For the Paremison who tried to use her as a tool, Randy was determined to find out. Even if she didn't care about what others thought, it was intolerable for someone to target her like this, daring to scheme against her. This was something she could never allow. The next day, Beryl came to see Randy. French gave him the remaining raw stones, and Beryl generously shared 1/3 of it with Randy. Worried about keeping the raw stones in her room, Randy absorbed them directly. Adding these to the ones she absorbed from the residential building, her level should have significantly increased compared to the last test. Chapter 59, Mysterious Dream. In the past few days of classes, Randy could clearly feel that she had been isolated. Although there was no direct evidence proving that Randy had committed murder, people usually make preconceived judgments. Once they determined that Randy was a murderer, it was hard to change their minds. Randy didn't particularly care about this. She realized only now that when your power is overwhelmingly dominant, others' opinions are not worth a damn. One day, as Randy was listlessly attending class, Beryl suddenly leaned in and lazily said, it was caused by spasms. Randy turned her head to look at Beryl. Maurice died from asphyxiation due to muscle spasms. Beryl had actually managed to find out even this detail. But it's strange, this matter just quietly faded away. The dead man was the Emerson of Maiju Base's commander-in-chief. For such a big event, for it to end so silently, it really is unusual, Beryl said softly. His family must have a lot of pull. Randy focused on different aspects than most. Beryl's expression froze momentarily. Then Randy continued, even if Conley tried to mediate to some extent, he definitely couldn't completely suppress this incident. Why did it end so quickly? Perhaps you should ask the chief's family. Beryl's eyes gleamed with excitement as he looked at Randy approvingly. Randy wasn't oblivious to Beryl's deliberate attempt to pique her curiosity. He really enjoyed stirring things up. Based on Randy's understanding of Beryl, he wasn't one to meddle unnecessarily, but he liked seeing others suffer and enjoyed feeling superior while manipulating others. Maurice does have siblings, including a half-brother who is here now, Beryl said nonchalantly. Oh, that Paremison from the other day? They were whispering like this, completely ignoring those around them, causing several glances their way. Randy immediately poked Beryl's waist with the cap of her pen. Lower your voice. That night, Randy had a strange dream. In the dream, she found herself in a place nearly identical to the layout of the capital base, though there were slight differences. It seemed like a mirrored version of the capital base, and everything exuded an eerie vibe. In the dream, she encountered Junior again, more accurately, not the usual Junior she often saw but the one she had met briefly in the elevator. Maurice was still dressed in white robes, holding a box, and heading into a room. Randy followed him into the room, which she had never entered before. The walls were dark brown, the room was octagonal, and each wall had a triangular overlapping symbol with an indistinct image in the center. Although Bailara, it felt familiar to Randy. Junior knelt before the symbol, raising his hands high above his head, his back bowed, displaying utmost reverence. Then he prepared to open the box in his hands. As Randy moved closer to see what was inside, he suddenly turned his head, looking around the room as if searching for something. Randy then noticed the man's face clearly. He looked exactly like Junior, but his pupils had obvious dark red spots, giving off a very eerie impression. At this point in the dream, she woke up and couldn't fall asleep again. The structure of the capital base was different from that of a city base. Everyone here lived on the surface, while the underground area was entirely laboratories, accessible only by researchers using identity cards. Ordinary residents were not allowed entry. Randy was pretty sure that Junior's previous words were intentionally directed at her, aiming to spark her curiosity about the underground area. But until now, she hadn't found any trace of a key in the capital. If it truly existed here, she would need to explore the underground personally. Their exchange program in the capital base entered its final week, and they received new tasks. Recently, many areas have reported species mutations spreading rapidly, seemingly caused by a virus that infects only animals. These mutated creatures have become more aggressive, adaptable to climate changes, and extremely sensitive to blood. Originally, these mutant species rarely approached bases, so there was no need for concern. However, frequent reports of attacks on personal during missions recently caught the attention of Central Command. Randy's team's task was to kill as many mutants as possible. Since they were still students, military personal also participated in the mission. What she didn't expect was that the military sent Conley. Unlike previous times, this time the special detachment of the capital base appeared for the mission. Junior spotted Randy right away and greeted her enthusiastically. "Sister Jiang, we meet again." Randy smiled and replied, "What a coincidence." "No coincidence at all, not at all. I specifically requested to join this mission." "So that was it." Randy nodded and said, "Since we're going on a mission, be sure to take care of yourself." Hearing Randy's words, Junior blinked his eyes. A small dimple appeared on each cheek as he lifted his eyebrows. "Don't worry, Sister Jiang. I can protect myself. Don't underestimate me." Randy gave a slight smile without giving any definitive response. This mission consisted of 5 teams, with each team having around 10 to 12 members. Conley was the captain of Randy's team. Winston and Courtney naturally were also on Conley's team, while Junior was on a different one. "Have you noticed that the number of people on this mission is significantly reduced?" Randy whispered. Beryl responded calmly. "Recently, there has been frequent seismic activity worldwide, with earthquakes and volcanic eruptions occurring in multiple locations. As a precaution, many bases have recalled their exchange students from the capital. After we complete this mission, we will likely return to City A." Frequent earthquakes? Randy tried to recall, but she had no memory of this happening. Maurice's memories should not be wrong. Why was it different from her previous life? Chapter 60 Entering the Mountains. Is something wrong? Beryl noticed Randy was distracted and glanced at her. Just reluctant to leave, Randy smiled. Beryl chuckled, seemingly not fully convinced but said nothing more. At this moment, Conley looked over at them, his emotions unreadable. "Have you seen mutated species before?" Beryl suddenly asked. "Yeah," Randy replied indifferently. No one knew these mutated species better than Randy. In her previous life, she had extensive encounters with these terrifying creatures, and her death was directly related to them. So she still harbored some instinctual fear toward them. Their most prominent feature wasn't their bloodlust or quick temper, it was the absence of pain receptors. In other words, unless you could guarantee a fatal blow, any attack would only enrage them further. This is why many mutated humans faced high mortality rates when encountering these animals. However, after understanding their characteristics, some people exploited these traits to create controllable mutated species like Shutong, vertical children, and Shio Neo, owl-like birds, which served as slaughter machines, or cat women and Lingti for pleasure. Beryl smiled. "Okay, no need to remind you about anything then." The two whispered in the group, rustling softly, catching Conley's attention once again. "Why are you so weak? Can you even make it without dying halfway?" Someone in the crowd cursed. The one cursing was a teenager around 17 or 18, quite eye-catching with red dreadlocks, sharp eyes, and an outgoing personality. Beside him stood a pale boy with nearly transparent skin, his black eyes hidden under messy hair. Observing closely, Randy noticed fine beads of sweat on his forehead, trembling slightly. Someone immediately stepped up. "All right, keep your temper inside." Randy remembered the red-haired boy from before. Maurice usually shouted the loudest and swore profusely. The pale-faced boy beside him didn't leave much impression on her. What should have been a minor distraction became noteworthy when someone next to the red-haired caught Randy's attention. This Paremison was plain-looking and mediocre in ability, usually not standing out, but he held a significant identity as the half-brother of the round-faced youth. At that moment, he was whispering inaudibly, but Randy heard clearly. "Once we're out, try to control your emotions. I can't always soothe you." This single sentence left a deep impression on Randy. Outside the base, the temperature was around 20 degrees Celsius, the sky clear and cloudless, with the sun shining brightly. With the gentle breeze, if one ignored the ruins scattered everywhere, they might think they were back before the apocalypse. Conley pulled out an electronic screen, indicating to everyone the upcoming destination. 5 teams were all heading to the same place, which was a wildlife reserve before the apocalypse but now a gathering ground for mutated species. These animals didn't pose much threat as long as they stayed away from the base. However, this location was a crucial traffic junction between the capital base and other bases. Many mission teams often reported attacks by wild animals here, and bypassing this area would cause greater resource consumption. Therefore, clearing out the mutants was inevitable. The convoy traveled for about half an hour and arrived at the foot of the mountain. Unlike the desolation inside the base, just a few days of warmer weather transformed this place into a lush, leafy landscape. Those who had been enduring the monotonous life inside the base couldn't help but sigh inwardly at this sight. It seemed like the disaster had inflicted suffering only upon humanity. Based on reports from those attacked, almost every attack follows a pattern, as if it's a planned and organized assault. Therefore, it's possible that there's an intelligent entity among these mutated species. Speaking was a fair-faced officer named Cheung Maurice Yi, whose name was written on his chest plate. I hope each team leader takes responsibility, and everyone follows orders to minimize casualties during this operation. Clearly, Cheung Maurice Yi was the commander of this mission. However, Randy noticed a peculiar phenomenon. Although Cheung Maurice Yi was the overall commander, he would always turn his gaze towards Conley before issuing orders. Randy didn't understand why. Conley's rank should be higher, but just like in the mission to the pharmaceutical company, Conley wasn't the overall commander. She thought this and asked it aloud. Did you not know? Junior'd next to Randy. Know what? The overall commander of each mission must be the last one to evacuate. It's a rule set by the joint military after the apocalypse, Junior explained. There was such a rule, no wonder Steve couldn't make it out of the pharmaceutical company back then. When Senior executes these dangerous missions, he never acts as the commander because the highest executive official of each base must not be at risk. Although Senior isn't the highest executive official now, he will definitely be once his grandfather steps down. Randy had never considered this rear Emerson, but everything made sense now. I see. Beryl was closing his eyes, feigning sleep, but upon hearing their conversation, he opened his eyes slightly and looked up at the sky, lost in thought. Follow me, do your best, but don't overexert yourselves, Conley walked over and said solemnly to everyone. The path they chose into the mountains was relatively easy to traverse, with remnants of cobblestone roads still visible amidst the overgrown grass. Along the way, they could even hear birds singing and cicadas chirping, causing everyone to marvel continuously. You fucking blind, keep bumping into me, do you want to die? The tranquility was shattered by an abusive shout, which came from the red-haired teenager without needing to look. His appearance was already fierce, and when angry, his eyebrows slanted even more menacingly. The one being cursed at was still that pale boy, who now stammered, I didn't touch you at all. The red-haired youth grabbed the pale boy by the collar. You were right beside me, if it wasn't you, did your dead father come back to life? The grabbed boy wanted to cry but couldn't find any tears, wondering what he had done to offend this ancestor. He hadn't even touched his clothes. Did you notice anything off? Beryl whispered. The wind has stopped, Randy replied calmly. Chapter 61, Critical Strike. At some point, the gentle breeze that had been caressing everyone's faces disappeared. The air became stagnant, like still water, making everyone feel suffocatingly hot. Spread out, Conley reacted quickest, shouting at everyone. The crowd, which had been gathered together just moments ago, scattered immediately. However, the red-haired remained in place, unmoving for unknown rear Emersons. Fabian, Conley called out sharply. Startled, the red-haired youth finally snapped out of it. But at that very instant, a lightning-fast black figure charged toward him. The red-haired youth didn't have time to react and was knocked down by a powerful force, followed by an overwhelming wave of stench. F***K, what the hell is this thing? It was a creature entirely covered in black. Half of its face was already rotten, revealing white bones underneath, and it emitted a putrid smell of decay. More terrifyingly, on its other half-rotted face, another head had grown. Despite its current state, everyone could still faintly recognize that this creature used to be a black panther from its shape. At that moment, the creature let out a loud roar, pressing down with its body as droplets of viscous fluid from its mouth fell onto the youth's face. King hell, who the F***K will save me first? The youth cursed. Randy was tempted to punch him unconscious. Upon closer inspection, it was evident that the Black Panther's eyes were missing, it couldn't see anything and could only identify prey through sound and scent. This red-haired fool was yelling so loudly, did he want to die sooner? Sure enough, the Black Panther became more enraged. It slammed its paw down without hesitation. Despite being in a dire situation, the red-clothed youth managed to escape when it raised its hand, albeit in a rather ragged state, with a blooded gash over 10 centimeters long on his arm. The youth possessed the mutation power of lightning and, after breaking free, unleashed a bolt of lightning at the mutated Black Panther. Obviously, the Black Panther grew even angrier after being struck by lightning and pounced at the red-haired youth again. What the F***K, why is it getting more aggressive? Randy had been merely watching from the side. Suddenly sensing someone approaching, she instinctively dodged and then calmly lifted her hand, pushing the slender figure away. That Emerson ended up blocking in front of the red-haired youth. Ah! The Lin screamed, instantly catching the Black Panther's attention. It immediately abandoned the red-haired youth and lunged towards the Lin. Courtney cried, Mauricelp. Randy's expression darkened, her eyes tinged with a hint of murderous intent. Courtney, you really are asking for death. After Courtney was attacked by the Black Panther, someone grabbed its tail tightly. Then, they delivered a fierce punch to the panther's newly grown half-face, slamming it into the mud, killing it instantly. Everyone was stunned by such a bold combat style, all frozen in place. The instigator, Conley, now wiped his fingers carefully with a handkerchief, having smeared brain matter on them. A few specks of black blood stained his pale face, and he furrowed his brows as if enduring something. Everyone. Is he even human? Finally cleaning himself up, Conley looked satisfied and said in a deep voice. Everyone, pay attention and observe your surroundings more carefully. Next time you want to commit suicide, I won't stop you. His tone was icy, and his gaze sharp, frightening everyone into nodding hastily, shifting their focus back to the two injured people. The red-clothed youth, who narrowly escaped death, dared not say a word in protest. Blood dripped from his arm as the team medic quickly administered a serum and bandaged the wound. There were no healing-type mutants in the group, so he would suffer quite a bit. Courtney also had several bloody cuts on her arm. She sat on the ground, one hand clamped tightly around her arm, her gaze fixed on Randy as she said coldly, "Why did you push me?" Following Courtney's gaze, everyone looked at Randy. Seeing it was her, their gazes turned hostile. She was the prime suspect in the last murder case and had just put another base member in danger. No one had a good expression on their face. Conley's gaze fell on her as well, but unlike others, his was deeply contemplative, filled with complex emotions, none of which included suspicion. Randy met Courtney's eyes, slowly squatting down and said, "Why don't you tell everyone what you were doing before I pushed you? In such a dire situation, how could I remember what I was doing? Randy, I truly considered you a friend. Why did you do this to me?" Someone nearby chimed in, "Randy, keep pretending and it'll get boring. We all know who you are, whether you did it or not, you know yourself best." Randy raised her eyes, her cool gaze sweeping over the Peremison. The one who spoke was the Lin who had been with the round-faced youth at that time. This Lin was initially speaking confidently, but for some reason Emerson, when she met Randy's gaze, she felt a pang of guilt. Yet, thinking she was standing up for justice, she straightened her back and tried to glare back fiercely, only to find that Randy had already shifted her gaze away. "I ask you, just now when the Black Panther came from behind, what were you doing coming up behind me? Why did you get so close?" Randy asked this question directly at Courtney. "People have legs, why should you care where they walk?" Winston said, stepping forward as he spoke, reaching out to push Randy aside to help Courtney up. But before his hand touched Randy, it was slapped away by another hand. "Who's that?" Winston looked up, just in time to meet Conley's face, also seeing his hand retracting. Due to the awkwardness caused by the raw stone incident last time, Winston always felt guilty whenever he saw Conley. Maurice didn't dare to say anything further and helped Courtney up, preparing to leave. "Hold it," Randy said coldly. "As for me, I may not be good at many things, but my memory is excellent. I clearly remember we were heading in opposite directions when everyone scattered. How panicked must you have been to run a full circle just to end up behind me? Or did I warn you in advance that I would push you, so you deliberately came up behind me?" Courtney immediately retorted, "Everyone was in chaos, yet you knew exactly where everyone was. Randy, you're really digging your own grave." Maurice hearing this, everyone's expressions changed slightly. Mutants had far superior physical attributes than ordinary humans, including better memory. Not only Randy but also many others could recall the positions of everyone at that moment. "I can remember too. Can't you?" Beryl finally spoke up, his voice dripping with sarcasm. Chapter 62, Red-Eyed Monkeys. At this moment, a round-faced Lin in the group gently raised her hand. I can remember too, and I saw it. It was that older sister who wanted to do something bad, but Sister Randy reacted quickly and managed to dodge. Now, everyone's expressions were truly vivid. This round-faced Lin usually got along very well with everyone, so there was no real Emerson for her to lie for Randy. Coupled with the direction issue Randy mentioned earlier, none of them were foolish. It didn't take much thought to figure out the real cause. Courtney's face alternated between red and white, looking extremely embarrassed. Instantly, those who had doubted Randy couldn't help but feel ashamed. Their preconceived notions had led them astray. Upon closer reflection, accusing Randy of murder really had no evidence at all. Conley cast a cold glance at Winston and the others, his gaze seeming to carry a warning. Winston dared not say another word. Sometimes Randy doesn't explain because she deems it beneath her to do so, which doesn't mean she can't explain. This allowed these people to act disrespectfully, and after knowing each other for such a short time, Courtney was already attempting to kill. It seemed she truly couldn't be left alone. Before the group could recover from their previous emotional state, Randy said, "Something is coming again." Conley also lifted his eyes and looked around. "Don't touch me," a Lin complained softly. "It wasn't me," another Lin retorted softly. In the tree, Randy reminded everyone. Everyone hurriedly looked up at the tree. It was better they hadn't seen it yet, as the sight sent shivers down their spines. The crisscrossing branches were densely covered with mutated monkeys. Some of their tails hung down slightly, just enough to brush against a Peremison's neck. These should have been the culprits that attacked the red-haired youth earlier. That pale boy had taken the blame for the monkeys instead. These mutated monkeys looked no different from ordinary ones except for their eyes, which were all blood red. Now, the group of monkeys remained motionless, staring straight at the people below with their blood-red eyes. With Les Emerson's learned, everyone held their breath and dared not move. At this moment, Beryl walked away without even glancing at the group. What are you doing?" a Lin asked in a whisper. "Saving my life," Beryl responded loudly. Saving your life?" The Lin froze. Randy smiled and followed Beryl's lead, while Conley left expressionlessly. Seeing Edward's move, the others calmed down and began to evacuate. Initially, they carefully controlled their volume, but later realized that no matter how loud they were, the monkeys wouldn't budge. They thus withdrew from the forest without further ado. "Haha, you don't bother explaining anything to them at all," Randy laughed. "Why bother? Whatever I do, they should follow," Beryl replied nonchalantly. The round-faced Lin caught up in 3 quick steps and asked, "I don't understand. How did you know they wouldn't follow us?" Randy saw who was approaching and smiled, explaining, "These monkeys aren't moving because their leader isn't here. As for where Edward went, everyone can speculate. So, we should just leave. If we stay any longer, the consequences would be unimaginable." Beryl thought of it, Randy thought of it, and Conley thought of it, so they left immediately. "But didn't we come to kill mutated species?" Wouldn't it be more convenient to kill them all while Edward is away? The round-faced Lynn asked again. Randy smiled. These monkeys aren't intelligent or aggressive. Killing 100 of them won't matter if Edward isn't dead. It might even anger the head monkey. Oh, you're so smart, sister. The round-faced Lynn, who was only 15, with curved eyebrows and round eyes, gazed admiringly at Randy. Randy felt a warm glow inside and asked, "What's your name?" "My name is Jayla. I know about sister, and I think you definitely aren't a bad Parmesan." "Why do you think so?" Jayla tilted her head and said, "It's simple. Because sister looks beautiful. How can someone so beautiful be a bad guy?" No Lynn dislikes compliments, especially from another Lynn. Randy genuinely smiled, her beautiful almond eyes narrowing, her lips curling up, and her bright eyes and white teeth shining brightly. While still smiling, she sensed someone staring at her. Lifting her eyes, she met Conley's gaze directly. "Sister, that scary-looking brother keeps staring at you," Jayla whispered beside her. "Randy, really? Maybe his eyes are twitching." "Conley. This is the cave," Conley, looking at the direction indicated by the device, said coolly. "According to the images transmitted by the RF device, there should be a considerable number of wolves living inside. The execution teams have been frequently harassed by wolf packs. Our squad's mission is to eliminate this wolf pack." A Elwood in military uniform opened a box beside him and took out 4 or 5 detection devices from it, placing them all into the cave. Soon, they received the images captured by these instruments. "Commander, there are only 11, and 5 of them are she-wolves. The rest are wolf pups. We don't know where the male wolves have gone," the Elwood reported to Conley. The others showed some concern. With only she-wolves and pups, the male wolves could appear at any moment. After a brief pondering, Conley said, "Keep the number of people entering to no more than 5. The rest stay at the cave entrance and do not let the male or female wolves come into contact with us." Then he turned to the Elwood and added, "Harley, you stay at the entrance, you don't need to go in." Harley had intended to refuse, but seeing Conley's unyielding gaze, he nodded. "I'll go in." Unexpectedly, Jayla was the first to raise her hand. "I want to go in too," said the red-haired youth, whose arm had been simply bandaged. The bleeding had largely stopped, but due to excessive blood loss, his face was as pale as that of the boy beside him. "No," Conley said coldly. "Why not? I've already put medicine on my arm and it will be fine in a while." "Why do you care so much, Conley?" The red-haired youth's attitude wasn't very respectful. Everyone was startled. Despite the youth's impoliteness, Conley did not seem very angry. Could they have known each other before? At this point, the less noticeable-looking youth finally spoke up. "We too will go in together." Conley paused his gaze on the Elwood's face for a few seconds, then looked away. "Whatever." Beryl lazily raised his hand. "I won't join that crowd inside. I'll stay outside." "I'll go." Randy quietly raised her hand. Chapter 63, Wolf Pack. Conley frowned, instinctively wanting to refuse. But Randy looked exceptionally determined. "I'm going in." After a moment, Conley finally said, "All right." Randy was somewhat surprised. Did he agree so easily? The next second, Conley spoke again. "I'm coming too." Thus, the final group entering the cave ended up being Conley, Randy, Jayla, Ishmael, and the ordinary-looking boy. The temperature inside the cave was lower than outside, getting colder the deeper they went. Jayla wasn't wearing a jacket, and the cold made goosebumps appear on her arms, making her look quite pitiful. Randy had brought a detachable windbreaker. Seeing this, she took out the inner lining and handed it to Jayla. Jayla's face lit up with gratitude. "Thank you, sister." Randy casually waved her hand. "Auden, how much longer?" Ishmael asked. Auden, the boy standing beside him, was also the half-brother of the deceased Marco. "Almost there, almost there." This Auden seemed to have a very amiable temperament. "Let's stop here." Conley gestured. Going further would lead to the female wolf's resting area. Everyone stopped. Conley picked up the walkie-talkie. "Harley, what's the situation outside?" A few seconds later, Harley replied, "No sign of male wolves." Randy knitted her brows. Normally, if the female and cubs were present, the male wolves wouldn't leave for long. Could it be that after the mutation, the wolves had changed their habits? That would make sense. They are all resting. Are we really going to kill them? Jayla couldn't bear it. Seeing this, Randy squeezed her hand. "They're already dead. They're just being sustained by some virus. This is just helping them rest completely. Morrissey already? If you ask me, we should just bring a machine gun and blast away. Fut, much easier," Ishmael suggested. "Regular bullets can't hurt them, and special bullets are limited." "I left them all outside," Conley said. Upon hearing that the bullets were left outside, Ishmael immediately freaked out. "What? Then what are we supposed to do?" "Oh, right, didn't you just punch that one to death earlier? How did you do that?" Conley lifted his hand, revealing a silver ring on his long fingers. Flipping a switch, a spike appeared from the ring. Flipping it again, the spike retracted, leaving the surface smooth. "I need someone to hypnotize the animals while I move, ensuring they won't wake up," Conley said calmly. There was no immediate response. "I can do it. My power is hypnosis." Jayla suddenly raised her hand. Conley nodded. "Good." Maurice then glanced at the remaining people, his gaze landing on Auden, and added, "You come with me too." Auden looked surprised. He hadn't expected Conley to choose him. Before Auden could say anything, Ishmael was already displeased. "If he can go, why can't I?" "Conley, don't overreach." Conley didn't even give him a glance, simply saying, "Do as you please." Now, out of the 5 people, for we're going to deal with the old wolf. Randy felt awkward staying behind, realizing Conley might not have intended for her to join initially. Now, Randy had a legitimate rear Emerson to stay behind. Once everyone left, Randy stood up without hesitation and entered another tunnel. About 5 minutes later, she reappeared, albeit with disheveled hair and breathing. She held a luminescent white stone, examined it carefully, and placed it in her spatial storage. Only after completing these actions did Randy extend her mental probe. The 4 had nearly finished their task. Waiting about 5 more minutes, their figures reappeared. They were all splattered with blood, Conley most of all, with large streaks on his clothes, indicating his brutal methods. Conley's gaze immediately fell on Randy, finding her quietly seated, amusement in his eyes. Harley, they're dealt with inside. Still no sign of the male wolves. Conley spoke into the walkie-talkie, admitting it was rather unusual. Suddenly, Randy seemed to recall something and asked, is there only one exit from this cave? Since she couldn't reveal her psychic abilities in front of everyone, she reminded them in this roundabout way. Ishmael immediately started panicking. Damn, what if the male wolf comes in through another entrance? Are we relying on Conley to take them out one by one? Randy asked curiously, Conley, what else can we do about it? Conley pondered for a moment and replied, silver items should be somewhat effective, but they must directly hit the vital points. Jailer, what are the vital points? Eyes. Frankly speaking, if by now Harley still hadn't reported any wolf pack sightings, it was highly likely that the wolves were already nearby or had entered the cave. Suddenly, several white figures lunged at them. Randy was prepared, she held a silver hairpin ready in her hand, thanks to her conveniently placed backpack. Seizing the opportunity, Randy acted decisively. A thud echoed as the sharp point penetrated the flesh right on target, dispatching one wolf. There were only 5 male wolves in total, not many, but besides Conley, only Randy had a silver tool. Conley easily dealt with the other 3. On the other side, although Jailer was weaker physically, her eyes seemed naturally soothing to animals. The animal appeared more docile, but when it came time to act, Jailer hesitated to strike. Randy, seeing this, pulled her behind and forcefully thrust the silver hairpin into the male wolf's eye with her right hand. This time, she left the hairpin in, having punctured both eyes, there was no way to save it. Good thing we did, Ishmael said, patting his chest twice. Don't linger, let's talk outside, Conley suddenly spoke, his expression looking uneasy. The next second, Randy also felt an intense palpitation and immediately shouted, run. Although the others didn't understand, their instinct upon hearing the command was to obey, running towards the cave entrance. As they ran, Jailer panted, asking, what's happening? I don't know, but it's dangerous. Randy's breathing remained steady. However, the next second, a loud boom shook the entire cave. Damn, are we encountering an earthquake? Ishmael exclaimed. Chapter 64 Earthquake. The shaking was so intense that Sophie lost her balance and fell to the ground. However, they were still over 100 meters away from the cave entrance. Randy helped Sophie up and passed her to Conley, who in turn handed her over to Auden. Seeing the extra paremison on his shoulder, Auden had no time to speak further. He immediately rushed out with her on his back. There came another bang. This time the shaking was even stronger than before. Randy heard the sound of rocks falling as they neared the exit. 8 meters. 5 meters. Just a little more, and the third wave of tremors arrived. Ishmael led the charge out, while Auden was pushed out as well. But just as the two stepped out, the entire cave entrance was sealed off. Beryl reacted first and rushed forward asking, what happened? Those outside saw the situation, initially puzzled, but quickly became anxious. Ishmael had already started digging through the rocks. Auden set Sophie down and joined him. Harley, catching on, hurriedly lunged forward and began digging alongside them. Courtney had been resting her eyes but felt a twinge of satisfaction when she noticed Randy hadn't come out. But the next moment, her eyes looked hollow, as if she had lost something to play with. Seeing everyone's perplexed expressions, Sophie hurriedly asked, didn't you feel the earthquake? No, did you encounter an earthquake? One Paremison responded. What are you all standing around for? Come help move these rocks. Beryl almost shouted. This got everyone moving as they rushed to help clear the rocks. Oddly, the rubble seemed endless. They dug for dozens of meters but found no one. This isn't right. We were only a few meters away, Ishmael muttered to himself, it's impossible not to find them. Harley's eyes were bloodshot, grabbing Ishmael by the collar upon hearing this. Exactly how many meters? Auden appeared calmer, saying, I'm sure it was about 4 or 5 meters. But we've been digging for so long without success, which means this might not be the same cave we came out of. These words left everyone confused except for Beryl. Sophie had cried her eyes red but didn't stop working. Stop digging, Beryl suddenly said, it won't work. Stop digging? What do you mean it won't work? Are you telling me Conley is never coming out? Ishmael seemed extremely agitated. All my fault. If I hadn't fallen, everyone could have gotten out. Sophie sobbed beside them. Ishmael, regardless of gender in his anger, nearly charged forward but was stopped by Beryl. I didn't know you cared so much about Conley's life. Beryl's tone carried a hint of sarcasm. Ishmael deflated, realizing everyone had seen him scold Conley earlier. His current agitation was indeed odd. Stiff-necked, he stammered, you don't understand anything. Let's go back for reinforcements. Beryl didn't want to hear explanations, saying it coolly. Just leave like this. Sophie truly felt guilty but didn't know what else to do. Do you have a better idea? We've already dug dozens of meters. Beryl stated. Don't worry, she won't die. This line was directed at himself. The third tremor lasted longer and was more intense. After Randy pushed Auden out, the cave entrance collapsed, forcing them to retreat due to continuously falling rocks. But before they could take a few steps, the cave couldn't hold. Watch out. Above Randy's head, a large rock was about to fall. There was no time to dodge, but just then, someone tackled her, shielding her from beneath. Finally, the earthquake stopped. Drip, drip. Warm blood splattered onto Randy's face, the pungent smell of fresh blood overwhelming the faint scent of cedar on him. Conley, Randy exclaimed. Conley replied in a low voice. You won't die. Can you get off me first? Conley braced himself with his hands on the ground, slowly getting up. Are you seriously hurt? Let me take a look. Randy hadn't expected Conley to throw himself in front of her to shield her from the rock. She subconsciously grew anxious, feeling indebted. I'm fine. Conley leaned against the wall, standing upright. Surveying the space, he noted that many paths were blocked due to the earthquake, making it clear they wouldn't be leaving anytime soon. Let's find a place for now, Randy suggested. Randy quickly scanned the entire space with her mental power, and suddenly her expression became somewhat peculiar. This isn't the cave we came from. Conley frowned slightly. It wasn't an earthquake. If not an earthquake, then what was it? As Randy walked, she cleared away the rubble, needing to find a safe place to rest no matter where they were. Conley followed closely behind her, possibly due to his injuries, his steps seemed unsteady. After some thought, Randy still walked over to Conley, putting one of his arms over her shoulder, feeling the weight on her shoulder immediately. So heavy. This was Randy's first reaction. How could he be so heavy? She silently complained, doesn't he know how heavy he is? The next second, the weight on her shoulder seemed even heavier. Conley wasn't idle either, he used his other hand to help clear the rubble. It didn't take long for the two of them to find a relatively open space. Finally, she could relieve her shoulders. Randy helped Conley sit down in a corner, rubbing her sore shoulder. The temperature in the cave was very low. Randy took out firewood from her bag and prepared to start a fire. After scanning with her mental power, she had already grasped the complete structure of this new space. Indeed, there were several areas where the rocks were weak. The entire cave was not completely sealed, so oxygen shouldn't be a problem. However, based on their current physical condition, they wouldn't be able to continue moving the stones and needed to rest and recuperate before making any plans. After sitting down, Conley remained silent, leaning against the wall with his eyes closed. The firelight illuminated his handsome profile, giving it a soft look, making his skin appear even paler. However, his expression didn't look too good at the moment. Randy sighed, approached him, and reached out to untie his clothes. Conley's tightly closed eyes opened immediately, but he still said nothing, only gazing at her indifferently. Under his silent stare, Randy felt somewhat uneasy, unsure if it was because the fire was too big or she was wearing too much, but her face suddenly felt flushed. You, don't think too much, I just want to see where you're injured. As soon as she finished speaking, Conley took off his shirt and closed his eyes again. Chapter 65, about to drink porridge. Randy. How could she describe this visual impact? All the abs were intact, not a single one missing. His skin was fair and taut, without an ounce of excess flesh. Randy felt a surge of heat rush to her head, and a faint smell of rust filled her nostrils. She closed her eyes and silently repeated calm down twice in her mind before she regained her composure. Randy moved around to Conley's back. Upon seeing the wounds on his back, she couldn't help but inhale sharply. His back was a patchwork of bruised purples and blues, with not a single spot of intact skin. There was also a sizable cut below his head, still bleeding. Injured so heavily, he hadn't made a sound. She hurriedly took out bandaging supplies from her space ring and treated the bleeding wound first. Then she took out some medicine for promoting blood circulation and reducing bruises and applied it over Conley's entire back. As Randy focused on applying the ointment to his wounds, she didn't notice that Conley's fingers were slightly curled. After all was done, she administered an antibiotic injection. Now he would be safe, Randy sighed with relief. Only after all this hustle did Randy realize how hungry she was, her stomach starting to hurt. She had no idea how much time had passed. From her space ring, she took out a steaming hot boxed meal, just about to eat when she suddenly remembered Conley hadn't eaten either. What should she do? Should she share the boxed meal with him? After some inner struggle, Randy took another boxed meal from her space ring and handed it to Conley. But all he did was glance at it, then frowned and said, I don't want boxed meals. Randy. What? To actually look down on her boxed meals? Maurice was the only one who could enjoy her boxed meals, yet he dared to be picky. The sarcastic retort on her lips turned into, then what do you want? Porridge. Conley's pitch-black eyes stared unblinkingly at Randy. All right, there was porridge as well. Randy took out porridge from the best porridge shop in the city from her space ring, thinking this would be satisfactory now. Unexpectedly, this old man still refused to drink it. This porridge is very tasty. Before the apocalypse, I loved going to this place, and its porridge tasted just like what my mom cooked. No matter what she said, Conley refused to drink it, instead staring at her intently with those dark eyes, looking somewhat pitiful. For a moment, Randy thought she might ignore him. But what if he died? If he died, then, well, everyone dies eventually. There was no need for her to care. Still. Then, do you want the porridge I cooked myself? Randy asked despondently. Unexpectedly, Conley nodded this time. I've already eaten some, Randy added. Millimeter, Conley nodded again. Surprised by Conley's quirkiness, Randy wondered briefly about it. Forget it, maybe life needed to teach him a Les Emerson soon enough. Randy took out a porcelain white bowl, filled it with the porridge she had cooked before the apocalypse, and handed it to Conley. Maurice gently took it and choked violently after the first sip. Randy adopted an expectant stance, ready for criticism but unrepentant, waiting for Conley's evaluation. You should change your pot, Conley finally rasped after a while. Randy felt this was a true art of speaking. Maurice's porridge always had a burnt flavor somehow, and suggesting changing pots was quite considerate. Still, Conley finished all the porridge. Seeing the clean bottom of the bowl, Randy felt satisfied that he wouldn't die now. Well, let's get some rest early tonight. We'll plan our next move tomorrow, Randy said seriously. Unexpectedly, this old stubborn man questioned her again. How am I supposed to sleep? With injuries on your back, lie on your stomach, right? Randy asked rather curiously. Conley wasn't happy, frowning and sitting up stiffly. Well, how do you want to sleep? Not like, I can't possibly hug you to sleep. Randy didn't voice the last part. Sure, Conley said. What is sure? Randy asked. Maurice fell silent again. In the end, Conley lay on his side. Randy generously gave him a mattress and sat beside him, keeping watch until he finally fell asleep. As for Randy, she, of course, slept in her own comfy and fragrant big bed, sighing once again how great having a space ring was. Lying in bed, Randy took out the milky white jade stone she had dug out from the stone wall today. Yes, her main purpose for entering the cave was this jade. This was the key Randy had been searching for, the key that could open the door to a higher dimensional space. That night, after being awakened by a nightmare, Randy detected strange noises outside her door. Using her mental power to probe, she found a group of people in white robes. Randy frowned slightly, encountering Cloud Peak people one after another, calling it a coincidence was too hard to believe. As a church organization, Cloud Peak was quite notorious. They were incredibly strict about the hierarchy among members, with each level having its specific attire and appearance. There could be no mistakes, or else one would be stripped and hung in the space plaza. Yes, it was that absurd. In the previous life, during the later period of the apocalypse, as the Federation collapsed and riots spread, the church became the rulers. Among them, the largest and most powerful church was called Cloud Peak. Even before the Federation's downfall, key figures of the church had already infiltrated the upper echelons of the base. At its peak, 70% of the base's control was in its hands. This church promoted the doctrine of original sin, believing that all disasters people faced were consequences of past sins. Only by turning away from darkness towards light could sins be washed away and the world restored to normal. This teaching was embraced by many, contributing significantly to its vast scale. In this lifetime, just half a year into the apocalypse, had the base already been infiltrated by the church? Randy immediately decided to follow these white-robed individuals to investigate. Perhaps she could even enter the underground. Since white robes represented the lowest rank and were easiest to control, she quickly took over this group, swapping clothes and identification cards with one of them, knocking him out and hiding him in a restroom. To prevent him from waking up, Randy also placed a strong inhalation anesthetic under his nose. The white-robed individuals seemed not allowed to communicate or know each other's identities, making it convenient for Randy's actions. Following these white-robed individuals, Randy initially didn't expect much. Unexpectedly, her luck was good. Their destination was indeed the underground space. Unlike usual, the elevator wasn't activated by an identity card but by iris recognition. Fortunately, Edward did not suspect anything and only he identified himself, then led everyone into the elevator. Chapter 66, Nighttime Exploration Underground. The underground space was much larger than Randy had imagined. Apart from that, it featured common architectural structures without anything particularly special. Randy tried to explore while walking, but it proved futile. All the rooms here were constructed with Chufang stones, which prevented mental energy from penetrating. Randy didn't know how many levels were underground. She could only follow the group of white-robed figures through long corridors and winding turns, moving up and down for an unknown period until they finally stopped at a room. The leader of the group gently knocked on the large door. Knock, 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 knock. Immediately after, the door opened automatically, and everyone filed in one by one. This was a completely sealed room with dim lighting, illuminated solely by candlelight. In the center of the room sat a Paremison on a large round platform, wearing a dark blue robe. Randy couldn't determine this Paremison's rank, she had only seen black and white robes before. Soon, each white-robed individual began to form a line, approaching this Paremison one by one, respectfully handing over what they held. The blue-robed figure would then extend his aged hand to gently touch the forehead of each white-robed figure. Thus, the ritual was completed. Randy mimicked their actions, offering the box she had taken, and then the Paremison extended his hand again, lightly touching her forehead. The Paremison suddenly spoke, with a very low and hoarse voice, indiscernible as male or female. Randy thought she had been discovered, her heart racing as she quickly thought of a response strategy. But then she heard the Paremison speak again. You did well. Upon hearing these words, the other white-robed figures cast envious or jealous glances at Randy. Follow me, a childlike voice said. Only then did Randy notice that two children stood beside the blue-robed figure, one on each side. One of them was gesturing to her now. The child wore a green robe. Watching the child walk away, Randy hesitated for a moment but followed him into a more concealed room. Once inside, the child said, "You can have one wish granted." "One wish? Anything at all?" The boy replied, "Of course. This is a blessing." Deciding to give it a shot regardless of its effectiveness, Randy said she was looking for a key. After speaking, Randy thought that if he could really find the key, she'd believe in this religion upon returning. To her surprise, the boy responded. Maurice handed her a piece of paper with only a string of numbers written on it. Randy took the note, though puzzled, and seeing no explanation coming from the boy, she said, "Thank you." However, upon hearing Randy's words, the child's expression changed abruptly, and he said chillingly, "We never say thank you between us." Randy froze. Who gets triggered by gratitude? Well, maybe she wasn't discovered. The next second, the boy said, "You must get used to it quickly." Randy exhaled inwardly. Luckily, that was good. She dared not say more, merely nodding. Satisfied, the child perimersonally escorted her out. By then, the white-robed figures outside were gone, as was the perimeson seated on the round platform. Randy thought to herself, "Oh no, those people are gone, who will clean the elevator?" The child led her straight to the elevator, where Randy hesitantly remained still. In the next second, the child unlocked the elevator for her and said, "You do not belong here. Do not come back." Randy, what? This boy knew all along and just let me go like this. Before she could respond, the child turned and left, leaving Randy momentarily stunned. Back in her room, Randy repeatedly examined the note in her hand, unable to comprehend. Since the child had already discovered she was an imposter, why did he still give her the note, and what did the numbers mean? Beside her, Alia stroked Randy's cheek with its tail. "Meow. Do you know?" Randy asked excitedly. "Meow." Alia jumped onto Randy's hand tablet and tapped on the location feature with its nose. What does this mean? Could the string of numbers be coordinates? Realizing this, Randy hurriedly entered the numbers, and it actually worked. The coordinates were for the cave where Randy was currently trapped. Maurice's primary rear Emerson for entering this cave was to avoid others and retrieve the key. Sure enough, the key was indeed inside the cave. This boy really was incredible, knowing everything. It couldn't help but pique Randy's curiosity about the Hoover cult. Thinking of this, Randy played with the jade tablet in her hands, finding nothing particularly special about it. In fact, she felt somewhat guilty about the earthquake. She wondered if it was caused by her taking the jade tablet. This was why she complied with all of Conley's requests, as it was likely due to her that Conley was trapped here. Randy didn't know how long she had slept, but she felt like she had been through a painful and long dream. The details were forgotten, but upon waking up, her eyes were red and puffy. With swollen eyes resembling light bulbs, Randy looked around and saw Conley applying medicine to himself, his back to her. Maurice hearing slight sounds, Conley turned his head slightly, revealing a perfect profile. "You're awake," his voice still hoarse. "Yeah, let me help you apply the medicine," Randy offered helpfully. Upon hearing Randy's proposal, Conley immediately nodded, then set the medicine aside and sat up properly. It made one suspect he hadn't planned on applying it himself at all, just pretending. With Randy's assistance, the medication application was quickly done, and Conley finally put on his clothes. After changing, Conley gazed deeply at her again. "What are you looking at? Don't you know women tend to have puffy eyes in the morning?" Randy thought Conley was staring because of her swollen eyes and said angrily. But Conley shook his head. "You were talking in your sleep last night." Randy's face flushed as if burned. "What did I say?" Conley remained silent, only curling his lips slightly. "What are you smiling about?" "What did I say?" Randy insisted, feeling embarrassed. She never talked in her sleep. But Conley acted as if he hadn't heard, changing the subject. "It's not early anymore, let's see how we can leave." Then he stood up, leaning against the wall. Your injury isn't fully healed yet." "Yeah. So, lean on the wall while walking." "Conley. Or I can support you while walking." "All right." Chapter 67 Safe Return. Randy had now figured out a bit of the routine, although she still couldn't quite accept that the usually aloof Micah would act like a child. The weight on her shoulder pressed down again, but after a night's rest, both their stamina was restored. Randy felt that the weight on her shoulders was lighter than yesterday. Conley should have just lightly leaned on her. With their strength recovered, clearing away the rubble went quickly, and with Randy's exploration, they soon reached the exit. When the sunlight streamed in, it made both of them dazed for a moment. "Where are we?" Randy asked. The land where they stood looked entirely different, covered with dense trees, leaving no trace of human activity. "The foot of the back mountain," Conley whispered. "The foot of the back mountain?" Randy was surprised. "But we entered from the front mountain. This is 10,000 miles apart, yet we didn't walk long in the cave." "I don't know either." Randy still found it unbelievable. "You can't be mistaken?" "No," Conley replied calmly. "I often came here when I was young." "Ah, so Conley grew up in the capital city, meaning he should be familiar with this place. Then it's all up to you." Randy moved closer to Conley. Maurice immediately stiffened, his expression flickering, eyebrows lifting slightly before falling. "Conley, this place has changed from before. Do you have a signal flare?" "Yes." Randy fished out the signal flare from her bag. This type of signal flare was specifically prepared for task forces. It could be sent silently and invisibly through electric waves to be directly received by instruments at the base, reducing the possibility of being attacked by mutated species. Randy launched the signal flare, and less than half an hour later, a helicopter arrived for rescue. She was grateful that Conley was there beside her, otherwise, they might have waited much longer for help. Big sister, you nearly scared me to death. At the base, Junior rushed towards Randy. Suddenly, Junior felt an icy gaze pierce him. Maurice turned abruptly and saw his senior Conley looking at him extremely displeased, causing him to loosen his grip on Randy. Not that easy to die, Randy smiled. You wouldn't know how intense it was. When our team fought against the mutated creatures, 2 people were torn into halves. That Monkey King was terrifying. Randy was wondering which unfortunate team had encountered the Monkey King when she realized it was Junior's team. So what about the Monkey King? Of course we killed it. You don't know how capable I am. I took down that Monkey King in 2 moves. After seeing their leader dead, the smaller ones panicked and made noise. Afraid of attracting other animals, we dealt with them as well. As Junior talked non-stop, a commotion came from the distance. Bastard, wait until I get home to deal with you. A Clifton was dragging a red-haired teenager while scolding him. Ibrahim, give me some face. There are so many people around. Uncle, Junior said mockingly. Ah, it's Xiao Xiao. The Clifton stopped upon seeing Junior. You're sensible, unlike Fabian who knows nothing but getting into trouble. Uncle G, Conley approached, having just finished handling affairs. Maurice hearing Conley call Uncle G, Randy realized that Conley and Fabian had known each other beforehand. Xiaoming, thanks a lot this time. Otherwise, this bastard would have died 100 times over. The Clifton hurriedly stepped forward to see Conley. Ibrahim, give me some face. Fabian struggled to break free but was held even tighter. Hurry up and thank your elder brother Conley, the Clifton shouted angrily. Fabian wanted to protest but yielded under the pressure and muttered a barely coherent thank you to Conley. Is that it? The Clifton grabbed Fabian's arm fiercely. Pain. Damn it, are you my father? Which father treats his Emerson like this? Fabian gritted his teeth in pain. Properly thank your elder brother Conley. Fine, Elder Fernand Conley, thank you for saving me. Maurice mumbled these words, seemingly reluctant. Okay, no problem, Conley replied calmly. Xiaoming, we'll be going now. I need to deal with this bastard back home, the Clifton said. Sure, please give my regards to grandfather, Conley nodded gently. Finally, Fabian and his father left, and the onlookers dispersed. Junior finally couldn't hold it in any longer and burst out laughing. Who would have thought this day would come for Fabian? If he doesn't get skinned when he gets home, his grandpa isn't surnamed G. Ha 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 ha. You two had a quarrel. Randy was quite puzzled. Although Fabian's temper was indeed bad, Junior wasn't the type to enjoy someone else's misfortune. Humph, when he was young. Junior seemed to recall something and his expression turned slightly unnatural for a moment. After pausing, he coldly snorted again. Maurice is not even worthy of quarreling with me. Randy suddenly remembered something and said, what about Auden? Junior knew Auden, or rather, all these family members knew each other. Auden? His father took him back early this morning. There's nothing that can be done losing one Emerson. They can only cherish the remaining one like a treasure now, no matter how they treated him before. Randy, indeed, without Marco, his life should be much better. As soon as Randy returned from the capital base, she was called to Houston's office. Maurice inspected her carefully from left to right, up and down, as if afraid she had sustained any injury. Only after confirming she was perfectly fine did he relax. You're truly a handful. I repeatedly instructed Conley to take good care of you. In the end, that good-for-nothing also got stuck in the cave with you. Houston scolded angrily. When did you start asking Conley to protect me? Randy caught on to the key point immediately. So Conley was entrusted by someone. Only then did Houston realize he had let slip, hurriedly saying, is this what you should focus on? Don't change the subject. Randy could only say helplessly, please don't be angry. I'm back safe and sound, aren't I? Humph, you'd better come back safely, otherwise. Houston didn't finish his sentence, seemingly thinking of something. He coldly snorted and fell silent. After some effort, Randy finally managed to soothe the old man. All right, you don't need to do anything for a while, just rest well, Houston said. Unexpectedly, Randy showed no intention of resting. Instead she said, let's not worry about resting for now. Biff, how is your raw material research progressing? I've made some discoveries and plan to tell you after you rested for a while. What happened? Tell me about the progress now. Chapter 68, Earthquake Relief. Although Houston didn't know what Randy wanted, he still led her into the laboratory. Maurice, this is the progress. Houston casually pointed at the experimental bench. Following his finger, Randy saw a blue crystal floating quietly on the experimental bench. Although there was no apparent difference between this blue crystal and the previous one, after probing with her mind, she found that this blue crystal had significantly improved in both purity and clarity compared to the last one. So, this time's blue crystal will be safer than last time? Randy asked curiously. Houston patted his bald head and replied, theoretically, yes, but it's safe for you either way. That's great. Biff, I have some raw stones here. Can you help me purify them? Randy's eyes sparkled with excitement. Absorbing raw stones directly was feasible, but the crystals were much purer. This was her biggest feeling. From now on, she would purify them before absorption. Houston immediately waved his hand and said, you don't need to provide them. I have plenty. Just absorb this one. Maurice hearing this, Randy didn't hesitate further and accepted Houston's offer. The frequent earthquakes lately seemed to be more than just small incidents, they were even getting out of control. Conley almost immediately left for the disaster area after returning to Base A. Beryl also looked busy these days, always absent, not knowing what he was up to. Only Randy was idle, doing nothing all day. Nothing at the lab bothered her. Every day, she just ate, slept, and played with cats and dogs. After the incident, Courtney completely broke ties with her and never contacted her again. However, Rochelle visited her several times, mostly concerning Conley. After a couple of visits, Randy started to feel annoyed and decided to turn on soundproof mode in her room, ignoring everyone who came. Early that morning, Randy felt something was off. Her heart raced, as if something was about to happen. Manya refused to eat the food she gave it, instead pacing around the room and incessantly scratching at the door. Randy initially thought something went wrong in the base, but after scanning with her mental power, she found nothing amiss. She decided to watch a movie to relieve her anxiety. Then, she noticed the water cup on the table suddenly moved slightly, though barely perceptible. Earthquake. Randy realized the situation wasn't good and immediately put Manya into her space. As soon as she did, she felt dizzy, followed by the entire room shaking. Things fell from the shelves one after another. Randy didn't have time to worry about them. Escaping was the priority. There was commotion at the door, people screaming and running. Tens of thousands of residents rushed towards the base entrance, scrambling to get out, fearing being left behind. Randy stopped at the door, not continuing to run. The shaking wasn't severe, not like a full earthquake but more like an aftershock. The earthquake lasted only about 10 minutes and didn't cause any structural damage, but dozens of people died not due to the quake but from trampling in the crowd. The base announcement informed everyone that a magnitude 9.0 earthquake occurred in a prefecture-level city about 200 kilometers away. Fortunately, there were no human bases in that city, only an energy supply station and a supply point, which were usually unmanned. It was unknown if anyone happened to be at the supply point. Dear residents of the base, we understand that this earthquake has caused panic. First, I sincerely apologize on behalf of the base management for any issues. Second, everyone should be aware that the world is currently experiencing frequent earthquakes, so please stay alert and take precautions promptly. Unfortunately, this earthquake caused the collapse of a city's most critical energy station, leading to an inability to guarantee power supply. Rescue teams are already en route to the site. We hope for your understanding and encourage everyone to volunteer for the rescue efforts. The base is a community sharing a common destiny. This disaster affects all humanity. Everyone looks forward to the day when Earth returns to its former glory. Please keep faith and work together to overcome this challenge. This was the first time Randy heard such a resounding speech on the broadcast and the first time she felt that disasters weren't individual problems but shared responsibilities. Those gathered in the hall listened to the broadcast. Some remained silent, some wept softly, and others immediately signed up for the rescue team. Although this earthquake had ended, everyone was on high alert as earthquakes could strike again at any time. That night, thousands of people even brought bedding and slept directly in the hall. Randy applied to join the rescue team, and upon seeing Randy sign up, Beryl also followed suit. Why are you participating in the rescue? On the rescue helicopter, Beryl asked curiously, Randy, I remember you're not someone who likes to meddle in other people's affairs, especially those unrelated to you. Randy closed her eyes lightly. This isn't entirely unrelated to me. After all, with the damage to the energy station, it will affect our lives here in the base, won't it? Beryl sneered, seemingly unsatisfied with Randy's response, but he didn't say anything further. Beryl, do you think living like this is meaningful? Randy suddenly opened her eyes, looking out the window at the city ruins, speaking lightly. What? Beryl seemed not to hear clearly, but laughed slightly. Living is just living, it's always better than being dead. To Randy's surprise, Rochelle had also signed up for this rescue mission. Randy's eyelids twitched whenever she saw her now, hoping she would behave this time and not cause any trouble. This rescue operation deployed 4 helicopters and 2 rescue teams, totaling 20 people. After flying for about half an hour, they arrived at the epicenter of the earthquake. Randy saw Conley from afar, surprised that he had come so quickly. Conley, of course, saw Randy and her group too. Maurice frowned, seemingly pondering why Randy would be here. Report to the officer, we are Rescue Team 08, I am the captain, Clyde, said the Elwood in military uniform who stepped forward. Chapter 69, Plane Crash. Conley nodded. I've already conducted a preliminary inspection. The entire structure is severely damaged, making reconstruction challenging. However, the room housing the core instruments was not affected by the earthquake and remains intact. After calculations, it's no longer suitable to rebuild the power station here. Therefore, our task is to relocate as many undamaged resources as possible to the new site. Additionally, during the earthquake, 2 teams were resting at the supply station. Despite having high-level psychics in both teams, there were still casualties. The medical team should prioritize treating the injured before properly arranging for the deceased. With Conley's instructions, the rescue team worked efficiently. If everything went smoothly, they would return home the next day. That night, everyone rested in the instrument storage room. These rooms were built from sturdy Chufang stones, which were extremely resilient and perfect for earthquake protection. Several aftershocks occurred but were too weak to cause any damage. Conley sat against the wall, one leg bent and the other extended, his eyes closed in meditation. Randy could clearly see the dark circles under his eyes, which stirred an indescribable emotion within her. At that moment, Conley gently opened his eyes, his dark, silent gaze meeting Randy's before she had a chance to look away. She felt like his eyes burned into her, quickly turning her head to avoid his gaze. Alanis chattered incessantly around Conley like a lark. Conley frowned and exchanged a glance with Ramon, who could only sigh helplessly, he had no control over his younger sister. Unable to bear it any longer, Conley got up and left. His good manners allowed him to endure until now, but staying any longer might make him act impulsively. Teddy Lee, take a look at this, said Harley again, holding an instrument and walking up to Conley. Conley's expression instantly turned serious. The instrument indicated that another major earthquake occurred less than 100 kilometers away. The supply point there also collapsed, and unfortunately, the A-City-based dispatch team was inside. Upon learning this, Beryl volunteered to investigate. Since Conley was occupied, he sent Beryl and Ramon ahead to assess the situation. Ramon clearly wanted to bring Alanis along, but since she paid no attention to him and only thought of Conley, he had no choice but to let it go. Beryl and his group set off immediately, leaving the rest feeling anxious. The night was filled with tossing and turning, and Randy didn't get much sleep. In the middle of the night, Randy got up and walked to an open area for some fresh air, only to see Conley still awake, staring at a lit screen. Randy sat down beside him. "Are you trying to become immortal?" Conley furrowed his brows, confused. Randy repeated, "If you're not trying to become immortal, why aren't you sleeping?" Realizing what she meant, a slight crack appeared on Conley's stern face as he replied, "I'll go to sleep soon." The next morning, while the rescue operation continued, they received devastating news. The helicopter carrying Beryl's group had crashed. Maurice hearing this, Randy was stunned, finally managing to ask, how could a helicopter flying normally just crash? "It seems the air pressure suddenly dropped, causing the helicopter to lose balance and crash," Harley explained. Rochelle collapsed onto the ground. No matter how she looked at it, those aboard were her flesh and blood brothers. She couldn't accept the news, her eyes red-rimmed, muttering impossible, "This can't be happening." A heavy atmosphere enveloped everyone. Except for Rochelle's sobs, silence reigned. Conley broke the silence first. "Let's complete the current tasks first. We need to investigate the sudden drop in air pressure before making further decisions." Rochelle seemed to snap, saying, "Conley, my brother died because of you. If you hadn't sent him, how could this happen? How can you remain so calm?" Conley looked down at her. "I will give your brother an account." "How can you give him an account? Can you bring my brother back alive?" Rochelle sobbed loudly. The fate of the victims was still uncertain, yet her cries made Randy feel irritable. "Is there a possibility of survivors from the crash?" Randy asked softly. "If they fell from several kilometers in the air, there's almost no chance of survival unless they are spatial or bionic psychics. And as far as I know, none of them have that ability," Harley said. Even though Harley said this, Randy just couldn't accept it. Beryl hadn't become Edward of the base yet, he couldn't just die like this. Maurice was so powerful, how could he let himself die so easily? Randy kept reassuring herself like this, but eventually, she began to doubt. What if this life was different from her past life? In her previous life, she had never heard of any serious earthquakes, nor had she met Beryl so early. And this time, if it weren't for her, Beryl probably wouldn't have come on this rescue mission. What if his fate changed because of her appearance? Randy didn't dare to think further and could only repeatedly tell herself that it was impossible. "I'm going to find my brother." Rochelle suddenly got up from the ground, ready to leave. Conley didn't wait for her to act, striking her down with a palm to render her unconscious. "Take her to the helicopter. If she becomes unruly when she wakes up, give her a sedative. The rest of you, get back to work," Conley said coldly. Reminded by Conley, everyone resumed their tasks. "Harley, pick a few people and go with me to check the crash site." "I want to go too," Randy said firmly and calmly. Conley stared at Randy for a long moment before saying, "No. Whether you agree or not, by whatever means necessary, I will go," Randy said, avoiding Conley's gaze and speaking each word deliberately. Conley's eyes lowered, his expression appearing somewhat dejected as he struggled to say, "I didn't know you cared about his life so much." Randy knew who Conley referred to. Caring was fine, regardless of her initial intentions, she did care after all. Conley didn't say anything more, neither agreeing nor refusing, and walked straight towards the helicopter. "Harley, first check for any signs of survivors," Conley said indifferently. "No need to check," Randy said, looking around. If Randy said no need to check, then there was no need to check. Chapter 70 Fever. The bad news is, no survivors. The good news is, there are no fatalities either. So that means they could still be alive? Harley asked hopefully. For some rear Emerson, upon hearing this news, the worry in Randy's heart seemed to ease. Without finding any remains, it suggested there was still hope. "Plane wreckage found," someone exclaimed. Everyone rushed toward the wreckage. The helicopter was burnt black all over, with its top wing severely damaged. Fortunately, no bodies were found inside the cabin. This was indeed strange. The plane had crashed, yet its occupants had vanished without a trace. It was highly likely that this was a man-made incident. "Collect some samples," Conley instructed softly. His voice sounded somewhat tired, likely because he hadn't had a proper rest for a long time. "Let's head back first," Randy said. Without seeing any remains meant there was still a possibility of survivors. Just then, Conley stumbled slightly. Reacting quickly, Harley stepped forward and caught him before he fell to the ground. "Maurice is burning up," Harley cried out. Seeing this, Randy hurriedly approached and pressed the back of her hand against Conley's forehead. Maurice was really burning up. In her preoccupation with thinking about Beryl's crash, she had almost forgotten that Conley had been injured from before. Since returning from the capital base, he had immediately thrown himself into new tasks without getting any proper rest. No wonder he had come down with a fever now. They helped Conley into the cabin and proceeded to head back to base. Harley volunteered to take care of Conley. Unnoticed by him, Randy reached into her bag, connected to her spatial pocket, and took out a box of fever-reducing and anti-inflammatory medication, handing it over to Harley. Unexpectedly, Harley declined. "No need, Sister Randy. We always carry emergency medical kits on missions. These drugs are precious resources, we shouldn't waste yours." Seeing his response, Randy saw no need to insist and nodded slightly, putting the medicine back in her bag. "Teddy, please open your mouth," Harley pleaded, holding the medicine in one hand and a glass of water in the other. Despite his efforts, Conley kept his lips tightly shut. Randy felt helpless. Without taking the medicine, his recovery would depend solely on his body's endurance. Suddenly, she came up with a great idea. "Conley, if you don't take the medicine, I'll give you an injection when we get back. Choose, take the medicine or get a shot." Originally lying with his eyes closed, Conley frowned slightly upon hearing Randy's words but eventually opened his mouth and swallowed the pills. Randy smiled smugly. "Still, you're clever, sister," Harley commented with delight. At this moment, Randy felt a slight tickling sensation along with warmth on her hand. Looking down, she found herself unable to stifle a laugh as Conley was holding onto her finger with his own. Harley noticed too, his eyes widening in shock. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Randy tried to pull her finger away but instead found her entire hand captured by Conley's. Now, her hand was held tightly by his burning hot palm. Randy thought to herself, does he even know what he's doing? Harley and another Elwood on the plane didn't know where to look, so they simply closed their eyes. The cabin fell into an awkward silence. "Harley, have you been staying close to Teddy Lee all the time?" Randy asked, trying to break the suffocating atmosphere. "Of course, I've been with Teddy Lee since leaving the military." Harley's tone carried a hint of pride. "I and my brother." Maurice suddenly stopped, his expression visibly falling. "Your brother, his name is Steve, right?" Seeing Harley's reaction, Randy had already guessed. "You knew my brother?" Harley asked, surprised. "Not personally, we just went on missions together." "Yes, my brother was stronger than me." Mentioning his brother, Harley's face lit up with both sadness and admiration. "I'll work hard, carrying on my brother's dreams, dedicating myself to being useful to the people," he continued, the gloom on his face lifting, his eyes sparkling. Randy was momentarily stunned. Useful to the people? No, such aspirations were too noble. Reborn into this life, she only wished to live peacefully and quietly. She wasn't a savior, the lives of others mattered little to her. "Sister Randy, our captain really is a good Emerson," Harley suddenly said, bringing up Conley again. Randy smiled, pondering how to remind Harley that his captain was not unconscious but merely feverish and somewhat delirious, and could still hear what they were saying. "I know," Randy replied softly, feeling the hand that held hers tighten. After everyone returned to the base, Conley was taken to the medical room, and samples were sent for testing. Just as Randy was about to leave, she was stopped by a Elwood. "Are you Randy?" the man asked. Randy nodded. "Biff Coralie wants to see you." "Coralie? What could it be about this time?" Randy felt puzzled but followed the man to Coralie's office anyway. "Come in," a commanding female voice said. Randy followed the man into the lab and saw Coralie sitting behind her computer, her silver hair neatly combed. Maurice's sharp eyes peered through thin glasses, like two cold beams, fixing on Randy. "Teacher, I've brought her," the man reported. "You can go now." The man respectfully bowed and left the lab. "Sit down," Coralie commanded with an icy tone. Randy obediently sat down. "Girl, you're quite impressive," Coralie began coldly. "Someone like Houston, who thinks highly of himself, actually speaks highly of you. And I hear you're pretty close with Beryl. Did you call me here just to talk about these things?" "I merely wanted to see you, but Houston tried his best to prevent it. Maurice even insisted that I personally send someone to invite you. If you wanted to see me, wasn't it just a matter of saying so?" Randy was somewhat puzzled. Coralie snorted. "I'm just an old bone, nothing more." With that, she slammed her teacup onto the table. Maurice's gaze quickly swept over the jade bracelet on Randy's left hand, though Randy caught the fleeting expression. "Biff, I apologize for my rudeness. I should have come to visit you earlier," Randy said humbly. Coralie, seated on the sofa, was momentarily stunned by Randy's change in attitude. After a moment, she gave a faint smile, her expression softening. Chapter 71, Rejection. Randy had long suspected that Coralie was just putting on an act. Although she appeared stern and her words were harsh, a closer listen would reveal that the accusations were baseless, almost Emersonable. From her understanding of Coralie over 2 lifetimes, she was not the type to flare up without cause. Coralie gave a light cough to cover her embarrassment, then said slowly, "You bear a strong resemblance to someone I used to know." Randy nodded silently, as she had heard this in her previous life. "It's tough for a woman to survive alone in the apocalypse. Though it may not be pleasant to hear, you and I both know how difficult it is for women to carve out a place for themselves in this world." The beginning remained the same, only the timing was advanced a bit. Seeing that Randy didn't respond, Coralie switched topics. "What do you do in Houston's team?" Miscellaneous tasks, nothing much." Coralie's expression grew complex. "Houston made you do menial tasks?" Randy replied, "No, I volunteered." This left Coralie more puzzled than ever. She hesitated for a while before speaking, but it was Randy who broke the silence. "Biff, why don't you come straight to the point?" With a sigh, Coralie said, "Randy, whether or not you believe me, I truly admire you and have been planning to invite you to my team. I intend to groom you for greater things, though I wonder what your thoughts are. Randy knew this all along. She knew Coralie's ambitions well, her desire to establish herself in decision-making circles and academia, and to strive for more female representation. Coralie was indeed an admirable woman. In her past life, Randy had also been inspired by this dedication and firmly believed that soon, more exceptional women would hold significant positions within the Federation. They put in the effort, went all out, yet the results were disheartening. In this lifetime, Randy didn't know how to face Coralie. Biff, I truly appreciate your regard for me, but I'm really just an ordinary Lin. As long as I can survive, that's enough for me. I can't shoulder any greater responsibility, it's too heavy for me. Is that so? Coralie's smile seemed forced. After a moment, she asked, how did your parents die? Randy was puzzled by the sudden mention of her parents but answered, plane crash. Life is unpredictable. I deeply regret that. Coralie's expression turned peculiar, seemingly genuinely sad. It's been a long time. Randy said lightly. Yes, it has, Coralie agreed with a nod. Maurice's gaze fell on Randy's bracelet. It's a beautiful bracelet. Randy was surprised and instinctively touched the bracelet. It belonged to my parents. Indeed. Since it was left to you by your parents, take good care of it and don't lose it. Randy found it odd that Coralie seemed so interested in her parents. Well, old people love to chat about trivial matters. Don't think I'm troublesome. Go back and rest early. Coralie remarked with a sigh. Randy stood up, thought for a moment, then gave Coralie a slight bow. Thank you. Thank you for appreciating me in both lives. I was just too weak. Coralie smiled but remained silent. Just as Randy placed her hand on the door to leave, Coralie's voice came from behind. Randy, I never misjudge people. You must continue on your own path. Maurice hearing this, Randy froze. She dared not turn around, tears threatened to spill out. She forced herself to stay composed and pushed the door open to leave. She had once walked a lonely, misunderstood path. Randy often wondered if it was due to her lack of ability or determination that made the journey so hard. If humanity's fate was extinction, if part of humanity was doomed to be abandoned, the earth forsaken, and no one cared about it all, how could such dedication continue? Lost in thought, Randy accidentally bumped into someone. Natalia. Randy hesitated because they had only met 2 or 3 months ago, when Natalia still looked fair and tender. Now, the Lin standing before her was skeletal, covered in wounds. She could only recognize her by her eyes. Randy, is that you? Natalia also recognized Randy. She looked at Randy's well-preserved face and vibrant spirit, a clear sign that she hadn't suffered much or gone hungry. Natalia's face twisted in envy. Why her? Why did some people live so easily while others had to suffer so much? Randy wasn't in the mood for chit-chat at this moment. After nodding briefly as a greeting, she intended to leave. But Natalia clearly didn't plan on letting her go. Randy, can I ask you for a favor? Randy paused slightly. What kind of favor? My father is bedridden with a serious illness, but we don't have money for treatment. Can you help me take a look? But I'm not a doctor. No, you just need to prescribe some medicine for me. To Randy, Natalia's insistence seemed excessive, but it was also intriguing to see what she was really up to. Natalia led Randy to Area C, where large dormitories and capsule rooms were mixed. It had been a long time since Randy last visited, and surprisingly, the place appeared cleaner than before, possibly due to fewer displaced residents. However, the heat outside was more intense now, and the mix of sweat and urine odors remained unbearable, even fermenting. Randy almost gagged several times, but Natalia remained calm. This was nothing new to her. After walking through the dormitory area for a long time, they finally stopped. Maurice, it was relatively quiet. An old man lay on the bed Natalia pointed to, hunched over, his white hair indicating his advanced age. His body was extremely frail, and when he coughed, it sounded as if there was endless phlegm in his throat. That's my dad, Natalia said, her expression oddly excited. In Randy's memory, Natalia's father was a Clifton in his early 40s, quite different from the emaciated elder lying on the bed. Without looking at Randy, Natalia continued, you don't need to say it. I know you're shocked. People like you who haven't experienced hardship can never understand the struggles of ordinary people. People like her who haven't experienced hardship. Randy found that statement laughable. What does he have? Chapter 72, Amy is dead. Cancer. There was no emotion in Amy's voice, as if she were a stranger calmly talking about someone completely unrelated to her. In that case, I can't do much either. Enjoy your remaining days as much as you can, Randy said indifferently. Enjoy my remaining days? With such advanced medical science today, can't cancer be treated? I've heard that lasers can cure cancers like this one in treatment rooms. But for ordinary people like us, we can only rely on fate when faced with such diseases. However, Amy suddenly changed the tone of her speech, and her eyes grew fiercely. He deserved to die. Randy frowned. Amy didn't used to hate her father like this. Why did she become so resentful now? And since entering District C today, it seemed she hadn't seen her brother either. If there's nothing else, I'll leave first, Randy said indifferently. She had no interest in knowing about Amy's affairs. Don't be in a hurry. I haven't introduced my husband to you yet. Just in these few months, Amy got married. Randy was somewhat surprised. At this moment, an untimely male voice sounded, hoarse and harsh, unpleasant to hear. Amy, you even brought a friend. Randy followed the voice and saw that the paremison who came was a slightly overweight man under 1.6 meters tall with thick lips and greasy hair. Maurice wore a yellowed white vest, and his whole body emitted an unbearable stench. Filthy slut, you have such a beautiful friend. Why didn't you bring her earlier? The man opened his mouth, revealing a foul-smelling breath. It's not too late to bring her now, Amy said, seemingly not hearing the man's abuse, her head lowered and a strange smile playing at the corner of her mouth. Randy frowned. Who are you? Maurice is my husband, Amy said softly. Good, you've done well today. I won't beat you for a while then. The man showed his yellow teeth to Amy, grinning lewdly. Randy instantly understood Amy's intention but regretted that she had chosen the wrong target. At this point, not only the oily man but also others living in the dormitory stood up and walked towards Randy. Randy, we're all human beings. Why should you live so high and mighty? I have endured everything I went through, and you must endure them too, Amy said in a low voice with a twisted expression on her face. Randy's expression remained unchanged, looking at Amy with cold eyes. To these people, Randy did not even consider them worth her attention. She had stayed in District C before and knew its rules well. No matter how severe the conflict, as long as no one died, no one would intervene. Without moving her hands, Randy used a little mental power to control those people, immobilizing them. The malicious expressions on their faces turned to shock. What did you do? Amy yelled. In the next second, she saw these people begin to slap themselves, making the scene weird and bizarre, almost theatrical. Facing Amy's astonished gaze, Randy approached her, leaned down, and whispered, Amy, do you want to guess what I did? Even if you know, what could you do? Randy looked at her with indifference, like looking at garbage. Maurice's seemingly calm words scared Amy into shivering. Stop, they will die. At this time, those people weren't just slapping themselves but began beating each other, some unable to stand up, still flailing their hands in the air. What are you afraid of? Wouldn't you be happier if they died? Randy laughed. Amy trembled uncontrollably. Randy knew what she feared. Knowing she wouldn't kill anyone, after severely injuring these people today, they wouldn't dare to seek revenge on her Randy when they recovered. So, who would they vent their anger on? Only Amy. As long as they didn't die, their fate today would be Amy's tomorrow. Your suffering wasn't caused by me, but you blame me for it. I don't know what you've been through and don't want to know. You hate me, and I understand, it's human nature. If I don't kill you, you will still die, it's also human nature. Randy stopped controlling the few people, and they immediately collapsed to the ground. No, please kill me, Amy said in horror, fear finally appearing in her eyes. Randy ignored her and left straight away. Amy died, right there on that filthy bed. What a pitiful Lynn, she got stuck with a beastly father who sold his own daughter to so many men for the sake of his Emerson. But that man eventually got what he deserved, getting cancer and dying first. His Emerson also met an untimely end somehow, falling down the stairs not long ago, hitting his head, and after lying in bed for a few days, he too passed away, and Dora on the bunk side. How did she die then? Someone else asked curiously. Ah, that's the sad part. Not long ago, something must have gone wrong because that man started beating her like a madman, unstoppable. But now everyone is too busy taking care of themselves, who would really intervene in other people's affairs? After being beaten all day, that Lynn died that night, the Dora explained. The crowd sighed again. But this was at the bottom layer of the base where death was a daily occurrence. Such a small incident would soon be forgotten. The base had spent considerable effort using the latest detection equipment but still found no trace of Beryl and the others as if they had vanished off the face of the earth. During this period, Houston didn't forget about his promise to Randy and enhanced her abilities several times. Even without machine measurements, Randy could estimate her current level to be between 6-7s, an alarming rate of advancement that very few in the entire country could match. Soon, the base assigned her another task. The A-City base received a distress signal approximately 40 kilometers away. Considering it might be a stranded team, and with the base short on manpower, this task fell to Randy. This mission only involved Randy. The base allocated tasks based on ability. Lower-level mutants needed to form teams, while someone of Randy's caliber could undertake missions independently. For people at this level, ordinary humans might hinder rather than help. However, this was Randy's first time going on a solo mission, so she didn't dare to be careless. Thinking she would be alone, she released Manya. Chapter 73, Temptation. Randy quickly arrived at the area where the signal was received. This place used to be a large shopping mall, but due to partial building collapses, it now showed only a dead silence. It was strange, there were no signs of life here. Randy threw an anchor rope onto the rooftop and climbed up to the top in a few seconds. From here, she could overlook the entire mall. The moment she closed her eyes, all spaces unfolded before her mind's eye in transparent detail. No one. Could they have already left? Or did they encounter something else? Randy had a vague, uneasy premonition. The sun felt oppressive, beating down on the earth without any cloud cover, making the abandoned buildings appear desolate and dilapidated. Randy stood alone on the rooftop, feeling no breeze and hearing no heartbeat. Communicator, please help me confirm the mission location again, code 024, Randy whispered into her earpiece. Soon, a response came from the other end. I apologize, but upon checking, you haven't been assigned any mission currently. Randy was stunned. What do you mean I haven't been assigned a mission? She pulled out her tablet screen, which clearly showed a 2S class mission on her task list, with a prize of a fist-sized raw stone. How could she not have been assigned the mission? There is no dispatch record for you. According to the records, you are still at the base. Randy quickly checked her mission list and realized that this mission wasn't issued by the official authority but by an account with a black profile picture and a string of numbers as its name. How could this happen? She was sure she had accepted it after verifying it was officially posted. Moricello, code 024, can you hear me? We just found a new piece of information. Your account was attacked about an hour ago, leaving some traces, but we couldn't trace the source. Can you hear me? In silence, Randy covered her earpiece again and said softly, yes, I can hear you. I already know who did this. Not far away on another building, two figures flashed across, appearing on the rooftop where Randy was standing moments later. Both men were tall and slender, wearing identical black outfits. They resembled mirror images of each other, except for their left pinky rings, one black, one white. Their eyes were obscured by blue-white visors, and their lower faces were covered by masks, making it impossible to discern their features. The man with the black ring didn't say a word. Maurice conjured a 2-meter-long spear with razor-sharp ends out of thin air, while the man with the white ring crossed his arms, watching indifferently, seemingly unwilling to join the fight. Clearly, these two were here to kill her. Randy curled her lips. What? Was her rapid advancement making someone uneasy? Randy slowly stepped back 2 paces, lifting her eyelids to reveal sharp, piercing eyes. The black-ringed man rushed forward with incredible speed, taking 2 steps to reach Randy. His spear lunged, aiming for a fatal strike. In the next second, a loud thud echoed as 2 objects collided. Randy wielded 2 ice blades, countering the attack. Another intense physical combat ensued. Randy raised her eyes and smiled. Want to play the physical attack game? Fine, I'll play along. The air was filled with the sound of explosions, the result of energy buildup from their clashes. Every strike landed squarely, but both sides faced them head-on. Their weapons shattered, so they discarded them and fought barehanded. They clashed, recoiled, and charged again, punches landing with brutal force. This savage style of fighting was something Randy hadn't tried since her rebirth. People thought she specialized in mental attacks, assuming she lacked strength. Seeing the battle dragging on, the white-ringed man lifted his head, eyebrows furrowing slightly. Jaden, he asked in a cold, deep voice. Upon hearing this, the black-ringed man paused, seemingly growing anxious. Do you lose steam so easily? Randy seized the opportunity, kicking her left leg forcefully into his left waist, disrupting his rhythm. Randy didn't give him a chance to recover. She moved in close, flipping over him and locking her legs around his neck. Your master didn't tell you to be cautious when you can't detect your opponent's level, did he? Isn't that right, little 3S? Jaden, the white-ringed man, sounded increasingly impatient. The next instant, time seemed to freeze. The only sound was the man slowly walking toward them, energy gathering in his hand. Mania. Domain. Randy shouted. A sharp cat cry rang out, reversing the space and returning control to Randy. The black-ringed man had already passed out. Randy kicked him aside and approached the remaining man. Can you also stop time? The man asked, frowning. Can you also? Randy retorted. The man said, you're excellent, but I can't let you live. Randy sensed that this Premison's power was not far below hers. Beryl had mentioned that even if someone was of a lower rank, they still stood a chance to fight. Suddenly, a huge white figure blocked Randy's view. Mania. Randy was astonished. Mania turned its head, giving Randy a reassuring look before charging forward fiercely. The man was clearly a mental-type mutant, with less offensive power than the previous one. Mania was immune to mental attacks and tore into him vigorously, already scratching his arm open. Seeing he couldn't hold out, the man glanced at Jaden lying on the ground. After some deliberation, he drew a glowing circle, flashed in, threw Jaden inside, and then disappeared into the circle himself. Mania, no need to chase, Randy said calmly. No need to chase, as spatial-type abilities could teleport anywhere. After the 2 men fled, silence fell again. Mania returned to its normal size, and Randy, noticing blood on its mouth, took out tissues to wipe it clean. In her other hand, she held a small badge she had just plucked from the black-ringed man's clothing. At that moment, Randy was stroking the badge, lost in thought. Suddenly, something caught her attention. She hadn't noticed it during the fight, but right near her feet lay a small signal flare launcher. Randy picked it up and examined it closely, finding it was just an empty shell after being used. As she pondered, her hand was suddenly scorched. The pain hit her, and Randy instinctively dropped the signal flare shell, looking down at her palm. She saw it was now red and slightly itchy. When she looked back at the signal flare, it was gone. She had thrown it on the ground, yet now there was nothing there. Chapter 74, Unlocking Higher Dimensional Space. Gotcha. Randy immediately became alert. Maurice's expression was clearly displeased, her gaze cold and severe. She had just repelled 2 people who were trying to kill her, and now she encountered another. Who's there? She asked coldly. Not bad, quick reaction, a cute female voice said. The voice was loud, as if it were speaking right next to Randy's ear, yet no matter how hard she looked around, she couldn't spot anyone. Little Lynn, look over here. Following the sound, Randy saw a small black fur ball hopping closer to her from not far away. What are you? I am a mirror. We are a mirror. You. Randy couldn't help but feel puzzled. This tiny black fur ball emitted 2 different voices. I am me, he is him, we are us, the black fur ball said. Immediately after, another voice sounded, slightly deeper but still coming from the fur ball. That's right. So, what exactly do you want? Randy emphasized the word you, plural. Of course, we want to knock you out, big sister. Aren't you feeling a bit dizzy and nauseous now? The deeper voice sounded somewhat excited. The cuter voice added, aren't your eyes going dark, and your heart feeling uncomfortable? No, Randy answered truthfully. What happened? Did we use too little of the dose? The black furball scratched its non-existent forehead. It's all your fault for using too little. The deeper voice countered, can you blame me? You didn't say clearly. Seeing the black furball arguing with itself like someone with split personalities, Randy pinched the bridge of her nose. She hadn't figured out what was happening yet, but it was already arguing with itself. Forget it, we don't have time. Let's just knock her out. That's the only way, let's do it. Randy twitched her lips. Couldn't they lower their voices when plotting? They were being so loud, as if afraid she wouldn't hear. Knock me out. Randy's gaze fell on the body of the black furball, her expression tinged with sarcasm. The black furball, which had been bickering, immediately stopped. One of them asked, she heard? You idiot, it's all because you spoke too loudly. The other voice scolded. Nonsense, it was clearly you who spoke too loudly. Randy intervened promptly, stop it, both of your voices are equally loud. Don't argue. Maurice hearing this from Randy, the black furball really stopped moving. But strangely, even though she called out several times, they didn't respond. Using her mental power to scan, Randy found that this was merely an electronic device, and it seemed to have logged off. Could it be that it argued itself offline? With a wave of her hand, she collected the furball into her space, deciding to take it back no matter what. Randy lowered her head to look at her palm, which was still slightly red. The next second, she felt nauseous, her vision went dark, and her heart started to feel uncomfortable. Then came dizziness, and she lost consciousness. After an unknown amount of time, Randy woke up. She opened her eyes with effort and looked around. It was a completely white room. Besides the bed she was lying on, there was no furniture, and there were no doors or windows in the room. It was Bailara how anyone got inside. Randy released her mental energy fully, and the result shocked her greatly. Beyond her room were countless identical empty rooms. Within the range of her mental energy, these rooms were countless. Where was this place? You're awake. This voice startled Randy. It came from the bedside, and she instinctively looked up to see a cute little Lynn, looking about 7 or 8 years old. But this voice sounded familiar to Randy. Recalling for 2 seconds, she suddenly realized, you're Amira? She didn't expect Amira's physical form to be a little Lynn. Yes, Amira smiled in response. And, where's your other friend? Randy referred to the other voice that had spoken before. Oh, you mean him? Maurice is too stupid, so I sent him somewhere else, Amira explained with a laugh. Randy felt a headache coming on and asked, where am I now? In a space. Randy suddenly had a hunch, and she felt a faint sense of anticipation. Which space? A higher dimensional space? Randy asked carefully. Amira fell into confusion. Higher dimensional space? Well, understanding it that way is fine too. Sure enough, Randy couldn't express her joy in words. She had accidentally stumbled into the higher dimensional space. She had never known how to activate the key until today when it finally worked. Thinking of this, Randy immediately asked, how did I get in here? You can come in any time. Entrances are everywhere, Amira answered matter-of-factly. Randy glanced at the completely sealed white room and couldn't help but twitch her lips. Great, entrances everywhere. In the small white room, Randy and Amira sat facing each other, one big and one small. Randy had already basically figured out the entire space situation. This was where the last remaining humans survived in her previous life. The key she held had entered a passive activation state because it wasn't activated within the set period, thus pulling her in. Actually, the activation method was simple, just 1 drop of Randy's blood would do. But, embarrassingly, since her body had undergone changes, she rarely got injured anymore. And Amira was the electronic manager of the entire space. So, am I the master of this place? Yes, theoretically, Amira replied. Randy, why theoretically? You are the user-owner, but ownership of the space does not belong to you. That made sense. But it didn't matter, having usage rights was enough for Randy. So, what functions does this space have, and how does it operate? All you need to remember is one word, believe. Randy frowned. What does that mean? As long as you believe something exists, it will exist. For example, if you believe there's a door in this room, you can open it. This space is unimaginably vast, large enough for everyone in the world to live in. However, some functions still need to be developed by you, such as construction, production, trading, etc. In fact, this area is now a blank canvas. If you want to invite others in, you need to go through some procedures to establish a connection before I let them in. Randy's mind was far from calm. With this space, there was finally hope for the future. Chapter 75, Seeking Maurice's help. It was 2 days later when Randy returned to the base again. Time flowed faster inside the spatial realm compared to the outside world, but in reality, Randy had only stayed for 3 to 4 hours. Fan mentioned that as more functions were developed in the future, the speed of time would gradually slow down, eventually becoming the same as the outside. Upon returning to the base, Randy handed the badge over to Conley. Conley didn't look at the badge in his hand but instead stared at Randy with an inquiring gaze. 2 people tried to kill me, but I drove them off, Randy summarized tersely. Conley frowned, his eyes still following Randy. Maurice coolly asked, why didn't you go directly into the spatial realm? Directly going into the spatial realm wouldn't be fun at all, right? Be a coward and hide. Not my style. I wanted to teach that guy a Les Emerson and make him crawl away with his teeth scattered on the ground. Randy's tone was light-hearted, showing no sign of fear. Conley remained silent, looking somewhat somber. After a while, he shifted his attention to the badge in his hand. Do you have any leads? Randy asked. Conley stared at the badge for a few seconds before closing his palm. Let it go. Randy immediately objected. They're after me, and you want me to let it go? Conley seemed to realize that his words sounded too forceful, so he rephrased, I'll help you investigate first, you don't need to worry about it for now. That sounded Emersonable. At this moment, Randy's electronic screen flashed, and she opened it to find a new task. The issuer was none other than Gabriella. This was a rescue mission. Randy and Conley exchanged quick glances before clicking on accept. She only confirmed and accepted it after being certain that the issuer was indeed Gabriella. Within seconds, Gabriella's location was sent to Randy's screen, indicating that Martina was at a large mountain in District A City. Randy grabbed the coordinates and was about to leave when someone tugged at her arm. She turned back puzzled and saw Conley already dressed and attaching the electronic screen. I'll go with you. Almost instantly, the two got into the car and headed for the location. Conley drove, pushing the vehicle to its maximum speed, roaring down the road. Still haven't found it. Gabriella stood by the pit, watching the sky darken, feeling increasingly anxious. Not yet, it's pretty deep, a male voice echoed from the pit. Biff, don't worry, dusk is getting earlier these days, but it's only just past 6, a Lynn beside Gabriella reassured her. This Lynn was Zinnia. The sky is darkening, Gabriella murmured. Don't worry, teacher, the equipment has detected it, we'll dig it up sooner or later, Zinnia consoled her. Gabriella could only silently pray in her heart that they must get the item before the sun disappeared below the horizon. As if her prayer worked, sudden cheers erupted from the pit. We've got it, teacher. The item is in our hands. With the item secured, Gabriella's heart, which had been hanging in suspense, suddenly settled. She urged, quick, pull them up. The large winch started immediately, pulling the people from the pit upward. However, halfway through, the machine suddenly stopped. Is it jammed? Someone shouted from below. Gabriella felt her heart rise again. Zinnia, quickly check what's happening. Teacher, the machine is jammed. How could it be jammed? Several people inside the pit sounded anxious. This hole was several hundred meters deep, and they had only been pulled halfway up. Pull by hand, Gabriella decided promptly. Teacher says pull by hand, Zinnia yelled. Seeing how tense Gabriella looked, Zinnia couldn't help but reassure her. Don't worry, teacher, we've already sent out a distress signal before coming here, everything will be fine. Several enhanced humans rushed forward and started pulling manually. After about 7 or 8 minutes, the people underground were finally within reach of the surface. Just then, a loud explosion echoed from the crowd. Fortunately, all were enhanced humans with quick reflexes, so there were no casualties among those above ground. However, the people underground weren't so lucky. In an instant, the rope slipped rapidly, causing them to fall back down. The explosion wasn't coincidental. Soon, another explosion occurred, this time just 10 meters away from Gabriella, knocking her to the ground. Gabriella was an ordinary Paremison and was shaken badly, coughing up a mouthful of blood. Long time no see, Biff. This voice was arrogant, the tone playful and flippant. As everyone tried to make out who the newcomer was, a tall figure gradually emerged from the darkness. The silhouette was slender, but the broad back indicated it was an adult male. The man wore a black uniform, his face mostly obscured. A smooth, black tail ring on his left pinky finger glinted eerily in the dim light. It was the same Paremison who had appeared on the rooftop, but he was alone, with no second figure in sight. It's you, Gabriella said as she was helped up by Zinnia, still feeling severe chest pain. Despite her overwhelming hatred, she couldn't stand up to confront him. The man casually played with a Rubik's Cube in his hand, and as he did so, the air crackled with tension. Long time no see, my dear teacher. Don't call me teacher, Gabriella retorted coldly. At this, the man's steps faltered slightly before he laughed. I used to be your prized student, didn't I? So, does that not count anymore? Teacher, how would you like to die? Maurice continued, his voice growing more excited, almost manic. Considering our past, I'll give you a few options. Would you prefer to be teleported into space to suffocate, into a volcano to burn alive, or into a cave to be torn apart by monsters? His tone became increasingly frenzied. Just then, a clear female voice cut through the air. Why don't you think about how you're going to die? The moment he heard the voice, the man froze, knowing instantly who it was without even turning his head. Why is it always you? His voice was rough. That's what I should be asking you, Randy replied coldly. Immediately, the air turned frigid, mist coalescing into ice. Knowing he couldn't match Randy, the man tried to flee but found himself frozen in place. Suddenly, something cold and sharp grazed his cheek, drawing blood. Maurice smelled the metallic scent of his own blood. Randy wasted no words, clenching her fist and delivering a swift punch straight at his face. It was so fast that he barely dodged it by instinct. Maurice realized then that Randy had held back during their encounter on the rooftop, but she clearly hadn't run out of tricks either. Chapter 76, Torture. Interesting. Maurice suddenly turned from angry to happy as if he were schizophrenic and said, one more time. Interesting, Randy's lips curled slightly, let's see if this is interesting. The moisture in the air gradually condensed, converging on Claude, forming a cage that trapped him inside. Then it began to compress step by step, the pressure increasing continuously until finally, with a loud boom, the ice was shattered into pieces by the force. Strangely enough, Claude was not inside. Maurice, I am, kid. Is there anything else fun? The figure in black appeared 10 meters away. Randy snorted coldly. She had forgotten about his ability to travel through space. Claude still wore a smile just before it froze on his face. Suddenly, he felt an overwhelming force pressing down on him, making it hard to breathe. His left hand immediately drew circles, attempting to summon a teleportation channel, but to his horror, it seemed his ability had malfunctioned. No matter how many times he tried, no rift would appear. Now is it fun? The Lin's voice was crisp, carrying a tone of arrogance and authority. A punch, smashing directly towards Claude's face, slammed him into the ground. Is it fun? Randy grabbed the collar of his shirt and punched him in the abdomen, making him vomit blood instantly. Is it fun? Randy pulled him up and kicked him squarely in the thigh. Is it fun? Randy raised her knee and rammed it into Claude's lower back. He let out a pained cry and collapsed on the ground. At this point, after every blow, Randy would ask if it was fun, each strike rendering Claude like a pile of mud, too incapacitated to get up, this time even more brutal than before. Finally, all that filled Claude's mind was Randy's demonic whisper asking again and again, is it fun? Everyone watching was stunned into silence by Randy's savage attack. Those who had been in the pit were finally pulled out, only to witness Randy's one-sided torture. For a moment, they couldn't tell if it was better to be at the bottom of the pit or to have come up. Conley couldn't help but curl his lips seeing the scene. Randy! Coralie exclaimed. Randy finally stopped. Despite being brutally beaten, Claude showed astonishing resilience and managed to break free when Randy paused for a second. I'll get you. Maurice growled between gritted teeth, then exerting all his strength, finally succeeded in drawing a teleportation channel and disappeared into the sky with a flash. Seeing Randy about to chase after him, Coralie shouted, Randy, don't chase him. Maurice didn't get anything. Randy halted. Where's the item? Coralie asked anxiously. It's here, teacher. A boy walked up holding a box. Relieved upon seeing the box, Coralie took a deep breath and said, let's head back to the base. At the base, Coralie was taken to the medical department. After a series of examinations revealed no major issues, she was sent to a ward to rest. At this moment, Coralie lay in bed while Randy peeled an apple for her. I didn't expect it would be you taking the mission, Coralie remarked lightly. Randy paused mid-peel, just happened to see it. Don't you have anything you want to ask me? Randy hesitated briefly, then spoke. It seems like you knew that man in black. Coralie explained, yes, he was one of my students previously, also the most talented one I thought. But as you know, research can be very dull, not everyone can stick with it. What happened then? Maurice joined someone else. Can you tell me who? Randy's hand paused while peeling the apple. Coralie shook her head. I only know it's a senior member of the capital base, but I'm not sure who specifically. Randy handed the apple to Coralie and said, Biff, my parents were also from Foster University. Seemingly choked, Coralie coughed a few times. Oh, yes, they were indeed excellent. They were students in your field. I wonder if you've met them before. Perhaps, but it has been so long ago, many things have faded from memory. Coralie responded coolly. Yes, it's been too long. Randy's voice was barely audible, almost talking to herself. Biff, rest well. Enough questions for now. Sister Jiang, I've arrived at City A base. Come pick me up quickly. Junior. Why did he suddenly come? Seeing the early morning message, Randy felt puzzled. Sister, I miss you so much. As soon as Junior saw Randy, he gave her a big hug. Randy struggled free after a while and asked, what are you doing here? Sister, you're so cold. Can't I visit just because I missed you? Randy rolled her eyes. Cut it out, speak normally. Alright, I came to deliver something and will leave after that. But recently, it's been really strange. Even though the weather is getting hotter, the daylight hours are getting shorter. As he spoke, Junior wiped the thin layer of sweat from his face with a tissue. Perhaps Junior mentioned it casually, but it made Randy's expression falter. Randy had also noticed the abnormal weather recently. In her previous life, such a situation never occurred. From when did everything start deviating from its original course? Big sister, now that I'm here, aren't you going to entertain me? Why would you come to me instead of finding your senior classmate for hospitality? Randy asked curiously. Junior rubbed his nose. Don't mention it, my senior hasn't replied to my messages all day. I wonder what he's busy with. Randy raised an eyebrow. Conley not replying to messages? Big sister, aren't you quite familiar with the senior? Do you know what he's been busy with lately? We're not so close that we need to report everything to each other, Randy said without much warmth. Besides, she didn't feel particularly close to Conley, only somewhat guilty towards him. Maurice hearing this, Junior nodded. That's true too. Forget about it. Big sister, I haven't eaten all day, can you treat me to a meal? Lowering his tone, he sounded almost pleading. Randy found it really hard to resist when people pleaded with her. Reluctantly, she took Junior to the cafeteria she occasionally visited, ordering a set meal for him. After some thought, she ordered one for herself as well. It was just ordinary stir-fried dishes with rice, but Junior looked thoroughly satisfied, and even Randy ate a few more bites. What did you come to deliver? Junior scooped up a mouthful of rice hastily and said, nothing much, just a batch of experiments. Why stop mid-sentence? Randy lifted her head in confusion, only to see Junior suddenly freeze, looking somewhat guilty, unable to swallow the rice in his mouth. Randy felt strange and turned her head to follow Junior's gaze. She saw Conley staring at them emotionlessly, and his eyes certainly didn't look happy. Chapter 77, Reiker. There was a clank as the plate hit the table, and Conley had already sat down beside Randy. Randy felt a bit guilty instinctively and quickly ate 2 more bites of rice. Junior was the first to react. Senior, did you just finish something? Conley didn't speak. He ate very slowly, each bite meticulously, turning a simple boxed meal into an elegant dining experience. Junior had finished long ago, and Randy, trying to cover her embarrassment, also finished everything on her plate. Now, both stared at their spotlessly clean plates, waiting for the cold-faced Buddha next to them to finish eating. Well, since I'm done, I'll leave first. Junior said slowly. Conley, millimeter. Both. We thought you don't talk while eating. Seeing this, Randy also said, well, I'm done too, so I'll go ahead. Conley stopped eating, and Randy felt the air pressure drop instantly. What's wrong with him? Just then, Conley's communicator lit up, breaking the silence. What is it? Millimeter. Got it, I'll be there soon. The call ended in a few words. Conley put away the communicator and glanced at Randy. Randy immediately understood. Go ahead, go ahead. Hurry up, sir. Conley gave Randy a long look, his expression still cold, or rather, it hadn't softened since he saw Junior. Only after they left did Randy feel relaxed. Looking back, she wondered why she felt guilty just now when she hadn't done anything wrong. In the past couple of days, Randy had heard some things about what Conley was busy with, which involved Rochelle. After Ramon went missing, Rochelle had been in a constant state of agitation, confined to a ward. But one night, she sneaked out during a shift change at the nursing station. Sneaking out was bad enough, but she managed to slip into the radar station, attempting to send signals to find her brother. Not only that, she couldn't operate the equipment properly, resulting in all bases connected to Area A inexplicably receiving a distress signal. So Conley had been busy quelling rumors lately. This Paremison's way of thinking was quite different from others. Instead of feeling guilty, she seemed proud that Conley had to clear up her mess, reaching a level that no one could understand. Randy had been very busy recently, tracking the identity of Black Bear and researching how to develop spatial functions. Regarding Black Bear, after Conley agreed to help investigate last time, there had been no progress. It seemed she needed to rely on herself. Randy compared the emblem with the database, but none matched within her access level. For full data compare Emerson, higher permissions were needed, at least Conley's level. Randy searched through all the records of Gabriella's students and found that they had become classified documents 10 years ago. However, one file from before that time caught her attention. It belonged to her parents. Gabriella had once been her parents' mentor. Randy was astonished and suddenly understood why she had been noticed in both lives. She initially thought it was coincidental kindness, but now knowing the real Emerson, she felt a tinge of bitterness. Although Randy didn't know why Gabriella avoided mentioning it, she chose to respect her wishes. Using various search terms, Randy finally found a clue in a photo. It showed a base official consoling disaster victims. No one in the photo looked at the camera, but a man's lowered left pinky finger clearly wore a ring. Although not black and white, its material and design were strikingly similar, with unique reflections making it hard to overlook. But only his profile was visible. Isla, are you there? I've always been here, Master. Can you help me match this face? Easy. Let me do it. Oh, I mean let Yuan do it. Yuan was one of Isla's Paramisonas, like multiple parapersonalities in one body. Among these, Randy named one Yuan, typically handling difficult tasks. Almost instantly, the results came back. Based on facial features and limited entries, the final match is only this Paramison. Randy saw the result. This Paramison was the commander of the capital base, Reiker. This name was no stranger. At this point, the Federation hadn't been formed yet, and Reiker was only the commander of the capital base. After the establishment of the Federation, he became its supreme commander. In her previous life, one could say that humanity was almost led to extinction under his leadership. Whenever this Paramison was mentioned, Randy felt a lump in her throat. If it really was him who sent people to kill her, then, thinking of this, a fierce look flashed in Randy's eyes. Yuan, help me find out Reiker's entire life history, as detailed as possible. I want to know everything, like when he weaned off breastfeeding, when he stopped bedwetting, how many mistresses he had. Try your best to find these details, and if you can't, let me know. Yuan, being a very well-tempered young boy, obediently noted down everything Randy said and then diligently began to sift through data. Randy didn't leave her home for several days, immersing herself in the documents until she felt sick. Suddenly, someone knocked on the door, and she even felt a bit of anticipation. However, seeing that it was just a messenger from Kanleyuan's side, her excitement waned. Miss Jiang, Micah requests your presence. Randy arrived at Kanleyuan's office, where there was no one else. The messenger explained that Kanleyuan was in a meeting and asked Randy to wait briefly before leaving her alone in the room. After about an hour, Kanleyuan finally appeared. Miss Jiang, thank you for waiting. Kanleyuan was pushed into the room in a wheelchair. Noticing Randy's gaze fixed on his chair, he explained, my old bones don't move so well anymore. I rely on this wheelchair now. I hope Miss Jiang doesn't mind. How could I mind? Randy replied politely. Kanleyuan raised his hand slightly, and the Paramison who wheeled him in left the room, closing the door behind them. What brings you here? Miss Jiang always likes to get straight to the point, ha ha ha. I wanted to chat with you about Conley. Confused, Randy wondered why Conley Yuan would want to talk about Conley. But while her thoughts questioned it, her words were diplomatic. Young Micah is talented and promising, just like you. Chapter 78, Undercover. To everyone's surprise, after hearing these words, Esteban did not appear particularly happy. Instead, he responded indifferently, Maurice does better than I do. People say that Conley is like me, but I know it's just politeness. Conley and I are nothing alike. Randy gave an awkward smile. Hadn't she just said this? Why was he criticizing her face to face? Esteban turned his wheelchair and headed towards his desk. Do you know, Miss Jiang, when I first met you, I felt a sense of familiarity. Saying this, Esteban picked up a photo frame from the desk. In the photo, a young couple and a child were all smiling happily. Miss Jiang, I truly am very old, much older than you can imagine. Randy felt a headache coming on, sensing an ominous premonition. It seemed that Esteban always led the conversation in certain directions, and suddenly he shifted the topic. I'm really old, and it's time to let go. However, human development is still in its infancy and prone to going astray during exploration. Randy hesitated. Everyone living in this world has responsibilities. Some bear more than others, and such responsibilities might seem burdensome or restrictive, but someone has to take them on. Without action, there will be no progress for the world. Perhaps because he had been talking for a while, Esteban's pale face seemed to regain some color. Miss Jiang, I wonder if you've ever felt that you could predict what someone would do and to what extent with just one look. I don't have the right to demand anything from you, but I hope Miss Jiang will make more decisions following your true self in the future. Follow my true self? Randy lowered her eyes, not believing she had the capability to accomplish anything significant. The fate of humanity was too heavy, couldn't she live simply, only for herself? But the next second, another voice echoed inside her head, Randy, do you really believe what you're telling yourself? If you truly wanted nothing to do with this, why did you search for the key and develop the space? You've failed, unable to abandon even a small sense of heroism and also incapable of firmly pursuing this path. She spoke slowly, Director Li, you might be overestimating. Before Randy finished, Esteban interrupted, Xiao Jiang, do you know about Cloudtop? Randy was startled, wondering why Esteban mentioned this. She knew little about Cloudtop, yet it was indeed a mysterious organization. Esteban continued without waiting for a response, Cloudtop is a church organization whose core members are all mental-type mutants. Randy frowned. How could there be a church composed entirely of mental-type mutants? Mental-type mutants differ from other mutants, requiring not only physical fitness but also high cognitive capacity. They find it difficult to advance and can easily go insane during the process. Currently, within the country, mental-type mutants are scarce, especially those at higher levels. Nationally, fewer than 10 people surpass Randy's level, though globally, the number would likely increase significantly. If they gathered under one banner, it would be terrifying. I've sent many people to investigate, but they all ended up insane. I heard high-level mental-type mutants can extract memories. I understand what you mean. I can help with memory extraction, but the brains of the insane differ from normal ones, making memories possibly altered or distorted. I can't guarantee obtaining useful information. The light in Esteban's eyes brightened. It's all right. Whatever the outcome, I respect the result. Randy attempted memory extraction for Esteban, but unsurprisingly, nothing was gained. Since Cloudtop consists of mental-type mutants, they would have anticipated this outcome. Upon learning the results, Esteban remained silent, although appearing calm, his lonely back as he rolled away conveyed profound disappointment. In an instant, Randy felt her heart racing, filled with an unusual emotion. As if making a difficult decision, she called out to Esteban's retreating figure, if you don't mind, I can be the undercover agent. Almost as soon as the words left her mouth, a voice appeared in Randy's mind, Drip, detected owner's world exploration progress increased by 10%, unlocking partial spatial privileges, including simple production. Please continue exploring for more features. This was Wan's voice. Agreeing to be an undercover agent at Cloudtop actually unlocked her space development. Age: 24 years old. Why do you want to join us? Why do you want to join us? To obtain higher social status. Lie detected. To survive. Approved. Test result: red, optimal gene. With the electronic voice fading away, Randy officially became a member of Cloudtop. Cloudtop had outposts everywhere for communication and surveillance. At that moment, Randy was in a room within one such outpost. The room was empty except for an electronic screen that conversed with her. Interestingly, this organization seemed unconcerned with parapersonal identities, focusing solely on genes and abilities. Thus, all members joined secretly, unknown even to each other, only visible to the church's high-level leadership. Without any guides, membership manuals, doctrines, or rules, only the red mark on her chest proved Randy's official membership in this organization. Conley seemed to have finished his work and found Randy. I heard my grandfather visited you a few days ago. Randy was watering the flowers and plants in Houston's office, not lifting her head as she gave a vague response. After a while, as if making a huge decision, Conley whispered, What did he say to you? Randy paused in her watering, raising her head to look at Conley. Not much, just chatting. Old people tend to seek company for conversation. Conley's expression remained cold, but his eyes were calm as he looked at Randy. Chapter 79 Steam Chamber. Randy felt uneasy under the focused gaze and lowered her head, saying quietly, How has the outside world been recently? It's getting hotter, Conley said in a low, cool voice, which doesn't feel right. We should issue early heat warnings, Randy appropriately reminded. But Conley only hummed indifferently as if he wasn't worried about the impending high temperatures. About the badge. Before Randy could speak, she was interrupted by a voice. Teddy Lee, Monsieur, something's wrong. Harley suddenly ran up, out of breath. Maury hearing this, Conley massaged his temples irritably and almost imperceptibly sighed. What has she done now? After learning you're back, she threw a tantrum to see you. When we refused, she threatened to go find her brother. In the scuffle, even Micah found out. Maurice has sent Dominic to check on it. Dominic was chief communicator close to Conley Yuan, rarely dispatched unless necessary. Now, even Dominic went, indicating the situation was quite messy. Conley glanced at Randy. Let's go and see, Randy said calmly. Upon entering the room, they saw Rochelle sobbing softly on the bed, with Dominic standing stiffly beside her. Uncle you, Conley said indifferently. Seeing Conley, Rochelle immediately lunged at him but was avoided by his sidestep. Trying to grab his clothes, she was scared by his stern gaze. Still no results on the plane crash? Dominic asked. No, Conley replied, his eyes dim. Monsieur, can you please stop making a scene? Harley couldn't help but criticize harshly. Rochelle had caused trouble frequently while Conley was busy, leaving Harley feeling increasingly annoyed, thus his hard tone. Dominic raised a hand slightly, signaling Harley to be quiet, then said, Monsieur, I do express condolences for your brother's disappearance. It must be painful for you. However, for the base, we have lost an outstanding talent. We are willing to provide some compensation or hear your requests. But if this continues, we might have to take special measures. Seemingly not understanding the situation and mistaking Dominic for a regular subordinate, Rochelle yelled, Who do you think you are, talking terms with me? Everyone's faces changed, especially Conley's, which turned as black as ink. Yet Dominic remained composed, unperturbed. Monsieur, I am just a humble communications officer. Whatever offense you give me is fine, but this involves Micah and young Master Lee, as well as the base's reputation. Therefore, I must take it seriously. I come from unconventional origins and lack formal methods. If Micah and young Master consider a dirty job, I am willing to undertake it. Please reconsider your actions at the radar station. Without your brother's connections, you would have faced capital punishment for that alone. Despite Rochelle's initial foolishness, she finally understood the implications and froze, eventually nodding mutely. Good. This matter is closed. Any further disturbances, and we will deal with you according to the base joint law. Rochelle nodded, not daring to say another word. The others all breathed a sigh of relief. It took someone like Dominic to handle Rochelle's unreasonable behavior. Frankly speaking, given Conley's decisive nature, tolerating Rochelle this long, without executing her on the spot, was solely due to Ramon's sake. Yet Rochelle failed to understand this fact. Seeing the issue resolved, Dominic walked over to Conley. Young Master, if there's nothing else, I'll return to Micah's side. Thank you for your assistance, Uncle you. Conley nodded. Dominic smiled and said, You have more considerations than I do. Leave such matters to me. With that, he left. The heatwave quietly descended. People living in the base were like frogs in slowly boiling water. By the time they noticed, they were already in a steam chamber. Unlike cold snaps, where the base could distribute warm clothing, there was no solution for extreme heat. Air conditioners consumed too much power to be widely installed. Those in single rooms could still bear it, but for those in dormitories and capsule rooms, life truly resembled a human steam chamber. The already cramped space, combined with the sweat emitted by a crowd of people living together, their body heat, and exhaled carbon dioxide, made Zone C unsuitable for refugees to live in. The number of deaths caused by high temperatures continued to rise, and Zone C had the most cases. With limited space in the base, it was impossible to provide new accommodation for refugees, and those who could not endure the high temperatures began gathering in the hall, corridors, and canteens, seriously affecting the normal operation of the base. The base had tried to manage the situation several times, but public sentiment rose, leading to intense confrontation and frequent riots. There was no good solution. This was just the unbearable temperature. Power and water rationing were even worse. What used to cost only 1 contribution point now often required 10 or even dozens of times more. To survive, people no longer focused solely on purified water. Cooling water, reclaimed water, bathing water, any kind of water, regardless of whether it met drinking standards, was snatched up. In just a few days of extreme heat, the base's population sharply decreased by 1/10. People's fear of the apocalypse reached its peak at this moment. These past few days, Randy hadn't left her room, putting everything aside due to the heat. The air conditioning in the underground suite had stopped working, so she relied on ice blocks for cooling. Alia even slept directly on the ice, and with chilled watermelon and icy drinks, life wasn't too hard. Randy remembered that in her previous life, it was because of the extreme heat that the Federation worked with other countries to accelerate the Blue Shield plan. It should be possible to endure for about 6 more months before enjoying the protection of the Blue Shield, which really gave hope. Damn it, how long is this hellish weather going to last? And we still have to go out on missions in this heat. I'm fed up. This damned protective suit is suffocating. About 30 kilometers outside the capital base, a group of maintenance crew members were wearing heavy protective suits, crawling on steel frames to carry out repairs. One Elwood wanted to take off his protective suit, stripping while cursing. You're crazy. Do you believe that if you take off this suit, your skin will immediately burn off? Another Paremison hurriedly stopped him. Chapter 80, Plan Accelerated. Sure enough, the Elwood's exposed palm had already become red and swollen, frightening him into immediately putting his hand back inside the protective suit. If it weren't for the free water, who would come out to work in such hot weather? In 5 days, over 20 signal stations have been damaged, fixed again and then broken. They really don't give people a break, another Paremison said. Life now is truly meaningless. A meteorite hitting Earth would be better, dying quickly is better than this lingering on, the Elwood who wanted to take off his protective suit sighed. Look, what's that in the distance? Suddenly, a guy pointed to the distance, shouting in horror. Everyone followed the direction of his finger and all took a sharp intake of breath. In the clear sky above the distant mountaintop, a thick blue beam pierced through the clouds, with its base creating a powerful shockwave that stirred up dust everywhere, deafeningly loud. Flames flickered within the dust cloud, sweeping away the surrounding vegetation and scattering everywhere, instantly starting multiple wildfires. This wave of high temperature seemed not to stop there but continued to spread. Those on the steel frame didn't have time to dodge before being engulfed by this heat wave, instantly turning to ashes. This is an invitation from the capital. In the office, Hildred handed the electronic screen to Conley. The latter received it and glanced over it briefly without much change in expression. What did the other bases say? Only a few bases responded. Most are still observing. Conley nodded silently and then stood up, walking towards the door. Inside the ministerial office of the government hall at the capital base, Minister of National Security John was somewhat anxious as his communication officer was reporting news to him. Minister, these are the confirmed countries and base representatives who will attend, 80% have agreed, the communication officer said. What about the rest? Are we setting up the blue shield or skipping them? The communication officer hurriedly replied, indeed, it's Baylor what these bases are planning. John pondered for a moment and added, continue contacting them. Ensure everyone will attend. Tell them if they don't show up, their base control authority will be revoked and placed under central management. Yes. Seeing the communication officer still standing there, John frowned and asked, why haven't you left yet? What else do you want to say? The communication officer hesitated but still spoke up. Today's experiment on the mountain affected a team performing a mission. All members of the team were lost. John instantly became furious. Gone. Didn't we say no one should go out today? Who authorized it? It was probably the communication team, the communication officer explained. Call Alf over. John tapped the table irritably, his voice coldly intimidating. Unless the Earth suddenly exploded, Randy wouldn't step out of her room now. However, someone always interrupts her peaceful life. Conley sent a message, asking Randy to accompany him to the capital base. Randy instinctively wanted to refuse but thought of something. Considering for a while, she finally agreed to Conley's invitation. Thus, amid the scorching heat, Randy headed back to the capital again. Haven't you heard? A team dispatched from the capital recently was wiped out. Not even bones remained, Randy mentioned on the plane. Conley's eyes slightly closed, his reaction indifferent, seemingly sleepy. What happened? They conducted an experiment in the capital. Despite sounding very sleepy, Conley still answered every question. Do you plan to create a shield to protect all cities? This time, Conley reacted, lifting his eyelids and turning to look at Randy, his tone unperturbed. How do you know? Randy smiled. What's strange about it? I'm so smart, it's easy to connect the dots. Considering the events in the capital and the almost all-nation meeting, it was hard not to associate them with the renowned Blue Shield project, which seemed to be accelerated this lifetime. It looked like she wouldn't have to endure half a year more, which made Randy very pleased. Conley stared at Randy quietly for a moment, as if trying to see through her, and finally said after a long pause, do you think it's feasible? Feasible or not, Randy dared not make any random comments. In her previous life, it indeed succeeded and temporarily rescued people from the high temperatures. But after the success, the control of the protective shield became a contentious issue. Both the military and the government claimed they were the trustworthy party. The military accused the government of trying to get something for nothing, while the government criticized the military for being simplistic and prone to. Neither side was willing to submit to the other, leading to a prolonged deadlock on who should control the shield, causing widespread unease. In the end, it seemed like a rotation system was implemented, but that also brought numerous problems. Both sides would sabotage each other during the opposite's management period, resulting in enormous expenditures on the maintenance of the shield, eventually leading directly to the downfall of the Blue Shield. Even someone as forceful as Beryl failed to turn the tide, leaving Randy unsure how to evaluate the situation. What use is my opinion on its feasibility? Randy laughed. Conley didn't elaborate further, merely closing his eyes once more. This time, the one welcoming Conley and his group wasn't the Clifton from before, but a warm and easygoing Elwood with smiling eyes. Through conversation with Conley, Randy learned this was Junior's older brother, Jimmy. Quite interesting names, the Yuan Xiao duo. Randy initially thought she'd just be accompanying them without entering the meeting hall. Unexpectedly, Conley specifically named her to join him inside. This was Randy's first experience with such grandeur. The massive, arched conference hall was filled with representatives from various countries and bases, an overwhelming crowd, among whom there were several figures that sent chills down her spine. She spotted quite a few familiar faces, including the red-haired youth Ishmael from before, whose hair had been dyed black. Beside him sat a young, attractive woman with short hair, exuding simplicity and efficiency. In the sea of black suits, the Lin beside Ishmael stood out immensely. Randy, appreciating beauty to some extent, took special note of her identity card. Alida, sharing a surname with Ishmael, could they be siblings? What's the verdict? Conley asked in a voice only the two could hear. Most are mutants. I sensed threats from 5 or 6 people. Randy paused, but these are just within the venue. Quite a few powerful figures brought by base commanders are waiting outside. Who knows what their intentions are? Chapter 81, The Blue Screen Plan. Conley gave a faint acknowledgement. Most people in the venue had gathered, and an elderly man with white hair stood up from a row of seats in the middle of the conference hall. Reiker, the Supreme Executive Officer of the Capital Base, Conley introduced to Randy timely. Upon seeing Reiker, Randy's expression fluctuated almost instantly, her gaze shifting to Reiker's left hand which bore nothing. Conley noticed the change in Randy and directed his eyes toward Reiker as well before slowly lowering them again. Ladies and gentlemen, we are all gathered here today to deliberate on a proposal put forward by the Capital Base. Currently, we are all in dire straits. Randy no longer had the mood to listen to Reiker's lengthy speech, her mental power continuously focused on the crowd participating in the meeting, especially several individuals around Reiker. Randy was currently at about 8S level. Reaching this rank allowed her to conduct preliminary analyses on the threat levels posed by mutants. There were 2 or 3 dozen psychokinetic mutants in the room besides her, but their ranks were low, mostly below S level. Only the Paremison near Reiker was worth noting, being a psychokinetic mutant of about 6S level. After Reiker finished his speech, he invited Jonathan, the Minister of State Security, to detail the project. The Blue Screen Plan aims to establish protective shields over various cities so that everyone can be spared from the disturbances of abnormal weather like high temperatures. Hold on for a moment, someone in the venue raised a hand. Jonathan paused his speech and shifted his eyes to the hand raiser. High temperatures are your problem in the central and southern cities. As for our northern region, the temperature now is quite suitable. How is the construction cost calculated then? Resources are scarce for every city. After this Paremison finished speaking, voices of agreement came from some representatives almost immediately. The Blue Screen Plan is not only meant to protect against high temperatures but also to respond to various extreme weather conditions. I believe all of you still remember last year's heavy rainstorm, Jonathan explained at the right time. Okay, how do you prove that current technology is sufficient to achieve this idea? As far as I know, your country's citizens are also living in difficult circumstances. Since it's proposed by you, you should show some evidence, a national representative asked back. That's Emersonable. Please remain patient while Luo gives his full presentation. Finally, everyone quieted down. We have successfully conducted one experiment, and the result was promising. The average temperature in the capital dropped by 1 degree Celsius. This drop was just from a single blue screen, proving our suggestion is rational and effective. We believe that if the blue screens are built globally, they would bring us a more stable ecological environment. After hearing Jonathan's words, the representatives in the venue fell into heated discussions. I have a question. A clear female voice sounded. Randy looked in the direction of the voice. It was a leader, the short-haired Lin. Please proceed. Jonathan nodded politely. Who will be responsible for managing and maintaining the Blue Screen Plan? How will technical standards be unified? And after putting it into use, who will control it? The Lin's questions hit the core precisely, and everyone nodded approvingly. This technology was led by our country and jointly developed by the other 7 countries. We suggest establishing a global information bank and sharing scientific research data free of charge. However, the management and maintenance rights lie within these 8 countries. Other countries divide administrative areas and form blue screen supervision teams to participate in the supervision and management of the blue screen together. In case of any accident, the Paremison in charge will be executed immediately, and the responsible country will permanently withdraw from blue screen jurisdiction. A dead silence fell within the venue. I propose. Another national representative raised his hand in the venue. Jonathan nodded. Please go ahead. I suggest establishing law enforcement agencies globally, allowing each base to nominate law enforcement officers to supervise the higher-ups from bottom up. Jonathan nodded after listening. This can be listed as a voting item. All right, if there are no further questions, let's vote, Reiker said appropriately. In the end, the total number of votes was 216, with 158 in favor, 27 abstained, and the proposal passed overwhelmingly, officially announcing the launch of the Blue Screen Plan. At the same time, a resolution to establish a national law enforcement agency was also passed. It was a day worthy of commemoration, a significant first step in humanity's resistance to natural disasters, representing the courage and determination of the global people facing the end times. From then on, the Federal Republic was officially established, with Reiker becoming the first supreme commander. Outside the venue, the short-haired Lin who spoke earlier called out to Conley, "Long time no see, Fernand Conley." Conley looked at her and said, "Your hair has been cut short. Do you think it looks good?" "I feel that short hair suits me better," the Lin laughed. Randy's gaze shifted between the two, and it was within her expectation that Alida and Conley knew each other. Since Conley knew Ishmael, it wasn't surprising that he knew Alida as well. "Maurice sis, why are you wasting words with him?" Ishmael appeared at the right moment, shouting. Alida smiled and said, "Ishen, don't be so rude. You owe Conley for saving you last time. Otherwise, would you still be standing here intact?" Ishmael immediately covered his ears. "Maurice, here we go again. Ibrahim does this, and now you too. Every day, you remind me of this incident. Maurice saved me once, But must I keep talking about it? Alida gently patted Ishmael's head and apologized to Conley. Maurice has this stubborn temper. Don't take it to heart. Conley curled his lips slightly. I've known what kind of Paremison Ishian is since we were kids. Damn. Conley, don't act like we're so familiar, Ishmael immediately retorted. Alida smiled even more gently. But I remember, you used to adore Conley very much. You followed him around everywhere, wherever he went, you went. No matter how many times we called you, you wouldn't come back. I thought you were Conley's real little brother. Ishmael's face turned red and pale in turns. His neck stiffened, and his mouth pouted. Maurice wanted to retort something but after a long time, only managed to say, when I was young. Randy stood aside, watching them chat merrily. It didn't seem like they would finish anytime soon, so she told Conley, you keep chatting, I'll take a walk around. Conley looked at Randy, not even able to get out a wait, before she walked away without looking back. Actually, Alida had noticed Randy from the beginning, but she was busy chatting with Conley, so she hadn't asked. Now seeing Randy leave, she couldn't help being curious. Fernand Conley, who was the pretty Lynn next to you just now? Why have I never seen her before? Aren't you going to introduce her? Conley replied indifferently, a friend. Chapter 82, Secret Code. Friends. I never knew you had any female friends. Alida teased. Do you think it's strange for me to have friends? Conley raised an eyebrow. Alida smiled, as if recalling something amusing. Various prominent families were intertwined, and their children grew up together, familiar with each other. Even if not personally acquainted, they would all have heard of each other's exploits. Conley was considered the most brilliant among their generation. Not only was he handsome, but also capable, making him very much favored by the elders. But for the other youngsters, it was a different story. Gavriels often said to them, learn from your big brother Conley. Thus, they kept a respectful distance from Conley. Of course, that wasn't the main reason why they kept their distance from Conley. Mostly, it was because Conley had always been aloof, giving off a cold demeanor that deterred anyone from getting close to him. While the other children played together, he always stood apart in the distance. In Alida's memory, Conley seemed to prefer being around the adults. Gradually, they developed the idea that Conley wouldn't have any friends, which is why she was so surprised earlier. Since we've finally met, let's have dinner together, Alida suggested. Beside her, Ishmael groaned, no thanks. Unlike her brother Ishmael, Alida was the only Lynn in the family, pampered since childhood, and never severely disciplined. She was gentle and compliant, never rebellious, following the family arrangements meticulously, setting a good example for the younger generation. Ishmael, however, was quite different. Maurice was a tyrant since childhood, impervious to words or scolding, leading to strict physical discipline. This only made his personality more defiant. Maurice could only be somewhat well-behaved in front of Alida. Alida remembered a time when her brother had adored Conley. She really didn't know what had happened to make him change his attitude toward Conley so dramatically. From being a follower, he now avoided Conley and even mentioning him. Frowning, just as she was about to rebuke him, she heard Conley say, maybe next time, I have something today. Seeing Conley's reply and her brother's attitude, she couldn't press further, so she nodded and said, all right, then we'll definitely catch up next time. Conley also nodded and left with large strides. Randy hadn't walked far when she encountered a Paremison, the same one standing beside Reiker in the conference room earlier. Maurice was tall and thin, wearing a mask and a cap pulled low over his face. As he waited for the elevator, Randy clearly saw that this Paremison also wore a ring on his little finger, but this one was blue. If one Paremison's coincidence was acceptable, so many people certainly could not be coincidental. Randy concluded that Reiker must be trying to kill her. But she and Reiker had no interaction in either of her lifetimes. Maurice's information recorded in the Federation was almost blank. She couldn't fathom why Reiker would want to send someone to kill her. As Randy pondered, a commotion suddenly erupted in the distance. Before she could react, a man in a white hospital gown ran towards her. Randy turned to avoid him but still stumbled after being bumped into. Stop him, don't let him escape. A group of base Paremisonal chased after him. The man looked about 20 years old, skinny, pale-faced, but with unusually bright eyes. At that moment, his expression was visibly panicked and anxious. The pursuers quickly caught up with the man. One Paremison in a white lab coat injected a sedative into the man's neck, causing him to slump over and collapse, subsequently being carried away on a stretcher by the staff. With this commotion concluding, the crowd dispersed. Holding on to whatever she had, Randy felt her forehead pulsing. She couldn't believe that the man had aimed at her. Though she tried to avoid him, he still collided with her, leaving a hard object in her hand and whispering a sentence in her ear. Polaris to the north, the long moon dissipates, and eternal night descends. Randy repeatedly pondered its meaning, glancing down at the object, a greyish-green square stone with fine patterns that she could feel upon touching. She didn't have time to examine it further when someone called her name. Randy. Quickly tucking the object back into her pocket, Randy turned around. Conley. You finished your chat so quickly? Conley, noticing Randy's visibly nervous expression, lowered his gaze, suppressing the shadows in his eyes. Millimeter. His voice was low and deep, pressing heavily on Randy's heart. So, what are we going to do now? Do the main business. Main business? Randy was puzzled. What other main business could there be? What main business? Conley lightly stepped forward with his long legs and said indifferently, have dinner. At night, Randy was awakened from her sleep by the vibrations of her communicator. Upon opening it, she saw a message from Conley. 10 minutes later, Randy was already dressed and appeared beside Conley. Are we really not going to be discovered like this? Randy whispered. At this moment, outside the capital base, in parking area C, Randy and Conley were hiding behind a large military pickup truck. Randy leaned against the truck, looking up at the sky, while Conley stared intently at the base entrance through the gap in the truck. We won't. Conley gave Randy a reassuring look. Although it was evening, the outdoor temperature was still very high. After less than half an hour of waiting, Randy felt sticky all over, as if she had just come out of a sauna. She asked, "How much longer do we have to wait?" "Conley, be patient." It was strange. Despite the heat, Conley didn't seem bothered by it at all. There wasn't even a hint of sweat on his face, which made Randy quite envious. No matter what this Paremison did, he always looked calm and composed. Truly, no matter how you looked at him, he was unpleasing to the eye. Just as Randy was thinking aimlessly, she heard Conley say coldly, "They're here." In the distance, 2 rows of guards in combat uniforms, holding guns, walked out of the base first. Then, several people in white hospital gowns appeared. After leaving the base, the armed Paremisonal herded those in white hospital gowns onto a vehicle, seemingly transporting them somewhere. Randy and Conley only watched, silently understanding without exchanging words. "People are here," Conley reminded softly. At this moment, a Elwood walked out from the group in combat uniforms. This Paremison was tall and distinctive, with a striking thumb on his left hand, clearly the same Paremison who had been next to Reiker earlier in the day. Chapter 83, The Gateway of Time and Space. Randy frowned slightly, her gaze fixed on the Paremison in front of her as the truck gradually drove away. Conley whispered, "Follow." Both being mental mutants, they naturally had ways to avoid being noticed by others. Their vehicle maintained a moderate distance from the truck, far enough not to be spotted but close enough not to lose it. Finally, the truck stopped at the foot of a mountain, a place Randy was very familiar with, the same mountain they went to eliminate mutated animals. What are they going to do with them? Randy couldn't help but ask. "I don't know either." "Then how did you know this would happen tonight?" Conley replied, "I intercepted communication signals. Once the truck reached the foot of the mountain, it could go no further. The men in white patient uniforms were forced out again, and the man led them up the mountain. These people seemed to lack consciousness, they just followed whatever they were told without any sign of resistance." Earlier, Randy felt something strange. Now, she realized these people were overly obedient, likely drugged. Moreover, she didn't see the man she had seen earlier that day among these people. Where had he been taken? With many questions in mind, Randy wanted to follow them to investigate but was held back by Conley. Maurice indicated with his eyes towards the woods. Only then did Randy notice that after these people passed through, infrared lines appeared in the woods, sweeping around everywhere. She recognized these as killer lasers, a new type of weapon developed after the apocalypse to suppress mutants. Humans were truly laughable, seeking power while fearing it, wanting human evolution while also fearing it progressed too quickly. So, they developed various restrictive weapons. Watching the killer lasers, Randy became anxious and turned to look at Conley, who still wore a calm expression. "I have a shield device," Conley said. Randy exclaimed, "You even got one of these?" Meeting Randy's delighted gaze, Conley seemed pleased by this attention, rarely relaxing his expression. They waited for about an hour before that group reappeared. Only the men in white uniforms did not come out, leaving only the group led by the man. They left soon after getting into their vehicles. "Did you memorize the route?" Conley asked softly. Among all, only Randy could create spatial models. "Of course." Maurice's clear voice sounded like a stream, warming the heart in this dark forest. Following her memory, Randy traced the path those people had taken. After about half an hour in the darkness, they arrived at an air raid shelter composed of stone fortresses. "It wasn't here the last time I came," Randy muttered. The surroundings were pitch black, with only the moonlight shining through the dark woods. Conley's face was mostly hidden in the shadows, except for his prominent nose visible under the moonlight. "Do you sense anything?" he asked softly, his voice slightly hoarse. "No one." This puzzled Randy. Clearly, a group of people had been brought into the mountains, and the location was correct. Even if they were dead, she should have been able to sense them. But now, whether living or dead, she sensed nothing. It was as if they had vanished into thin air. Conley stood up first and entered the stone fortress. "Let's check inside." There seemed to be no lighting system, and both moved forward in darkness. However, with Randy's mental abilities, exploring the space was quite easy. She had already scanned the outside area and guided Conley directly to the target upon entering. After descending continuously for about 20 minutes, they finally reached the bottom. "This is the spot. I sense a stone door here, with residual energy remaining as if it has just been used," Randy said softly. Conley turned on a military flashlight, which was extremely bright. As soon as it was switched on, the entire space lit up like daylight. Blinded momentarily by the light, Randy squinted her eyes and complained, "Could you warn me next time before you turn it on?" "You're going to blind me." "Sorry," Conley apologized smoothly. "You're talking about this stone door?" It took Randy some time to adjust to the brightness. Following Conley's voice, she saw an arch-shaped stone door with intricate patterns between the walls. The entire door was brownish-black, with carvings on the frame, each connection adorned with pearls resembling a starry sky. "Yes, that's what I sensed." "The gateway of time and space," Conley remarked. "The gateway of time and space," Randy repeated, seeming puzzled. "Do you mean the same gateway of time and space I'm thinking of?" Conley didn't speak. Maurice gently stroked the stone door frame, caressing it as if it were a priceless treasure. Randy felt something in her space heating up. Just as she was about to investigate carefully, an alarm sounded in her heart. Someone is coming. Damn it, where are the people? A voice cursed. It was Jaden's voice. No one. This should be Nate. I'm really Ked. Did they not go through the gateway of time and space? Jaden swore. Bart's voice was more calm. No, without Ling's order, they can't activate it. That's really strange. Did both of them just vanish into thin air? Bart's eyes shone unusually bright in the darkness. Maurice frowned and carefully observed this square space, and only after confirming no one was there did he shift his gaze back to Jaden. Are you sure you saw the two of them come in? In the darkness, Jaden couldn't see anything. Seeing this, he turned on his flashlight and shone it at him. What do you mean, am I blind or something? How could I miss two living people? Bart avoided the light from the flashlight. When Jaden said he wasn't blind, Bart gave a cold laugh, seemingly very much in disagreement. Davis, what the hell are you laughing at? Didn't you see them too just now? Davis gave a cold laugh. I didn't see anything, only heard you yelling. Jaden became immediately angry. What do you mean? Are you saying I lied to you? Not that you lied to me, but I'm a bit skeptical of your ability. Last time, you were beaten so badly, your wounds probably haven't healed yet, right? It would have been better if he hadn't mentioned it. Bringing up the injuries made Jaden even angrier. Maurice was proud and had initially looked down on Randy, wondering what skills this Lynn had for Zero to send him and Davis to chase her down. But unexpectedly, she turned out to be quite troublesome. Not only did he get beaten twice by her hands, but each time, Davis would mock him about it. Alright, let's go outside and fight, and see who's stronger. Chapter 84, Seduction. Riley was waving his arms wildly beside, but Davis ignored him and instead focused on the bead on the stone door. Come here, look at this bead. The man in black didn't want to bother at first, yet seeing Bai Pao's earnest expression, not like a joke, he bent down as well, staring for a long time without figuring out anything. Are you sick? He cursed. Davis found this man both noisy and useless, not even bothering to lift his eyelid. Let's talk about it back there. Riley seemed to recall something amusing, smiled and said, you run back yourself. Bud got injured during a mission recently and couldn't create a transmission portal temporarily. Seeing Riley about to leave, he quickly caught up. One foot of Riley had already stepped into the golden circle while another remained outside, but the one outside was seized by someone, making him stuck halfway through the transmission portal. Davis chuckled lowly. Could the same thing happen to you twice? Annoying, Riley tried to break free. However, Davis had a great hand strength. In desperation, he could only drag him into the transmission channel together. Previously in urgency, Randy directly pulled Conley into the high-dimensional space. Inside, the scenery changed significantly compared to the last time she came in. There were large expanses of black land waiting to be developed. Was it because some production functions were unlocked? After confirming no one around, Randy dragged Conley out from the space. Davis, have you heard of this Paremison? Randy asked Conley. Conley shook his head. Seeing Conley's denial, Randy thought carefully in her heart again. Why did she feel that Riley's speaking manner sounded so familiar? Every sentence filled with harsh words, trying to shock people, and saying no good words. This way of speaking was identical to Fabian. But thinking carefully, their ages didn't match. Fabian was just an 18-year-old boy, yet this Riley addressed himself as little sister all the time, obviously having reached a certain age. Moreover, when meeting Fabian in the daytime today, he showed nothing unusual. If it really was him, then his acting skills were too good. Conley suddenly opened his mouth. Why do you hide? Randy responded absent-mindedly. She didn't catch Conley's meaning right away. If we can fight, why should we hide? Thinking about it, Randy realized that indeed they could have fought. Why did she subconsciously pull Conley to hide? Thus, she made up a rear Emerson casually, because we sneaked in here secretly, it wouldn't be good if we were seen. Conley looked slightly regretful. After a moment, Conley spoke again. What place was that just now? Randy hadn't decided how to explain, only responding vaguely, my storage space. Where else do you think I got these things from? Conley clearly looked doubtful but didn't say anything more. What shall we do, move this stone door? Randy joked, I can try to put this inside the space. Conley glanced at her indifferently, you can give it a try. This stone door was approximately 10 meters high, wide enough to enter a large pickup truck horizontally, with pillars as thick as human arms, and it seemed to grow from the ground with no boundary at the bottom. Moving it would surely be impossible. Randy was just talking nonsense. Suddenly recalling the heated object in the space just now, Randy took it out. It was the square jade stone. Strangely, once Randy took out this stone, the bead on the stone door began to glow. This thing. Conley slowly started. Randy thought Conley was going to ask where she got it from, but unexpectedly he said, keep it safe yourself. Inwardly Randy wondered, you're not asking me? Living two lives, this was still the first time Randy saw a temporal gate. In her previous life, she merely heard of such things, never having seen it personally, hence always suspecting its existence as rumor. Legends stated that whenever a temporal gate opened, various monsters and viruses would come out causing chaos in the world, which apparently sounded fabricated. Even after seeing the temporal gate herself, Randy still considered it as fabrication. The bead kept getting brighter, the stone door showing signs of movement. The next second, Conley grabbed the square jade stone, thus grabbing Randy's hand. Put it away. His tone was somewhat urgent. For some unknown rear Emerson, Randy's eyes sparkled, looking a bit crazed and not withdrawing the stone. I want to see, she murmured. Conley tightly held Randy's hand, lowering his voice again. Put it away, Randy. The stone door shone brightly, as if emitting light, but darkened abruptly the next second. The jade stone had vanished into her palm, and at the critical moment, Randy still put the stone away. Drip, a voice came from her mind. World exploration progress increased by 5%. Current progress, 15%. New function, one-click planting. Only after regaining consciousness did Randy feel a wave of fear. This stone could actually control a Emerson's mind. Conley was still tightly holding her hand, standing only an arm's length away from her. In the darkness, Randy could hear his light panting and the intense beating of his heart. Conley reported the stone door to the Federation. Since then, control of the temporal gate fell into the hands of the Federation. Randy would never forget the extraordinary expression on Reiker's face when the existence of the temporal gate was revealed to the public. It was truly spectacular. As the blue screen plan was implemented, domestic and international opposition gradually diminished. Relevant constructions gradually entered a steady state. Within half a year, blue pillars soared high from the ground, piercing through the clouds and merging in the sky, forming a vast blue shield. This plan was undoubtedly successful. With the protection of the blue screen, cities hit by high temperatures saw a noticeable drop in temperature. However, this didn't mean humans could return to cities and resume their previous normal lives. The blue screen plan, as its name suggests, involved establishing a barrier above cities to shield them from various climatic disasters. While it prevented these disasters, it also blocked natural wind and sunlight. People's needs for wind, rain, clouds, and sunshine could only be met through simulations by the blue screen. In short, the city now lived in a relatively stable, self-sustaining ecosystem. After the blue screen plan, people could not only carry out production and life within the base but also establish small building clusters around the base, forming small gathering areas. Human bases became concentrated and expanded outward, reaching a new level of prosperity. Chapter 85, The Market. 2 years had passed since the start of the calamity. Survivors had gradually become accustomed to and accepted their current situation. More technical positions were open to ordinary people, and schools resumed teaching. Unlike before, there were no longer any age restrictions for admission. As long as you were smart enough, a 7 or 8-year-old could learn how to build rockets, and someone in their 50s or 60s could start learning mathematics. Humanities subjects were compressed to a minimum, with a large number of engineering, science, and special position courses offered to the public. It seemed that humans adapted to the apocalypse much faster than expected. In the second year of the chaotic era, at a small market on the northern border. The market hadn't been hit by sandstorms for half a year, so even the dust in the air had decreased. Oasis plants could now grow in the desert, bringing a hint of sweetness. Compared to large markets like Star Cloud and Ankh, which covered several hectares, this small market in an endless stretch of desert barely spanned 500 meters in total length. Though small, it was quite crowded when the morning market opened, bustling with noise and activity. The owner of a breakfast shop had only arrived a month ago, but due to the delicious taste of his food, he had plenty of customers. One day, the owner opened up as usual early in the morning. When he opened the door, he found a guest already seated. The man wore grey linen clothes, with his head wrapped in a scarf, leaving only a pair of deeply sunken eyes exposed. Maurice was so thin that the cloth on his body fluttered in the wind. At that moment, he extended a withered hand from his robes and placed a federal coin on the table. Boss, a bowl of bean noodles. Although polite, his voice sounded strangely hoarse. Sure, please take your seat. It was still early, and there weren't many people in the store. The Emil quickly wiped down the table and chairs with a cloth and glanced at the guest. This federal coin doesn't seem right. The man's low, hoarse voice caused a slight tremor in his chest, making him sound hollow. This is the latest edition. Please take another look. Well, the Emil was stumped. Federal coins did change periodically, and because of this, he had received many counterfeits, so he felt a bit uneasy whenever he saw a new version. Do you have any other payment methods? The Emil's tone was as gentle as possible, but the man's brow furrowed, and his withered hand slammed onto the table, shattering it into pieces, frightening the Emil into hiding back inside, sending his Emerson out to serve the guest instead. How was my presence just now? The man muttered to himself in his hoarse voice. Getting no response, the man felt a bit awkward and continued, Are you pretending not to hear me? Shut up, I'm embarrassed, said a softer voice, also coming from this man. What do you have to be embarrassed about? Do you even have money? The hoarse voice retorted. The softer voice fell silent. Sir, here's your bean noodles, stammered the Emil's young Emerson as he nervously brought over a greenish bowl. Maurice set it down without lifting his head and fled as fast as possible. In the apocalypse, these ordinary people had no way to deal with mutants, especially unrear Emersonable ones like this, so they could only accept their bad luck. Why did he run? Do we look that scary? Asked the hoarse voice. Scary? Haven't you noticed yourself? Why don't you change into a better appearance? The soft voice retorted fiercely. Hurry up and eat, we don't have much time. Are you sure they will come today? Asked the hoarse voice. Just relax, they'll definitely come. As this strange man continued talking to himself, he didn't notice that just 100 meters away, cheers erupted from a casino, louder than ever before. People around the casino stopped to watch, trying to figure out what was going on inside, but entry to the casino required either talent or wealth. Those without either had no chance of getting in. How many rounds has it been? asked a Clifton in black inside the casino, looking at the stage while asking a green-haired youth. 16 rounds, the green-haired youth replied excitedly, his eyes fixed on the betting table. On the stage, a man and a beast were fiercely fighting, with the man clearly having the upper hand, forcing the beast to retreat, causing constant exclamations from the crowd below. This new type of mutant beast was a super breed recently developed. Though it could be tamed by humans, it still retained the ferocity of a mutant animal, making it highly sought after among the rich who often bought them for combat. The animal in front of everyone was clearly about to breathe its last. Its owner in the crowd had already clutched his chest tightly, eyes black with shock, almost fainting. The price of one such mutant beast was no small sum. Even those with substantial wealth couldn't afford such losses repeatedly. Another win. The man in black cheered, I made a killing this time. On stage, the figure was petite, wearing a grey head cover. She slowly tore off her number tag, while the mutant beast lay motionless in the center of the betting platform, clearly unable to continue. Anyone else want to try? Maurice's voice was surprisingly clear and bright. The crowd was astonished. This was the first time they had heard this victor speak. No one expected that the Paremison who had won 16 consecutive matches would be a Lin. The Lin removed her head cover and shook her long hair, causing the crowd below to draw sharp breaths. Not only was she a Lin, but an exceptionally beautiful one at that. She had delicate features, a slightly upturned nose, and a pair of pitch-black eyes that shone brightly, looking intensely and spiritedly at others. She seemed to be around 20 years old. Miss, you've beaten all our fighters here. Who would still dare to fight you? A pleasant male voice echoed from the stands, warm and clear, with a rising tone, speaking neither too fast nor too slow, quite politely. Everyone looked up to see the Elwood's lower face covered by a mask, revealing only a pair of almond-shaped eyes staring straight at the Lin. Wasn't he the Emil of this casino? Who says I've beaten everyone? The Lin smiled, we haven't fought yet. The Elwood chuckled softly, my shoulders can't carry, my hands can't lift, one punch from you and I'd be down. Miss, please don't joke. Would you like to make a bet with me? The Lin said loudly. The Elwood perked up and leaned on the railing, asking, what kind of bet? Chapter 86, The Casino. The Lin opened her palm, revealing a greyish-green stone that was rather unremarkable at first glance. However, the moment the Elwood saw it, his eyes lit up. Before the crowd could see what she held, she quickly put it away. You fight me. If you win, I'll give you this stone. If you lose, I'll have to ask for something from you. The Elwood glanced around and said, look at my casino, it's run down. How could I have anything you want? The Lin smiled. That's not your concern. Do we have a bet or not? The Elwood squinted his eyes, gazing at her face for a while. All right, it's a deal. Maurice flipped into the arena. Seeing him enter paramercenally, the crowd became even more excited, cheering louder. At this time, amid the clamor, two noisy voices could be heard. I told you not to insist on eating those beans just now, we nearly missed it. Bullshit, you ate as well. Now you're pretending you didn't know me? You weren't short of mouthfuls either when you were eating. It turned out to be the man in grey. Keep an eye on them. Don't let them escape again. A low, rough voice commanded. Duh, obviously. We bet 10 Federation coins. A soft voice replied impatiently. They're fighting, they're fighting. On stage, the man was also a mutant, specifically a bionic mutant. The Lin couldn't find any flaws in his defense and gradually fell into a disadvantage. Everyone who supported the Lin watched tensely. But just as everyone thought the Lin would lose, the situation reversed dramatically. The man continuously changed his form, thinking he had dodged her fatal blow. Suddenly, he felt his neck being seized by someone, unable to move. You lost, the Lin declared. The Elwood remained calm, showing no displeasure after being captured. Maurice stopped struggling and replied coolly, I lost. What do you want? The crowd below hadn't fully grasped what happened until they saw the youth in the Elwood's grasp, looking somewhat pleased. The Lin smiled, saying clearly, I want you. Oh. The youth raised his eyebrows, his striking features captivating the audience. I thought you meant something else. The Lin immediately retorted, aren't you something? Ha 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 ha. The youth laughed heartily. Sister, do you know who I am? The Lin replied, someone I defeated. Speechless for a moment, the youth quickly recovered, raising his eyebrows and lowering his voice. Randy, it's enough. There was a silence lasting several seconds, leaving the audience puzzled. Randy raised an eyebrow but remained silent, indirectly acknowledging his words. Time had left no trace on her face, making her look even more radiant and beautiful. Although she was already 25 years old, she still looked like a teenager of 17 or 18. The youth on stage instantly changed his expression. I really fear you. Let's go. When the two came down from the stage, everyone was still confused. They reacted only when the two figures suddenly vanished. Hey, where did they go? The man in grey murmured. Maurice had been watching the stage closely, but suddenly someone bumped into him. After turning to scold, in just the blink of an eye, the two had disappeared. Outside the casino, in a bar, Randy took off her restrictive clothing, donning simple shorts and a sleeveless top with long hair hanging down, lazily biting the straw in front of her. So, what do you need me to do this time? The Elwood asked. Just came to see you, Randy replied calmly. The Elwood finished his drink in one gulp. Randy, do you believe yourself when you say that? Junior, why did you choose this place among all the enforcement stations? The Elwood's hand paused mid-air with the wine glass. Maybe I'm in a rebellious phase, thinking the farther from home, the better. Randy sneered, seemingly disbelieving. I must remind you, the general administration changes every 6 months. Your term is up. Staying means what? How much fun this place is. You seem to enjoy it too. Why not stay with me for another half year? Junior's smile reached his eyes, staring straight at Randy. Randy stirred the straw. This place is okay for occasional visits, but if you're talking about gambling, you should go to Anko. Their casinos are the largest in the Federation. Not just casinos, from selling military weapons to all kinds of snacks, everything is available. Why would I come here when there are so many interesting things elsewhere? Junior retorted, why are you criticizing this place in front of others? Forget that. As a rotating enforcer, what's the real Rear Emerson for your visit? After the Federation passed the Enforcers Act, all regions were nominating their top talents. City A nominated Randy, so she is now a Federation enforcer. Enforcers are directly managed and dispatched by the Federation. They have the authority to prevent any potential threats within cities and can regulate any illegal activities that endanger the Federation. They also have the power to act first and report later, and they are not subject to control by other administrators, making them highly powerful. However, the conditions for becoming an enforcer are extremely stringent. Only very high-level mutants can compete for this role. Ordinary mutants do not qualify. As a result, enforcer became a position that everyone both envied and feared. Although both Junior and Randy are enforcers, their jurisdictions differ. Junior is stationed in one area for long periods, rotating every 6 months. Randy, on the other hand, is specially dispatched, meaning she handles cases that resident enforcers cannot solve. Thus, Randy is a higher rank than Junior. After much discussion, Junior finally got to the main point. Whenever Randy came, he always got a headache because her presence indicated that something had occurred beyond his capacity to handle. Junior was stationed in a remote area where 3 city boundaries intersected, far from the Federation's reach. The market here was full of all sorts of people, and no one knew what exactly she was here to manage. Randy, there's an illegal transaction. I came to check it out. Junior laughed. There are dozens, if not hundreds, of illegal transactions here every day. Which one are you investigating? Now don't ask. You'll know when the time comes. Just as the two left the bar and hadn't walked a few steps, they suddenly bumped into someone. Ouch, why did you bump into me? An elderly voice sounded. Chapter 87, Auction. Junior stood silently watching the Paremison, one hand in his pocket, a smile lurking in his eyes. Randy immediately lowered her gaze and noticed it was an elderly man. Sir, I'm sorry, I didn't watch where I was going just now. Upon hearing Randy's words, the old man wailed even louder, clenching onto her leg tightly as he moaned, oh no, my back, my leg. What should we do? Look, I happen to know a bit of medicine. I can take a look at you, Randy suggested. The old man fell silent, his eyes darting around. Without waiting for his reaction, Randy reached out to remove the grey hemp cloth from his body. Ouch, gently, the old man continued to wail. Ignoring the old man's cries, Randy suddenly grabbed his leg with a swift movement. Strangely enough, the old man's body felt as smooth as dolphin skin, slipping right through her grip. Old catfish, that's enough, Randy said casually, shaking off her hand. Maurice hearing this, the man awkwardly got up from the ground. It was the man who had been eating noodles earlier. What do you mean by old catfish? Have some respect. My name is Xavier, the catfish spirit complained unhappily. Randy, millimeter idiot. Junior raised an eyebrow. Do you know him? Maurice was caught once before but was released after a few months. Rear Emerson being. Smuggling, Randy replied. Xavier, how is that smuggling? Have you ever seen a fish smuggle anything? Fish swim wherever they want. Though called a catfish spirit, Xavier was actually a biomorphic mutant, specifically a water-based one. Mauricence the nickname. Maurice could mimic not only aquatic features but occasionally human appearance too. Every time Randy saw him, he had almost always changed into a new face. How did you chase him here? Randy frowned. I have to admit, you're quite a runner. No one stays in one place for more than a day. Finally, I caught up with you, Xavier answered evasively, seemingly trying to avoid the question. Randy glanced at him silently for a moment, then turned away, preferring to look at Junior instead. Change your face. This one looks a bit disgusting, she said frankly. How can you say that? Fine, which one do you like? I'll change back, Xavier conceded. Randy frowned. Just the one I saw you last time. As if on cue, the old man transformed into a high school student full of youthful energy, a much cleaner look. This clean-cut trio of 1 woman and 2 men was quite eye-catching in the small market. What people couldn't ignore, however, was the blue star-shaped mark on one of the boys' arms, a symbol exclusive to those serving in the Federation. If they looked closely, they would see that the blue mark had a golden edge, which only belonged to law enforcers. Xavier walked beside them, puffing out his chest proudly. It was the first time he felt so many admiring gazes directed at him. Usually, people looked at him with disgust. After all, who would like someone who could turn into a catfish at any moment? You're not covering that mark? Randy suddenly asked. Junior threw on a jacket casually. Forgot. Change your face too. You might be recognized. In an instant, Junior's face changed to a stranger's. Thank you for the reminder. Meanwhile, a Clifton was idly twiddling with the already mushy noodles in front of him. Suddenly, a shadow loomed over him. Looking up, he saw a bright-faced Lynn, flanked by 2 equally handsome boys. In this dusty frontier town, this trio undoubtedly lit up his day. Is there something you need? He asked. Randy didn't answer but showed him a badge. Surprised, the man said, Morrissey for business. Obviously, why else would we be here, Xavier remarked. Noticing the Elwood's bad temper, the man didn't press further and led them down an alley, winding through twists and turns for about 10 minutes until they reached a narrow, unremarkable door. Walking up, the man faced a mechanical arm that scanned his iris. Scan successful, announced the electronic voice. Indicating for the two to enter, the man returned the same way he came. Once inside, a waiter promptly greeted them, much more polite than the man outside, bowing respectfully without extra questions, maintaining a proper smile throughout. I am number 18. I will be responsible for your auction today. Junior whispered, I've known about this place for a long time, but I've never been inside. This was an underground auction house. Though the entrance was unassuming and shabby, once inside, it was a different world altogether, with 7 levels underground, each of considerable size. Randy and the others were led into a small room on the 3rd underground floor. The small room was fairly comfortable, equipped with sofas, recliners, and a bar, everything one might need. After escorting them in, number 18 politely left the room without saying or asking anything extra. Seeing Randy had already opened a bottle of wine and leaned back on the sofa, Junior raised an eyebrow and said, Don't tell me you're here to cause trouble at the casino. Randy raised her fist. Am I that kind of Parmesan? Gustav immediately remarked, You look like it. Only then did Randy refocus her gaze on him. You still haven't told me why you've been following me. Gustav quickly became evasive. Let's talk about it later. Seeing this, Randy didn't press further and said, Everything here is free. Are you sure you don't want to try something? Gustav replied, No thanks, I haven't digested that bowl of soybean noodles from this morning yet. Junior also shook his head. He was afraid the casino would recognize him and Emerson him. Alright, then I'll just enjoy myself alone. Randy crossed her arms and walked to the viewing platform in the room, leaning against the railing and looking down. Below was the soon-to-be auction venue, where preparations were already underway. The auction began quickly. Several items passed by without drawing Randy's attention until they introduced the last item, which made her wipe her mouth and walk back to the platform. All the guests participating in the auction wore masks to protect their privacy, so Randy didn't mind sticking her head out to watch. The auctioneer below dramatically built up anticipation. This item is truly special, better than all the previous ones combined. Chapter 88, Disruption. This was a large object, covered with black cloth. From its outline, it could be seen that the object was square-shaped, easily evoking certain associations. I believe many of you are seeing this thing for the first time, but it's absolutely worth every penny. The auctioneer continued to build suspense. Are you all ready to see it? Gustav muttered on the side, Hurry up, will you? Quit stalling. I hope everyone will like it. With a swift motion, the black cloth was pulled away. The item underneath was now fully exposed to everyone's eyes. As people got a clear view of the item, they all drew in a sharp breath. It was a black iron cage, and inside the cage was not an animal but a Lin with cat ears. The Lin was curled up in the corner of the cage, motionless. The auctioneer prodded her with a stick, but she still did not respond, leading to some grumbling from the audience. Feeling embarrassed, the auctioneer electrified the stick and jabbed at the Lin again. The Lin winced from the pain and moved. Human-animal hybrid, second stage new arrival. Starting bid, $1 million Federation dollars, the auctioneer said, looking satisfied as the crowd's eyes widened in astonishment. $2 million. Someone immediately bid. $5 million. Another bidder joined quickly. $6 million. $10 million. The bids kept rising, and the auctioneer's satisfaction grew. $100 million. Suddenly, a deep and melodious male voice broke the bidding, plunging the entire hall into silence. Goodness gracious, $100 million, everyone sucked in their breaths again. While the item was rare, it seemed excessively expensive at $100 million. $100 million Federation dollars could buy a small base. Indeed, some non-officially constructed bases were now available for sale. If one had the money, they could buy a base and rule like a local king, which was what most wealthy individuals were doing nowadays. The auctioneer's mouth stretched almost to his ears. $100 million has been bid. Any higher offers? $100 million going once, twice, thrice. Just as the auctioneer thought no one would raise the bid and was about to strike the gavel, a clear and pleasant female voice sounded. $120 million. Silence fell over the entire hall. Very well, $120 million has been bid. Any higher offers? $300 million. The man spoke again. The auctioneer was momentarily stunned but quickly recovered, a look of indescribable joy spreading across his face. $300 million. Bids have reached $300 million. Any higher offers? $300 million going once. $350 million, the woman bid. Auctioneer, very well, $350 million. Going once. $500 million. It was the same pleasant-sounding male voice. Dead silence enveloped the hall. $500 million, any higher offers? $500 million going once, twice, thrice. Sold. With the hammer strike, the cat-eared Lin was sold for $500 million Federation dollars. In the viewing stand, Randy idly tapped her fingers on the railing. Gustav couldn't help but remark, You're here just to cause trouble, aren't you? Junior watched with amusement and stepped forward. The Parmesan opposite us looks like he's about to be driven crazy by you. Randy smiled, her gaze briefly resting on Junior before swiftly moving away. Gustav was still ranting. How dare you bid $300 million? Do you get that much money from the Federation for each mission now? Why can't I bid $300 million if I don't have the money? Randy replied coolly. Having said that, Randy walked back into the room. In a room on the 5th floor, which was far more luxurious and spacious than where Randy and company were staying, a man in his 30s sat on a sofa in the center. Maurice had striking features, high cheekbones, and long legs crossed. His large hands idly played with a string of beads, exuding immense elegance. At his sides, two human-like yet not quite human beings lay down, one licking the man's fingers with its tongue. Have we identified the identity of that Paremison? The man asked calmly. There seems to be a mental-type mutant around her who can block our probes. A stunningly beautiful woman leaned in and replied. Can block my probe? There aren't many people in the world who can do that. The woman smiled seductively, showing some allure, not more than 5. We'll compare and see. Is it someone from the Federation? The man frowned. The woman placed her hand on the man's arm, slipping into his lap and whispering into his ear. We don't know yet, but with him around, it's unlikely the Federation will intervene, right? After saying that, she pushed the two small beasts to either side of the man, discontentedly remarking, wasn't it said that there's human genetic material? In the end, they're just beasts who only know how to eat and drink. Mauriceering this, the man also showed disdain on his face. These are merely failed experiments. The cat-eared Lin earlier was the true masterpiece. At the mention of the cat-eared Lin, a hint of barely perceptible displeasure flashed across the woman's face. Even if she's a masterpiece, she's still just a beast. The man's eyes instantly turned cold as he pushed the woman off him, coldly saying, Rebecca, have I been too good to you lately? The woman immediately came to her senses, realizing what she shouldn't have said. She hurriedly bowed down, lightly touching the man with the tip of her tongue, swaying her waist in an attempt to please him. The man seemed greatly pleased by this gesture and was about to pick up the woman for further action when he was abruptly interrupted by an urgent voice. Sir, the auction item has suddenly gone missing. The man shot up, gritting his teeth. What do you mean, the auction item is missing? The money is also gone. The man's eyes turned bloodshot as he turned to look at the woman, his voice almost straining through clenched teeth. Rebecca, go after them. In the hall, someone was firmly pinned to the wall, unable to move. Names, Randy said coldly, looking at the struggling man on the wall. I'm not the Emil, I don't know, the man shouted. This man was none other than the auctioneer from earlier. If you don't tell me, I have my ways, Randy said with an eerie smile. Suddenly, the auctioneer felt as though something had invaded his mind, causing excruciating pain. This feeling lasted for about a minute before stopping. Just as he thought he could catch his breath, another intense wave of pain hit him, and he lost consciousness. Randy, someone's coming, Gustav warned from the side. Let's go. Randy gave a sharp command and, together with Junior, vanished from the spot in a flash. Federal Law Enforcement Supervision Bureau. The cat Lin was placed in a room. She was very obedient, remaining quiet without needing sedation, sitting curled up on a chair without making a sound. You've really made some powerful enemies this time, with the eldest Emerson of the G family, Junior remarked with a smile. Chapter 89 Orden. Randy looked calm and relaxed, seemingly unconcerned. It doesn't matter. Anyway, I'm a non-existent Paremison in the entire Federation unless... Randy pondered for a moment, unless someone inside the Federation has sold me out. This laughter came from Junior. His lips curled up, and his brows relaxed. How could that be? Boss Jiang, what list were you talking about? Xavier asked curiously. It's just a list. Randy clearly had no intention of explaining further. Junior remarked, the cat-eared Lin is an illegal trade product, yet they actually put her up for auction. They're becoming more brazen. For such a big event, I haven't heard a whisper of it. Randy nodded, it's normal not to notice. Although this place is remote, things are still happening here. No worries, I will take care of this matter, and the Federation won't blame you for negligence. This kind of human-animal hybrid species was unauthorized by the Federation. Human-animal hybrids are different from mutant beasts. The latter involves experiments with mutated species, while the former requires human experimentation, which completely violates ethical norms. At the beginning of the apocalypse, before societal order was established, humanity briefly entered a dark period. But now, because of the blue screen plan, the disaster has been pushed back, and social order has been restored. So, this kind of unethical research is strictly prohibited. However, due to the huge profits it brings, many people still pursue it avidly. Where there's demand, there's supply. Numerous companies are secretly researching it, and the most rampant among them is Dure Pharmaceutical Company. The cat-eared Lin is their latest research achievement. The list that Randy just extracted included illegal trading terms between this company and the underground casino, providing a key clue for tracing the source. As Randy left, she saw Junior staring at a pot of green plants absent-mindedly. She called out, Junior? The latter looked up upon hearing her voice, surprised. What? You haven't called me sister in a long time. Seeing that the Federation's rescue plane had already arrived, Xavier still lingered around Randy, neither saying what he wanted nor leaving. Randy was speechless. What do you want? Just as Xavier was about to speak, he saw someone walking down from the plane, who was obviously also from the Federation. Bryn, thank you for your hard work. The list you provided is very valuable, and the Federation will continue to investigate. Randy frowned. Someone is taking over? What does that mean? Do I not need to handle this matter anymore? The man remained courteous. You've worked hard lately. After you return, you can rest well. There's nothing else for the time being. Randy's dark eyes watched the man silently for half a second before calmly saying, I can leave this matter alone, but I must keep the cat Lin. Besides, you might be new and unfamiliar with how I operate. The man instinctively frowned. What? I'm not capable of much, I just act a bit more boldly because of my high rank. What I do next, what I search for, whether I rest or not, is my own decision. Now, you have one choice, return to your plane and fly me and my belongings to City A, otherwise, you can stay here, waiting for the next shuttle, or you can see if the Federation will send a special aircraft for you. This place is remote, with regular shuttles coming only once a month, and the last one just left. If this Paremison stays, they really would have to wait another month. After a pause, the man made his choice. Xavier also boarded the plane with Randy. It was his first time riding in a post-apocalyptic modified plane, finding it incredibly novel. Maurice turned to see Randy had already closed her eyes and didn't say anything more. Who said he wasn't perceptive? Isn't this super perceptive? City A base, which had grown to the size of a small city compared to the initial shelter at the start of the apocalypse. The man dropped her off and walked away without looking back, probably going to report on her. Now can you tell me? Randy asked. Xavier rubbed his hands together awkwardly and started. Actually, it's not a big deal. I just want to open an aquatic shop at Nebula Market, but I'm a bit short on funds. Oh. I saw that Boss Jiang seemed to withdraw 500 million Federation coins. Randy raised an eyebrow. What 500 million Federation coins? Don't slander me. I did work for the Federation. Clearly, those coins just ended up in her space on their own. How much do you need? Xavier ventured. 10,000? Another voice suddenly interjected. Not enough, ask for more. Randy asked, who's speaking? Xavier immediately put on an obedient expression. Nobody. How about 50,000? Card out. Xavier immediately took out his savings card. There was a beep, and 50,000 had been credited. Before Xavier could be happy, he heard Randy say, this counts as my share. I want to see dividends at the end of the year. If there's no profit, I'll close down your store. Don't do that. Xavier moaned. If there's nothing else, scram. Run your shop properly and stop loafing around all day. Houston had already received word of Randy's return and came personally to meet her. Randy directly handed over the cat Lynn to Houston. How long are you staying this time? Randy, I don't know, depends on the situation. By the way, is Micah here? I need to ask him something. Houston rubbed his sparse hair, looking a bit angry. You finally come back, and you just look for him? Who's your teacher? Of course, it's you. I really need to ask him something. Maurice is in his office, get lost. As soon as Houston finished speaking, he saw Randy quickly leaving, which made his beard twitch in anger. Micah. Aspin was surprised to see Randy. Why did you come? I have something. Without small talk, Randy got straight to the point. Aspin lightly raised his hand, and the doors and windows of the office automatically locked. Randy, good vigilance. While investigating Dure Pharmaceutical Company in the north, I encountered a group of desert bandits on the road. I initially thought they were just robbers and dealt with them casually. The leader turned out to be a psychic mutant I knew. Who? Aspin asked. Auden. Auden, his father was once the commander of my Jew base. How did he end up becoming a desert bandit? And he had the same dark red mark on him as mine, indicating he's either currently or was once a member of Cloudtop Peak. Aspin pondered, then slowly said, you probably don't know, but something big happened to the Yi family recently. They were sentenced by the Federation. Randy was startled. For what crime? Colluding with a cult, endangering the Federation's interests. Chapter 90, Anku Market. So, could the cult that the Federation mentioned be Yundingshidden? But soon, Randy dismissed this guess herself. Yundingshidden's influence spans across the Federation. How could it be labeled as a cult? Unless there was a betrayal? That would make sense. Auden should have been from Yundingshidden but must have touched their interests, so his entire family was eliminated. This Yundingshidden indeed has a terrifyingly large influence. In that case, I should mainly investigate the Yi family's dealings over the past 2 years. There should be some clues, Randy said slowly. Marla thought of something and suddenly asked, what about you? Have you been in contact with their core members recently? I've received messages from the Sentinels, but I haven't been invited to any group activities yet. Marla nodded. No rush. They are highly vigilant, so we should proceed slowly. Randy was determined to continue investigating the pharmaceutical company. After finding the Catwoman, the development progress of the high-dimensional space had increased to 25%, indicating that this matter also influenced the development of the space. Currently, Randy's space not only supports one-click planting and harvesting but has also introduced a wider variety of species and developed water sources, now basically meeting human planting needs. The Catwoman was placed in Houston's laboratory. Although they harbored no ill will toward her, she still held significant research value. Therefore, they would conduct experiments on her without harming her. Actually, the list Randy submitted to the Federation was incomplete and might not even be accurate, as the auctioneer's memory could have been modified. But the Catwoman was different. Randy was confident because the brain of such a human-animal hybrid is inherently more complex than an ordinary Paremison's. Even the most advanced psychic mutants couldn't completely erase the Catwoman's memory without risking turning her into an idiot. They dared not take that risk. Although the process of extracting memories isn't comfortable, Randy used a gentler method as much as possible, making the extraction smoother since the Catwoman remained compliant throughout. How did it go? Did you find anything? Houston asked nervously. Randy opened her eyes and paused for a moment before saying, there's too much information, 13 years of memories. Give me a moment. The memory extraction process was strenuous for both parties involved. After resting a bit, she continued, if I'm not mistaken, the next auction will be set in Anku Market, and the quantity will be significantly higher than before. Houston shook his head. That's impossible. Anku is the closest market to the Federation capital, and its management is far stricter than other markets, especially for such large-scale illegal transactions. What if I told you that these transactions are tacitly approved by the Federation? Randy said suddenly. Houston was speechless, unsure how to respond, as he also had suspicions. The Federation has already revoked my right to pursue this matter, trying to hush it up. Houston looked worried. Jiang, you really need to be careful. Randy smiled. Don't worry. I know my limits. Besides, as a 9S level psychic mutant, there are few people in the Federation who can handle me. Houston sighed and didn't say anything more. Anku Market is the largest spontaneous market currently under the Federation's jurisdiction. Mauricia, you can find anything you want, from pre-doomsday clothes and bags to the latest high-tech products. If you can't find something in Anku Market, you might as well give up looking elsewhere. Built among abandoned buildings, it contains thousands of shops of various sizes and also serves as living quarters for many vendors, leading to a bustling and somewhat chaotic atmosphere, unlike the orderly Starcloud Market. However, Anku Market offers much more entertainment. Randy was now in this largest market in the Federation. There was no sign of post-apocalyptic despair here. People in odd costumes were bustling about, street vendors called out incessantly, occasionally punctuated by teenage Lynn's screams or elderly women's laments. Miss, come and see. We have pre-doomsday makeup, all within their expiration dates, a vendor shouted. You're talking nonsense. Your cosmetics have been expired for months. Don't you fear that Lynn's will get face rotten if they buy them? A nearby vendor immediately debunked him and added, young lady, this is the latest watermelon, why don't you taste it? No charge if it's not sweet. The other vendor was instantly displeased, not caring whether Randy saw or not, glaring angrily, cursing. You damn, are you sick? The skin of your watermelons is thicker than the flesh. Nobody even wanted to buy them when left in the fields. Damn, how dare you slander me like that, huh? Want to fight? Before the watermelon vendor finished speaking, the cosmetics vendor swung a punch. Both vendors no longer cared if Randy would buy anything, they were instantly fighting. Such arguments happen dozens, even hundreds, simultaneously here. Randy held Manya in her arms, looking every inch the noblewoman, attracting many curious gazes momentarily. Manya, unaware of how conspicuous she was, calmly licked her front legs. Randy looked like a rich young lady aimlessly window shopping. With 500 million Federation credits in her pocket, she didn't know how to spend it, wandering around and picking up a bunch of things. Although her space already had everything she needed, Lyns tend to want to buy more when they have money. While browsing, Randy felt slightly parched and spotted a milk tea shop. She decided to try it, curious about how different post-doomsday milk tea was from pre-doomsday. Unexpectedly, upon tasting it, a terrible fishy smell hit her. Now species mutated so severely that getting milk from normal cows was almost impossible. After roaming around for quite some time, Randy had basically figured out the layout of the market. The auction house was located at the very center of the market, but its information indicated the next auction was still 3 days away. Frustrated, Randy had no choice but to settle down here. Suddenly, a simple and unadorned storefront caught Randy's attention. Its modest sign read crookedly, bar, dance floor included. Randy's heart immediately lifted. I can't believe they still have dance floors here. Chapter 91, Bar. Randy thought, since it was still early, she might as well go in and sit for a while. With this thought, she walked inside. Randy always advocated for clothing freedom, black stockings, spaghetti straps, miniskirts, she wore whatever she wanted. Even when on missions, she wouldn't wear the combat uniform issued by the Federation. However, if someone dared to flirt with her, Randy would beat them to a pulp. Maurice's attitude was clear. I can dress provocatively, but one wrong glance could mean your doom. Today, Randy wore a sleeveless top and a short pleated skirt that accentuated her attractive figure. To be honest, in the post-apocalypse world, if not for her incredible abilities, Randy wouldn't dare dress like this. Upon entering the bar, Randy felt an unexpected sense of spaciousness. From the outside, the place didn't seem very large, but inside, it was vast. The dance floor alone was about half the size of a football field, and there were countless booth seats. As soon as she entered the bar, an audacious man came to tease her. Randy sighed and gave the man a command. Maurice immediately went berserk, drawing frequent stops from the staff. They eventually had no choice but to remove him from the bar. It was still daytime, so the bar wasn't crowded. There weren't many people on the dance floor, most were sitting at the bar or in booths, listening to soothing music. It looked like an ordinary bar, but the subtle, intoxicating fragrance in the air caught Randy's attention. She walked up to the bar and ordered a low-alcohol cocktail, then sat sipping quietly. Suddenly, a voice rang out. Miss, are you here alone? Randy glanced at the speaker, a decent-looking Elwood, and said coolly while holding her glass, yes. You're quite daring coming here alone. Aren't you too naive, little Lynn? The man leaned closer, pretending to be concerned. Randy silently moved back to keep her distance from him, flashing a bright smile. Really? What's so special about here? This smile made the man's eyes widen. He hadn't seen anyone as beautiful and well-figured as her among ordinary people, only among professionals. I'll tell you, there are monsters here that eat people, he said. Randy feigned surprise. The man chuckled softly. Don't worry, I'll protect you. Look what I have in my hand. Maurice fished something out of his pocket and waved it in front of Randy. Randy quickly glanced at it. It was a fake Federation work ID. She tilted her head, acting puzzled. So, you work for the Federation? That's impressive. The man felt tickled by Randy's words, but her next sentence froze him in place. But I heard the Federation doesn't allow staff to come here, right? The man casually waved his hand. You don't understand. I'm an enforcer in the Federation. Enforcers are above rules. Randy laughed lightly, her tone becoming more cheerful. An enforcer, huh? You're amazing. Oh, and your code is C142, right? I've noted it down. I'll check it online. She started tapping on her screen before the man could stop her. Indeed, there was a C142, but not the man in front of her. The man's face turned awkward. Are you crazy? Taking jokes seriously? In the next second, Randy's smile vanished. She didn't continue arguing with him. In one swift move, she took him down, kicked him to his knees, and cuffed him. Looking at the bewildered man kneeling on the ground, Randy stepped forward, lifted her badge, and declared loudly, Federal Special Enforcement Officer, Randy. Due to forgery of a Federation identity and obstruction of official duties, you are sentenced to 1 year in confinement. You have no appeal. Judgment by Randy. Seeing Randy's badge, the man truly looked devastated. Enforcers ignored all laws because they themselves were the law. The commotion drew the attention of the bar's staff, but seeing an enforcer handling the matter, they hesitated to approach. It wasn't until the federal police arrived that the farce ended. After the man was taken away, Randy acted as if nothing had happened. She booked a private booth upstairs and opened several bottles of expensive champagne but didn't drink any, just for fun. She had not failed to notice the faint, sweet fragrance in the air. This scent, in a bar setting, was actually quite unremarkable, but Randy was particularly sensitive to it and had been alert from the start, which was why she decided to stay. Randy released her mental power, only to find that this place was indeed much larger than expected, with 7 or 8 floors, half of which were closed. She didn't bother to look inside. These were secondary matters. What was critical was that this bar emitted a peculiar energy fluctuation. For some reason Emerson, she suddenly recalled a strange incident she had heard about recently. This incident was not too old, having occurred just in the past few months. Shortly after the market opened, various red light districts began appearing. In the post-apocalypse world, people seeking amusement in such places was understandable, so the Federation mostly turned a blind eye. One particular bar gained rapid fame within a month. It became famous because dancing there allegedly produced magical effects, attracting more and more curious visitors. Ordinary people felt refreshed and invigorated after dancing, while mutants could even gain strength. The story grew more extravagant over time, eventually claiming that anyone who visited this bar could become a mutant. Randy naturally found such tales hard to believe and dismissed them as mere rumors, but now that she thought about it, this bar seemed to be an Ankh market. The music in the dance floor had unknowingly increased in volume, causing Randy a slight headache. It was barely afternoon, yet the place was already buzzing with activity. Manya, who had been lying beside Randy, suddenly became restless, pacing back and forth with impatience, its large tail occasionally brushing against Randy's arm. That cloying, overly sweet smell grew stronger, combined with the dim lighting, adding an eerie allure. More strangely, the deafening music abruptly stopped. The lights in the bar had dimmed as much as they could, and the music became intermittent. A large crowd had somehow flooded in. The entire bar buzzed with voices, flickering lights, and opulence. It was 8 o'clock at night, and the evening entertainment had begun. Chapter 92, Monster. At this moment, the giant screen in front of the dance floor suddenly lit up, and music started playing again, eliciting thunderous applause from the crowd. Then, on the screen, a humanoid creature appeared at the center. It had a blue-purple body, thin limbs, tentacles all over, and a terrifying face. Normally, looking at such a creature would easily cause discomfort. However, in the dance floor, fueled by music and alcohol, everyone thought it was some new special effect and cheered even louder, making the atmosphere even more lively. They looked entranced as if they were on drugs. But to Randy, that was no big-screen special effect. It was nothing but a huge, plump pink flower-like organism. As the crowd's cheers grew louder, the creature swelled in size from just half a Emerson's height to 2 stories tall, emitting an increasingly cloying sweetness. Randy watched expressionlessly, yet her mind was in turmoil. What on earth is this thing? This doesn't look like any organism on Earth. Fortunately, this bizarre atmosphere didn't last long. When the Emersong ended, the monstrous creature vanished from view. After its disappearance, the crowd expressed regret and demanded another show. Randy sneered inwardly. This bar is quite interesting. Suddenly, she saw a familiar figure in one of the VIP booths downstairs, and couldn't help but curl her lips into a smile. From her vantage point, she could see into a relatively hidden booth where an intimate scene was unfolding. Several impeccably dressed men sat inside the booth. One man stood out with an icy demeanor, contrasting sharply with the heated ambience around him. Despite the dim lighting, his silhouette revealed a well-built physique. At this moment, 3 or 4 attractive women were performing a sultry dance in the booth. After finishing, they exhaled sweetly and approached the other men for playful interactions, but their eyes never left the cold man, who seemed to intimidate them, approachable yet unapproachable. The scene affected Randy, and she excitedly watched on. Suddenly, the man in the booth turned his icy gaze toward her direction, allowing others to clearly see his face, a strikingly handsome young face. Randy met his gaze boldly, playfully winking and mouthing continue. The man withdrew his gaze, and a woman suddenly leaned close to him, trying to say something but was directly evaded. Another man laughed. Commander, since you're here to have fun, just relax and enjoy yourself. You don't usually get this chance. Others quickly agreed. Maurice hearing this, the man simply smirked, saying, can't do that. Someone's watching back home. One man caught on immediately. Lee Commander got married? Young, accomplished, and early marriage, it's truly admirable. What? I've never heard of it, another chimed in. Conley replied calmly, not married. Stop guessing. Meanwhile, the woman tried moving her hand lower, but suddenly, her wrist was gripped tightly, so forcefully that she felt her bones might break. Conley's expression remained unchanged, his tone low and solemn. He simply said, get out. After clearing the women from the booth, Conley stood up. Maurice wiped his hands with a silk handkerchief and announced, I have official business to attend to. That's all for tonight. You can continue, and charge everything to me. Seeing Conley speak so decisively, everyone let him go without further protest. Had enough. Startled by the sudden voice, Randy turned around. A tall figure cast a shadow over her, with a face of remarkable handsomeness. Recognizing the newcomer, Randy turned back, a smile playing on her lips, remarking, you seem to be enjoying it. One of those Lins has a really great figure. Even I can't resist. The man's dark eyes scanned Randy's revealing attire coolly, then he asked, who allowed you to come to a place like this? Randy scoffed softly, what? If Micah can come, why can't I? Conley removed his jacket and draped it over Randy's shoulders, holding her waist with his large hand in a semi-embrace. Maurice guided her towards the exit. His warm palms made Randy's waist feel slightly hot through the thin fabric. I don't want your coat. Someone else touched it earlier. Conley cast a faint glance at Randy, saying indifferently, I didn't. If I had, that hand of hers would have been done for. Am I really that bad at judging people? Randy silently gauged in her heart, but something was off. She distinctly saw that hand touching him just now. You haven't told me why you're here, Conley said coldly. Realizing they had already left the bar, Randy wriggled out of Conley's embrace and tossed his coat back to him. No Rear Emerson at all. I'm an adult. Can't I come to a bar? Conley looked at Randy with a heavy gaze, then finally spoke after a long pause. There's something wrong with this bar. I'm here investigating a case. Coincidentally, so am I, Randy followed up smoothly. Conley bluntly exposed her intentions. Casper said you came to investigate the auction case. Just happened to look into this one too. Can't help it if capable people have more responsibilities. Conley massaged his brow, unwilling to continue arguing with her on this topic, and instead asked, where are you staying? I'll take you back. Randy instantly realized she hadn't even found a place to stay yet. She originally planned to sit in the bar for a while and leave, never expecting to be still there now. It was getting late, and she hadn't secured accommodation. Haven't found a place? Randy responded, found one. Just ahead, a couple of steps away. You don't need to worry about me. Conley raised an eyebrow. Alright, I'm heading that way too. Convenient. She shouldn't have insisted on this face saving, now she could only tough it out. Why, didn't you say it was close? Why haven't we arrived? Conley interjected at the right moment. Can't I stroll around more? Nightlife here is so rich. Conley nodded, sure, keep strolling. After turning the second corner, seeing that one more intersection was left, Randy finally gave up resisting. How could Conley have such patience, actually accompanying her for an entire hour? Do you not want to stroll anymore and want to go back? Conley asked. Chapter 93, Nightly Visit to the Bar. Having passed the busiest streets, there were fewer people here, and most stalls were already closed. In the pitch-black night sky, one could clearly see countless stars, an uncommon sight even before the apocalypse, which was simulated by the blue screens, seemingly aiming to comfort human hearts. Randy, haha, I'm a bit tired. Well, where do you live? How about I take you back? Conley. Half an hour later, Randy followed behind Conley into the hotel he was staying at. She had underestimated how busy this place would be. Late at night, every hotel was fully booked, leaving only those dirty, chaotic inns which were out of the question. Conley stayed at Anko's most expensive and luxurious hotel. Just the entrance hall was spacious and grandiose, with even more opulence inside. Maurice walked straight into the elevator. Randy thought Conley was going to get her another room, but from his actions, it seemed like he wanted to bring her directly to his room. She instinctively used her mental powers to probe and found all rooms were occupied, so she gave up on that idea. Just judging from the occupancy rate, the auction the day after tomorrow would certainly not be simple. Conley's room was on the top floor, a suite with 2 large beds, perfect for one each. However, only one room came with a bathroom, which also offered the best view for watching the city's nightlife. Randy immediately took a liking to it. The other room without a bathroom meant they would have to use the communal facilities in the living area, and its windows were smaller. How should we arrange this? Randy stood at the door of the room with the bathroom, her eyes brimming with obvious anticipation, a clear hint. Conley, you want to stay in this one? Randy nodded demurely. The next second, Conley walked right into the room as if he hadn't noticed. Impossible, this room is mine. Randy thought to herself. Why ask then? Forget it, the hotel was booked by him. She didn't have the right to make any demands. Late at night, lying on the comfortable large bed, Randy couldn't fall asleep, always feeling someone whispering somewhere. Finally, she realized the noise wasn't coming from outside but inside her mind. Deciding to give up on sleep, she got up, went out, turned right, and knocked on the other door. After just 2 knocks, the door opened. Randy was surprised, Conley was still awake. Conley was dressed in short-sleeved cotton pants, seeming freshly bathed with slightly damp hair, a misty aura making him appear gentle. Maurice leaned against the door without inviting Randy in. What's wrong? His voice was low and deep, darker than the night. Can't sleep, feels like there are little people talking in my head. Conley, little people. With sharp eyes, Randy saw clothes laid out on the bed through Conley's body, and asked instinctively, are you going out? Conley rubbed his brow bone without a word. I'm coming too. Conley sighed inwardly, he knew this was coming. Now, very few people were on the streets, with only a few alleys still brightly lit red light district areas. Conley brought Randy back to the bar they had been to earlier. The small entrance, illuminated by red light, looked quite eerie. Why did we come back here? Randy whispered, but before receiving an answer, she noticed the bar's atmosphere was eerier than before. 2 androids stood at the entrance on either side, respectfully saying, good evening, please show your ticket for the midnight session. Conley, with a calm expression, extended a golden card with his slender fingers. The androids glanced once and immediately escorted them politely into the bar. Why is your card different? Randy whispered, seeing others' cards were blue. Because it's more expensive, Conley replied without looking away, leading her through the long corridor. Randy, okay, you're rich, you're tough. In no time, another robot appeared, this time female-like, escorting them directly to a luxurious private room on the top floor. The bar was dimly lit, crowded with people, making it hard to identify anyone. Conley pulled Randy into his arms, using his body to shield her from the jostling crowd. Any findings? They were close now, Conley's lips almost touching Randy's ear. It's too noisy here, let's talk upstairs. Once inside the private room, the robot left. The room had a large glass window offering a perfect view of the scene below. These people are more frenzied than before, and the smell in the air hasn't disappeared, Randy remarked slowly. Moreover, the Federation once tracked these people's movements. 80% of them eventually went insane, those who didn't became extremely irritable and prone to aggressive behavior, Conley added. Randy suddenly asked, did you see that pink flower? She relied on this bracelet to block out such odors from interfering, but she didn't know what method Conley used to resist it. Conley nodded, clearly he knew too. Have you found out what it is? Conley didn't speak but instead suddenly reached out, pulling Randy into his arms and covering her mouth with his hand. Hush. Before Randy could react, she felt a strong force pulling her, and she tumbled into a hard embrace, immediately greeted by the scent of cold cedar. Surprised for a few seconds, she suddenly sensed something and immediately became alert. Someone was coming. Sir, your room is the one next door, came the voice of the robot attendant at the door. Oh. The man's tone rose, sounding somewhat displeased. This was all too familiar to Randy. It happened not long ago when she had just taken something from him. The Paremison at the door was none other than G family's eldest young master. Jack's voice came again, if I'm not mistaken, every time I come here, I use this very room. I never thought there would be distinguished guests arriving without my notice, making me miss welcoming them properly. Though the robot attendant lacked emotions, it could discern the guest's mood from their tone. Seeing the guest's displeasure, it quickly explained. Master G, we have prepared a new room for you, completely decorated according to your preferences, and it's even more magnificent. Why don't you take a look? The guest in this room also has a gold card, according to. How many times has young Master G been here, always using this same room? How dare you give it to someone else today? If we were being polite, we'd say this is a business transaction, we are guests. If we were blunt, you are dirty scum who dare to disrespect young Master G. What if we insist on entering this room today? Chapter 94, Jack. The waiter robot's speech was interrupted mid-sentence by the woman, who then began to chatter non-stop. It didn't react for a moment and simply shut down on the spot. Sierra, Jack said coldly, stopping Sierra. Maurice then turned to his subordinate beside him and said, go call Bowen over and see what's going on. Seeing that Jack had spoken, Sierra obediently fell silent. The robot probably remained inoperative for about 10 seconds before it recovered and resumed reciting what it hadn't finished earlier. The bar rules state that all gold card holders can use room number 1 on this top floor. Since you arrived late. Jack irritably tugged at his collar and told someone nearby, shut this idiotic robot up. Why don't you rest in the VIP lounge next door for a while? Bowen will be here immediately. Sierra comforted him. Jack's eyes were icy as he cast a look of disgust at the robot that had been reduced to scraps. Even as a pile of scrap metal, it continued to speak what it had left unfinished. Jack only waited a few minutes in the room when Bowen appeared. Maurice was the apparent owner of this bar, while the Paremison behind the scenes was unknown to outsiders. Bowen saw the already ruined robotic waiter outside the door and imperceptibly frowned before quickly recovering. Putting on a standard humble demeanor, he said respectfully, young Master G, today's incident is truly unjust to you. However, the other guest also holds a gold card, so we are genuinely caught between a rock and a hard place. With a crack, the sound of shattered glass echoed within the room. It was Jack, who had crushed a wine glass in his hand. Sierra gasped in shock and promptly sucked on Jack's finger where it had accidentally been cut by shards. In recent days, Jack had encountered numerous setbacks. Not only had his auction item been seized and 5 billion Federation coins lost, but his arms trading network had also encountered problems, as if someone were deliberately targeting him. Under normal circumstances, occupying a room wouldn't have been too big an issue. He usually maintained an amiable image and generally wouldn't mind such trivial matters. But with these recent disturbances, today's incident really added to his annoyance. To reach his current position, Bowen had developed adept skills in soothing people. Seeing Jack's slightly displeased expression, he wasn't at all flustered and gently said, "This room has never been open to the public. It offers a better view than room 1 and more luxurious furnishings. I believe it will provide you with the best experience." There was clearly a hint of impatience in Jack's eyes, but his tone remained calm. "What if I insist on that room?" "Well." Bowen looked somewhat troubled. Jack slightly furrowed his brows, his voice rising. "Why not?" Just as Bowen was about to answer, a small robot rushed in and whispered something into his ear. After hearing the robot's message, he visibly relaxed. "Young Master G, the guest on the other side requests your presence." Bowen spoke with utmost respect. "Huh." Jack stretched out his long legs and walked away directly, wanting to see who dared to snatch something from the G family. Before he could push the door open, it swung open by itself. Upon recognizing the Paremison inside, Jack's brain went blank for a second. His temples throbbed, and his blood seemed to freeze, as if there was a streak of red flashing before his eyes. His body felt numb for quite a while before he finally regained his composure and said calmly, "It's you." Conley met Jack's dark gaze and smiled politely. "Long time no see, Jack." Jack, the newly appointed head of the G family, how new? Just a month ago. Shortly before that, the G patriarch and Jack's father had both died in a plane crash. Naturally, the position of the G family head fell upon Jack, the eldest Emerson. The G family was involved in arms dealings, owning substantial assets and countless envious gazes. The suspicious deaths of the patriarch and father, with their bodies not yet cold, drew many covetous eyes toward the G family's assets. Everyone watched Jack take over as head of the family, doubting if a man barely past 30 could manage the enormous business empire of the G family. But after just 1 month in his role, who knew what the future held? "I didn't expect our esteemed Micah would visit such a place," Jack remarked coolly. Conley raised his wineglass and asked, "Why do you think I wouldn't come?" This seemingly ordinary question stirred some memory in Jack, his eyes tinted with a bloodthirsty fury. "Is that so? Seems like I don't understand Micah well enough." Randy stood beside Conley, listening to the conversation between the two men, feeling that something was off but couldn't quite put her finger on it. This caught Jack's attention. "Conley, the pretty Lynn next to you, why do I find her familiar?" Conley's voice turned slightly cold. "Oh? Since she's with me, how can you find her familiar?" Hearing Conley's words, Jack was stunned for a moment before quickly regaining his composure and said, "Ha ha ha, Conley, I have no interest in young Lynns." As soon as these words came out, the entire room fell silent. "Randy, I wish to greet your father. Oh wait, he's already gone. I wish to greet your 18 generations of ancestors. I have everything a Paremison should have. What are you to describe me as such?" Of course, she only ranted inwardly, still holding back from cursing out loud. Although she didn't curse out loud, Conley was smiling faintly, and for a moment, Randy even suspected that Conley could hear her thoughts. It seemed Jack found this scene too unbearable, feeling somewhat annoyed. Maurice didn't want to see Conley. Every time he saw him, it reminded him of how disgusting and despicable he had been, a filthy Paremison to the core. Each meeting reignited that eternal black flame in his heart that never faded. Maurice should hate Conley. After the smile faded, Conley's tone turned distant again. "Jack, if there's nothing else, I won't see you out." The guest had given a clear dismissal, and all the emotions pent up inside Jack had nowhere to vent. Various emotions churned within him, bubbling up, about to burst out of his chest, yet they were reduced to just one word, fine. Even his intent to question about the room was forgotten. Young Master G. Shia, who had never seen Jack lose his composure like this, softly called out to him. By now, Jack had regained his calmness, not even sparing G Shia a glance, his tone as level as ever, simply spitting out one word. "Get lost." Chapter 95, Initiation Ceremony. That get out made Joan's heart tremble. Although Jack had been angry with her many times, sometimes explosively, sometimes furiously, sometimes mockingly, he had never used such a calm and indifferent tone as today to say the word get out. This get out felt more scalding than at any other time. For a few minutes, Conley sat quietly on the sofa, looking down at the wine glass in front of him. Randy, watching this side of Conley, suddenly felt somewhat unfamiliar with him. She didn't know Conley's past, nor would she be part of his future. It might seem overly dramatic to call them strangers, but to say they were familiar was hard to justify. On reflection, everything about their days together was just skimming the surface. Perhaps they were closer than others, but only so much. After coming to this realization, Randy felt a slight sadness and also a sense of relief. This kind of distant closeness meant she didn't need to bear anything for him, each had their own life to live. After a while, Conley finally came back to his senses and turned to look at Randy. "Aren't you going to ask me anything?" Randy really wanted to ask, "What's going on between you two? Why does Jack's youngest Emerson not seem to like you either? Have you and the G family had some past grievances?" But in the end, she held back and shook her head. For some rear Emerson, there was a flash of melancholy on Conley's face, though it might have been Randy's imagination. Strange, where did all those people downstairs go? Only after the silence set in did they notice something was off. The noise had been deafening moments ago, yet now it was eerily quiet, and the bustling crowd had vanished almost instantly. Conley's brows knitted together, carrying a hint of gloom. Randy immediately focused her spiritual energy to track the movements of those people. Even if they had left, they couldn't have gone far. Sure enough, Randy detected their trail. They seemed lost, moving en masse toward Federation Square. Federation Square was built to commemorate the launch of the blue screen plan. In the middle stood a giant clock, counting down to remind humanity of the preciousness of life and the urgency of saving human fate. At that moment, standing in the center of the square was a man in a red robe, flanked by rows of blue-robed figures, with several white-robed and black-robed individuals on either side. Randy realized at once, goodness, this was an initiation ceremony. She hadn't expected they would accidentally stumble upon the Cloud Peak End initiation ceremony. So, the mysterious bar behind the strange events was indeed related to Cloud Peak End. No wonder no one from Cloud Peak End was seen outside during the day, they moved at night. Randy turned to look at Conley, whose expression remained unchanged as if he had known all along. You knew this bar was related to Cloud Peak End? Randy asked. Upon hearing Randy's question, Conley looked slightly surprised. Doesn't this flower look familiar? With Conley's reminder, Randy suddenly reacted, feeling like she had been struck by something. The flower resembled the red mark on her chest. No wonder it had felt familiar when she first saw it. After realizing this, Randy couldn't help but laugh and cry at the same time. No wonder Conley was surprised, she hadn't noticed such an obvious connection. After a while, Randy finally spoke. This flower is the holy relic of Cloud Peak End, called the 10,000 Lives flower. I thought it only existed in books, but I never imagined I'd see it in real life. This organization has a very complex composition, Conley explained slowly. They didn't approach the square because all members above Black Robe in Cloud Peak End were telepaths, making it risky to get close. However, Randy had VV, her electronic assistant, broadcasting the scene live. Ordinary people entering would be given the lowest rank, White Robe. Although Randy hadn't participated in such a ceremony before, she figured she should be at least a Black Robe. Thinking of this, she suddenly recalled the Blue Robe who said she was doing well, understanding that as a White Robe, her abilities were indeed commendable. What puzzled Randy was why Cloud Peak End used such a manipulative way to gather believers, 80% of whom would go insane. What could their goal possibly be? Halfway through the ceremony, the live broadcast screen started glitching. VV, what's happening? Randy was worried. There's an abnormal inside who can block signals. I've been forced offline. VV wasn't an ordinary AI system. She had rich thoughts, similar to an advanced artificial intelligence or supercomputer. Maurisa broadcasts relied on particles rather than devices. Still, someone managed to detect even this an alarming level of perceptiveness. So, does that mean we've been discovered? Randy's voice trembled slightly. Don't worry, he can only block the signal, not trace it, VV reassured her. Conley also said, don't fret. We aren't the only ones watching Cloud Peak End, such things are common. Only then did Randy feel relieved. As dawn's light began to shine in the sky, the two returned to the hotel. This time, Randy immediately fell into a deep sleep, dreamless for the entire night. When she woke up the next day, it was already past noon. After waking up, Randy found herself alone in the room, unsure where Conley had gone. Slipping on her slippers, she left the bedroom and went to the living room to get some water. The sunlight outside the window was beautiful, and she instinctively walked toward the floor-to-ceiling window. This hotel was right across from the auction house. At this moment, a large pickup truck was blocking the entrance, seemingly loading or unloading something. Randy glanced at it and knew it was a living creature. However, this wasn't enough to raise her suspicions because not all living creatures were illegal. As long as they complied with federal laws, they could be legally auctioned. After looking for a while, with no sign of Conley returning, Randy felt bored and returned to her room. She took out a fried chicken from her storage space, it would be her lunch. Randy didn't have much awareness about healthy eating whatever she wanted. After finishing her meal, she realized she hadn't showered for 2 days and decided to take a bath. She first went to the shared bathroom in the living room, but for some reason Emerson, the shower didn't even have a nozzle. In such a luxurious hotel, a bathroom without a shower head seemed strange. Randy immediately called the front desk. The staff apologized profusely, explaining that the production area had recently experienced an earthquake, delaying repairs. Seeing their sincere apology, Randy didn't pursue the matter further, but after 2 days of travel, she felt quite uncomfortable. Suddenly, Randy's gaze fell on Conley's room. She thought to herself, since he hasn't returned yet, it should be fine if I take a quick 5-minute shower there, right? Chapter 96, Morisart Beat. Randy hurried to take a shower before Conley came back, trying her best to finish as quickly as possible. However, this was the end of days when hot water was unstable. When Randy was rinsing her hair, the hot water unexpectedly ran out. Looking at the bubbles all over her body, Randy sighed. What a terrible day today, why was it so difficult to take a shower? But she couldn't stay there waiting for hot water forever. Reluctantly, Randy had to continue with cold water. This water seemed colder than usual, as if drawn from an icy spring, and it made Randy shiver uncontrollably. Just then, she heard noises outside the door. Conley was back. Upon returning, Conley instinctively looked toward Randy's room and saw the door slightly ajar but no one inside. Morris hearing the sound of water from his own room, he immediately knew what was happening. In the bathroom, Randy was already trembling from the cold. She barely managed to rinse off the bubbles before quickly putting on clothes. After getting dressed, the moment she opened the door, she saw Conley leaning against the window, looking at her intensely, brows furrowed, the atmosphere around him heavy. Randy assumed he was upset that she used his bathroom without informing him first, so she explained, the other bathroom is broken, so I had no choice but to come here. Seeing how chilled Randy was, Conley threw her a white cotton shawl, still not looking too pleased. What kind of water did you use? Randy was surprised. Just tap water. Conley approached slowly, lifting a strand of her cold hair with his fingertips, and coolly said, "This hotel only provides hot water in the evening, not during the afternoon. So you washed with cold water?" Only then did Randy understand the rear Emerson, feeling rather helpless. The initial bit of warm water must have been left over from last night. "I didn't know," Randy whispered, her pale skin flushed red from the cold, looking somewhat pitiful. Conley, seeing her like this, said nothing. Maurice pulled her back into the bathroom and took out a hairdryer. Perhaps due to the lower height of the mirror or Conley's towering figure, only his chin was visible in the reflection, but Randy's entire body was clearly shown. As warm air blew through her hair, Randy felt a bit warmer. Conley's fingers inevitably brushed against her cheeks, their warmth making her feel ticklish. Facing the mirror, Randy dared not look at Conley directly, focusing on her own reflection. But realizing Conley couldn't see himself, she grew bolder and glanced at him, only to meet his gaze in the mirror, feeling as if she had been scorched by his eyes. Maurice's cheeks and ear tips turned pink, contrasting sharply with her fair skin. Conley blow-dried her hair meticulously, ensuring every strand was dry before stopping. Due to Conley's gentle touch, Randy felt a lingering warmth even after he finished. After drying her hair, Conley also brought out 2 packets of medicine to prevent a cold, urging Randy to take them. But Randy, who detested taking medicine more than anything, refused. Thinking her current physical condition wouldn't lead to a cold just from a cold shower, she never expected to prove herself wrong that night, lying weakly in bed, unable to move. It seemed in this apocalyptic world, not only did human physical strength improve, but viruses evolved as well. Conley gave her a look of "I told you so" while bringing over the medicine, but his attitude was far from pleasant. "Are you free these days?" Randy asked suddenly as Conley approached. Conley's eyes darkened. "Do I look free? Well, why have you been staying here? Are you going to help me investigate Dure Pharmaceutical Company?" Conley handed her a cup of water and coldly replied, "No interest." After Randy took the medicine, Conley stayed, sitting on the sofa chair, reviewing documents on his tablet. The room was dim under a single warm yellow light. When Conley thought Randy had fallen asleep, he suddenly heard her whisper softly, "Don't be too nice to me, I don't want to misunderstand." Maurice hearing this, Conley paused mid-signature, his eyelashes flickering, his expression visibly turning somber. Possibly influenced by the medication, Randy spiked a fever late at night, feeling extremely uncomfortable, half-conscious. A slightly cool hand touched her forehead, instantly soothing her, and she leaned into the touch. That hand stayed put, letting her press against it, and soon, Randy fell into a deep sleep again. At 8 o'clock the next morning, Randy woke up on time. A night's rest was enough to make her feel refreshed and invigorated. Now she only had a slightly stuffy nose, otherwise, there were no issues at all, her physical fitness was indeed solid. Conley, on the other hand, looked somewhat weary. When Randy woke up, she saw him half reclining in the sofa chair, eyes slightly closed. Upon hearing the sound, he immediately opened his eyes and looked over at Randy. "Awake?" Conley's voice was slightly hoarse. Randy nodded with some embarrassment and said, "You could go take a nap. The auction doesn't start until this afternoon." Conley did not refuse. Maurice got up and approached Randy to check her temperature again. Maurice's fever had come down, so he turned around and walked back to his room to rest. While Conley was catching up on sleep, Randy didn't stay in the hotel. She went out once more. Randy needed to obtain an entry ticket for the auction. Since the Federation no longer wanted her to be involved, she couldn't apply under its name. However, with her identity as an enforcer and her $500 million Federation asset proof, obtaining the entry ticket was quite easy. After getting the ticket, Randy was about to return when she unexpectedly encountered someone. Rochelle? Why would she be here? Rochelle was not alone, she was accompanied by a Elwood. Randy recognized him as Graham, the emissary of the highest commander of Sea City Base. It was odd how they knew each other, but Randy had no intention of greeting them. Fortunately, the two did not see her either. Coincidentally, they also entered the opposite hotel. Randy watched until their figures disappeared into the lobby before returning to the hotel herself. Using her mental energy to roughly probe, she found that their room was directly below Conley's. When Randy returned to the hotel, Conley was already awake. She brought up some food from the restaurant downstairs, which was quite substantial. Conley did not refuse and began eating quietly. "Guess who I met just now?" Randy smiled. Conley didn't talk much while eating. Maurice merely raised his eyebrows slightly, indicating curiosity. "I ran into Rochelle." Conley showed no change in expression, he wasn't particularly interested. "Guess who she was with?" Randy asked again. Conley shook his head, indicating that he did not know. "Graham, from the Wang family of Sea City." This finally drew a reaction from Conley. According to Rear Emerson, Rochelle was from a city, yet she appeared together with the emissary of Sea City's commander. This indeed was suspicious. "I have a feeling that tonight's auction will have some big items," Randy said casually. At 6 in the evening, the auction began allowing entries. Through some unknown means, Conley managed to bring Randy straight to the VIP room via a private passage, completely avoiding everyone outside. The auction hall had 4 floors in total and was underground. The top floors were lined with VIP boxes, most of the general public sat on the first floor, and who was in these boxes remained unseen by outsiders. However, such restrictions meant nothing to Randy. She knew exactly which private boxes there were and how many people were sitting inside. One could say that 60% of the powerful people in the entire Federation had arrived at the scene today. Entry alone took nearly an hour. Inside the VIP box, besides drinks, there was an electronic card detailing today's auction items. There were approximately 60 items listed on the card, but these were just the open ones. Privately listed items were estimated between 5 to 10, which were not displayed publicly and only provided to VIP buyers. The items included military weapons, high-quality refined raw stones, potent medicines, mutant species, etc. Randy ate and drank as she waited, as everything was provided free of charge by the auction house. As the first round was about to end, something covered with a black cloth was finally pushed forward. Seeing this, Randy stood up. This was the item she was most interested in among the 60 listed items. It was an inhibitor ring for mutants, which not only included the ring itself but also its patent, production line, and core technology, a cutting-edge technology specifically developed for mutants with a 90% suppression rate. To be honest, regardless of who bid for this item, their purpose was worth investigating. This thing was an excellent tool for controlling mutants. With it, even a high-level mutant would have to follow others' orders. The Paremison who invented this thing had ulterior motives. Randy knew that the price of this item would certainly not be low, but she had to get it. Whoever obtained this thing, it would bring a terrible disaster to the mutants. Randy even doubted how the Federation could allow such an item to be auctioned. The starting price was only 50,000 Federation dollars, but bids were coming in rapidly, quickly reaching 100 million and still rising at a fast pace. Randy turned to look at Conley, who was still busy with his work and hadn't paid attention to the bidding situation. Conley, can I ask you a question? Conley paused his work. Randy, how much money do you have? Conley, what's this about? Nothing much, just asking casually. Randy smiled awkwardly. The price had already approached 500 million, and Randy hadn't bid once. She was ready to give up. Conley suddenly said, "Want this?" Randy nodded. This is only the first generation and isn't that great. It doesn't work on mentalists either, as stated in the description. Didn't you read it carefully? Randy reread the description and found it to be true. She couldn't help but wonder when Conley had managed to read the description while he seemed to be working all the time. The core technology has been sealed off, so they won't get much further. If you want it, I can help you contact someone, Conley added slowly. Not having to spend money and being able to obtain a better version through connections, was there anything better than that? Randy abandoned her intention to bid and watched calmly as the price rose to 700 million before stopping. Do all these people have so much money? Randy couldn't help but marvel. In the end, the item was sold for 750 million. Randy scanned the crowd briefly. It came from a private box on the third floor, containing 5 people, 3 of whom were mutants, with the highest rank being 5S. There were no mentalist mutants, but she didn't know who was inside. After the regular items were auctioned, there was a break of about 20 minutes. The casual bidders were cleared out, and the lights gradually dimmed. A new auctioneer walked up, a 2S-level mentalist mutant. The special session finally began. Chapter 97, Human Pets. There were a total of 8 auction items, all of which were mutated species. These items were provided by one company. DeRay Pharmaceutical Company had monopolized all biotechnology after the apocalypse and was currently in collaboration with the Federation, including some legal industrial chains. However, these were only what was on the surface. No one knew just how many illegal black market operations were hidden beneath. This batch of auction items consisted entirely of human-animal hybrids and high-grade mutants. Speaking of high-grade mutants, Randy glanced at the elegant little Manya licking its fur nearby, recalling its various behaviors, and couldn't help but wonder what level Manya belonged to. Currently being auctioned was a mutant, a grey-furred hunting dog rated S for its incredible speed, comparable to a high-ranking mutator. The item was brought into Randy's private room, allowing her to observe it up close. But after just one glance, she felt this thing was far inferior to Manya. It looked skittish, shrinking inside its cage when Manya approached, too afraid to move. Mutant rankings from low to high were D, C, B, A, then S, SS, and SSS, with SSS being the highest. Randy believed Manya should be at least SSS level. What a fine cat you have. The manager of the auction house, who personally delivered all the items, spoke. Randy smiled, saying, "It just eats a lot. Fine things naturally come with their peculiarities. I wonder where you acquired such a quality pet. I've never heard of an auction house selling something like this." "It's not from any auction. I raised it myself," Randy replied casually. Upon hearing this, the manager didn't say more and directly left. Maurice realized that someone who owned such a rare treasure wouldn't care about his offerings, making further words unnecessary. Randy wasn't here to bid on items. Honestly, 5 billion wasn't enough to get anything significant at Anku Auction House. Maurice's main goal was to understand what items were available and who ended up buying them. Conley didn't participate much, dealing with official duties throughout. Maurice would occasionally rise to stretch and observe the situation until the final item of the night was presented. This item required so much euphemism in its introduction, both in name and description, because it was a human pet. The Catwoman was still a hybrid, but a human pet was made from living humans. It was hard to say which was more heinous. In her previous life, Randy had heard about human pets, and they weren't ordinary humans, only mutators could endure the torturous modifications. These pets were custom-made according to the owner's taste. The current auction item was an unmodified human pet. DeRay Pharmaceutical Company had truly gone insane. The starting price for this human pet was 10 million Federation credits, the most expensive item of the evening. Following procedure, the human pet was shown in each private room for close-up inspection. Randy saw the boy immediately and couldn't help but feel startled. Maurice was a teenage boy, fair-skinned and docile, with grape-like purple-black eyes. Maurice seemed unaware of his fate, showing no signs of anxiety. "Bid on me, and I will bring you benefits." Suddenly, a voice echoed in Randy's mind. She didn't make a fuss, just scanned the room, noticing no one else reacted. "They can't hear it. This is a direct communication with you." Another voice emerged, capturing Randy's full attention. Conley stood when he saw the boy, his gaze filled with curiosity. This was a psychic mutator, and his rank wasn't low, possibly even higher than the auctioneer. How did they capture such a high-level individual? Everyone had only a few dozen seconds, and soon the item was wheeled out. After the boy left, Randy immediately said, "Vanya, do you have any way to get me a large amount of Electronic Federation credits? It doesn't matter if it's legal or not, as long as it can be charged." "Yes, but it will only last a week before disappearing." Randy nodded. A week would be enough. With sufficient funds, the only issue now was whether this room, registered under Conley's name, would implicate him if something went wrong. After all, this was her own matter. She thought this and asked the question. Conley didn't even lift an eyelid, saying indifferently, "They won't trace back to our information, do whatever you want." Randy couldn't help but feel jubilant. When something needed to be done, Conley was truly helpful. Now with no worries at all, Randy began bidding confidently. Initially, a few people were quite competitive, but once the price surged past 1 billion, only one bidder remained who continued competing against Randy. It was still that 5 per Emerson private room, and Randy couldn't help but wonder just how wealthy they were. But no matter how rich he was, he couldn't match Randy's limitless funds. The final sale price was 1.8 billion. The item was quickly delivered to the private room along with a modifier who came to inquire about Randy's requirements. Randy didn't have those terrifying preferences, she just said she would modify it herself. Although the modifier was somewhat surprised by Randy's suggestion, he didn't say anything. After all, money talks. "May I ask, will you be paying by card?" It was still the manager speaking. Randy replied without changing expression, "By card." Both Randy and Conley had undergone facial simulation, so there was no fear of being recognized by face. With a beep, the payment went through. Vanya was truly efficient. Randy felt that there was no more powerful AI than Vanya in the world. Seeing the payment processed smoothly, the manager obviously beamed with delight, respectfully preparing to leave but was stopped by Randy. "Hold on, I bid on such expensive items from your auction house, and you don't disclose the seller's information. That's not fair. If there's any issue with the item, who should I contact?" Randy said coolly. The manager hurriedly replied, "We will provide it. All introductions are in the manual. Rest assured, the source is absolutely problem-free." The manual the manager referred to was an electronic smart device designed for buyers to familiarize themselves with their purchases faster. After the per Emerson left, Randy didn't look at the boy, sweeping him into the higher dimensional space with one hand. She then turned to Conley and said, "Let's go, I want to know who the bidders were just now." Chapter 98 Bert. Randy and Conley left through the private passage, but unexpectedly bumped into 5 people. Randy was very familiar with these 5 individuals, the 3 siblings of the G family and 2 bodyguards. Just now, they were the ones who kept bidding against Randy. Now, their expressions didn't look too good. Since neither Randy nor Conley was wearing their own faces at this moment, none of the opposite group recognized them, except for a strikingly beautiful woman who merely glanced at them once. Indeed, those in the arms business are wealthy. There could only be 2 or 3 entities capable of bidding on special items. After walking through the private passage, Randy had basically identified a few potential buyers, including the G family, the Maurice family involved in biotechnology, and a stranger. This per Emerson probably came on behalf of his master, and his demeanor didn't seem quite fitting. After some thought, Randy concluded that businessmen usually didn't pay much attention to such things. It's highly possible that this per Emerson is a significant figure from the political circle, and a high-ranking official, hence not appearing per Emersonally. As for Rochelle and Vlad, whom they met earlier, they had long disappeared. However, it was coincidental that while they did not see them at the auction, they actually encountered them at the hotel entrance. Those 2 just happened to ride the same elevator as them. "I really like that little payfox." Rochelle seemed genuinely fond of the little payfox, still talking about it even after getting into the elevator. Vlad, being far more emotionally intelligent than her, knew that all the residents here were either rich or powerful. It wouldn't be good if others heard this conversation. So he immediately asked her to stop talking. But Rochelle, being tactless, retorted immediately, "Why shouldn't I talk? We didn't buy anything throughout the whole trip." Even when the elevator reached the 7th floor and they got off, with the elevator doors already closed, they could still hear Rochelle's complaints. Back at the hotel, Randy released the boy from the space. Because rescuing this little boy increased the progress of developing Randy's space by another 5%, reaching 30% now. The boy had already been freed from the cage, but still wore an inhibitor collar around his neck. Randy wasn't in a hurry to remove it, she didn't quite trust him yet. "Name, age, any relatives?" Randy asked straightforwardly. No name, no idea about age, no relatives. This was the first time the boy spoke. Unlike his adorable appearance, his voice was hoarse and low. "Why were you captured?" Not captured, they created me, the boy replied. Randy frowned slightly and exchanged a quick glance with Conley. You said you can help me, how? The boy's purple-black eyes locked tightly on Randy, then slowly answered, I can help you achieve whatever you desire, based on your heart's wish. Clearly skeptical, Randy replied, I want to uncover the secrets behind Darui Pharmaceutical Company, help me do that. The little boy's lips curled into a mysterious smile, whispering, as you wish, all the company information and business processes will appear in your mind. Just as Randy and Conley returned to City A, they were taken to the treatment room. They were called back because Ramon had been found. At the time, he and Beryl died in a plane crash, leaving no remains, so Randy never believed they were dead. But after numerous failed searches, she began doubting her judgment. Yet, Ramon surprisingly came back alive. This news was undoubtedly uplifting. Ramon's return made Randy wonder if Beryl was also safe. How did you find him? Conley asked. Harley hurriedly explained, in a pile of scrap outside the base. When he was brought back, he was unconscious and hasn't woken up yet. His vital signs are normal, but there's nothing wrong medically. Maurice's been in a constant sleep state. During this time, Miss Sierre visited and cried a lot, but we persuaded her to leave first. Maurice hearing this, Randy was surprised. Wasn't Rochelle with Vlad? How did she return faster than them? Did they have a fight? When mentioning Rochelle, Harley cast an uneasy glance at Conley, who showed no emotion. Randy, Conley called softly. I've probed his mental state. Physically, everything seems fine, but his nervous system is chaotic, continuously dreaming without any order. I dare not enter rashly. Randy could probe memories only if the Paremison was awake. If the Paremison was asleep, attempting this would be risky. The cerebral cortex becomes more active during sleep, and a slight mishap could cause backlash on the prober. Maurice hearing this, Conley nodded slightly and instructed Harley, continue monitoring. Report immediately upon waking, and don't let anyone visit during this period, including Miss Sierre. After leaving Ramon, Randy went straight to Houston's place, mainly to check on the Catwoman's condition. Now she was recovering well and could speak some simple phrases. Seeing that she was doing fine, Randy felt relieved for the moment. She named her newly acquired boy Doremison, who really liked this name. Randy didn't plan to keep Doremison in the lab, instead, she placed him directly in the high-dimensional space, considering him as her first citizen. This guy was truly a treasure. All the information about Darui Pharmaceutical Company indeed appeared in Randy's mind, making her have to believe that the boy really had some skills. Conley also made a new discovery, a discarded computer from an office at Darui Pharmaceutical. It had been stored in the warehouse for a long time until it was recently retrieved. After using technical means to open the computer, they found something indeed. There was only one encrypted folder on the desktop, which contained a document that was doubly encrypted in a very special way, making it difficult to crack in a short time. Conley immediately started working on decrypting it, allowing Randy to finally get some rest. But she hadn't rested for a few days when something happened, a Spinguan got into trouble. However, Conley was busy and unreachable, and Deputy Commander Amaya did not trust anyone else, so he could only seek help from Randy. This mission wasn't for Randy alone. Amaya thoughtfully brought in reinforcements, including Courtney, Winston, Alana, and others. Randy felt her vision go black, suppressing the urge to curse but still couldn't help but complain to Amaya. Clearly, she could handle it alone, yet why, how, and what was he thinking, bringing her all these troubles? While Randy was inwardly going crazy, the other team members had already arrived. Chapter 99, Ambushed. Federal Capital. This was a pitch-black tunnel that seemed to stretch into infinity, eerily silent and bizarre, with an entrance so narrow that only one Paremison could pass through at a time. Suddenly, a dragging sound echoed through the tunnel, strangely fluctuating in volume, sometimes heavy, sometimes light, sometimes distant, sometimes near, making the empty tunnel seem even more terrifying. In the distance, occasional flickers of firelight flashed within the tunnel. In the light, a tall shadow appeared on the stone wall. However, as this figure approached, it turned out to be quite the opposite. This Paremison appeared shorter than average, extremely thin, wearing a loose robe that left only a pair of eyes visible. These were murky, chaotic, complex eyes. Cough, cough. The old man would cough several times after every few steps, the hacking reverberating in his chest, as if he might expire at any moment. Though it seemed like he was walking, his feet barely left the ground. Instead, they dragged along, step by step. The strange dragging sound originated from here. Cough, cough. Where is everyone? The old man hadn't spoken for a long time, his voice low and hoarse, thick and muddled. No response came. Maurice coughed again. Where is everyone? His violent coughing echoed endlessly in the tunnel, as if about to collapse the entire passage. The old man extended his right hand, which was surprisingly smooth and delicate, contrasting sharply with his murky eyes and hoarse voice. Maurice gently waved it, and a current of air gathered beneath his feet, propelling him forward. A glimmer of light seemed to appear ahead. Commander, there's trouble. Reiker was in a meeting when his chief executive officer abruptly burst in, whispering something into his ear despite the surprised stares from the attendees. Reiker's expression didn't show much change, but those who observed closely could see a trace of unease despite his best efforts to conceal it. Only after the meeting concluded did Reiker head to the underground facility. When did this happen? Reiker had completely changed from his earlier gentle demeanor, now radiating malevolence and hostility. Today, when the researchers were collecting daily samples as usual, they discovered that he was gone, the CEO answered. Have you sent people to track him down? Yes, but we haven't found any leads yet. And the executive officer hesitated. Reiker raised an eyebrow and barked angrily. What else? The security cameras showed some static this morning, suggesting someone tampered with them. Reiker snorted coldly, his eyes filled with murderous intent. Indeed, being confined for all these years hasn't diminished his capabilities. With that, he picked up his personal phone, dialed a number, and said, Test Subject X has escaped. Send Red and Blue to chase him. If they fail, they don't need to return. After hanging up, Reiker let out a sigh of relief, gradually calming down. Beside him, the executive officer asked, Just sending Red and Blue, is that enough? That man's strength. Reiker sneered, I've cultivated many pawns just for such a day. If even Red and Blue can't handle it. Reiker paused, then we'll have no choice but to send Zero. Do you think it's possible that the other man rescued him? After all, his death was just a rumor, the executive officer suddenly speculated. At this, Reiker's eyes flashed with malice once more. If it's him, then we must send Zero. After becoming an enforcer, Randy rarely saw these two individuals anymore, mainly due to the busy nature of her work. She didn't frequently appear at the base, but she still heard bits and pieces about them occasionally. Courtney had become the captain of the Special Task Force in City A. Winston initially became a supervisor in City A through family connections, but recently suffered a significant blow after his parents drowned. As for people like Alana, Ebony, and Guy, they had used their family connections to secure nominal positions, not lacking in resources and generally occupying idle posts without much competence, causing trouble frequently and leaving their parents to clean up after them. Therefore, Randy suspected that these people had been forced into these roles by their parents, hoping they'd earn merit and get promoted later. Courtney had never heard anything about Randy, always told that it was confidential. Upon learning that Randy was Edward of this mission, Courtney's face darkened slightly. Randy wasn't bothered by this. Who would care about the resentment of a lower-ranked individual? After not seeing Winston for a long time, he appeared noticeably thinner, his face deathly pale. Alana still wore the same fearful expression as if everyone were out to harm her. Similar to Courtney, Ebony was the one who had caused hail initially. Over this year, despite considerable resources provided by her parents, she barely managed to reach a high level, falling short of S rank but still acted indifferently, her face sallow and dark, indicating excessive indulgence. Among them, the highest rank belonged to Winston at S3. Who could have such ability? Are the anomalous beings around Uncle Lee vegetarian? Alana asked in confusion. Randy replied, I'm not entirely sure either, but according to our newer, the group that robbed Daoming Yuan seems to have an anomalous being among them with no less than 5S rank. Alana exclaimed instantly, 5S? Can we fight against that? Randy remained silent while Courtney and Winston both looked at her inquisitively. If we can't fight, do you know anyone above 5S? Randy said lightly. Winston finally spoke up, but there are people around my grandfather stronger than him. Uncle Yeyang is nearly 6S. How could they be so easily captured? Perhaps it's not their rank but their abilities that are powerful, Randy mused. Let's follow the trail. Randy took Manya out of her bag. Manya's perception ability was even stronger than hers. As long as the Paremison was still alive, it could track them down by scent, more reliable than radar. However, due to its cleanliness issues, it refused to touch the ground, relying on telepathy with Randy for guidance. The others showed varied expressions upon seeing the cat. The richest among them, Winston, recognized it immediately as an unusual beast. With Manya's help, finding the hideout of the kidnappers was easier than expected. They were close to the criminal's nest now, and Randy could clearly sense everyone inside. The highest rank within the kidnappers was only 6S, while Daoming Yuan's side included a 6S and a 5S, both tied up, which puzzled her. With overwhelming strength, how were they captured? Unless they used inhibitors. Realizing this, Randy had a plan. Little Jiang, what's the plan? This was Courtney's first sentence to Randy today. Maurice looked as usual, like nothing had happened, treating each other as friends. Randy admired his acting skills and endurance. You stay here, I'll go in first to investigate and neutralize the highest-ranking individual. Wait for my signal before coming in. Randy gave simple instructions. Ebony immediately objected. What makes you think you can take on a 6S? Don't get greedy and risk your life. Randy smiled. Fine, come with me then, you protect me, and all the credit goes to you. Deal. Ebony was someone who overestimated himself but wouldn't actually do anything. When Randy suggested, he stayed quiet. Randy ignored him and set off. Although she warned them not to move, she doubted they'd listen. It didn't matter. Those who insisted on risking their lives couldn't be stopped. As Randy suspected, the kidnappers indeed used inhibitors. Did they have connections with the G family? Just as she planned to get closer, Van suddenly spoke. Master, someone is coming. Who? Randy asked. Van's perception was sharper, sensing two approaching figures whose abilities were unknown but undoubtedly powerful. More details would emerge as they got closer. Randy pondered, being near the hideout. If the man and woman aimed here, were they after the kidnappers? She needed to be cautious. Maurice's attention shifted briefly to the group left behind. True to form, they hadn't followed her instructions and were moving towards this direction. They might soon encounter the approaching duo. Randy frowned coldly, running headlong into danger without assessing the situation. To be honest, Randy had not sensed the ranks of these two individuals until now, which made her somewhat uneasy. Just then, she heard Van say in a trembling voice, Master, I've sensed them. Maurice's voice was tinged with fear. One is 12S, and the other is 13S. The next second, Randy also sharply sensed their presence, indicating that they had been speeding up continuously, faster than Van's prediction by almost half an hour. Run. Master, they are coming for you, Van exclaimed. The disaster struck in an instant. Before Randy could react, her body was already immobilized. Even though Van pulled her into the spatial realm almost immediately, Randy still felt a tremendous force trying to tear her apart, her soul shivering, her ears filled with wails, and her head hurting as if it would explode. Before she lost consciousness, Randy felt fluid seeping out of her ears, nose, and even eyes. Then, she blacked out. This was the power 3 ranks above her. Fernand, what should we do with these trash? The Lin looked indifferently at Courtney and others sprawled on the ground like heaps of mud, her left little finger adorned with a red tail ring, which was strikingly noticeable. Their condition wasn't much better than Randy's. In fact, it was worse. Not only were they bleeding from the 7 orifices, but their brains were likely severely damaged, remaining unconscious since the injury. In the shadows, a tall man caressed his blue tail ring and slowly stood up. His face was unnaturally pale compared to normal people, his features exquisitely refined, and upon closer inspection, he bore a resemblance to the Lin who had just spoken, sharing the same cold demeanor. Without glancing at the people on the ground, he said calmly, "Kill them." His tone was as casual as discussing the weather or lunch plans, treating the live beings before him like piles of rotten meat. This time out, we didn't find the trace of Specimen X, and let Randy escape. How shall we explain this when we return? The Lin asked indifferently. The man walked over to one of them, gracefully crouched down, and lifted his eyelid to confirm he was dead before standing up again. Randy is indeed not simple. Jaden Budd failed multiple times to capture her. Initially, I thought catching Randy would somewhat compensate for missing Specimen X. I didn't expect her to escape. Mauriceering Jaden Budd, the Lin's expression flickered with disdain. Jaden Budd? How can they compare to brother? However, Fernand, Randy must have directly endured one of your attacks. It seems she won't last long. The man did not agree, seeming to disagree with his sister's statement. The Lin continued, what should we do now? Should we go back? Go back. To be locked in solitary confinement and endure repeated mental assaults. As he spoke, a fierce look flashed across his eyes, instantly vanishing as he patted the Lin's head, saying, "You are my only sister. Fernand will protect you forever and never let you get hurt again." Chapter 100, Magnetic Field. Conley and his team had been trapped in this valley for quite some time. At first, they could still receive signals, but later on, even sending a signal became impossible. This was an abandoned research lab deep in the mountains, yet it contained clues related to cracking passwords, which was why Conley came here. The search went smoothly, but as they were about to leave, one of the men must have stepped on something because the entire laboratory suddenly initiated its self-destruction program. In the chaos, no one knew where they ended up. The forest was eerily quiet with no birds or beasts, not even a breeze blowing through, just endless dense woods that left everyone disoriented. Fortunately, being in the forest meant they did not have to worry about food and water temporarily, but if they continued like this, they would eventually perish. Harley was frantic, fearing he might spend his entire life trapped here. But when he turned to look at Conley, the latter was leaning against a tree trunk, eyes closed, seemingly unperturbed and calm. Conley had maintained this pose for a long time. The other team members stood far away, afraid to disturb him. Harley approached quietly under the pretext of delivering water. However, as he got closer, Harley hesitated. Conley hadn't rested properly for a long time. Seeing how exhausted he looked, Harley decided to wait until he woke up naturally. Thinking this, Harley leaned against a nearby spot and glanced at Conley. Maurice couldn't help but marvel inwardly, how can there be such a perfect-looking man in this world? His features were chiseled perfectly, and his skin was so fair and smooth, not what you'd expect from someone who executed missions daily. Don't talk, Conley suddenly frowned, opening his eyes and looking at Harley indifferently. Harley, did I say something just now? Fortunately, Conley didn't continue, instead asking, what's up? Teddy, I brought you water. Conley glanced at the cup in Harley's hand, reaching out to take it, and asked, where did you get this water? Harley hurriedly stood up, saying, there's a spring not far from here. After analysis confirmed it was safe, we allowed the men to drink it. A spring? Conley inquired. Right in that grove, do you want to check it out? After finishing the water in one gulp, Conley stood up and said, show me. Teddy, here it is. Harley led Conley back to the place where they had sourced the spring. It was a small pond with a pitifully thin stream, but any potable water gave them hope for survival in this end-of-the-world scenario. Conley squatted down by the water source, his long fingers grazing the surface. The touch was cool and slightly chilling. Maurice then submerged his entire hand. Before Harley could figure out what Conley was doing, he felt a vibration underfoot. Strangely, the previously lifeless forest began to come alive. In an instant, they heard the sounds of birds and animals and felt a gentle breeze. The signal is back. We can receive signals again, someone shouted excitedly from nearby. Harley immediately looked at Conley, who calmly stood up, drying his wet hand with a handkerchief. Harley couldn't help but feel elated inside. Teddy must have done something. Maurice is not only handsome but also powerful. Hildred quickly asked, Teddy, what happened? In the maze array, everything is static. Though this stream is thin, it flows continuously, indicating a gap in the maze. Now that the maze is broken, we should head back to base immediately. Conley said casually. Before returning to the base, Conley received news that Conley Yuan had been kidnapped and Randy was missing. Without hesitation, he immediately set off for the kidnappers' hideout again. However, upon arriving, all they found were the unconscious Conley Yuan and others, with no trace of the kidnappers. Clearly, this was another attempt to lure and kill Randy. Harley had never seen such an expression on Conley's face before: pain, confusion, a look of being at a loss, enveloped in sorrow. "Teddy, we have new findings," someone exclaimed suddenly. Winston lay pale, blood having congealed around his face, his body already cold. Several others were in the same state, suggesting they were killed by the same Paremison. Conley looked at the bodies, slowly squatting down, his gaze dark and unreadable. Maurice asked softly, "Are they all dead?" "They're all gone," the man replied immediately. Conley half closed his eyes, silent for a while before standing up again. Maurice stumbled slightly as he rose. "Take them all back and notify their parents to claim the bodies," he instructed. The sudden deaths of 4 young aristocrats naturally led to their parents refusing to accept this outcome. They immediately joined forces with several high-ranking officials from the base, accusing Conley of negligence for failing to protect the younger generation, including even Winston, his own cousin. The deceased are gone and cannot be revived. Instead of seeking justice by capturing the killers, they wanted Conley to execute Deputy Commander Amaya, because it was Amaya who had sent their children out on the mission. Ironically, it was their decision to send their children on this mission, and their children's reckless actions that led to this tragic outcome, yet they blamed Amaya entirely. At its core, it merely revealed the ugly side of human nature. Protests continued outside. Conley watched all of this coldly, his eyes icy. They didn't have the nerve to demand his resignation directly but kept going to Conley Yuan instead. However, Conley Yuan remained unconscious, unaware of everything happening around him. Conley could only isolate Conley Yuan completely and made no response to the situation. Outsiders could do as they pleased, but he would continue with his duties as usual. Others might not notice any changes in Conley, but Harley and Hildred, who were always by his side, knew that Conley was on the brink of collapse. Randy thought she was going to die until she was woken up by a bright light. She struggled to open her eyes and saw nothing but a blinding white. She trembled, waving her hand in front of her face but saw nothing. Instantly, Randy realized what had happened. She had gone blind. She tried to speak but found herself unable to make a sound. Any effort caused her throat to tear in pain. Even more despairing was the deathly silence surrounding her. Utter silence, as if she were the only one left in the world. Unable to see, hear, or speak, this was the first time since her rebirth that Randy faced the fear of life and death head-on. Chapter 101, Void. Suddenly, Randy felt someone patting her. Instinctively, she tried to counterattack, but hit nothing solid, instead touching something soft. "Is this Vivi?" Randy lost all 5 senses and could only rely on touch to confirm her guess. At this moment, a beam of white light flashed by, instantly illuminating her confused consciousness as she returned to her mental sea. "Master," it was Vivi's voice. "Vivi?" Randy called softly, in her mind where they communicated through mental energy. "It's me, Master. Don't panic, let me finish before you ask any questions." Vivi spoke rapidly. "Listen carefully, you are safe for now with no immediate threat to your life. However, your mental energy has been somewhat damaged. As for the loss of your 5 senses, while I'm still investigating the cause, it should be temporary. Don't worry. The 13's mutant, based on the data we have, is classified as a disruptor. Disruptors result from experiments on high-level mental mutants and possess extremely destructive power, causing severe psychological and physical harm to others. Thus, they're more powerful than regular mutants. For now, focus on recuperating here in the higher dimensional space. Don't think about leaving just yet. I'll work on resolving your sensory issues. You can ask your questions now." Vivi expected Randy to have many questions, but surprisingly, she remained silent, calm like stagnant water. "Alright, if you have no questions, rest well." Vivi observed Randy's unchanging brainwaves, finding it peculiar but not pressing further. Though Vivi was an AI, after years of learning human emotions, it believed it understood them all. Right now, Randy should have been anxious, angry, or agitated. But Vivi couldn't comprehend why she was so calm. Randy had been placed in the only small cottage within this higher dimensional space, where Emerson currently lived. Maurice sat quietly by the window, never taking his eyes off her. Randy felt herself falling into one bizarre dream after another. Maurice's moments of wakefulness were fleeting, most times she remained asleep. Waking up brought no sensation, so dreaming was preferable. She dreamed of her parents, Beryl, Houston, Gabriella, each waving at her. She ran towards them but could never reach them. Finally, she dreamed of Conley. In the dream, he looked sad, his eyes red-rimmed, his expression forlorn, an emotion she'd never seen from him. Randy reached out to touch his head, expecting him to dissipate as usual, but this time, she touched him. The instant her hand made contact, Conley seemed to sense it, abruptly lifting his head. Randy saw his lips move, but as it was a dream, she couldn't clearly make out what he said before entering another dream. "Randy." She blinked, her long lashes trembling slightly, her brows furrowed. "Randy." Another call, she wanted to open her eyes but found them too heavy. "Who's calling me?" "Randy." Another call, louder this time, tinged with urgency. Who is it?" Randy finally opened her eyes, her voice hoarse. In the hospital room, white light blinded her. Bare light streamed through the glass windows onto the floor, and faint chirping birds could be heard. "Where am I? Why does this feel so familiar?" You child, how did you faint during an 4 drip? You scared me to death, an elderly, somewhat harsh woman's voice said. Randy's eyes adjusted to the light, recognizing the woman leaning over her. This is Malia. Randy was startled. What's going on? Why is Malia here? Could Uncle's family still be alive? Malia said, you poor thing. After your brother and sister-in-law left, you've been left alone to handle such a big company. You worked yourself to exhaustion and ended up in the hospital. What? What company? What's happening? I talked with your bailer. Managing this company alone is too much for you. We want to help you with it. Seeing no response from Randy, Malia continued. After a brief daze, Randy snapped back as if struck by lightning. Why, did she come back again? Back to before the apocalypse. Randy pulled off the blanket and didn't even care about the 4 needles still attached to her arm. In a panic, she yanked it out and ran out of the hospital. People on the street were acting normally, the weather was normal, everything was normal, it seemed only she wasn't. This was clearly the scene before the apocalypse. Randy reached out, wanting to condense water droplets. No, why couldn't she feel anything? Oh right, the bracelet, she hadn't gotten the bracelet yet, almost forgot. She returned home in a daze and started searching for the bracelet. Where's the bracelet? Where could it be? Why can't I find it? Randy searched the entire house but still couldn't find the bracelet. How could there be no bracelet? At that moment, she heard a ding-dong as the doorbell rang. Randy opened the door, and it was a delivery person handing over a package. Moricello, here is your package, please sign for it. Randy took the package and was pleasantly surprised to find that it was from her parent. That's it, the package hadn't arrived yet, the bracelet must be inside. Without waiting for the delivery person to leave, she began tearing into the box and rummaging through it for a long time but saw no bracelet. The package was inexplicably filled with clothes, and no matter how much she searched, she couldn't seem to reach the bottom. Moricello, you haven't signed for it yet. The delivery person was still standing at the door, urging Randy to sign for the package. Randy felt puzzled. Why hasn't this delivery person left yet? Suddenly, she felt the voice was familiar. She looked up and suddenly felt a chill run down her spine. How could the delivery person be Scott? Scott, wasn't he already killed by her? Scott wore a smile, but now it had a hint of eeriness. Moricello, you haven't signed for it yet. Randy tried to close the door but found her limbs heavy as lead, and the door also seemed to weigh 1,000 pounds, unable to shut. Scott had already stepped into the room, saying as he walked in, you haven't signed for it yet, why haven't you signed for it? Chapter 102, Memories. Randy stepped back, one step at a time. She had no bracelet, no spatial abilities, and no psionic powers. At this moment, she was just an office-bound female CEO with no strength to tie up a chicken, recently recovered from a serious illness. Scott was already right in front of her. Maurice reached out his hand and grabbed Randy by the neck, his hideous face looming close to hers, whispering in her ear, why didn't you sign it? Randy felt like she was being choked to death, her hands flailed wildly, struggling in vain. Scott's grip on her neck tightened mercilessly, her face turning purplish red, her brain starting to starve for oxygen. Maurice, help me, who can save me? In the next second, Randy found herself standing amidst ruins, with insurgents ahead and the federal government building behind her. A bolt of lightning struck directly towards her. She instinctively dodged it. The first strike missed, but a second bolt soon followed, slicing down at her again. Randy hurriedly used her psionic power to block it. The rebels were unstoppable, swearing to overthrow the federal government. At this moment, cries of killing filled the air, their momentum unyielding, while the United Army was dwindling down to just a few remaining soldiers. Now everyone in the Federation was in fear, fleeing or dispersing wherever they could. It seemed that there were hardly any people in federal uniforms left around Randy. Give up, Randy. A voice inside her urged. However, another voice echoed. The insurgents were not righteous either. Wherever they went, they plundered and slaughtered, abducting women and children, taking pleasure in cruelty. They couldn't be allowed to pass just like this. Thinking of this, Randy's expression became resolute once more. She mustered all her strength, preparing to fight these people to the death. At this moment, a childlike voice suddenly rang out. May the Federalists die. This voice made Randy freeze. In that split second, she was thrown several meters away by the enemy. The speaker was a child, only 5 or 6 years old, staring at Randy with eyes full of hatred. Maurice hearing the child's words, Edward of the Insurgents immediately laughed heartily. This kid has potential. Maurice knows how to turn away from darkness to light. Excellent. Come here, kid, uncle will protect you. With small legs kicking, the child immediately ran over. Seeing the child run towards them, more and more people rushed to join the insurgents without hesitation, ignoring Randy completely. Are these the very people I'm risking my life to protect? The rebel leader seemed increasingly pleased and called out loudly, you want to join our rebel army? Fine, as long as each of you curses her once, I'll accept you all. What do you say? Maurice referred to the her lying on the ground as Randy. As soon as he finished speaking, Elwood stood up and said, who do you think you are? Who made you our ruler? You've done countless disgusting things in secret. Now you even think of yourself as a hero. A bitter smile appeared at the corner of Randy's mouth. An elderly woman stood up. Pa, the Federation has been poemisoned by Chumas like you. Yes, you talked about protecting us. With your frail body, who asked you to protect us? Don't be so self-important. I hate you. The child cried. More voices joined in, criticizing Randy. She could no longer distinguish who was saying what. Maurice's face grew cold, her eyes filled with sorrow as she silently watched these people who had just been behind her. She could no longer hear clearly what they were saying, her vision blurred with blood trickling from her forehead, seeing the world through a red haze. Gradually, her grieving countenance turned indifferent, and she slowly stood up, silent. Those people still appeared solemn and righteous. Suddenly, Randy laughed, her laughter low and somewhat harsh. Could anyone tell her, in such a vast world, where she belonged, what she should do, or if she should just do nothing, watch the world collapse, watch humanity end? Some people are born to die, go ahead and die then. Let the world destroy itself. Humanity is an inferior species, let it all end. Waste no time trying to save the world. Everyone else is fine, I despise people like you who act all high and mighty, full of moral righteousness. Waste, don't think about saving the world. Indeed, why am I doing all this? Bridget's stern face flashed before her eyes. Randy, you have really disappointed me. The little boy's innocent voice, I hope you die. Old woman, Chuma. Sister, wake up. Someone was calling her. Miss, what's wrong? Miss. Randy abruptly woke up, tears still clinging to the corners of her eyes. She opened her eyes, but everything around her was white, indiscernible. Silence fell. Guylan gently patted Randy's shoulder and said with surprise, Master, you can hear me. Randy nodded silently. Being able to hear again is a good thing. Guylan seemed not to notice Randy's unusual emotions and continued excitedly. As Emerson said, your inability to hear or see wasn't a physical problem but a mental one. Maurice said that appropriate stimulation could help you recover. You really can hear now, Randing, I'm so happy. Emerson? Has he been here all along? Randy tried her best to open her eyes wider but still saw nothing. Seeing this, Guylan hurriedly said, Master, don't worry. With more stimulation, it won't take long for you to fully recover. Randy, stimulation? So, this is why I had that dream. Randy felt a warm hand grip hers. Big sister. It was Emerson. You had a nightmare, he said calmly. Randy hummed faintly, I dreamed of the past. In the next second, Randy sensed the added weight on the bed, as if Emerson had sat down beside her. It's okay, big sister, I've always been here, Emerson whispered. Randy felt something cool placed on her forehead, it took her a while to realize it was a thermometer. Recovering well, big sister. Randy wanted to say it didn't matter, that lying here was fine too, but the thought quickly passed. As if reading her mind, Emerson comforted her, everything will be fine, trust me. Perhaps due to lying there for a long time, making her brain feel foggy, she found Emerson's voice as soothing as a clear stream, almost magical, and it managed to ease some of her pain. It felt like a gentle breeze was blowing by, which surprised Randy slightly. Maurice's spatial ability was only developed to 30%, yet it could simulate wind. Living here in the future would be quite nice. Chapter 103, Guido. Recently, two significant events have occurred in the Federation. The first one is that a group of blue screens on the eastern side malfunctioned, leaving a large hole in the sky. With the blue screens intact, no one could tell what the weather was like outside. But with this hole torn open, it's like opening a mystery box, bringing unpredictable extreme weather. Sometimes it was hail, sometimes torrential rain, sometimes sudden strong winds, it never stopped. The crowd under this area has been evacuated urgently, and the Federation has sent technicians to deal with the situation. However, oddly enough, even the technicians didn't know where the problem lay. All the equipment seemed to be functioning normally, yet the hole simply couldn't be sealed. This area happens to be within the jurisdiction of the Sea City base. Commander Vinny of Sea City was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan because countless eyes were watching him. This was the first time the blue screens had malfunctioned since they were activated, and he felt incredibly unlucky. After punishing several involved paramasonal, it was discovered that the issue stemmed from the energy chain. The blue screens relied on nuclear energy, but the latest batch of nuclear fuel did not meet the usage standards. Following this clue, the Federation found that this wasn't an isolated incident. Almost all bases receiving this type of energy faced the risk of blue screen destruction. The Federation Council took this matter very seriously, establishing a special enforcement team with unlimited authority to thoroughly investigate the issue. The second significant event was the election of a new Guido. This Guido also directly became the head of the special enforcement team, taking full charge of the matter. Enforcers are already chosen from among the elite, and the Guido is selected from among these top enforcers, whose abilities are unquestionably at the highest level among mutants. This Guido had never appeared before the public, not even during the inauguration ceremony, where he was fully covered by a robe, making his appearance a mystery. The only thing confirmed was that he was a tall man. How could they be sure it was a man? Because someone once heard his voice, which was as clear and mellow as jade, causing everyone who heard it to tremble with awe and curiosity about what he looked like. Some said he must have a face as handsome as jade, just like his voice. Others speculated that his face was terrifying, which explained why he never showed his true face. In terms of handling enforcement tasks, he was extremely serious and responsible. Wherever there were disputes or riots, he would easily calm them down. Maurice quickly identified the problem with the destroyed blue screens as originating from an energy company and uncovered the involved officials, handing them over to the Federation Supreme Court. The court's verdict matched what was initially stated, mercilessly sentencing them to death. With this, the matter came to a close, serving as a warning to lawbreakers. To the public, this Guido was like a divine presence. Near the coastal area on the eastern side, there were many long-abandoned Federation buildings, some of the earliest established bases. Due to location issues, they were no longer in use. However, abandoned buildings did not mean they were uninhabited. Each building housed people, some had up to 1,000 residents, while others had just dozens. These were elderly, weak, sick, and disabled individuals who couldn't afford the high living costs in the bases, lacked abilities, and had no means to earn money. They gathered here after leaving their original bases, forming a large family and living self-sufficiently in relative peace. But today, an unwelcome visitor arrived. This man exuded an air of darkness, with cold eyes and an unreadable expression. His demeanor was entirely out of place in this slum, clearly belonging to another world from the impoverished residents. People were confused, wondering what brought this important figure here and afraid of causing trouble, so they remained silent, continuing their daily activities. Without any explanation, the man seized a young adult, saying nothing, and merely glanced at him. Instantly, blood flowed from the youth's 7 orifices. The previously silent crowd began to stir, unsure of what had offended this man. They felt angry, sad, and cried, but no one dared to confront him. They were just ordinary people, powerless to do anything. "Who is Ewon?" The man finally spoke, his tone equally cold. No one answered. The man grabbed another Paremison, again resulting in a gruesome death. "I'll ask again, who is Ewon?" Seeing the man about to kill more, an old man shakily replied, "There's no one named Ewon here." The man sneered, clearly not believing the old man. Maurice intended to kill the old man but then seemed to recall something, giving a rather playful look. With a swift movement, he dragged the old man to his feet. "My shoes are dirted by the dust here. Lick them clean for me, and I will spare all of you." Maurice hearing this, everyone's face showed anger, but they were helpless. Elwood felt an urge to step forward but was held back by a woman beside him. Seeing that the old man didn't move, the man's expression turned icy cold, and he said in a freezing tone, "I said, lick my shoes clean. Aren't you disgusting? Asking an elderly Paremison to lick your shoes?" A somewhat hoarse voice rose from the crowd. People looked toward the source of the voice. It was a teenager of about 18 or 19 years old, with the air of a high school student, full of youthful vigor, yet his aura wasn't weak at all. "Xavier, don't be impulsive," a young brother whispered. The one who spoke was indeed Xavier. Maurice loved the seaside, and the Nebula Market wasn't far from here. Seeing these people living in hardship, Xavier often brought seafood here to sell at lower prices than those offered by the Federation. Gradually, he became acquainted with the locals. Today, just as he had come to sell seafood and hadn't even opened shop, he was interrupted by this man. Naturally, he was angry. The man obviously noticed this teenager, his eyes flashing with a chilling light. A woman quickly signaled with her eyes, indicating that he should lower his head. But alas, Xavier simply didn't understand hints. Now his head was held higher, and he lifted his chin toward the man, saying, "I'm talking to you. Have you seen your Ren?" These words instantly silenced the whole scene. Everyone looked terrified, fearing that Xavier's actions would anger the man. The man clenched his teeth, seemingly unable to believe that anyone here would dare insult him. Murderous intent gradually rose in his eyes, and his energy started to rage uncontrollably. The ordinary people in the crowd, especially those with weaker constitutions, actually started coughing up blood due to the overflow of his violent energy. Xavier, angered, shouted, "What are you going to do? Do you think I won't dare to beat you?" The man could no longer tolerate it and was about to strike. But suddenly, he felt a sharp pain in his head. Instantly, a sensation of being torn apart swept through his entire body. An immense pressure forced his spine to bend, preventing him from standing straight. With a slap, he couldn't withstand the pressure, and his knees hit the ground. Chapter 104, Recovery. Judah was somewhat surprised. He hadn't even made a move yet, so how could the man be in such a state? Although he might lack perceptiveness, he wasn't stupid enough to not tell if he had acted or not. Yet this man clearly wore an expression of pain. Another snap, and the man's waist was also pressed down, leaving him prostrate on the ground. "Who?" This confrontation seemed like a collision of energies, a silent duel between mental forces. Those outside the scene hardly dared to breathe for fear of being affected. The entire scene was eerily quiet except for the man's agonized groans. Amidst this almost uncanny silence, the faint sound of footsteps could be heard. The footsteps were light but had a metallic dragging quality. Shaolin involuntarily turned his head toward the newcomer. This Paremison had an exceptionally tall and well-proportioned figure, dressed in a specially designed combat suit of the Federation that gave an impression of neatness and efficiency. However, his face was hidden behind a mask, making it impossible to see his features. Looking down at his feet, Shaolin noticed metal-soled shoes, which explained the distinctive footsteps. This Paremison slowly approached, passing by Shaolin and walking straight towards the prostrate man. Then he softly said, "Federation Investigator Hiram, guilty of unjustified torture and murder of ordinary citizens, violating the Federation's Ordinary Citizens Protection Act. You are hereby charged with torture and murder. Apprehend immediately." Judgment made by Beryl. Randy didn't know how long she had been asleep. Lately, her dreams lasted longer than her waking moments. But these dreams were all nightmares, repeatedly targeting her fears. She didn't know how much longer this treatment would last. When she woke up today, Randy felt terribly uncomfortable, her mind heavy. Looking around, she realized the room was unnervingly dark. Suddenly, she realized something was off. Dark. Why should it be dark? She had been blind for 2 months, seeing only whiteness whether her eyes were open or closed. But today, her vision was shrouded in darkness. What happened? Was her condition worsening? Instinctively, she asked aloud. Is anyone there? She could speak. Though her voice was still hoarse, clearly damaged, it was functioning. Sister, you're awake. The room lit up in a warm orange hue, but the light stung Randy's eyes, momentarily blinding her. As her vision adjusted, the anxiety from earlier dissipated. It turned out it wasn't that her blindness worsened, the room itself was dark. Randy was still unsure, fearing she was dreaming. She pinched herself until the pain confirmed that she was indeed awake. Once her eyes adapted to the light, she looked around again and saw Tisha sitting obediently beside her bed and Emerson leaning against the window. Seeing Randy speechless for a while, Tisha teased, speechless from happiness. Where is this? Randy asked after a moment of silence. This is a small house, Tisha replied. Why haven't we seen this place before? It's been so long. Randy's voice was still tired. Tisha happily said, if you continue developing it, there will be more houses. How did this high-dimensional space appear? Randy pondered. Not sure, there are many things like this in the universe. Maybe it resulted from an energy collapse caused by some explosion. Most are quite dangerous. If someone accidentally enters, they can never leave. But this place is different. With an owner here, the energy remains stable. Weren't there always owners here? Tisha shook her head, puzzled by Randy's questions. All right, sister, now that you're awake, don't think too much about it, Emerson said gently. Even though she couldn't see or touch, Randy could sense that Emerson had hardly left her side during her coma. She had finally saved someone who felt grateful, but the thought was a bit ironic. Suddenly, the door clicked open, and a very tall man walked in. Recognizing him, Randy was astonished, frozen in place. This was Conley. How could it be Conley? Tisha wore a knowing smile. This man had the same build and identical face as Conley, but Randy's intuition told her this wasn't Conley. There was a mole near his eye, which Conley lacked. Emerson, standing by the window, watched the man intently, his gaze deep, lost in thought. Randy quietly stared at him, saying nothing. The man spoke first. What? Feel uncomfortable? Who are you? Randy asked. The man sounded puzzled. I'm Conley. Don't you recognize me? Randy coolly replied, you're not. Who are you? For a moment, the man's expression flickered with a hint of unhappiness, but he quickly resumed his smile. When he smiled, his eyes narrowed slightly, and the corners of his lips curled up, softening his frost-like features. Conley had never smiled like this before, yet this face undeniably looked good no matter what expression it made. How could this be? I was clearly mimicking him very well. Conley's voice sounded somewhat frustrated. You don't resemble him at all, Randy said coolly. Beside her, Tisha was already laughing so hard she clutched her stomach and crouched down to the ground, still laughing as she said, Verity, quickly change back to yourself. This time, it was Randy's turn to be speechless. She never imagined that this Conley was actually impersonated by Verity. In an instant, Conley transformed, shrinking to half his size, becoming a little boy with a round and chubby appearance, just like his name suggested. Seeing Verity's form, Randy couldn't help but feel a mix of amusement and exasperation. Why did you imitate him? Because the owner always dreams about him. Every time I check your dreams, there is almost always this Emerson. I think he must be very important to you. Emerson said you seemed unhappy last time, so I thought transforming into this Emerson would make you happy. Verity's tone carried a hint of unhappiness. Randy instinctively glanced at Emerson, who hesitated for a moment. Emerson, thank you. Verity, thank you too. I wasn't unhappy, Randy said calmly. And thank you, Tisha. Although Randy said she wasn't unhappy, her face was deathly pale, with bloodshot eyes and a lack of vitality. Maurice's expressionless gaze did not reflect any joy. Tisha immediately said, Owner, come on, let's go outside and see how I've managed our space. Verity also cheered, let's go, play outside. Although Randy still felt physically exhausted, she couldn't resist their requests and got out of bed. However, the scene outside the window made her pause momentarily. Chapter 105, Countryside. Wherever Randy's gaze fell, there were stretches of verdant farmland. Some fields were planted with wheat, others with rice, and still others with corn that had already grown to half a Emerson's height. The passage of time within this space was now mostly synchronized with the outside world, no longer causing the surreal sensation where mere seconds here felt like an eternity out there. Master, you're looking at crops from the third batch we've planted. The grains grow faster here than outside. The harvested produce has all been stored in the warehouse and will never spoil. Randy felt an urge to step outside. There was a simulated blue sky with white clouds, birds flying and beasts roaming, a gentle breeze blowing by, and a tranquil river flowing gently. In the distance, mountains stretched endlessly, it almost seemed no different from Earth. She never thought that this once barren space could develop to such an extent. Alia darted straight out, quite a rare sight for it to be willing to set foot on the ground. Did you plant flowers as well? Randy asked, finally revealing a hint of joy in her voice as she gazed at the colorful patch in the distance. Of course. Elena loves flowers. That garden is her pride and joy, Yuan replied. Who is Elena? Randy asked, puzzled. Gale replied, Elena, see, she's that young Lin. She's also one of my personalities. She's a flower farmer, and all the flowers in this garden are planted by her. Following Gale's gaze, Randy saw a Lin around 15 years old with a bright and clear appearance, looking especially beautiful among the flower fields. Gale, How many personalities do you have? Gale rubbed her nose sheepishly. Who knows? Whenever there's a need, I split into one more to accompany me. They're all my good friends, but I've lost count of how many there are. Randy glanced at the Elwood repairing tiles on the roof, the elderly man weeding in the field, and many other figures working in the fields. She couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Looks like there are quite a few. After taking a stroll around, Randy's mood indeed improved considerably. A meal was already prepared in the small house, using only the grains they had cultivated within this space. Though there appeared to be many people, only Randy and Emerson, plus a cat, actually ate. Perhaps due to her improving mood or because it had been so long since she last had a meal, Randy ate 2 full bowls of rice. When she was about to reach for a third bowl, Emerson stopped her. Randy, noticing his thoughtful stare, asked, "What's wrong?" Emerson shook his head without speaking. "Tell me quickly." Seeing her insistence, he slowly said, "You and that, brother, are you a couple?" Cough, cough. Randy choked on a grain of rice. "What? Which brother?" Randy laughed bitterly. "From that time you accompanied to the auction." Randy paused for a moment, realizing Emerson was referring to Conley. She chuckled softly and said, "No." Emerson's eyes had darkened for a whole day, but upon hearing those 2 words, they visibly lit up. However, Randy didn't notice this change and continued staring out the window, deep in thought. Randy didn't know how to face Conley. Originally, she treated their relationship with a calm attitude, but as they spent more time together, she couldn't define her feelings anymore. She feared that Conley's affections were merely polite, and she was also afraid of hurting herself if she fell deeper. Maurice's nerves were already fragile enough, she didn't dare to try. She really needed to think this through carefully. "Master, how do you feel right now?" Gale suddenly asked. Randy frowned. "Feel what?" Yuan added, "While you were sleeping, there was an unstable energy fluctuation here which you absorbed. Do you feel any discomfort now?" "What? You mean I absorbed energy from the space?" Randy felt stunned. Yuan explained, "Yes, a lot of it, all absorbed by you." Well, Fernand Emerson also absorbed some, but it was to help share the burden. Randy wanted to cry. How could they keep something so important from her until now? Upon checking internally, she was shocked to find her rank had risen from just above 10s to nearly 20s. Was she even human? Gale shrugged and said, "We were mainly concerned about your mental state and feared telling you might cause emotional fluctuations." Randy sighed. "No wonder I was so hungry when I woke up." She didn't forget to check on Emerson as well. Maurice had also reached 5s, becoming capable enough to handle matters independently, giving Randy some comfort. Randy felt it was about time to leave. Although her days here had been truly joyful, there were still things that needed to be done. All other matters could be put aside for now, but Reiker must not be left behind. Having failed to kill her once, she actually sent people again to try, and the method used was as crude as enticement. Not to mention those strangely named individuals like Riley, Bud, and Kimberly. It was better just to eliminate them all. At the Capitol base, on the top floor in the circular courtroom, a man was kneeling on a central disc, with blood at the corner of his mouth, barely breathing. On the platform above, Beryl looked down at the man below, his eyes cold and indifferent. Maurice said in a cold voice, "Hiram, do you know your crime?" The man kneeling on the ground seemed reluctant. "It's nothing more than killing a few useless trash." "What kind of crime is this?" Beryl replied calmly, "You still don't realize where you went wrong." After speaking, he lightly gestured downwards, and a nearby instrument cranked up the electric current to its maximum, striking the man's brain. The man screamed in agony and fell to the ground. "Hiram, do you know your crime?" Even though his back was electrified and could no longer straighten up, the man gritted his teeth, showing no intention of confessing. Seeing this, Beryl sighed slightly and said, "Your mistake wasn't in killing those civilians. They are dead and buried. But you shouldn't have acted so openly. There are countless enforcers in the Federation, each representing different factions. As one of Chief Mo's people, you should not leave room for others to exploit." The man raised his head in surprise, seemingly confused. "Failure in one assassination attempt doesn't guarantee success in another." "What do you mean?" The man's voice was hoarse and low. "Don't you remember who you tried to chase after?" "You're talking about Randy?" Hiram finally caught on. "You're not too stupid. Acting on your own to pursue Randy easily draws attention to Chief Mo." Beryl sneered coldly. Hiram lowered his head and whispered, "Indeed, I made a mistake." Beryl said no more, turning around and leaving the room, leaving Hiram alone to continue his punishment. Regardless, punishment was necessary. Kimberly and Lanzi were ordered to investigate Test Subject X, but they not only failed to find any clues but also put Reiker in danger due to Kimberly's rash actions. This time, if he did not accept sufficient punishment, it would be hard to quell Reiker's anger. Chapter 106, Downfall. Stepping back into the city again, it had been over a month since the ambush. Randy felt as if she had entered an entirely different world, even the street scenes seemed somewhat bewildering. For so long, there had been no news of a leader being kidnapped and killed. It was likely that Dawnlight Yuan had been rescued successfully. With this in mind, Randy wasn't in a hurry to return to Citia first. Instead, she headed for the eastern coast. She had long wanted to see the sea. Why couldn't tourism still happen in the apocalypse? Along the way, she could visit Xavier. Randy drove slowly along areas where signs of human activity were present, feeling an unusual sense of peace. On the road, she encountered many friendly faces. Manya sat in the passenger seat, sleeping most of the time and eating during the rest of it. Passing by a supply station, Randy got out of her car to refuel. The fuel she had stockpiled before the apocalypse hadn't run out yet, but she kept those as a last resort. Now that she could refuel at a supply point, it was better to do so whenever possible. This supply station was quite large, located at the intersection of several cities, with vehicles coming and going constantly. Many of them bore the emblem of the Federation. Holding a cup of coffee and a plate of food, she found an empty seat and sat down. Next to her were a few people in federal combat uniforms chatting quietly about something. They spoke in low voices as if they were afraid of being overheard, but with Randy's keen hearing, their conversation easily reached her ears. Really didn't expect it. You can't tell from looks alone. You're right. I think there are a lot more who haven't been exposed yet. Who's cleaner than anyone else? I agree. Wait a moment, I'll grab a bottle of alcohol, then we can keep talking. Randy listened in confusion. Had something big happened in the Federation recently? At that moment, the man who went to fetch the alcohol returned and whispered even lower to the others, "You wouldn't think Reiker would do that kind of thing despite holding such a high position, right?" Randy frowned. Was it related to Reiker? Isn't that obvious? Who isn't greedy for more money? The grey market is insanely profitable, said a woman, curling her lips. But this highest commander of City really showed some guts this time, directly exposing the evidence. Maurice just executed a batch of people for blue screen, and now Reiker is implicated in the energy issue. Maurice should set an example. Conley. How did Conley get involved? The man who fetched the alcohol continued slowly. Reiker has to give an explanation. If he doesn't die, then all those people who were executed because of blue screen will have died in vain. His crimes are much greater than theirs. If he doesn't die, everyone's eyes will be on him. The Federation isn't just our country, and I think Reiker won't escape death this time. Who did he provoke, anyway, but the cold-blooded Yama like Conley? A woman immediately slapped him. I think you've had too much to drink. How dare you speak so recklessly? Keep your voice down, we still work for the Federation. The drunken man didn't seem to care. What's there to fear? Everyone in the Federation is discussing this. What does Reiker count as here? Seeing the man slightly drunk, everyone hastily covered their mouths. Randy didn't realize how she ended up back in the car. She understood what they said. Conley found evidence that Reiker was colluding with energy suppliers and exposed it. And oddly enough, Reiker was also the initiator of the blue screen plan. This incident made it hard not to suspect that he was trying to make war profits using other countries. Other countries would never accept this. Even if Reiker didn't die, he definitely couldn't remain as the highest commander. This should be a happy thing for Randy, who had intended to act against Reiker. But she couldn't figure out why Conley suddenly acted against him. Randy first drove along the coastline, then arrived at Nebula Market. It was still early, and not many shops were open. She hadn't told Xavier in advance where his shop was located, so she decided to wander around this beautiful seaside market herself. Considering flood prevention, the market was far from the coastline and situated on top of a mountain. The view from the top was magnificent, with the coastal scenery and lush forests stretching as far as the eye could see. As human activity reduced, more space reverted to nature, making everything green and vibrant. From morning till night, there wasn't a moment when this place wasn't beautiful. Perhaps it was these small bits of beauty that became the Rear Emerson for people to carry on living. Randy coincidentally caught lunchtime, choosing a seafood restaurant with the best view and sitting down. The taste of food after the apocalypse wasn't much different from before, it was just that there were many kinds of seafood that hadn't existed previously. Randy, fearing radiation, didn't dare to try them. After eating her fill and having enough to drink, she ordered a pot of tea and slowly sipped it, finding a unique flavor in it. If this experience had brought any change to Randy, the greatest change should have been in her mindset. Why worry about how long she could live or stress over future events? Living in the moment was the best choice. Sitting for a while longer and enjoying the sea breeze, Randy finally got up to find Xavier. It just so happened that Xavier was being lazy today, not opening his shop and sleeping until he naturally woke up. After slipping on a pair of slippers, he went to watch others go sea fishing. Watching for a bit, his old habit kicked in, and he couldn't resist giving unsolicited advice. After a few sentences, he remembered how his last attempt at advice had been unpopular and forced himself to stop. "You run your shop here?" A voice suddenly came from behind, making Xavier jump. The Paremison fishing wasn't startled by Randy's voice but was instead scared by Xavier's reaction. The fish that was about to be caught escaped. Maurice turned around and immediately glared at Xavier. "Go away, it's you again." Xavier quickly retorted, "I didn't mean to." After saying that, he turned to look at Randy, forcing an ugly smile. "Boss Jiang, why are you here?" "I came to check on my investment." "How is the business?" Xavier immediately replied, "Of course it's good. There's always a crowd every day. I closed the shop for one day because I'm afraid they might go crazy." The man who was fishing immediately interjected, "Talking nonsense, how much revenue can there be in a day?" Xavier glared at him and quickly pulled Randy away from the spot. "Where's this quarter's money?" Randy didn't beat around the bush. "Ah, Boss Jiang, it's rare for you to come to the seaside. Let's not talk about such unlucky things. I'll take you around." Randy already knew this Paremison was short on cash and promptly pointed out the situation. "What happened? 50,000 Federation dollars isn't a small amount. Didn't make any profit?" Xavier looked hesitant for a moment, then sighed and said, "It's not that we didn't make any money, but the taxes here are high, and the cost of living is also high. There's barely anything left." Randy immediately asked curiously, isn't the Federation's tax rate uniform? Chapter 107 Return to City A. Xavier immediately lowered his voice, it's different here. You wouldn't know, but the few bases near Linhai are interconnected and have been united for a long time. After announcing cooperation, they increased taxes and the cost of living in the base became higher. Many residents couldn't afford housing or food and had no choice but to leave the base to find a place to survive on their own. Doesn't the Federation manage it? The Federation is busy with just Reiker's matter. How can they manage this? Besides, the tax adjustments for the bases were originally timely. If the authorities say they need more taxes due to large investments in building protective shields, would ordinary people dare not to pay? Oh, so more taxes will be paid then. To Xavier's surprise, Randy's reaction was rather indifferent. Oh, just a no. Randy raised her eyes. What else should I do? The operation of the Federation itself requires financial input, otherwise, it would be charity work. It has been so long since the apocalypse began, and the climate has stabilized. Even ordinary people should learn some means of livelihood instead of relying on others all day. Xavier observed Randy from top to bottom, inside out, then touched his chin and said, you've changed. Changed where? You're less prone to meddling in other people's affairs. If it were the old you, you'd definitely think of ways to warn these bases. Randy sneered, do I have that much ability? Alright, I came to see if you're still alive. Since you're troublesome, it's easy for you to get beaten to death one day. I'll come again at the end of the year to collect money from you. If you can't pay by then, pack up and leave. Long faceless and shameless, Xavier showed no sadness even after being scolded, instantly turning into a smile. Sure thing, have a nice walk back, Boss Jiang. Randy had no intention of getting involved in the tax issue. Not only did she lack the ability, but even if she could, she didn't want to meddle in other people's business unnecessarily. This trip to the seaside was like a tour, and now Randy resumed her journey back to City A. Upon returning to City A, Randy found everything changed. It looked lifeless and decadent despite it being less than a month since she left. As Randy entered the base with doubts, a disheveled woman suddenly rushed forward. By her figure, she seemed like a woman. Maurice's thin fingers tightly gripped Randy's hand, then murmured, Randy, you are Randy, right? Randy frowned. Immediately, ground staff rushed over and pulled the woman aside. In an instant, the woman's face, which had been covered by messy hair, was exposed, locking eyes with Randy. For a moment, Randy finally recognized her. This Paremison turned out to be her aunt, Malia. How did she become like this? A young ground staff member noticed Randy's badge and realized she had a high rank. Maurice quickly apologized to Randy. Sorry, we lost track of her for a moment. She went crazy after losing her husband and Emerson, usually kept in the confinement room, but managed to escape today. Randy nodded, looking calmly at the woman on the ground. To say she felt nothing would be false, but mostly she felt indifferent. Everyone's fate was different, and there wasn't much else to say beyond that. Back at the base, Randy decided to visit Houston first, wondering how he had been lately. Through the glass window of the laboratory, Randy saw an old man hunched over writing something. She pushed the door open and walked in. Teacher, she started gently. Mauriceing the voice, Houston quickly stood up, took out his glasses, put them on, and upon recognizing Randy, became speechless with excitement. Maurice immediately pulled her over for a full-body checkup to confirm she was unharmed before feeling relieved. No one knew where Randy had gone or what she had encountered during her absence. Seeing her return alive, Houston finally relaxed his long-held worries. I tell you, you've finally returned. Naughty Lin, causing us worry, Houston's tone still carried some excitement. I made you worry. Houston waved his hand, my worry is secondary. If you hadn't returned, Conley. Maurice stopped abruptly, his expression becoming odd. Randy asked curiously, what about Conley? Houston sighed deeply, then said, go find her yourself. Randy responded slowly, where is he? Randy found Conley at the training base in City A. Maurice was neither on the spectator stand nor in the rest area but on the training field. Everyone on the field wore protective gear, making it hard to see faces, but Conley's tall and slender figure stood out in the crowd, easily noticeable. Why would he personally participate in training? The man below the platform seemed to be teaching the trainees combat skills, but in a live practice manner, showing no mercy at all. The dozen or so trainees were selected from elite candidates, yet it appeared they still could not bear this method of training. Randy had a blind spot here that allowed her to see the platform but not be seen by anyone below. She waited for about half an hour before Conley slowly walked up. Without his protective gear, the tips of his hair on his forehead were slightly damp, his face remained pale and cold, and he didn't even seem out of breath, his eyes completely indifferent as if nothing in the world mattered to him anymore. At this moment, Alin approached Conley, looking like Rochelle. When she spoke to him, she almost leaned against him, but Conley subtly pulled away, his gaze lowered, seemingly lost in thought. Suddenly, Randy wasn't sure if she should approach. Over a month had passed, anything could have changed. She didn't move forward, but Conley, as if sensing something, turned his head and glanced over, meeting Randy's eyes right then. In that instant, Randy's mind went blank. She couldn't even analyze the expression on Conley's face at that moment. Randy. Conley's voice was low and hoarse, as if these two words weighed 1,000 pounds. Rochelle naturally saw Randy too, her expression freezing. She hadn't expected that Randy would still be alive to return. Turning her head, she found Conley already gone. Randy forced a happy expression and laughed. Long time no see. Conley frowned, his eyes carrying emotions Randy couldn't understand, remaining silent. Without a response, Randy stood awkwardly in place, feeling somewhat at a loss. Since it was training time, there were quite a few people around, all casting curious glances. These young faces mostly hadn't seen Randy before, some were even bold enough to stop and stare. Conley's eyes carried a chill as he glanced at them, immediately sending them scattering in fear. "Conley, you look." Before Randy could finish her sentence, she felt her arm burn as someone tightly grabbed it and pulled her into the adjacent restroom. Closing the door, locking it, and activating the shield in one smooth motion, the door isolated the two from the outside environment completely. Chapter 108, Deep Engagement. Rochelle stared intently at the door, lost in her thoughts. Conley, seemingly possessed by some temper, had an alarming strength as he pinned Randy against the door, looking down at her with a heavy gaze and murmured, "Where have you been?" Randy's eyes flickered evasively, but her tone was casual, "I went to recuperate." Conley said nothing, merely turning Randy's chin towards him with his hand, forcing her to meet his eyes. There seemed to be something churning in his darkened gaze, making his already deep eyes appear even more inscrutable. "Conley." Suddenly, Randy felt this Conley was a bit frightening. Suddenly, Randy felt her feet leave the ground as she was lifted into his arms. In the next second, she was placed on a table, with Conley's hands braced on either side of her body. "Where have you been?" he asked again in a deep voice. Randy let out a light laugh, her gaze refocusing on Conley's eyes. "Conley, who are you to me? Why do you care so much?" Conley half closed his eyes, casting a shadow from his raven-like lashes. When he opened them again, they were tinged with restrained emotion. "Randy, you're an idiot." "Randy, huh? You talk straight, why start insulting now?" Before Randy could respond, Conley continued, "What if there was a misunderstanding?" "What?" Randy once thought her heart would never beat ardently and sincerely for anyone, especially not in the apocalypse, and certainly not for Conley. But right then, she felt a sudden urge, an unfamiliar, bitter, and intense emotion surged within her chest. "Conley, what kind of parmesan are you? You say nothing, do nothing, and just expect things to be fine. What is this cautious touch? Ambiguity? I'm sorry, I'm somewhat traditional and can't play along with Micah's games." Conley chuckled softly and replied lightly, "Games? Would this count?" Maurice leaned closer, slightly tilting his head, their distance now only breath apart. One hand held Randy's chin as he kissed her. It was a light touch, like the brief dab of a dragonfly skimming water, filled with great restraint and patience. Touch and release, one wasn't enough, so he did it again, each contact feeling like a feather brushing her skin, bringing a slight itchiness that tugged at her heart. After a while, Conley finally pulled back. Their eyes met again, his expression was no longer as heavy, his eyes carrying a faint glimmer of satisfaction. "Don't you like it?" he whispered. "Forget it, just go with it." Randy thought this, closed her eyes, and moved closer, even wrapping her arms around Conley's neck. Conley sighed lightly, leaning in once more, this time more deeply than before. Maurice's lips were crushed under his, leaving Randy struggling for breath. Conley showed no intention of letting go, deepening the kiss further. Throughout this, Randy kept her eyes shut, but had she opened them, she would have seen Conley's eyes always half closed, focused entirely on her face, his gaze deeper than ever. "Conley." Randy's voice trembled, her eyes seemingly glistening. Finally, they parted, pushed apart by Randy who really couldn't breathe anymore. Conley's voice carried a trace of panting. Oddly, he hadn't shown any signs of exhaustion during intense training earlier, yet now he was breathing heavily. "After coming back, who did you visit?" Randy took a deep breath and counted on her fingers indifferently. "Let me think. First I went to find Xavier at the eastern coast, then came back to see teacher, Martina, and visited the unconscious Micah. Only after all that." Conley abruptly lifted her up, silencing her words with another kiss. "Ah." Randy cried out in pain, "Why did you bite me?" This instigator, though scolded, didn't feel too guilty, instead replying calmly, "You came to see me last." Seeing his displeased face, Randy changed the subject, thinking of something. She asked, "Was Reiker's thing you're doing? Why did you suddenly target him?" A cold look flashed across Conley's face. No Rear Emerson, just couldn't stand him. Randy stared into Conley's eyes and suddenly smiled. "You. This has nothing to do with you, don't overthink it." "Randy, put me down first, we've been here long enough, the students outside might start speculating." Conley tightened his grip slightly. "Speculate what? Playing games." "Randy, can't you forget that word?" When they emerged from the lounge again, most of the students outside had left. Unexpectedly, Rochelle was still there, holding an electronic screen and standing on the platform. Maurice hearing the commotion, she turned around, stood up, and approached the two. She walked straight toward Randy. "Sister, can I talk to Micah about something?" Conley was standing right behind Randy. Instead of speaking directly to Conley, she addressed Randy, which was somewhat intriguing. Ultimately, Randy didn't really care and said indifferently, "Then you should ask Micah." "Why are you asking me?" Rochelle's expression turned slightly awkward for a moment, and she could only look at Conley again for help, but he completely ignored her. "If it's work-related, come to my office during working hours. If it's anything else, there's no need to talk," Conley said calmly. Rochelle was about to say something, but Conley had already walked away with Randy. On the way, Randy remained calm, not asking any questions. She didn't need to feel jealous. If she had misjudged him, she would leave decisively. Meanwhile, Conley's eyes kept drifting over Randy from time to time, revealing unknown thoughts. Conley brought Randy to Lemuel's ward once again. Lemuel was still unconscious, breathing faintly, his heartbeat barely perceptible, as if his whole body was on the verge of collapse, only holding on by a thread. Conley lowered his gaze to look at the Paremison on the bed, his tone so neutral that no emotion could be detected. Maurice has been like this since he was rescued. The examination found brain damage, but there were no other issues with his body. We initially suspected a mental attack. Randy nodded, thinking the same thing. It definitely wasn't ordinary kidnappers. It was even bold to suspect that Cloudtop Peak might have been involved. Initially, they thought the kidnappers were connected to the G family, but later considered that just the suppression ring wasn't enough evidence to conclude it was all one party's doing. The first time it was the Yi family, now it was Lemuel. What about Dominic? How is he? Conley was silent for a while before speaking. Maurice had no vital signs when he was found on the first day. Randy was taken aback. How could this happen? What level of Paremison was Dominic? The kidnappers clearly weren't high level either. How could he just disappear like that? Chapter 109, The Chongming Bird. Conley could not answer this question either. Randy suddenly thought of someone. Right, has Ramon woken up? Maurice is awake, but not fully. Soon, Randy understood what Conley meant. Indeed, he was awake, but in a dazed and foolish state. Through the glass window, one could see Elwood squatting on the ground, drawing something while muttering to himself. His cheeks were sunken, and his complexion was pale. Randy found it impossible to associate him with the well-featured youth from back then. At that moment, a doctor walked in, and Ramon immediately ran back to bed, completely hiding under the covers, both head and body. Conley remarked indifferently, same brain damage, just slightly better than Grandpa's condition. This made Randy suspect that these incidents were orchestrated by Hoover. Suddenly, Randy seemed to think of something and said, "What about Courtney and the others?" Conley remained expressionless. Dead. All dead. Randy didn't know how she felt at that moment. The Paremison who tormented her the most in her previous life was now dead, and she couldn't describe her emotions. She suddenly remembered what she had said before dying in her last life. Courtney, is it interesting? 6 months before Randy's death, Courtney had sought her out. Randy, among all these people, you are one of the few with some backbone. The Federation is about to fall. We've disliked each other for so long, we can set it aside. I invite you to join Shungan Church with great reluctance. What do you say? Randy still remembered her response then. No, everyone has their own fate. The path you chose may not be an easy one. Even now, Randy could recall Courtney's facial expression at that moment, a complicated, struggling, and dark look. Facts proved Courtney right and herself wrong. But now, Courtney was dead. Is it interesting? Randy. Conley noticed her distress and was about to speak when 2 researchers approached, handing over electronic spreadsheets. These sheets compared brain activity levels, showing that Ramon's entire brain was in chaos after waking up, with severe damage to the nervous system. After reviewing the data, Conley finally showed a flicker of emotion. The treatment failed. Randy asked, what treatment? A researcher explained, from the catlin, we extracted a hormone that helps stabilize the brain. So, we tried using this hormone to treat brain-damaged individuals, but unfortunately, the treatment failed. Randy frowned. What do you mean? You've been experimenting on the Cat Lynn since I rescued her. Why bother rescuing her if you're doing the same thing as the villains, only with different slogans? The researcher hurriedly clarified, not at all. This Cat Lynn volunteered for the experiment, we did not force her. Besides, our experiments are harmless. Volunteered? Randy scoffed. I'd like to see how that volunteer works. Saying this, she gestured for the researcher to lead the way. The researcher glanced at Conley, who nodded in agreement, then led Randy to the Cat Lynn's research room. All the while, Conley closely followed Randy, as if afraid she might run away. The room was simply furnished, and the Cat Lynn was resting inside. Suddenly, her ears perked up, likely hearing Randy's footsteps. Maurice's eyes were still blurry from sleep, but they lit up instantly upon seeing Randy. Such experimental subjects cannot have contact with the outside world during the experimentation period, so she could only watch Randy through the glass. Moricello. Randy smiled at her. The Cat Lynn mimicked her smile, then opened her mouth, uttering a few words. By reading her lips, Randy guessed she was saying, sis. Can she talk? Randy asked a nearby staff member. Yes, she has strong learning abilities. Currently, her intelligence level is similar to that of a 7 or 8-year-old human child. In just a few months, the Cat Lynn had grown from infancy to late teens. The people behind such technology were indeed malicious. Randy wanted to ask the Cat Lynn some questions, but there were too many people around. Just as she was planning to ask them to leave, Conley preemptively dismissed everyone else. Little sister, I'll ask you, do you remember where you came from? The Cat Lynn nodded. Randy felt some joy, but the next moment, the Cat Lynn said, I was in a big black room. Sister saved me. Sister means before that, where did you come from earlier? The Cat Lynn shook her head and said, always in a big black room. What kind of big black room was it? Randy persisted, thinking that if she remembered the black room, her memory must have been somewhat retained. Well, the room was tiny, extremely cold, and there wasn't any good food. Randy chuckled. Although biologically she was already 15 or 16 years old, essentially she was still a child. While Randy asked questions here, Conley watched from over there, occasionally asking a few questions as well. However, the Cat Lynn usually didn't answer Conley's questions, she only answered Randy's. Suddenly, Randy noticed a pattern on the little Lynn's swinging tail, hidden under a tuft of fur. This pattern was close to skin color, and it would be hard to notice without looking closely. Conley followed Randy's gaze, his expression faltering as he too discovered this pattern. This pattern represented a bird, more accurately, a two-headed bird. The moment Randy recognized its shape, she froze. If not for her rebirth, she wouldn't have known what it was. Recalling now, she had seen this shape before in the underground of the De Rui pharmaceutical building, on those failed experimental subjects, but back then it was too blurry to see clearly. She should have thought of it earlier. This is the Chongming bird. On the banners of the End Days Rebellion army, there was a fiery and flamboyant Chongming bird. The Chongming bird, born in fire and flying towards the sun, symbolized light and justice, dispelling darkness wherever it went, revealing all evils. The rebels used this banner, claiming themselves as righteous forces while committing wrongful acts. It was truly ironic. So that's it, De Rui pharmaceutical. No wonder you were so intent on researching mutant species, that's how it is. In an instant, Randy understood everything, her body trembling slightly, her limbs icy cold. Suddenly, Randy felt warmth on the back of her hand. Looking up, she met Conley's gentle and calm gaze. Beep, detected significant progress in exploring the world, space development progress increased by 10%, now at 40%, unlocking animal husbandry. 1 week after the Reiker incident was exposed, the Federation finally responded. According to the law, he should have been executed, but due to the immeasurable benefits Blue Screen had brought to humanity, acknowledging his contributions to human history, his political rights were revoked, and the execution was changed to life imprisonment. The highest commander position in the Federation would be temporarily filled by the deputy commander, who was Junior's father, Fitz, until formal elections took place. Though Reiker did not die, he was thoroughly brought down. All aristocratic families and government officials who had once been close to Reiker severed ties with him. The first commander's sudden fall was tragic, evoking sighs of lamentation. But this was just the first one. From Randy's perspective as a returnee, each subsequent term would end similarly badly. Chapter 110 Diary. The results for the previous computer are in, Conley said suddenly. There's a lot of information. Take a look yourself. Conley handed the computer over to Randy. It was an ordinary laptop, not a specialized machine, just a common brand found in office settings before the apocalypse. The screen displayed only a folder and a recycle bin. The folder contained 2 documents and 1 compressed file. Randy opened one of the documents named Experiment Log for Test Subject No X. This log meticulously recorded biological data such as heart rate, weight, and brainwave activity. It was all numbers that Randy couldn't quite understand, so she opened the other document. While Randy was reading, Conley poured her a cup of warm water and placed it beside her, then quietly sat next to her, attending to his own work. This document had no name. Upon opening it, they discovered it was a first Paremison diary, seemingly detailing experimental reflections. The entries started 15 years before the apocalypse and were sporadic. March 2nd, 2036. Today is my first day joining the team. It feels like a dream. I still can't believe I'm actually at Foster University. My dream school, my favorite professor, and the cutting-edge technology I've always longed for. Being selected to join the research group proves the professor's recognition of me. I must try hard and live up to his expectations. March 11th, 2036. Today, I attended a group meeting with senior members. Everyone was so impressive, I have to keep pushing myself. March 26th, 2036. My first group meeting record, completed successfully. Although I was nervous at the start, the professor and seniors were very friendly. Joining this group was the best decision I've ever made. So far, these were normal entries. Randy flipped through the rest of the months quickly. There wasn't much special, just routine experimental records. The author of the diary didn't mention their name or the professor's name, nor the research project's title. Everyone was referred to by a placeholder, but Randy noticed that one Paremison, specifically he, appeared frequently. Maurice could refer to many people, but in this diary, he clearly referred to one specific individual. The writer's emotions towards he gradually became more intense, suggesting that if the diary was about personal feelings, he wouldn't be a random reference. Today, I encountered a problem during the experiment, but he was so smart and solved it right away. Maurice is really kind. Maurice brought breakfast for me today. Buck praised him today. Maurice is truly outstanding, and the professor likes him a lot. I must learn from him. The tone seemed like it came from a female writer. However, this routine diary took a turn on April 7th, 2037. Today, I finally entered the core lab and saw it. It was so beautiful. I've never seen anything so stunning. Seeing it was almost breathtaking. Once again, joining the group was the best decision I've ever made. It caught Randy's attention. Clearly, the writer had already reached the core of the research. The object of study should be it. After finishing his work, Conley seemed bored. Noticing that Randy hadn't touched her now cold water, he got up and refilled her cup, bringing it close to her lips. Randy took a reluctant sip. September 5th, 2037. Finally, we can go on fieldwork. I've been waiting for this, but I don't understand why biologists need to work with geologists in such remote areas. September 13th, 2037. Today was extremely perilous. It felt like I barely survived. How scary. Those geologists died while digging it up. I swear I won't take part in such dangerous missions again. Luckily, there was he. What did they dig up? Randy grew more confused as she continued reading. Things remained normal until a change occurred, and the frequency of entries increased. January 2nd, 2038. Why did he argue so fiercely with the professor? Buck liked him the most, and he also respected the professor. January 5th, 2038. Today was tough. The test subject suddenly developed some issues. Buck looked depressed. I hope it's nothing serious. It looks so beautiful, I don't want it to die. January 10th, 2038. Its condition is deteriorating. What can we do? Is it going to die? But if it dies, our 2 years of effort will be in vain. January 11th, 2038. The teacher called in teachers from other research groups and even experts in physics and geology, but the meeting ended on a sour note. January 13th, 2038. Today, I am truly sad. Maurice is leaving, seemingly gone for good. January 14th, 2038. It died. The teacher sat in the lab all day. It was the only successful test subject after all these years, and its death dealt a devastating blow to each of us. The diary entries became extremely frequent during these few days, as if something significant was about to happen. January 17th, 2038. The teacher suddenly asked me to help him with something. I hesitated, and he looked disappointed. After that, the January entries abruptly stopped. The next entry was in April of the same year, but its content was chilling. April 2nd, 2038. Maurice went mad. Maurice really went mad. Maurice killed the teacher, and I saw it with my own eyes. Oh God, could the experimental results mean so much to him? Having read this far, Randy concluded that the data records in the first document must pertain to this very test subject. And this he who murdered his mentor was likely doing so to obtain the experimental results. Subsequent diary entries described how he killed the teacher, took away the corpse of the test subject, and his family covered up the incident. Others took over the research, which continued unabated. Until one day. October 5th, 2039. How could this happen? It's terrifying. They actually used humans for research: infants, children, adults, elderly. What kind of experiment is this? Wasn't it supposed to benefit humanity? To cure terminal illnesses? I'm starting to lose hope. November 21st, 2039. They're all mad, wanting to defy the natural laws of human beings. I don't want to continue. I want to leave here. November 30th, 2039. My escape attempt failed. They caught me. All I have left is this one-way connected laptop, but I can't just resign myself to fate. I need to find a way out. December 5th, 2039. I might never get out of here. Chapter 111 Rumors. Although he wrote that he would never get out, the diary continued. So many people interrogated me, demanding I hand over my teacher's research results, but I had no idea what her research outcomes were. What should I do? I can't hold on any longer. This her caught Randy's attention, indicating that this teacher was a woman. February 8th, 2039. Today is New Year's Day. I thought I would never get out, but unexpectedly someone saved me. It was him who came to save me. Ultimately, only he came to rescue me. After this entry, there was a long period of missing records. April 27th, 2041. This might be my last entry. Maurice plans to use me as an experiment. Maurice put me in a large experimental chamber and tested various things on me daily, just like we did to it. I finally understand how much pain it endured. I am a sinner. What have I done? This time, I barely managed to escape. There will be no future after this. It appeared that the owner of the diary had been impriamisoned and started to undergo human experimentation. May 3rd, 2041. Maurice said that since experiment subject X is dead, from now on, I will be experiment subject X. January 8th, 2042. It feels like a very long dream. Maurice disappeared, but his experiments succeeded. I lost many memories and can only recall some by reading the diary. Reading this, Randy was puzzled. The experiments succeeded. Was it the human experimentation that succeeded? April 7th, 2042. I was specially hired as a professor at the school. My brother came to see me. July 6th, 2042. Everything should end here. Humanity's history will come to an end. It can't be helped. Survival of the fittest and species evolution are instincts. Those useless people, what qualifications do they have to live? How dare ordinary people compare themselves to deities? At this point, the diary ended on July 6th, 2042, 8 years before the beginning of the apocalypse. Randy frowned. From the previous entries, although the identity of this Paremison was Bailara, it seemed he was kind-hearted. But the final statement contradicted his previously established character. Conley asked when he noticed Randy paused. Finished reading? Randy nodded. Any discoveries? Randy's voice was somewhat cold. Survival of the fittest, species evolution. Someone wants to become a god. Yes, in short, that's it, Conley replied, gently squeezing Randy's hand. Was this found in Dure Pharmaceutical's office building? So this researcher worked for Dure Pharmaceutical? Conley pondered. As far as I know, Dure Pharmaceutical once had a postdoctoral program with by Foster University and collaborated with multiple universities, so he may not necessarily be a Dure employee. Do you remember the mention of a geological team? Conley's voice was so gentle it made Randy's ears itch slightly. Could it be that the geological team's discovery was the raw stone? This type of rock radiates harmful effects on ordinary people, causing some to mutate and others to develop cancer, leading to the distinction between different human types. Their experiments aimed to explore the potential of human mutation, right? Conley said coolly, yes, hence by Foster University is also suspicious. It's the only name mentioned clearly. There was still an undecrypted file in the folder, unknown contents inside. We can't open that file because it's programmed to destroy itself if not opened using a specific method. Randy nodded, realizing the importance of the encrypted file. I think we should visit by Foster University, Randy whispered. Conley raised an eyebrow. By Foster? No need. 40% of the experts here graduated from by Foster University, including me. Randy was surprised but then realized it made sense, given it was the top university before the apocalypse. Speaking of which, I suddenly remembered a rumor about our by Foster University, Conley suddenly said. Randy was startled. What rumor? 20 years ago, by Foster University, along with other universities, organized a large-scale polar expedition covering various disciplines, involving hundreds of participants. The expedition lasted about a month but ended unsatisfactorily. According to my knowledge, among the several hundred participants, the death rate reached 30%. Since most of the participants were doctoral students, with only a few master's degree holders, this 30% mortality rate was a huge loss to the country at that time. So after they returned, the state immediately stopped funding for the project. Randy slowly said, then there were no reports about the expedition results back then? There were some, but the videos were quickly deleted shortly after being released. Deleted? Was it a sensitive topic? Conley, I don't think it was deleted because it was a sensitive topic. The rear emission for deletion was that it was too real. The video was about alien ruins. Randy was puzzled. You mean this expedition found clues related to aliens? So smart, Conley smiled. Randy rolled her eyes and continued, if that's the fact, what's the rumor you mentioned? After the project was forcibly stopped, not all schools abandoned further exploration. It was rumored that by Foster University, after returning, privately organized several expeditions on their own expense. These secret expeditions were not known to the public, of course. All of this is just speculation. The basis for this speculation lies in the fact that for a long time, by Foster University heavily encouraged undergraduate students to directly join research groups, and those who joined rarely interacted with the outside world. The top university students in the country don't attend classes, write papers, engage in academic activities, or even return to their dormitories. Randy, guess what they were actually doing? Randy frowned as she listened to Conley tell these stories. Although the internet had frequently reported information about aliens before, she knew those were false and never took them seriously. However, if she were to truly believe that this apocalypse might be closely related to an alien civilization, or even possibly caused by human greed, it left her in a state of confusion. Was this apocalypse a punishment from nature or orchestrated by humans themselves? Randy didn't dare to delve deeper into this question. Chapter 112 Surveillance. Randy and Conley were still examining the diary when Conley's communicator received a call. After the call, Conley's expression immediately changed. What happened? Randy asked anxiously. Ramon has gone missing. Without hesitation, Randy initiated a mental search and quickly locked onto the target. Maurice's in the radar zone. By the time everyone arrived at the radar zone, Ramon had already locked himself inside. However, due to his muddled state of mind, he was now hesitating before a bunch of instruments, unsure of how to proceed. Randy immediately took control of his brain nerves, and at that moment, Ramon suddenly calmed down, obediently opened the glass door, and walked out. Medical staff, who were ready with a sedative, injected it into him, causing him to slowly collapse. This guy, if he were truly an idiot, he wouldn't have been able to find the radar station and lock himself in from the inside. But if he weren't an idiot, why would he be facing a bunch of instruments without knowing what to do? Truly, he was just idiotic at the right moment. How could he escape? Conley's tone sounded somewhat displeased. An experimental staff member immediately replied, it is indeed our negligence. We thought he was an idiot, so we didn't avoid him while entering passwords. It turns out he still retained some intelligence and remembered the password. So today, he came out on his own. Randy, puzzled, asked, you've been entering passwords in front of him for days. If he could remember them, he should have escaped long ago. Why wait until today? Think carefully, did he do anything unusual today? Nothing special, really. His mental state isn't quite normal, so, we couldn't determine which day was his usual state. Maurice's always been muttering nonsensically. If there's anything unusual, maybe it's that he seemed particularly agitated today. Randy seized on the key point immediately. What was he muttering about? The experimental staff member thought for a moment and then said, all sorts of strange things, but he kept saying something like, time is running out. Time is running out. What time is running out? For some rear emission, perhaps it was intuition, Randy suddenly thought of the man in the patient gown she encountered at the Capitol base and the words he spoke to her. After putting Ramon back in his room, the staff immediately changed the password. Randy watched Ramon, who was sleeping soundly on the bed through the glass, feeling puzzled. Suddenly, she asked, Conley, where did you find him? Maurice came back by himself. When we found him, he had been dehydrated for 3 days and was practically skin and bones. Do you think his condition, as well as Micah's coma, might be related to Hoover? Previously, Micah mentioned that all the undercover agents he sent out came back in this state. Conley looked somber, his voice sounding somewhat strained. Grandfather was targeted to lure you into a trap. Have you exposed yourself at Hoover recently? Randy shook her head immediately. I haven't even attended any activities yet. There's no rear emission I would be discovered. Besides, the Peremison who tried to kill me, I saw him before at the blue screen conference, standing next to Reiker, wearing a blue-tailed ring on his left hand. So, was Micah not kidnapped by Hoover but by Reiker? That doesn't make sense either. It doesn't have to be the same group. Borrowing a knife to kill someone is possible, Conley said casually. After being reminded by Conley, Randy had a new idea. Kidnapping Conley Yuan was to lure her out. This must have been done by Reiker. But making Conley Yuan fall into a coma must have been someone else. Thinking this way, Randy felt enlightened and immediately said, I see. We can check what Micah did before he was kidnapped and investigate what happened to the Yi family back then. Conley quietly watched Randy, neither confirming nor denying. Randy was extremely action-oriented. That night, she obtained information about both people. In reality, the data available on the surface showed nothing unusual. Just as Randy was about to give up in frustration, an unsent message caught her attention again. A bright red exclamation mark accompanied by a long text snippet. Randy clicked on the text, but strangely enough, the moment she did, the text was deleted. A chill shot through Randy. Who was watching her? Instinctively, she shut off the electronic screen. With her current detection abilities, the entire base wasn't a problem. There was no one around her. How could someone delete it precisely when she was about to read it? The coldness continued to envelop her, making Randy feel as if she were being held in someone's hand. If they could monitor this, what else didn't they know about her? The crux of the matter was that she didn't even know who the other party was. Randy took a deep breath, forcing herself to calm down, and her eyes flickered with renewed light. Fine, you want to scare me on purpose. Spy on me. Create mysteries. I want to see what in that message can't be shown. In the next second, Randy entered the high-dimensional space. This was the only place she could be sure she wouldn't be monitored. Maurice's sudden appearance even startled Dor Emerson, but seeing her unfriendly gaze, he knew something important was going on and did not disturb her. Verity, output all the images that appeared before my eyes a few minutes ago, frame by frame. With Verity's superintelligence, even a deleted image would be easy to retrieve. Even if it stayed on her eyeball for just 0.01 seconds, she would dig it out. Verity was incredibly obedient, the most compliant personality split from VV. Following Randy's order immediately, she displayed all the images. Stop, right there. The screen clearly showed the text. This text was sent by Conley Yuan to Fitz. Late at night, Conley was busy with the upcoming federal election. Suddenly, a call came in, its sharp ring piercing the silence. Maurice, something happened to Fitz. Acting Chief Commander Fitz was found dead from an apparent suicide by gunshot late at night. When discovered, a confession letter was placed before him, detailing how he funded human experiments and had multiple underhanded transactions with Darui Pharmaceutical Company. Overwhelmed by guilt and unable to face the trust of the Federation citizens, he chose death as atonement. This news quickly spread across the Federation, and the confession letter was publicly revealed. Public outrage surged uncontrollably, Darui Pharmaceutical Company's reputation plummeted, and the Federation temporarily halted cooperation with the company. Chapter 113 The Tree of Life. This was already the second head of the Federation to have an incident while in the highest position. For a time, this position no longer seemed as coveted as it once was. However, at this moment, a lady bravely stepped forward. This Emerson was the Deputy Minister of the Research Department, named Kira. Due to the Research Department being relatively low-key, this Emerson was almost non-existent in the Federation. But unexpectedly, her support was surprisingly high. On one hand, it was because of her affable and dynamic personality, which had quite an appeal among the people. On the other hand, she had the backing of the Mu family, making her background formidable. Moreover, from top to bottom within the Federation, after experiencing all that had happened previously, everyone was eager to see what kind of governance a female commander would bring to the Federation. Junior returned immediately upon learning of his father's death. Because of this matter, both he and his brother Jimmy were implicated. His brother's position as Deputy Director of the Intelligence Department became precarious. Fortunately, the position of Enforcer was based on strength, so Junior wasn't significantly affected. Strangely, Junior's expression didn't seem particularly grief-stricken. After hastily attending his father's memorial service, he left again but did not return to the northern border. No one knew where he had gone. This was the first time Randy had been recognized and invited to attend the activity at the peak of Cloud Top. It was also the first time in the year since Randy joined the church that she put on a black robe. This black robe, made of some unknown special material, was incredibly smooth and resilient, with perspective, functionality. Water could not seep through, fire couldn't ignite it, and it had excellent insulation against heat and cold. Even in such a frigid place as the main peak, wearing it did not make one feel cold. Randy's entire set of snow protection equipment was rendered useless. The theme of the event was prayer, yet its location was quite thought-provoking. Because the venue was located on the main peak of the largest transverse mountain range in the north. With extremely high altitude and year-round snow, the apocalypse had made this place even more desolate, a white-covered land isolated from human civilization. Before the apocalypse, ordinary people wouldn't dare come to such a place without professional guidance. But post-apocalypse human evolution meant that such heights were no longer daunting for the mutated. This event only invited members of the church who were above the rank of black robe. As for whether they could reach it or not depended entirely on their own abilities. No one knew how others got up there, but by the time Randy arrived at the peak, there was already a large crowd gathered. Randy didn't use her mental power but let Vivi observe instead because her detection still had limitations, whereas Vivi's did not. With Randy currently at 20s, there were only 2 people on the scene higher than her, the highest being at 25s. At this level, each tier difference was vast. A 13s mutant easily overpowered Randy, who was then at 10s, leaving her unable to retaliate, let alone a 5-tier gap. Yet curiously, the 25s individual was still some distance away and hadn't moved. Gentlemen. A man in a blue robe stepped forward, and the scene immediately fell into silence, hearing only the soft wails of the cold wind. Maurice continued, "This is our church's first large-scale gathering in the truest sense. What an honor it is for you to witness the holy relic. Please follow me." As soon as he spoke, the crowd automatically split into 2 lines. 2 young children dressed in green robes slowly came out, carrying a tray together, on which lay a blooming pink flower, looking even more delicate amidst the chill. The blue-robed figure hesitated, appearing both eager to touch and afraid to, before turning away. This flower led the way, followed by several blue-robed figures, then the rest in black robes, entering a cave. Randy was surprised. On such a high snowy peak, there was actually a cave with a suitable climate. The deeper they went, the warmer it felt. They kept going downhill, and the temperature eventually became as mild as spring. Finally, they reached the bottom of the cave. Randy felt a powerful, uncontrollable energy surge, more abundant than any she had ever encountered. Strangely, neither she nor Vivi could detect its source. What on earth was this? Walking along, the narrow cave opening suddenly opened up into a spacious area with some light peeking through, piquing curiosity. The blue-robed figure was now more devout than before, prostrating himself step by step until he reached the entrance. The black-robed figures behind him hesitated, unsure whether to prostrate similarly, so they gathered nearby, not daring to move forward. "Come, my friends, do not be afraid. The tree of life is the most gentle," said the blue-robed figure gently to the crowd. Yet Randy sensed something bone-chilling in his tone and couldn't help but wonder, what is the tree of life? Could this energy fluctuation be emanating from this tree? Randy walked in the middle of the group, not yet seeing the view outside the cave. However, those walking ahead stopped in their tracks when they saw the scene outside, momentarily forgetting to move. Noticing this, she quickened her pace and stepped out of the cave. In the next second, Randy also froze on the spot, unable to breathe for a long moment. The scene before her was incredibly awe-inspiring, unforgettable. In the vast open space stood a glowing plant nearly 100 meters tall, with a lush and vibrant canopy radiating brilliant light. Beneath the trunk, countless fine grooves meandered down to the roots, though now dry, resembling giant snakes stopping at the tree's base. The trunk was covered in raised veins extending upward, channeling nutrients into the branches and leaves. This is the tree of life. Randy stared at it, filled with astonishment. She couldn't imagine that within a snow mountain, such a towering tree, nearly 100 meters high, could grow. The Paremison who had registered as 25s earlier was now dressed in a red robe, standing beneath the tree of life, devoutly worshipping. A group of blue-robed figures surrounded him, mimicking his gestures and chanting something incomprehensible. Only the black-robed one stood there, unsure of what to do. Just as one was about to kneel, he was stopped by a green-robed figure. "You are not qualified," he said coolly, clearly only around 7 or 8 years old, with a child's voice, yet his tone was unusually mature. Because the branches were so dense, Randy didn't see it clearly at first. Upon closer inspection, she noticed something oval-shaped seemingly enclosed within the branches. As the prayers from below grew louder, the oval object began to glow brighter. Finally, when the light reached its peak, the chanting abruptly stopped. The head of the red-robed figure suddenly turned at an odd angle, directly looking at the black-robed figures. The blue-robed figures followed suit, turning their heads in the same manner. Chapter 114, Invocation. At that very moment, Randy had a bad premonition. "Since everyone is here, let's begin," the figure in red said in a low voice, hoarse and guttural, seemingly emanating from some indiscernible source, certainly not his mouth. A group of figures in blue robes stood up and slowly moved to both sides. At this point, one of the black-robed figures closest to Randy swiftly approached her and slipped something into her hand. By touch, it seemed to be a leaf. Randy couldn't see this Paremison's face or expression through the black robe and didn't have time to say anything before the figure disappeared into the crowd. Just as everyone was confused, the blue-robed figures began to chant. Their voices were ethereal and melodious, echoing eerily in the valley. Then, the tree seemed to come alive, its branches stretching out, long tendrils waving in the air as if searching for something. "What the hell is this thing?" one of the black-robed figures muttered under his breath. In the next second, a branch as thick as an infant's arm lunged at him. In an instant, it entered through his mouth and nostrils, extending into his body. The black-robed figure visibly withered away. If not for the black robe, the scene would have been even more nauseating. The branch seemed more delighted after absorbing the Paremison's body. It didn't discard the corpse but wrapped it back to extract the last bit of nutrients. The oval-shaped ball hidden among the branches glowed brighter. The tendrils, now energized like they had tasted flesh, became more active, lunging toward the crowd again. Everyone was stunned. Who could have imagined that this invocation ceremony involved the sacrifice of followers? Most of these black-robed figures held significant social positions, some even holding high-ranking posts within the Federation. They wouldn't sit idly by and began devising strategies. Therefore, the success rate of the tendrils' attacks wasn't particularly high. Randy couldn't comprehend this behavior. The relationship between the Federation and the Cloud Top End was very close. How could they dare to carry out public murders so brazenly? Seeing their attempts to capture people failing, the tendrils seemed furious and launched a new round of attacks. Strangely, these tendrils acted as if they couldn't see Randy. Sometimes they passed right by her without attacking. Randy looked down at the leaf in her hand and couldn't help but wonder if it was having some effect. If that were the case, then the Paremison who gave her the leaf must not be ordinary. Among the over 200 black-robed figures, about 30 or 40 disappeared within half an hour. The tree finally stopped and retracted its tendrils. Instantly, the entire space returned to silence, with only the fading voices of the blue-robed figures, like whispers from demons, until the chanting ceased. Then, the same blue-robed voice rang out again, in a joyous tone. Let us all give thanks for the sacrifices of our friends. They have achieved eternal life with the Tree of Life. Offering their lives to the great supreme race is our highest honor. But those remaining need not worry, everyone will eventually enjoy this honor. Murmurs arose among the black-robed figures, who seemed not entirely familiar with the cloud top end. One stepped forward and asked, "Didn't you say that entering the cloud top end would lead us to the new world? If those people are dead, how can they go to the new world?" The blue-robed figure responded calmly, without any emotional fluctuation. "They did not die, they merely entered the new world before you. Dead is dead. What new world are you talking about?" "I don't see anything," another objected. "You are still blinded by worldly matters, your perspective too superficial to pierce the essence. This is not your fault, but I believe that in the future, you will understand. Only by preserving consciousness and escaping the suffering of the physical body can one achieve eternal life." "Fine, you say their consciousness remains. Where are they? Let them speak to us." The blue-robed figure maintained a gentle demeanor. "How can you, still trapped in the physical body, communicate with those who have attained eternal life? Isn't that just saying you need to die first to talk to the dead?" Some black-robed figures were dissatisfied and turned to leave. Suddenly, a strange sound emerged from the air, like something struggling to break free from a cocoon. Those who were about to leave paused. Everyone looked up to see the oval-shaped ball splitting open from the middle, revealing a hand first. The hand was huge, grayish-green, with visible blue veins pulsating beneath the skin, long nails that were grey-black, clearly not human. "Don't look into his eyes." A voice sounded in her mind, and Randy was slightly surprised but kept her expression calm. This was the most confidential way of communication among psychically mutated individuals, existing only in the human mind, undetectable by anyone else. Mauricia, who was talking to her? Could it be the Paremison who gave her the leaf earlier? And this voice seemed somewhat familiar to Randy. Although it had been altered, she could still detect some familiarity. Relying on her intuition, Randy avoided making eye contact with him. She watched as this Paremison slowly sat up from within the orb, then stood up. She hadn't noticed when he was lying down, but now standing, he was as tall as a building, with extremely long limbs and an enormous skeletal structure. His overall skin tone was bluish-grey. Since Randy didn't dare to look into his eyes, she only glanced at the lower half of his face. It wasn't a human face at all. What on earth was it? More bizarrely, those black-robed figures who were about to leave immediately froze upon seeing him, no longer intending to go. They instantly became quiet. "Do what others do." The voice in her mind reminded her again. Around her, the black-robed figures seemed to have lost their souls, moving as if controlled, involuntarily kneeling down and performing acts of worship. Randy immediately imitated them and knelt down as well. This Paremison, naked without a stitch of clothing, leaped down from the tree silently, watching everyone below without a word. The next second, a sharp, piercing pain flooded Randy's brain, as if it was about to explode. "Don't move." Following the voice's instructions, Randy remained motionless, maintaining the prostrate position. The intense pain continued to sweep through her body, and she was already trembling from trying to endure it. Finally, just as Randy was about to collapse under the pain, it stopped. Chapter 115 My Due Base. Although the voice had stopped, Randy's mind seemed to have entered a trance. Suddenly, she recalled those words. "After many years of investigation, I have basically determined that the origin of Yundingji comes from an alien species invasion that occurred many years ago. Its purpose is unknown, but it poses many threats to humanity. Please try your best to free the Federation from its control while you are in office. In the face of impending doom, humanity's fate remains uncertain. My teacher is old and his health has declined significantly. I don't know how long he can hold on with his half-paralyzed body. Currently, various factions within the Federation are at odds, making it hard to judge who can be relied upon and trusted to stand by us. Only the Mu family can be depended on. I will vouch for Coralie with my life. His passion for the human cause is no less than ours. Removing Reiker from power was a risky move. Whether this first step was right or wrong, please walk down this path resolutely since we've already taken it. Fitz, wishing you a safe journey." Marla, still unconscious, did not know that his student had been harmed before even taking her first step. "Randy, calm down." The voice echoed again in her mind, snapping Randy back to reality. Seeing everyone getting up, she hurriedly stood as well. "Congratulations, my friends. From now on, you are officially part of Yundingji. We will dedicate ourselves to the supreme cause of our faith, and only we shall achieve immortality." The blue-robed figure spoke calmly and gently, but then turned harsh. "However, just now, our envoy specifically pointed out that one among you may not have steadfast loyalty to the faith." Maurice referred to the two children in green robes who appeared earlier. They had eyes that could see into the future and past, revealing any secret without fail. Randy's fingertips trembled, yet her gaze remained more composed than ever. She was prepared to enter the dimensional space at any moment, unsure if they were talking about her. Surprisingly, the two envoys bypassed her and pointed to another Paremison. The indicated individual visibly trembled but quickly regained composure. Well, if you're not destined for our faith, I won't force you to stay. Just take off his black robe. The blue-robed figure sounded magnanimous. But this was the main peak where the black robe shielded against wind and snow. Without thick clothing besides the black robe, stripping it would mean certain death from freezing outside or starvation inside the cave. It seemed like giving a choice, but both options led to death. As the black robe was removed, a Elwood with black-rimmed glasses revealed himself, showing no fear, only determination. Finally satisfied, the blue-robed figure nodded. The ceremony ended, and the believers dispersed. After descending from the main peak, Randy didn't linger in the town but headed straight for City A. Beside her sat the Elwood who lost his warm coat due to the lack of protection. After everyone left, she returned, placed him in the high-dimensional space, and brought him down the mountain. On the way, there was brief conversation between them. This Elwood named Clayton was 21, from a private base, but whenever Randy asked about his intentions joining Yundingji, he remained silent. Not pressing, Randy believed he would eventually open up. Because of the distance, they couldn't reach City A in one day. Maiju, situated between the northern town and City A, became their overnight stop. That night, Randy decided to find a hotel in Maiju. Upon entering the Maiju base, she found it peculiar. Despite being only 8 o'clock, the streets were eerily empty, with no shops open. Maiju was usually bustling, so this was unusual. Randy parked the car in space and walked around, planning to enter the high-dimensional space if no one was found. Unexpectedly, she spotted an open shop. A small house emitting warm yellow light stood out in the dark night. Clayton, who hadn't spoken the whole trip, finally opened his mouth. Can you choose a weirder place to stay? Confused, Randy asked, what do you mean? Clayton gritted his teeth, saying, Maiju base, Maiju Yi family. So what about the Yi family? While talking, they reached the shop's door. Unfortunately, it was a restaurant, not a hotel, meaning they would need to return to the space and crowd together. Although the progress of the high-dimensional space development increased by 5% after she participated in the activity at Yundingji, reaching 45% now, the one-click construction mode was still not unlocked. The entire space only had a small house, which was why Randy was currently reluctant to enter. Glancing inside from the door, no one was on the first floor, so Randy pushed the door open directly, causing the bell to jingle. Welcome, what would you like to order? Randy looked around following the voice but couldn't see anyone. Look down, Clayton reminded her. Thanks to Clayton's reminder, Randy finally noticed that the first floor wasn't empty. Behind the cash register stood an old man about 1 meter tall. Maurice had just moved a chair to elevate himself until he was as high as the counter. Sorry, Grandpa, my eyesight isn't very good, Randy explained. You get used to it. But seriously, why are you looking for food at this hour? Randy replied, but you have your store open, don't you? Maurice, the old man paused for a moment and then continued, what do you want to order? Without further hesitation, Randy ordered a few dishes according to the menu. After receiving the order, the old man ran off to the kitchen with the receipt, returning with all the stir-fried dishes after about 10 minutes. However, Randy merely glanced at them without picking up her chopsticks. Instead, Clayton, who seemed extremely hungry, started eating right away. Watching the old man move nimbly, Randy suddenly asked, Grandpa, are you the only one here? The old man didn't look up but responded, yes, I'm the cashier, cook, and server. Staring at Clayton devouring the food for a while, Randy eventually said quietly, tell me, what's going on with Maiju base? Chapter 116, Showing One's True Colors. Remington had been chewing on a mouthful of rice when he suddenly choked, coughing violently for several moments before stopping. The old man who had been dozing behind the cash register lifted an eyelid briefly before closing it again. Randy did this intentionally. Once Remington caught his breath, he exclaimed in surprise, haven't you heard any rumors about Maiju before? I've heard some. Tell me what I don't know. After pondering for a moment, Remington said, the Yi family's downfall was quite a big event at the time. You probably know about that. But I think you might not know why the Yi family fell. The Yi family had always been closely tied to the Federation. But 5 months ago, they did something openly challenging the Federation. Maiju has always been a major producer of nuclear energy, providing 80% of Blue Screen's power. Yet, that rustle suddenly raised the price by 10%. Cough, cough. The old man coughed from the side. Remington glanced over and continued, as for why he raised the price. The most widely accepted explanation is that they had dealings with a private military company and were trying to fund them. Randy poked at the food with her chopsticks and suddenly remarked, Sir, there are worms in your dishes? Remington had eaten most of the dish. Maurice hearing this, he reacted more intensely than the owner did. You're lying. Even though my shop is small, you can't slander me like that. The owner immediately came over. Where? Why didn't I see it? Are you teasing me because I'm blind? Randy immediately smiled. Perhaps I made a mistake. As I mentioned earlier, my eyesight isn't very good. By the way, Emile, why do all the shops here close so early? Realizing Randy was playing him, the owner's mustache twisted in anger. His tone turned unfriendly, because we go to bed early, so we close early. What's wrong with that? Not allowed to sleep early? Randy looked at Remington coolly as he was still retching. Tell me, Randy nudged him. Remington, Maurice Ave. Because after the fall of the Yi family, every new commander appointed here died one after another. No one dared come anymore. Now, it's become a no-man's land, so the security is poor, and people don't dare come out. Randy commented coolly, "You knew the security here was bad and still ate so much?" Upon hearing this, the owner's face noticeably changed. It took a while for Remington to realize why Randy hadn't touched the food from the start. Maurice leaned closer and whispered, "Why didn't you warn me? How could I enjoy the show if I warned you, young journalist?" Before Remington could puzzle over how Randy discovered he was a journalist, his vision went black, and he fainted. Randy acted swiftly, pulling Remington into a pocket dimension, then turning around and slashing with an ice blade, narrowly avoiding an attacker from behind. "Bridger, isn't that too unfair? Trying to bully just one Lin with so many people?" Randy asked with a faint smile, looking calmly at the old man. The old man had already noticed that Randy hadn't touched her chopsticks but thought she wouldn't be a threat as a woman, hence ignored her. Maurice didn't expect her reaction to be so quick. She clearly wasn't an ordinary Paremison. Randy added, "Why don't you others stop hiding and come out too?" No sooner had she spoken when a table was hurled straight at her, which she easily dodged. 2 flying blades followed, which she also evaded. Up until now, she hadn't attacked, only dodging. This tiny room harbored 4 mutants, including the old man. Impressive indeed. Tired of fighting? Honestly, even watching you guys tire me out. Next, let's play something less tiring. Randy said casually. In the next second, the 4 men suddenly convulsed, clutching their heads in pain and rolling on the ground. One even started smashing his head against the wall. Yet Randy remained unperturbed, sitting calmly on the table with crossed legs, her cold gaze watching them. "What did you do?" The old man's voice became hoarse and terrifying. "A mental attack. If you continue, you'll all be incapacitated." These people seemed to finally realize they had bitten off more than they could chew and began pleading for mercy. "Stop, please. We're wrong. We shouldn't have targeted you. Please, we truly regret it." Randy silently watched them for a moment before speaking. "All right, tell me, who currently holds real power in the Maiju base? I want to know the actual authority, not a puppet." A. Elwood quickly replied, "We only know it's a research and military company, but we don't know specifically who it is." Seeing that man had reached his limit of agony, Randy loosened her gaze, and those on the ground calmed down. "What percentage of people here are like you?" Randy asked again. "Most are, but we really only rob for money, not to kill." Randy nodded. This statement was likely true, otherwise, they would have used poiemerson instead of anesthesia. "Are you very short of money?" The old man sighed. "With the downfall of the Federation government in Maiju base, do you think we're not lacking? What about the Law Enforcement Supervision Department in Maiju? Don't they care? The Law Enforcement Supervision Department is all staffed by people from that company. How can they manage anything?" Randy hadn't expected that the Maiju base had turned into such a situation, and at the root of this problem was this military company. Honestly, after the end of the world, military companies were everywhere. Hiring 1 or 2 technical specialists, getting a couple of patents, and you could apply for a company. She hadn't heard of any particularly famous or powerful ones. Immediately, she decided to check it out. Before that, she went back to the high-dimensional space to see how Remington was doing. Upon entering, she saw Remington lying on the ground, with a cow licking his face, looking like no one had been taking care of him. "Isla, Emerson? Yeah, the master has come. Come quickly, we're playing mahjong," Isla greeted warmly. Randy twitched the corners of her mouth. "Good grief, even a mahjong table. Haven't you seen there's someone lying here?" Yuanyuan said, "We noticed, but Fernand Emerson told us to leave him alone for now, fearing he might be a bad Emerson." Randy frowned. Emerson? Then, she heard mumbling from inside, "Don't talk nonsense, why are you selling people?" "Randy, then aren't you going to come out and lift him up now?" "Coming." This was Emerson's voice. Following that, a few people ran out of the little house and carried Remington inside. By then, his face was already covered in saliva from the cow's licks. Chapter 117, Arms. Seeing that Clayton was still unconscious, Adley gave him a jab with her needle, and he woke up instantly. "Ah, I don't want to eat bugs." The moment Clayton opened his eyes, he let out a sudden shout. After calming down, he touched his face, sniffed his hand, and then said in disgust, "What's this smell?" Verity happily replied, "It smells like ox saliva." Clayton immediately sprang up from the bed and started searching the house for water. "The water is outside," Emerson reminded him. Clayton looked a bit dazed. "Oh, okay, thanks." Then he ran out. "Sis, why do you pick up a little brother every day?" Emerson asked slowly. Randy was puzzled. "Not every day. There's only you and him, right?" Clayton finally managed to wash his face and came back in. Suddenly remembering something, he asked, "How did you know I'm a journalist?" Randy took out an electronic screen, face recognition and cross-checking with the Federation's database. "It's not hard to find out." Clayton scratched his head. "True. Why haven't you told me the truth yet?" After a moment of silence, Clayton continued, "I'm just a small-time journalist who noticed something wasn't quite right at Cloudtop some time ago. I wanted to go inside and see what I could find. This was my first time participating in such an event, but I didn't expect to be caught." "Which base are you from?" "You probably haven't heard of my base." Clayton waved his hand, seemingly implying that it was an obscure name. Seeing he didn't want to reveal more, Randy dropped the subject. Maurice's space had developed considerably now, but the only thing missing were buildings and residents. Whenever Randy thought about expanding the population, she felt uncomfortable, haunted by her past life's trauma. She wasn't ready to open her space to everyone yet. As far as Randy was concerned, her sense of morality hadn't reached a level where she could unconditionally accept anyone regardless of their attitude towards her. At least they should be grateful. Master, you've been doing great lately. Once you develop beyond 50%, you can start constructing houses. Keep going. Adley suddenly encouraged. Randy sighed, figuring she should focus on space development first and worry about residents later. But how could she reach 50%? That night, Randy slept in the space again, with one room for herself and another for Emerson and Clayton. She didn't know if they slept well, but she certainly did. The next morning, 3 pairs of chopsticks were set on the table, but Emerson wasn't there, apparently still sleeping in. Clayton seemed very spirited, indicating that only one of them had a good night's sleep. Clayton didn't want to stay any longer because he had his own base, so he left the space with Randy. By daytime, Maiju base was bustling with activity, shops were calling out to customers, and children were playing in the streets. It looked no different from other bases. At this moment, a call came through. It was Conley. Seeing the name, Randy was slightly surprised. Conley had been very busy lately, and it had been a long time since they last contacted each other. This was their first call in 2 weeks. Where are you? Maurice asked without elaborating. Randy answered, Maiju base. Conley's voice sounded a bit displeased. Maiju base, why are you there? Without waiting for her response, he continued, wait there. Randy was about to say something when she heard him busy on the other end and decided to hang up on her own. Is that your boyfriend, sis? Clayton was now also calling Randy sis along with Emerson. Yeah, Randy felt this was quite an interesting change. By the way, sis, I just remembered the arms company seems to belong to the G family. Thanks to Clayton's reminder, Randy realized that the arms trade was indeed controlled by the G family. How could she have forgotten such an important fact? But the G family had always maintained good relations with the Federation. Would they really allow their company to oppress the local government? If it were true, their relationship might not be as solid as it appeared. Clayton looked around for a while before saying, strange. What's strange? There are unusually many people today. Randy had never been to Maiju base before and assumed the high foot traffic was due to it being daytime. Could some important figure be visiting? With this in mind, Randy led Clayton to a restaurant that looked relatively clean and sat down. The owner was an amiable chubby Dora who, upon seeing the two, greeted them enthusiastically. I've never seen you before. Are you just passing through? Randy nodded and replied, yes, we're traveling and happened to pass by here. The owner nodded to herself and said, there are always many travelers stopping here. No wonder, it's centrally located and convenient for everyone. By the way, Emil, Maiju base seems pretty lively, doesn't it? Randy asked casually. The Emil immediately picked up on her cue. Well, it's not usually like this. Today there's a big shot visiting. Randy raised an eyebrow. Oh? A big shot. Can I ask who it is? The visitor list is quite long. I found out from the vendors at the door this morning it's something about the Guido and also, I think, the eldest Emerson of the G family. They're here for business talks. Randy inwardly rejoiced. She had indeed come to the right place. This Emil loved gossiping. That's interesting. Boss, just 2 bowls of wonton soup, please. When the wontons arrived, Randy ate while Clayton hesitated to pick up his chopsticks. Randy said calmly, eat your meal. With the Guido here, they won't Emerson anyone. The wontons were indeed fragrant, with thin wrappers and generous fillings. Clearly, the Emil was honest and genuine. Randy hadn't tasted such delicious food in a post-apocalyptic restaurant for a long time and even drank all the broth. After finishing her meal, Randy slowly remarked, that Guido hasn't left yet, has he? Last time he didn't find Reiker when investigating the blue screen incident. Isn't that incompetence? Seeing Randy eating so enjoyably, Clayton couldn't resist finishing his bowl too. Wiping his mouth, he said, who knows? Maybe someone covered for him. Let's go, Randy said casually. Clayton asked, where? To the Federation government. Federation government? Is it that easy to go there? Clayton looked doubtful. Randy smiled slightly and said, sorry, I forgot to tell you, Sis is also an enforcer. Chapter 118 Unhappy. Randy went to the enforcement division in the government building. The people here, seeing that Randy was a special envoy enforcer, all stood up to greet her. As for Randy's questions, they were answered without hesitation, and she managed to get a lot of information with just a few words. However, when it came to the Guido, Randy heard a familiar name. At first, she thought she had misheard or it was a case of namesake until she saw the plaque. It confirmed it was indeed Beryl. In that instant, Randy's mind went blank. She always believed Beryl wasn't dead and had imagined their reunion countless times, but hearing his name made it feel unreal. She felt that Beryl was a reflection of the dark side of her life. It seemed only in front of Beryl could she expose the darker side of her humanity. Turns out this newly appointed Guido of the Federation, this Emerson she had heard so much about, was none other than Beryl. It seemed history had been corrected back to its original position. No matter what twists occurred in between, the outcome would be the same. What are you doing? Suddenly, a voice from behind startled Randy. Turning around, who else could it be but Guido Beryl? Maurice was looking at her hand with a puzzled gaze, while her electronic screen was displaying Beryl's page. Randy, you're still alive. Beryl frowned, speechless. Realizing her question was inappropriate, Randy added, well, long time no see. To her surprise, after she said this, Beryl tilted his head and replied, "Long time no see. Have we met before? Oh my, is he amnesic?" Randy stared at Beryl's face for a long time, trying to find any clue, but Beryl remained expressionless. Eventually, Randy gave up. "Looks like he really has amnesia." But the next second, Beryl chuckled, "Randy, you sure are gullible." Remington was stunned on the side. This scene was too dramatic. His admiration for Randy rose even more. Maurice never expected this sister figure to know the chief. Randy rolled her eyes. If not for the crowd, she would have hardly resisted the urge to punch him. Negotiations began on the third day. The first 2 days were filled with various tours. With Beryl's help, entering this arms company became extremely easy, and she attended the tour as an invited guest of the Federation that night. This arms company spanned 8 floors, quite tall after the apocalypse. It included office space, research, and production facilities. All production lines were underground, and currently, Randy hadn't discovered any special weapons. Of course, Randy also met the controlling shareholder of the arms company, Einar, a Clifton who was kind and slightly bald. Einar? Is that the Einar of the 13 famous families? Remington whispered these 3 questions into Randy's ear. Although Randy knew about the 13 famous families, she hadn't heard much about Einar. From appearance and social standing, he seemed like a good Paremison, but it was unknown what he was truly like. Randy met Conley at the banquet. Maurice arrived rather quickly. Since Randy was already seated next to Beryl, she couldn't change places and could only endure Conley's continuous icy glances. Clearly, Conley knew of Beryl's existence but hadn't told Randy for some rare Emerson. The young master of the G family turned green upon seeing Conley, and the younger master didn't look much better. In summary, everyone ate with hidden motives, except Einar, who was cheerful. Remington was also quite cheerful. This boy was very enthusiastic about eating. After enduring the dinner, Randy saw Conley walking straight toward her. Beryl seemed to be doing it on purpose, extending his hand. "Micah, I've heard much about you." Conley looked at him for a while, then hooked his lips, saying lightly, "Enforcer song, likewise." Randy couldn't tell if they were flattering each other. Conley shifted his gaze to Randy's face and said coolly, "Randy, you really did it." Randy couldn't tell if it was praise or sarcasm, so she took it as praise. Seeing Conley walk a few steps away, she waved her fists in his direction, then reluctantly followed. But after a few steps, Conley turned and said, "What are you following for?" This wasn't directed at Randy but at the Paremison behind her. It wasn't until then that Randy remembered that Remington was still following her. But if Remington didn't follow her, where could he go? It's not like he could magically disappear on the spot, so she hesitated for a moment. But Conley's next sentence made her dumbfounded. Maurice directed this question at Remington. "Why aren't you going back to find your teacher and just wandering around here?" What did that mean? Did Conley actually know Remington? Remington replied, "Teacher Fang doesn't even have time to take care of me these days. Maurice is busy playing cards and drinking with his friends every day. If I don't go back for half a year, he won't even notice." After saying that, it was as if he suddenly remembered something, and he covered his mouth. Oops, I forgot teacher said not to tell anyone." Conley's face visibly turned colder after hearing this. "Don't tell him I already know when you get back. As for you, go back where you came from. I don't want to see an old man like him suffer the loss of someone younger." Conley's words were truly venomous. Remington's face instantly paled, and he bit his lip and left. "Maurice, he doesn't have a car, how is he supposed to go?" Randy retorted. Conley cast a cold glance at Remington. "Tell me, do you have a car?" Remington glanced guiltily at Randy. "I do." "Conley, can you drive?" "I can." "Why aren't you rolling along then?" Randy was stunned. She even suspected that Conley had eaten a firecracker before coming over. Why was he speaking so harshly? She always knew that Remington had a spatial item, wasn't it obvious to her? But she just wanted to drive herself and show some courtesy by caring about others. Was that really not allowed? Watching Remington quickly leave, Randy suddenly felt like leaving too, but looking at Conley's gaze, it seemed to be saying that she would be doomed if she didn't follow. Randy followed Conley into the lounge provided by Maiju for the heads of various bases. She thought that the treatment for the heads was indeed good. They even prepared a lounge. She was quite nonchalant, and it wasn't until Conley locked the door behind them that she remembered she should have run. Chapter 119 Visit. "Conley, you." Randy's mouth was covered before she could finish her sentence. This kiss clearly carried a sense of punishment. Suddenly, Randy felt a sharp pain on her lips. It was Conley biting her. "What's wrong with you?" Conley struggled to move his lips away, but after the kiss, he had no intention of letting go of Randy. Maurice pinched her waist and whispered, "You ran off to the Morisengduan mountains without saying a word, did you?" Randy did not avoid his scrutinizing gaze. Yes. The strength in the hand that held her waist evidently increased, and a mixture of itching and pain spread throughout her body. "You went directly to the Maiju base, intending to investigate the G family, right?" Randy was taken aback. Although she wanted to ask how he knew, she replied firmly, "Yes." Conley's hand moved slightly upwards, its scorching temperature making Randy shiver. "You didn't answer my calls or messages, then you investigated cases with your brother, did you?" There was an obvious threatening tone in this statement. Randy found a point to rebut. "No, I never received your call." Upon hearing this, Conley's expression froze for a moment. "Take out your communicator," Conley said coolly. To prove her innocence, Randy immediately took out her communicator. "See, I didn't receive any." She stopped mid-sentence because there were clearly over a dozen missed calls and more than 30 messages on the screen, yet she hadn't seen any of them. Haha, what's going on here? Is this thing broken? Randy's smile was somewhat sheepish. Conley's eyes turned dangerous again as he stared coldly at the electronic screen. Randy thought it was no wonder he was so angry, it must be because of this. Thinking about this, she took the initiative to kiss Conley's cheek. Conley didn't let her off easily, turning his head and kissing her again until a knock at the door made them finally break apart. The one knocking was just a junior assistant. When the door suddenly opened, he came face to face with Conley's icy expression. It was clear he wasn't pleased, and the assistant was visibly trembling. I'm the ground staff responsible for welcoming you. You, follow me, accommodation has been arranged by the Federation. Seeing the terrified assistant, Randy pulled Conley behind her and stepped forward to comfort him. It's okay, ignore him. Thank you for showing us the way. The assistant relaxed upon seeing this. They were heading to a hotel that had a long-term partnership with the Federation. The assistant noticed they were together but wasn't sure about their relationship and couldn't decide how many rooms to book. 2 rooms, Randy saw his hesitation and stated directly. Conley remained silent, only calmly watching the assistant, which scared him half to death. 2 rooms, he repeated. Randy held Conley back and nodded at the assistant. After checking them in, the assistant quickly left without looking back. Holding her room card, Randy was about to enter her room when her gaze fell on Conley, who stood silently. Maurice's hand paused. Conley. Conley turned his head upon hearing her voice. Randy walked up to him, stood on tiptoe, and lightly kissed his lips. She whispered, "Good night, see you tomorrow." For some Rhea Emerson, this small gesture seemed to make him feel less angry about these past few days. The next morning at 8 o'clock, Randy got up on time. Today's schedule was to visit the production factory, allowing close observation of weapon production, research, and manufacturing. Their guide was still Einar, who still wore a gentle smile, appearing particularly amiable. I dare say, since the apocalypse, no military company's full automation can match ours, nor does any company come close to our advanced technology. His tone was filled with pride. Randy had already asked Yuan to look into the company's information. She learned that it was actually established after the apocalypse, and its founder was also a graduate of Foster University, which raised some interesting thoughts. Moreover, based on the information, Einar wasn't the sole owner of the company. There were 2 others, one named Gannon, and another named Gabby. Coincidentally, all 3 were graduates of Foster University and were listed among the 13 notable figures. The production workshop seemed rather dull, so Einar directly led everyone to the R&D lab, where they could simulate the power of all weapons. This is a pump-action shotgun. Even the most powerful mutant would not survive long after being shot by this. As Einar enthusiastically introduced it, Randy's brows subtly furrowed. How about it? Anyone want to give it a try? Everyone remained silent, except for Ishmael, who suddenly spoke up. Really? Let me try. Einar immediately handed him the simulator. Upon receiving the simulator, Ishmael first examined it closely, and in the next second, he actually pointed it at his brother, Jack. Everyone's faces showed shock, and Jack's complexion visibly darkened. Though this simulator wouldn't cause real harm to a Emerson, it could simulate the pain caused, so normally, it wouldn't be used on humans. Fortunately, Ishmael seemed to be joking. He redirected the simulator back to a 1-to-1 scale mannequin and pulled the trigger without hesitation. The dummy was instantly penetrated, and the adjacent sensor vividly displayed the pain levels of the dummy, even simulating screams that made everyone feel a chill down their spines. Randy didn't understand why they, all mutants themselves, still encouraged this company to produce such weapons. Looking at Jack, Beryl, and even Conley, they seemed perfectly normal, as if they had no qualms about this device. Ha ha ha, the next one has even greater power. This is a great helper for controlling mutants. Just implant this signal chip in a mutant, then you can control them remotely. This way, the mutant is completely under your command, Einar explained to everyone while showing the 2 devices. Can this be tested? Ishmael asked indifferently. Einar laughed twice. This has only been tested on animals so far, not on humans yet. Ishmael continued, what's the big deal? Just grab a couple of survivors for testing. Ishmael. Jack's expression turned unpleasant as he coldly glanced at Ishmael with a hint of warning in his voice. Ishmael simply shrugged nonchalantly. Looking at the relationship between these brothers, Randy found it increasingly strange. Though they were biological siblings, how could they behave like enemies? Chapter 120 Secrets. Randy instinctively glanced at Conley, with a slightly teasing tone, because the relationship between Conley and the G family brothers was also very subtle. Conley only needed to look at Randy to know what she was thinking, which made him feel somewhat speechless. After wandering for a long time, Einar noticed everyone looked a bit tired and invited them to the lounge for rest. But at that moment, Randy suddenly heard a faint sound, similar to an animal's low growl and howl of pain, or like someone sobbing in extreme agony. This sound was extremely faint. If not for her exceptional hearing, it would have gone unnoticed. Everyone else still appeared as normal, but Conley gave her a glance. In fact, when the sound occurred, Randy saw Beryl's pinky finger twitch slightly, suggesting he had heard it too. Get your disgusting hand off me. Before Randy could think about the source of the sound, a commotion came from the left. Everyone turned to see Ishmael standing up with great agitation, while Jack looked embarrassed. Usually, when a leader was present, their relationship would be somewhat harmonized, but now with only the 2 of them, all the sharp edges were revealed. Jack gritted his teeth and said, Ishmael, don't make me beat you here. Sierra gave Ishmael an unfriendly look, seemingly ready to fight. However, Ishmael's next words froze everyone, including Randy, on the spot. What? Want me to remind you of the disgusting things you did back then? The whole scene fell into a deathly silence, with no one speaking for a moment. Surprisingly, it was Conley who broke the silence first. Ishmael, watch your words. Unexpectedly, Jack's face showed a brief moment of shock, even forgetting to get angry. After regaining consciousness, he realized the situation and didn't know how to react. The day Jack first met Conley was a mid-afternoon. Maurice was sent by his parents to deliver gifts to the Lee family and bring back Ishmael, who was 9 years old and staying at the Lee residence. In the backyard garden, he finally saw the Elwood his younger brother always praised highly, though Jack was never convinced. It was very hot in the summer afternoon garden. Conley sat under a sunshade, quietly reading a book, while Ishmael lay beside him, sleeping peacefully. When Jack called out to Ishmael, Conley turned around before Ishmael responded. The handsome face of the Elwood was cold as ice, slightly frowning, looking stern and aloof. For some rare Emerson, Jack felt his heart skip a beat, momentarily forgetting to call his brother and feeling both annoyed and angry afterward. Ishmael, wake up, let's go home. Jack's voice became noticeably harsher and more authoritative. Conley abruptly grabbed Jack's hand just as he was about to wake Ishmael. Maurice is sleeping, Conley said. His voice matched his expression, cold and authoritative. Feeling his authority challenged and frustrated by his earlier reaction, Jack, in a fit of anger, pulled Ishmael up directly. Rubbing his eyes from sleep, Ishmael straightened up immediately upon seeing his brother, the drowsiness disappearing mostly. Come home with me, Jack said through gritted teeth. The brothers were stubbornly similar, and Ishmael naturally resisted, even running behind Conley. Jack remembered clearly that their first meeting ended unpleasantly. The second time he saw him was in Grandfather's office, where Grandfather was holding Conley's hand, talking about something. Young Conley seemed uncomfortable with physical contact, his fingers curling slightly, appearing awkward. Jack remembered his words at the time. What a show-off. Jack always thought he hated Conley, hating how perfect he was at everything, hating his outstanding appearance and overly aloof personality, hating his impeccable actions, which sharply contrasted with himself. However, unknowingly, this hatred slowly turned into another emotion. When Jack realized this change, he first couldn't believe it, then felt embarrassed, harboring these indescribable feelings deep inside. Maurice no longer minded his brother visiting the Lee family and even hoped he would, so he could visit the Lee family under the pretense of fetching his brother. One time, when he went to the Lee family as usual to find his brother, the butler said Conley wasn't at home. But Jack didn't believe it, as he clearly heard sounds coming from upstairs. Fueled by jealousy over his brother's close brotherly friendship with Conley, he rushed upstairs impulsively, the fire rising within him. However, once he entered the room upstairs, he felt something was off. The room was empty, but the sound of water came from the bathroom. Jack was momentarily stunned on the spot. Maurice thought he should avoid the situation, yet there was a faint expectation. Maurice told himself that they were both boys, so there was no need to avoid it. Thus, he stayed in the room with justification, waiting for the water sound to fade away. The door opened, and out walked a youth with skin as smooth as jade. At the sight of Jack, the youth's face first showed surprise, then quickly turned into disgust, his brows furrowing tightly, hinting at an impending outburst. In hindsight, Jack always felt that things shouldn't have developed that way. Maurice shouldn't have acted impulsively, but it was as if he had been bewitched, acting uncontrollably. However, what he didn't know was that Ishmael was hiding behind the curtains, witnessing his behavior. To the young Ishmael, this scene was undoubtedly shocking. Yes, he saw everything. Maurice felt disgusted, even nauseated, thinking that things should not be like this. Conley, upon sensing Jack's intentions, first felt puzzled, then furious. His strength was greater than Jack's, and he pushed him away straightforwardly. For Conley at that time, love was not even a concept, regardless of gender, so his anger wasn't because Jack was a man but because he disliked others touching him, finding it repulsive and uncomfortable. After that day, not only did Jack never visit the Lee residence again, but Ishmael also stopped coming. From that day on, Ishmael's personality became more eccentric and easily angered. It took a while for Jack to snap back from his memories. Ishmael didn't say much either. Everyone seemed normal except for Randy, who looked at him with complicated eyes filled with sympathy. They were all adults now and could control their emotions. Even if they suspected something fishy, they would suppress the urge to pry. At this moment, Conley's expression was no better than Jack's, and Randy immediately understood that perhaps the disgusting things Ishmael mentioned were related to Conley. Chapter 121, Halt. What had happened earlier was merely an interlude, and with Einar's mediation, it seemed like the matter was soon forgotten. On their way back, Conley still looked displeased. Randy did not intend to press further, he would speak when he was ready. She changed the subject. Do you have any more information about the 13 Masters? Conley glanced at Randy, his eyes filled with indescribable emotions, then whispered, You might need to ask Martina for this one. No one knows as much about it as she does. Ah. Is there anything else you want to know? Randy shook her head. In her previous life, she only heard of the names of the 13 Masters during the early days of the apocalypse. She knew these people were originally at the pinnacle of their respective fields and had demonstrated remarkable foresight in the initial stages of the apocalypse, enabling humanity to adapt to the disaster at the fastest speed possible. However, their greatness could not be conveyed through a few words alone. People knew they were great but didn't understand why they were so. Honestly, this was the first time her investigation led her down the wrong path. No wonder the system hadn't sent any reminders about progress. But Randy still had doubts that needed answers from Coralie. Conley did not return to the base with her. Maurice headed straight to the capital, seemingly to discuss something important. On the day they parted, the two of them clung together for quite a while before separating. In reality, it was Conley clinging on unilaterally, while Randy was the resistant one. This time leaving Maiju, Randy didn't make many stops along the way. She drove straight back to City A without delay. First, she checked on Conleyuan's condition. His vital signs were stable, but he remained unconscious. She then visited Ramon, who was still in the same state. Just then, a caregiver walked out of Ramon's room, holding a tray of half-eaten food. Seeing the barely touched meal, Randy couldn't help but ask, "Maurice is refusing to eat now?" The caregiver looked exasperated. Upon hearing Randy's question, they blurted everything out. "Yes, whatever we give him is thrown back out. Maurice behaves like a child, spilling scalding hot bowls of rice and burning his arm. Now he relies entirely on 4 drips to stay alive." Maurice hearing this, Randy fell silent, realizing how severe Ramon's condition had become. The caregiver continued, "Not eating isn't all, he also dislikes sleeping. Whenever we urge him to sleep, he says there's no time, that it's too late." Too late? Too late for what? Randy frowned. "I don't know. It's always those 2 phrases, no time and too late." At that moment, it felt like something hit her brain, making Randy shiver. "Verity, are you there?" "Yes, Master. Please look up for me." On March 18th, half a month ago, when Ramon went to the radar station, check all changes in Earth's magnetic field, crust, celestial bodies around us, cosmic signal interference, meteor impacts, and all disasters that occurred globally on that day. How could she have missed such crucial information? The last time, near the end of the apocalypse, Earth stopped rotating. That was even more terrifying than the apocalypse itself. One hemisphere was trapped in perpetual night, while the other was under constant daylight. The side in perpetual night gradually froze over and became colder. The side under constant daylight turned scorched and barren, rivers drying up, and only the regions near the equator could sustain human life. Time is running out, it's too late. So that's it, the arrival of eternal night, the arrival of eternal night. Suddenly, Randy felt as if her memory floodgates opened, connecting all the dots. It turned out the Paremison who gave her the key to the spacetime gate had already warned her so early on. Maurice was captured by Reiker's people. Why did Reiker capture him? What is the relationship between Reiker and the spacetime gate? Who does he represent? Why was taking Reiker down the first step for Conleyuan? Randy's mind raced with questions. All of this felt like it was missing just one thread to ignite everything. Reiker, he was from Bifroster University too. What did Bifroster University discover back then? Coralie has been very busy recently. Maurice's sister was serving as the highest commander, and Coralie needed to clear obstacles for her. Just after finishing a conference call, she heard a knock at her office door. "Come in." Randy gently pushed the door open and walked in. Coralie was surprised to see Randy. "Xiaojiang, why are you here?" "Biff, I want to ask you something about Bifroster University." Coralie's expression was quite surprised. "Why did you suddenly think of asking about this?" "Curiosity, I want to know what Bifroster University discovered back then," Randy directly clarified. There was no need to lie in front of Coralie. Coralie seemed lost in thought, deep in contemplation for a long time before speaking again. "It's been 20 years ago. I thought I had forgotten it, but now that it's brought up again, the details are still profoundly vivid. That polar expedition took a month, involved hundreds of people, and cost billions. But in the early stages of the expedition, we found nothing at all. Everyone's morale was very low, and at that point, we all believed this mission would fail. But on the next day, things turned around. A team, while conducting geological exploration, accidentally stepped into a layer of ice and fell through. It was this fall that brought us a turning point." "What was under the ice layer?" "Under the ice layer, there was a huge space, large enough to accommodate the entire base A. It was here that we had the fortune to come into contact with it." Randy slowly said, "Does it refer to aliens?" Coralie was surprised. "You already know?" "More or less. But what we discovered were only alien infants. To be precise, this species doesn't have reproduction as we know it. We call them infants just to make it easier for humans to understand using our language. Other than that, were there any other discoveries? Besides the alien infants, there were also extensive records of this race's culture. However, we had disagreements on how to handle these findings. Some people believed that this discovery could possibly be a disaster, advocating for continuing to seal these things away. Others thought that this would greatly enhance human technological development." Chapter 122, Past Dust. "But I heard that many people died in that event. What happened in between?" Randy frowned. Coralie seemed to have talked too much and looked a bit tired, but she still answered every question. In fact, it was an unnecessary sacrifice. Because of prolonged disputes, all team members stopped working for 2 days, thus missing the best time to exit the glacier. When everyone realized that the path back was already covered by broken ice and the ships could not evacuate, they were terrified. Next, we all put all our efforts into clearing the waterway. But I don't know if I should say this, Bifroster University acted very improperly in this matter. Insisting on taking all the findings led to another dispute with the members. Some people missed the opportunity to leave the glacier and were left there forever. At this point, Randy understood the whole story. Thinking of something, she suddenly asked, Do you know how many people were involved in researching the extraterrestrial civilization after bringing it back? Coralie shook her head. I can only offer some speculations, but I don't have an accurate list. What about Reiker? Realizing what Randy meant, Coralie responded, Reiker did not participate in that activity. Reiker didn't join? How come? Randy had initially speculated that if Reiker had participated in the activity and studied the extraterrestrial civilization upon returning, this might explain his later understanding of the time gate. If the time gate were opened, perhaps one could travel through past, present, and future, or even allow these aliens to return to Earth. She had thought that the time gate might be the cause of the Earth's cessation. But Reiker didn't go. Although full of doubts, Randy felt she had already taken up enough of Coralie's time today and asked just one last question. Do you know about the time gate? With a clank, Coralie's cup fell to the floor. This question reignited a long-buried memory within Coralie. It was a dialogue focusing on conversations between ancient and modern times, which took place the year after the polar expedition ended. In the hundreds of thousands of years of Earth's history, humans could not be sure if they were the only masters of the planet. Many events that occurred on Earth have returned to the soil and are difficult to verify. Some historical relics remain unexplained even today. Tens of thousands of years ago, Earth experienced a meteor shower that lasted a whole month. During this period, many extraterrestrial objects were brought to Earth. The time gate had been briefly mentioned in ancient texts but were considered legends, dismissed as myths. It wasn't until a scientific expedition ventured into an uncharted sea and brought back a stone door that people began to take notice. For Earth, various materials had stabilized during its evolution. The never-before-seen material of this exquisitely carved stone door piqued the interest of the researchers. At this conference, the expedition team presented their records of the stone door for the first time, and Coralie was naturally intrigued. After all, it was an unprecedented historical relic. She participated in funding subsequent research, giving her access to every experimental progress as a sponsor. This was why she invested hundreds of millions. But at that time, Coralie did not know that someone else shared her thoughts. She was facing accusations of academic misconduct and eager to conduct groundbreaking research to prove herself. One day, significant progress was made, and they discovered a key to open the stone door. Without informing Coralie, they conducted the first opening experiment. During the first opening, a large amount of energy surged out but quickly hardened upon contact with Earth's air, forming a grey-black shell with a dark blue interior, rich in energy but harmless to humans. Excited by this discovery, the researchers decided to conduct another opening experiment without Coralie's knowledge. The rear Emerson was simple. Coralie was not the only investor, and each had their own agenda. However, during the second opening, things went wrong. This time, instead of stones hardening upon contact with air, an eerie silence emerged from the door. Nothing emerged from the stone door, but the energy recording needle beside it was fluctuating wildly. At this moment, the researchers finally realized that they had unleashed something terrible. After that incident, disasters began to strike one after another. First, the researchers involved in the experiment started dying of cancer one by one. Next, global climate began to show abnormal changes, and finally, these changes spiraled out of control, evolving into full-blown calamities. This time gate was like Pandora's box. Every time it was opened, no one knew what would be released. Coralie finally understood that they had been conducting experiments behind her back and comprehended the dangers associated with the time gate. It was then that she realized the gravity of her actions. No one could confirm whether the origin of this disaster was due to the opening of the time gate. No one was left to punish the experimenters from that year either, as the catastrophe struck suddenly, and this truth was buried in history. The stones that first emerged from the time gate were named primordial stones and caught the attention of scientists, leading to extensive experiments on them. Coralie had also witnessed the capabilities of these stones. The first time, she saw a cancer patient recover within days after being exposed to a laser reflected by the stone. The second time, a patient who was almost dead and in shock suddenly woke up and gradually improved. The third time, they wanted to conduct an experiment on humans. If healthy individuals could absorb this substance, it would surely enhance the effect significantly. They started looking for volunteers. Initially, it was difficult. No healthy Emerson was willing to risk their life, so only those critically ill came forward with a let's give it a try attitude. They believed this approach wouldn't work, so one of them stepped forward. This Emerson was Reiker. Let me be the subject, he said. Others looked at each other, unable to make a decision. Don't hesitate. It's an honor to contribute to this great project, he urged again. The word honor seemed to ignite everyone's passion, and they agreed to Reiker's request. Reiker became the first Emerson to voluntarily participate in the experiment. Chapter 123 Origin. Maurice was pushed into a sealed box, and they injected him with a tube of blue liquid, which was the extract from the stone. On the first day, there was no reaction. On the second day, still none. On the third day, the researchers were startled by Reiker's wails. By the time they discovered what was happening, his body was already covered in tumors of various sizes, and some of these tumors had even begun to ooze pus. What the others reacted, Coralie could not remember clearly. Only one scene repeatedly played in her mind, the Emerson inside the glass box, his face swollen like a pig's head, pleading to her through sobs, please, kill me. Please, kill me. However, years later when Coralie saw Reiker again, he had completely transformed. Not only did he recover fully, but he also appeared younger than before. No one knew how he managed to do it. Coralie had always believed that the research project on the raw stone had been halted after that incident, and it hadn't been mentioned for a long time. It wasn't until the raw stones began flooding the market that she realized someone had restarted the experiment. The memories abruptly stopped, and Coralie closed her eyes deeply, as if using all her strength. Whether she wanted to admit it or not, this catastrophe was connected to her, and she would never forgive herself. This has been a constant torment in my heart. I'm not saying this to absolve myself of responsibility. I only hope to make amends before things become uncontrollable. No matter how much Randy tried, she never expected this incident to be linked to Coralie. She didn't know what emotions she should express now. She had suspected that this disaster wasn't coincidental and was likely man-made, but now that Coralie admitted it, she felt an overwhelmingly complex emotion. Silence was also a form of response. Master, we have results. Verity broke the silence at the right moment. Coralie made no attempt to retain the conversation, as she was already lost in her own emotions. The data has been sent to your screen. Back in the room, Randy immediately opened the screen. A document had already been transmitted there. The most significant changes originated from the Morisengjuan Mountains. Randy was surprised. Wasn't Earth stoppage due to the gateway? For some Rhea Emerson, she suddenly thought of the tree. Currently, 2 events were set to happen soon, the destruction of the blue screen and the halt of Earth's rotation. Both would deal catastrophic blows to humanity, and she must prevent them beforehand. With that thought, Randy made a phone call. Moricello. Where is Reiker being held? Yuenlu Priemerson, with the highest security rating in the entire Federation, was located atop a mountain with 3 sides being cliffs, bottomless and inaccessible. One side was heavily guarded, and the walls were electrified. The entire Priemerson was covered by an ability shielding device, making it impossible to escape via spatial abilities. Every Priemersoner here wore a controller around their necks, more terrifying than the inhibitor rings. Once it detected the Priemersoner leaving the Priemerson, it would immediately activate a suicide protocol. Therefore, no one even thought about escaping because while life inside the Priemerson was harsh, death outside was immediate, solving the problem from the root. Sir, according to regulations, you need to wear an inhibitor ring if you wish to visit a Priemersoner like Reiker. Can you accept this? Randy really wanted to say she couldn't accept it. Seeing Randy didn't respond, the guard explained again, this inhibitor ring won't harm you physically. It just ensures safety. Once you come out, we'll immediately turn it off. Randy glanced at the device. This wasn't the same model used during the auction, it seemed upgraded, and she couldn't be sure whether it would affect her. Do I need to wear it as an enforcer? Randy made a final attempt. Yes, sorry. Reluctantly, Randy put on the inhibitor ring. In her past life, she had worn one too, but frankly, given her former level, it was a waste on her. A strange feeling of discomfort spread from her neck, as if something was strangling her. A lump-like object pressed against the back of her head, making her feel uneasy. Randy had witnessed the power of such devices in her past life. Despite its small size, once activated, it would pierce into the nape of the neck and release an electric current. Reiker was kept in the deepest part of the Priemerson. Randy passed through 4 or 5 doors before reaching his cell. An old man with grey hair was huddled in the corner, motionless but with his eyes open. Randy found it strange. According to Coralie's account, after Reiker's transformation, he should have slowed down the aging process, so why did he look even older than most people of his age now? Priemersoner 57401, get up, someone has come to see you. The guard kicked the iron door. Reiker didn't move his body, only his eyes blinked. Seeing this, the guard wasn't surprised. Maurice asked Randy to wait in a nearby room first, then opened the door and walked in, dragging Reiker up. Randy subconsciously probed with her mental power. Suddenly, a sharp pain surged from her neck, reminding her that she still had an inhibitor ring on her neck. Fortunately, it was just a warning. However, this one probe led to a surprising discovery. Reiker had no abilities at all. This was the first time Randy doubted her own judgment. Randy didn't speak hastily, nor did Reiker look at her. His eyes remained half-closed since she entered. Officer, you have only 20 minutes, the guard reminded her appropriately. Randy said calmly, understood. Barry, your senior fellow apprentice, right? At the mention of Barry's name, Reiker's eyelids twitched slightly. Graduated from Baichuan University, a biologist, after graduation, he joined the doctoral mobility station of Drea Pharmaceutical and Baichuan University, participated in polar expeditions, but unfortunately, he died in a car accident at the age of 43. All these are what the records say, Randy continued. Reiker's fingers clenched tightly, turning slightly pale, but he remained silent. Randy slowly stood up, suddenly moved closer, and whispered softly, only loud enough for the two of them to hear. Perhaps, I should call you by another name, don't you think, Barry? Chapter 124, Riot. Upon hearing these words, Reiker finally lifted his eyelids. His eyes carefully sized up Randy before he sneered, I finally understand why he wanted to hunt you down. Randy had discovered the connection with Barry in the information Yuan gave her earlier. Barry was 5 years older than Reiker and they shared the same master. This fact itself was nothing out of the ordinary. According to the dossier, Reiker's work history once had several blank years, which, as thought now, should be when Reiker was in his recovery period. And during this time, his only social activity was with his senior brother Barry. Up until this point, everything made sense. But it wasn't until Randy saw Barry's picture that she almost couldn't believe it. Because this Barry looked so much like Reiker. One was slightly older, one younger, but at a cursory glance, you couldn't tell them apart. Moreover, Senior Fernand Barry had participated in Arctic expeditions. Besides, his age and abilities did not match. However, all of these were mere speculations. It just happened that Randy was able to catch him off guard and confirm her guesses unexpectedly. I am very impressed that you would go to such lengths for him. Let me guess, what is your rear Emerson? Because of camaraderie? Or did he promise you something, assuring he would save you? Or maybe you have some weakness he caught onto? Randy rested her chin on her hand and said nonchalantly. Reiker, no, should say Barry, turned dangerous instantly. If I remember correctly, Reiker framed you during his school years. You two can hardly be considered close friends. Furthermore, what level of threat could possibly make you willing to take the blame for him? Maybe the lives of your family or lovers, or perhaps there are misdeeds he has exposed. Your only family member died 2 years ago, you never got married, maybe you had a lover or two, but not enough for you to die for them. Then it must be the second case. However, since you have been declared non-existent by the Federation, what do you fear? Oh, I get it, you fear someone knowing you're alive. Saying this, Randy put on an exaggerated surprised look. Barry's brow twitched, and that formerly lifeless face now showed agitation. Randy, how do you know all of this? Randy smiled. Big data. How can one live without being tracked? She continued, don't worry, I'm not done yet. My guess is this, you illegally opened the spacetime gate, leading Earth into peril. The people involved in the experiment either died from radiation exposure or were executed immediately. But you, another researcher, died in a car accident a year later. You found yourself a way out. But you didn't expect that Reiker found out about this plan of yours and used it to threaten you to take the fall for him, promising to rescue you afterward. Ha 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 ha. Barry laughed heartily. At this moment, the warden came to urge them on. Randy hadn't yet explored the meaning behind this laughter. And just before the door closed, Barry whispered softly behind it, you guessed mostly right, but one thing is wrong. I came here voluntarily. No one forced me, no one threatened me, and no one bribed me. With a snap, the heavy door was locked again, and the corridor returned to silence, leaving only Randy looking at the iron gate with an inscrutable expression. Is there any clue I haven't noticed? Just then, Conley called. With the Les Emerson learned from last time, Randy answered quickly. Where are you? Sure enough, the first thing Conley asked was her location. Randy didn't hide it and replied straightforwardly, Ualu Pri Emerson. Should I pick you up? Randy, no need, I'll drive back to City A myself. Okay, drive safely. Because the clues weren't sufficient yet, Randy decided to return to City A and wait for Conley to come back so she could ask him thoroughly. However, before Randy even saw the gates of the City A base, she was blocked by a large crowd. Mostly civilians, including the elderly, weak, sick, and disabled, surrounded Randy's vehicle tightly. Not only that, but the vast entrance had no guards at all. Randy could hardly do anything harmful to these common folk, and her heart was full of questions. She rolled up her window and called Amaya. Since Dawn Ming was unconscious and Conley was frequently away on business, managing the daily affairs of the base had fallen to Amaya. What's going on? Why are there so many people at the gate? Hey, who? Amaya's reaction was also bewildered, indicating he knew nothing about this incident. Randy glanced out the car window. Some people were lying on the ground, some even tried to climb onto her car, and more were pounding on her car doors. Randy honked the horn forcefully, but it did little good. I'm at the base entrance, surrounded by a crowd. My car can't move at all. Come out and handle this quickly. Oh, what about the base ground crew? Randy frowned. Who should I ask if you don't know? Amaya acted swiftly and appeared at the base entrance in about 10 minutes. Seeing this scene, Amaya was also taken aback. Where did all these people come from? Maurice immediately called for a squad, using half threats and half coaxing with their guns, finally managing to get the crowd away from Randy's car. A quick-witted child took advantage of the ground crew's inattention, crawled under the blockade, and lay down in front of Randy's car. The ground crew member, probably annoyed, reached out to pull the child. Unexpectedly, this single action incited public anger, making the situation uncontrollable. Amaya was sweating profusely and called for 2 more squads. As the crowd started to get rowdy again, there came a click as a car door slammed shut. Randy had already gotten out of the car. Give me a gun, Randy said to the nearest ground crew member. Without waiting for his response, she grabbed the gun. After getting the gun, she fired a shot into the sky. When it didn't have the desired effect, she fired 3 more shots. This type of gun was used primarily for intimidation and made an extremely loud noise. The sound of gunfire finally subdued the crowd. What are you all doing? She barked. The crowd remained silent. You won't talk. Then all of you will be arrested and locked up for months. The base has plenty of jail food. At that moment, Lynn's voice came from the crowd. Garbage. Though the voice was faint, it was enough for Randy to hear. Upon hearing this, Randy was clearly startled and turned to look at the young Lynn who had insulted her. Chapter 125, Eavesdropping. The little Lynn, seeing Randy look over, seemed a bit scared and immediately shrank back into the crowd. Maurice's parents protected her on either side, afraid that Randy might do something. Amaya hurriedly stepped forward to mediate. If anyone has complaints, we have suggestion boxes for you to voice your opinions. Please don't resort to such aggressive methods, it looks bad for everyone. At this moment, someone in the crowd spoke up. This woman is wicked. Maurice was talking about Randy. Randy felt a sudden confusion. She had been busy investigating the blue screen and stall incidents from start to finish. Apart from that, what else had she done? Why was she suddenly being scolded? But due to the experiences of her previous life, Randy had endured a lot of abuse before, so these few words didn't faze her much. Instead of anger, she felt more puzzled. You call me a bad woman. What rear Emerson do you have? Randy said calmly. You colluded with Evilders and persecuted the common people, one per Emerson shouted loudly. That was sheer slander. Randy asked, do you have any evidence? That per Emerson seemed even more confident. Maurice, it is, this is the evidence. As he said this, he lifted one leg, a broken leg. Randy coldly replied, so, did I break your leg? It wasn't you who broke it, but it was because of you. Randy looked up at the sky, feeling that today's sunshine was unusually glaring. Lowering her head, she said slowly, how did I cause it? That man held his head high and raised his leg up high, directly resting it on Randy's car hood as if it was some sort of honor badge. Because of what you said. Randy fell silent, struggling between the urge to shoot him and run him over with her car. What did I say? You said that the base collecting taxes is justified, and ordinary people like us can't just live and eat for free. Even Amaya was taken aback. Was there something wrong with those words? Randy's face darkened. She had privately told these things to Xavier. How could they know? Could it be that Xavier revealed it? No, although Xavier was unreliable and lacked judgment, he wouldn't gossip behind others' backs. Maurice usually spoke openly. Then who was monitoring her? What's wrong with those words? And how did my single statement result in your broken leg? Randy's tone carried a scrutinizing quality. Of course, there's something wrong. As an enforcer, instead of empathizing with the public, you support taxation, which is a big problem. My leg broke because I had to work extra hard, and I accidentally fell. Randy was almost amused by his logic but decided not to argue further with him. She signaled Amaya to handle the situation, then walked back to her car, saying as she walked, since you all think I'm a bad woman, fine. I'll see who dares block my car, I'll run them over. Feel free to try. As soon as she finished speaking, the people lying on the ground quickly got up, apparently believing that Randy would indeed do it. Randy didn't care what they thought. Rioters should be managed with force. Logic wouldn't get through to robbers or their twisted rear Emersoning. But she was almost certain this was a premeditated ambush, making her feel somewhat agitated. If someone monitored her to this extent, wouldn't they know everything she did? Just as Randy drove in, a petite figure approached from the opposite direction, passing by Randy's car and walking toward the crowd. At this moment, Randy received a message from Conley. Are you okay? Why is the entrance so blocked? Conley was here too. Randy sensed it was true. Conley's car was parked not far behind hers. They almost arrived at City A at the same time, yet she hadn't noticed him at all. Without stopping, Randy first drove into the base before getting out. Maurice, those disaster victims couldn't come in. Conley's car was also blocked. Rochelle, moving among the disaster victims like a lark, made the victims visibly soften their attitudes when they saw her. Conley frowned as he got out of the car, glancing around and locking eyes with Randy, who was leaning against her car. Then he strode directly towards her. When Rochelle saw Conley approaching, she hurriedly stepped in front of him, saying something to him. The disaster victims surrounded her, blocking Conley's path. Seeing this, Randy guessed that Rochelle was using this opportunity to boost herself by stepping on her. It appeared that the sudden appearance of these disaster victims was likely related to her as well. But how did she know what she had said? Conley, growing impatient with the obstruction, pushed through the crowd and strode towards Randy. They were cursing at you, he asked upon reaching her, sounding somewhat displeased. Yeah, he cursed a bit. I held back the urge to teach him a Les Emerson. Isn't that good of me? Conley pulled Randy into his arms and stroked her head but didn't say anything. Conley. Rochelle's voice came from behind them. What should we do with those disaster victims at the back? Without turning his head, Conley's tone sounded somewhat stiff. Didn't you bring them here? Can't you handle it yourself? Rochelle was momentarily stunned, standing awkwardly in place. Conley carefully examined Randy's expression, seemingly trying to find any hint of sadness on her face. Conley, I'm really fine, Randy said with a smile, but this smile seemed slightly bitter to Conley. Finally, Amaya gave an order, directing all the disaster victims be detained. Rochelle wanted to say something but seeing the current scene, she closed her mouth, saying nothing. But just because she had nothing to say didn't mean Randy did. Rochelle. Randy broke free from Conley's embrace and walked straight towards Rochelle. Big sister Randy. Randy smiled faintly, long time no see. You surprised me greatly. Perhaps I didn't pay enough attention to you before. Sister is so busy, forgetting me is quite normal. In just these past couple of years, the sharpness around Rochelle had been smoothed out, even her speech carried a touch of artistry. It was hard to know what she had gone through. Randy continued calmly, I failed to pay attention to you before, but starting today, I will be watching you closely. I have a kind heart and always like to give others a second chance. Rochelle looked at Randy with surprise, her eyes flickering with a hint of panic, though her expression remained composed. You don't need to look at me like that. I'm not Conley, and you don't have to put on such little tricks for me, because I don't care. Keep your fox tail hidden, lest I discover it one day, sister. Randy's gaze was gentle, quietly observing Rochelle. Chapter 126 Unexpectedly. Rochelle's smile had become somewhat strained, her knuckles white as if she was trying hard to endure something. Randy glanced past her, as if this permison had become dispensable. After these disaster victims were locked in the isolation room, they all became obedient and soon confessed everything. They were refugees from the eastern coastal area who could not bear the heavy taxes. They heard that City A offered good treatment, so they came over. However, just before entering City A, they were stopped by a young Lin. She said that as long as they caused trouble with someone named Randy, she could help them enter the base afterward, which they agreed to readily. However, when asked for the name of the young Lin, they stubbornly refused to say. Since they were all locked up together, it inevitably became noisy at times. Now, another commotion erupted for unknown rear emissions. The warden held an electric baton, opened the door, and walked into the crowd, saying as he went, "Anyone causing trouble, step out." Randy happened to pass by the isolation room, intending to check on things, but unexpectedly encountered this ruckus. The crowd immediately parted to reveal two people, roughly the same age, both looking furious. One of them was the man who had feigned provocation against Randy earlier and had a broken leg. "What's all the noise? You two, come with me and each get 10 shocks," the warden sternly ordered. As the two men were led out by the warden, they saw Randy. One showed disdain while the other lowered his head. Randy remained silent, watching the warden punish them. After the shocks were administered, the warden seemed to remember to ask about the cause of the incident. "Why did you fight?" The man with the broken leg spoke first. "Maurice started insulting me." The man who lowered his head looked surprised, seemingly not expecting such audacity, and retorted, "You're spreading false rumors about others. If I don't curse at you, who else should I curse at?" "So what? How do you know I'm making up lies? A woman has such high authority in the base, who knows what she relies on? Haven't you seen how well she gets along with Mr. Lee?" While speaking, he glanced at Randy provocatively. Only then did Randy realize that the woman referred to herself and Mr. Lee referred to Conley. The man who lowered his head immediately responded, "That's exactly why you talk rubbish. You can't stand others developing better than you. That's how you were in the company before, and even in the apocalypse, you're still the same. You scum, you're really guilty for those who died." "Hey, what do you mean? Are you jealous because that female warden didn't like you?" The man who lowered his head had nearly reached his limit, his eyes flashing with anger as if ready to pounce. If not for the chains, the two might have already been fighting. Leaning against the door, Randy watched indifferently. Suddenly, she said, "All right, take him back." She pointed to the man who had defended her. The man who lowered his head looked up in surprise, while the man with the broken leg shot him a smug look, as if to say, "See, even though you defended her, she favors me." However, the man didn't argue and left without a word. After he left, the remaining man grew bolder and said to Randy, "So, do you find me attractive now?" Maurice couldn't read the coldness in Randy's gaze or the flash of ferocity in her eyes. Randy didn't bother to speak to him, conducting a mental probe directly. She had intended to find someone for a mental probe anyway, and this broken-legged man had practically volunteered. She hadn't settled the score with him yet, and now he dared to provoke again. Maurice deserved what was coming. One moment, the man saw Randy approaching, and the next, his brain felt as if pierced by a sharp object, every blood vessel and nerve seeming to burst, causing him to scream in intense agony. "Wondering how I became an enforcer? Do you understand now?" Randy whispered this in his ear to ensure he heard clearly. The man realized then who he had messed with. Sis, I'm wrong, I'm just scum, please let it go," he pleaded, but it was too late. Randy had no intention of letting him off because she wanted to know if the woman who had stopped them was Rochelle. The result shocked her. The speaking woman's lower face was covered by a mask, but the exposed eyes were very familiar. Not conventionally bright and wide, they were slightly hooded, long eyes. Could these be Alida's eyes? Alida possessed an intellectual beauty. Her attractiveness wasn't due to any one facial feature being outstanding, but rather the overall harmony of her features, which also made her highly recognizable. Thus, when Randy saw these eyes, she immediately recognized her. Randy was utterly astonished. This was completely beyond her expectations. Maurice's last impression of Alida was from the previous meeting. In fact, for capable women like her, Randy had always harbored some appreciation. But if, at this thought, a sharp look flashed in Randy's eyes. If she really intended harm, then Randy wouldn't hesitate just because she admired her. Finally, Randy slowly released the mental control on the broken-legged man. Maurice was so terrified that he lost control of his bladder and bowels, with yellow liquid trickling down his pants. Randy glanced at him with disgust before turning away. The warden, witnessing the scene, didn't ask questions but immediately called two men in to carry him out. Whether he lived or died or became insane afterward was none of anyone else's concern. After leaving the interrogation room, as Randy passed by the isolation room again, she looked at the man who had spoken up for her earlier. The man still kept his head lowered, silent, seemingly out of place among the others. Around 30-something years old, his hair was disheveled from neglect, his eye sockets sunken from hardship, and his beard untrimmed for a long time, looking like a street performer. Randy knocked on the isolation room door. Instantly, a dozen pairs of eyes looked over, and the man curiously lifted his head. "You, come out," Randy said calmly to the man. His face showed some surprise, but upon meeting Randy's gaze, he realized she was indeed addressing him. Randy asked the warden for the keys and opened the door, yet no one dared to crowd around since the broken-legged man lay in the center, barely alive. Seeing his pitiful state, everyone was truly frightened. Randy walked straight to the man without glancing around and said quietly, "Let's go." Chapter 127 The Lunatic. The man was just as silent as he had been in the isolation room. Even after being brought out, he still stood with his arms crossed, saying nothing. Randy's gaze swept over the pink rubber band on his hand faintly before she spoke in a casual tone. What did you do before? I developed software. Although the man didn't seem easy to talk to, he answered all questions without hesitation. Then why aren't you doing it anymore? The Federation still needs this kind of talent. The man sneered. After I was detained, I was put under militarized centralized management and lost my personal freedom. Holding a little Federation currency is not as comfortable as muddling through each day. Randy glanced at the rubber band again. Thank you for today. No need. I have a daughter too. I simply couldn't bear to hear anyone speaking ill of her from her perspective. Just as Randy had guessed. Have you separated from your daughter? The man fell silent again. There were bloodshot eyes, as if he hadn't slept well for a long time. After a while, he nodded heavily. My wife and daughter went back to her parents when the end came. Then we lost contact. Now, I don't even know whether they are dead or alive. Have you reported them missing to the various bases? The man waved his hand. Do you think I came to City A for nothing? Every base I passed, I reported to the missing Premisons database once. Unfortunately, I happened to be outside when they were grabbing people. Maurice hearing this, Randy felt somewhat embarrassed. It was chaotic at that time, and everyone had been caught. She hadn't expected to mistakenly catch him. Do you know the man with the broken leg? The man said calmly, we worked at the same company before. Just a coincidence meeting. How ironic that I meet this scum but can't find my wife and daughter. Jiang Jie nodded in agreement. So you're also from one of the eastern bases? The man nodded. Tell me about the situation there. 3 months after leaving the east last time, Randy embarked on another journey to the seaside. This time, Conley came along. How did you free up your time? Randy laughed, able to rest her hands with Conley driving and enjoy the view outside the window while holding a cat. I've got some things to handle in the east, Conley replied casually. Randy, oh. Conley looked at her through the rearview mirror with a faint smile in his eyes. Traveling eastward, the duo passed through Rongqing, located in mountainous areas. The tunnels built before the apocalypse mostly collapsed, and the Federation had no extra funds to rebuild them afterward, only reinforcing the entrances. When vehicles pass through, they rattle ominously, still somewhat terrifying. Among numerous mountains, there was only one supply point set deep within the mountains. They decided to stop and rest here. Strange. Randy suddenly said. Conley sensed something too, looking grave. The huge supply station was eerily quiet, devoid of any human presence. When Randy was last here, it was bustling with activity and traffic. Why, after only 3 months, did it resemble a ghost town? They parked at the entrance and walked inside. The asphalt road was covered with leaves, dirt, and stones, like it hadn't seen human traces for a long time. The grey-white small building should have been full of people dining or napping, but now its walls were covered with ivy, and the corners were filled with mold. The door wasn't locked, just closed lightly. A gentle push raised a cloud of dust. 3 months apart, and it's accumulated so much dust. Randy exclaimed in surprise. Conley took something out of his coat and handed it to Randy. Randy looked. It was a protective mask. Nice, quite considerate. The room wasn't large. Behind the counter was a back door. Randy tried to push it open but failed. It seemed locked. Everything indicated that people left hastily. The kitchen was stocked with meals, and food remained unfinished on the table. From the inner room, Randy thought she heard someone calling her. Thinking it was Conley, she called out, Conley, what did you say? Conley was bending down, picking up some dust with a handkerchief. Maurice hearing Randy's words, he turned his head slightly and said calmly, I didn't say anything. What? Randy came out from the kitchen. I didn't speak, Conley repeated. Maurice not speaking. Conley. Now Randy distinctly heard someone speaking. Conley frowned tightly, obviously having heard it too. Apart from her and Conley, there was no third Premison here. Who could be talking? And more importantly, Randy couldn't sense anything at all. Conley's gaze hardened as he coldly surveyed the surroundings. Then he strode to the window, reached out, and dragged in a half-sized black figure. Fun, I still want to play. This Premison's body was curled up, long hair covering his eyebrows and eyes. His mental age didn't seem older than 5. Even after being abruptly caught by Conley, he wasn't upset but instead clapped his hands in approval. Randy felt somewhat familiar with this Premison, so she leaned forward to lift his hair. But Conley preemptively caught Randy's hand, then lifted the Premison's hair himself. Upon seeing the face, Randy was startled. She knew this Premison. French. Though Conley had never met French, he knew his name. French used to be the team leader of Sea City's exchange students. How did he end up like this? This Premison looked disheveled and gaunt, with skinny limbs, yet seemed to be in relatively good spirits. No one knew how long he had stayed here without starving to death. Conley pressed him into a chair and said coolly, Tell me, how long have you been here? French's eyes darted around, mouth twisting into a pouty expression that seemed ready to cry. Randy quickly pulled Conley away and switched to a gentler tone. Would you like to play a game? At the mention of playing a game, French immediately stopped his tears. Maurice, play a game. Randy took out a piece of candy. Maurice, I'll give you one first. French opened his eyes wide, quickly grabbing the candy. Maurice managed to open the wrapper and licked it lightly. Delicious. Seeing this, Randy produced a handful of candies. Do you like them? French nodded vigorously. Looking at him, Randy found it hard to associate this figure with his normal self. How about playing a game with me? I'll ask questions, and you answer. For each question answered, you get 1 candy. What do you say? Chapter 128, The Owl. French's eyes were unusually bright as he nodded vigorously once again. Randy first asked a few simple questions, such as the color of the doors and windows and how many dishes were on the table. French answered them all correctly, showing that he still had some ability to think. Randy also kept her promise, giving him 1 candy for each question answered, making French even happier. What's your name? However, this single question made French frown slightly. My name is 3028, Conley said calmly. Following Conley's gaze, Randy saw the tattoo on French's right arm. Since you didn't answer this question, no candy for you. French's face fell immediately. Ask more, ask more. Do you remember how you came to this place? I came down from the mountain. Randy quickly followed up. Can you still find your way back? French was silent, staring straight at the candy. Randy gave him another piece. After getting the candy, French nodded vigorously again. Randy and Conley exchanged a quick glance. Let's do this. You lead us there, and I'll give you all the remaining candies, okay? Randy said gently. To their surprise, even with the lure of so many candies, French shook his head, looking somewhat frightened. No. It seemed the place had left a significant shadow on French. While eating candy, he suddenly. Conley frowned. What are you hiding from? The next moment, Randy's heart raced wildly as Manya leaped onto the table, its fur standing on end, and it growled menacingly like a small beast. Randy had never heard Manya make such a sound before. Following its gaze, she looked out the window, but there was nothing there. Someone is coming, don't catch me. French trembled under the table. Someone. Randy's eyes narrowed sharply. Meow. Manya called out. Perhaps because they were in the woods, the light here was dim, and everything around them felt eerily silent, adding an unsettling air to the environment. Conley silently pulled Randy into his arms, his eyes fixed on the window. Randy felt her hair stand on end. Outside the window, just beyond their sight, someone was hiding, and Randy had no sense of their presence. Maurice. 2 eerie laughs echoed through the air, though faintly, barely audible. Someone was laughing. Randy's expression darkened further. Maurice. Another laugh. This time, along with the laughter, a chewing sound could be heard. Manya let out a fierce roar, which didn't sound like a cat anymore, more like a little lion in attack mode. Click. The peremison outside made a smacking sound. French remained huddled under the table. Randy wanted to investigate, but she was afraid French would leave, and Conley did not want her to be alone. Reluctantly, Randy put French into the space. Only after French entered the space did the two of them chase out, but by then, the peremison outside had disappeared. Conley, can you sense anything? Conley slowly shook his head. Josephine, can you sense anyone nearby? Josephine replied immediately, nope, but 2 mountains away, there's something. She paused suddenly. Randy frowned. Why did you stop? She turned to look at Conley, who was silent, his eyes fixed on something behind her. Instinctively, Randy tried to turn around but was stopped by Conley. Maurice whispered, don't look. But how could Randy not look? She pushed away Conley's hand and saw the thing clearly. Not far from them, on a tree, countless dead crows hung densely, their blood already coagulated, with traces of blood on the ground. It was Bailara how long these crows had been dead. Randy suddenly recalled the chewing sounds earlier, and goosebumps rose on her skin. Neither French nor I sensed the peremison earlier. Is this possible? Randy asked, puzzled. Conley pondered for a moment. There's only one possibility. This peremison is a disorderer. A disorderer? This was the second time Randy had heard this term. The peremison who had hunted her before was also a disorderer. At this thought, a name flashed through Randy's mind. Reiker. The peremison in Priemison refused to disclose Reiker's whereabouts no matter what. She had planned to find a way to make him talk. Now it seemed unnecessary. Just now, Josephine said there was an energy fluctuation trace 2 mountains away from here. Since they used French to lure me, we might as well go and take a look, Randy said calmly. Conley suddenly smiled faintly and said, no rush. Then he turned back to the white small room, walked to a wooden board, and lightly stepped on it before breaking it with one palm. The wooden board was truly thick, about 10 centimeters, but Conley broke it effortlessly. After opening the wooden board, a narrow passage for a peremison appeared. Randy was slightly surprised. How did you know there was space here? Can you scan too? She felt embarrassed because she had not scanned the room. Conley said indifferently, look at the dust. There's less dust here than elsewhere, indicating it was recently opened. In that case, the appearance of that peremison earlier was actually to lure us to leave quickly because he was afraid we would find what's under the floor, Randy added. Conley's eyebrows twitched. Let's go down and see. Randy conducted a simple detection first but found that this underground tunnel was deeper than expected, leading who knows where. Could this be the entrance? Randy suddenly had a bold imagination. Sure enough, after they opened the hole, that strange sound reappeared. It seemed to have been lurking nearby all along, like a restless ghost. Whenever they tried to chase it, it would hide again. But this time, he wasn't as lucky. Earlier, they were concerned about French and didn't immediately chase out. This time, almost instantly after the sound was heard, Randy launched her mental attack. Suddenly, a howl came from outside the house. It sounded neither human nor animal, quite grating. Soon after, there was a sound of something falling from the trees. Judging by the sound, Randy felt it didn't seem human. Upon going out to check, she discovered that it was actually a half-human height owlbird. It turned out not to be a disorderer, which was somewhat unexpected. Chapter 129 Trap. No wonder Randy couldn't track this thing. There were so many birds and beasts in this forest that it was never within her consideration range. The owl-like creature, similar to the Shu Tong, is a human mutant, but this process is extremely cruel. It must be a child under 8 years old who has undergone a series of genetic modifications, which is why its call sounds so much like a human and it possesses the ability to mimic human voices. Randy remembered that these hybrid human-animal products had always been researched and developed by Drea Pharmaceuticals. Could this mountain area belong to Drea Pharmaceuticals? This owl-like creature wasn't fully dead yet, still flailing at the bottom. Conley gave it a shot directly, helping it end its suffering. Living as this kind of creature is already painful enough. Ever since Drea Pharmaceuticals severed ties with the Federation, they virtually vanished, even cancelling their former legitimate industry chain. Randy hadn't heard any news about them for a long time. Randy looked down at the creature, then turned back into the room, releasing French from the space. Maurice seemed to have done well inside, at least coming out mentally stable. She pulled French over to the entrance of the underground hole. "Did you escape from here?" French immediately shook his head. "I came down from the mountain." Randy said coolly, "Then tell me, what's on the mountain?" There are houses, lots and lots of houses." "Really?" Randy asked, "Can you describe what those houses look like? Or put another way, what do you want me to do on the mountain?" As soon as he spoke, French's expression froze, his smile frozen at the corner of his mouth, making the entire space fall silent. After several seconds, he replied coolly, "When did you start suspecting me?" "From the moment I couldn't detect you. Only disordered ones couldn't be detected by her, and from the beginning until now, he had been pretending to be insane, saying things with intent. If not for him emphasizing someone is coming, Randy might have thought the outsider was a Paremison from the start. So that's how it is." French sneered, "I have to admit, I underestimated you initially. Are you also one of Reiker's people?" Randy just asked subconsciously, but she didn't expect French to react so strongly. "Do you think I wanted to? Do you think I chose to be a disordered one?" His emotions were slightly agitated, so Conley put an inhibitor ring on him to prevent sudden aggression. "If you're working for Reiker, why don't you have a ring on your hand?" Randy suddenly asked. French laughed mockingly. "Do you know what that ring is? It's a killing device. Once it detects the task executor betraying the command giver, it will instantly devour this executor. That's the first generation. The second generation is implanted directly behind the human brain, causing even more pain and quicker effects." "But isn't what you're doing considered betrayal?" Conley suddenly said. "Why would I be considered a traitor? I'm executing my mission." French's expression suddenly turned eerie. The next moment, the feeling of time and space freezing appeared again. 1, 2, 3, 4. Randy counted the number of people, coldness flashing across her eyes. Reiker was indeed generous, sending so many people to kill her. In addition to the two from last time, red and blue, there were two more unfamiliar faces. Without exception, all these people were disordered ones. "Sorry, I won't accompany you." Just as Randy was about to pull Conley into the space, he held her back. His voice was very soft, only audible to Randy, yet it carried a heavy weight that re-immersionated deeply within her heart. "We don't need to run, we can fight." "Fine, if Conley says they can fight, then let's go for it." Honestly, she's already at level 23s and doesn't fear them, it's just that she doesn't want to involve Conley. "You deal with that brother-sister duo, I'll handle the other two," Conley said indifferently. The brother-sister duo referred to the two who had tried to kill Randy before, giving her a chance to settle new and old grudges together. "Randy, my brother can kill you once, and he can do it again. Why do you have such a smug look?" Kimberly spat venomously. She despised Randy's self-righteous and condescending attitude the most. Randy responded with a cold laugh, half closing her eyes. When she opened them again, they had turned a light yellow. Hiram was much smarter than his sister and immediately realized Randy was using mental power. His current level was 15s, but he didn't know Randy's level. Yet he had an uneasy premonition because he couldn't predict Randy's actions, a sensation he had never felt before. The next second, an overwhelming pressure descended out of nowhere, pressing down on everyone present until they were gasping for breath. Even the two who were fighting Conley could not escape its effects. Randy did not rush to attack, she only advanced slowly. This pressure continued to intensify until Barclay could no longer bear it and fell to her knees. Hiram was still desperately holding on, but his efforts were in vain. Randy's pale yellow eyes coldly met Hiram's gaze. Scared? This provocation was unbearable for Hiram. Despite the pressure, he moved forward, aiming a strike with his palm. However, this speed was too slow for Randy. She deflected it effortlessly, sending an air blade flying that left a deep gash on Hiram's chest. Hiram was shocked. Maurice had imagined that Randy's abilities had improved, but never to the extent where she could overpower him and his sister so thoroughly. His blind arrogance finally cost him. Barclay glared furiously at Randy, seemingly filled with hatred. But she didn't remember that just 6 months ago, she and her brother had hunted Randy, leading directly to the deaths of 4 people. Their sins couldn't be settled by this single wound. People always remember the wrongs others have done to them but forget their own misdeeds. From level 10 upward, each level represents a world of difference. This confrontation was a one-sided domination for Randy, but she had questions to ask, so she did not hurry to kill the siblings. With another gesture from Randy, Hiram was now sprawled before her. Turning her head, she looked at Barklig calmly. Where is Reiker now? Do you think I'll tell you? Barklig stared stubbornly at Randy, her tone defiant. Seeing this, Randy wasted no more words. She slightly raised her gaze toward Hiram, who immediately contorted in agony. Answer my question, or watch your brother suffer. As long as I don't release the pressure, he could remain in pain like this for life. Seeing her brother's tormented expression, Barklig suddenly caved. I'll talk. Chapter 130, Borderlands. This area lies at the intersection of 3 countries. After the formation of the Federation, it became a grey zone, seemingly forgotten by all national leaders as a lost land. It was the city of sin, where the yellow sand served as a protective shield, forgiving all crimes. Mercenaries and desert bandits made up 80% of the population here. Human trafficking, contract killings, power for sex transactions, and illegal weapon manufacturing were the predominant themes in this land. A mutated Black Panther cub lay there, no more than 2 or 3 months old, yet remarkably intelligent. It had been pursued by a group of animal traders for 2 months but never allowed them to succeed. These animal traders spent 2 whole months tracking it down because its bounty was extraordinarily high, up to 100 million Federation credits. Whoever captured it would claim the reward. Moreover, this wasn't a lab-made creature but a naturally bred cub with pure lineage, making it extremely rare and invaluable. So they were determined to capture the Black Panther cub at all costs. The 5-member team consisted entirely of mutants, including one telepath with strong anti-detection abilities. They belonged to a mercenary group willing to do anything for money. At that moment, a one-eyed man stepped out from among them. The scar on his face ran deep, cutting across half his face where his eye once was. Maurice wore it proudly, like a badge of honor. Maurice seemed to be Edward of the group. While holding a specially designed animal net, he gave instructions to the others using hand signals. They were now very close to the Black Panther cub. It appeared to have lowered its guard, licking an injured leg, the wound inflicted by this very group. Perhaps due to fleeing for survival, it looked quite exhausted, unaware that it should not relax at this moment because it was already targeted by a fine needle tipped with a powerful tranquilizer gun. With a muffled puff, the trigger pulled silently, but the medicine entering flesh made a sound. The Black Panther cub fell to the ground instantly. The one-eyed man rushed forward, securing the cub in a custom-built iron cage. Done. 100 million is ours. Good job, brothers. The others also showed signs of excitement. All that remained was to contact their client. But joy didn't last long as trouble quickly followed. Their truck was surrounded by 4 or 5 vehicles. The nemesis of mercenaries, desert bandits. Mercenaries had their own set of rules. Once a task was completed by someone, others could not snatch it away. Even these morally loose people adhered strictly to this rule, which paradoxically made them seem somewhat principled in this respect. Desert bandits, however, lacked any moral sense and were completely degraded humans. They cared nothing about who took on the job, they simply wanted everything valuable. The one-eyed man couldn't gauge the strength of these bandits, but the numbers clearly favored the enemy. The apparent leader of the bandits was a thin man wearing a triangular scarf around his chin and sunglasses, hiding his face. Hand over what you have, and we'll let you live. His voice unexpectedly pleasant, the thin man said coolly. This cub had taken much effort to catch. There was no way they'd give it up easily without a fight. Among the 5, the highest level mutant was the one-eyed man, ranked around 5S, a formidable fighter. Screw that. I hate you guys most. Want it? Come and get it, he shouted loudly. The mercenaries prepared for a fight. They still had advantages even if their mutations weren't enough, they had their guns and cannons. The leader of the desert bandits watched their reactions calmly, saying nothing. In the next second, the one-eyed man began bleeding from his nose and mouth. Boss, you're... The fat man beside him exclaimed in fear. The one-eyed man wiped the blood nonchalantly and smeared it on the vehicle, then operated something in the cockpit. Dozens of holes were aimed at the bandits. Damn it, don't think I'm afraid of you. Watch me blow you sky high, he shouted while pressing the button. The thin man seemed unprepared for such an all-out attack. Maurice could dodge, but some ordinary members wouldn't survive the explosion. Boss, Emile, stop. Let's run while we can, the fat man urged, snapping the one-eyed man back to reality. Hastily, he drove away. The leader of the desert bandits could only watch their departure with a grim expression, not uttering a word. They successfully delivered the item to the agreed location. The Paremison who came to meet them was a handsome Elwood with a very amiable smile. The one-eyed man gave the fat man beside him a look, and the fat man nodded understandingly, opening the box in the trunk where the little creature lay in its cage, still in deep sleep. Please check if this is the right one. The Elwood's face showed pleasure, and he immediately looked at the few people approvingly. If everything is fine, please settle the commission. The Elwood nodded. Of course, my assistant will take you there. Beside him, a man in black made a gesture inviting them to follow. The one-eyed man followed without suspicion, while the other 4 remained at the gate. Strangely, after waiting for a long time, no one returned, which made them uneasy. The fat man hurriedly said, "Why is it taking so long to get paid?" The Elwood smiled. "The amount is large, so it takes some time. Why don't you join me in the car to wait and have some tea, rather than staying out here in the sun?" Thinking it Emersonable, the others followed him into the car. Inside the luxurious air-conditioned vehicle, the temperature contrasted sharply with outside. However, inexplicably, their eyelids grew heavier until they lost consciousness. Junior watched these unconscious people with a cold smile, driving the car and all its passengers deeper into the yellow sand. This was the headquarters of Darui Pharmaceutical Company. The entire building blended in color with the sand, with most of its structure buried underground, exposing only the top part with windows. From afar, it looked like small sand dunes. Mauritius, vertical elevators provided access, with entrances facing upwards. Hundreds of death rays scanned non-stop, invisible and silent. By the time intruders realized something was wrong, it was already too late. Chapter 131 Abyss. Tiona told Randy about Reiker's whereabouts and begged her to spare her brother and herself. On the other side, Conley had already dealt with 2 people and now calmly played with a cat instead of interfering. When Randy heard Tiona's words, she neither confirmed nor denied them, only faintly remarked, "You say that Reiker is dead and you both came here to kill me on your own accord? Tiona, compared to your brother, you are not just a little bit dumber." She knew the mechanism of the device on their left thumbs. Once betrayed, it meant death. Since Tiona was still alive, it proved she was lying. A flicker of panic crossed Tiona's eyes. "How you choose, it's entirely up to the 2 of you. You can take your time considering." The implication of Randy's words was clear. One of them had to die, and it was for them to decide who it would be. Tiona's face turned ashen. Just as she was about to speak, she heard Hiram shout, "I'll talk, I'll tell you everything." Randy smiled slightly, bent down, and said indifferently, "If you'd cooperated earlier, you wouldn't have suffered so much." Hiram's pain lessened, and his consciousness refocused. "I'll tell you everything, but please let my sister go. After all, it was I who killed you last time, and it has nothing to do with her. Let's hear what you have to say first. Before you die, let's see how much valuable information you can provide," Randy said calmly. To everyone's surprise, Hiram shook his head. "Once I start talking, I will be executed immediately. You should directly extract the memories from me." After a moment of silence, Randy faintly replied, "All right, as you wish." In the end, Randy did not kill Tiona and Hiram but disabled their original cause, rendering them no different from ordinary people. They had committed too many wrongdoings and must bear some form of punishment. That underground cave did not lead anywhere but to a mass grave. No wonder no one was around, and the place exuded an atmosphere of death. All the bodies were hidden in this narrow cave, starting to rot and decay. Only after everything was settled did she remember French, who had obediently stayed put the entire time without moving. Seeing Randy approach him, he showed no expression. Just when Randy thought he wouldn't speak again, he suddenly asked, "Do you know why this place is gone?" Randy raised her eyes, puzzled. French's face flushed abnormally, his eyes full of excitement and even a hint of madness. "I killed them. Ha 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 ha. So what if they turned me into this? Reiker wanted me to do his dirty work because he wanted to occupy this mountain, and he asked me to clean up this supply station for him. Ha 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 ha. Do you know how painful those people looked? The more they suffered, the happier I felt." French's voice grew softer, the mechanism began to take effect, and his expression gradually became vacant, eventually stopping at an open-eyed, smiling face. French was dead. Randy stood frozen, unsure of how to react. Maurice's eyes fixed on French's face as if trying to burn a hole through it. French's eyes also stared back at her. When you gaze into the abyss gazes back at you. Is there really such a clear line between good and evil? Randy didn't know how long she had slept. When she opened her eyes, dawn had begun breaking on the horizon. Lamping's romantic charm lay in its ability to simulate sunrise and sunset, the starry sky. People lived in the beautiful illusions created by Lamping, believing they had conquered natural disasters. "Where are we?" Maurice's voice was still hoarse from sleep. "We're almost at the seaside, just in time to watch the sunrise," Conley whispered gently. At the moment she saw the sun rise from the horizon, Randy was moved to tears. Even if it was fake, it was still the sun, symbolizing hope. "Sister, buy some Osmanthus cakes, homemade by my mom," a young boy piped up in a childish voice. Randy was slightly surprised. How could such a small child be out selling things alone? "Little boy, why are you out so early? Where's your wren?" Though small, the boy spoke like a grown-up. Mom couldn't get up because she made Osmanthus cakes late into the night. "There are many people coming to watch the sunrise in the morning, and most haven't eaten breakfast yet, so I came out early." Randy gently patted the boy's face and said, "I'll buy all the rest. Go home early and stay with your mom." "But sister, there are still many left. Can you finish eating them?" "Don't waste food," the little boy worriedly refused. Randy smiled. "I can eat them all. This big brother has a big appetite." Randy pointed at Conley, and the little boy met that pair of glacier-like eyes, involuntarily shivering. "There are 27 left, each for 3 Federation coins, totaling 81 Federation coins." The boy's arithmetic skills were quite good. Randy smiled as she took the cakes and ruffled his hair. Getting the money, the little boy was truly overjoyed and almost immediately ran toward home. Of these Osmanthus cakes, Randy ate one herself and took some into the space. Although Isla didn't need to eat, it could still appreciate the taste. The remaining ones, Conley barely ate half before stopping, but unexpectedly, Manya loved them, finishing what Conley left and even wanting more. Randy had to feed her another one. After thinking for a moment, she took out 4 more to wrap up, planning to give them to Xavier later. In the midst of this peace and tranquility, an ill-timed phone call came in, directed at Randy. She knew exactly who it was without looking. As soon as she opened the communication device, indeed came Xavier's loud voice. "Boss Jiang, this year went by so fast. Time inland moves quicker than by the coast. Randy laughed and scolded, cut the chatter, I need something from you. Got it. Do you need me to pick you up? No need. You just need a good shower and meet me with a refreshed look. No problem. Xavier said he had already arrived, but Randy couldn't find him anywhere until a nondescript Elwood stood in front of her. Only then did she recognize him as Xavier. This is. Xavier grinned, my original skin. What do you think? Randy examined him carefully and gave an honest evaluation. Not bad. Honestly, it wasn't bad at all, just ordinary looks, not as disfigured as she imagined. Conley actually glanced sideways and commented coolly, nothing special. Maurice. Only then did Xavier notice the stern-faced figure standing next to Randy. Chapter 132 Christopher. Looking at this Peremison's appearance, Xavier's retort that was almost out of his mouth made a U-turn and went back inside. Well, he is indeed a bit better looking than me, but just a little bit. Mr. Jiang, is this the Emile lady? Xavier changed the subject. The piece of Osman-thus cake that Randy had just swallowed almost came back up. Cough cough, what did you say? Conley, the Emile lady. Ha 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 ha. Randy couldn't stop laughing on her own, then turned to look at Conley, who now had an expressionless face, looking at her with a faint gaze, but didn't seem to mind the term too much. Xavier was puzzled. What's so funny? Did I say something wrong? Isn't it Emile and Emile lady? Randy barely held back her laughter, shoving him into the car before Xavier could continue spouting nonsense. Randy had intended to take Xavier directly to the Federation base, but they hadn't driven far when the road ahead was blocked. Xavier slapped his forehead. Oops, forgot to tell you guys. There was a tsunami here about 10 days ago, which destroyed many roads. The sea hasn't receded yet, actually making this not a good time to come to the seaside. Randy, why didn't you say so earlier? Conley looked somewhat serious. Have there been frequent tsunamis recently? I think every so often, one happens. Each time it occurs, our living area moves back a little. Randy said, is the mortality rate high? How do the disaster victims' lives get secured? Before Xavier could respond, the car suddenly braked and stopped on the road. Maurice didn't need to answer anyway because the rear Emerson the car stopped was due to a large group of disaster victims gathered at the base entrance. Since Randy's car didn't have a Federation license plate, these disaster victims paid no attention to them, continuing whatever they were doing, apparently organizing a disturbance. Leading them was a petite Lin with a big voice, cursing so fiercely that the security heads dared not stick their heads out. A bunch of pigs living off the Federation's money, drinking, whoring. I hate most when people have money for commercial streets but not for help, morons. Xavier quickly pulled his head back in. There's a Lin swearing more fiercely than me. What's going on? Asked Randy. Well, the Federation can't afford supplies for the disaster victims, so they're causing trouble, Xavier replied without surprise. At this moment, several fully armed staff members finally emerged. Before they touched the Lin, the crowd surged forward. Seeing the situation wouldn't be resolved anytime soon, Randy got out of the car. Seeing her exit, Conley followed suit. From a distance, they heard a gentle female voice. Sister, they really have no money. No matter how much you fuss here, it won't change anything. I'm telling you, Ambria, whose side are you on? Why are you defending the Federation? This was the Lin who had been swearing. Both Lins were of similar height. The cursing one had delicate features and tanned skin, making her look more three-dimensional. The gentle-voiced one was plainer, at most pretty, and seemed like a sister. The staff members saw Randy but didn't react immediately. But upon seeing Conley behind her, they quickly saluted and welcomed them forward. Throughout this process, the disaster victims kept glaring at them hostilely. What's going on with these disaster victims? Conley coldly asked. Before the staff member could speak, a soft female voice interjected. Moricello, due to the tsunami, our base was destroyed. We're trying to see if we can enter this base. It should be a simple matter, not worth such a commotion. Though speaking to everyone, her eyes kept glancing at Conley. Who's in charge here? Aren't they handling this? Randy asked. At that moment, a voice called out, Me, it's me. Ah, apologies for not greeting you earlier, Micah. Not far away, a pudgy figure appeared among the crowd, panting slightly as he ran, his cheeks and belly jiggling up and down. Christopher, Xavier whispered beside Randy. Come, let me entertain you properly, Christopher said with a smile, his facial fat folding together, looking quite honest. Seeing this man, the cursing Lin rushed forward, yelling, Christopher, you damn thing, hiding like a turtle all this time, finally decided to come out, huh? Christopher originally wanted to wave someone over to pull the Lin away, but upon seeing her face, he changed his mind. Don't get so agitated. Everything can be discussed. Let's go inside, have some tea, and talk this through properly. Causing a scene here won't accomplish anything. Randy knew exactly what was on Christopher's mind from his expression. Maurice had been sizing her up since earlier, and if not for the crowd, she would have gouged his eyes out. Sure, let's go. I'm not afraid of you. The Lin with the gentle voice, seeing that her sister could enter, did not want to be outdone either. She stepped forward and said, Sometimes my sister has an impulsive temper and might offend everyone. It would be better if I accompany her to avoid any arguments. The Lin who was cursing frowned at her sister, unknown emotions swirling in her eyes. Randy also barely perceptibly frowned. Christopher didn't care whether it was useful or not. Seeing that the speaker was a young Lin with decent looks, he quickly nodded in agreement. Entering the base, Randy felt an eerie sensation everywhere, making her uncomfortable but unable to pinpoint why. The building orientation, object placements, and sealed black rooms all exuded a dead, oppressive atmosphere. As soon as Xavier entered, he covered his nose. It stinks. The others also wrinkled their brows, indicating this place was indeed uncomfortable. On both sides of the road stood rows of black stone pillars, evenly spaced, leading to the main building. The main structure was dark brown, lifeless, giving off a suffocating feeling. Everyone in the base looked pale, appearing lethargic as if they hadn't slept in a long time. Randy instinctively expanded her mental energy to scan the entire base. This scan startled her greatly. Inside those 2 rows of black stone pillars were actually human skeletons, and the black houses within the base contained countless bizarre furnishings. This Christopher must be a member of a cult organization. Realizing this, Randy's gaze towards Christopher turned fiercely cold. Maurice, here we are. Christopher led everyone to his office. Upon entering, Randy smelled an almost nauseating odor. Chapter 133, Saint and Religion. Upon entering, there was an entire wall of bird and animal specimens that looked incredibly lifelike, as if they had just been stripped off the animals. My hobbies are a bit peculiar. I enjoy collecting specimens. Ha ha ha, Christopher explained to himself. Randy sneered inwardly, doubting that it was not only about collecting specimens. Christopher instructed the messenger officer to prepare tea for everyone and then left for a while. When he returned, he was holding an incense stick. Putting on an act, first give us the disaster relief subsidy allocated by the top. The woman who was cursing was named Kira, her younger sister was called Cheyenne, the 2 were 3 years apart. Not only did their appearances differ, but also their personalities were completely different. Don't be in such a hurry, little sister. Why don't you stay here first? You see, I still have to entertain my colleagues today, Christopher said indifferently. Randy interrupted. No need, just handle this matter, we're not in a rush. Now, Christopher's expression became somewhat awkward, and Kira glanced at Randy. Yes, it's just about some supplies. Xiao Li, how do you guys work? Even this can't be handled, making people come here and defame me, and make Micah laugh. The scolded Xiao Li was his assistant, who hurriedly apologized and admitted his mistake. Ari Jing, aren't you going with me? Kira suddenly asked. Cheyenne appeared to be on the verge of tears as if someone had wronged her. Christopher quickly said, don't cry, we're all here. If something happens, I'll support you. With Christopher's permission, Cheyenne finally spoke up. Commander, can I find a position in the base? My parents died early, and my sister is overbearing. I want to dedicate myself to the Federation and the people, but even this wish, she disagrees with. Kira's brows knitted tightly, seemingly shocked to the extreme. Even Xavier muttered quietly, this woman is truly strange, not discussing matters with her sister, but instead bringing them here. Isn't she trying to embarrass her sister? Ari Jing. Kira struggled to speak. Christopher, on the other hand, looked delighted, almost sticking himself onto Cheyenne. Sure, welcome. The base needs young people like you. Randy raised an eyebrow, watching the scene, and couldn't help but ask, Commander Wang, may I ask you a question? Go ahead. Why are there no young people in your base? Since Randy entered through the door until now, almost all the people she encountered were in their 40s or 50s, hardly seeing any young people. Haha, it can't be helped. Young people like to venture out, none of them want to stay in the base. That's why I say Cheyenne is invaluable. Kira pursed her lips tightly, seemingly trying to restrain herself. Oh, then how about this? Let's take a walk around the base. What do you think? Randy said calmly. Christopher originally wanted to refuse but paused for a moment and agreed. Leaving Christopher's office, Randy and the others saw Kira going to collect supplies. Mauricello, can we talk later? Randy suddenly said. Kira's brow was furrowed, looking extremely worried. Upon hearing Randy call her, she was suddenly startled and replied, No, I still need to help my companions come in to move supplies. Randy smiled, not in a hurry. After you finish, come find me at this place tonight if you still want your sister to live. The last sentence seemed to awaken Kira, who nodded heavily. Although Christopher tried his best to keep them, Randy still chose not to stay inside the base. The address she gave Kira was the name of Xavier's shop. From the man who was mistakenly captured, Randy heard the name Christopher. This Paremison was extremely treacherous and vicious, with countless victims under his belt. And most importantly, he believed in a religion not Cloud Top End, but Saint and Religion, which was the same church Courtney joined in her previous life. This Christopher not only believed in the religion himself but also made the entire base join, turning the base into chaos and making it a club for the religion. Speaking of Cloud Top End, Randy didn't know much about it in her past life, but she knew exactly what this Saint and Religion was. It was an evil organization that relied on human bodies for elixirs and used humans to make magical artifacts in pursuit of immortality. Their emblem was a piece of human bone, and their doctrine aimed at becoming a god. Upon entering the base today, it was evident that Christopher had plans to become a god, and the base was his altar. As expected, Kira arrived as promised in the evening. Upon meeting, she immediately kneeled before Randy, frightening her into squatting down. Don't do this, I can't accept it. Kira lost the strong demeanor she had during the day and was now simply a sister worried about her younger sister. I beg you, Miss Jiang, I know you have some influence. Can you save my younger sister? Randy said coolly, if your younger sister is determined to die, who can help her? A look of pain flashed across Kira's face. I've known for a long time that Christopher uses human bodies to practice magic artifacts, but my younger sister thought the living conditions inside were good and insisted on going in. Then you should have explained it clearly to her. She's old enough, She shouldn't be unable to understand, right? Randy asked doubtfully. It's my fault. I still treat her like a child, thinking I can shield her from all dangers. Now I realize I was wrong, Kira sobbed softly, completely different from her daytime appearance. Randy fell silent for a while before speaking again. Stop crying. I won't go out of my way to save your younger sister, but this scumbag Christopher, I won't let him off. Whether your younger sister lives or dies depends entirely on her fate. Kira was overjoyed and exclaimed, really? Just being able to do this much already makes me very grateful. Thank you, really thank you. It seemed that this still wasn't enough to express her gratitude. Kira took Randy's hand and said, come to our place for dinner tonight. The meal should be almost ready by now. Xavier had originally planned to show off his cooking skills tonight. Seeing this, he quickly said, that won't do. It's rare for me to cook. Kira, don't snatch my opportunity. Maurice hearing this, Randy was somewhat surprised. Xavier actually knew Kira? Kira treated Xavier differently. Nonsense, you know how to cook. You aren't afraid of poisoning others? Hey, Kira, just because you haven't eaten my cooking doesn't mean I can't cook well, Xavier immediately retorted. Randy timely stopped them from continuing to argue. She turned to Xavier and said, all right, they have food there as well. You can still stir-fry a few dishes there. Chapter 134, Visiting. Don't even think about it. If a certain someone wants to eat my cooking, I'll deliberately not cook for her. Xavier pouted. That certain someone immediately flew into a rage and made a move to strangle him. Randy smiled but did not intervene, allowing them to do as they pleased. Conley was on the rooftop of the second floor. When Randy went up, she saw him leaning against the railing, his eyes half closed, his profile shrouded in darkness, lost in thought, appearing somewhat out of place compared to the lively scene downstairs. Before Randy could get close, Conley lifted his head and saw her. Kira invited us over for dinner. Seeing Conley look over, Randy spoke with a smile without averting her gaze. Conley reached out and pulled Randy into his arms. What's wrong? Don't you want to go? Randy looked up. Conley remained silent, his head gently lowering. Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. At the height of their passionate kiss, an ill-timed voice broke the silence. Randy hurriedly turned her head. Well, I just came to call you for dinner. Of course, if you two want to continue, I don't mind. Ah, Kira, why are you pinching my ear? Unable to bear it any longer, Kira manually stopped Xavier from talking. Let's go, Randy smiled helplessly. The distance to where Kira lived wasn't far, only a 10-minute walk away, so Xavier became familiar with them during his back-and-forth visits. Most residents here were ordinary people, primarily women and children, along with some young adults. Everyone lived in large families. Although life was tough, there was always hope as long as they were together. The gazes they directed at Randy and her group no longer held hostility but still carried a slight sense of restraint since they were still federal paramasonal, and locals weren't quite trusting of federal people. However, despite not fully trusting Randy and Conley, they trusted Xavier and Kira, so they were relatively friendly. Come wash your hands and have dinner. Today we have supplies, so it's a communal feast, a woman called out. This is Jimena, our cooking director here, Kira laughed. Jimena had lost her children during the evacuation, unsure whether they were dead or alive, and she endured much pain. But now, she truly considered everyone else here her family. Randy glanced at the big pot meal. It was essentially a mixed stew, with whatever vegetables, meats, noodles, any ingredients available all tossed in. A simple and humble dish, yet it was a rare treat for these people. Several children played nearby, looking like they wanted to approach but were too timid, staring wide-eyed at the visitors one moment, then another. Randy fished some candies out of her pocket and distributed them. The children, unreserved, accepted the candies eagerly and started dividing them among themselves. Don't be picky now. Kira handed a bowl of food to Randy. Randy took it gladly, and surprisingly, it tasted good. Facing the crowd and with their backs to the sea, each holding a bowl of stew, they chatted as they ate. Apart from the eastern region, there are still many other bases that are quite good. Haven't you thought about visiting them? Randy asked softly. Kira laughed. Since it's the apocalypse wherever we go, living day by day, not knowing when we might die, we might as well stay in our hometown, at least having a sense of belonging. Randy nodded in agreement. How do you usually live? Do you rely solely on government aid? Not really. Government assistance is minimal, and what little we get is often deducted by Christopher. Normally, Fernand High and Fernand Hui go out to fish and sell at the market. They aren't back yet, but once they return, I'll let them show you the catch. From afar came bursts of laughter. Xavier was entertaining a group of children, making them laugh heartily. Kira quietly watched the scene, then suddenly said, actually, Xavier often helps us. Maurice is a very good paramason, though he doesn't realize it himself. Randy agreed wholeheartedly because she knew that Xavier had smuggled dolphins to save them from persecution, and for this crime, he served only 2 months. She knew who Xavier was from the start. As for you, you've been asking me all the time. That guy is pretty handsome, and my sister's eyes were practically glued to him. Mentioning her sister caused Kira to pause, her expression turning melancholic. Randy fell silent, her gaze lifting to the crowd. Conley sat by the firelight, not eating but watching everyone quietly. Randy suddenly felt a mix of familiarity and strangeness. She had never asked about Conley's past, nor did she know why he had been especially kind to her from the beginning. Most of the time, she didn't even know what Conley was thinking. At this moment, a child appeared beside Conley, peeking at him curiously. Randy smiled helplessly. Children could still tell who was good-looking. Conley's gaze happened to meet hers and stayed there, locking eyes for a long while until Randy finally looked away first. She really couldn't withstand Conley's intense and heated gaze. Fernand Hui and Fernand Hai are back. A clamor rose from the crowd, with all the children rushing over. The adults also put down their tasks and gathered around. The catch was plentiful, bringing back over 10 buckets. When Randy saw people coming ashore, her expression suddenly turned serious. Ewon, you've done well, one of the men praised. Ewon, the man being addressed, gave a quick glance and coldly said, strangers have come? Kira hurriedly explained, I was just about to introduce them. These two are my friends, and I invited them for dinner. Ewon's eyes paused on Randy for a moment before quickly moving away. Well, your brothers Hui and Hai haven't eaten yet. Quickly serve them some food, Himena urged. The crowd then dispersed. Fernand Hui seemed only in his early 20s, but his face bore signs of weathering, having spent much time at sea and tanned dark by the sun. Yet, his eyes were extraordinarily bright. Maurice sat opposite Randy with a bowl of rice, eating at an incredible speed as if not feeling the scalding heat. As he ate, he suddenly sensed something and abruptly looked up, meeting Randy's gaze. Do I know you? His voice was rough, like sea sand. Randy looked at him silently without speaking. Under her prolonged stare, Ewon felt increasingly uncomfortable and finally put down his utensils. Chapter 135 Identity. Something. Maurice frowned, his tone beginning to turn somewhat unfriendly. Randy laughed and said, No, I was just curious why you go hunting at night. The child beside them said, Because Fernand Harry is very powerful. Fernand Harry knows magic. Stacy. Harry suddenly shouted coldly, Go play somewhere else. The child named Stacy, startled by the sudden scolding, immediately welled up with tears, as if about to cry, and turned around to find his parents. Why did you shout at a kid like that? Who are you really? Randy smiled and said, Didn't they tell you we are from the Federation? There was a sound of bang, it was the bowl dropping on the ground and shattering. Upon hearing this sound, Himena's head started to ache. She hadn't even come over yet, but her yelling reached them first. Oh, what have you done? How many bowls will you break in a day? Are bowls free or something? Himena, don't move, let me clean up, Harry quickly said when he saw Himena squatting down to pick up the shards. Stay seated and don't move. Don't fumble around. Himena didn't notice Harry's unusual emotion, but Kira did, and so did Xavier who was sitting next to her. They rushed over in 3 steps. Randy, what happened? Did Harry offend you? Let me deal with him for you, Kira hurriedly said. Randy's lips curved into a faint smile, and her eyes were filled with an indescribable murky expression as she looked at Harry. Xavier instantly thought of something and said, Boss Jiang, Harry brother used to serve in the Federation too, have you met him before? Of course she had seen him before. Not only did she see him, but she also knew him well. Reiker's top 10 pawns included Harry, whose tail ring was yellow, a Class S psychic metamorph. Maurice ended up here. From Hiram's memories, Randy learned that Reiker had raised 10 pawns in total to be his enforcers, handling matters that Reiker could not personally face. Apart from the 4 with colors black, white, red, and blue that she had fought against, and the 2 killed by Conley, there were 4 others that never appeared. Conley noticed the commotion here and walked over as well. It wasn't until Harry saw Conley that he realized it. Randy raised an eyebrow and asked Harry lightly, Want to talk outside or here? Harry remained silent for a moment before finally lifting his feet and walking out of the crowd. Xavier was completely confused about how Harry got involved with Randy, but Kira was smarter and instantly made a connection. Randy signaled Conley with her eyes, indicating that she would be fine going alone. Conley finally nodded and stopped. Let's communicate telepathically directly, aren't you of high rank already? Randy asked. What do you want to say? I haven't been working for Reiker for a long time. Why did you seek me out again? Randy glanced at Harry's finger, which was bare of any ring. How did you remove your ring? Someone helped me. Who? After a brief silence, Harry replied, I can't say. Why did you leave Reiker? Because I made a mistake. Randy, what kind of mistake? Harry, I released something that shouldn't have been released. Harry, you know that if I wanted to probe your memories, you wouldn't be able to refuse. But seeing everyone's attitude toward you, I suddenly felt you're not that bad, and I didn't want to treat you that way. But, Randy pondered aloud, if I don't get what I want to know, I'll still resort to necessary means. Harry lifted his gaze sharply, staring intently at Randy, half of his face hidden in darkness, making it hard to read his expression. I'll ask again, what thing? Harry was silent for a long time before he spoke again. Experiment Subject X. Randy, so, the Paremison who removed your ring and the one who asked you to release Experiment Subject X is the same Paremison? Harry couldn't help but admire Randy's sharp insight. He gave a slight nod. Name. Harry shook his head. I don't know their name or appearance. If you think I'm lying, you can probe my memory. Maurice probably wasn't lying. Since it was someone capable of making Harry betray Reiker, this Paremison wouldn't be easy to expose themselves. I don't know who you are, but I know who Conley is. That Paremison is dangerous. So I don't trust you all. After I left Reiker, I just wanted to live an ordinary life happily. I'm happy now and hope not to be disturbed again. Randy smiled and said, Don't disturb you. That's uncertain. There's always cause and effect in this world. How do you know releasing that experiment subject won't bring greater disaster to the world? How do you know that the Paremison who took off your ring is better than Reiker? Harry fell silent. Indeed, he hadn't thought about this issue. Finally, Randy said faintly, Harry, how could you possibly pretend nothing happened after doing all this and expect to walk away unscathed? When the two returned from their distant conversation, Randy still looked normal, but Harry seemed somewhat subdued. The others didn't know what to say either. One was their beloved brother they lived with every day, and the other was a guest they had invited only today. No one dared to approach and ask what had happened. Conley stepped forward, put his arm around Randy's shoulder, and said to everyone, thank you for your hospitality, but it's very late. We'll be heading back now. Kira looked somewhat at a loss but still came forward and said, I didn't treat you well this time, come again next time. Randy smiled and said, no, I don't want someone to mind. After speaking, she turned her head towards Xavier and asked, Xavier, are you coming back too? Xavier hurriedly replied, yes, I have to open my shop tomorrow. Xavier's little store had 3 floors in total. Maurice let Conley and Randy stay in the top floor room, while he stayed on the second floor himself. Randy knew the sound insulation here wasn't great, so that night, she didn't talk much with Conley. The two of them cuddled together for a while before falling asleep. The next morning, it was another sunny day. The weather had been unusually good these past few days, perhaps because Lanping detected the lingering floodwaters here and hoped the sunny weather would make them recede faster. When Randy woke up in the morning, Conley was already awake. Maurice held a cup of warm water, standing by the window, seemingly watching something. Randy got up and nestled into his arms. What are you looking at? Conley's eyelids flickered slightly as he said calmly, the sea has been getting more turbulent recently. Following Conley's gaze, Randy saw the seawater almost flooding the road. Indeed, there have been more abnormal weather patterns lately. At this point, a hint of worry clouded Randy's eyes. She wondered if she could stop Reiker from making Earth stop rotating. Chapter 136, Dead Body. Xavier had already set sail, leaving Randy and Conley here. Yesterday, that Paremison mentioned Test Subject X, Randy said calmly. Conley did not speak but instead took out an electronic screen, switched to a document, and quickly flipped through it before stopping on a page with his fingertip. The owner of the diary. Test Subject X is the owner of that diary, which has now been confirmed. Randy, then does this mean Reiker is he? Not necessarily. Before Randy could say anything else, a phone call came in. It was from Kira. Randy, the Coast Guard just issued a warning that a tsunami will be here in 2 hours. You guys should find a place to take cover quickly. Another tsunami? Randy frowned. In that case, let's temporarily retreat to my space for shelter. Thinking this, she said, thank you. By the way, where are you going? There was a moment of silence before Kira replied, Christopher's base can withstand it. We plan to try it out. Kira said try rather than can, indicating it might not work. Will Christopher give you access? Kira, who knows? We have to try our luck. After all, those dams we used to hide in have all collapsed. Upon hearing this, Randy suddenly changed her mind. Maurice's space didn't have any residents yet. This could be an opportunity to see if they were suitable candidates. However, housing in the space was indeed a headache for her. The progress had been stuck at 45% for almost 2 months without any substantial advancement. It would be dishonest to say she wasn't anxious. Well, anyway, it wasn't like letting them directly into the space. If they fit, then bringing them in later wouldn't be too late. Deciding this, Randy said, I'll go with you to find him. Kira on the other end was pleasantly surprised. With Randy and their team joining, getting into the base would be much easier. By the time Randy and Conley reached the Bincheng base entrance, everyone was already there. Christopher, as usual, played dead, staying inside without making a sound. Seeing the blue line rising on the distant horizon while nothing happened here, they couldn't wait any longer. Randy weighed her strength and shouted loudly, Christopher, I know you can hear me. Listen up, if you don't open this door today, I'll break it down. None of us will survive. Conley smiled slightly as he watched Randy, while the others looked at her as if she were a monster, including Harry. Before a minute passed, the gate opened, revealing Christopher's disgruntled face. Come in, he said impatiently. Everyone hurriedly entered the base, closing the gate just before the seawater surged towards the shore. A loud boom echoed as the seawater instantly hit the gate. The base was fully enclosed. As long as there was enough oxygen, they could wait until the tide receded before leaving. Kira lunged forward, grabbing Christopher by the collar. What the hell are you trying to do? Not only did you drive us out, but now during a tsunami, you want us to die outside. Christopher forcefully pushed Kira away. Just as he was about to attack, Harry stepped in front of Kira with a cold expression. Seeing this, Christopher could do nothing and only said, so what? Did I let you die outside? Kira scoffed, you should really think about whether you're worthy of Azai. Azai was the previous commander of Bincheng, who died 6 months ago due to sudden cancer. Christopher took over as the commander afterward. However, he neglected his duties and spent most of his time with cultists. Mentioning Azai finally changed Christopher's expression. Maurice said no more. Kira looked around but saw no sign of Cheyenne, so she demanded sharply, where is my sister? Where did you hide her? This is a misunderstanding, your sister is busy. Kira didn't believe it and yelled for her sister to come out. Sister. A female voice sounded, clearly tinged with resentment. Cheyenne slowly walked over, I'm not a child anymore. Can you give me some freedom? You want freedom? Do you know what kind of Paremison Christopher is? I do. Cheyenne's voice suddenly rose, startling several children. Ah Jing, you. Kira was full of disbelief. Sister, you always think you know everything, assuming I don't understand anything. Why do you always interfere with my decisions? I am an independent individual with my own aspirations. Can you stop imposing your thoughts on me? Kira stood rooted to the spot, her expression gradually turning sorrowful. While Cheyenne continued, from now on, we'll live our own lives. Don't meddle in mine anymore. Don't meddle in yours anymore. Kira murmured, and after a while, she actually gave a self-mocking laugh. Fine, you want me to leave you alone, I hope you don't come crying to me for help one day. Of course not. The others remained silent, no one dared to interrupt the sisters' argument. Randy suddenly spoke up, Commander Wang, what kind of incense are you burning? It doesn't smell good at all. Xavier sniffed hard, is there? I didn't smell anything. Christopher's eyebrows furrowed slightly, wanting to retort but seeing Conley's cold face, he could only speak softly, what fragrance? You must be mistaken. All I can smell is a stench from people's bodies. His words were loaded with hidden meaning, everyone showed anger on their faces, yet they were helpless. Randy smiled, why don't I smell any stench? Oh, but I was mistaken just now, it's not a fragrance, it smells like the odor of a dead body. As soon as these words came out, the flesh on Christopher's face twitched violently, don't talk nonsense. I warn you, don't think that his gaze shifted towards Conley, and his voice cut off abruptly. Randy had no intention of stopping. Instead, she suddenly leaned closer to Christopher, covered her nose, then quickly moved away. So foul, this smell of death is coming from you. The muscles in Christopher's face quivered wildly. Maurice wanted to retaliate but didn't dare, so he could only stare viciously at Randy with his small, aggressive eyes. Xavier sniffed left and right, then leaned close to Christopher, as if he had discovered something surprising. Holy shit, really? There's this decayed corpse smell coming from him. Boss Jiang, your nose is so sharp. Indeed, Christopher, inside and out, emitted an unpleasant odor of a dead body, yet he himself couldn't detect it. Randy could tell the health condition of a Paremison. Yet, no matter how she looked at Christopher, he seemed to be living on borrowed time. Chapter 137 Poyemisoning. At this moment, a woman's scream suddenly rang out from within the base. The scream was not too loud nor too soft, just enough for everyone to hear. Zachariah, looking extremely embarrassed, wiped his forehead with a handkerchief. Perhaps due to physical weakness or anxiety, he had been sweating profusely since the beginning. Conley suddenly asked, what's that sound? Ha ha ha, there's no sound, maybe someone accidentally bumped into something. I've already sent people to handle it, Zachariah replied with forced ease. From the sound of it, they must have been hit quite badly. Shouldn't you be concerned? Why are you so indifferent? Conley said calmly. Zachariah felt like being driven mad by these two people, both equally sarcastic. Randy continued, Commander Wang, your base seems quite large. Why are we confined in this hall? Since low tide is still far off, won't you show us around? Zachariah wiped his forehead again with a handkerchief, his expression looking increasingly unpleasant. There's nothing worth seeing here. All bases across the country look the same. Suddenly, a cry came from the crowd. Stacy. It was Stacy's Ren who shouted. Everyone turned to look and saw Stacy's pale face with an abnormal flush, sweating profusely and trembling slightly. She had lost consciousness and was held in her Ren's arms. Zachariah, what did you do? Kira demanded sharply. Zachariah waved his hands frantically. All right, if I stand here, anything that happens is my fault. Can I leave now? As he said this, he attempted to leave. But Randy blocked him. Is there a medical chamber here? A medical chamber? How could we use it for him? Zachariah instinctively retorted. Take us to the medical chamber, otherwise, I'll turn this place upside down, Randy said coldly. Zachariah hurriedly responded, all right, I really fear you. They passed through a long corridor and arrived at a medical room, where several medical chambers indeed existed. They quickly placed Stacy inside one. The machine quickly scanned her and identified the cause of her fainting. Everyone was shocked to discover that Stacy had been poyemisoned. When did the poyemison occur? They hadn't even taken a sip of water since arriving. When exactly had she been poyemisoned? At this moment, someone shouted, Zachariah has disappeared. The crowd became restless. Disappeared? Wasn't he just here? Yeah, I saw him standing on the left side just now. How could he vanish? In the vast medical room, Zachariah and his few assistants were indeed nowhere to be seen. Cough, cough, cough. Camden, what's wrong? Gavriel Man was coughing incessantly, struggling to catch his breath, his appearance similar to Stacy's earlier state. Move Camden into a medical chamber, Randy ordered coldly. Maurice's accusation about Zachariah smelling foul wasn't made intentionally but because she had detected an unknown odor in the air, intending to corner him. Now it seemed clear that the prolonged exposure had taken effect. Younger individuals with better health had reacted more slowly, while the elderly and children, being physically weaker, were affected first. How could Zachariah be satisfied knowing they weren't swept away by seawater? Maurice had devised a plan to poyemison them, aiming to watch them die. There were only 4 medical chambers in total. Stacy occupied one, and it would take some time for her to recover. Camden was also placed inside, leaving only 2 remaining. If more people fell ill later, what would happen? This situation needed a solution. Conley looked around, feeling the walls and then remarked casually, this place is sealed shut with ventilation closed off. Even if we don't die from poyemisoning, we will eventually suffocate. Upon hearing this, Randy realized that the entire base relied on air circulation, and she had forgotten about the oxygen levels. What do we do now? Kira appeared very nervous. Don't worry. Who was Randy? She knew exactly where the pipes and ventilation outlets were located. Locating a spot, she unleashed her ability, shattering a section of the wall to expose the ducts. She opened several ventilation shafts in succession. By the last one, Conley was standing in front of it, looking down. It was a tunnel leading outside. Now that the exit is before us, who wants to leave with us? Those who stay need not worry, the ventilation is open, and the Poyemison only works in enclosed environments. You should be safe for now. After a brief discussion, most decided to leave. I'll stay here. It was Stasis Ren who spoke. Well, I'll stay here too then, Kira said. Randy asked curiously, you won't go to save your sister? At the mention of Cheyenne, Kira's eyes visibly dimmed. She softly said, no need. Whether she lives or dies has nothing to do with me anymore. If she persists in her stubbornness, you can let go and not worry about her. We're all adults. We should bear the consequences of our own actions. Kira's words surprised Randy greatly, elevating her impression of this Lin even further. I'll stay here too. It was Xavier who spoke. To be honest, anyone could see that Xavier had feelings for Kira. Randy expressed respect. Staying or leaving was their own choice. The group continued deeper into the tunnel, the sense of gloom growing heavier, and the air thick with a noxious odor. Randy and Conley put on masks, while others had to cover their mouths and noses without masks. After some thought, Randy pulled out a few more from her storage space and distributed them to the others. Suddenly, there came a cry from behind. Look, there's an eyeball on the wall. Randy looked over and was startled. It really was an eyeball, along with teeth and hair, as if a Poyemison had been ground up and smeared on the wall. A Lin in the group couldn't take it and vomited right away. Conley's eyebrows furrowed tightly, his face icy cold. Maurice said coldly, don't stop here, keep moving. The group was already terrified, legs trembling, thinking they should have stayed in the medical room. Do you want to stay here? Randy raised an eyebrow. No, we don't want to stay here. Realizing their mistake, they hurried to catch up with Randy and Conley again. After a few more minutes of walking, they encountered a stone door. Conley directly released his ability, shattering the door. A temple towering over 10 meters high appeared before them. Chapter 138 The Altar. The temple was entirely made of copper, oxidized to a dark green hue, exuding a bone-chilling atmosphere. Its layout was simple, with only a 10-meter-high colossal copper statue standing in the center, slightly tilted as if gazing down upon all beings. This sculpture was neither fully human nor fully bird. It had human legs and a bird's body, with two heads facing different directions. It possessed one eye with double pupils, its gaze fierce, and the feathers on its wings were lifelike, almost ready to come alive at any moment. This was the statue of the Chongming bird, the original form of the saint and church. In the previous life, during the late stage of the apocalypse, religions flourished. Among them, the most famous were Yundingsidon and the Saint and Church. These two churches had the most followers and held the greatest power, nearly splitting the Federation apart. Clearly, the Dree Pharmaceutical Company could not be separated from this Saint and Church. At that moment, a ding rang out, silver bells echoing from somewhere unknown. It seemed both distant and close, like a far-off sigh or a whisper by the ear. This bird is moving. Someone in the group shouted in shock. Jethro knitted his brows and snapped angrily, what nonsense. Randy also looked up at the statue. For some rear Emerson, the bird heads that were clearly looking in opposite directions had now turned toward the crowd below, their scarlet eyes with dual pupils staring unblinkingly at everyone. The bell sound is problematic, Conley muttered softly. Randy nodded in agreement. She didn't believe this world truly had supernatural beings. A mere Chongming bird becoming a deity? Likely, there was some control mechanism used to deceive the believers. And judging by the situation, the entire Bincheng base might have been used as the Saint and Church's stronghold. Another ding rang out, and several people clutched their heads in agony, crouching on the ground. The next second, the statue began to move again, its wings half spread as if preparing to take flight. Conley glanced at Randy, noticing her eyes had turned a light yellow. There are 5 people here, Randy said softly. Stay safe, Conley gently warned before turning to walk toward the two-headed bird. The bell continued to ring, and the crowd was already in excruciating pain. Now, only Randy, Conley, and Jethro remained unaffected. Maurice watched as Conley approached the statue step by step, bewildered. The statue took a large step forward, leaving marks where it had dragged along the ground. Conley walked slowly to the front of the birdhead statue, lifting his eyelids and giving the statue a faint glance. The next second, an energy wave in the shape of a vortex erupted around Conley, rising over 10 meters high. Anyone who came close would be torn apart by the swirling air, and his figure was enveloped in bright white energy. Come over here. Randy shouted loudly. Those still somewhat conscious looked toward Randy. Standing on a raised platform, she kicked down 4 or 5 people who looked like corpses, causing them to crash heavily onto the ground. Along with them, she shattered the bell they had used and threw it down as well. Conley's energy overflow had reached a terrifying degree, and everyone rushed toward where Randy was without further thought. No one had ever seen Conley in action, nor did they know his rank. Only when this energy shook the heavens and earth did they realize how formidable this man truly was. Seeing everyone move away, Conley finally released his energy. Instantly, the temple's roof began to collapse, and the statue was torn apart by this force, vanishing into thin air. Everyone on the platform felt the energy's impact, but fortunately, Randy had released a protective shield, preventing them from being hit by debris. With the destruction of the temple, a more spacious area was revealed. A massive platform stood at the center of the main hall, supported by animal carvings. Bronze statues with lowered eyes adorned each corner of the room. The platform was covered in arrays, and hundreds of skeletons hung high, colliding with each other due to the earlier explosion. Only a ray of light from the skylight illuminated the center of the platform, revealing a face twisted in agony. That entrance was just the beginning. This was the main chamber. I never thought you would find this place. Christopher sat in the center of the stand. Surrounding him were several figures draped in grey robes, who did not even lift their heads when they heard the commotion. What's so difficult about it? I admire you more for building such a temple within the base. To the saint and church, you truly deserve a place in the ancestral temple, Randy praised generously. The ceremony has already begun. There's no point in talking. I will soon become a god, and all of you will be my servants, Christopher said indifferently. Randy swept her eyes over the grey-robed Taoists. These people should all be from the saint and church. None of them had surpassed Jethro in rank. A fight shouldn't be a problem, but Christopher's arrogance suggested he had other cards up his sleeve. Jethro couldn't hold back any longer. Maurice flew forward, unleashing his abilities. Strangely, those grey-robed figures remained still, as if unaffected. Christopher laughed heartily. Don't waste your energy. Once the formation is activated, it nullifies all psychic attacks. You psychics. Before he could finish, his throat was clutched. Gagging. What's going on? Randy was taken aback. She hadn't made a move yet. Turning to Conley, she realized it was him. Conley's gaze was cold, devoid of emotion as he looked at Christopher. You talk too much, he said sternly. The grey-robed figures finally reacted, exchanging glances as if communicating silently. The next second, an invisible energy spread from them into every corner of the space. More people are coming, Randy remarked coolly. Jethro entered combat mode. I've been ready. Conley restrained Christopher while also managing this side. In the next moment, hundreds of grey-robed figures surged from all directions like an unstoppable tide of zombies, advancing relentlessly without awareness. Calling them human was no longer accurate. These were advanced bioweapons, indicating Dree Pharmaceutical Company had made progress during its year-long disappearance. With herself as the center, Randy unleashed a wave of energy toward the first group of attackers. Jethro swiftly sliced through them, but those not killed got back up and continued their assault. They felt no pain, blood only fueled their ruthless slaughter. As the tide of enemies grew, Manya jumped out, blue light shining from her eyes. Instantly, everything became silent, frozen in time. Chapter 139, The Great Fire. Except for the grey crowd that had been surging crazily just now, all the people were frozen in various postures, like sculptures, suspended in midair. Frozen at the same time was Christopher, with his eyes wide open in fury. In Liz's rule space, Randy was God, a deity who could dictate life and death. Randy glanced at this dark hall, her eyes filled with indescribable sorrow. Those people, so utterly lowly, yet arrogantly believed they were exceptional. Human bones hadn't moved, yet mournful cries echoed, the spirits of the dead unable to rest. This was a fate more terrifying than any natural disaster. Finally, she gathered Conley and the others into the space, then lifted a spark of fire on her fingertips, slowly ascending the platform. Randy walked very slowly, each step seeming incredibly heavy. Liz followed closely behind her feet, solemn and grave, as if guarding her own god. Randy gently raised her hand, and Christopher's consciousness returned. Maurice had not yet realized what had happened. From his perspective, one moment he was being strangled by Conley, while Randy and the others were besieged by the crowd. The next moment, Conley and the others vanished, and Randy appeared right before him. How did you get here? He asked in horror. Randy didn't speak but continued to approach. My formation is about to be completed. Don't cause trouble, Christopher threatened. Randy raised her hand and clenched it lightly beside her, shattering the hanging human bones in the air into dust, bone ash falling everywhere. Christopher opened his mouth to speak but no words came out, terrified. Where's your formation? Randy said indifferently. Christopher looked around, everyone was motionless. Maurice muttered to himself, formation, where's my formation? It was almost complete. Is that so? Weren't you trying to become a god? As she spoke, Randy stepped on Christopher's hand, crouching down and pinching his plump face hard. Now, in front of me, try becoming a god and let me see. Randy's voice was soft, like whispers from a demon, chilling to the bone. She waved her hands, gathering a pile of bone ash, then forcefully dislocated Christopher's jaw, pouring the ash down his throat. Christopher's eyes widened in fear, yet he couldn't refuse. The bone ash was difficult to swallow, causing his throat to produce only a hacking sound. Randy remained expressionless, coldly watching him swallow the bone ash. You've killed so many people, don't you know how much pain they suffered? After feeding him the ash, Randy disdainfully threw him to the ground. Before Christopher could cry out, he saw Randy raise a torch and point it at him. Flames licked at his feet. Don't move, Randy said softly. The firelight illuminated her porcelain face, making her look somewhat eerie. Since you're so eager to become a god, I'll help you be reborn through fire. She tossed the entire torch onto Christopher, the flames spreading instantly. Maurice let out agonized screams. Randy turned away coldly, took an oil can from the space, poured it on the hall floor, then threw the torch. The fierce flames immediately shot up several feet, consuming everything within the hall. She stood amidst the sea of fire as if immune to the heat, flames dancing in her pupils. In the next second, she disappeared into the flames. Let the fire consume all this sin. Ding, spatial development progress increased by 5%, current progress 50%, unlocked function, one-click construction, achievement unlocked, burning saint and religion. Maurice, master, you're back. Congratulations, you can finally build structures, WAN said happily. Everyone had been brought into the space by Randy and now looked at each other in confusion, unsure where they were. Randy scanned the area, suddenly remembering something. Are Kira and the others still in the medical room? They are, Harry replied. Seeing this, Randy went out again but quickly returned, alone. Bernie hurried forward. What happened? The people are gone, Randy said softly. Gone? How can they be gone? When Randy went, the medical room was empty. She searched the entire base but found no trace of these people. Likely, the remnants of the saint and religion had taken them away. What are you shouting for? Can't you see Xiao Jiang is exhausted? If they're gone, we'll search together later. Let Xiao Jiang rest now, a woman scolded. The Paremison who exclaimed quickly put on an apologetic face. Sorry, I was just shocked, no disrespect meant. Randy didn't respond but asked WAN, where did Conley go? Wan's expression was odd. In the little house. An idea struck Randy, and she hurriedly ran towards the small house. Inside, two people were seated face to face, their expressions sourer than the other. Seeing Randy appear, Conley lifted his eyelids, looking inquisitive, while Doremison wore a delighted expression and said, Sister, you're back. Conley tapped the table with his fingertips, then stood up silently and walked out of the small house. Randy quickly waved at Doremison and turned to chase after him. What's wrong? What's wrong? Conley stopped walking. During this time, you kept him here all along. Randy gave an awkward smile, the word kept might not be accurate, haha. I haven't been here many times. Conley murmured. So, he was jealous. From now on, whenever you want to come, you can enter anytime, okay? Maurice can stay here permanently, but I can only come when I want. Randy sighed, what should we do? It wouldn't be appropriate to let Doremison wander around freely. Conley frowned, why is it inappropriate? Why? When asked for a rear Emerson, Randy couldn't articulate it clearly, but she instinctively felt that Doremison was somewhat dangerous. Fortunately, Conley only pouted for a while and didn't insist on making Doremison leave. After comforting him for a bit, things settled down. Outside, the buildings were already constructed rows of white-tiled villas. Randy allocated houses based on the number of households. These people had been living in the open since Christopher took over, and it had been a long time since they experienced living in proper housing. Seeing this scene, they were all excited, and some were even about to kneel before Randy. Don't kneel just yet. This isn't free accommodation, Randy said calmly. Their faces instantly stiffened. Don't worry, it's not a tyrannical clause. Just a small rent fee, but not money, Randy smiled gently as she looked at the thousands of acres of fertile land. Chapter 140, Cottage in the Woods. Gretchen continued, each household will be allocated a piece of good farmland, and we will provide seeds and fertilizers. We'll check your harvest at the end of the year, and it will be recorded as prosperity points. You can only spend here if you have high prosperity points. If not, you cannot spend, and if it's too low, you'll be expelled from this space. Everyone understand? Alin raised her hand, I don't quite understand. Gretchen said, please ask. Where do we spend? I haven't seen any place for spending. Gretchen quickly glanced at Randy, who guiltily avoided eye contact. Cough, cough, there isn't a market yet, but there will be one in the future. You start farming first, no need to worry. The Lin replied, oh. These were the first residents of the space, still unknown how it would develop with their presence. Kira went missing. Upon receiving this news, Randy wasn't surprised, only curious about why she went missing. Based on the last information given by the Federation, Kira was last seen in the Northern Cross Mountains. Randy was tracking the remnants of Saint Anne when she suddenly received a message from Oswald. Oswald has its own method for internal communication, using simultaneous transmission to prevent interception. As an apolitical organization of psychics, they are meticulous in protecting secrets. Simultaneous transmission is actually the most basic way of passing messages, relying on manpower. Since all members are psychic mutants, it's not difficult for them. With specific transmission equipment, everyone has their own reception threshold. When a message comes, the nearest mutant processes it and passes it on, ensuring only people with specific thresholds receive it. Often, the transmitters don't know each other or have never met, but this doesn't affect the strong bond between them. The message showed that Oswald was active again in the Cross Mountains. Coincidence? From Hiram's memories, Randy learned that Reiker's last known location was in the northern border town where Junior used to serve as an enforcement officer. Adding to that, the madman's clue about north of the North Star urged Randy to visit again. Randy borrowed the Federation's advanced bionic tracker to trace Xavier's group, planning to go to the Cross Mountains first. Conley originally planned to go too, but couldn't leave due to Federation matters, so Randy had to go alone. This time, she was more cautious. Once entering the mountains, she instructed Verity to scan the area. For such a large region, only AI could complete the task. Scanning took time, so Randy walked for a while. Starting from the foot of the mountain, after about half an hour, she saw a wooden cottage hidden in the mist and decided to rest there. No one was inside, the cottage seemed abandoned for a long time, covered with vines. The windows and door were deformed, and it took Randy considerable effort to open the door. Opening the door, the whole room smelled moldy, and it was dark. After adapting, she saw the simple structure inside. The house was small, connected to a yard and a tool shed outside. Inside were a bed, table, chair, and an old suitcase, along with newspaper on the walls and some hooks like a forest ranger's cabin before the apocalypse. Staying inside felt oppressive. After circling the room, Randy stepped out into the yard. The yard was overgrown with weeds, only the tool shed looked well preserved. Smaller than the main house, it was full of tools, with a workbench holding a yellowed diary. The notebook caught Randy's attention. She gently opened it, careful not to damage the brittle pages. It vaguely recorded strange words, disordered sentences, and jumbled characters, making it hard for Randy to read, especially since it seemed water-damaged, blurring some text. For some Rhea Emerson, these words felt familiar, so she kept the diary. Different from the last time, although it was noon, the fog in the mountains was very thick, with a sign of impending rain. The small cottage seemed relatively safe, so Randy decided to take shelter here. She walked back to the room with the bed, opened the door to ventilate for a while, and the moldy smell in the room wasn't as noticeable anymore. Randy then took a stool and sat in the middle of the cottage. However, why did she feel something was odd? To be precise, this feeling started only when she entered the cottage the second time. Randy stood up again and looked around the room. Everything appeared exactly the same as before, but what was different? The room was probably a bit drafty. The original owner had pasted many newspapers on the walls and roof. Over time, the edges of the newspapers had curled up, and the text was not very clear. She hadn't noticed before, but looking at the newspapers might help her deduce how long the cottage had been there. Randy randomly approached one of the newspapers. It was a newspaper from 10 years ago, the text already blurred, but the photo was surprisingly bright and fresh as if it had just been taken. It clearly showed two people, both expressionless. Upon recognizing the photo, Randy immediately understood what was wrong it was with the photo. The people in the photo were familiar to her because it was a picture of Reiker and Barry. From the photo, it was clear that even back then, they looked very similar. Randy was very sure that during her first visit to the cottage, there was no such photo, meaning the original photo was still there. Who had replaced the photo in the meantime? At that moment, a clap of thunder echoed in the sky, making Randy's heart pound. Was the Federation simulating rainfall this realistically now? But this sudden clap of thunder gave Randy another revelation. In the photo of the two people, a hand inexplicably appeared on Barry's shoulder. Instantly, Randy realized the image had been edited, and the parmesan in the middle had likely been erased. Chapter 141, Rescue. After realizing this, the hairs on Randy's body stood on end. Who could it be that had come to this little house and switched the photo while she was in the backyard? And who was the parmesan in the photo? The fact that someone went through such lengths to conceal his identity was unsettling. Suddenly, Randy thought of the parmesan who had been constantly watching her. Could it be him? The rain seemed to pour down in an instant, accompanied by rolling thunder, making the mist-covered mountain forest feel desolate and lonely. Randy released Manya from her spatial ring and held her in her arms. The soft body in her hands brought her some comfort. Suddenly, a fleeting red dot appeared within Randy's mental detection range. Although faint, it was enough to catch her attention. Without hesitation, she dashed out into the rain. But strangely, just as she stepped out of the room, another loud boom sounded from the sky, and a massive bolt of lightning struck the roof of the wooden cabin, burning the entire room black instantly. Randy took several steps back, her expression growing increasingly serious. If she hadn't come out earlier, she would have been the one hit. Was the appearance of that red dot just now meant to save her? Given this, she wasn't in a rush to chase after that red dot. Instead, she decided to retreat into her spatial ring to avoid the rain for now. Randy returned to the spatial ring and saw Tucker staring intently at a screen with a worried look. "Master, something is off here." "Randy, what's strange?" Tucker slowly replied, "Why are there no base stations here?" Randy glanced at the partially scanned topographic map and realized that was true. The vast mountain forest didn't have a single base station. Logically, to support the operation of the blue screen, there should be one every 20 to 30 kilometers. This mountain range spanned hundreds of kilometers, yet there wasn't a single base station. This was completely different from when she came last time. And this rain. Randy suddenly understood. This rain was real, not simulated by the blue screen. "Master, look at this." Tucker adjusted to a different view. In the woods, there was a tall figure in a black raincoat swiftly moving. His speed was remarkable, yet his footsteps were light, each step sending him farther away. His breathing was slightly disordered, as if he were evading something, but despite it being noon, the dense jungle was eerily dark, offering no visibility. Randy almost immediately recognized him as the fleeting red dot from before. "Should I teleport you next to him?" Tucker asked. Randy thought about it carefully and then shook her head. What good would seeing him do? She might only add to his troubles. But as the rain grew heavier and whatever was chasing him closed in, Randy decided to help him. After all, he had just saved her life. The next second, Randy appeared on the man's path, feeling somewhat awkward about her position. Even more awkward was that it seemed like she was a magnet for lightning. As soon as she appeared, bolts of lightning followed closely behind. Even the man running toward this direction hesitated for a moment. Was she really here to help, or was she just causing trouble? Damn it, will this ever end? Randy was genuinely furious. Dodging left and right, but the lightning pursued relentlessly. Just as Randy reached her limit, a bolt of lightning created a large pit on the ground, revealing a man-height tunnel. It looked like an underground passage. Randy was puzzled. How did a cave appear here? But the situation didn't allow her to dwell on it. She waved to the man and ventured into the passage first. Seeing Randy's gesture, the man quickly caught up and entered the cave as well. From the entrance, they found themselves on a long stone staircase. Randy placed Manya on her shoulder, freeing up her hand to hold a candle. Without waiting for the man, she started exploring the area. Suddenly, a loud boom echoed, and the cave entrance collapsed. Randy rubbed her temples. Now they could only keep going deeper, adapting as they went. The stone stairs led downward, with no light, and she walked for a long time without reaching the bottom. The footsteps behind her remained steady, following at a leisurely pace. Randy fully extended her mental power. Unable to penetrate the sides, it spread downward. After a few minutes, her mental power touched the bottom first. It was just a simple circular platform with smooth walls, seemingly with no exit. It took about another half hour before they finally reached the bottom. But before Randy could further investigate, the sound of heavy objects rolling down the stairs echoed. Well, this guy was too exhausted and just rolled down the stairs. Randy looked left and right. This figure was all too familiar to her. An idea struck her, and she turned the man over, removing his mask to reveal his face, a delicate and somewhat feminine appearance with striking phoenix-like eyes and skin so pale that veins were clearly visible. It had to be Beryl. His eyes were tightly shut, and his complexion was deathly pale, indicating severe injuries. The Paremison who helped her turned out to be Beryl. Randy felt both surprised and not so surprised at the same time. Beryl didn't know how long he had been unconscious. When he woke up, he felt a soreness in his back and neck. Moving slightly, he realized someone had propped him against the wall, and his wounds had been crudely treated. Instinctively, he glanced around. Not far from him, there was a faint glow from a small fire, and a petite figure sat by it, facing away from him. Randy? Beryl asked uncertainly. Seeing Conley's movement, Randy gently turned her head. What's wrong? Why do you look so surprised? She asked curiously. Beryl laughed softly and shook his head, saying, Nothing, I just feel like it's unreal. Randy stood up and walked over to Beryl. What's unreal? Are you delirious? In the dim light, Randy's face became clearer, and Beryl's gaze lingered for a moment before quickly averting. Don't be silly, take your medicine. Randy handed Beryl a handful of pills and a cup of water, urging him on. Beryl took the pills and swallowed them in one gulp, then chuckled as if remembering something. You were there to save me at the end, right? Randy sensed a hint of sarcasm in his words. After all, she hadn't really helped much, being preoccupied with attracting lightning. Chapter 142 Fever Reducer. Why wouldn't it count? Without me, could you have found this cave? Randy said viciously. Beryl, yes, I indeed owe you thanks. Forget about that. What was chasing you just now? A sneer curled the corner of Beryl's lips. A strange man. Randy was puzzled. Won't he come into this cave? Maurice doesn't dare to. It felt like Beryl was quite familiar with this place. Master, I've finished scanning. Verity, who had been offline for a whole day, finally came back online. Randy sighed helplessly and complained, why did it take so long? I'm sorry, Master. This mountain range is really too large, Verity said embarrassedly. Thinking about it, Randy realized it was indeed like that, so she stopped complaining. I've transmitted the information to your device, Master. Because Beryl was present, Randy communicated with Verity using her mental power to prevent Beryl from noticing. She closed her eyes and pretended to be dozing off. Now she pretended to take out her device and tapped a few times, pulling up the topographical map. During this period, Randy glanced at Beryl out of the corner of her eye. His eyes were tightly shut, looking calm, seemingly asleep. Only then did Randy start to study the topographic map with ease. According to her detection results, there seemed to be no exit here. But according to the spatial scan given by Verity, there was still a considerable space below this place, all connected by long tunnels. But how to open it? Randy patted the wall, trying to see if there was any mechanism here. Unfortunately, the walls seemed naturally formed from a single rock without even a slit. She walked around the wall but returned to the starting point. Wait a minute, they could make a fire, which indicated that oxygen was not an issue, but where was this oxygen coming from? After several rounds, Randy did not find anything like a vent. The sound seemed to wake Beryl up. Maurice lifted his eyelids and looked at Randy, saying, Can't you sit quietly for a moment? Having found nothing useful after all that probing, Randy was already very annoyed. But Beryl actually dared to pour cold water on her, making her angry. Then you should move and help us find an exit. Perhaps knowing he was in the wrong, Beryl didn't say anything more and closed his eyes again. The temperature inside this cave was quite low. Although there was a bonfire, Randy still felt chilly, so she took out a jacket from her backpack and put it on. In this process, her sight passed over Beryl. The guy only wore a single layer of clothes with a black robe over it. She wondered whether he felt cold or not. Unable to find an exit, Randy opened the spatial scan map again. Mountains connected endlessly in this area, and snow covered the highest parts all year round. Randy saw the location of the life tree she visited last time marked as a small red dot on the map. The place where she currently was, 2 mountains away from that spot. Frankly speaking, Randy could return to the spatial realm and teleport out, but Beryl couldn't, so she had to find the exit. It seemed that Beryl either had a big heart or was confident because he didn't appear anxious at all. For a moment, Randy almost wanted to leave him behind, but she refrained from doing so after thinking. Tired after this fuss, Randy turned her head to find Beryl still sleeping. Why does he keep sleeping non-stop? With that thought, Randy prepared to go over and wake him up. But when she got closer, she found his face wasn't pale anymore but instead had an eerie flush. The hair above his forehead, dampened by sweat or rainwater, stuck to his forehead. Randy rubbed her chin. Maurice looks very hot, doesn't he? Maurice must have a fever. Randy hurriedly took out a thermometer from the spatial realm and placed it on his forehead. Beep, 40 degrees. 40 degrees? At this temperature, wouldn't he be cooked alive? To prevent Beryl from getting brain damage due to fever, Randy quickly fetched the fever reducer medicine from the spatial realm and stuffed them all into his mouth. But Randy still felt that the medicine took effect too slowly, and she wished for something like a magic cure-all injection. However, she certainly couldn't give Beryl an injection herself. Thinking about it, she pulled Emerson out of the spatial realm. Randy believed in her heart that she was a genius. Emerson was still confused while Randy had already taken out a set of syringes and handed them over to him. What do you want me to do, sister? Emerson asked. Give him an injection, he has a fever. Emerson, oh. Maurice followed the instructions, transferred the medicine into the syringe. Then he grunted and pulled the Emerson up from the ground, turning him into a prone position. How could one describe this bizarre scene? Beryl was half lying on the ground, his pants pulled down at one corner, while Emerson pressed his body with her hands and feet, carefully pushing the needle in. But before the needle touched the skin, Emerson suddenly looked up. Sister, are you still watching? Randy, of course I am. How do I know if you make a mistake without watching? Not only did Randy watch herself, but she also called Van and Verity to watch together. Emerson curled her lips, first thoroughly disinfected Beryl's skin, then slightly raised the syringe, aimed at the muscle behind his buttocks, and injected it quickly and accurately. The force of her action made it hard not to suspect if she was settling an old score. This injection did have some effect. Beryl's facial expression changed slightly. Feeling that he was about to wake up, Randy hurriedly asked Emerson to return to the spatial realm. However, Emerson acted as if she hadn't heard, already pulling out the needle with one hand, and using the other to press a cotton swab on the puncture site. What are you doing? Randy was startled by this question. Oh my, this is too awkward. She couldn't bear to stay any longer and left Emerson to explain. Sorry, Emerson, sister will let you down this time. Emerson lifted her head and met the gaze of Beryl who was raising his head. Despite the situation, he looked quite calm, slowly moving away the cotton swab. Beryl turned his face slightly, his eyes half open, his long lashes trembling, looking at Emerson with disbelief. Maurice then suddenly raised his head to look at Randy, who was already pretending to sleep against the wall. Randy. Beryl gritted his teeth. Randy pretended to have just woken up, rubbed her eyes, and said, "What's wrong? Why are you calling me?" Although her voice was firm, her expression clearly showed some guilt. Beryl got up from the ground, putting some distance between him and Emerson, then turned to Randy. Aren't you going to explain yourself? Seeing this, Randy stopped pretending and said boldly, "What's there to explain? It's just an injection to reduce your fever." Chapter 143 Mural. True, the intention wasn't wrong, but getting a man to administer an injection by coming over just for that purpose was rather bizarre. Emerson maintained his poker face as if he didn't care. He had simply come at Randy's request to give Beryl an injection. Whatever Randy said, he did it. Only Beryl had a sullen look on his face, unable to recover for a long time. Alright, let's set this matter aside for now. How did this guy suddenly appear? Beryl suddenly asked. Randy laughed awkwardly. If I say he appeared out of nowhere, would you believe me? Beryl gave him a look that clearly said, "Do I look like a fool?" indicating disbelief. At this moment, Emerson finally spoke. "I'm a space-type anomalous one. Isn't sudden appearance normal?" Beryl frowned, looking at him suspiciously. But the brother and sister stuck to their story that Emerson had suddenly appeared, so Beryl could do nothing but accept it. Beryl calmed down, but then Emerson began again. "Fernand, I've given you a fever-reducing injection. Why aren't you thanking me? Shouldn't you feel grateful when someone helps you?" If there were a mirror here, Beryl would see how dark his face had turned. Yet his fever did indeed go down. More restless, he gritted his teeth and thanked Emerson. Emerson smiled faintly. "You're welcome. If your fever hadn't gone down, I could have given you another shot." Beryl, cough, no need. Feeling better, he slowly stood up. Randy watched as Beryl circled the room, stopping in the center, head tilted back to look at the arched stone ceiling. She asked, "Did you find anything?" Beryl withdrew his gaze and sat by the fire pit. Just when Randy thought he was about to take action, he pulled out a boxed meal from his bag and started eating. Randy. Watching Beryl eat made her stomach growl. Come to think of it, she hadn't eaten since they entered the cave. Fortunately, Randy carried a backpack with random items inside. She took out 2 rice balls and was about to eat when she remembered Emerson hadn't eaten either, so she threw one to him. After finishing his meal, Beryl lay down as if he intended to sleep again, leaving Randy wondering what he planned next. "Maurice, what should we do now?" Randy poked him. Beryl didn't even open his eyes, saying lightly, "Wait." Randy masked her frustration with a smile. "Fine, let's wait." After all, she wasn't lacking food or drink. She thought Beryl meant they would wait for half an hour or an hour, but unexpectedly, she fell asleep leaning against the stone wall. Waking up, she found herself alone in complete silence. There was no sign of Beryl, nor Dor Emerson. She panicked. Had they left without her? Big sister. Relief washed over Randy. It was Dor Emerson. Maurice hadn't been kidnapped by Beryl. Where did you go? That brother said he needed to borrow me for a while, so I followed him. We've already found the exit, Dor Emerson explained. Randy, you scared me. I thought. Big sister, are you worried about me? Randy thought, what a dumb question but verbally responded, of course. You're my little brother, how could I not be concerned? Unexpectedly, hearing this, Dor Emerson's face darkened. Randy didn't know what she said wrong. Don't talk. Come over quickly, Beryl interrupted impatiently. They walked to a section of stone wall. Randy noticed something odd. This part of the wall hadn't been raised earlier but now had protruding patterns. Press it down, and the stone door will appear, Beryl said calmly. Randy had guessed Beryl had been here before, so she wasn't too surprised. But just as Randy was about to press the pattern, she paused, asking casually, where were you two? I didn't sense either of you. Neither Beryl nor Dor Emerson answered, surprising Randy. They had only met after an injection. Why were they acting so close now? Seeing Randy hesitating, Beryl pressed the pattern forcefully, causing the circular stone wall to creak open, revealing a long passage. After you, Randy flashed her standard 8-tooth smile. Beryl shook his head, ladies first. Before anyone else moved, Dor Emerson darted into the passage. I'll go first. Seeing Dor Emerson had already gone inside, and figuring it was probably safe, Randy didn't want to be the last one to enter. She hurried ahead of Beryl and stepped into the passage. Once inside the passage, darkness enveloped them, so Randy relied on her mental power to explore the surroundings. The passage was narrow, only wide enough for one per Emerson at a time. Dor Emerson walked not far ahead of her, occasionally reminding her to watch her step, making her journey smooth. After about 10 minutes of walking, they encountered the first stone door. Unlike its heavy appearance, it moved easily with just a light push, revealing a more spacious room inside. As soon as the door opened, a cold draft rushed out, like opening a long-sealed tomb. The room remained pitch black, but Randy took out a flashlight. The moment she turned it on, the scene before her left her utterly astonished. A spacious area of several hundred square meters, with ceilings around 10 meters high, stretched out before her eyes. The walls were octagonal, each adorned with intricate carvings, remarkably well preserved and stunningly beautiful, telling what seemed like an epic, emotional story without repetition. It took her quite a while to regain her composure. Where are we? Beryl must have been here before. Maurice walked straight to a painting, his eyes filled with reverence and awe. This is the mural room. Dor Emerson was examining a mural carefully with his flashlight. Beryl glanced at him and said coolly, don't shine the flashlight directly, it will affect the murals. Dor Emerson quietly turned off the flashlight. Randy, what story do these murals tell? I see some depict battlefields, others coronation scenes, and... As she spoke, Randy moved closer to a mural and continued, the attire in this mural looks somewhat like ancient Egyptian clothing. This is an ancient race, older than any country or ethnicity in the world, Beryl remarked casually. Hey, did they already have flying machines back then? Dor Emerson pointed to a large instrument flying in the sky in one of the murals. Chapter 144, Strangle. Beryl followed Dor Emerson's gaze and nodded indifferently. The more Randy looked at the mural, the more she felt something was off. This didn't look like an ancient race, it clearly resembled an alien race that had come to Earth. Could this be the same alien race related to Cloud Peak? Why are you so familiar with this place? Randy asked casually. Beryl silently withdrew his gaze without a word. Forget it, there was no getting any more out of him. They left the tomb chamber and continued forward. For some rear Emerson, everyone was silent as their footsteps echoed in the spacious corridor, creating a bizarrely eerie quietness. In this suffocating silence, Randy suddenly heard an extremely faint cry, not human but sounding like an animal. Big sister, did you hear something? Dor Emerson suddenly asked, subtly moving closer to Randy, their arms brushing against each other. Since they were clothed, Randy didn't notice, but Dor Emerson's lips curled slightly upward. I heard it, Randy said coolly, knowing Beryl must have heard it too. She wasn't eager to investigate immediately, all doubts would be resolved in the next room. After about 10 minutes, they reached another door. Unlike the previous two, this room had light. Through the door crack, a faint blue glow could be seen. This door wasn't easy to open. Randy saw Beryl trace his hand on the door, which then creaked open. Even though Randy was prepared, her expression changed when she saw what was inside. There were 5 liquid preservation tanks in the room, each half a per Emerson tall. The creatures inside the tanks were indescribable. Their bodies resembled plucked parrots, pinkish, with eyes taking up half their faces. They had long limbs paired with abnormally bloated bodies, looking extremely disproportionate. Most of these creatures still had their eyes closed, except one with its eyes half open, flailing inside the tank. The strange sound Randy had heard earlier probably came from it. Seeing its movements intensify, threatening to overturn the tank, Beryl strode forward, opened the lid, and pulled the creature out. Maurice slowly moved his hand to its head, and in the next moment, energy erupted, blowing its head apart. The creature didn't even get to scream before turning into a pool of yellow liquid. Randy watched in horror, her face contorted in disgust. What is that? Beryl calmly shook his hand and said, alien infants. Randy thought, didn't Bifroster University bring back many alien infants? Could this be what they were? As if sensing something, the remaining infants began to stir, showing signs of waking up. Don't let them fully awaken, it will be troublesome, Beryl warned coldly, pulling out another one and dispatching it the same way. Randy pushed Emerson. You go. She couldn't handle it, just watching made her feel physically sick. Emerson showed no reaction and quickly dealt with the last two. Staring at the mess of yellow liquid and its revolting smell, everyone found it unbearable. Beryl, is there a cleaner place? Randy asked painfully. Beryl hesitated. There is, but I'm afraid you'll be scared. Randy waved her hand, staying here longer would make her vomit. Take me there. Soon, Randy understood why Beryl said that. This next room contained more blue preservation tanks, but the creatures inside were smaller and uglier than the ones outside, though thankfully odorless. Just as Beryl stood up, he felt a tightening in his throat. Turning around, he saw Randy standing close by, aiming a specialized injection gun for mutated beings at his neck. Beryl, how about telling me your relationship with Cloud Peak? Why did you come here? Why do you show reverence to those murals but kill these alien infants? Randy fired several questions. Beryl tugged at his lips and sneered. Sister, I'll tell you eventually. Then start talking, Randy urged. First, my relationship with Cloud Peak is the same as yours. Second, the reason I came here is the same as why you came here. Third, who says the murals outside depict these aliens? They are merely an ancient race on Earth. How are they related to the aliens of Cloud Peak? Randy's expression faltered, suddenly feeling somewhat embarrassed. Several thoughts flashed through her mind, and she slowly loosened her grip on Beryl. Did you attend that ceremony held by Cloud Peak in front of the Tree of Life? Was it you who gave me a warning, putting a leaf in my hand? Beryl's face darkened, as if saying, you figured it out now? So, the sentry who passed me the message this time was also you? Randy continued. Beryl rolled his eyes. Duh. Randy understood, she should have thought of this earlier. Someone like Beryl, involved with an organization of psychic metamorphs like Cloud Peak, would surely participate. Yet he ruthlessly killed their young, which didn't seem like he was loyal. What would happen if we let these creatures out of the incubation tanks? Randy asked, looking at the contents inside with bewilderment. These creatures are far superior to humans. Even we, who have mutated so much, can't match even a fraction of their strength. This is racial suppression. We can only kill them before they grow up, Beryl said indifferently. Randy, so this was your purpose for coming into the cave? To destroy these incubation tanks? Beryl slowly nodded. There are over 20 incubation tanks in this room. Pulling each one out and killing them would be exhausting. How about one of you makes a wish, and I'll use my ability? Emerson laughed. Emerson had an extremely special talent, but it came with high restrictions, a blessing-type ability. The people who modified him never discovered this power, or else they wouldn't have auctioned him off. Randy actually found a hidden treasure. As long as someone wished upon Emerson and he agreed, that Emerson's wish would come true. It seemed like a godlike ability but was passive. That meant Emerson couldn't wish for himself, others had to make the wishes. Fortunately, she met Randy. If someone else had exploited this ability, it could be truly terrifying. Beryl glanced at Emerson and muttered, no need. Maurice then closed his eyes slightly. In the next second, explosions started, with the alien infants in the tanks exploding one by one. The tanks prevented the yellow liquid from splattering everywhere. Randy, why didn't he just use this method earlier? Showboating? I suggest we run quickly. The mass death of these creatures will definitely catch the attention of the caretakers. So much time has passed, they must have received the news already, Beryl advised earnestly. Randy was about to ask what a caretaker was when she sensed a terrifying energy rapidly approaching. Maurice's hair stood on end. Turning around, she saw no sign of Beryl, he had fled. Beryl, damn it, I actually thought you were a good Emerson. Randy cursed while dragging Emerson into the space realm. This rotten liar, half-truths. Who knows which part was real? Back in the space realm, Randy felt increasingly angry. She could have entered directly but chose not to leave him behind. Yet he abandoned them first. Who made Master so angry? I'll send Da Horodoang to deal with him, Wu Wu indignantly declared. Da Horodoang was her latest personality split, a destruction robot capable of reducing everything to ruins. After venting, Randy felt better. But she wouldn't dare use Da Horodoang. However, this time back in the space realm felt different. The rows of small houses, previously identical, now seemed unique. Each house had its own yard, well maintained by their residents, exuding a sense of contentment. Randy realized this realm needed inhabitants to be lively. She needed to unlock more progress, building a market sooner to gather more resources. Suddenly, Verity shouted, Master, Xavier and Kira have news. Randy rushed back to her little house. The tracker signal indicates they last appeared in Bouchwan Desert. How are their vital signs? Normal, just that they are still unconscious. Randy's eyes narrowed slightly. She had some understanding of the Bouchwan Desert. Located at the intersection of 3 countries, it was full of mercenaries and desert bandits. Yet, those people from Saint and Church took Xavier and Kira to Bouchwan Desert. Unless it wasn't for human trafficking, it was very likely that the place was Saint and Church's base. However, Randy still had to finish dealing with matters in the Morisengduan Mountains at present. Xavier's level of mutation was around 7-8S, and he was resourceful. There shouldn't be any immediate danger to his life. Verity, help me find out where Beryl is. Randy said coldly. At the main peak, Verity quickly located Beryl. Wait, something's not right, Verity suddenly said. What's wrong? Why does this tree of life look like it's losing energy? Verity zoomed in on the area so Randy could see better. Verity could clearly simulate the amount of energy present. Randy leaned closer to the screen, wanting to examine it more carefully. Sure enough, the tree's energy was decreasing exponentially. Randy suddenly had a bad feeling. Could the Earth stopping its rotation be due to this tree of life? Polaris lies north, long moon disperses, eternal night arrives. 2 trigger conditions. The northern part fits, but what does long moon disperses mean? Randy suddenly thought of the rain. Realizing this, she abruptly said, "Woo-woo, take me to the tree of life." Woo-woo replied, "There's magnetic interference around the tree of life. I can't directly transport you there, but I can teleport you to the top of the mountain, then you can go in by yourself." Alright then. Randy took out the black robe from Yoon Ding and wrapped herself up tightly. "Sister, should I go with you?" Doremerson suddenly asked. Randy thought about it. Although Doremerson's ability could indeed be useful, it would draw attention and easily cause trouble. After pondering, she shook her head. "You stay in the space realm and call you if needed." Then she turned to Woo-woo, "We can go now." As soon as she finished speaking, Randy found herself standing in a snow-covered area. The speed of action was quite fast, yet this place didn't look like the main peak at all. Chapter 145, Spatio-Temporal Turbulence. Randy helplessly said, "Ali Emerson, where have you teleported me to?" No one responded. What's going on? Randy frowned in thought. How was she talking to her just a second ago and then the connection broke off the next second? Wasn't this high-dimensional space already bound to her mental power? Why would this happen? Randy tried to return to the high-dimensional space again but found that she failed. Could it be due to some magnetic field interference? Fortunately, the electronic map sent by Yuan could still be used, which helped her immediately determine her current location. But in the next second, Randy almost broke down because this place turned out to be the farthest mountain peak from the main peak. Well, there's an error, and what a huge one. At this distance, she wouldn't even be able to walk to the main peak in 3 days and nights, let alone whether she really had 3 days under the current situation. But since she couldn't enter the high-dimensional space now, nor contact Ali Emerson, and without anyone around, she couldn't drive up the mountain either. She truly felt as if calling to heaven didn't bring any divine response, and calling to earth got no echo back. With no other choice, Randy could only rely on walking. However, she hadn't taken a few steps when she saw 2 figures suddenly appear not far away. The 2 were about the same tall stature, and without seeing their faces, they almost seemed like mirror images of each other as they walked over from afar. But when she clearly identified who was coming, her heart jolted in surprise. They were Riley and Bud indeed, except this time they were not wearing masks. One of them looked unfamiliar to Randy, but the other was someone she knew all too well. That per Emerson was Ishmael. So, was Ishmael Riley? No wonder Randy felt the speaking tones of the 2 sounded identical. It really was him. Wait, Ishmael was just in his 20s, but this man, despite looking 9/10 like Ishmael in appearance, had a demeanor much more mature, like he was in his 30s or even older. Besides, Riley had once been a student of Coralie, at which time Ishmael was probably still in elementary school. Randy's expression turned complicated, with no time for a thorough observation. Before the 2 approached her, she directly vanished into her storage space. These 2 people seemed not to have noticed Randy. One of them walked with his head lowered and a completely emotionless face, colder than the surrounding snowy mountains. The other kept his head raised, but his eyes were looking skyward, muttering curses incessantly. Why did I end up in this hellhole? You're the one who teleported us, the one with the lowered head said coldly. Ishmael immediately retorted, "Davis, how can you always talk about this after the fact? If you're so capable, you should do it." Davis did not respond to him, pursing his lips tightly and cutting off communication. Seeing Davis's lack of reaction, Ishmael felt instantly bored, rolling his eyes toward the heavens, his mouth rare quieted for a moment. Davis gave him a somewhat surprised glance. After a short while, he started again, "In this damn place, I can't even draw a teleportation channel. When are we going to get to the main peak?" Davis grunted, "Let's just make our way down the mountain first." Ishmael thought about it. Maybe their abilities would return when they got down the mountain. "Davis, can't you slow down? I'm running out of breath." Davis paused slightly, frowning as he looked at Ishmael's hand, which had become somewhat translucent, his expression complex. Ishmael stopped, placing one hand on Davis's shoulder, panting as he said, "Damn it, my body is in such poor condition that I'm panting just getting down the mountain." Davis's eyes held a complicated look, turning his gaze back, slowing his pace. At this moment, he seemed to sense something and abruptly turned his head to look forward, seeing a slender figure in the distance. The per Emerson seemed unfazed by the cold, wrapped only in a black robe, holding a cat that similarly showed no fear of the cold. "Randy," Davis said coldly. This per Emerson was indeed Randy. Seeing that she was almost at the foot of the mountain, and that Ali Emerson was still unreachable, in order to save time, she had no choice but to intercept these 2. Randy nodded at the 2 of them. Seeing Randy, Ishmael's expression changed instantly. Maurice remembered that he had once hunted her down, and associating it with his current state, he couldn't help but feel nervous. Randy scrutinized Ishmael's face carefully, trying to see any trace of emotion on his face, but found nothing. This Ishmael was not the same Ishmael she knew. What was happening? Due to Randy's obvious scrutiny, Davis frowned and said, "We no longer work under Reiker. Miss Jiang, is there anything else you need from us?" Randy glanced at their fingers and found them empty, indicating they had truly left. But Bud's words didn't hold up to scrutiny, so she couldn't help but scoff. What? You don't work for Reiker anymore, so you think past matters can be erased? Do you all really believe that once you wash your hands clean, you're invisible? A hint of awkwardness flashed across Davis's face. Ishmael immediately said, if you want revenge, just do it quickly since I won't live much longer anyway. Randy's expression paused slightly. What do you mean by not living much longer? Ishmael lifted the hand he had been hiding behind Davis, revealing to Randy that his entire right hand had turned translucent. How did he end up like this? Seeing their tense expressions, Randy said coolly, you two needn't take on such an attitude, I'm not here for vengeance. I guess, Ishmael started, but was stopped by Davis. Alright, deal. Now both Davis and Ishmael had regained their abilities and were capable of opening a temporal transmission channel. This was the second time Randy saw Bud use his spatial ability in combat. It must be said, Bud had good looks that made the process of drawing circles pleasing to watch. After finishing the circle, Davis even made a courteous gesture, please. Randy grabbed each of them by one hand, and the three of them walked into the light circle together. They felt no discomfort, not even a sensation of movement. In the next second, the three appeared on the main peak of the Morisengduan Mountains. In that instant, Randy reconnected with Ali Emerson. What happened? Why did we lose connection just now? Randy asked hurriedly. Ali Emerson sounded surprised. Lose connection? What are you talking about? We were speaking just a second ago. Oh, but wait, didn't I teleport you somewhere else? How did you end up here? Randy was shocked. Clearly several hours had passed for her, yet Ali Emerson noticed nothing. Could it be that from Ali Emerson's perspective, she hadn't experienced that period at all? Then where was she just now? Was she still on Earth? Moreover, why did she encounter Riley and Bud by sheer coincidence? Where was that place just now? Randy asked the two, observing their expressions, which did not seem as if they knew nothing. Ishmael raised an eyebrow. You didn't know? I thought you entered on purpose. Randy, what do you mean? Haven't you heard of spatio-temporal turbulence? As long as you're in these mountains, you might accidentally enter at any time. But if you can't get out, you'll stay there forever without anyone noticing, because for people outside the spatio-temporal turbulence, this experience never existed, they would only see you gone for a second. No wonder it wasn't raining in that place. Randy thought it had stopped raining. Reflecting now, she felt a slight chill of fear. Fortunately, she encountered Riley and Bud, otherwise, she might have wandered in there indefinitely. Seeing that it was now pouring harder and it was clearly night, with thick clouds obscuring the moon, Randy grew worried and rushed towards the Tree of Life without further conversation. Davis watched the direction Randy left, pondered for a few seconds, then followed her steps. Ishmael, nearly blind in the dark, shouted after a few moments of silence, Davis, where did you go? Davis's voice came from ahead, Mauricia. Damn, why run so fast? Don't you know I can't see? Ishmael complained and quickened his steps toward Davis until he touched a warm body. Can't see and can't hear? Davis remarked indifferently. Ishmael pinched Davis's arm, just keep walking. Clearly, their destination was the same as Randy's. Or rather, all those who came to the Morisengduan Mountains had the same final destination. Because he was dragging along a half-blind Emerson, Davis's pace slowed significantly, unable to sense Randy anymore. Maurice could only feel his way forward. But at that moment, he sensed another group of people heading in the same direction. For people like them who had sensing abilities, walking outside was akin to navigating through a dark, dense forest. They needed to ensure they wouldn't be discovered by others while also avoiding those they had already encountered. It was obvious that there was a mental-type mutant in the group behind them. They've met G-siblings, Davis said coolly. Ishmael cursed softly, damn it, how could we run into them again? I wonder if that guy has come. If he's here, I'm in for a tough time. In the darkness, Davis cast a light glance at Ishmael. Maurice hasn't. Otherwise, would I be this calm? You're right. But let's hurry up and leave. If we get stuck with Jack, we won't be able to go anywhere. Randy naturally didn't hear this odd conversation. At this moment, she had already entered the cave. It was strange because the last time she came, it was warm and comfortable, but now it was damp and dim, with an atmosphere that smelled like it had been submerged underwater for centuries. There were people in the cave, and quite a few of them. Most were believers from Cloudtop Peak. Randy pulled her robe tighter to cover herself more thoroughly. The average rank of these people was around mid-S level, indicating their importance in this ceremony. Randy had the ability to hide herself and walked all the way to the exit. However, the scene before her made her freeze in place. Unlike last time, this tree was clearly at its saturation point, illuminating the entire cave as bright as daylight, as if it had absorbed the moon's glow. The rainwater had formed streams flowing down the dry riverbed into the base of the tree. A figure in a red robe floated in mid-air above the tree, while a circle of red-robed figures sat beneath it, each encased in a blue light, engaged in some sort of ritual. Randy immediately saw that although the energy was clearly stronger than before, it was now at its last gasp. At that moment, a lying figure was slowly carried out. By appearance, it was a middle-aged woman, and Randy felt oddly familiar with her. Suddenly, a name popped into her mind. Could this Emerson be Kira, the highest-ranking female commander of the Federation? She had been captured and brought here. Chapter 146, Signal. The red-robed leader in the center waved his hand, and Kira's body was sent to the branch. A branch tentatively extended out, lightly brushing against Kira's cheek. At the very moment Randy saw this, she knew what the branch intended to do. Among these people, only the leading red robe ranked higher than her. The rest were not much of a threat but would be troublesome if they truly fought back. It would be more convenient to use the suppression rings. As she thought this, Randy silently checked the number of suppression rings in her space pocket, calculating whether she could capture all the members of the Cloud Top at once. These suppression rings were given by Conley, with greater power and more functions than those at the auction. Though Randy had no idea where Conley had obtained them from. After skimming over Kira's face, the branch lifted high as if preparing for a final strike. But just as it prepared to move, it suddenly felt a tight grip on its arm, pulling it to one side. And at the moment Randy dodged, a gaze shot towards where she had been standing. This Paremison wore a green robe. It was the child who could see through the future and the past. Randy's arm was still tightly gripped. Instinctively turning her head, she recognized the familiar aura of this Paremison, even through the black cloth covering their face. Beryl, did you come to save Kira? Randy asked using telepathy. No, Beryl replied curtly. At that moment, the branch had already pierced deep into Kira's body. Unlike last time, this seemed not to be draining her vitality. Maurice's breath remained steady, her complexion still rosy, almost as if breathing in unison with the tree. More branches extended, enveloping Kira's body and slowly drawing her back inside. In the red robe's hand was a jade-like stone, about the size of a fist, which he placed in mid-air, also absorbed by the branches. The next second, the life tree emitted brilliant light, a thick beam of blue light piercing through the cave's darkness straight into the sky. Circles of energy spilled outward, causing everyone in the cave to fall flat due to the shockwave. All of this happened in an instant. A sudden feeling of immense unease overwhelmed Randy. This scene seemed like the life tree was about to burst forth with its last reserves of life force before dissipating. Without time to examine Beryl's expression, she broke free and resolutely jumped down from above. During her descent, Randy launched the suppression rings in her hand. Equipped with locators, these rings forcefully attached to the necks of the red robes, instantly forming tight loops around their throats upon contact. Only the leading red robe managed to evade. When he turned, his eyes were filled with malice. Beryl muttered a curse and leaped down as well. The red robe's voice was low and raspy. Darest thou betray me? Randy didn't respond but instead said coldly, I want to know what you plan to do. In his fury, the red robe's presence swelled, instinctively trying to control Randy. However, when he raised his fingers, there was no response. Suddenly, Randy's eye membranes turned pale yellow again, and the cat in her hand grew 10 times larger, now lion-sized, pouncing onto the ground. The next second, centered on Manya and Randy, a colossal force surged outward, spreading to every corner of the cave. The towering blue energy column from the life tree stopped instantly, being gradually absorbed by this domain. Randy's eyes now shifted from yellow to a pale blue. The red robe looked horrified, and the others dared not move. Only the two boys in green robes' eyes flashed sharply, staring intently at Randy. Forget it, since it has begun, let's adapt. Beryl cursed inwardly, dashing forward. With a wave of his hand, countless branches turned to dust and scattered into the air. Maurice then leapt up the tree, catching Kira's body. While Randy hadn't yet finished dealing with one, another, Beryl, had joined in. The red robe realized he was at a disadvantage and tried to signal something. Just then, an extremely sharp ice blade slashed through the air, severing the red robe's right hand cleanly off. Surprisingly, it was Davis who threw the knife. Despite his ranking of 25S, even losing his right hand didn't stop him from sending out the signal. Instantly, an agonizing scream re-emersonated throughout the valley, continuing to spread. Randy's heart raced wildly. She wasn't sure what this sound might attract. Threats loomed unseen, gradually intensifying. The next second after sending the signal, the red-robed figure vanished from the spot, along with the two children in green robes. The remaining individuals seemed to have lost their value and were left behind. Randy raised her hand and stripped off their robes one by one, revealing familiar faces. 80% of these people were prominent figures in the Federation, who usually acted superior and treated human lives like ants. Now, bound by suppression rings, they couldn't move at all and were abandoned by Cloudtop, making the scene quite ironic. At this moment, their gazes toward Randy were filled with anger and warning. Little Lynn, you're still young. I advise you not to meddle in things that don't concern you, a chubby Clifton threatened. I don't know you, but I guess you should recognize me. Randy ignored his words and turned to Beryl, saying coolly, what should we do, Officer Beryl? The forces behind these people were too complicated for Randy to care about, but it was different for Beryl. First, let them go, and then we'll make plans. Randy raised an eyebrow. What do you mean? They were captured by me, and now you want to set them free? Beryl met Randy's questioning gaze and said slowly, actually, it seems like they haven't committed any crimes, have they? Beryl did have a point. She indeed had no evidence to prove that these people had done anything harmful to Earth. Thinking of this, Randy looked at Davis and Ishmael. Uncle Davis, can you help me with something? Davis raised an eyebrow, indicating his response. Draw a passage to the Yuenlu Priemison. I need to send these people there first. Before Davis and the others could react, the trapped people immediately became furious. Some of them restrained themselves due to their status, while the man couldn't hold back. But before he could speak, a glance from Randy silenced him. Clearly, Davis didn't have much liking for these people either. Maurice raised his hand, drew a circle, and sent them inside. Chapter 147, Caretaker. Randy smiled wryly. I didn't expect Uncle Davis to act so decisively. Davis rubbed his forehead, muttering a few words. Don't call me Baylor. Ishmael laughed uncontrollably beside him. Sure, call him old Baylor. Ha 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 ha. Davis rolled his eyes. You talk as if you're young yourself. Beryl frowned deeply when he saw Randy insisted on sending them to Priemison first, but said nothing more, turning to check on Kira. Kira's breathing remained steady, looking like she was merely asleep. But from Randy's perspective, Kira's vitality had become extremely weak. If they couldn't find a top-tier healer in time, the best outcome would be eternal unconsciousness. Maurice, I'm telling you, did you forget what that red-robed figure did before running away? Ishmael said lazily. Upon hearing this, Randy showed no reaction, neither did Beryl. They didn't even move an inch. Ishmael scoffed. Seriously, are you really that naive, or is it just severe individual heroism? Saying that, he kicked Davis with his foot. If you're going, go now. Otherwise, I'm leaving alone and won't stay here waiting to die with you guys. Davis didn't move, his eyes staring at Ishmael with complicated emotions. After several seconds of silence, he finally spoke with difficulty. Your hand. Ishmael immediately interrupted impatiently. Stop fussing, Davis. I've found that you sometimes really love meddling. My hand, my life, what does it have to do with you? I don't care anymore, why should you? Randy was puzzled. How could things turn sour so suddenly? Unable to withstand the heavy atmosphere between the two, she silently retreated to Beryl's side, adopting observer mode. Davis's face turned incredibly dark, and he snapped, doesn't matter whether you live or die. Ishmael, if you can't speak properly, then keep quiet. Davis, I hate nothing more than this so-called heroism. Some people always think they're saviors, wanting to enlighten all, not caring whether those being saved want it. I don't want to live anymore, yet you come to interfere. What, do you get some pleasure from this process? Randy knew Ishmael had a venomous tongue, but never expected his insults to hit right where it hurt. Davis's expression was already terrible, but for some reason Emerson, he managed to hold back. What a pair of oddballs. We can't leave now, even if we wanted to. Beryl suddenly spoke up, who hadn't said anything until now. In an instant, Randy's face changed as she also sensed an extremely terrifying force approaching. Oddly, another force accompanied this terror. It wasn't clear if they were the same group. Let's fight first, explanations later. A voice transmitted into Randy's mind. It was Beryl communicating telepathically. Randy flexed her wrists and ankles, curling her lips into a smile. Fighting. That's what I like best. These damned aliens, thinking Earth has no one left. Manya, it's time for you to take action. Just kill recklessly, and Mom will reward you with fish snacks after returning. Randy whispered softly. Manya heard, reckless killing, fish snacks. With a meow, it unleashed its aura once again, centered around itself. Davis and Ishmael stopped arguing, warily watching the cave entrance. They weren't worried because if real danger came, they could draw circles and escape instantly. Suddenly, a strange screech echoed through the air. At first, Randy thought she misheard it, for the sound was piercing and ear-piercingly loud. Even from far away, it could reverberate through the valley, an unearthly noise. Randy turned to look at Beryl, whose brow was furrowed tightly, slowly spitting out a few words from his throat. Caretaker. A caretaker? What on earth was that? Randy wondered. She recalled Beryl mentioning this name earlier in the underground cave. Didn't think they'd even send this thing, Ishmael remarked coldly. Energy had already gathered in Randy's hands as she readied for battle. The creatures were getting closer. 5 kilometers, 1 kilometer, 20 meters. Finally, they appeared at the cave entrance. They stood half a man's height, skin smooth without hair, grayish-brown in color, with narrow eyes, mouths split to the ears, and when breathing, their mouths took up most of their faces. At first, only 3 or 4 appeared at the cave entrance. They didn't come down but merely observed from above. Only as more and more of them gathered, densely crowding at the cave entrance, revealing their grayish-brown bald heads, did everyone realize how eerie the scene was. It's begun, Beryl said indifferently, already condensing his palm to push forward in the next second, knocking out over 10 caretakers with a single strike. For someone like him, a psychic-type mutant, to be capable of physical attacks was quite surprising. The monsters above seemed enraged by this palm strike, scrambling to, not caring if the creatures in front had moved yet. Those behind just trampled over them, tumbling down from the high point. Even with their limbs twisted unnaturally, they got up from the ground without showing any sign of pain and crawled toward the group on all fours. The 4 people quickly launched their attacks. Randy immediately activated her domain, but soon realized that Liz's domain had no effect on these caretakers. Randy decisively stopped using her domain. Psychic attacks don't work on them, we can only use brute force, Beryl suddenly said. Just then, a caretaker lunged at Randy. Maurice hearing this, she threw a punch directly at the caretaker's skull, smashing it hard into the ground. This fighting style reminded her of someone. Randy shook her hand, cursing inwardly, damn, these things have such hard teeth, my hand hurts from hitting them. With a slight lift of her fingers, countless sharp ice spikes shot up from the ground, piercing through the bodies of the active caretakers thoroughly. But this only held off part of them. The caretakers behind climbed over the bodies in front and attacked again. Why are these things tougher to deal with than Shu Tong? Randy shouted. Indeed they are, because these things can't be killed, Beryl replied loudly while fending off the swarm surging toward him. Randy froze for a moment. What did he mean? These things couldn't be killed. At this moment, the first wave of caretakers who had fallen, some with smashed brains, some with gaping chest wounds, all got back up and rejoined the attack. Chapter 148, Resistance. F***CK, why the hell are there more and more of these things? Ishmael shouted as he fought. Davis, think of something quick. How do we kill these? Randy glanced through the nurses with a cold expression and said tonelessly at the cave entrance. To kill these creatures, you must first kill the Paremison controlling them from behind. Without waiting for everyone's reaction, she started climbing up the vines along the tree. What now? Ishmael asked in shock. A tree over 100 meters tall, with hanging vines, saw a young Lynn steadily climbing upward until she reached a certain height and stopped. Randy watched indifferently below, then retrieved a portable ultra-powerful missile launcher from her spatial ring, hoisted it on her shoulder, aiming directly at the cave that was continuously producing nurses. Testing the latest ammunition, Randy curled her lips into a smirk and decisively pulled the trigger. In an instant, a terrifying force hit her, almost causing her to fall, but fortunately, the bullet had already been fired. With a loud boom, the cave entrance was blown apart, and nothing emerged from inside for a long time. The previously lively nurses suddenly became sluggish as if they had lost their intelligence. Ishmael, teleport me to the other side of the cave, Randy yelled. Though puzzled, Ishmael still opened a portal for Randy, knowing that when others wanted to take risks, he never stopped them. The portal opened mid-air, and Randy leaped through it, landing stably on solid ground the next second. As soon as she landed, she hurled the energy gathered in her hands. A muffled groan echoed, indicating a direct hit. Why did only you come? Where's the main force? Randy smiled faintly, but her actions showed no mercy. This Paremison, who could control monsters to attack them within just 15 seconds, dared to come alone. Randy, wrap it up quickly. The elders have arrived, Beryl relayed telepathically. Understood, Randy replied coldly, then flashed forward, twisting the man's neck sharply to the left. In an instant, he was dead. Having dealt with him, Randy withdrew immediately, knowing this wave of controlled nurses was just the beginning. However, before she could rest, another wave of terror surged, signaling the arrival of the elders mentioned by Beryl. Randy attempted to probe their numbers and levels using her mental power but was repelled. Ishmael instantly created a passage and said, "We can still escape. If not, I won't be able to help you." Randy frowned and said icily, "Beryl, you go. I have my means of self-preservation." To her surprise, Beryl retorted, "That line should come from me. Randy, if you don't run now, I won't be able to protect you." Randy, who is protecting whom here? Fine, figure it out yourselves. I'm leaving. Ishmael glanced at Davis, who didn't seem to intend to leave. Maurice hesitated for 2 seconds before stepping into the portal resolutely. Within a minute, the elders arrived, one of them immediately launching a psychic attack. Unexpectedly, none of the three present reacted. Randy took out a death laser and aimed at the chest of the attacker, firing. Maurice died on the spot. This was currently the most powerful single-use weapon against mutants. Beryl and Davis didn't give the others time to react either, gathering energy and attacking. Meanwhile, Randy activated her field to assist both men, preventing the elders from getting anywhere near them. One elder gave up attacking them and rushed towards the Tree of Life. Their sacred stone was still on the tree, needing the ceremony restarted after being interrupted by Randy. Their target is the Tree of Life. Don't let them get close, Beryl warned coldly. Randy turned and dashed toward the tree, using ice blades to thwart the elder's attempt. Wretched human, how dare you obstruct the evolution of our supreme race? Maurice roared angrily. His voice was Bailara, like a novice learner, sounding not human. With faces like yours, you claim to be the supreme race. Randy sneered. Furious, the creature lunged at Randy, but she dodged easily and countered, pushing it several dozen meters away, crashing heavily onto the ground. At this moment, Josephine suddenly spoke up. "Master, stop fighting and return to the space. The system shows that an extremely terrifying force is coming. Its energy level is even higher than the sum of yours." Maurice hearing this, Randy still had no change in expression, only softly saying, "Josephine, help me send a message to Doremison." Suddenly, the surroundings became deathly silent, quiet enough to only hear each other's breathing. In the next second, a heavy footstep sounded, as if carrying tens of tons of stones, each step incredibly slow. In an instant, Randy felt an excruciating pain in her brain, as if hundreds of ants were gnawing at it. Gradually, the pain spread from her brain to her entire body, her blood vessels protruding, her heart rate accelerating, feeling like she was about to explode. Looking at the other two, their conditions were not much better than hers. This was one of the cruelest killing methods used by psychic mutants, which even Randy would not use lightly. While stimulating the victim's central nervous system, it also ensured their vital signs, causing them prolonged and continuous suffering without dying. "The supreme race is about to awaken. You miserable insects dare to obstruct," the creature loudly proclaimed, its voice alone causing discomfort. In a half-conscious state, Randy raised her eyes and saw the super high level being mentioned by Josephine, the same creature born during the ceremony that day. Just then, a beam of light erupted, forcefully pushing the thing back several meters. Following this was a stern female voice. "You don't even look in the mirror? If the supreme race looks like you, I'd rather be ordinary." Randy found it interesting that this Paremison said the same thing she did, instinctively raising her head to look. The newcomer looked to be around 40 years old, wearing silver-rimmed glasses, with bright phoenix-like eyes, her entire face commanding respect without needing anger. Maurice's gaze fell on the monster like looking at a mere insect. Randy had seen this Paremison's photo before. One of the 13 masters, Gabby. Chapter 149, Separation. Gabby and Coralie were the only two female members among the 13 families, holding equal status in academia. Gabby was already a nuclear energy expert before the apocalypse. However, unlike Coralie, she had been completely off the radar since the apocalypse. Therefore, when Randy saw her name at that arms company last time, she was somewhat surprised, never expecting that Gabby would personally come to the Morisengduan Mountains. Moreover, Gabby did not come alone, she was accompanied by a large contingent of armed federal troops. The soldiers wore silvery white combat suits with polished silver armor, encircling the cave in tight formation. The aliens' attack was forcibly interrupted by Gabby, and now it wore an expression of disbelief. Realizing what had happened, it unleashed a tremendous wave of energy that shook the heavens and the earth. How dare the Federation betray the agreement? Gabby sneered. Betray the agreement? It's rather amusing coming from you. Who breached it first? The alien, whose thought processes and values differed greatly from humans, replied in a deep voice, as ants, how dare you challenge the gods? Why should I explain myself to you? With that, it moved its arm slightly, directing the gathered energy wave toward everyone. Before this crisis was resolved, Randy suddenly sensed something else. Right behind the federal troops, two more aliens with energy levels no lower than the one currently attacking were rapidly approaching. Randy scanned the scene with her mental power. Except for Beryl, whose level she couldn't perceive, the average level of the others was around 15s. She didn't know if they could resist these three ultra-high-level aliens. Beryl seemed to sense her thoughts and glanced at her, saying indifferently, Randy, do you remember what I said? With proper methods, lower-ranked individuals can also kill higher-ranked ones. Can lower-ranked individuals really surpass their ranks and kill? Randy froze, then looked back at Beryl, but he had already turned away. The alien began to launch a group mental attack, but Gabby remained unperturbed. She roared loudly, form the array. The federal troops quickly changed formation, and as they moved, a powerful energy shield formed above them, enveloping Randy and the others inside. Randy clearly saw that the energy came from their combat suits, leaving her in awe of the genius who had developed such advanced technology. Gabby glanced toward Randy and Beryl, nodding slightly in greeting. Beryl respectfully returned the salute. While their attention was on Gabby, no one noticed that Randy had stepped out of the federal troops' protective barrier. Upon realizing this, there was a sudden jolt of panic. Randy, what are you doing? He asked through telepathy. Randy did not respond. Instead, she walked straight toward the tree of life, seemingly unfazed by the mental pressure, gently touching the tree's branches. The alien instantly sensed Randy's intention and extended a long tentacle toward her. However, before it could reach her, it was shattered by a claw. Rudo let out a roar, standing protectively in front of Randy, reducing the alien's intimidating aura. However, this defense did not last long as the other two aliens arrived. Facing three aliens, Gabby and her team were struggling. Even with the most advanced weapons, they felt overwhelmed. But none of this mattered to Randy. Maurice's mind was fully focused on the tree of life. As her energy flowed into the tree, she felt as though she was being stripped apart, suffocating and her organs compressed. Emerson, I believe in you. Randy forced herself to regain composure, calming her breath and actively controlling the energy flow. Gradually, the rate of energy loss slowed down. Beryl now understood what Randy intended to do but could not stop her. All he could do was defend her from attacks from behind. These alien species, having maximized their physical capabilities, far surpassed humans in speed. However, they also had a disadvantage. They heavily relied on their natural strength, believing it was enough to shake heaven and earth. Gabby and her team exploited this weakness to give ordinary humans a fighting chance, yet even then, they were still struggling. Randy had now completely reversed the flow of energy, with the Tree of Life's energy continuously pouring into her body. However, no matter how talented she was or how the jade bracelet protected her, this terrifying energy was not something an ordinary Emerson could endure. She felt as if every bone in her body was about to shatter, her body seemed like it was being broken and reassembled, and though her mouth slightly opened, not even a moan could escape. Suddenly, Randy's mind was struck by some revelation, and fragments of memories started flashing back. Who asked you to save me? I hate you. The Federation is at its last gasp. What's the point of you struggling alone? I hate personal heroism the most. I hate people like you the most. Randy, I win. At this moment, from the outsider's perspective, the fist-sized stone that had already begun to be absorbed by the Tree of Life had started to slowly separate. But when it was halfway separated, something went wrong, and the stone stopped mid-air, showing signs of being reabsorbed. The alien reinforcements that arrived later were directly targeting Randy. They bypassed the federal troops' counterattack and headed straight for her. Beryl instinctively wanted to rush forward to block them, but he was also restrained by the alien species and couldn't break free. Perhaps even he didn't realize that his eyes had turned bloodshot. One of them gathered an energy force powerful enough to destroy heaven and earth in its hands, and its target was Randy. Randy! Beryl shouted. Gabby's expression also turned serious. However, the attack had already commenced, too fast to reposition and defend. A blinding white light flashed, enveloping everyone. The others were still trembling from the shockwave, while Randy stood at the center of the storm. The world fell into a silent void, as if entering an ethereal realm. Before everyone could adjust to the glaring white light, the next second, the cave began to shake. Chapter 150, A Maurice Helping Hand. Earthquake. Someone in the Federal Army screamed, and despite their rigorous training, some panic broke out. Perhaps due to the energy being too powerful just now, This cave could no longer support itself, showing clear signs of collapsing. Beryl spat out a mouthful of blood. Before his sorrow could fully rise or he had time to explore where this feeling came from, his face suddenly relaxed because he heard Randy's heartbeat. It was still strong. She's still alive, Beryl muttered. A gleam seemed to flash in Gabby's eyes as she looked towards that slender figure amidst the dust. The white light dispersed, and amidst broken rocks and dust, Randy still stood firmly on her feet. The stone showed signs of being stripped again. Behind her, a figure slowly stood up, tall and straight. The energy waves emanating from him had yet to recede, exuding an aura that seemed to tear through space and time. It was clear that he had just withstood the alien creature's full-force attack. Upon seeing who it was, the Federal Army members were all elated, and even Gabby's expression eased slightly. Micah. This man was indeed Conley, who finally arrived at the critical moment. At this very instant, the holy stone was completely stripped away and entered Randy's body directly, causing her body to soften. The atmosphere fell into a brief silence in an instant. Then, the leading alien species let out an extremely mournful cry. No. The other alien species also descended into madness. Instantly, a devastating energy burst out, shaking the mountain, as if they intended for everything in this world to perish with them. The holy stone has been obtained. Do not linger. Everyone, evacuate immediately, Gabby shouted. Conley held Randy, who had fallen unconscious, with one hand while using the other to create a massive barrier to protect everyone from falling debris. This allowed the Federal Army to evacuate. However, not only was the cave facing collapse, but there was also a risk of avalanche outside. With the aliens' fierce counterattack, escaping down the mountain peacefully became impossible. At this moment, a familiar voice sounded abruptly, carrying a hint of arrogance. It was Ishmael returning after leaving. Damn, can't even leave in peace. People looked around and saw a slender figure appearing midair, with piercing eyes, a somewhat mischievous demeanor, thinner than most, giving off a bit of a rogue look. Behind him stood a dark passage wide enough for two people to walk side by side. His words were addressed to everyone, but his eyes looked at Davis. Davis froze upon seeing Ishmael, his eyes filled with indescribable emotions, including some joy. While making eye contact with Ishmael, Davis clasped his hands together and formed another passage when he spread them. Want to run? The alien creature shouted, shattering the Federal Army's protective shield with its cry. Many people fell to the ground in agony, blood seeping from their mouths and noses. Ishmael and Davis were still enduring the attack from the caregiver, barely holding on. It's too late. Conley glanced down at Randy, caressed her cheek gently, then placed her in Gabby's arms. Beryl was covering the Federal Army's evacuation, already covered in blood. Suddenly looking at Conley, he called out loudly, "What are you doing?" Conley didn't turn his head, simply saying two words. Godslaying. Beryl's expression froze before he could ask how Conley planned to do it. Feeling himself pushed, he felt a momentary dizziness, and when his consciousness cleared, he found himself standing on solid ground. Everyone was teleported down the mountain. Davis was the last one out, but Conley did not come out. Due to the strong tremors, residents had gathered at the foot of the mountain. Suddenly, everyone felt dizzy and their ears rang. Someone cried out, directing attention to the distant mountaintop. Though obscured by distance, ordinary people could see the mountain seemingly coming alive. Figures like Beryl and Davis saw clearly the undulating mass was actually surging snow waves. Even from such a distance, they could see it rising high. For a moment, everyone was stunned, speechless. 3 days had passed since the incident, and Randy finally woke up. Upon waking, she found herself alone in a pitch-dark room. She quickly became alert, suppressing her physical discomfort, pulled back the blanket, and ran barefoot to the window, pulling the curtains aside with trembling hands. It was night, it was night. Randy's mind kept repeating these few words, as if it had crashed, leaving no time to explore any further possibilities. The door behind her swung open with a whoosh, spilling warm yellow light into the room. A petite figure appeared in the doorway. It took Randy a while to recognize that it was Zinnia. She wondered if it was due to the lighting or because she had been accompanying Coralie everywhere, braving the elements, but she seemed much darker than the last time Randy had seen her. Randy, she asked tentatively, her gaze immediately falling on Randy's bare feet. Randy quickly took 2 steps forward and grabbed Zinnia's hand. Through the doorway's light, Zinnia could see her reddened eyes and the bloodshot veins beneath. Randy, don't worry. Yuan, ask you this, does the sun still rise normally? Randy interrupted urgently. Zinnia's expression froze, seemingly bewildered. She didn't understand why Randy would suddenly mention the sun. The sun? Of course the sun rises. No, what I mean is the sun outside the blue screen normal? There hasn't been any issue reported. The Morisengjuan Mountains area doesn't have a blue screen, it's specifically left by the Federation to observe the external environment. Randy's wildly beating heart finally calmed down slightly. Zinnia also let out a long sigh of relief, murmuring unconsciously, I thought you were. Mid-sentence, she seemed to realize something was amiss and abruptly stopped. Randy instinctively asked, what did you think? Zinnia shook her head vigorously, denying anything more forcefully than ever before. Then she guided Randy back to the bed, trying to soothe her into lying down. But Randy sat up straight, refusing to lie down, her unusually bright black eyes softening as she whispered, why isn't Conley here? I remember he was there when I fainted. Chapter 151, Big Pit. Upon hearing Randy's words, Zinnia remained unperturbed, turning on the bedside warm lamp for her as if she believed this action could soothe Randy's emotions. Then she pretended to be surprised and said, "You must be mistaken. How could Micah come here?" In these few brief seconds, Zinnia had exhausted all her acting skills but did not dare to meet Randy's stone-like dark eyes. She felt guilty and was fully prepared to be exposed. However, Randy just nodded obediently, made a no sound, and didn't say anything else, as if she truly believed it. Seeing her appearance, Zinnia felt her heart soften. She couldn't help but reach out to stroke Randy's hair, tucked her blanket around her, and quietly left the room. After walking far from the door, she finally let out a long breath and turned to find Coralie. The teacher was also by Kira's side. From Kira's current condition, no high-level healing class abnormals could figure out what exactly was wrong with her, naturally unable to wake her up. Zinnia looked through the glass window at the people inside. Besides Coralie, Gabby was there too. She sighed slightly and then gently knocked on the glass. The two inside looked up at the sound and walked out. "How is her mood?" Coralie asked softly. Without any subject, Zinnia knew who she was asking about. At first, her mood fluctuated a bit. She kept asking me about the sun, then she calmed down. After that, she mentioned Micah but didn't ask much. The sun? Gabby frowned. How did she know about this? Did Beryl tell her? For the fact that restarting the life tree by the Mosbillions would cause Earth to stop rotating, it had always been the highest secret of the Federation. No more than 5 people knew about this. Gabby didn't understand how Randy knew. The Federation, or more accurately, part of the Federation, had always been monitoring the alien race of Mosbillions and Cloud Top End, which was why the Federation maintained close ties with the religious organization. No one knew when they appeared or where they came from, but after years of infiltration in Cloud Top End, the Federation confirmed their ultimate goal, to use Earth as an energy signal to alert their distant home planet to send ships to pick them up. They could go back home without any problem, but the potential harm this behavior brought to Earth was something the Federation was determined to prevent. Beryl wouldn't have had the chance, it wasn't him, Coralie said calmly. With this, Gabby didn't add more and instead asked, "Where's Beryl?" Zinnia shook her head, she didn't know either. Coralie let out a long sigh, sounding somewhat tired. "Xiao's go back and rest. There's nothing here now." Zinnia hesitated, wanting to say something but seeing her teacher's weary face and dim eyes, she ultimately said nothing and left. After Zinnia left, Gabby received a phone call, seemingly having some important matters to attend to, so she also left the room. Now, only Coralie and Kira were left. Once everyone left, Coralie sat down again, staring at Kira for a long time before suddenly saying, "Ah, Maurice, I know you're awake." The news of Cloud Top End's downfall spread rapidly throughout the Federation as if it happened overnight. Even though the organization once thrived, it vanished completely, leaving no trace behind. All outposts and bases were destroyed, and almost all members associated with Cloud Top End disappeared overnight. Conley, as the head of the federal government, his disappearance caused significant waves, but most people believed he had sacrificed himself. Kira, being the highest leader of the Federation, her incident became known despite attempts to conceal it. With 3 consecutive commanders experiencing mishaps during their tenures, whispers circulated among the upper echelons, labeling the position as cursed. This rumor grew even stronger within the government, and the public increasingly started promoting apocalyptic theories, questioning the legitimacy of the Federation's founding. Soon, scandals involving human experiments, power for sex transactions, and oppression of citizens began to emerge endlessly. At first, the higher-ups would publicly apologize due to concerns over reputation. Later, they stopped making statements altogether, showing a defiant and brazen attitude. Actually, the root of this matter lies in 2 rear emissions. First, various forces entering the game led to intense internal conflicts, severely splitting the Federation and causing loss of power. Second, the evolution of species created clear class distinctions, leaving the lower classes utterly voiceless. Led by Gabby and the Maurice family military industry group, they strongly supported Beryl, gaining significant influence with added support from the G family. At the same time, a name called Storm began to emerge and quickly gained fame. It was rumored that this Paremison had the backing of the Federation Energy Group, with 3 generations of the Hua family involved in politics. His grandfather was even of the caliber of a founding marshal. However, Beryl's advantage over Storm lay in his contribution as one of those who prevented the Mosbillions from destroying Earth, making him a former top law enforcer. This gave him considerable social standing, so within the Federation, Beryl's credibility was higher. During this period, the Buochuan Desert, the largest desert area in the Federation, experienced an unprecedented super earthquake. No one knew how it started, even the most sensitive machines did not predict or detect it. The earthquake seemed to appear out of nowhere. Although the desert is sparsely populated and there were no large-scale casualties from this earthquake, it created a deep pit with unknown depths. Anyone who approached the pit died mysteriously within days. Some psychic-type abnormals claimed that the area emitted tremendous energy fluctuations and radiation. However, the situation in the Buochuan Desert was unique. There was no Federation enforcement presence, and the local inhabitants held significant hostility toward the Federation government. Therefore, investigations were extremely difficult, with nearly all investigators sent by the Federation government disappearing without a trace. Out of concern for the energy fluctuations from the pit and possibly wanting to take advantage of the opportunity to reclaim control of the Buochuan base, the Federation government took this matter very seriously, insisting on forming an investigation team to go to the Buochuan Desert. Oddly enough, Storm's faction displayed an ambiguous attitude towards this matter, delaying and evading, which provoked much speculation and endless conjecture. Beryl proactively mentioned going to investigate. Supported by Gabby, Coralie, and others, he became Edward of the investigation team despite objections, fully responsible for the matter. Also part of the team was Alida, the young lady from the G family. Chapter 152, Fatima. The Houchuan Desert was a land not protected by Lanping. Yellow sand and dust were its camouflage, and mercenaries and bandits were its original inhabitants. This place was a paradise where all kinds of evil thrived. Spread over hundreds of thousands of square kilometers, the land was barren with less than 5% meeting human survival conditions. Yet, in such a place, the world's most beautiful flower, the Dianwenjuan, blossomed. When it bloomed, its petals spread out layer by layer like waves of snow. The edges of these snow waves were turquoise blue, and its fragrance could travel for miles. When they bloomed in large patches, it looked as if a coastline appeared in the desert, a magnificent sight indeed. Fatima, why haven't you gotten up yet? Adeline pushed open Fatima's door directly, only to be surprised that her sister wasn't there. It was the sea Emerson when genuine fruits matured, being their primary source of fruit here. So every household took advantage of this time to harvest quickly because once these few days passed, getting fruit would become very difficult afterward. The Marses were no exception. Adeline had planned to call her sister early to go together, but she waited and waited without seeing her sister wake up. To her surprise, her sister had already left early in the morning. Don't worry, maybe she went ahead without telling you, Decory comforted kindly from next door. Maurice was Adeline's good friend. After both sets of parents died, they practically relied on each other for survival. But Adeline shook her head disagreeingly. She didn't even take anything. It doesn't look like she went to pick genuine fruits. That's true, but Fatima isn't someone who gets into trouble. Let's just go first, otherwise, we'll miss the best fruits. Adeline looked quite worried. Since her parents' death, she only had her sister left. It's because of that earthquake recently. So many people died. No, I have to find her first. Saying this, Adeline ran out of the room. Before Decory could stop her, he saw a figure run right towards Adeline, bumping straight into her. Ouch! Fatima covered her nose and groaned softly. Adeline also felt a headache after being bumped but regained her composure. Recognizing it was her sister, she was half pleased and half worried, inspecting her sister thoroughly before letting her go. What did you do this early in the morning? Adeline rarely got angry, even this reprimand came out quite gently. Fatima seemed to be around 13 or 14 years old, looking disheveled. She stared straight at Decory with her bright green eyes and then quickly lowered her head in silence. Decory felt somewhat uneasy under her gaze and hurriedly said, "Oh, please don't look at me like that." "Why are you looking at Decory?" "I'm asking you," Adeline urged. Fatima, acting as if she had done something shameful, pulled them back inside and quickly closed the door tightly. Decory and Adeline were both puzzled by her actions, now more curious than ever. "Sister, actually, I don't know if what I did is right, but I've already done it." Decory tapped Fatima's head. "Speak up." Adeline gave Decory a sharp glare. However, Fatima's next words stuck in Adeline's throat. "Wasn't there a big hole caused by the earthquake earlier? Then, a few days ago, Grandma Rochelle's boy mentioned there were plenty of raw stones around it. I thought since I'm an evolver, I might pick up some raw stones to see if I could evolve." Adeline froze. "You went to that huge pit." Fatima's eyes darted around, but she still continued bravely. "Those are minor things. Look, nothing happened to me, right? The main issue is, I picked up a paremison at the edge of the pit." "Picked up a paremison?" Decory repeated in a shrill voice. "Yes, he looked seriously injured, bleeding profusely. While no one was looking, I put him in my space and brought him back." Fatima recounted her morning experience in one breath and looked at her sister with an anxious gaze. Adeline frowned, her mouth turned downwards, and her worries soon clouded her delicate features. Upon closer inspection, her eyes were already red-rimmed. She was crying. The kind-hearted and gentle Adeline never blamed others when problems arose, she only blamed herself. Now, she was feeling guilty for not keeping a better eye on her sister. In this post-apocalyptic world where human lives were considered worthless, simply being alive was a blessing from heaven. How dare anyone cause trouble? That huge pit alone was complicated, and the identity of a paremison found near it was surely complex. Yet her sister brought him home directly. Adeline couldn't help but cry, unsure of what else she could do. Decory remained relatively calm, whispering, "What kind of paremison?" Fatima muttered, "A man." Seeming to feel that this wasn't enough, she added, "If I didn't save him, the blood would have attracted mutated beasts." "Fatima, what am I supposed to do with you? What does the life or death of others have to do with us? In these times, whether one more or one less paremison dies makes no difference," Adeline said, sobbing. Seeing her sister cry, Fatima instantly softened and hurriedly hugged her. "Sister, I'm wrong. I'll just throw him somewhere." As she was about to run out, she was stopped by Decory. "Let him out, let me take a look," he said softly. Adeline remained silent, and Fatima hesitated for a moment. In the end, she let the man out. Upon seeing the man on the ground, even Adeline paused in her crying for a moment and understood why her sister had brought him back. Maurice was an Asian, to be precise, an extremely handsome young Asian. Not only did he have good looks, but his physique and proportions were also excellent, not inferior to any man in the world. When Decory saw him, his expression also showed a brief lapse, his shock being the strongest among the three. After a long pause, he finally stammered, "Fatima, put him back where you found him, quickly." Seeing that Decory's expression was unusual, Fatima knew he wasn't joking and hurriedly wanted to put him back into space. But just then, everyone felt they were being watched by a cold gaze. When they looked up, the man had already woken up. For a moment, everyone forgot how to speak, staring dumbfounded at the man on the bed. Finally, the man spoke first. "Where am I?" His voice was deep and melodious, seemingly carrying a certain kind of charm. Unfortunately, it was incomprehensible to Adeline and the others. Chapter 153. Another Asian. Adeline struggled to convey that they didn't understand Chinese. The man remained silent for a while, then asked a question in their language. It turned out he knew the local language. "You're now in the Boisjou Desert. This is my home, and I'm Adeline," Adeline explained. "This is my friend Dakori, and this is my sister Camilla who saved you." As she mentioned Camilla, Adeline's tone paused slightly. The man looked at the little Lin, straightened up, and nodded in thanks. "Thank you." Camilla blushed instantly, waving her hands hastily. "It's nothing, just a small effort." Adeline glanced at her sister, sighed, and then turned back to the man. "Though this may offend you, since you're awake, I still hope you, Adeline found it difficult to say no to people and became momentarily tongue-tied. The man lowered his eyebrows and laughed softly, saying gently, "I roughly get your meaning. Sorry for the disturbance." With that, he stood up and was about to leave. "Wait." Camilla suddenly spoke out. Adeline looked nervous. "Sister, he's still bleeding, and they didn't even know this man's name yet." Adeline looked at the man, noticing that his light-colored shirt was already dyed red with blood, and his face was extremely pale. It was Bailara how much willpower he had used to stand up. She couldn't bear to ask him to leave at this moment. Dakori interjected abruptly, "Turn left at the door, walk a few hundred meters, and there's a hospital. Go there." The man gave Dakori a long look, then nodded and left directly. Camilla wanted to say more but stopped under Dakori's stern gaze. After the man left, Dakori seemed to have let out a long sigh of relief and slumped into the chair, large beads of sweat forming on his forehead. "What happened? Did you meet him before?" Adeline immediately noticed Dakori's unusual behavior. She knew Dakori usually got news faster than others and was better informed about some developments. "I've seen this man before. Maurice is the commander of Base A in City A, named Conley. Maurice was officially announced dead not long ago." Camilla asked in surprise, "What do you mean? Are you saying he's already dead?" Dakori nodded heavily. "Whether he's truly dead or faking it, we shouldn't get involved with them." "Camilla, are you sure no one saw you?" Camilla shook her head, nodded, then shook it again. "Did someone see you or not?" Adeline grew anxious. "No, well, right, except Byron. I greeted him when I left in the morning." Adeline and Dakori exchanged a quick glance, both seeing fear in each other's eyes. Camilla covered her mouth. She realized something. At that moment, a rough knocking sound came from outside the door, as if the knocker would not stop until the door was shattered. Clearly, the visitor had ill intentions. "Let's go out the back door," Dakori urged. Without waiting for the intruder to break down the door, the three quickly slipped out the back and ran down a narrow path. However, only Camilla was an evolved one among the three, and they hadn't run far when they heard eerie screams behind them. "I saw Camilla go to the big pit with my own eyes. As for whether she took any or, a check will tell." Byron's voice carried over from a distance. "As I thought, this guy is a traitor, two-faced scum. We should have strangled him to death when we had the chance." Dakori spat out angrily. They were almost caught up, black-clad figures in combat uniforms closing in rapidly. Adeline prayed silently as she held her sister and ran forward, feeling certain that death was imminent. Their pursuers were all evolved ones. One of the men unleashed a gas blade, knocking all of them to the ground where they could no longer move. "Byron." Camilla's eyes burned with fury as she glared at him. "Didn't you say there might be ore?" "I said might, ha. I never thought you'd be so greedy and actually take it. If I were you, hand over the goods and maybe you can save your life." Byron looked quite smug. It seemed they came for the ore, not for that man. For some rear Emerson, Dakori felt slightly relieved. "I didn't take any ore at all." Camilla rebutted immediately. The two black-clothed men exchanged glances, and one of them immediately raised his lightsaber, ready to strike. Adeline's eyes widened. Although her body was trembling, her face showed no fear, and she shielded Camilla beneath her. As the lightsaber descended, all three closed their eyes. However, only a ping sound was heard, and the anticipated pain did not come. Camilla quickly opened her eyes and saw a slender figure standing in front of them. This Emerson wore a dark blue robe with a wide hem, making them appear even more imposing. They held no weapon but just stood there, exuding an aura of elegance. Even though Camilla stared intently, she couldn't see how this Emerson had moved. The two black-clothed men were already on the ground. Byron tried to leave when he realized something was wrong, but this Emerson merely gave him a look, and Byron collapsed into unconsciousness. This Emerson held a cane-like object in one hand and directly lifted the headscarves of the two black-clothed men, revealing the tribal tattoos on their faces. "This is..." Adeline felt that this mark seemed familiar. The Emerson stared at the tattoo for a few seconds before kicking it away. After doing this, they slowly turned around. Under the dark blue robe, their lower face was covered by a windproof scarf, leaving only bright, pitch-black eyes visible. "Another Asian. Thank you." With the crisis over, Adeline still seemed shaken and spoke with a stutter. "No need to thank me." The voice was unexpectedly clear and melodious. "Hey, Lin." This Emerson slowly squatted down and extended a hand to Adeline. For some rear Emerson, Adeline felt a sense of trust from her and instinctively reached out to grab it. As soon as she did, a strong force pulled her up effortlessly. After regaining her balance, Adeline helped Camilla stand up, while Dokori had already gotten to his feet. Thank you, sister. Camilla immediately expressed her gratitude. Seeing this, the Parmesan simply shook her head lightly and then prepared to leave. Another beautiful Asian, Adeline couldn't help but sigh. Just based on those eyes, she knew this Parmesan must be very attractive. Unexpectedly, the Parmesan paused, pulling back her step, and asked, "Have you seen anyone like me today?" Chapter 154, Reunion. Dokori gave Fatima frantic eye signals. He didn't want to have any further interaction with that man. Unfortunately, Fatima did not understand his gaze and promptly replied, "Yeah, a handsome brother, so tall." Dokori covered his forehead with one hand and couldn't help but shake his head. "Which way did he go?" the Lin asked again. Now, Fatima hesitated, unsure whether or not she should say anything. "From here, then turn right, then left, and after a few 100 meters, there's a clinic." Marcy took over the conversation. "All right, thank you very much." The Lin thanked them politely and then turned to leave. After she was far enough away, Dokori couldn't help but complain, "Why did you tell her? If something goes wrong, it will be easy to suspect us." Marcy remained unusually calm, responding in a composed manner, "We saved that man's life, and she saved ours. It's hard to say this isn't fate at work," suggesting everything is predestined. "If you believe in religion, I think you can have a deeper understanding of destiny." "I agree with sister," Fatima nodded immediately. Fine, I can't argue with you too. Let's hurry up and dig for the fruit. If we're late, only the roots will be left." What was referred to as a clinic was actually just someone's home, with a sign hanging outside. The dusty entrance looked no different from other houses. Even before getting close, a strong smell of blood mixed with dust wafted through the air, made even more unbearable by the scorching heat. "Smell of blood," Randy muttered softly, her lips curling slightly into a smile that wasn't quite a smile. She sized up the dark doorway and stepped inside without hesitation. There wasn't a soul around, yet it had an interesting feel. Perhaps the siblings hadn't yet realized that the population in this town was rapidly decreasing. They were among the few living people Randy had encountered. As for where everyone had gone, it left much to the imagination. The clinic was small, just like an ordinary residential house. However, despite the lack of people, medical supplies were plentiful: bandages, disinfectants, suturing tools, used syringes, and even a torn strip of cloth. Randy squatted down, picking up the strip of fabric. It felt smooth yet incredibly resilient. For someone to tear it by hand must indicate immense strength. Suddenly, a breeze brushed past her ear, causing her to instinctively dodge. Then, an arm moved swiftly like a blur, attacking her without giving her any time to react. Randy easily dodged again. Though the attacker seemed intent on delivering deadly blows, each move had a built-in retreat, revealing no real intention to kill, almost as if toying with her. Randy did not hold back either. Seizing the opportunity, she aimed a strike at the attacker's exposed neck, only to be caught by a pair of large hands. Seemingly unsatisfied with controlling just one hand, the attacker restrained her other arm as well. Soon, Randy's entire back was pressed tightly against a wardrobe, knocking things off its surface. A tall, slender figure quickly pressed down on her. A cold pine scent hit her face. Trapped tightly, Randy could barely move except for her mouth. "Conley, you really have no shame." Maurice hearing this, the man opposite her chuckled lowly, then rasped, "Why did you come to find me now?" Randy tilted her head. "Who said I came to find you? I was clearly looking for Xavier and Kira." Conley's eyes instantly grew dangerous. Bloodstains marred his brows, making him appear more sinister and even more handsome as he stared directly at Randy, making her somewhat uncomfortable as she averted her gaze. "Let me go. You didn't miss me." Conley answered a different question. Unwilling to answer, Randy tried to kick out since she couldn't move her upper body. But Conley anticipated this, squeezing between her legs. Now, she was completely immobilized. Damn it." The rest of her words were swallowed by Conley. At first, it was repeated grinding, but gradually, Conley seemed unsatisfied with just skimming the surface. Maurice parted her lips with his tongue and ravaged her mouth passionately. Feeling dizzy and numb-lipped, Randy struggled to breathe. Yet Conley showed no signs of stopping. A metallic taste of blood filled their mouths. So intense was the kiss that Randy's lip bled. Noticing this, Conley slowed down, his actions becoming tender. Maurice gently licked the wounded area with his tongue and finally released her. "You're not human," Randy's voice was hoarse. Conley didn't fare much better. I'm not human." "The smell of blood on you is really strong," Randy whispered softly, then she pushed him with her hand. This time, she didn't even use much strength, and Conley was pushed away easily. The smell of blood on him was indeed heavy because the wound he had just bandaged reopened during their struggle. "Go sit down over there," Randy said indifferently, glancing at the relatively clean chair. Conley stretched his long legs and obediently sat down. Randy did not use the tools in this clinic but took out a set of bandages from her spatial bag. "How can I treat your wound if you don't take off your clothes?" Randy said helplessly. Conley curled his lips. "The wound hurts too much, I can't make big movements." Randy couldn't resist rolling her eyes inward. Can't make big movements? Didn't someone just pin her against the wardrobe without letting her move at all? Was he still human? Fine, taking off clothes it is. Randy walked around to his front and undid the buttons one by one. This guy even buttoned up all the way under such circumstances. Randy thought she could face this calmly now, But when she undid Conley's shirt, she was stunned. White skin crisscrossed with scars, barely any unblemished areas left. Old scabs mingled with new wounds, making it hard to decide which one needed attention first. Noticing Randy's pause, Conley also froze for a moment. A flash of regret quickly crossed his eyes before he swiftly picked up the clothes from the floor, intending to put them back on. "Don't move," Randy murmured. She applied the medicine very carefully, fearing she might hurt him again. However, this made the process especially slow and trying, her fingers brushing his spine, causing tingling sensations. "Done," Conley rasped. Maurice took the medicine and casually wiped it on his arm. "Put this on." Randy took out a new set of clothes from her spatial bag, and Conley didn't refuse. Maurice went into the inner room to change, though the time it took him to change seemed unusually long. Chapter 155 Trapped Beast. Randy waited for him by the door. Maurice hearing the sound, she did not turn her head but softly asked, "Were you directly transported here by the space-time storm?" "Yeah, I woke up here." Conley's voice sounded a bit odd. Randy turned around, only to see a flush still lingering on his ears, and a hint of unease flashed across his face. To be honest, as adults, some things don't need to be spelled out to be noticed. Randy cleared her throat lightly and continued the conversation. "How long have you been awake?" Conley regained his composure, saying in a mild tone, "About half an hour." Randy was surprised. Half an hour? It had been over a month since they successfully stopped the Mosbilians from sending signals to their home planet, yet Conley had just woken up not long ago, which meant such a long time gap. "Alright, I thought you might know more about this place than me, but it seems that's not the case." "I indeed don't know more than you," Conley answered honestly. Randy sighed and pointed in a direction. "Well, shall we go to the big pit first?" It was noon, yet there wasn't a soul on the streets, exuding an eerie silence. Conley didn't move, he just looked up at the sky and said quietly, "The fact that Earth hasn't stopped rotating is already the best outcome." Maurice hearing this, Randy's expression relaxed. "Hopefully." Conley last appeared before the Tree of Life, as part of the plan. The sacred stone was the key to opening the Tree of Life, and its activation would sacrifice Earth, emitting a signal 10 or even 100 times stronger than Earth's rays towards the aliens' home planet. At that time, not only would Earth stop rotating, but its location in the universe would also be exposed. However, although they did succeed in stopping it, Randy still felt an inexplicable unease in her heart. This event happened much earlier than in her previous life. Or was everything just happening ahead of schedule? Randy casually brushed aside her sweat-drenched long hair and tied it up high with a purple hairpin, feeling refreshed. If one looked closely, one could see a faint yellow glow flashing in her eyes, which disappeared instantly. "Let's go. We should take a look at the big pit before the investigation team arrives." "Dor Emerson." She suddenly stopped mid-sentence. The resolution of this crisis advanced Randy's spatial development progress to 65%, which somewhat alleviated her anxiety. The advancement unlocked commercial and trading activities. The space began to autonomously build large shopping malls and trading places, with everything automatically restocking, requiring only contribution points for exchanges. Contribution points could be earned through various means. The more work done, the more rewards gained. Everyone worked enthusiastically. In this month, Randy did not involve herself in the power struggles within the Federation government. She stayed in the higher dimensional space every day, looking like a contented old farmer. Sometimes she helped everyone plant, tend to flowers, or cook big meals, then everyone would come for a meal. Actually, these days were quite joyful. But strangely, Dor Emerson seemed to be becoming increasingly troubled. At first, he could still participate in everyone's activities, occasionally spacing out, but gradually, his staring grew longer. Sometimes he would sit by the window, doing nothing for entire afternoons, or sometimes during conversations, his demeanor would become dazed, unresponsive to calls until after a long while he would snap back to normal. His condition worsened, forcing Randy to pay attention. "Josephine, how's Dor Emerson's health?" What's wrong with him? Is he not feeling well?" Josephine, who was rather oblivious, hadn't noticed anything amiss with Dor Emerson. "Is it because of my frequent use of the blessing ability?" Before absorbing the sacred stone, Randy sought a blessing, ensuring she could successfully prevent the Tree of Life's eruption. "But if just scanned, no problem, rest assured, Master," Josephine replied. Frankly, Randy knew nothing about Dor Emerson's past. Perhaps living too isolated in her previous life, she didn't care much about delving into someone's past or future when interacting, thus unable to understand the sorrow in Dor Emerson's eyes. Until one day, Dor Emerson spoke up on his own. "Sister, if you were given another chance, do you think you could change anything?" Randy, who had been picking flowers, froze at this question. A hint of doubt flashed in her eyes, and she softly replied, "Of course, if given another chance, I would definitely do better." Dor Emerson chuckled lightly. "What if you find out that you can't change anything? What if no matter how hard you try, you can't change the outcome of the story?" Randy pondered for a moment, her eyes complicated as she looked at Dor Emerson. Finally, she shook her head. "It's impossible not to be able to change anything. Since fate has given me another chance, it means it wants to see me live this life again. If it's just to repeat the same mistakes, what would be the point?" As Randy spoke, Dor Emerson's gaze was fixed on her intently. Maurice watched her quietly for a long while before finally shifting his gaze. Randy asked, "Why ask such a thing?" Dor Emerson let out an almost imperceptible sigh. "Sister, I think I've messed everything up." Maurice took quite some time to regain his composure after emerging from his memories. Dor Emerson's words weighed heavily on her heart like a rock, making it hard for her to breathe. They were like a suspended sword poised to fall right onto her chest. If all the efforts couldn't change the outcome, then what could she do? The large pit was roughly circular with a diameter of several hundred meters. Even from afar, Randy could already feel the surging energy within. With the absorption of the sacred stone, her anomaly level had now reached around 50s, far surpassing Beryl's. Despite this, Randy still couldn't clearly perceive Conley. Was he human or monster? With my current detection range, I can't even detect the bottom. This big pit might have penetrated through the earth, Randy said with a light laugh. Conley slowly squatted down, picking up a bit of dust from the edge of the pit with a handkerchief and placing it into a plastic bag. At that moment, a rough voice suddenly rang out. I swear, she picked up the raw stone right here. Randy recognized the speaker. It was the Paremison she had just knocked unconscious. Not far away, Adeline Carrier and Dokori were being escorted by a group of fully armed mercenaries towards this pit. Chapter 156, Imper Impersonation. Them. Randy and Conley spoke in unison. These few mercenaries seemed as blind as bats, completely oblivious to Randy and Conley hiding behind the pile of rocks. They proceeded to escort their Priemisonus to the pit entrance. For some unknown rear emison, Randy felt these mercenaries listened intently to Byron, indicating his rather high status among them. Fatima's eyes blazed with fury, a mixture of wanting to struggle yet feeling helpless. I just took care of 2 others today, both bearing the symbol of the Chongming bird. It seems the information Yuan provided was accurate. This must be Duré Pharmaceuticals headquarters. What do you plan to do? Conley looked down at Randy, his gaze lingering momentarily on her rosy lips before he calmly shifted his eyes. Randy didn't notice Conley's subtle actions. When he asked, she simply raised an eyebrow, her demeanor quite bold. We can't just dispose of them casually, they are still somewhat useful. Alicia's face had turned ashen grey by this point. Multiple death threats within a day were too much for even the strongest Paremison. Yet strangely, despite already reaching the pit entrance, these mercenaries abruptly stopped, frozen in place. Byron, mid-swear, also froze, his face contorted in ferocity. Alicia's heart leaped. Could her prayers have worked again? However, at that moment, a domineering female voice broke through the sky, though the Paremison had yet to appear. A worthless rock. And you still haven't retrieved it. What is the point of you all if you can't get such a simple task done? Do you want to feel the whip of this young lady? Fatima inwardly cursed. Randy also paused. Maurice's original plan was to infiltrate Duré Pharmaceutical by impersonating these mercenaries. But seeing the newcomer, Randy suddenly hesitated, and in an instant, changed her mind. This Lin was Asian, and familiar to Randy. In her previous life, this Lin played a significant role in the brutal acts committed by the insurgent army. Tracy, a spatial and fire mutant, rank 15s. Tracy was petite and cute-looking, but judging from her appearance alone, one couldn't imagine the atrocities she committed. Only from her fierce eyes could one glimpse her true nature. The mercenaries had already come back to their senses, trembling upon seeing Tracy. They stammered in broken Chinese, "This Lin says she didn't take anything." Tracy glanced down at the Lin on the ground, noting her bright eyes and good figure, and surprisingly, she was also Asian. Are they the ones? With that, she whipped out a specialized electrified whip. One lash could nearly kill someone. Oddly, as she attempted to strike, Tracy seemed distracted for a second, causing the whip to miss its target. She grew increasingly agitated after missing, striking twice more but still unable to hit her target, as if something interfered. A flash of rage appeared in Tracy's eyes, distorting her delicate features. Fine, so you're trying to hide. Take her back, I'll interrogate her personally. Turning to the mercenaries, she added, "Where's Byron?" Only then did everyone realize Byron had vanished. Despite this, they remained dazed, sensing something off but unable to articulate it. Tracy stared blankly for a while before declaring, "Useless trash." One mercenary hesitantly stepped forward. "And what about this man?" Tracy cast a glance at the other male, noticing him earlier due to his conspicuous icy aura. Unchanging in expression, excitement flickered in her eyes briefly. Maurice's tone remained arrogant. "Take him back as well." Farther away, Alicia and the others were safe. Dokori had tied up Byron, knocking him unconscious before he could make any noise. "Big sister, the purple-clad lady saved us," Fatima whispered. Alicia's eyes sparkled. "So we should help them." The car drove deep into the desert, where no trace of life existed under the scorching sun. Yet, in this desolate place, a massive mechanical arm rose, lifting a platform. The convoy entered the platform, and the mechanical arm retracted back into the sand. Descending vertically for about a minute, the platform finally stopped. During this time, Randy continuously scanned and calculated the depth, growing increasingly astonished the deeper they went. Duré Pharmaceutical had built such a large-scale base in the middle of the desert. What on earth were they planning to do? Randy was only on one of the platforms, and there were hundreds or even thousands more like this one. All Premisonal entering had to go through multiple layers of review, but Tracy held a relatively high position, seemingly not needing to go through these procedures, and she thought so too. However, today, her convoy was stopped by someone who seemed to hold an even higher status. What do you mean? For Tracy to swallow this affront was impossible. But given the other Premison's identity, this was already the best tone she could muster. "I have no intention of making things difficult for Miss Meng. There's no need for you to be so hostile towards me. It's just a routine check." Randy listened clearly from inside the car, This voice was all too familiar to her. Tracy frowned. Junior, you should know what mission I'm on, right? Junior maintained his gentle and appropriate smile, a face that made it impossible for anyone to bear a grudge against him. Of course, I know. Miss Meng is exceptionally talented, and it's understandable to want some special treatment. But these are special times, and I must be extra cautious. Please follow the rules, and don't make things difficult for me. Tracy glared at Junior coldly, locking eyes with him for 2 or 3 seconds before finally turning away with a forced smile, indicating he could proceed. Junior glanced at her convoy, hesitating for just a moment before quickly recovering. Miss Meng has been working tirelessly for the company's development. Naturally, she has nothing to hide. There are no problems here. Proceed. Tracy's expression turned ice cold. Junior was clearly here to humiliate her. Junior had already planned to leave when Conley and Randy got out of the car. Maurice paused mid-step, stopping abruptly as if something came to mind. Chapter 157 Deep Underground. Neither Randy nor Conley seemed particularly surprised by Junior's appearance. Randy had never thought that Junior was simple, and this seemed to confirm her suspicions. Only Tracy wore an unhappy expression, glaring at Junior. Junior did not turn his head but slightly tilted it. Oh yes, I nearly forgot, the decision-making committee needs you for something. Thank you for the reminder, Tracy gritted out, enunciating each word clearly. Tracy wasn't the type to bottle up her emotions. After Junior left, she took her anger out on the remaining people. With a wave of her hand, she struck toward the crowd. Several people were slammed against the walls immediately, but Randy and Conley remained unmoved. Tracy narrowed her eyes and slowly approached Randy, scrutinizing her. Although Tracy hadn't used her full strength, it was still a powerful attack for ordinary people. The fact that this Lin could stand firm indicated that she was not simple and certainly not ordinary. Tracy was brutal but not foolish. Maurice's gaze towards Randy became extremely dangerous. Why are you just standing there like an idiot? Hurry up and lock this woman in solitary confinement. The mercenary quickly agreed. Randy found it amusing internally. Why did this woman think only she was suspicious when neither she nor Conley moved? An idea formed in her mind, and she deliberately said, I don't want to be separated from my boyfriend. Maurice hearing this, a crack appeared on Conley's usually cold face. Seeing the fleeting cunning on Randy's face, he felt somewhat helpless. What time was this? Tracy's expression froze. Maurice is your boyfriend? Randy smiled. Yeah, I'm beautiful, he's handsome, we're a perfect match. What about you? Upon hearing this, Tracy's face turned uglier than ever. Just as she hit a wall with Junior, now she was being provoked by this Lin. On the brink of losing control, she gritted her teeth. You're really not afraid to die? I am afraid, but I'm more afraid of you stealing my boyfriend. No choice, I've been love-brained since childhood. Tracy wanted to strike out but recalled her repeated failures, so she restrained herself. Suddenly, she had an idea and instructed her subordinates, take her to Experimental Zone 2. The subordinate on the left looked hesitant. Shouldn't we report first before sending her in? Tracy curled her lips. I have authority over Experimental Zone 2. Who else do I need to report to? Randy feigned nervousness. What's Experimental Zone 2? Once you get there, you'll know. Take her away, Tracy replied coolly. Randy gave Conley a reassuring look and then pretended to be extremely frightened as she was led away. Only after watching Randy leave did Tracy shift her attention back to Conley. She strutted up to him, towering over him, but the significant height difference thwarted her attempt to appear intimidating. So she frowned. You, bend down for me. Conley's face remained cold, not even giving her a glance, looking in the direction Randy had gone, ignoring Tracy completely. Following Conley's gaze, Tracy chuckled softly, saying sweetly, you do care about her, but soon it won't be necessary. Once inside Experimental Zone 2, even if she doesn't die, she'll be half dead. Finally, Conley glanced at her indifferently, his eyes devoid of emotion, as though looking at a corpse. Maurice averted his gaze after a second. This dismissive look greatly enraged Tracy. Since her transformation, when had anyone dared look at her like that? Do you know, if not for your looks, your fate would be the same as hers? Conley replied coldly, oh. Fuming, Tracy asked sarcastically, oh? Do you really think I can't touch you? Conley walked away, saying coldly, do as you please. Enraged, Tracy would usually have hurt someone badly by now, but facing this man, she always felt an inexplicable threat. Stop. I didn't let you go. Without turning his head, Conley retorted, if I want to leave, I will. You aren't worthy. In the next moment, something incredible happened. The company relied on facial recognition for entry, yet when Conley approached the gate, it scanned successfully. Tracy was dumbfounded. Was this guy an insider? Miss Meng, should we chase him? Tracy stared hard at the direction Conley left, trembling, no need to chase. Investigate. After Randy entered the elevator and descended several dozen meters vertically, it finally stopped with a ding. The elevator doors opened to reveal blinding white light. This must be Experimental Zone 2 that Tracy mentioned, composed of white rooms, each with tightly closed doors. But to Randy, no secrets could hide from her. Such a large human experimentation base, yet the federal government hadn't caught wind of it at all. However, whether they truly hadn't heard anything or chose not to report it after hearing was something Randy couldn't confirm. She was escorted into one of the rooms. To be precise, she walked in herself. Those two people didn't dare to force her. Randy had merely been stalling for time. VV's scan of the entire space took time, and now she had basically grasped the layout of the underground space. The company was about 500 meters deep, with all the labs concentrated at the very bottom, which fit Dure Pharmaceuticals' usual style. There were quite a few isolation cells, but none of them contained Xavier and the others. So Randy intended to stir up some trouble to see if Tracy would send her to the lab. Tracy was less patient than she expected. Without identifying her identity or fitting her with an inhibitor ring, she directly sent her into the experimental area. Unfortunately, Randy wasn't naive enough to think Tracy had truly forgotten this step. She probably had other plans. However, since Randy originally planned to investigate the experimental area anyway, she might as well go along with the plan. After the guards left, Randy easily destroyed the door lock and also interfered with the surveillance. Some kind of device seemed to be blocking mental probes within the entire experimental zone, making Randy's detection unstable. She searched thoroughly but found no trace of Xavier and the others. Where on earth were they detained? The vast laboratory was devoid of any staff, possibly due to notification from Tracy. This was certainly not a good sign for Randy. At this moment, footsteps echoed in the empty corridor, click-clack, like the sound of women's high heels. How peculiar, who would wear high heels in a laboratory? Chapter 158, Clone Laboratory. As soon as she entered, Randy's mental probe started to fluctuate between effective and ineffective. At one point, she couldn't even tell if the presence was human or some sort of monster. She decided to flash into her perimersonal space abruptly. Strangely, at the moment she entered the space, the footsteps ceased immediately. Could Tracy just be trying to scare her with tricks? Unfortunately, Randy had no choice but to come out of her space. The moment she emerged, those odd footsteps sounded again. Randy held her breath and hid in a concealed niche. She was determined to find out what this was all about. The footsteps grew louder, approaching her, until they were almost right in front of her. Randy focused intensely, not blinking, staring intently at the corner. Finally, a figure appeared at the corner. It was a woman, indeed wearing high heels. Maurice's hair was disheveled, making it hard to see her face clearly, but Randy felt that the silhouette seemed familiar. Suddenly, the woman turned her head sharply towards Randy, revealing her entire face. This face made Randy's blood run cold, causing a chill to race up her spine. It was her own face. After seeing Randy, the woman lunged at her in an eerie manner. Perhaps due to the surreal nature of the scene, Randy froze, feeling completely unresponsive. It wasn't until a few seconds before the woman reached her that she regained control over her limbs. In her panic, Randy didn't know which part she pressed, but her body began to plummet straight down. The woman's shrieks gradually faded away as Randy fell. Even after landing on the floor, she hadn't fully recovered from the shock. But here, Randy found her mental powers had completely returned. Before she could catch her breath, she sensed the approach of an elderly man and a young Paremison, quickly retreating into her space. Gabrielle man looked to be around 70, with an unfamiliar face. The younger Paremison, however, was someone Randy recognized, Ashley, with her bobbed hair, round eyes, and face, showing a row of neat teeth when smiling. Little Ashley left quite an impression on Randy during their encounter in the cave. A likable Lynn, she had apparently entered Drazer Pharmaceuticals. Biff, the 7th batch of test subjects has reached maturity. When are we going to start testing? Ashley asked. The old man coughed lightly and replied, no rush yet. Has the 6th batch been processed? Ashley, yes, it's done. This. As they walked further away, their voices faded at the corridor's bend, and Randy could no longer hear what they were saying. After watching them leave, Randy came out of her space and roughly confirmed her location. She should still be in the experimental area. At that moment, violent rumbling echoed through the floor. Not again. Before Randy could react to what was happening, she felt dizzy, like her organs were rearranging themselves. Where am I being transported to now? She regained consciousness inside a room. Upon seeing the surroundings, goosebumps rose all over her body. What the hell kind of laboratory is this? What the hell is all this stuff? Rows of blue experiment tanks housed various biological embryos, but they weren't all in the same stage. Some were infants, some still embryos, others had developed to 6 or 7 years old. The weirdness of this place far exceeded her imagination. First, she saw a face identical to hers, then came this bizarre lab. Even more terrifying was that these embryos weren't individual, they were paired together, like conjoined twins. These embryos developed from small petri dishes, growing larger with connected limbs, skin inseparably joined. Looking closely, their chests rose and fell, indicating they were alive. There were not only human embryos but also animals, various types, mutated and unmutated, classified by numbers, neatly arranged side by side, all having 2 connected bodies. Randy forced herself to suppress her discomfort and circled the room, observing each specimen. Underneath each one, there was a label, 6th generation. Could these be the 6th generation specimens the old man mentioned earlier? How did she end up in this space? Before Randy could think it through, she sensed someone approaching. It was 2 young people, one of whom was Ashley. Why did the system activate just now? It wasn't supposed to be time yet, Ashley remarked. Who knows? They insisted on cleaning the system, which is as useless as a chicken rib. Instead of clearing out the useless stuff, they cleared away the useful things. After cleaning, they didn't even send everything to the waste station. Who knows what might have been thrown into the lab? It turned out she had coincidentally encountered the base's cleanup mechanism. Don't talk anymore. Quickly check the cleanup system. Anything could be swept in, and if something enters the sample room, we'll be in big trouble, Ashley said. The other Paremison seemed to have a lower status than Ashley. Maurice did whatever Ashley said but kept complaining incessantly. You know, why does the professor want so many twins, and they must be naturally conceived twins? Ashley shot him a sharp look and said coldly, shut up and do your job. Maurice hearing this, Randy felt even more uneasy. Maurice's stomach, which had just calmed down, started churning again. If she heard correctly, those twins were taken from living bodies and then turned into conjoined monsters after extraction. What kind of sick Paremison would do such a thing? After tidying up, the two left directly, thoughtfully locking the door behind them. Randy emerged from her space once more, sighing in relief at how useful having a paramersonal space was. These blue incubation tanks looked spectacular in rows, but one empty tank caught Randy's attention. Upon seeing the number on the tank, Randy instantly understood something. Code VD07, name, Junior. No wonder she had met that completely different Junior in the capital base earlier. So, it was like this all along. If that was the case, the Paremison who looked exactly like her that she had just encountered, was it her clone? Just then, a beep was heard, followed by an alarm. Then, a cold electronic voice broadcasted. Experimental subject VA01 has escaped. Repeat, experimental subject VA01 has escaped. Please apprehend immediately. Chapter 159, Junior. After the alarm sounded, Junior felt a headache. How did another test subject escape again? And this time it was VA01, the most intelligent and powerful of all the test subjects. There was no time to put on protective gear. He entered the containment area directly. Researchers were scanning traces with various instruments. They used a special color-developing agent. All test subjects here would secrete a peculiar sweat that would turn blue when it came into contact with the agent. Any findings? Junior asked coldly. A researcher immediately replied, there are indeed traces, but they're chaotic, as if more than one test subject escaped. Junior frowned. What do you mean by more than one test subject? Have you conducted an investigation? Investigation is done, and indeed, only VA01 is missing. That's what's strange. Junior looked at the tracks and pondered for a moment before turning around and leaving, saying as he walked, forget about the rest for now, find VA01 first. Maurice shouldn't have gone far. Everyone hurriedly agreed. Entering the elevator, Junior pressed the lowest button, descending deeper underground. The deepest level was a dark detention room. Junior was very familiar with this place, having visited many times. Without stopping, he skillfully approached the third room on the left. His finger paused on the door for a moment, and it opened automatically. Under dim lighting, there was only a blue glass container in the room, emitting a dark glow. Inside the glass container was a sleeping man. This man had a face identical to Junior's. Junior didn't enter the room, only stopping at the doorway, his expression inscrutable. Suddenly, he chuckled softly and murmured, "You scared me, I thought you had escaped." Ever since childhood, Junior always felt he wasn't favored by his parents. For instance, whenever he was around, his parents would suddenly stop talking mid-conversation. Or when outsiders praised him, his parents would display odd expressions. As a young child, he always believed he wasn't doing well enough and thought that if he tried harder, perhaps he could win his parents' attention. It wasn't until much later that he realized some people might never be blessed from birth. Junior had an elder brother 2 years older than him. Contrary to Junior, his brother would always receive praise from their parents regardless of what he did. They'd applaud his first perfect score, praise him for doing housework for the first time, even the most ordinary things would earn their admiration. Gradually, Junior stopped caring about his parents' attention, though occasionally resentment would creep in. Why did they bring him into the world if they didn't love him? But if he couldn't gain his parents' affection, gaining others' approval would suffice. Maurice became more diligent than anyone, friendlier than anyone, which he owed partly to his kind and amiable face. Until one day, he met Reiker, the Paremison who changed his life forever. Reiker didn't say much to him, just showed him a video. This video made him understand why he was destined never to gain his parents' affection. It was a VCR from his father's perspective, documenting his brother from birth through adulthood and until he fell ill. As organ compatibility was needed, they considered cloning. However, the cloning technology back then was not advanced enough and luck didn't favor them, so they failed. Reluctantly, they turned to extracorporeal cultivation. The method involved taking parents' eggs and sperm, combining them outside the body for cultivation in a nutrient solution, producing a complete individual within 3 months at its shortest. The cultivation technology was quite mature, but it wasn't widely adopted because children produced this way had one flaw: volatile temperaments, quick to anger, and prone to antisocial behavior. Junior always believed he was an exception, being gentle and friendly, rarely losing his temper. Maurice truly thought he would continue like this forever. Until one day, while studying, a kid suddenly said, "They say you're not a normal kid, and your parents don't like you." Junior remembered his reaction vividly, no change in expression, stiff lips, finally managing a smile after a long pause, then saying, "You're right." That night, that child was cruelly murdered on his way home, his body drained of blood. It was Junior who did it. Maurice felt a mixture of pleasure and fear over this side of himself. At this time, Reiker approached him again, not just Reiker, but also a Paremison named Barry, Reiker's senior and once a leading expert in cancer studies in China. But it was a pity that this very master surgeon failed when performing surgery on his own Emerson. By the time Junior met Barry, he had not been on the operating table for a long time. Barry told Junior that his problem could be completely resolved with just a clone, a perfect vessel. Barry, who hadn't operated for many years, actually made an exception for Junior. Sometimes fate is ironic. His brother needed a clone to save his life but failed, and he needed a clone to improve his genes but succeeded. Junior couldn't remember the details of that day's surgery, only that after the surgery, he felt like he was reborn. Mr. N, can I have this clone? Junior suddenly whispered. The clone on the other side wasn't awake yet, and Barry was also stunned. Ordinarily, for safety, such a clone should be cremated immediately after surgery. Maurice looked hesitant because this was not just some tissue but a living parmesan. Teacher, I beg you, I'm willing to be your experimental subject. Junior pleaded softly. Barry paused, surprised that Junior knew about his research direction. After his Emerson's death, he developed an obsession with human anatomy. At first, he started with cadavers, but over time, cadavers no longer satisfied him, leading him to dissect live people. Initially, he pondered how to kill without being discovered, but soon, the apocalypse began, and there were corpses everywhere. Who would care about what he did? How do you know? Barry's tone carried a hint of threat. Junior stared directly into his eyes, madness flickering in his expression, yet his voice remained extremely calm. Twins share an incredibly strong telepathic connection and a blood bond. Only by merging into one, twins can achieve the highest form of human evolution. I like your research direction. No one knew that the part removed from Junior's brain was the one responsible for his sanity. Chapter 160, Finding People. The vibration from the earpiece interrupted Junior's reminiscence. VA-01 has been found? Good, I know, I'll be there. In the high-dimensional space, Thomasina dug out all the information about the Darui Pharmaceutical Company. The more they saw, the angrier everyone became. Damn it. Cloning experiments, extreme experiments, hybridization experiments, transformation experiments, this Darui Pharmaceutical Company is utterly conscienceless. Saying it's a resurgence of Unit 731 isn't an exaggeration. Gale fiercely slammed the table. As an AI, her reaction was quite intense. Not just her, Mariana and Mar Emerson Beeler also crowded over. Thomasina's face crinkled up as she whispered, damn it, this rotten company is even more disgusting than the Mosberly people. Upon hearing this, Randy was taken aback at first, then Gale was taken aback too, and 1111 and Beeler stared wide-eyed. Gale, Thomasina, how come you're swearing now? Thomasina immediately looked guiltily at Dor Emerson. Dor Emerson avoided his gaze and muttered in a low voice. Don't look at me. Dor Emerson had been somewhat gloomy since earlier, lost in thought. Recalling something, Randy gently asked, is this information reminding you of something? Dor Emerson nodded, shook his head, and then nodded again, familiar, but I have no memory of it. Randy said, I understand. A company like Darui Pharmaceutical would definitely modify the memories of their experimental subjects. They wouldn't allow potentially dangerous subjects to run around freely. Just as Dor Emerson was about to say something, Thomasina suddenly exclaimed excitedly, found them. Found what? Randy rushed forward and saw that the signal device linked to Xavier and Kira's information was glowing on the screen. This meant they were still alive. But, they were only barely alive. Why is it only showing Xavier's location? Where's Kira? Where are Stacy and her Ren? Camden? Harry looked more anxious than anyone else. Randy consoled, don't worry, take a closer look. Harry had indeed been too agitated earlier. Now, upon looking closely, he noticed there were multiple signals, some stronger, others weaker, making the weaker ones less obvious. The strength of the signal represents vitality. Inside here, only Stacy's signal is the strongest, meaning he's currently safe, Thomasina added. Harry quickly nodded, alright, so where is this place? I'll go save them right away. Thomasina, it looks like it's in the lab area 7. Harry was about to rush out but was halted by Randy's loud voice. This is how it is, none of you need to go. I'll handle it alone. Just you. Randy, yes, just me. Going solo allows me freedom of movement. More people would just slow me down. Rest assured, Xavier is my friend. I will bring them back. Harry murmured, Xavier is your friend, but Camden. Harry. Dor Emerson's tone carried a hint of danger. Harry realized he had spoken without thinking, especially considering how everyone could see the care Randy showed for them. Feeling somewhat embarrassed after recognizing this, Harry stood there awkwardly. However, Randy either hadn't heard him or chose not to respond and left straight away. At Darui Pharmaceutical Company, in Experimental Area 7, this was the most dangerous experimental zone where all high-risk experiments were conducted. In Experimental Field 23, 2 blood-covered humans were inside a glass room. Both were in poor condition, neither much better than the other, one half laying on the ground, the other leaning against the wall. A closer look revealed these two resembled mirror images, identical from their faces to their builds. Knock knock. The sound of fingers tapping on the glass made the exhausted pair lift their heads. Outside the glass window, Junior smiled innocently as he watched them with interest. Haven't eaten yet? Or can't bring yourself to attack your own brother? Don't forget what I just said, only one of you can survive. Don't blame me for being ruthless. Since you both tried to escape, you deserve some punishment. The VA-01 twins stood up but still didn't make a move. Don't believe me? Junior tilted his head, raising an eyebrow. Still no response. Junior seemed to lose all patience and instructed someone beside him, give them a little extra. The temperature inside the glass room began to rise rapidly. Before leaving, Junior glanced indifferently at the struggling duo. I said, only one can live. Make your choice. After leaving the experimental area, Junior headed straight for the control room. Inside, there was only one man in a white coat, with handsome features that looked no more than 30 or 40 years old. Maurice had an upright posture, smooth skin, and especially his hands, which were as tender as those of a Lynn in her early 20s. "You're even worse than your senior brother." Without turning his head, he said indifferently to the Paremison behind him. Junior smiled faintly. "Teacher and is still my teacher. How can I compare to him?" The man did not reply to Junior but spoke on his own. "We have guests coming." "What kind of guests? Is there new business to discuss?" The man finally turned his head, looking levelly at Junior. "You know what I mean." Junior's expression froze slightly, and before he could speak, his earpiece vibrated. "What is it? Why would the federal government suddenly send an investigation team? Did Storm not stop them?" "I understand, I'm coming." After hanging up the phone, Junior didn't say anything but turned around and left directly. The man laughed bitterly. He was ultimately still too impetuous. His eyes glanced at the monitor, and just this glance made him pause. If anyone else saw it, they would think the display was perfectly normal with nothing amiss. But who was he? Maurice immediately noticed that the display had been tampered with. "Interesting," he muttered. Gale could only teleport Randy to the experimental area but couldn't directly send her into the room, so she still had to search for each Paremison individually. With the help of her spiritual power and Gale, the first people Randy found were Stacy and his Wren. Both were unconscious, and Randy could only roughly confirm their vital signs. She didn't have time for a thorough examination, so she put them into the spatial dimension. The second Paremison she found was Camden. Perhaps because of his age, he had lost his value and was thrown into a pile of dead bodies. When Randy found him, he was already barely breathing. When she tried to find Xavier and Kira next, their signal points suddenly disappeared. Randy's heart sank. This was certainly not a good sign. At the very least, her whereabouts must have been leaked. Chapter 161, Emotional Perception. The oppressive feeling of being controlled struck her again, just as it had Randy before. It was as if a pair of eyes were staring at her intensely, making her feel exposed and vulnerable. Who was watching her? "Save us." A voice flashed through Randy's mind. "Who?" "Test Site 23. The voice spoke again, giving its location. "Test Site 23? The signals from Kira and Xavier vanished at Test Site 17. Realizing this, Randy headed toward that place immediately. In the vast experimental area, only Randy's footsteps echoed. This entire experimental zone seemed to be deserted. Or rather, people had been cleared away again. She stopped when she reached a glass window. This was the room that had emitted the distress signal. To Randy's surprise, the room was empty except for a scorched floor. How could this be? She had received the call for help and came over immediately. There shouldn't have been much time between them, so why was there no one here? But soon, Randy noticed something peculiar about the room. This was not an ordinary laboratory but a room specifically used for punishment. From the traces inside, it appeared that the Paremison within had endured inhuman torture. Randy raised her hand emotionlessly, touching the glass with her fingertips. With just a tap, the glass shattered at her touch, and the fragments turned into dust in midair before they could reach her face. Had a researcher been present, they would have been stunned. After all, this glass was made of space-grade material but shattered under Randy's touch, indicating her immense power. At the moment the glass fragments fell, a profound sense of sorrow overwhelmed Randy's mind. She closed her eyes as soon as the emotion hit her. Inside the small isolation room, two skinny children huddled together, cowering in a corner. "Fernand, what is the outside world like?" "What the outside world is, you will see for yourself soon." "Really? Is Uncle Barkley willing to let us out now? Don't you trust your brother?" "Of course, I trust you, brother. You are my only family. In this life, you are the Paremison I trust the most." Tears welled up in the older brother's eyes. "How many people do you know anyway?" The scene shifted. The two boys were now locked in another room, the very room where Randy now stood. Both were covered in blood, their faces obscured by dirt, making their features unrecognizable. "Do we have to choose who lives between the two of us, brother?" "Yes. Fernand, I'm scared." "Don't be afraid, I will always protect you." One of the boys' eyes suddenly flashed with a fierce resolve. Outside the room, a cold voice ordered, "Give them more treatment." The next second, Randy felt warmth rising from her feet, which quickly turned into intense heat. As time passed, this heat became unbearable. Even under such conditions, the two boys did not attack each other. Instead, they held each other tightly, embracing for dear life. "Fernand, we must live together." "Yes, together we will live and see the outside world." Despite the temperature inside the room reaching levels that could melt humans, the brothers clung to each other without letting go. Randy was merely experiencing emotional perception and couldn't feel their full agony, yet even she found the pain of being burned intolerable. Imagine what it must have been like for the twin brothers inside. "Younger brother, I promised to take you to see the outside world. I never broke my promise. We will never separate." Maurice's thoughts returned, and Randy regained control of her consciousness. When she opened her eyes, tears had filled them. She didn't know how she had suddenly entered that state, and it had never happened before. Now, she was certain that the ashes on the ground were the remains of the two brothers. With trembling fingers, Randy collected the ashes back into her spatial storage. The only explanation was that both brothers were powerful psychic mutants. Before their death, they sent out a distress signal to the nearest psychic mutant, which ended up in Randy's mind. Unfortunately, there was a time delay in the transmission. When Randy received the signal, the brothers might already have been dead. Everyone inside the space shared the brothers' emotions with Randy, and no one spoke up at this moment. A heavy shadow seemed to linger in everyone's heart. When she lifted her gaze again, Randy's eyes had resumed their icy coldness. "Master, someone is coming," Yuan suddenly exclaimed in surprise. To everyone else's surprise, Randy showed no sign of nervousness and continued to collect the brothers' ashes unhurriedly. Without Yuan's reminder, Randy could sense that quite a few people were closing in on her from all directions. In fact, since the moment she stepped into the base, she had been under surveillance. Everything was part of their plan, leading her step by step to this place and into this room. They might have thought their scheme was foolproof. But things always have twists, don't they? The leader was tall and graceful, walking steadily with an amiable face. It was Junior. On his left stood Tracy, and on his right was a Clifton Randy had never seen before. "Sister Randy, it's been a long time," Junior greeted first. Although Junior had a smile on his face, as he spoke, his left hand pressed a button, and in an instant, a laser shot out, securely encircling Randy's neck. "I didn't want to do it this way either, sister. After all, we haven't seen each other for so long, and I still hope to approach you in a relatively friendly manner." Beside him, Tracy said coldly, "Why are you talking nonsense to her? Didn't Teacher Mo say that once Randy is captured, we should immediately kill her and perform a dissection experiment? Such a body, if not sliced into tens of thousands of pieces, would waste her talent." Randy remained silent, but her lips curled into a peculiar smile, her gaze fixed on Junior, devoid of any emotion, utterly cold. Junior did not overlook the coldness and desolation in her eyes. This look made him pause completely. Even though she was restrained by the suppression ring, a strange fear still rose in his heart. Chapter 162, Punishment. This fear was something unfamiliar to Junior. Ever since he underwent the transformation by Barry, he hadn't experienced such an emotion. "Sister, I don't want to get rough with you, please come this way." Junior overcame his peculiar feeling and said gently. Randy's eyes had now turned a light golden hue, emanating an intense pressure as she slowly scanned everyone present. Tracy did not know much about Randy, so she didn't think there was anything amiss at that moment. She merely raised her hand to have the people on either side ready their weapons. Among the three, only the Clifton slightly furrowed his brows, wanting to say something. But seeing Junior's indifferent reaction beside him, he held back. Junior wasn't oblivious to Randy's unusual behavior, but he had absolute confidence in the Tianluo Daige network, so he took no action. However, for Randy, this was an excellent opportunity. "Junior, do you remember what I said to you the last time we met?" Randy suddenly spoke. Junior's expression froze slightly. "I said it had been a long time since you called me sister." "Ah, it seems like a very distant memory." Junior looked wistful, seemingly lost in thought. Randy chuckled softly. "It seems you haven't grasped my meaning." Junior's face stiffened. Looking at him, Randy spoke each word deliberately. "Since I suspected you early on, why would I wait until now to take any action?" The moment these words left Randy's lips, Junior's face changed dramatically, and he pressed a button without hesitation. To his surprise, the button failed to work. Worse still, there was a click, and the suppressor collar around Randy's neck fell off. Tracy's face showed shock, clearly not expecting Randy to break free from the suppressor collar. She immediately bellowed, "Everyone, aim your lasers at her." Instantly, dozens of red targeting dots aimed at Randy. Junior didn't dare be careless. Maurice immediately picked up one of the most powerful weapons currently developed to target psychic mutants. A single shot would cause multiple explosions inside the body, ensuring death no matter where it hit. "You're so afraid of me, should I feel happy or moved?" Randy laughed lightly as she slowly moved forward, exuding an unprecedented aura of dominance and absolute crushing presence over subordinates. "One more step, and I will shoot," Junior warned coldly. Ignoring Junior's warning, Randy continued to approach slowly. "Let me think, what level of mutant were your weapons designed for, 10S, 20S, or 30S? As she spoke, she lifted her arm, pointing at the several dozen white-suited security guards aiming at her from Darui Pharmaceuticals. "A bunch of worthless individuals who can't even reach 10S. With Randy's fingers curling slightly, the machine guns began to twist impossibly, and the red beams instantly redirected. All the red dots aimed directly at Junior. Tracy was pale with shock, instinctively trying to use her abilities. Randy gave her a glance, and she felt an intense pain surge through her mind. Junior also tried to pull the trigger but found Randy right before him, moving so fast she left after images. Before he could activate his ability, he felt excruciating pain in his arm. When he looked down, it was broken, and his weapon was gone. With another blow, he was flung several meters away until his head hit the wall and stopped. All this happened in an instant, too fast for anyone to react. Seeing the chaos, the Clifton beside Junior shook his head, opened a portal in midair, and quietly disappeared. Junior's personality was indeed peculiar. Despite being thrown, he managed to laugh, albeit forced, with blood on his teeth. In the next second, laughter turned to horror as a terrifying psychic attack surged toward everyone. This energy rushed into everyone's minds without any pretense, bringing an overwhelming sense of dread, as if their souls were being ripped out, a piercing pain as if their bodies were breaking apart and reassembling, and an unbearable helplessness. "Junior, activate the final weapon," Tracy shouted, finally sensing the threat of death. Unfortunately, the remote control had already fallen several meters away when Junior was thrown. Before anyone could reach it, Randy shattered it with her energy. Now, Randy finally focused on Tracy. Flashing close, she grabbed her by the hand. "What? What are you going to do to me? Tracy's voice trembled. Randy didn't say a word, raising her hand expressionlessly and slowly pressing toward Tracy's brain. At the moment her fingers made contact, Tracy convulsed violently and let out an agonized scream that abruptly cut off, clearly indicating she was already dead. The remaining people, witnessing Randy take down a 15S-class powerhouse in mere seconds, couldn't even aim at her anymore. Enduring the intense pain in their heads, they scattered immediately. However, Randy had no intention of letting any of them go. Suddenly, energy overflowed again, this time even more overwhelming than before. Those with weaker constitutions were instantly shaken to the point where their internal organs ruptured, blood streaming from their noses and mouths. You're all going to die. With Randy as the center, a wave of energy powerful enough to destroy everything surged outward, assaulting everyone around her. Ah! Those who came into contact with this energy were vaporized instantly, their screams trapped in their throats. Conley arrived hurriedly just in time to witness this scene. Randy's entire body had turned pale gold, her skin nearly translucent, with visible veins. The destructive energy surrounding her caused the others to vaporize instantly. Randy. Conley's voice trembled. Even though he rushed over as quickly as possible, it still ended up like this by the time he arrived. At the sound of his voice, Randy's expression faltered momentarily but quickly returned to its icy state. Anyone familiar with Randy would now sense that her entire demeanor had changed completely, cold, vicious, exuding a killing aura around her. Only Randy herself knew that she felt an endless calmness within. Master, stop, Valerie urged anxiously. As the Paremison most familiar with Randy's body, besides Randy herself, she knew Randy was now in a killing frenzy and would go insane if this continued. Ignoring her, Randy walked step by step towards Junior, each step making her dark aura even more intense. She was completely enveloped by the desire to kill. Chapter 163, Restlessness. Conley no longer hesitated and made a decisive move. He had to stop Randy before she fell into madness. But at that moment, Randy's gaze shifted towards him, and Conley froze in place, momentarily stunned by her calm expression. Randy's voice was devoid of emotion. I know what I'm doing. Conley stopped. Did she really know what she was doing? Randy turned her attention back to Junior. Junior, do you know why I left you for last? Facing Randy, Junior had lost all his ability to fight back. Maurice could only keep retreating, yet his face didn't betray any fear. Because, from the very beginning, I never intended to kill you. Junior froze, and so did Conley. Randy continued slowly, a death would be too merciful for someone like you. I need you to live, to endure pain every single moment. Only then can it be justified for those you've wronged. Don't you agree? What are you going to do? A hint of panic flashed across Junior's face. Where are Xavier and Kira? Randy's hand already rested on Junior's forehead. Unexpectedly, Junior, who had been calm even somewhat tense, suddenly laughed out loud. Ha ha ha, sister, guess. Randy increased the pressure with her fingers, causing Junior to tremble as if his soul had been stripped away. Yet, even in this state, a smile lingered at the corner of his mouth. I'll ask one more time, where are Xavier and Kira? Ha 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 ha, not telling. But sister, even if you go now, it might be too late, right? Seeing that nothing could be gained from questioning, Randy stopped talking and forcefully inserted her mental power into Junior's brain, the harshest method of memory extraction. I see. Randy originally intended to directly sever Junior's limbs, but unexpectedly, the moment her fingers left him, he vanished from his spot. Junior had escaped. Enraged, Randy wanted to fully extend her mental power to chase him but was held back by Conley. Enough. Conley's voice was low and shaky, as if he were barely restraining himself. But in her current state, how could Randy easily heed anyone's advice, even Conley's? Do you want to stop me? Conley, Xavier, and Kira are my friends. Conley's resolve grew firmer. Your emotions are unstable right now. Randy looked at Conley coldly. So, should we just let them die? Conley seemed stung by her gaze, visibly cooling off, yet he didn't release his hold. Trust me, they won't die. Randy, I sense it. Kira and the others have been taken out of the base. Valerie finally managed to interject. In an instant, Randy's expression softened, and she calmed down, suppressing the dark hand. Realizing Conley still held her hand, Randy felt a twinge of guilt. I'm sorry, Truthfully, Randy didn't understand what had come over her. Perhaps the energy from the sacred stone was affecting her too much, and even with the help of the bracelet, she couldn't fully control it. Without any machine to measure, Randy could only speculate that her level might have reached around 50s. A 50s psychic mutant, what a terrifying existence. But great power always came with danger. Any misstep could lead to a real risk of mental breakdown for Randy. Conley said nothing, but the hand holding Randy's began to burn. Davis, temporal gateway, he murmured. Almost instantly, a circle of light appeared before them, and in the next second, both were standing at the edge of the desert camp. Not only Davis, but Fabian was also there, with Kira and Xavier settled in the tents. Conley finally released Randy, and she said nothing, turning instead to attend to Kira and the others. The atmosphere between them became somewhat delicate. Fabian whispered to Davis beside him, did they have a fight? Though he called it a whisper, the volume wasn't quiet enough to be considered secret, it reached Conley's ears perfectly. Davis gave Fabian a scornful look and said coldly, nothing to say? Shut up. Fabian immediately grumbled, poking Davis's side hard, eliciting several eye rolls from him. Kira's condition was slightly better since she was an ordinary Paremison with less research value. But it was different for Xavier. Though his abilities were seen as disgusting by others, he was genuinely capable of evolving into a fully aquatic being. A third of the skin on his arm had been cut away, revealing abnormally grey-blue muscles underneath. If there were healing mutants, it would be helpful, but unfortunately, healing mutants are even rarer than psychic mutants. Miss Jiang, there's a pair of sisters outside who want to see you, Harry said. Ever since they left the Darui Pharmaceutical Company, Harry had been exceptionally respectful towards Randy. Maurice used to call her Randy, but now it was Miss Jiang. Randy knew who the visitors were just by using her psychic power. Let them in. The visitors were indeed Fila and Camilla, the sisters. However, they didn't come empty-handed. Fila held a dark red flower with an extremely large bud that hadn't yet bloomed, emitting an intoxicating fragrance from a distance. Randy looked at them with confusion. What is it? Fila smiled. This flower is called desert meat lotus. It's the sacred flower of our religion and can cure all diseases. It blooms only once every 100 years, and ordinary people might never encounter it. The bud can be stored for 3 years without spoiling, and its petals can be used medicinally. We only obtained this one by chance recently. You've saved us twice, making you a great benefactor to both my sister and me. I believe this will be useful to you. Randy's expression softened, and she finally regained her composure after being surprised. She softly said, "This is too precious. No matter how valuable it can't compare to the grace of saving lives. Sister, please accept it," Camilla said shyly. Camilla, with her naturally cute appearance, was someone Randy couldn't refuse. Maurice hearing this, she felt warmth in her heart and didn't hesitate any longer. But after accepting the flower, Randy encountered another dilemma. However, we don't have a doctor on our team who knows how to use it medicinally. If you don't mind, Grandma can, Camilla suddenly said. Fila nodded as well. Grandma is a famous shaman here in town, and when people fall ill, they go to her for treatment. Randy's lips twitched slightly, unable to help but wonder if the two sisters were joking. Yet, although she thought this, she couldn't bear to discourage their good intentions. So she could only say, "Then let your shaman take a look at my friend." Chapter 164, The Strange Town. Outside the tent, Davis and Conley were talking about something. When they saw Randy and the others emerge from the tent, they fell silent. Randy still felt a bit embarrassed and didn't ask further. Instead, Tallulah became excited when she saw Conley and waved, calling out, "Big Fern and Conley." Conley, hearing Tallulah's voice, walked straight over to them. Maurice merely glanced at the Merida sisters and nodded slightly as a greeting before focusing his gaze on Randy. "The Federation has sent someone. I have to go now. Davis will help you." Conley's voice was calm and low, devoid of any emotion, as if he was merely informing her without expecting a reply. After speaking, he didn't linger but prepared to leave. Be careful." Randy knew that the closer the relationship, the easier it was for a glance or a word to hurt someone. She indeed had no intention of doing so, but her words had been too harsh. Conley had thought Randy wouldn't respond, but upon hearing this, he stopped and turned his head slightly. "When this matter is resolved, I'll take you somewhere." Though Randy didn't understand what Conley meant by this, she didn't question it further. She followed the two sisters into the town, where only a few hundred households resided. Yet, half of the doors were tightly shut. Probing with her senses, Randy confirmed that these houses were indeed empty. Did everyone leave to do business? Randy asked cautiously, a question that had been puzzling her since entering the desert of Bouchwan. Upon hearing Randy's query, Merida's eyes darkened instantly, and Tallulah's face showed a trace of sorrow. Randy could guess some of the truth. Merida's gaze darkened momentarily before returning to normal, flickering with a hint of hatred. That Dray Pharmaceutical Company lured the townspeople with supplies to conduct experiments, saying it was safe. But no one who went ever came back. As Merida spoke, young Tallulah's emotions were evident on her reddened face, her hands clenched in anger. So it's true. Randy's reaction was calm, as if she had guessed it all along. That's the house ahead. By the time she finished speaking, they had already arrived at Grandma Ainsley's residence. Before even approaching, Randy furrowed her brows and looked at Merida, who returned an puzzled expression. Something isn't right. Merida was immediately alarmed. Did Grandma also get taken away? Randy remained silent, then flashed toward the door. The door was closed, everything quiet, emitting a faint smell of blood. But strangely enough, no matter how much spiritual energy Randy released, she detected no one else besides the old woman inside. This suggested that the old woman was not just an ordinary Paremison. Without telling the Merida sisters her suspicions, Randy pushed the door open and entered first. Merida's voice came from behind. "Miss Jiang." Inside, the strange feeling grew stronger. The room was dim, and after adapting to the darkness, she noticed its simple layout, a bronze statue in the center of the room, and a mat. That was all. The Grand Wren, seemingly 70 or 80 years old, sat on the mat motionless upon hearing Randy enter. One glance was enough for Randy to know the old woman's vitality was very weak. Seeing the statue, Randy finally understood where the strange feeling originated. The Saint and Church. Gabrielle woman did not react, as if she hadn't heard. Randy's eyes hardened, and she thrust out a burst of energy, turning the bronze statue to dust. Only then did the old woman open her hazy eyes. It seemed the elder was too agitated to form complete sentences. "I sometimes wonder why I've never seen a member of the Saint and Church. Now, finally, I have," Randy mused aloud. When Merida and Tallulah entered, they saw the destroyed shrine, the proud-looking Lynn, and the trembling elder, a scene that would make anyone think Randy was taking advantage of the situation. But Merida, saved by Randy, couldn't believe she was such a Paremison. What's going on? Gavriel muttered something in the local dialect. Randy didn't understand, but Merida froze, her expression becoming peculiar. After a long silence, Merida finally spoke. Miss Jiang, you should leave. Even though Randy didn't understand the words, she grasped their meaning more or less. It's just that they think as an outsider, what right does she have to interfere too much with their beliefs? Or why did Merida bring her to the village, affecting the original lives of the people here? Randy sneered. If it were another church, I might not care, but you believe in the Saint and Church, and I really need to address this. If I'm correct, the whole town believes in this church, right? Tallulah didn't have any special feelings towards the Saint and Church, she only knew it was her sister's faith. But she didn't understand why Randy suddenly became so agitated. Merida felt powerless once again. Miss Jiang, you are my benefactor, we mean no harm to you, but please don't interfere too much with our lives. Please, leave. Randy did not respond but turned and walked to the altar, pulling away the curtain to reveal what was behind it. 2 human hearts, 2 kidneys, 5 or 6 hands, all offerings on the altar. Merida and Tallulah trembled when they saw it, clearly realizing things had gone beyond their imagination. What kind of ritual are you performing? Randy asked again. Maurice's question was met with silence, even unveiling the curtain elicited no response from the old woman. Seeing those items herself, Merida could no longer object to Randy's actions and stood awkwardly aside for a moment. Randy pressed her earpiece, calling Davis. Maurice, take Xavier back to City A to find Coralie, there's someone who can save him. Don't worry about me, my level is higher than yours, I won't die. Okay, I'll handle talking to Conley myself. After hanging up, Randy waved her hand, opening all the windows and doors, letting light flood in. She then said to Merida in a solemn voice, Merida, she may not understand me, so I hope you can help me ask her exactly what she is doing. Chapter 165, Collecting Body Parts. After a long while, Marcy eventually nodded and walked over to the elder, starting to converse in the local dialect. Randy guessed correctly, the elder only spoke the local dialect and hadn't responded earlier because she didn't understand. The two communicated for a long time before their voices finally fell silent. Marcy's expression looked conflicted, but she ultimately relented. She approached Randy and, under her gaze, slowly knelt down. Randy turned sideways, tilting her head in confusion. What are you doing? Marcy remained kneeling, now with a mournful look. I have sinned, and so has Grandma, but I ask you to forgive her ignorance, considering her age and lack of education. Though this was somewhat expected by Randy, letting Marcy kneel like this wasn't right. With that thought, Randy found a straw fan and sat cross-legged, making it seem as if Marcy wasn't kneeling to her. Whether or not I forgive, let me hear your story first. Camilla, find a straw fan for your sister to sit on. Camilla immediately fetched a straw fan for her sister and sat down herself. At this point, Marcy's eyes were already filled with tears. After a long pause, she softly said, before the apocalypse, our town was isolated from the world. The residents here rarely interacted with the outside world and received little education. But after the apocalypse began, around when the blue screen activated, a group of people came here, calling themselves the Supreme Race. Randy nodded. Go on. At that time, we were suffering from famine, and the Federation couldn't reach us. This group brought a large amount of food and supplies. Their leader was very powerful, the strongest Paremison I've ever seen. Under their influence, 90% of the townspeople joined them. I did too, because only by becoming one of them would we be protected. But soon after they arrived, things became increasingly chaotic. All kinds of people came here, gradually taking over our territory, causing the village population to drastically decrease. However, the most loyal to the saint and religion were still the elderly in the village. They had witnessed the miracles of saint and saving lives and reviving the dead, with no reasonable explanation, leading to their extreme loyalty. But during this process, I discovered problems within the saint and religion. Their sacrificial methods were extremely cruel. Whenever there was a large-scale ritual, human bones and flesh were required. The villagers, not knowing any better, followed suit whenever they sought blessings or prayed for children. But I swear, they never killed anyone. These human remains were collected from the desert. Randy raised an eyebrow. You're lying. How could there be so many fresh human bones in the desert? Clearly, they haven't been dead for long. Marcy was almost in tears. I swear on the desert meat lotus, I'm not lying. Dreffer Pharmaceutical Company dumps fresh corpses every day. You mean, every day, there are bodies? Randy seized this information. Yes, my sister and I did attend school, so we know what modern society is like. But the older generation in our village is still in a primitive stage. You can't expect them to follow modern values. Realizing this, Randy felt a deep sense of irony and sadness. These people had been left behind in the march of civilization, with ignorance taking root in their hearts, ultimately becoming a black hole that would consume them, along with their era, sealed in the long river of human history. Seeing Randy not blaming the elder, Marcy's expression eased, but she felt embarrassed to follow Randy. Unexpectedly, Randy spoke up. Marcy, where do you usually collect human remains? Marcy's lips twitched. It's them, not me. I don't do that. Randy waved her hand. Just tell me the general area they go to. You don't need to lead me there. Marcy sighed and slowly replied, you've been there before. Randy was taken aback. Had she been there? It's the big pit, where you saved me the second time. It turned out to be that place. That pit certainly had some secrets. Conley mentioned something about the Federation coming. What could bring them here? Randy speculated it was probably related to that big pit. With that thought, Randy smiled slightly. Marcy, you're a good Paremison. I'm glad I met you. Turning to Camilla as well, she said, you too. Marcy quickly waved her hands. Don't say that. You've saved us twice, and we couldn't even help you properly, let alone upset you. Randy smiled again. Would you like to give me some practical help? Marcy's eyes lit up immediately. Of course, if it's possible. This time, getting close to the pit wouldn't be easy. After the Federation's investigation team arrived, the area had been sealed off. From a distance, there were many people present, including Beryl, Gabby, Tiara, Alida, and more than a dozen Class 20S+ mutants from various categories. The Federation's attention to this pit was clearly no ordinary matter. Originally, Randy and the others were just observing when suddenly a Paremison appeared before them, warning, "Who are you? This is a Federation investigation. An authorized Paremisonal must leave immediately." Given the range, a slightly higher-level psychic mutant could sense that Randy hadn't intended to hide herself. Being discovered was within her expectations. Federation Special Enforcer, Randy, here to assist with the investigation. Randy lifted her badge, coldly stating. The man didn't recognize Randy and did not lower his guard even after seeing the badge. This mission is classified as S-level, and I've never heard of needing assistance for an investigation. The man was quick-witted and not easily fooled. Randy had already taken a higher view of him, so she asked, "You're quite clever, what's your name?" The man was about 20 years old, with a baby face and short stature. Upon hearing Randy's words, he inexplicably blushed. "What does it matter to you what my name is?" "Portia, she is indeed a Federation enforcer, but you did very well." "Stand down," someone else interjected. Chapter 166, Into the Pit. The Paremison who arrived was Beryl. After a long time of not seeing each other, he seemed somewhat different, specifically in terms of his demeanor and gaze. Portia was startled upon seeing the arrival, glancing at Randy with a hint of awkwardness in her eyes. "So your name is Portia?" Randy smiled. "Why did you come without informing me first?" Beryl stepped forward, snapping his fingers in front of Randy. "Good, he's still the same as before. Do you expect me to roll out a red carpet for you if I had been informed earlier?" Beryl chuckled and gestured, "Let's go." As Randy followed Beryl to the pit, most people were busy monitoring data and preparing for the descent, so few noticed Randy's arrival. Jiang Jie quickly scanned the area but didn't see Conley. Could he have already descended into the pit? Gabby glanced over at them. His usually stern face softened slightly when he recognized the arrivals. Alida also saw them and, upon spotting Randy, a flicker of confusion passed through her eyes before she quickly composed herself. She hurried over with a polite smile and extended her hand. "I remember you, Miss Jiang, you're Fernand Conley's friend." Randy hadn't seen Alida in a long time. Compared to their last meeting, her hair had grown longer, and she looked more natural without makeup, though there were dark circles under her eyes from fatigue. Yet this only added to her charm. "Long time no see, Miss G, you look even more beautiful." Alida smiled warmly. It always feels good to be complimented on one's appearance. Before they could continue their conversation, a strange noise suddenly came from the large pit nearby. Alida's expression changed dramatically, and she rushed toward the opening. Randy felt an inexplicable sense of panic and followed her. How did the signal suddenly cut off? Gabby's tone wasn't pleasant. "I don't know. The screen just glitched, and then we lost their signal," someone replied. "Was it caused by that strange noise? Have you found anything yet?" Alida asked urgently. A technician nearby shook his head. Dayton's attitude was even worse. "How could you send people down without proper preparation? Do you not treat us like humans?" "Cheening, calm down. We need to focus on rescuing them," Gabby said calmly. "Don't tell me to calm down. Who exactly is being endangered here? You politicians just point fingers while others risk their lives for you. So noble." Seeing the tension rise, Beryl spoke up in a deep voice. "Enough. Arguing won't help. The technicians should keep monitoring. If there's no response in half an hour, I'll go down myself." Gabby immediately objected. "No, anyone else can go, but not you." Indeed, Beryl's status within the Federation was now too important to risk casually. To Dayton, however, these words sounded unsettling, and he couldn't help but sneer. "So his life matters, but others don't. Gabby, you really are cold-blooded." Gabby's face changed, and he retorted, "Say what you want." "The answer is no. If anyone can go, then maybe I can," Randy suddenly interjected. Everyone fell silent for a moment. Gabby and Dayton both opened their mouths but ultimately said nothing. "What will you achieve by going down there?" A cold voice rang out. Maurice hearing this voice, Randy hesitated and instinctively turned around to see Conley approaching with a serious expression. "Conley, he didn't go down." At that moment, Randy felt a string inside her snap, and her heart calmed instantly. Alida scolded mildly, "Miss Jiang wants to help. Why are you being so harsh?" To outsiders, this might sound intimate, but Randy knew they were acquaintances, so she didn't find it unusual. Conley stood silently behind Randy, his cold gaze sweeping over everyone. Even Dayton felt uncomfortable and lowered his head. For a moment, he had thought sending this young woman down wouldn't be a problem, but now, reflecting on it, he realized how similar it would make him and Gabby. Beryl asked, "What did Dure Pharmaceuticals say?" They agreed to lend us signal boosters and assist with the investigation, provided that the Federation does not interfere with their business operations. Alright, let's send these signal boosters down first. No one needs to go down for now. Dayton, what about those people down there? Before he could finish his sentence, he was interrupted by a voice. The signal is back. Upon hearing this, everyone quickly gathered around. On the screen, several signal points reappeared, indicating that the people were still alive. Beryl said, regardless of whether they found anything or not, tell them to come up immediately. Randy finally interjected, what exactly do you have in this big pit that made you travel all the way here? Alida whispered, Miss Jiang didn't know? Randy's expression suddenly became somewhat peculiar. Unaware of Randy's unusual reaction, Alida continued on her own accord, they say this place might very well be the relic of a space-time passage. So, that's it, Randy said haltingly. Alida looked puzzled, are you okay, Miss Jiang? You seem a bit flushed. Randy laughed awkwardly, maybe it's because it's too hot here. Alida also nodded, indeed, the sun here is quite intense. The rear Emerson for Randy's strange reaction was because Conley, who was behind her, was actually pinching her waist with his fingers. This scoundrel, acting calm and collected on the surface but daring to do such things in front of so many people behind her back. Randy silently moved away, positioning herself closer to Alida, which naturally put her further away from Conley. But this action made someone else's expression even worse. Miss Jiang, weren't you feeling hot? Why are you getting so close to me? Randy laughed, Morisehi, it's a bit stuffy in the greenhouse. Your scent is more pleasant. Alida immediately brightened, really? It's a perfume I mixed myself. If you like it, I can give you a bottle when we get back. Sure. Friendship between Lins is easy to build, especially between good-looking and enthusiastic Lins. Alida's affection for Randy increased significantly in an instant. At this moment, a sudden cry came from afar, don't get too close. Chapter 167, The Mysterious Box. A strangely familiar aura rapidly approached, and a chill flashed through Randy's eyes. Maurice's heart raced with a wild conjecture, prompting her to turn and dash toward the cave entrance. The special detachment members who had descended for reconnaissance were already being pulled up, accompanied by a large lacquered box adorned with carvings. At just one glance inside, Randy felt her limbs grow cold. Beryl said, those not in protective suits, stay away from that box. One Paremison stepped forward and lightly touched it. A piercing wail ensued as this Paremison's arm began to swell rapidly, veins turning blackish-purple, grotesquely spreading across the entire arm, threatening to invade the rest of the body. Cut off his right arm. Randy shouted almost simultaneously. Without hesitation, Beryl swiftly severed the man's arm, stopping the spread of those frenzied black lines. Medical Paremisonal immediately moved in to stop the bleeding and bandage him. As the severed arm fell to the ground, the earth around it was also corroded. A prolonged silence enveloped the surroundings, broken only by the man's agonized cries. Events unfolded too quickly, and the symptoms were too terrifying, leaving everyone in shock and dread. No one dared approach the box. Conley's face suddenly changed when he saw the box. Where did you obtain this box? Randy asked coldly. Beryl glanced at Randy, noticing her unusually intense reaction. A member of the team hurriedly explained, we were about 300 meters down when we felt a momentary daze. Then we found a half-man height passage, and this box was inside. Randy asked, apart from this box, what else did you find in that passage? That space had an interesting layout. We took photos but only brought back this one box. Randy's eyes reddened slightly, staring intently at the box. Based on current observations, the contents seemed to align with her suspicions. In the late stages of the apocalypse in her previous life, a species known as the living dead appeared, similar to zombies in apocalyptic movies. However, unlike typical zombies, these living dead did not spread through viruses and possessed intelligence. They didn't aim to simply assimilate humans but instead followed their biological imperative to reproduce. These living dead themselves lacked reproductive capabilities. They would capture young human females as breeding vessels, continuously expanding their race. The initial signs of the appearance of these living dead seemed to originate from a non-contagious virus. Randy knew the horror this could bring, but since she had a second chance, she wouldn't allow such events to happen again. She immediately declared, no one is to touch this box. Transport it immediately to the Joint Research Center and initiate Level 10 destruction procedures. Ensure this thing is completely destroyed. Level 10 destruction is the highest level of all destruction protocols, involving multiple destruction methods in a fully sealed environment. The final remnants are sent directly into space to ensure complete eradication from Earth. However, this protocol has never been activated. A researcher in the team objected, we haven't yet studied its mechanism or composition. Destroying it now would waste all our efforts on this expedition. Not only the researcher, even Gabby hesitated. Though the item was indeed ominous, they had exerted so much effort to investigate the connection between the pit and the spatio-temporal passage. The box represented their sole discovery. Destroying it outright was hard to accept. Conley said, I agree with Randy, and I volunteer to personally escort the box to the Federation Research Center for destruction. Randy felt a warmth in her heart. Conley trusted her in this moment. Beryl's gaze was heavy. As Edward of the investigation team, he had to make the final call. After a long pause, he said, we'll send the item back to the research center, but not for immediate destruction. Let researchers analyze it first. If danger is detected, then we will initiate Level 10 destruction. Beryl's arrangement was Emersonable as the team leader. Had Randy not lived through this before, she might have accepted it. But she understood the true horrors this item held. Moreover, in her past life, the virus had escaped from a laboratory, indicating that this item had been sent there for study and subsequently failed. Randy said slowly, "Beryl, you are also a mental-type mutant. I don't believe you can't sense how terrifying the thing inside this box is. With just touching the box leading to losing an arm, do you still want to study this item?" Beryl glanced at the injured Emerson who had already fallen unconscious, a hint of struggle flashing in his eyes. In the end, he conceded, "Let's take the box and the severed arm back for hazardous substance analysis, including radiation and virus detection. If there are uncontrollable factors, destroy it immediately." Meeting Beryl's gaze, Randy finally sighed. She knew this was the biggest concession Beryl could make. Conley also fell silent for a moment. Just as Randy thought Conley was about to agree with Beryl's arrangement, his fingertips twitched slightly. The silver ring on his left middle finger suddenly emitted a beam of light that enveloped the box and the severed arm on the ground. In the next second, they vanished. The sudden disappearance of the items caused everyone's expressions to change, except Beryl, who saw everything clearly and rushed over to Conley in a few quick movements. "Conley, what are you doing?" Beryl was tall and slim, standing eye to eye with Conley, but Conley's cold, composed demeanor made him seem even more resolute. "This item can only be destroyed, not studied." Beryl sneered, "Just because you say it can't be studied, it can't be? Who do you think you are, Conley?" Conley's eyes grew colder, looking at Beryl expressionlessly before slowly raising a golden carved badge and shouting, "I command you, in the name of the Federation's highest judicial punishment commissioner, to terminate this research." At these words, most people were puzzled. What was the commissioner? Only Gabby and Luo-Chinian showed changed expressions. Suddenly, as if realizing something, Gabby's expression became somewhat odd. "Ha ha ha ha, good one, Delbert. Even after being in a coma for so long, you still left such a contingency plan." Chapter 168 Return Trip. The investigator who had just been there said with reluctance, "Are we just going to let him take the item away? Doesn't this mean our trip was for nothing?" Alida glanced at him and replied curiously, "How could it be for nothing? You clearly took many photos and collected numerous geological samples. Those are all gains. How can you equate them? The box might contain the code to break through human genetic limitations. Isn't that an opportunity for humanity?" Randy remarked, "You also said might. What if the box contains a virus capable of destroying humanity?" Gavrieli researcher turned red with anger after being countered by Alida and Randy. "Alright, Biff Mo, the position of the chief judge is far higher than ours. We definitely won't be taking the box back today," Gabby suddenly interjected. Randy couldn't read Gabby. Sometimes she felt like they were kindred spirits, while other times she felt very distant from her. Beryl's originally unpleasant expression suddenly relaxed, even the corners of his lips curved into a smile. "Since Chief Judge wants the box, we have no objections. We're all working for the Federation, so let's avoid disputes to maintain harmony." At this moment, the Elwood who lost one arm woke up. His eyes still looked somewhat dazed, but he finally seemed out of danger. "What do you feel?" Gabby immediately asked upon seeing him awake. The youth replied, "Week all over, that's it." It's a normal reaction due to excessive blood loss." Seeing that he didn't have any other problems, everyone sighed in relief, and the fear brought by the box slightly diminished. However, at this time, Randy's gaze turned cold because she saw a red line flash by the Elwood's ear. Worried that she might have misseen, she even activated her inner vision ability. Yet, the result was undeniably true. "Did I really see wrong?" Conley touched her arm. "What's wrong?" Randy shook her head. She couldn't be sure either. Actually, if they wanted to ensure the safety of the majority and prevent any threats, the best way would be to kill the youth outright. However, he had shown no abnormal behavior up until now, and Randy had no evidence to prove otherwise. In front of so many people, it was impossible for her to kill him without Rhea Emerson. Nevertheless, Randy still placed a tracker on him. If anything went awry, she would eliminate him instantly. Too many questions remained unresolved, which made Randy uneasy. They had successfully thwarted the Mospelian plan and prevented Earth's halt, yet the progress of space development only increased by 15%. Burning down a Sainton base alone had boosted it by 10%. What exactly was wrong? And Conley still held too many secrets within him. This was why Randy couldn't fully trust him yet. But, Randy narrowed her eyes slightly. With Junior, these questions might find some answers. The federal government did not overly pursue the non-ethical experiments De Rui Pharmaceutical Company conducted with Reiker in the past. After this survey ended, Beryl personally met with the company's senior management and concluded several collaborations. De Rui Pharmaceutical Company showed signs of revival. "Fernand Conley, don't you intend to return to City A?" Alida asked. "Yeah, take care," Conley replied indifferently. Maurice planned to destroy the box first with Randy. Alida seemed hesitant about something. At this moment, Randy approached as well. Seeing Alida, she asked curiously, "Beryl and the others went to De Rui Pharmaceutical Company. Aren't you joining them?" Alida shook her head. "No, I'll head straight back to Mengen." Mengen Base was the home of the G family. Randy nodded and added, "Are you going alone? It's chaotic now. Why don't we give you a ride?" Alida was a bit taken aback. "You?" Conley clarified, "Randy and I will go destroy the box." Oh, no thanks then, you'll need to detour if you escort me. I'll take a private plane back." Randy looked at Conley. She was indeed a little concerned about sending such a young Lin back alone, even though G family security was top-notch. She reiterated, "Can you guarantee your safety?" "I don't mind the detour." "Aye, do you underestimate me?" A rather youthful male voice sounded. Randy turned to find Portia. Judging by appearance, his rank seemed to be around 20s. Alida laughed. "Don't worry, Fernand Portia will protect me. You two focus on your task." Seeing her insistence, Randy could only give up. Conley also nodded at them, and the group parted ways. This plane wasn't large but was a luxurious private one, even equipped with a bed. Upon seeing it, Randy couldn't help but sigh. Conley sure knew how to enjoy life. Alia jumped out of the space and took over the largest bed. Since Randy and Conley had no intention of sleeping, they just let it be. Randy seemed hesitant about something the whole journey. Finally, Conley asked, "What's wrong?" Since Conley initiated the question, after some deliberation, she spoke out, "In the basement of Darui Pharmaceutical Company, I encountered someone who looks exactly like me." Conley's expression turned serious. "Exactly alike?" "Yes, I suspect they might have obtained my genes and cloned one." Conley nodded. "That's not impossible. I have to go back to Darui Pharmaceutical Company," Randy said with narrowed eyes, calmly. Conley glanced at her without a word. At this moment, something happened. The plane suddenly shook violently. In the next second, a circle of light appeared in the cabin, and two people walked out. "Randy, ghost. Like you're talking," Ishmael said angrily. The arrivals were Davis and Ishmael. "Randy, you can teleport here at such a high altitude. Are there no limits for you two?" Davis replied, "This is our limit. We really couldn't wait any longer." Randy quickly noticed Ishmael's missing left arm and said in surprise, "It wasn't this severe last time we met." Conley's face immediately turned grim, immediately thinking of something. He said solemnly, "You met Ishmael?" Although Randy already guessed this Ishmael wasn't that Ishmael, hearing it still felt a bit strange. "Yeah, I met Jack and others when sending Xavier," Davis responded. Chapter 169 Tornado. Randy frowned. "What's going on?" Davis sighed. "Miss Jiang, I can explain this to you later, but please, can you save Ishmael first?" Ishmael had already become like a cloud of gas, about to dissipate in the next second, and the connection at his arms was becoming more and more transparent. Yet even at this moment, he wore an indifferent expression, even showing a hint of relief. Randy frowned deeply. "This man. How can I save him?" Davis whispered, "The sacred stone. The energy within the sacred stone can do it, which is why we went to the Morisengduan Mountains last time." Randy thought for a moment. "Oh, that's what you mean," she added, "but I've already absorbed that stone." A rare trace of panic appeared on Davis's usually stern face. "It's okay, Miss Jiang, as long as you can use the power of that stone." "Miss Jiang, this is the first time I'm begging someone. I swear by my identity as a Federation law enforcer that if you can save him, I am willing to serve you for the rest of my life." Morris hearing what Davis said, Randy felt puzzled. Why would he demean himself so much for Ishmael? "Davis." Ishmael finally spoke. "This is my own business. Why are you helping me beg?" Randy closed her eyes briefly, took a deep breath, and then said, "Davis, he's right. Those who need help should be the ones asking. If I'm helping him, what do I need your gratitude for?" Davis shook his head hurriedly. "No, you're helping me. Maurice no longer wants to live. It's me. I want him to live." Randy looked at Ishmael and saw that his eyes were as dead as ashes, completely resigned to death. "Davis, let me tell you clearly, I can save people, but the Paremison being saved must have a clear desire to live. I need to see their effort and determination to survive. There's no point in trying to save someone who's determined to die." Davis could not argue with this. Maurice had no right to ask Randy to save someone who wanted to die. Conley, who had been half closing his eyes, suddenly lifted his eyelids and focused his gaze on Randy, his expression deep and contemplative, as if thinking about something. "Ha ha ha, Miss Jiang," Ishmael suddenly said, "I once planned to kill you, remember? If someone wanted to kill me, I would definitely tear them apart before they could act, never mind saving them." "Ha ha ha. Ishmael, shut up." Davis's voice seemed to come through clenched teeth. Randy glanced at him coldly. "Sorry, can't forget." Just then, the aircraft encountered another violent jolt, as if caught in some extreme airflow, making everyone dizzy. Randy's expression changed. This didn't feel like ordinary turbulence. Conley instantly flashed into the cockpit, and Randy immediately expanded her mental detection. "Is this a tornado?" The aircraft was passing over the ocean, and not far away, there appeared a massive water column between the sky and sea, stirred by fierce winds, creating a huge whirlpool. The clear skies were suddenly overshadowed by dark clouds. Davis was also startled. "How can we encounter a tornado here? With blue screen, how is this possible?" Randy glanced coldly at the man on the ground and firmly pressed her hand to his forehead. In the next moment, a powerful suction force came from her hand. Randy felt something inside her swirling, while Ishmael's dissipating body began to gradually coalesce. Such a simple thing, and two grown men crying and nagging, what a fuss. She coldly remarked and headed towards the cockpit, moving so fast that both men barely registered it. "Don't just stand there stupidly. Come up with ideas quickly. We need to figure out how to get out of this vortex." Randy's voice sounded again, bringing both men back to their senses. There was a bigger crisis now. As the storm intensified, water spiraled upwards from the surface in a vortex, with enormous suction pulling at their aircraft, causing it to shake violently as if about to disintegrate in midair. "This tornado is definitely abnormal. Logically, such intense disturbances shouldn't occur over the sea, Davis noted. Randy inexplicably recalled the tsunami she experienced on the eastern coast. Could there be some connection? Davis, we're too far from the shore, all we can do is open a channel on the sea surface. Randy sighed, fine, I'll do it. Consider yourselves lucky. Before anyone else could react to her words, they felt their feet touch soft soil the next second. Indeed, it was soil. Randy had teleported them into a space. Davis's face was full of shock. Randy, do you also have spatial abilities? This isn't my ability. I can't tell you what it is yet. Davis nodded. Randy said, Josephine, teleport us to the east coast. Josephine, I can't do that, Master. Why not? The east coast is facing a tsunami, rated at level 5 initially. Upon hearing this, everyone was shocked. Tsunami levels are rated from 1 to 6, with 4 or above causing devastating destruction. A level 5 was unimaginable. A level 5 tsunami under the control of Blue Screen. The residents were all people who lived by the sea, and for a moment, the atmosphere became heavy and oppressive. Go to the capital base first and destroy the box, Conley said solemnly. Big Fernand Conley, although you are very handsome, I only listened to Master. Conley was momentarily speechless, but didn't say much, just looking at Randy. All right, directly teleport us to the Federation Research Center. Almost instantly, they were teleported to the capital base. Even Davis couldn't help but inwardly grumble, if she has this ability, why not use it from the start? Does she enjoy the thrill of waiting until the last minute? With Conley present, the process of destroying the box went smoothly. It wasn't until seeing that item completely handled did Randy feel a slight sense of relief. But the next second, she felt uneasy again. The development process of the space showed no change at all. Did this mean the issue hadn't been completely resolved? If so, there must be something wrong with that man. When Randy and Conley came out of the research center, Davis and Ishmael hadn't left yet. Ishmael's earlobes were slightly red, and upon seeing Randy, he avoided her gaze, looking quite awkward, as if forced into an uncomfortable situation. Davis, Miss Jiang, he has something to say to you. Chapter 170, Private Base. Randy looked at Fabian, who seemed to have made some difficult decision. Yet, he muttered quickly, sorry, and thank you. Randy raised an eyebrow, her voice inexplicably louder. What did you say? I didn't hear clearly. It was precisely the time for people to leave work. Researchers were coming and going, and some cast curious glances when they heard Randy's voice. Fabian knew Randy was doing this on purpose, but he had no choice. Maurice had to toughen up and speak loudly. I said, thank you, sorry. Randy, oh, thank who? Fabian gritted his teeth. Thank little sister Randy. Who is your little sister? Fabian, Randy, that's enough. I must make one thing clear. I saved you because you're still of some use. Don't get any ideas. We haven't settled the account for your chasing me yet. I'll keep it in mind depending on my mood, Randy said coolly. What kind of temper did Fabian have? Maurice could definitely curse when expressing his emotions, but now, receiving someone's favor, he couldn't even speak a word. He might as well be dead. But if he really died, did Randy see his will to live? After saying goodbye to Davis and Fabian, Randy turned around and saw Conley standing not far away, looking at her with a deep gaze. That look seemed to contain many complicated emotions. For some rear Emerson, Randy suddenly felt he was distant and unattainable, like he didn't belong to this world and would vanish in the next moment. Randy didn't know why she suddenly had this thought. Maurice's eyelashes trembled slightly as she walked forward quickly and reached out to grab Conley. Conley, let's go. She said this, but failed to pull him. The next second, she was instead pulled into his arms. In the bustling research center road, Conley slowly lowered his head and kissed the corner of Randy's lips lightly, like a feather brushing past, tickling her heart while making her feel profoundly cherished. I want to take you somewhere, Conley whispered. Randy subconsciously replied, where are we going? We still have so much to do. Conley, to meet someone. Randy solved her breakfast in the car, eating at her favorite porridge shop before the apocalypse. Luckily, the self-driving car was steady enough, otherwise, she would have spilled soup all over Conley. So, two Fabians cannot meet. Once they meet, one will disappear, right? Conley nodded. Theoretically, yes. In the car, Conley finally explained the situation with Fabian to Randy. This Fabian, who once knew Davis and was a student of Coralie, had been brought into this world through a time portal from another parallel universe. Therefore, his energy was extremely unstable, and he would dissipate upon encountering the original owner of this world. Randy hadn't expected that this incident originated from the time portal. From Coralie, Randy learned that all these disasters stemmed from the time portal, which was inherently a potential threat. Currently, it was under the control of the federal government, and one could only hope it wouldn't cause major crises. Suddenly, an image of a jade pendant flashed in Randy's mind, the key given by the man in the hospital gown. Why did he give the key to her? The journey took longer than Randy had anticipated, lasting half a day until they reached their destination in the afternoon. As the climate gradually stabilized, more and more private bases appeared. The wealthy and powerful could build bases themselves with great autonomy. And this place they arrived at was also a private base. After probing with her mental power, Randy realized there was more to it. The entire base covered a vast area, spreading across the mountain range, including farmlands, streams, and houses. It was evident that this was a hidden paradise amidst chaos. This made Randy slightly surprised. She hadn't expected that in the real world, someone had done the same as her. The gate detected the car entering and automatically opened, revealing 2 rows of tall trees lining a straight asphalt road leading somewhere unknown. How did such a large place manage to be built post-apocalypse without any disturbance? Randy couldn't help but ask curiously. Conley said coolly, strong enough defense can do it. A few minutes later, they saw a white building hidden among green trees. Not too large, only 3 stories, it didn't look like a research facility but rather a vacation villa. They got out of the car, which parked itself in the garage. A gentle breeze brushed Randy's face, giving her a surreal feeling. Conley walked forward directly and pressed the doorbell, but no one answered. Seeing this, Randy raised an eyebrow. She could sense that there was indeed someone inside. Conley, as if he had already gotten used to it, frowned slightly and walked straight around to the other side of the building. Morrissey, the scene was completely different. Under the shade of lush trees, there was a small courtyard where voices could be faintly heard speaking intermittently, sometimes loud, sometimes soft, as if they were arguing. I give up, I'm not coming again in the future, came a reimmersonant voice. You're cheating, take it back, do you think I'm blind? This voice sounded somewhat familiar to Randy. But you changed your mind just now. Why is it that when it comes to me, it's not allowed? If we're talking about cheating, can I match you? Another different voice joined in. How is that the same? I didn't know the rules just now. How can it be called cheating? Larofang, you've grown old, but how has your face become so thick? Woof woof woof. Suddenly, dog barks erupted. Randy looked down and saw a Pomeranian not even as tall as a Paremison's knee. Though its body was small, its temper wasn't, and it barked fiercely at Randy. Seeing this, Conley stepped forward, standing in front of Randy. Strangely, upon seeing Conley, the dog immediately lost its vigor, tucking its tail and running away. Conley impatiently tapped on the fence gate. The noise was neither too loud nor too quiet. The few people who were engaged in heated debate suddenly fell silent. Seeing this, Conley called out loudly, please come and open the door. The people inside must have heard Conley's words, otherwise, how else would the sudden silence be explained? However, for some rear Emerson, no one answered. After several seconds, the sound of heavy objects dragging on the ground could be heard, accompanied by whispers. How did he come? Didn't we say he'd be back in a month? You ask me, who should I ask? So annoying, we finally managed to get together. Why did you allow his car into the system? Now you can't pretend no one's here. Stop talking, just open the door. Immediately after, a long sigh followed. Chapter 171, Packet Sniffing. An old man wearing a type of sleeveless shirt, and flip-flops came out from the balcony on the 2nd floor of the building. This old man had messy hair like a chicken coop and an expression filled with impatience. Maurice waved at Conley. Front door, he shouted. Conley narrowed his eyes, raised his eyebrows, and led Randy back to the main entrance. The main entrance was indeed open. But Randy stopped at the doorway. Private residence, can I just go in? Usually, entering a private residence requires the owner's permission. She was Conley's guest, and the owner didn't know about her visit. Unexpectedly, Conley dispelled her worries with one sentence. Just come in, Casper is also here. Casper is here too. No wonder she felt that a voice sounded familiar just now. What kind of place is this, that even Houston came over? Sure enough, as soon as Randy entered, she saw the old man, Liu Larotu, in the same outfit, a loose shirt and shorts, completely different from his appearance in the laboratory. Seeing Randy, his face showed a hint of embarrassment, and then he greeted warmly. Jiang Xia, how did you come too? Ah, Preston, I must introduce you properly, this is my favorite student. An old man stood on the 2nd floor, the same white-haired old man who had just beckoned Conley. Oh, hello, I'm Preston, just call me Uncle Fang. You're really thick-skinned, calling yourself so. My Randy is so young, yet you make her call you Baylor. Xiajiang, just call him Rolf. Houston scolded. Preston? Is he the Preston from the 13 families? Randy could hardly imagine that the nuclear weapons expert would stand before her so plainly. Preston. Grandpa. Houston laughed. Ah, that's better. For some rear Emerson, though they seemed friendly, Randy felt something odd. If she had to pinpoint it, it was that their behavior seemed somewhat deliberate. Conley glanced at the room on the 2nd floor and coldly asked, where's Biff Irvin? Wasn't he just here? Houston looked at Conley as if seeing him for the first time and said in surprise, oh, when did you come in? Conley smirked, looking a bit menacing. Houston explained, oh, you mean Irvin? How could he be here? Maurice went to the capital for a meeting recently and hasn't returned yet. Conley calmly asked, why does it smell like alcohol? Are you guys drinking here? Preston obviously panicked and quickly replied, what alcohol smell? Houston has 3 high levels and doesn't dare to drink. Don't worry, Xiaoming, I'm keeping an eye on him. If this guy drinks, I'll definitely be the first to object. Upon hearing Preston's words, Houston immediately retorted, bullshit, you talk about 3 high levels, aren't you the same with diabetes and arthritis? Conley held a cold smile and watched the 2 men blame each other with a knowing look. Maurice took long strides and walked up the stairs directly toward the room on the 2nd floor. Hey, what are you doing? Preston immediately panicked, blocking the doorway with surprising agility for a 70-year-old. Unfortunately, it was too late. Conley had already opened the door and met the startled gaze of Irvin inside. The awkward atmosphere instantly spread throughout the room. Seeing it was no use hiding, Houston tugged at Randy's sleeve and whispered, Xiajiang, you have to save me. Conley doesn't allow us to drink. If discovered, we'll surely be sent for medical checkups. I don't want to strip and get examined again, it's embarrassing at my age. Before Randy could reply, she heard Conley's deep voice. Now you feel embarrassed, but why did you drink? With a loud crash, Conley single-handedly lifted a large box and threw it into the hallway. You guys are really something. 18 bottles of beer, 3 bottles of liquor. What, did you plan your own burial spot? Conley's voice dripped with sarcasm, and all 3 old men fell silent. Irvin was the most heartbroken. The collection of wines he had kept before the apocalypse, 1 bottle less after each sip. Feeling his blood pressure rise, he realized how much had been confiscated by Conley. Randy initially thought occasional drinking shouldn't be so serious, but seeing the number of bottles, she agreed with Conley it indeed needed control. Don't think there are many, this is the amount over several days, not just one day, Houston explained. There's no need to explain. I've already contacted a doctor. All of you will do health checkups and detoxification tomorrow, Conley concluded firmly. You good boy, this is how you treat your teachers. Irvin tried to play the emotional card to move Conley. However, such an emotional card was ineffective on Conley. It's precisely because I care about you that this medical checkup must be done. The case of 3 septuagenarian old men gathering to gamble and drink heavily came to an end as they were caught red-handed by Conley. At this moment, a white blur suddenly rushed in, straight toward Preston. It moved so fast that no one could tell what kind of creature it was. Only when it stopped did they realize it was a Pomeranian, making whimpering sounds while rubbing against Preston. Randy took a glance. Wasn't this the same white dog that had barked at her earlier? Why did it seem like a completely different dog now? And, she hadn't noticed before, but this dog seemed quite extraordinary. Preston smiled like a flower, his wrinkles creasing together. Oh my little treasure, what happened? Who bullied you? Tell Grandpa will handle them for you. The dog seemed to understand human speech, whimpering and barking fiercely at Conley. Conley raised an eyebrow, wearing an expression that clearly said he hadn't done anything to it, and dared it to come near him. But Preston found an outlet for his grievances. Conley, how can you have no compassion at all? Bullying such a small dog. Conley, her. At this point, another snow-white figure pounced toward Preston, more accurately, toward the teacup dog in Preston's arms. Manya, Randy called out. Manya could freely come and go in the space, and she really couldn't control her at all. Preston initially wore a frightened expression, but upon recognizing this creature, he immediately beamed with joy again. How did you acquire a mutant animal of such quality? Randy, I found it on the road. Morrising this answer, Preston chuckled but didn't press further. The teacup dog in Preston's arms had been strutting proudly, but once Preston put it down, it immediately became timid, wagging its tail and trying to squeeze back into Preston's arms. Chapter 172 Tea Party. What? Still not trying to interact more with high-quality company? It might improve your quality too, Preston said impatiently. The tea dog could only let out an O and tuck its tail between its legs, allowing Manya to playfully paw at its head. If Randy wasn't mistaken, this dog was at least a high-level mutated species. Yet its intelligence didn't seem to be utilized for anything proper. An inexplicable silence settled over the atmosphere. The 3 elders felt somewhat awkward and, holding their teapots, they all walked towards the garden together. Just then, a loud voice rang out, Teacher, I fetched the cigarettes from the cellar as you asked. Preston, Houston, Irvin, Conley, her. Clayton, looking thrilled, walked up from the basement and saw everyone being silent, a little confused about the situation. Randy exclaimed in surprise, Clayton? Clayton also spotted Randy, Sis. Maurice was equally surprised by Randy's appearance and was about to ask how she got here when he noticed Conley and instantly understood. Wait, Conley, did he just say something wrong? Clayton looked embarrassedly at Preston who had already covered her face, looking like she did not want to speak. Haha, well, Conley, weren't you quite busy? Let us take care of Randy, you should go back to work, Houston suggested. Conley replied, recently I haven't been that busy. I actually planned on staying here for a few days. In the places where Conley couldn't see, Irvin made an extremely ugly expression. Phut, Randy laughed aloud. Somehow these professors seemed to have switched roles with Conley. It was like Conley treated them as children now. Fernand Conley and sister Randy are here. Should we prepare some extra dishes tonight? Clayton interjected, breaking the awkwardness. Cough, of course, bring out all your best skills, Preston said. Clayton immediately responded cheerfully, having forgotten what had just happened. Let's sit in the garden. Conley nudged Randy with his elbow and strode toward the garden. Unexpectedly, Preston's expression turned alarmed again as she swiftly blocked the back door. Why go to the garden? Sit in the living room and drink some tea. What, are you tired of our old age and don't want to keep us company? Conley smiled. How could I dare to? Preston's face relaxed. That's better. Then Conley continued, so why don't we all go to the garden together? From Preston's previous reaction, it was clear there was something hidden. Conley directly pushed open the back door. This garden was the small yard Randy had seen from outside. Now, seeing it up close, it appeared even more beautiful, blossoms in various colors blooming competitively, surely arranged by someone who loved life dearly. Randy admired it while planning to spruce up the back of her own cabin upon return. But why did Preston look so nervous? Houston waved his hand. I ate too much just now. I'll go for a walk to help digest. I won't join you guys. Seeing this, Irvin added, there's a file I need to check. I'll go look into it. You guys enjoy yourselves. Before Preston could refuse, The two slipped away. For some reason Emerson, Randy suddenly felt like using her mental power to scan around. And she did. After scanning, she knew why Preston was so nervous. Because beneath these grass patches were stashes of alcohol. However, this seemed rather self-deceiving for Conley and Randy. Randy glanced at Conley with a smile, who sighed slightly but remained quiet. Preston scratched her head. Randy, right? Ha ha, you're Professor Liu's student, Conley's girl. Randy hesitated. For some reason Emerson, the words Lin friend danced around her lips but refused to come out. Conley visibly became colder. We're dating, Randy finally blurted out, feeling awkward admitting this intimate relationship. Conley's expression eased up. Ha ha ha, great relationship. You should manage your Conley well, Preston whispered in Randy's ear halfway through her sentence. It'd be best if he forgets about all of us. Randy smiled helplessly. Did he think Conley wouldn't hear that? Though the garden was not large, its meticulous design made it a perfect place for afternoon tea. Preston brought out a pot of tea, and everyone sat down in the garden. Everyone tacitly agreed not to talk about daily matters, quietly enjoying the gentle breeze for a while. This place is beautiful. Randy couldn't help but sigh. Do you like it? If you do, I'll have Biff Fang build another identical house here, Conley smiled. Cough, cough. Preston immediately choked on her tea. Randy laughed and said, no need, my place isn't bad either. Bark bark. Meow. A cat and a dog chased each other into the garden. The dog seemed to be dominated by the cat, so it was more like the cat playing with the dog rather than them playing together. Whenever the Pomeranian came with its tail tucked to seek Preston's help, Preston would gently kick it away with her foot, signaling it to continue playing with Manya. Indeed, it looked quite pitiful. At this moment, a group of people appeared on the distant path, carrying various sizes of packages in their hands. One of them noticed Preston from afar and shouted, Teacher Fang, these are the harvests of this sea Emerson. Preston also stood up, waving cheerfully at the crowd. Teacher Fang, the new seeds you gave us this time have a much higher survival rate than last time. Our harvest doubled. So we brought some fresh produce for you to taste as soon as the crops matured. These fruits were picked less than 15 minutes ago, a plump woman walked forward and said. Preston didn't refuse, smiling and saying, great, great, I was just craving an apple. As she spoke, she welcomed them inside. But they hurriedly declined, no need, teacher. We just drop off the stuff, we still need to go back and continue harvesting. Well, seeing this, Preston didn't press further. A little boy stared at Randy with his round eyes. Beth, look at the sister. The boy's Wren laughed, pretty sister, right? Give her a fruit. The boy looked somewhat shy, handing Randy an apple before quickly retreating to his Wren's arms. Randy smiled, reminded of Stacy by this little boy, wondering how he was recovering. Chapter 173 Shelter. Ha 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 ha, you like this pretty sister, right? What about this handsome brother? The boy's Wren continued to tease. Conley also cast a gentle glance at the boy. The little boy immediately shook his head. I'm scared. Ha 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 ha. Preston burst into laughter, making his mustache quiver. You have good taste, he is indeed scary. We won't play with him. Alright, we've delivered the items, so we're leaving now, said the boy's father. Preston did not try to retain them, waving his hand as he said, okay, be careful on your way back. Well, it should be good to install streetlights from now on. After watching these people leave, Preston still looked in high spirits, all previous gloom vanished. Is it that funny? Conley asked abruptly. Preston glanced at Randy, and both nodded tacitly. Conley himself didn't understand why children always felt scared of him. Maurice wasn't fierce, was he? You can create such a shelter for them in the real world, allowing them to live and thrive here. Compared to you, I have much to learn, Randy said. Randy's words made Preston feel greatly honored. Maurice instantly put his hands behind his back and took on an air as if he was going to give a lecture. Everyone has their own duties. As a young Emerson, you surely have your own duty. Not everyone has to do the same thing. As long as it's for social progress, it counts as meaningful work. Randy nodded. She felt that compared to when she first arrived, her mindset was entirely different now. She had grown significantly. The restlessness brought by the energy fluctuations seemed to have been calmed by this utopian place. She suddenly looked at Conley, who was looking down, lost in thought. Strands of hair cast shadows on his face, revealing an expression of concentration. Randy felt that she seemed to understand why Conley had brought her to this place. When she was reborn, due to the experiences of her past life, she was full of hatred, protecting herself like a hedgehog, detached and cold, believing there were no good people in the world, and humans deserved destruction. She even thought everything was the inevitable consequence of human actions. At some point, she started to feel she truly belonged to this world. Perhaps there are dark sides in the world, perhaps people are selfish, but there's warmth and beauty. It's this small amount of kindness that gave Randy the rear Emerson to persevere. Dinner. Clayton shouted at the top of his lungs. It couldn't be helped. Several elders in the family had selective hearing and sometimes needed to be yelled at, which he had already gotten used to. Preston quickly entered the dining room. In a flash, Houston and Irvin emerged from somewhere. All of them sat neatly, waiting for the meal to start. Randy was dumbfounded. Were these the usually stern old professors? Conley, since you're here, why don't you show off your cooking skills? Houston suddenly said. Randy also looked at Conley. Could he cook? To her surprise, Conley nodded and walked straight to the kitchen. Clayton immediately asked, do you need an apron, Fernand Conley? Conley glanced at the pink Moricello kitty apron and helplessly asked, "Any other options?" Randy laughed. "Isn't this one nice?" Conley raised an eyebrow, saying, "Then assist me." "Sure, anything you want as long as you wear this apron." Upon hearing this, Conley hesitated and then looked at Randy, saying gravely, "Fine, you said it." Only realizing the ambiguous nature of her words after Conley repeated them, Randy hastily added, "I mean in the kitchen." Feeling it wasn't quite clear enough, she added again, "During the time you make this dish." Conley smiled faintly. "Too late, doesn't count." Randy finally realized what it meant to hoist oneself by one's petard. Forget it, let's get him to wear the apron first. Wearing the pink apron, Conley indeed looked different, taking on a more homey, caring husband look. Randy couldn't help but move closer. "What are you going to make?" Randy's big, round eyes sparkled with laughter as she approached, causing Conley's hand holding the spatula to tremble slightly. Subconsciously, he asked, "What do you want to eat?" His voice was exceptionally gentle, making Randy's heart warm. "I want sweet and sour spare ribs." "Okay." Randy couldn't help but feel elated. A dish on the table was being made specifically for her, stirring a unique and indescribable wave in her heart. Conley moved skillfully, slicing pork ribs, blanching them, caramelizing sugar, and covering the pot to simmer, clearly actions of someone who had cooked before. Soon, a pleasant aroma began to waft through the air. At this moment, a little Lynn poked her head into the kitchen to take a look. The Lynn was quite delicate-looking, and seemed somewhat shy. Randy couldn't help but ask, "This is my granddaughter, Alejandra," Preston explained as he walked over. Randy smiled at the little Lynn and said, "Moricello." The little Lynn was still somewhat unaccustomed to Randy's presence. She didn't call out sister for a while, her ears turning even redder before she turned and ran off. Preston laughed heartily. "My granddaughter hasn't traveled far these few years since the apocalypse, so she's a bit shy." Randy wouldn't argue with a child. She just smiled and said nothing more. The other dishes were already prepared and placed on the table, leaving only the pork ribs simmering in the pot, emitting waves of fragrance. Originally not very hungry, Randy now found herself wanting to have 2 bowls of rice just from the smell. After watching for a while, Randy felt an itch in her hands and said, "I want to stir-fry some meat with green peppers." Searing this, Conley rinsed the pan for her and stepped aside, letting her take over. I need pork loin, green peppers, and garlic." Conley stood beside Randy, hearing her needs and preparing the ingredients for her. All Randy needed to do was cook them. Cough, cough, cough. "Randy, what are you cooking? It's so spicy." Houston came running out of the dining room looking miserable. The spiciness from the green peppers had spread throughout the entire room. Randy hadn't expected the peppers to be so hot. She herself was also choked by the spiciness, with tears streaming down her face and a runny nose, unable to stop coughing. Conley, who was wearing a medical mask, took over the spatula and quickly finished cooking and plated the dish. In the dining room, there was a large round table. 8 dishes and 1 soup were already set, including Randy's green pepper stir-fried meat and Conley's sweet and sour spare ribs, making it 10 dishes in total. Randy hadn't eaten such a sumptuous meal in a long time, and especially not in such a large group. Suddenly, she felt as if it was New Year's. Chapter 174 Estrangement. "Actually, you don't need to do so much," Randy couldn't help but say. Irvin looked puzzled and said, We eat this much every day. The 2 extra dishes are the result of your arguing." "Randy, I think I know how your high blood sugar came about." As everyone just sat down, Houston immediately urged them on, "Eat, eat." Then he quickly picked up 2 large pieces of pork rib for himself. Conley picked a piece for Randy and whispered, "When eating with them, be fast. Lower your head and then lift it, and the dishes will be gone." Randy smiled. She really didn't expect that these septuagenarian old men would be so lively. However, during the meal, Randy always felt someone staring at her. She didn't know why, but little Alejandra kept staring at her. The look in the little Lynn's eyes was not hostile, nor friendly, but more like vigilance. Randy couldn't help but wonder if she had met this little Lynn before. "Why aren't you eating much today, Yuan?" Lantien asked with his mouth full of rice. "None of your business." Alejandra's odd temper startled everyone at the table. Preston immediately slammed the table and shouted loudly, "How dare you speak like that?" Shouted at, Alejandra pouted, dropped her chopsticks and bowl, and walked away. Seeing this, Preston turned red with anger. "Come back here." Unfortunately, Alejandra was already far away, and Preston's words did not reach her ears. Preston held his chest as he sat down, taking quite a while to recover. "I've made you uncomfortable, Randy. Since her parents passed away, Verity has been emotionally unstable." "It's okay, I'm not affected," Randy replied. But despite the words, the atmosphere at the dining table was completely different. Everyone ate silently for a moment, only the clattering of bowls and spoons could be heard. In the evening, Preston had originally arranged for Randy to stay in a room on the 3rd floor. However, perhaps because no one had lived there for a long time, when Randy opened the door, she even broke the door handle off. Thus, she couldn't enter the room tonight, and it was also the last empty room in the house. Lantien scratched his head. The other elders had already gone to sleep and couldn't be disturbed at this hour. Alejandra wouldn't possibly share a room with Randy, nor could she sleep in the living room. After some consideration, he suggested, "How about I sleep in the living room, and sister stays in my room tonight?" What Randy actually wanted to say was that she could sleep in the living room or even go back to the space, but she couldn't say that. At this moment, Conley just came upstairs holding a cup of warm water. "Why aren't you going back to sleep?" The door to Randy's room is broken, Lantien replied. Upon hearing this, Conley nodded indifferently and simply said, oh. Lantien thought about it. What was the use of telling Fernand Conley? Maurice can't share the room directly with Randy anyway. Randy crossed her arms and watched Conley slowly climb the stairs, her body leaning against the last 2 steps. These steps were not wide, and with her standing there, Conley couldn't go any further. Conley glanced at her, and Randy raised her eyebrows, showing no intention of moving aside. Still, Lantien kindly said, sister, you're blocking the way. Randy smiled and replied, oh, sorry, then slightly moved her body. As Conley passed by, his head dipped down, covering the faint smile on the corner of his lips. His room was also on the 3rd floor. Just as he was about to push the door open, he suddenly turned around and said, not coming over. Confused, Lantien pointed to himself, ah? Who? Me? Let me pass, I'm not used to sleeping with a man. Conley. Randy. After a while, Lantien suddenly realized, it seems he wasn't calling me. But why did he call Randy? Could they be? Conley's room was relatively spacious, an EN suite, but apart from a bed, there wasn't even a sofa chair. Sleep on the bed, I'll go back to the space, Randy said. Conley paused in laying out the bedding. You're going back to the space? Leaning against the glass, Randy smiled. Yes, there's only one bed, how can we sleep? I remember, someone said earlier that if I wore an apron, she would do anything for me. Randy rebutted, there was a condition. The light in the room was dim yellow. Conley sat on the edge of the bed, half of his face in the light and the other half hidden in darkness, his gaze fiery and straightforward. Maurice whispered, come over. Maybe it was the light playing tricks, or maybe Randy herself still harbored a little thought. She walked toward Conley, hands open. Randy opened her hands, and Conley placed a spherical object in her palm. Then he picked up the cup of warm water from before and handed it to her. Randy, what is this? Conley, medicine. Treating what? It's good for your energy control. Holding the pill in her palm, Randy hesitated for a moment. Should she trust Conley? A Paremison with so many secrets left unresolved. After all, she couldn't fully trust him. Conley turned his head slightly, looking somewhat melancholy. It's from Casper. This pill, was it given by Houston? Conley shouldn't lie about this, or he'd be caught out if she asked tomorrow. Randy finally swallowed the pill. Seeing that Randy had taken the medicine, Conley stood up and said, you sleep on the bed, I'll go to the living room. Maurice was tall, and his sudden standing gave an overwhelming presence. Randy instinctively grabbed Conley's hand. I said, I can go back to the space, you don't have to go out. Even after she said that, Conley gently pulled his hand away and left. What was wrong with Conley? Randy didn't understand why everything suddenly changed, seemingly from the moment they drank the medicine. Was it because she didn't trust him, so he got angry? The atmosphere at lunch the next day was even more bizarre. Randy, with dark circles under her eyes, Alejandra who had disappeared, and Conley whose face was cold enough to scare anyone. Lantien learned his Les Emerson this time, not daring to say an extra word. Maurice quickly finished his meal and fled the scene, wondering how 2 people who slept in the same room last night could become like this today. Did they argue last night? But there was no sign of any big argument. Xiaojiang, come over after lunch, Larofang and I need to talk to you. Houston broke the awkwardness first. Chapter 175 The Drunken Cat. Randy was preoccupied and hadn't eaten much anyway. When she heard Houston calling her, she immediately put down her chopsticks and left the dining table. Conley was now alone at the table. Maurice ate extremely slowly, though it was only a bowl of kanji, he hadn't finished even after half an hour. Suddenly, a furry sensation came from his feet. Maurice looked down to find Alia. Conley bent down and picked her up. Alia didn't resist, obediently allowing him to hold her. If Randy were here, she would have been astonished, as Alia never let anyone else touch her except for her. Why aren't you with your owner? Conley whispered. Alia stretched lazily, adjusting herself into a comfortable position in Conley's arms before closing her eyes. Seeing this, Conley curled the corner of his lips, staying still without moving, gently stroking the cat's spine starting from the back of its neck. The cat purred contentedly in his embrace. When Houston saw Randy, the first thing he said was, "Did you take the medicine last night?" Recalling the events of the previous night, Randy felt a bit uncomfortable and only nodded slightly. "Yes, that's good," Houston said. "Conley has already told me about your condition. Well, it took us quite some effort with that medicine of yours." Randy immediately grasped the point. What kind of effort? Houston waved his hand casually. "Nothing, just as long as you're fine. I called you here today to give you an accurate measurement to see what level you've reached." Without further ado, he made Randy lie down in a device, attaching several tubes to her body. This wouldn't be necessary for ordinary low-level individuals, but for someone of Randy's level, it was essential. As the machine started, a loud hum echoed through the room, and the data on the screen began to rise rapidly until it settled on a number. At that moment, Houston and Preston were stunned. Randy had always estimated herself to be around 50s. Thinking there shouldn't be much difference, she was completely shocked when she saw the actual number. 89s. How could it be so incredibly high? No wonder Randy felt Beryl was no longer a threat, she had truly peaked. Yet, even then, she still lacked confidence when facing Conley. "Randy, do you know that raw stones have depleted now?" Preston asked. "Yeah, I do. Raw stones leaked from beyond the time-space gate, so it was natural that they would eventually run out. So you should also know that without raw stones, mutants can no longer evolve their abilities, right?" Theoretically, yes. Houston rubbed his bald head, seemingly finding Randy's reaction too calm, raising his voice a few decibels. So, at your current level, you're practically a god among humans. A god? That sounded absurd. Randy, haven't you noticed that your face hasn't changed in a long time? Houston added. Randy recalled it indeed, her appearance hadn't changed but looked even younger. But Conley hasn't aged either. Preston, that's one of the benefits of being a mutant, a delay in aging. But your effect is more pronounced than theirs. Houston continued, and from your current genetic data, we can deduce that, barring any unforeseen circumstances, you might achieve true immortality. Their words seemed unreal to Randy. Immortality was something she had never thought about, nor did she want it. Randy stayed in the lab all day, undergoing various physiological analyses. She was only released late at night. Upon returning, she heard Irvin's furious shouts. Who the hell stole my alcohol? Alcohol? Who could have stolen his alcohol? Randy rushed to the backyard and saw the place in disarray. Though the flowers weren't damaged, Irvin's private stash of alcohol had vanished. Biff Irvin was nearly frantic, demanding that the thief be caught. Randy thought to say that who would steal his alcohol for no rear Emerson, suspecting maybe the thief was crying wolf. But Blanche's scream drew everyone to the rooftop terrace. Preston, what happened, my dear granddaughter? Houston, you almost gave me a heart attack. Irvin, my alcohol, my alcohol. But he couldn't speak next, seeing Conley sitting alone on the roof, surrounded by empty bottles, holding one in his hand. Even as others came up, he ignored them, drinking by himself. Irvin was helpless, pushing Houston. My alcohol, let your student drink with me. Even Houston didn't dare to approach, so he gave Randy another push. You go, you go. Everyone immediately distanced themselves from Randy. When she turned around, they were all gone, having run away. There were already 5 or 6 empty bottles. This wasn't ordinary beer. If he continued drinking, he might die. Randy stepped forward and snatched the bottle from his hand. She expected Conley to protest and demand the bottle back, but unexpectedly, he remained silent, neither crying nor making a fuss, just staring at her intensely. Seeing this, Randy suddenly became interested. She squatted down, waved her hand in front of him, held up 3 fingers, and asked, how many is this? Conley said nothing. Randy was not giving up. Where are we now? Conley still didn't answer. What's your name? Conley suddenly said coldly, Randy, I'm not drunk. Randy, Maurice, you're not drunk after drinking so much? To her surprise, Conley replied indifferently, I only had 2 bottles. So what about the rest of these bottles? Conley laughed once. Did you really not see your cat? This sentence finally diverted Randy's attention elsewhere. She saw the white cat lying on the ground. Conley, it drank more than I did. Conley, 4 bottles. Every word seemed to test Randy's limits. Who would drink with their cat? And who would let their cat drink 4 bottles? Randy could empathize with the cat's emotions. It was indeed drunk, which made her even more frustrated. After some thought, Randy decided not to tell Irvin about this, or else he might be even more distressed than she was. Let him think that Conley drank them all. After all, who would believe a cat could drink? After a while, Randy picked up the cat and put it into her spatial pocket. She wanted to go downstairs to find some hangover remedy for Conley to avoid his headache in the morning, but as she moved, he reached out to hold her. Chapter 176 Antidote. Conley did not raise his head, holding Randy with one hand and rubbing his forehead with the other, his voice low and deep. Where are you going? Randy, observing his state, felt he was relatively calm but also sensed something unusual. Was he really not drunk? To find some medicine to sober up, Randy answered honestly. Conley stood up, leaning on the railing, his tone slightly impatient. I'm not drunk. Saying this, he dragged Randy back into the room without waiting for any response. Once inside, Conley released her hand as if forgetting someone was in the room, took off his shirt, and went into the bathroom. Was he drunk or not? To prevent him from doing anything crazy, Randy still went to ask Houston for some sobriety medicine. Houston's expression after hearing Randy's request was quite dramatic and strange, but at that moment, Randy was focused on Conley and didn't notice these details, otherwise, she would have asked right then. When she returned to the room, Conley had already come out of the shower, drying his hair. His eyes were moist from the recent bath, adding to the stark contrast of his nearly 6'3" height. Randy mimicked Conley's tone, saying, come here. Conley walked over. Open your hands. Conley opened his palms as requested. Randy gently placed a pill in his palm. Sobriety medicine, take it. Conley stared at the pill for a moment before taking the water cup and swallowing it with warm water. Watching him drink it down, Randy seemed to be reminded of something and said, Ming, it's not that I don't trust you, but this vigilance has become my subconscious reaction. I know how uncomfortable this makes you feel, so I'll try to overcome it in the future, okay? Seeing no response from him, Randy continued, someone like me doesn't deserve to be loved. I'm afraid of disappointing people who like me, so I've developed a habit of shutting myself off. But even such a Paremison as me, really likes you. I just don't know. Conley interrupted her in a hoarse voice, stop talking. Just stop talking. Only then did Randy notice Conley's appearance. His hair was still wet, with strands sticking to his forehead, and his face showed an unnatural flush. His lips, for Rhea Emerson's unknown, were a bright red. Listening closely, his breathing was irregular, as if he was trying hard to suppress something. Randy, puzzled, thought that maybe Conley was upset by what she just said. She hadn't insulted anyone, right? But upon further reflection, her face burned as if on fire. Wait a minute, I'll go ask Houston for another medicine. Conley leaned on the table, raising his head upon hearing Randy's words. You got the medicine from Casper? Randy, yes. Is there something wrong with his medicine? Conley gritted his teeth. Don't ask him anymore. Randy put on a concerned expression. Do you really not need me to go get help? No. Conley lifted his eyelids, slowly straightening his tall frame, which directly enveloped Randy in his embrace. Don't leave to look for anyone. Come here. Conley's voice had a kind of magic, drawing Randy closer despite being fully aware. Their faces were only inches apart, their breaths intertwining. Conley tentatively lowered his head, lightly touching Randy's lips like a feather. Seeing no rejection, he lowered his head again, this time with more force, pressing and caressing her lips. This simple touch quickened their breathing. Ultimately, Conley let her go. Go back to the space, he said indifferently. Randy clenched her teeth. Damn it, can you still hold back at this point? Are you a ninja? While thinking that in the apocalypse, who knew when they might die, she reached up, hooking her fingers around Conley's neck, and pressed herself against him. She found herself quickly pulled into his warm embrace. Though Randy had initiated the action, it was she who ended up overwhelmed, as Conley pinned her down, capturing her lips in a heavy kiss, repeating the motion, sending shivers throughout her body. Gradually, it seemed he was no longer satisfied with just kisses. Maurice picked her up, carried her to the bed, laid her down, and pressed himself between her legs. His large hand gently pinched the soft flesh of Randy's waist, causing her to cry out in surprise but also part her lips. Seizing the opportunity, Conley slipped his tongue in. It felt too oppressive, Randy's eyes reddening at the corners, tears forming in them, leaving her limp and unable to muster any strength, instinctively clinging to his back. Trapped between Conley's legs, Randy could not break free in the slightest. The sounds that escaped from their intertwined lips made her blush even more, but the parmesan above her showed no signs of stopping, and instead moved towards her neck and collarbone. Finally, her lips were released, allowing Randy to gasp for breath. Unknowingly brushing against a sensitive spot, Randy trembled, which only spurred on the man above her further. Conley. Maurice's voice carried a slight sob. Don't call out. Conley's voice was deep and hoarse, trembling slightly. That night, Randy didn't know how she got through it. Even though her body had been enhanced by mutation, surpassing ordinary people, she still couldn't withstand it. If it were an average parmesan, they would probably have died right there. Initially, it was pain, unbearable pain that made her want to curse, but gradually, she also began to feel some pleasure. And this pleasure grew stronger and stronger. The next day, when Randy woke up, it was already past noon. The room was empty. She moved her sore body, trying hard to overcome the discomfort, and walked to the bathroom. In the mirror, Randy's once flawless fair skin now bore several marks. Damn you, Conley, Randy muttered under her breath. She quickly finished washing and then took out a new set of clothes from her space to change into. After getting dressed neatly and ensuring no part of her skin was exposed, Randy went downstairs. It seemed everyone in the villa had already eaten lunch and were now scattered, each engaged in their own activities, but they all seemed somewhat distracted. Especially Houston, who had been staring at the same page of a book for half an hour without turning it. When Randy came down the stairs, everyone's eyes immediately turned towards her, then quickly looked away. Only Conley remained completely normal, his expression calm as usual when he saw her, but the slight redness in his ears betrayed his inner tension. Oh, good morning, Randy. Chapter 177 Explosion. The one who spoke was, of course, Clayton. At this moment, he was the least awkward. Randy silently grumbled to herself. It was almost 1 o'clock, but despite thinking this, she still replied, ha ha ha, good morning. Houston coughed a couple of times and said, Little Jiang, we saved you some food. It would have been better if he hadn't spoken. His words made Randy feel even more annoyed when looking at him. Although she didn't know what medicine he had given her last night, it certainly wasn't an antidote for hangovers. So, Randy didn't give him a friendly look, sniffing audibly through her nose before walking straight towards the kitchen. Houston touched his nose and asked Preston, what did I do? Preston was obviously much wiser than him. Didn't you give her that new medicine you developed? So, is there a problem with that? Preston, are you King stupid? Those drugs haven't even been tested for clinical reactions, let alone side effects. Suddenly enlightened, Houston looked at Conley with disbelief in his eyes. When Randy entered the dining room, she saw that they had indeed left a portion of food for her on the warming plate. Conley walked in as well, approaching her side and whispering, do you need to apply the medicine? Randy's face turned red instantly, and she pushed him away, saying, no, it's not necessary. Conley seemed a little stubborn, let's take a look. I said no. Without further words, Conley waited until Randy finished her meal, then pulled her upstairs, insisting on applying the medicine. It took them quite a while to finish. Afterwards, Conley went into a remote conference, leaving Randy alone in the room. She wanted to look up information about the time portal, but suddenly heard some murmuring sounds. This room faced the garden, and the sounds were likely coming from there. Absolutely not, don't even think about it. Your brother is already like that, are you expecting you to risk your life? This parmesan was Preston. What you say makes sense, but Reiker managed to escape successfully, surely someone must be behind it. I'm afraid, this parmesan was Irvin. Upon hearing this, Randy was first surprised that Reiker actually escaped, and then realized that these two still didn't know that the one in Primeson was not Reiker but Barry. Vic's incident isn't your fault, okay? How long do you plan to blame yourself? Preston's voice rose a bit, interrupting Irvin. Realizing it might not be appropriate, he lowered his voice again after speaking. Their conversation gradually became quieter and finally fell silent. Why does the name Vic sound familiar? Randy muttered to herself, but thought it might just be coincidental since many people could share the same name. Maurice's focus quickly shifted back to the urgency of Barry's situation. Earth was once again entering a period of instability. Frequent tsunamis were just one sign, as many areas began experiencing persistent heavy rains, acid rain, and wildfires. The blue screen's regulation ability was slowly weakening, and ultimately, the power of nature could not be defeated. What troubled Randy was that although they had thwarted the Cloud Peak's plans, Earth's conditions continued to deteriorate. Suddenly, she thought that if the time portal was the origin of all this disaster, then its further deterioration should also be linked to the time portal. She needed to visit the Federation's Abnormal Events Research Center. Randy had been staying in this secluded paradise for nearly a week, sipping tea and enjoying the breeze in the garden or taking walks along the country lanes, making her feel like time had slowed down. If not for the impending crisis, Randy might have wanted to stay here indefinitely. Of course, Conley didn't refuse Randy's suggestion, but Houston shed tears and wouldn't part with her. Seeing Houston's gaze akin to an elderly man left behind, Randy softened and decided to stay one more night. That night, the sky was filled with countless stars. In the pre-apocalypse era, such a view of the starry sky could only be seen in plateau areas or unpolluted regions. It was Alejandra who noticed this first. After spending time together recently, she had gradually accepted Randy, though her attitude was still not overly friendly. Although the stars were beautiful, for some rare Emerson, Randy felt increasingly oppressed throughout the day, especially as evening approached. Something big must be happening. Noticing her unusual state, Conley reached out and held her hand, his expression full of concern. Randy opened her mouth to speak but suddenly felt a sharp sinking sensation in her heart, as if a hand was grabbing her heart and pulling it down. Something's wrong, Randy said, clutching her chest. Conley's expression immediately changed, saying, "Into the shelter." Alejandra asked, "What shelter?" "The sky is so." Suddenly, a loud explosion echoed, shocking everyone's hearts to race wildly. Now, everyone realized something was terribly wrong. Not far away, in the boundless night, it looked as if the sky had been torn open by something, with flames flickering at the edges. More terrifyingly, this tear was gradually spreading outward. And it wasn't just one. As more explosions erupted, these tears grew more and more numerous. Randy's heart pounded wildly, her mind couldn't process what was happening, only repeating one sentence. "The blue screen is destroyed, everything is ahead of schedule. Damn it, those bastards want to take Earth down with them." Preston cursed angrily. Conley had already called out, "Everyone into the underground shelter." It took a moment for everyone to react, then they hurriedly ran downstairs. The underground shelter was beneath the villa, stocked with enough supplies and fortified walls to support 10 people for 100 days. The rear Emerson it was only 100 days was that if the country hadn't responded with rescue operations by then, there probably wouldn't be much hope left. As the group reached the entrance, Preston suddenly remembered something and turned back. Conley grabbed him by the arm. "What are you doing?" "Grandpa, come in quickly," Alejandra cried out. Another boom resounded above them, the section of the blue screen above them exploded. For a moment, debris flew like meteors through the sky, rushing toward them. Randy instantly understood Preston's thoughts, knowing there was no time to explain. She told Conley to get Preston into the shelter first. Conley knew arguing would waste precious time, so he immediately pushed Preston and Alejandra into the shelter, then braced himself at the entrance. Chapter 178, The Owner of the Diary. Randy's eyes once again turned a light yellow, pausing for several seconds before returning to normal. She immediately ran towards the shelter entrance. Conley reached out and firmly held her, pulling her into the shelter with him. As they entered, the main door immediately closed, sealing out the deafening explosions outside. "Grandpa." Before anyone could catch their breath, Alejandra's crying voice drew everyone's attention. Randy stood up and quickly scanned the unconscious Preston, then said, "There's still hope." Preston had not been hit by any heavy objects, nor did he have any wounds on his body. His current coma might be due to complications from the explosion. "It's all your fault. It's because you insisted on staying outside those few seconds that Grandpa is worried." Alejandra sobbed softly, her tone blaming yet powerless, as if she was just looking for an excuse. Randy didn't indulge her. "What, only your life matters? Don't you know what your grandpa's sudden return was for?" Alejandra bit her lips fiercely, her eyes red as she looked at Randy but couldn't say a word. Houston pushed Alejandra aside, administered a pill to Preston, and then said, "From this situation, it seems not just one blue screen is malfunctioning, it's likely all are destroyed. We've encountered such issues before, related to Reiker," Conley said calmly. "But Reiker is still in Emerson, isn't he?" Clayton was astonished. The rest fell silent. They all knew about Reiker's escape. Not long after his breakout, this incident occurred, making it hard to believe it was just a coincidence. "Can we still contact the federal government?" Houston asked. Conley, who had just put down the monitor, replied, "I've tried, no response yet." Irvin also shook his head, he hadn't been able to contact them either. As the commander of the Northern Army, Irvin would be unable to reach the federal government only if the global communication system was completely down. "This place is less than 10 kilometers from the nearest base station. I can try, but success is not guaranteed," Randy suddenly said. Maurice's mental power spread without any restrictions, with her current maximum detection range being around 10 kilometers and her maximum communication distance about 20 kilometers. After a few seconds, Randy spoke. There's a psychic mutant in the nearby shelter who can receive our messages, but his level is too low, he can only receive, not send. But they're probably dealing with their own problems now. We can only wait inside the shelter for now. Irvin's brow furrowed with worry. Though the extent of the blue screen damage was unknown, it didn't look optimistic. Years of human effort seemed wasted. Was there only one last option left? Randy's expression wasn't much better. The destruction of the blue screens happening over a year ahead of schedule, was it her actions that influenced the course of events and expedited the outcome? She dared not think so. In the silence, Conley suddenly said, I've contacted Beryl. Maurice said the Federation has dissolved. Randy shuddered, feeling as though her heart was being squeezed, almost suffocating. The blue screens destroyed, the Federation dissolved. The result hasn't changed. What changed was the order of events. What if, in your second life, you discover you can't change the course of events at all? How can nothing change? What's the point of my rebirth then? Noises buzzed in Randy's mind, distracting her until it felt like her head would explode. Then, a voice pulled her back to reality. Randy. It was Conley, frowning slightly, supporting Randy tightly, watching her intently to react swiftly if anything happened. Houston gritted his teeth. This is all because of Reiker, that damn dog. Clayton hurriedly asked, why do you say that? A flash of sorrow crossed Irvin's eyes, but neither of them spoke. Randy recovered and said in a calm tone, I want to know too. Houston glanced at Irvin, then sighed, you tell her. After a pause, Irvin finally spoke, it's not really a secret in the scientific community. Do you know about Experiment Subject X? Randy paused, of course, she knew. The diary had mentioned it. Experiment Subject X was our research object, part of a study exploring human genes. But later, some accidents occurred, Experiment Subject X died under mysterious circumstances, and the experiment was completely halted after its death. However, we only found out later that Reiker had restarted this project. And my only younger brother was also modified by them, Randy answered instinctively. To her surprise, Irvin furrowed his brows, looking quite puzzled. Modified? Now it was Randy's turn to be confused. You didn't know? Conley said, we accidentally discovered one of your notes earlier, which mentioned it. Upon hearing about the notes, Irvin became even more confused. Notes? What notes? Suddenly, as if he recalled something, he abruptly asked, where are the notes? Is there an electronic version? Conley nodded and handed over his electronic screen to Irvin. Irvin flipped through the pages very quickly, so fast that one might doubt if he had actually read the text in the diary. However, careful observation revealed that his hands were shaking severely. After a few minutes, he returned the electronic screen to Conley, curling up into a ball, making his already somewhat hunched body seem even smaller. Maurice, he turned my brother into Experiment Subject X. I always thought my brother was dead. At this point, it became clear who the owner of the diary was. He was Irvin's younger brother Vic, and as for Randy couldn't yet identify. According to the diary, your brother might not be dead, Randy said. However, upon hearing this, the sadness on Irvin's face deepened. I would rather he was dead. What? Randy frowned. Experiment Subject X means all sorts of experiments will be conducted on this paramecon. Death would be a relief for him. If he survived, he wouldn't be human anymore, Houston murmured softly. Randy fell silent. She hadn't expected this rear-emerson. In the midst of everyone's silence, Blanche suddenly spoke up. Why hasn't Grandpa woken up yet? Houston was taken aback and hurriedly approached, pausing before saying, if he hasn't woken up after the medication has worn off, it might be dangerous. Chapter 179, Mobile Treatment Unit. Maurice must have hit his head somewhere just now, otherwise, he wouldn't still be unconscious. Conley said. In the rush to escape, everyone had been too panicked to check if Preston had actually been bumped or hit. Seeing no visible injuries on him, they assumed he was fine. But now it seemed they would need a treatment unit after all. Is there a treatment unit here? Conley asked. Clayton's face fell. No. Conley, how can there not even be a treatment unit? We used to have one, but it broke down recently. Never mind, I've already found out that the nearest treatment units have been destroyed. The next one is about 10 kilometers away at a public medical facility. I'll take Biff Fang there, Conley offered. Alejandra's eyes lit up. She wiped her tears and said, I want to go too. Conley glanced at Alejandra and replied, stay here. I'll go by myself. Randy chimed in, I'll go as well. You don't have enough space in your pocket dimension. What if Preston gets hurt again along the way? That made sense. Randy could place Preston in the higher dimensional space more safely. Conley hesitated for a moment but eventually nodded. At that moment, Randy had a sudden thought. Would you like to come with us? She asked. Clayton immediately understood what Randy meant, knowing about the higher dimensional space. Maurice nodded quickly. Yes, let's go. The others looked puzzled. Randy explained the existence of the higher dimensional space, and everyone agreed on the spot. They were unwilling to stay in the shelter waiting to die. Alejandra seemed slightly embarrassed by her earlier statement, but Randy didn't care what she was thinking. With a wave of her hand, she transported everyone into the space. Isla, transport us to the nearest medical station, Randy commanded. Unexpectedly, Isla hesitated. Master, my abilities seem to be affected too. They're unstable, and I can't guarantee I can transport you successfully. Upon hearing this, Randy made a quick decision to walk with Conley. Fortunately, both of them were extremely agile. Even with heavy rain pouring down and buildings collapsing, they could easily avoid any danger. The world was crumbling around them, with only broken walls and ruins visible, no signs of life. Fires burned brightly in the darkness, creating an inferno that could match the end of the world. People's screams echoed in their ears. For a moment, Randy felt like she had returned to her previous life. The same wails filled the land, the same ruined structures, explosions growing louder one after another, illuminating the night sky as bright as day. In this moment, all struggles became futile, highlighting how insignificant humans were. Dazed, she saw herself standing on the wasteland, helpless. Randy. Conley's call brought her back to reality. Turning her gaze, she saw his somber face. What were you thinking? His voice was stiff. Randy forced a smile. Nothing, let's keep going. We're 1/3 of the way there. Despite her words, Conley still looked tense, his eyes never leaving Randy. Oneself. A woman's desperate cry rang out, accompanied by the continuous cries of babies. Randy turned to see a massive panel about to fall, directly above a group of refugees. Sensing her intention to rush forward, Conley grabbed her arm and pulled her back before moving forward himself. Maurice braced against the falling panel, managing to push it away, but the force knocked him back several steps. The people below were clearly surprised to be rescued and smiled gratefully. Randy rushed over to support Conley and asked the crowd, "Why aren't you in the shelters?" An elderly woman responded, "Shelters can only hold so many. Those who are weak, sick, injured, or babies without mutations cannot enter." Randy frowned. She couldn't judge whether this was right or wrong. In times of disaster, prioritizing the strong was understandable. Humans were too fragile, daily deaths would eventually numb people. At such moments, sacrificing part of the population seemed unavoidable. But humans weren't mere objects. No matter how logical they tried to be, seeing lives in imminent danger stirred emotion. The public medical facility we're heading to has a small shelter underground, 3 kilometers away. If you want to survive, follow us. This is all we can do. Life and death are fate. No one can promise survival, Randy said firmly, bringing renewed hope to the despairing group. Seeing Conley looking at her, Randy couldn't help but ask, "Do you think I'm meddling in things that aren't my business?" Conley immediately shook his head, his gaze softening. "Whatever you want to do is fine." With a group of elderly, weak, sick, and disabled people following behind them, the two moved slower than before. However, even this pace was still difficult for the women and children to keep up with. For them, it was enough that Randy had informed them of the location of the shelter. It wasn't reasonable to expect more from others. Randy always had one criterion for saving people. She must see a clear desire to survive in the eyes of those who asked for help, and they should make every effort to ensure their own survival. Otherwise, why should they expect others to value their lives more than they did? So, whether or not they could keep up would depend on how much they wanted to survive. Though the 3-kilometer journey took longer than the previous parts of their trip, they finally arrived. The foundation of the medical facility had already collapsed, causing the entire building to tilt unnaturally. Fortunately, the room where the treatment pod was located remained intact. Randy pointed out the location of the shelter to the women and children, then entered the medical facility with Conley. The treatment pod was on the second floor, and due to a total power outage, the examination room was pitch black. Randy quickly retrieved a generator from the space and set it up, lighting up the room. Conley removed Preston from the higher dimensional space and placed him inside the treatment pod. After about a minute, the treatment pod provided its results. Preston indeed had a significant blood clot in his brain that required immediate surgery. The surgery was fully automated but time-consuming. During the process, tremors from the earthquake waves came one after another, making Randy think the building might collapse several times. Fortunately, the surgery was successful and also treated some of Preston's other potential health issues. To prevent any secondary injuries caused by moving him, Randy directly placed the treatment pod into the higher dimensional space. This was a good solution. There wouldn't be any fear of further injuries in the future. Just then, Conley suddenly spoke, "Stop hiding and come out." Chapter 180, Taking Advantage. A boy of 7 or 8 peeked out from behind the door, his grape-like eyes fixed on Randy. Seeing that the child posed no threat, Randy's tone softened. "Is there something we can do to help you?" The child didn't respond, just staring with wide eyes, remaining silent. Randy sighed. "If you don't speak, how can we help you?" Finally, the boy timidly opened his mouth. "My Ren is sick. That bright thing you had earlier can cure diseases." Only then did they understand the boy's intentions. He had noticed Randy putting away the treatment pod into her storage space. It wasn't too difficult since the treatment pod was public property, it was just that Randy and her group could provide power for it. However, Preston was still inside the pod, and moving her would be challenging. "Don't worry. There's another treatment pod in the next room. Can you take us to see your Ren?" Randy waved her hand, retrieving the treatment pod from the adjacent room, then followed the boy to check on his Ren. Upon seeing the woman lying on the ground, emaciated and nearly lifeless, Randy realized her condition was worse than she had imagined. To everyone else, it seemed like magic when Randy suddenly produced a treatment pod. Everyone was startled. "Get someone to put your Ren inside," Randy said quietly after connecting the power. The boy hesitated for a moment. After a quick scan of the room, Randy understood. Apart from initial surprise, everyone was now avoiding eye contact, showing an attitude of indifference. Randy stepped forward to help the boy lift his Ren into the pod. This treatment pod was truly one of the greatest inventions after the apocalypse. Once the woman was placed inside, the device quickly diagnosed all her ailments. It turned out she had pneumothorax. The surgery was fast, and when the pod opened, the woman's complexion had returned to normal. The remaining people looked up again, their faces filled with joy. 2 individuals immediately asked to use the pod. Once an example was set, refusal became increasingly difficult. Conley's expression grew grim, showing signs of impatience. Although the treatment pods were open to the public, they were prohibitively expensive. Normally, ordinary people couldn't afford them, and their only thought was to take advantage of this opportunity for a free checkup. However, with limited power supply, helping some while ignoring others would lead to complaints and eventually make them look wrong. Why it was hard to be good stemmed from this exact Rear Emerson. Sorry, we only have so much power. You'll have to decide among yourselves who gets to go in, Randy said, not wanting to deal with more, before preparing to leave. Just then, someone tried to grab Randy but was repelled as if hitting an invisible wall before even getting close. What are you doing? Conley asked coldly. The man on the floor protested. What kind of attitude is that? Aren't you Federation officials? What if I report you for oppressing citizens? This statement received immediate support. That's right. Lack of power is just an excuse. You can produce things out of thin air, why not conjure up a few generators? Why can she go in but not us? An adult male, though lean, spoke with full energy. The boy whispered softly, because my mom is dying. Less talking, kid. Don't act spoiled just because you got what you wanted, a woman sneered. They seemed indignant, as if they had suffered great injustice. They seemed to forget that Randy and Conley had just saved their lives. Randy laughed as if hearing a funny joke. If you don't want it, I won't give it to you. What are you going to do about it? Indeed, they couldn't do much. Ignoring Randy's abilities, just considering Conley catching steel plates barehanded made everyone hesitant. Still, someone condemned, how can you stand by and watch people die? An elderly woman spoke with vigor, not at all frail for her age. Randy's gaze turned cold. And how exactly did I let anyone die? Were you outside? Did you get crushed by the steel plates? The crowd fell silent upon hearing Randy's rhetorical question, seemingly choosing to remain quiet about who had rescued them. Randy approached the boy, crouching down. Do you want to come with big sister? The boy's eyes lit up but hesitated. Can Mom come too? Randy smiled. Mom will come too. The boy, now free of any reservations, nodded quickly. Randy knew that given these people's logic, the Wren and Emerson would not have an easy life after she left. The boy seemed to have a good character, it might be better to take him into the space. As for the rest, saving them was like rescuing a pack of dogs. She took the Wren and Emerson into the space and left without looking back. Some wanted to stop her but were intimidated by Conley's warning glance, allowing them to leave unobstructed. By this time, the explosions in the sky had stopped. A violent storm raged with hail, battering down on the dark night. The fires on the ground had been doused, leaving only endless desolation. In the ruins, almost no traces of human civilization remained. The destruction of the blue screen shattered the beautiful dream it created for humanity, revealing its true terrifying face and awakening people to the harsh reality. This was the world as it truly was. Back in the space, Tucker had already assigned rooms to the new residents. Preston was still unconscious, so Randy kept him in her small room. Alejandra rushed in immediately. Is my grandfather okay? Maurice is fine, Conley said. Alejandra was about to kneel before him, but he stopped her with a gesture. If you want to kneel, do so to Randy. She saved Biff Fang. Alejandra hesitated at this. Randy did things regardless of what others thought, seeking only peace within. Seeing this, she didn't mind much. But in the next moment, Alejandra actually knelt before Randy. Thank you for saving my grandfather. And I'm sorry. This act of kneeling must have been a difficult decision for Alejandra, yet she still did it. For a moment, even Randy didn't know how to respond. Get up. It was nothing, she said coolly. Preston's vital signs had stabilized, and all that was left was to wait for him to wake up. Chapter 181 Occupation. After settling Preston, Conley immediately headed for the federal capital to meet up with Beryl, Coralie, and others. Houston also needed to go to City A, where all his research was located. As for Irvin, he finally managed to contact the Northern Military District and they would soon send someone to pick him up. The task of escorting Houston naturally fell on Randy's shoulders. She planned to head to Ruian, the city where the Non-Normal Events Research Center was located, right after safely delivering Houston. When she shared this plan with everyone, Houston seemed to understand her concerns. You're worried about. But he interrupted himself halfway through. That place has higher security than Ulu Pri-Emerson. Reiker shouldn't be able to succeed. Randy said, what if I'm not talking about Reiker but Barry? Maurice hearing this, Irvin immediately objected, impossible. Barry died in a car accident. Besides, how do you know Barry? Randy continued, what if I say that the Pri-Emerson who escaped from the Pri-Emerson is Barry, not Reiker? What would you think? For a long time, silence reigned as Randy saw shock in Irvin and Houston's eyes. So, how do you determine that? Barry's target is this temporal gate? Emerson had been leaning against the door all along but hadn't spoken until now, his tousled hair half covering his indifferent eyes as he looked at Randy. Randy smiled faintly. I have an ally. After making the decision, Randy and Houston set out immediately. With the spatial transmission system not yet repaired, they could only travel by themselves. Surprisingly, Emerson also joined them on this trip. Before leaving, Irvin handed Randy a token and said, "It's my personal credential. If you need any help, just come find me with this token. Moreover, it has a signal connector installed to enhance communication." Looking at the token in her hand, Randy felt a complex mix of emotions, predominantly gratitude. "Thank you." Irvin smiled. "No problem. I have one small favor to ask." Maurice paused for a moment before continuing. "If you hear anything about my younger brother Vic, I hope you can let me know first." Randy nodded solemnly. "Of course." Under the dual protection of Randy and Emerson, Houston arrived safely in City A. During his time away, Conley had already entrusted the highest control of City A to Deputy Commander Amaya, who was the best choice both in terms of work capability and status in City A. Not to mention, all of Lemuel's loyal subordinates were left behind, which should make management easier. Although global chaos was ongoing, Houston believed that the situation in City A should be better than elsewhere. However, to their surprise, when they entered City A, they found corpses scattered unattended on the streets, refugees wandering around, and no law enforcement personnel in the entire base. "Have you contacted Amaya?" Houston asked, frowning. Randy shook her head. The off-road vehicle they were in drove down the dilapidated street and was stopped at the entrance of the base. These people were unfamiliar to Randy. The leader among them had a mutation level of about 15s but acted arrogantly as if he were the ruler of the city. Annoyed, Randy honked the horn and leaned out to say, "Can't you see the emblem on the front of the car?" The man had a face full of freckles and yellow teeth, replying rudely, "Don't recognize it." Enraged, Houston was about to get out of the car but was gently held back by Randy. After some thought, Randy realized the situation. Since she couldn't reach Amaya and they were being blocked, it was obvious that someone else had taken over City A. And Amaya might be in trouble. Randy had other matters to attend to and didn't want to waste time arguing. She used a mental control, and those people obediently let them pass. At the same time, she conducted a mental probe to identify who had occupied the city. "So it's you," Randy thought, smirking coldly. After passing the entrance, Randy took control of all possible ground personnel along the way and led Houston and Emerson into the base gate. Emerson, accompany Casper to find what he needs. I'll go look for Lemuel first. If anyone tries to stop you, kill them without hesitation. Understand? Emerson nodded. "Sister, don't worry." After instructing them, Randy glanced at Houston, reassuring herself before turning to leave. Since this Emerson controlled City A, both Lemuel, Esache with Macron Lin, and Kira must be in danger. It would be too troublesome to search on foot, so Randy directly unleashed her power. A three-dimensional space rapidly unfolded in her mind, and she quickly locked onto their positions. Suddenly, a cold expression flashed across Randy's face. She sensed something approaching her. Maurice's current location was in the entrance hall of the base, where armed forces were closing in from all sides. "You shouldn't have come back." A gentle female voice sounded, accompanied by the appearance of a short-haired woman who walked down from the second-floor platform. This woman was none other than Rochelle, who had cut her hair and even sharpened her gaze. "Is that so?" Randy's eyes and expression remained unchanged as she stood with her arms crossed in the center of the round hall. "So now that I'm back, what are you going to do with me?" Rochelle chuckled softly. "They don't know how formidable you are, but I do. So, I won't confront you head-on." With that, she turned to the man behind her and said, "Bring them out." After a while, a man and a woman were dragged out, bound and gagged. They were Esther with Macron Lin and Kira, who had already regained consciousness but could only express their agitation with wide eyes at seeing Randy. Rochelle threw something down from above and said coolly, "Put it on yourself. Otherwise, I will press the button, and they will die for sure." Randy saw the restraining devices around Esache with Macron Lin's and Kira's necks. What Rochelle had thrown down was a suppression ring. "I'm not an unreasonable per Emerson. I'll give you a minute to think about it, little sister Jiang." Randy replied, "No need to think about it." Rochelle's smile froze on her face. "What?" "I said, no need to think about it. Just kill me then." Esache with Macron Lin, MMMPH. Kira gave Esther with Macron Lin a disdainful look. "Haha, so be it." Rochelle's words were cut off halfway when her body froze. In her last moment of consciousness, her fingers struggled to press the button. "Rochelle, if I say you're brainless, you really can't deny it. Letting this pile of dogshit occupy City A, just thinking about it makes me sick." Chapter 182 Bomb. The armed forces were about to take action, but Randy merely glanced indifferently, and all weapons disarmed on the spot. She directly took control of everyone's minds. "Do you two want me to come up and fetch you?" Randy suddenly said. "Xavier, oh. The two of them directly jumped down from the second floor, not knowing why they couldn't just walk down the stairs. It was because they were still wary, not daring to go through the crowd. This directly resulted in Xavier landing on his bottom. Although Randy could hardly bear to look, she suppressed her laughter and tried to release the control over them. At that moment, Amira suddenly said, "Master, don't move." Randy immediately stopped her actions. "There's a problem with this device. If forced open, it will self-destruct." Randy was astonished. "What? Can't it be opened directly? Isn't carrying it all the time like having a time bomb?" "In theory, only the Emerson who made it can open it." Randy looked at the two with an apologetic gaze and explained the situation. Upon hearing this, Xavier didn't think much of it. "Boss Jiang, did you forget what I am?" Randy suddenly widened her eyes. "I'm a loach. I can change form at will, How could this confine me? As he spoke, something incredible happened. Xavier's body began to shrink, gradually becoming a thin line. Maurice said as he shrank, Verity, hold on. My mucus can temporarily soften human bones. I'll come out and save you. Kira couldn't help but say, just shut up. True to form, though Xavier's original appearance was a bit disgusting, he proved quite useful. Once free, he immediately ran towards Kira, planning to help her get out of the restraining device. Randy had been watching the two with a smile, but then her heart skipped a beat. This sudden missed beat instantly put her on high alert. What was wrong? The scene was already under her control, wasn't it? Xavier and Kira were still laughing and scolding each other, unaware of Randy's unusual mood. It was Kira who noticed Randy, her expression gentle. She nudged Xavier lightly and whispered, Little Jiang, are you okay? You're sweating. Randy forced a smile, nothing's wrong. Perhaps she was being too cautious. However, at that moment, the inhibition collar around Kira's neck flashed red in a direction unseen by everyone. In the next second, an electric current surged through, spreading a powerful electromagnetic wave, followed by a violent explosion. Xavier was closest. One moment he was smiling, the next blood and brain matter splattered his face, and a shard pierced his eye. Before Randy could react, Amira urgently teleported her back into the space. Even so, the explosion caused her temporary tinnitus and dizziness. Xavier's condition was worse. Because the setting for teleportation always prioritized saving Randy first, it delayed Xavier's rescue by 0.1 seconds. That 0.1 second left him unconscious. This was a radiation bomb. Even without direct shrapnel hits, it could cause severe damage to humans instantly. Seemingly stunned by the blast, it took Randy a while to recover. Despite her physical discomfort, she shouted, quickly put Xavier in the treatment chamber. Amira hurriedly replied, Master, don't worry, he's already being carried inside. At that moment, a stream of warm fluid trickled from Randy's nose, which she casually wiped away, only for more to flow out. After several wipes, when Amira and Harry looked at Randy again, her face was covered in blood. Harry's expression was complicated as he hesitantly spoke, Randy, you've been exposed to radiation. Looking at her blood-covered hands, Randy muttered fearlessly, quickly bring Houston and Doremerson back here. Amira, they aren't in danger right now. I'm monitoring them closely. Once there's any danger, I'll teleport them in. Master, you need to enter the treatment chamber. Randy managed a faint smile, no need, don't you know my physical strength? And I wasn't hit by the explosion. Why did people disappear when it was right before my eyes? Didn't I control everyone? Master, how did this happen? Didn't I have Rochelle controlled? Where is Rochelle? Master, you really need to enter the treatment chamber, Amira interrupted. Strangely, although she was merely an electronic intelligence entity, she seemed to have an unusually rich range of emotions, even feeling tears welling up in her eyes. Harry stepped forward and said, I'll go look for it. Given her current state, she shouldn't go out to find the treatment chamber again. Gretchen said, Indeed, the treatment chamber is in the medical center on the 3rd floor, B section. Thank you for your help. Don't worry, if you encounter any danger, I will immediately pull you back. The premise couldn't be another disaster that happened in an instant like before. Harry nodded solemnly. A flash of white light, and he appeared at the last place Randy had been. The space could move with Randy's movement, so wherever Randy entered the space, the people in the space would exit from there. Thus, Harry naturally saw Kira, whose body had been completely obliterated by the explosion. The red and yellow intertwined remains made Harry's body tremble uncontrollably, barely managing to regain his composure. At this point, the hall was empty, even Rochelle had vanished without a trace. This was Harry's first time visiting the A City base, and finding Section B took him quite a while. Because the world was once again hit by extreme weather bombardment, the entire area had lost power, leaving it pitch black except for the dim green glow of the signs guiding the way forward. Harry felt his way into the treatment room and immediately contacted Gretchen after locating the treatment chamber, successfully securing it. Gretchen, are you not coming back yet? Harry sensed a wave of energy spreading at the end of the corridor and decided to investigate, saying, Not yet. Okay, just be careful. At the end of the corridor, there were no rooms, just a wall. Harry slightly used his mental power to probe and knew there was more space behind it. However, no matter what efforts he tried to open the door, nothing worked. Ultimately, he had to give up. Just then, a surge of energy came his way. Maurice instinctively prepared to counterattack, but the next second, he found himself standing in the space. Gretchen sighed in relief, finally reacted quickly once. Chapter 183, Game. Harry remained silent for a few seconds, intending to speak but eventually said nothing. To him, that burst of energy had not yet reached the level of threatening his life. But perhaps due to having learned from past mistakes, Amira's assessment of danger was stricter now, indeed safer. Randy had already been placed inside a treatment pod, her condition much milder compared to Xavier's, with no external injuries, so her treatment ended within half an hour. A few minutes later, Doremerson and Houston were also transported into the space. They hadn't encountered any danger, but part of Houston's experimental materials had been lost. Ironically, this was the most critical component of the research, the decryption code for human genes. If it fell into the wrong hands, humanity would face true despair. Fortunately, only a part of the code had been obtained, with the crucial sections deleted by Houston and stored solely in his memory. For now, this offered some solace. Big sister, how are you feeling? Doremerson rushed straight to Randy without caring about the rest. Randy held her forehead, shaking her head lightly, and asked, "You guys didn't encounter any danger, right?" Doremison replied, "Of course not. My blessing skill has an extended ability that can briefly predict danger. We didn't sustain any harm." Randy's expression darkened as she couldn't help thinking that if Doremison had been there earlier, Kira might still be alive. With this thought, she glanced at Xavier, who was still unconscious. Randy could hardly imagine how he would feel when he woke up. "Since everyone is back, stay here in the space. I'll go rescue Micah and deal with Rochelle," Randy said coolly. She had already detected that Conley Yuan, his close associates, several officials within the base, along with professors and researchers, were all confined on the 7th underground level. Clearly, Rochelle's target was her, and she had to go alone. Harry suddenly stepped forward, saying, "I'll go with you." Doremison added, "Take me too, big sister. I can foresee danger." But Randy refused them one by one. To kill Rochelle, she needed to do it alone. However, just in case, she asked Doremison for a blessing. The entire base had lost power, except for the elevator leading underground, which emitted a pale light. Base residents either fled or perished, while others were captured. This vast base had turned into a ghost town. With a ding, the elevator arrived at the 7th underground level. As the door opened, an empty corridor greeted them. Randy stepped out of the elevator, walking steadily and silently. She casually pushed open a door, facing a glass door behind which several base officials were tied up. Upon closer inspection, they all wore devices around their necks, similar to those worn by Xavier and Kira. Randy silently closed the door, then opened another one. Mauricia, a group of researchers, including Skylar, were impriamisoned. Most had their heads down, unaware of anyone entering. Similarly, Randy gently closed the door and continued forward. Surprisingly, this room contained only children. The youngest were just 2 or 3 years old, while the oldest were around 12 or 13. Unlike the solemn atmosphere in other rooms, these children seemed oblivious to what lay ahead. Some were even playing with laboratory equipment. One little Lynn, about 3 or 4 years old, spotted Randy and clumsily ran toward the glass window. Just before she touched it, Randy used her mental power to restrain her, and the strands of hair that touched the glass instantly turned to ash. Indeed, as she had suspected, the room wasn't as simple as it appeared. Randy guided her back to a safe distance, erased her memories of this incident, and quietly left the room. Even after opening all the doors, Randy saw no sign of Conley Yuan or Amaya. In theory, according to the transmission rules of higher dimensional space, entry required Randy's consent and that the Paremison be within 100 meters of her. Those on the 7th underground level should theoretically have been able to be directly transported into the space, but the rings around their necks prevented Randy from risking such a direct transfer. The remnants of the device left by Kira's explosion were completely damaged, so they used the device removed from Xavier to analyze instead. It was only a matter of time before the analysis would be successful. This was why Randy only confirmed if people were alive or dead without taking any further action. As for Esteban, where exactly had they hidden him? Randy had already scanned the entire base but found no clues at all. Just then, a faint energy fluctuation caught Randy's attention. The fluctuation originated from the 2nd floor of the base. As she was about to investigate, the screen suddenly filled with static noise, followed by Rochelle's voice. "Randy, take a look. Aren't you so noble? These people are impriamisoned because of you." Randy raised an eyebrow, making no response. Rochelle continued, "Although you just hurt me, I am always soft-hearted and want to give you a chance. Let's play a game." A sneer curled at the corner of Randy's mouth. How dare she accuse her first? Rochelle went on, "This game is called 1-2-3, statue. You start from the end of the corridor and walk to the other side. You have 3 chances to turn around. If you can see the killer before he touches you within these 3 turns, you win. What do you think?" Maurice's tone was tinged with excitement, but to Randy, it sounded overly mocking. "Oh, not really. Why should I play this game?" Randy countered. "I don't believe you're not curious where Esteban is." Randy replied calmly, "I'm not worried." There was a moment of silence from the intercom. After a few seconds, Rochelle continued, "Sorry, but you have no choice but to play this game. If you don't, everyone in the underground labs won't survive." Randy wasn't sure whether Rochelle's actions stemmed from personal desire or genuine orders from superiors, but before Verity cracked the device code, she needed to try to keep Rochelle and those behind her calm. Yes, Rochelle was at most a lackey, the one pulling the strings was someone else. Chapter 184, Murder. Randy could sense that within this base, there was someone whose level far exceeded Rochelle's, yet this Paremison had not shown up. They were all in the central control area on the 3rd floor, and Marla's presence was nowhere to be found. This only reinforced Randy's growing suspicion. Were they really in control of Marla? Or, to put it another way, was Marla really found so easily? After just a few seconds, Randy suddenly changed her mind. "Alright, I'll play with you, but since it's a game, we should set a penalty for losing, right?" Rochelle smiled. "Of course, if you lose, you'll have to give up your space." This directly made Randy frown. She didn't understand how Rochelle knew about her space. Moreover, this space was bound to her. Only the death of the previous owner could change its master. Rochelle's intentions were now clear. What puzzled Randy even more was that she barely interacted with Rochelle, so why did she bear such deep hatred? Compared to jealousy, envy, or resentment, what Rochelle displayed was a straightforward and venomous hate. "And what if you lose?" Randy asked coolly. "If I lose, then I'll grant you one wish," Rochelle replied. Randy checked on Roundy's progress. It was already 2/3 complete. Fine, if Rochelle wanted to play, she would accompany her for a while. Alright, I'll play with you. Randy agreed readily to Rochelle's proposal. There was a 2-second pause over the intercom, and when Rochelle spoke again, her voice had become extremely eerie. Then, the game begins. Almost instantly, the hallway lights dimmed, leaving only the dark yellow glow from the strip lights at the edges. In fact, whether there were lights or not wasn't very important to Randy. She was standing at the end of the corridor, where the dim lighting could affect one's senses. Randy simply closed her eyes, allowing her senses to operate solely through her mental power. Step by step, Randy started walking towards the other side. The airless corridor gave off a slight sense of familiarity, and then a faint breeze brushed past Randy's face, making her heart sink. It had appeared. Its level was unknown to her, she couldn't sense it clearly, yet it felt familiar, as though she had encountered it before. 1, 2, 3, wooden man. Randy muttered these words and quickly turned around. There was no one behind her, only the empty, dark corridor with just residual wind lingering. This is your first chance, Rochelle said. Randy silently turned back and continued walking forward. Almost as soon as she turned, that energy reappeared, slowly trailing behind Randy without rushing to catch her, as if toying with its prey. Wooden man. Randy turned her head for the second time, still finding no trace. That energy seemed to vanish into thin air. What exactly was this thing? That's the second time, and you only have one chance left. Rochelle's voice sounded somewhat excited. Randy showed no sign of surprise or tension, still walking forward with her eyes closed. Only a dozen meters remained until the end, and she hadn't once looked back. Until just one step away from hitting the wall, Randy suddenly turned around sharply. This time, her gaze flashed with a pale yellow light, and in the split second of turning, she quickly reached out, grabbing hold of a living entity. Caught. However, Randy's expression froze once more. The assassin mentioned by Rochelle was a woman, but she had a face identical to Randy's, attached to an unusual body, the same as what she saw during the incident at Dreger Pharmaceuticals. This made it clear who Rochelle had aligned herself with. The creature beneath her struggled violently, its sharp nails scratching Randy's skin, drawing blood. Without mercy, Randy flicked a switch on her finger and pressed hard against the neck of the creature. An electronic needle was inserted into the back of the creature's head. The electronic needle acted similarly to the control ring but was more effective, suitable for zombies lacking cognitive ability, one of the weapons left to her by Preston. The humanoid monster immediately fell to the ground, clutching its neck and wailing, mumbling indistinctly, "Master, please don't kill me." Randy narrowed her eyes, looking down at the creature with sheer disgust and coldness, stepping back to avoid its reaching hand. Rochelle also came to her senses, and when she spoke again, her tone was slightly manic. "Ha, you win." This was the latest species developed by the company. Due to Randy's overly robust physique, she was targeted by Dreger Pharmaceuticals, who sent people to obtain her genetic information and created this killing machine. Compared to previous generations, it not only improved in ability and level but also possessed intelligence and ultra-high anti-detection capabilities, capable of teleportation and invisibility, evading any existing detection equipment. And yet, this all-around killing machine was easily dealt with by Randy. "I'm starting to find this a bit boring." Randy whispered softly. "Rochelle, what?" "Randy, let me end this game." As soon as these words were spoken, alarms blared throughout the base. Randy's figure flickered, disappearing from where she stood. In the next second, she appeared in the room where Rochelle was located. After twisting the necks of two subordinates with ease, she lightly raised her hand and slammed Rochelle into the wall. Next to her stood a man in a grey robe. As expected, the Church of Saint Anne had contributed significantly here. "Randy, aren't you afraid I'll make all those people below die?" Rochelle said venomously as she rose from the ground. "Monsieur, we've lost control." One Parmesan beside her trembled and said. "What? When did you?" Randy didn't give her a chance to finish her sentence. She slapped her across the face, cutting off her words mid-sentence. Catching the grey-robed man trying to flee out of the corner of her eye, she reached out with her other hand and smacked him against the wall, then threw an ice spike that pierced the chest of the grey-clothed man perfectly. The grey and white robe was soaked in blood, leaving Rochelle utterly speechless. "You're a revolting thing. Just your presence makes me feel like vomiting." Randy spoke coldly. With that, she turned back to look at Rochelle and said indifferently, "Rochelle, you are indeed very adept at manipulating people's hearts. If you hadn't controlled so many lives, do you think you could have lived until now?" Chapter 185, Previous Life. Facing Rochelle's venomous gaze, Randy slowly approached her with a faint expression and said coldly, "Do you feel hate? Are you disgruntled? But what can you do to me? I hate you. I hate that you have taken away everything that should have been mine. I hate you." With a slap, Randy mercilessly slapped her again, interrupting her words. "You hate me? What about those who were killed by you? You betrayed the Federation and colluded with the Saint and sect to harm the citizens of the base. Did you do all this just to satisfy your own greed? Rochelle, there has never been anything that was inherently yours. There is nothing in this world that is destined for anyone. It's time for you to wake up from your dream." Randy, taller than Rochelle, held her chin tightly now, her eyes looking down with condescension, enjoying her expression changing dramatically. For some rear Emerson, a thought flashed across her mind, feeling oddly satisfied by this one-sided torture. Rochelle curled the corner of her lips into a sinister smile through her blooded mouth. "Randy, do you think you are any good, Per Emerson? Look at yourself now. I really wish I could give you a mirror to see your face. Ha ha ha. Do you really consider yourself a savior? Do you enjoy this kind of superiority? If you didn't have superpowers, who would care about you? At this point, Rochelle suddenly leaned closer to Randy's ear and whispered, just like in your previous life, Randy, everything you now possess should have belonged to me. For a moment, Randy's mind went blank, her breathing almost stopping as her hand moved from Rochelle's chin to her neck, gradually tightening. She enunciated every word, her voice hoarse. How do you know that? Living her life over again was a secret she had never revealed, not even to Conley or Houston. How did Rochelle find out? The force was almost choking Rochelle, making it impossible for her to escape. Yet, her eyes remained madly defiant, intentionally trying to enrage Randy. You guess. You this, reborn demon, even if another life, you will suffer the same fate, despised by the world, killed by everyone. Randy suddenly loosened her grip on her throat, feeling a sudden sharp pain in her brain, her heart pounding wildly, her eyes flashing with confusion and helplessness. She muttered, What do you mean? What do you mean? Why can't I understand? In a daze, Randy felt as though a scene flashed through her mind, endless darkness, hands covered in blood, turning back, lips curling up, eyes filled with coldness and ruthlessness. But after that brief scene, trying to recall more only brought an unbearable headache. Rochelle coughed harshly, laughing grimly. You indeed have a big destiny, unable to kill you once, instead making you stronger. The attack that time, it was you, wanting to kill me, not Reiker? Randy struggled to ask. Yes, it was me. Apart from Liming Yuan not being kidnapped by me, everything else was my doing. Arnu and Enyang were my best friends before the apocalypse. Randy's expression was complicated. Why does Arnu's memory not contain this part? Was he showing me edited memories? Finally, the crowd in the space noticed Randy's emotional disturbance. Emerson quickly appeared by her side. Sister, I'm here. This scene seemed to sting Rochelle. You really have a space, right? Ha 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 ha, I knew it. And your bracelet, why did you get it first? It should have been me to find it. I should be the savior. Enough. Emerson roared, gathering energy and fiercely hitting Rochelle. Feeling it wasn't enough, he gathered more energy in his hands. But then, Randy placed her cold hand on his shoulder, whispering, Let me handle it. Emerson turned to look at Randy, who had already completely regained her composure, as if nothing had happened before. Maurice unconsciously calmed down too. What do you mean it should have been yours? Randy's eyes were cold and detached, her tone like ice, with a terrifying energy swirling around her. Rochelle felt a fine pain crawl into her brain like a serpent, this unfamiliar sensation making her uneasy. This jade bracelet was left to me by my parents, yet you claim it should have been yours. Perhaps I lost some memories, but I'm not stupid. In the previous life, this belonged to me and you found it. And in this life, I simply reclaimed what was mine. But from your mouth, it becomes that I stole from you, just because I didn't conveniently miss it or let you find it first. Rochelle, people shouldn't act like this. Rochelle struggled to move, panic flashing on her face as she was exposed, her body firmly restrained by Randy's powers. Randy continued, You want to enrage me. Although I don't know your true purpose, or what terrifying consequences it might lead to, it's unfortunate for you that your plan clearly miscalculated. Seeing Randy had completely calmed down, with her pitch-black eyes eerily serene, Rochelle stammered, I didn't. Randy made a hushing gesture and said calmly, Let's stop here. I don't want to hear any more. You can die now. Rochelle struggled desperately. On what grounds do you decide my fate? Who are you to judge me? I am not judging you. Rochelle froze at Randy's words, not quite comprehending their meaning before seeing Randy pulling her straight toward the base's exit. In the middle section between the base and City A, there were large numbers of refugees gathered. They had all been expelled from the base after the explosion. Some had untreated wounds, left to fester. Noticing someone approaching, many stood up to closely examine the newcomers. Suddenly, someone in the crowd shouted, I recognize you. You're the one who expelled us. Maurice pointed at Xie Wanling. Immediately, others chimed in, including what seemed to be a Federation soldier. Yes, it's her. She Emerson, aren't you? I wouldn't mistake it for anything. The crowd erupted in angry voices. Completely under Randy's control, Rochelle couldn't move. She felt an inexplicable fear about what Randy would do next, even flashing through her mind that she shouldn't have provoked Randy. Chapter 186, I am not a good Emerson. Randy's gaze landed on Rochelle, and he said indifferently, Scared? Rochelle gritted her teeth. Randy, what are you planning to do? Didn't you say I wasn't qualified to judge you? They should be able to, right? Randy chuckled lowly. You said I would have no allies and would die miserably for being against the whole world. But I'd like to see your end first. Randy, you're really insane. Now, Rochelle was genuinely terrified. Randy curled his lips into a smile. I've never been more lucid. Citizens of the Federation, I am Enforcer Randy, also from City A. For me, City A is where my memories are stored, my beloved hometown, and the place where I survive. With the blue screen broken, the entire Federation is falling apart, and the future of humanity is uncertain. Yet someone chose this time to invade our space, persecute colleagues, and bully the weak, and that Emerson happens to be from City A. Randy's voice echoed powerfully, stirring even stronger indignation among the already discontented crowd. Traitor! Someone shouted loudly. Others chimed in after the first cry. In the quiet place where others couldn't hear, A cold voice suddenly sounded in Rochelle's mind. It was Randy communicating with her using mental power. What you want to see is nothing but me being misunderstood by everyone, being abandoned. Maybe someday, I will indeed reach that point, but since it's a path I chose, I'll walk it through firmly, accepting whatever outcome. After a long silence, Rochelle spoke up. If I die, you won't know what happened in your past life. How does my past life relate to me? The way Rochelle looked at Randy now contained surprise and confusion. To her astonishment, Randy seemed not to care about the past at all. Randy continued, and I should add that I've never claimed to be a good Paremison. Time had dragged on, and in Xavier's view, this hesitation indicated Randy's doubt. Maurice had just awoken and quietly observed everything happening outside. But now, he intended to kill Rochelle with his own hands. Mr. Jiang, if you can't bring yourself to do it, let me. His voice was unnaturally hoarse, eyes bloodshot, his sorrowful expression due to Kira's death mixed with an almost imperceptible ruthlessness. Randy knew that any comfort she offered would seem overly futile to Xavier. She silently released her grip and handed Rochelle over to him and the crowd behind them. Having completed this, she turned around sharply and calmly walked back to the base. Rochelle's cries of agony echoed behind her, mingling with the fierce wind, like a demon wailing. Randy glanced at the sky, which was dark and devoid of any light, just as human future seemed directionless. Dark clouds rolled like they were brewing something. People were still reveling in their momentary joy of revenge. With Rochelle's death, the first raindrop fell, followed by another and another, splashing onto the ground. The impending heavy rain finally poured down. How long would it last? 10 days? 30 days? Or 100 days? Randy closed her eyes, tilting her head back. Rainwater trickled down her hair and eyelashes, gathering in her eye sockets. From deep within, she sighed. Isn't this the end of the world? In the dream woven by the blue screen, social order was briefly restored, but once it shattered, how long could human order sustain? Randy went to the second floor of the base, the area where energy surges had appeared before. Harry had been here too but faced only a wall. Randy's familiarity with the layout of City A's base probably rivaled even that of the chief designer. Without scanning, she knew this place harbored a secret mechanism. Indeed, the mechanism was hidden in Marla's office's concealed compartment, known to few. Sure enough, Randy found the mechanism there. As it turned, a section of the second floor wall opened, revealing a room of several dozen square meters. In a corner stood a white bed where Marla lay peacefully. Surprisingly, Randy also found Amaya here, unharmed and surprisingly energetic. Amaya rubbed his eyes as if awakened, looking at Randy with joyful surprise. Randy, you finally came for us. Randy asked, did you know I would come? Amaya scratched his head and said, it was Micah who said it. Before he left, he told me that if we were in danger, I should put Micah into this space and then come in myself to wait for rescue. Actually, I didn't know it would be you. Randy glanced at Marla, whose physical condition was stable but remained in a coma. She wondered what kind of severe injuries he had sustained back then. You've been here for so long, and they never found you once? Randy asked. The secret room is surrounded by signal blockers developed by Biff Fang. Normal people can't detect this place, and we only stayed for 2 or 3 days. Randy nodded. Let's talk inside the space. As for the people in the 7th underground level, Randy did not directly decide their fate but merely asked if they wished to follow her. Some agreed, while others wanted to find their families. Randy never interfered with anyone's choices, respecting all their decisions. So, she wouldn't try to persuade them otherwise. The children who found their families immediately reunited with their parents. Only 3 or 4 stood among the crowd, unsure of what to do. Randy approached them gently, asking, where are your parents? These children ranged from 6 to 8 years old. Maurice hearing this, none of them spoke up. After a moment, a 6-year-old boy muttered, they're all dead. Seeming to have influenced the other children, Lynn began crying. I want Beth. Randy understood. It appeared that only one had gone missing. Randy brought those who were willing to follow her and the children without any place to go into the space. Without protection, these children wouldn't survive past tomorrow. The space was already bustling with activity. With the arrival of these new citizens, the spatial infrastructure function was activated again, constructing numerous small houses. Skylar and other students of Houston gathered around him, recounting their experiences. The chubby baby named Verity was very popular among the kids and quickly bonded with them. Chapter 187, Round Table. But more people were amazed, marveling at the existence of such an idyllic paradise in this apocalypse. To those who had endured untold disasters, it was nothing short of a miracle. It was Baylora whether Randy had exceptionally bad luck in her past life or remarkably good fortune in this one. Every inhabitant entering the sanctuary was kind-hearted and full of gratitude toward her, all getting along harmoniously. Randy sat on a hillside, gazing at the distant green mountain ranges, lost in thought. Seeing her state, Dor Emerson approached and sat down beside her. Big sister, what are you thinking about? Randy sighed softly, just letting my mind wander. Big sister, no matter what others say, I will always believe in you and stand by your side. Randy's eyelashes fluttered but she remained silent. In the distance, Skylar and Clayton had already set up a barbecue grill. Clayton's fire-based abilities came into play, making preparation effortless. Ewan wore an old, translator's note, should be changed to an appropriate English term, holding pork belly in his left hand and chicken gizzards in his right, ready to start grilling. Yet in this happy scene, Kira's absence was felt, as was the loss of the Xavier Randy once knew. Dor Emerson sensed her thoughts and gently comforted her. This isn't your fault. Randy looked into the distance, her eyes sparkled as if lit by sparks, then she said softly, there is no right or wrong in this world, everything comes down to cause and effect. Clayton saw the two sitting on the hillside and beckoned them. Come on, the first batch is ready. Randy called out loudly, we're coming. Saying that, she stood up briskly, brushed off the dust from her bottom, and seeing Dor Emerson still seated, pulled him up. Let's go. What are you waiting for? After everyone enjoyed themselves, it was already nighttime within the sanctuary. Everyone dispersed, and the courtyard returned to its tranquil state. Little Jiang, no matter whether you believe it or not, I knew nothing about Dawn being placed in the darkroom, Houston said. I know, something like that isn't something you can tell many people, Randy replied. After a pause, she continued, the space transmission mechanism has been repaired. I'll set out soon to Ruian's Research Institute. We've wasted 2 days here, but fortunately, the transmission system is fixed, which will save some travel time. Houston nodded, since you've made up your mind, set off then. Randy was about to leave when she noticed Houston hesitating and asked, do you have anything else, teacher? Houston scratched his chin. I don't know how to say it. Randy asked, puzzled, what? I don't know what Rochelle told you, but your reaction was very unusual. Conley mentioned this issue to me before, but so far, you seem to manage in the most critical moments. I'm just afraid that one day you might. Houston was speaking clearly now, addressing the issue that Randy faced due to some unknown rear Emersons. Today, he finally brought up this problem openly for the first time. Maurice continued, Randy, you need to understand that everyone cares about you. It was our decision that led to you absorbing the Holy Stone, and if your health is compromised because of this, we would feel guilty and restless. Randy looked at Houston calmly and said, firstly, absorbing the Holy Stone was not only your decision but also my choice. There's no rear Emerson to regret something I chose myself. Secondly, I believe I can control my emotions well, as you've seen, I've always managed well. Though her words seemed explanatory, they were meant to reassure. Houston understood her intention and could only sigh, waving her off. Randy left the room, her previously warm expression now replaced with coldness. Rochelle's words had caused waves in her heart, stirring up turbulent feelings. What exactly happened in her past life? Was it really as she remembered? After all, the memory alteration program had advanced far beyond her imagination. Federal Capital Round Table Conference. The participants this time were far fewer than during the earlier blue screen decision meeting, barely half remaining. The remaining attendees were relatively weaker countries and regions, while the powerful ones dissatisfied with the Federation seized the opportunity to break away. It is extremely difficult to maintain human rationality and unity in the face of disasters. Not only does it require igniting hope in everyone's heart, but also requires someone with absolute authority to take the lead, which is clearly completely unrealistic. At the round table, everyone is a protagonist, without distinction between primary and secondary seats. This signifies that each country's envoy is on equal footing. Yet, coincidentally, everyone's gaze fell onto the old man seated under the blue badge. The gold-framed blue badge, adorned with a 7-point star cluster, is the emblem of the federal government. Now, with one corner of this emblem missing, it seemed to foreshadow the bleak direction the federal government was headed. The Blue Screen Project, we were practically forced into it. We've always advocated for building spaceships, venturing into space, and finding a new home. Now look at what happened. We poured so many resources into Blue Screen, and it just exploded. Everything has returned to square one, wasting so much time, a representative from one country said. Another immediately responded, I agree with you. This accident must have its causes and consequences. The security system of Blue Screen was top-notch. How could it suddenly explode without any warning, let alone all at once? It doesn't make sense unless there was something fishy going on internally. Yes, we came here to demand an explanation. Given that no issues arose during regular operations, such a large-scale explosion necessitates finding the culprit who betrayed humanity, a burly white-bearded man shouted loudly. Hush, hush, Cliff, I agree with the term bastard, but I have some reservations. Speaking was a blonde, blue-eyed man with striking features, looking only in his 20s or 30s. Dressed in a well-tailored and exceptionally handsome military uniform, he exuded extraordinary demeanor. Maurice was Demon, the representative from Rui country. Contrary to his outstanding appearance, his voice diminished his imposing presence somewhat, as it sounded somewhat childlike. Cliff slammed the table angrily. What do you disagree with? Chapter 188 Discussion. Come on, don't be so angry. I didn't say anything about you. All I think is that the most urgent thing now should be discussing the future direction of humanity. At least, the one who caused the blue screen won't be discussed in this roundtable meeting, Demon said indifferently. Cliff stood up and pointed at his nose. What do you mean? Are you saying we shouldn't find the murderer? Demon shook his head and whispered to the people around him. Is this brown bear unable to understand human language? I didn't say whether to search for the culprit now or not. Finally, the man sitting under the blue badge spoke. This man had greyish-white hair, a lean but strong physique, looking rather elderly yet with especially high spirits. His eyes were sharp and bright. Beryl was seated right behind his left, while Conley sat behind his right. All right, everyone express your opinions. Do we really need to continue this meeting until tomorrow? We need to dig out the truth, but we also need to deliberate on humanity's future. These two goals aren't conflicting. The old man's voice was loud, and he calmed everyone down within a few words. At present, regarding humanity's resistance against disasters, there are several proposals, and let's all discuss together which one is the most suitable solution for the current situation. With this elder presiding over the meeting, subsequent proceedings went very smoothly. Although there were occasionally opposing voices, the process eventually progressed towards its intended goal. Ultimately, the conclusion of the meeting was to first explore the feasibility of human survival on Earth, while fully supporting aerospace development. If no good measures were found to solve human survival issues within 1 year, then the idea of humans continuing to live on Earth would be completely abandoned, and they would directly enter the space age. However, this would undoubtedly be a difficult and painful process. Earth, as the place where generation after generation of humans lived, saying it should be abandoned outright was indeed hard for many to accept. Therefore, more people still placed their hopes on exploring the direction of human survival. After all, as a blue planet located in a barren area of the Milky Way, there was nowhere safer than here. After the meeting ended, people dispersed in 2s and 3s, leaving only our country's delegation behind. Old Ridge, asking you to come out of retirement in such circumstances, it really doesn't feel right, Coralie said. She was no longer engaged in scientific research but was now a member of the State Committee. This Emerson could make Coralie show such respect, which proved his status. What nonsense, how could this be inappropriate? Humanity has reached this stage, and there's no need to distinguish between us and them. Humph, if you ask me, you should have come to me long ago, Nicholas replied. Nicholas was the former national leader who just retired after the apocalypse. Although he had been away from politics for a long time, many of the current government leaders were nurtured by him, earning him high esteem. Moreover, Nicholas had once served as the Chancellor of Foster University, so to speak. Today's backbone in the scientific community were either his students or colleagues. Although Nicholas was in a wheelchair, he sat up straight without any signs of aging. In reality, he was already 89 years old. Xiaozai, what insights do you have on humanity moving into the space age? Gabby had been quietly listening before suddenly being addressed. She hurriedly replied, I believe that this matter will not have results in the short term. Perhaps we should focus more on the survival of humanity. Moreover, I recently attended a meeting with some astronomers. Currently, there really aren't many viable options. Science and Technology Minister Liu Hao said, I have a suggestion. Nicholas gestured for him to continue. Weren't we previously involved in raiding the Mosbiri people? They've been quiet for quite some time now. I think we might consider collaborating with them to boost our technology. The trade-off would be that once we successfully develop navigable spaceships, we provide them with one. Nicholas nodded, indicating approval of the idea. It can be considered, but the relationship between us hasn't been too pleasant. It will be difficult to talk about cooperation, but since you have an idea, try implementing it. Liu Hao nodded in agreement. Nicholas lifted his head and turned his gaze to Beryl. Xiaolong, what's on your mind? Beryl said, this explosion case seems suspicious. I suspect it may involve Dure Biotechnology Union Corporation. After Dure Pharmaceuticals and the Federation re-established cooperation, they merged with several other companies, expanded their business, and changed their name to Dure Biotechnology Union Corporation. A sharp gleam flashed in Nicholas's eyes, and his expression visibly turned cold. Regardless of what other countries think, temporarily cut off major business dealings between our country and this company. Only keep those business chains without potential risks to facilitate clue gathering. Yes, sir. Conley had been silent from the beginning, watching everything in silence until Nicholas suddenly turned his gaze to him. At the moment their eyes met, Nicholas smiled and said, Xiaoming, stay a bit longer after this. WAN originally intended to directly teleport Randy into the core area of the research institute, but considering the legitimacy of procedures, Randy didn't want the staff there to have unnecessary suspicions about her. Therefore, she asked WAN to teleport her to the entrance gate. After all, with her enforcer identity, most places in this world were accessible to her. Built on high ground, the institute was surrounded by drainage materials, which protected it from flooding. It was divided into residential and research areas to accommodate researchers who lived here with their families. After the global geological disasters resurged, almost all communication was cut off, and this place had gone without supplies for a long time. At the entrance gate, Randy conducted a mental probe of the base. However, the research institute lived up to its name, using wartime-level signal shielding that distorted her detection signals in one area. Randy guessed that this area might be where all items were stored. Although the Federation had disintegrated, her enforcer status still held sway. The guard at the gate barely questioned her before letting her in. The electrical system was still running properly, indicating a special power supply. As Randy walked through, she marveled at this. Although the staff looked extremely exhausted as if they hadn't rested well for a long time, the security system remained intact, and there was no sign of chaos within the institute. It seemed Barry hadn't arrived here yet. Although she didn't know why, Randy showed no signs of lowering her guard as she headed straight toward the storage room. Just then, she was suddenly stopped by a Elwood in a white lab coat. Chapter 189, Acquisition. The male student was simply wearing a white lab coat, but his entire face was fully equipped with protective gear. A protective face shield completely covered his face, making it impossible to see his features, except for his black, short, and hard hair. Maurice stared at Randy for a long time before exclaiming in surprise, "It's you?" Randy had already planned on controlling him to leave this place, but upon hearing these words, she paused. "Do you know me?" The boy's voice came through the protective mask, which naturally altered the sound, so it was normal that Randy couldn't recognize it. Maurice muttered, "I'm Portia." Only then did Randy realize who he was. "You." In fact, Randy was just politely asking. She didn't have a deep impression of Portia. After exchanging pleasantries, she intended to leave. Unexpectedly, this Paremison had no intention of letting her go and nudged her with his elbow, saying, "Wait for me to change my clothes first, we can chat afterward." Randy calmly nodded and watched as the boy disappeared around the corner before turning to leave herself. What a joke. If everyone wanted to chat with her, wouldn't she be exhausted? Just then, a female researcher walked by, looking at Randy with an inquisitive gaze. "Excuse me, which department are you from? I've never seen you before." Randy didn't respond but glanced at the woman's ID badge out of the corner of her eye. "Well, Kinley, senior researcher, pretty high ranking, let's go with her." Just a second ago, the researcher had been enthusiastic about finding out more, but in the next moment, her eyes suddenly became dazed, as if controlled by someone. Upon closer inspection, one could notice that her limbs were somewhat stiff. She silently walked over to Randy. "I'll take you to the storage room." Randy curled her lips. "All right, lead the way." Randy felt she had good judgment in choosing people. Almost all the white-coated staff along the way nodded to this woman, indicating her status was higher than she imagined. Just as Randy thought she would enter the storage room without hindrance, they were stopped at the entrance. "Director Wang, may I assist you with anything?" Under Randy's control, Kinley replied, "We need to go to the storage room to retrieve some items." "Sure, please provide the item code so we can guide you there," the staff member continued. How would Randy know the code? She hesitated momentarily, inwardly criticizing herself. If only I knew it would be so troublesome, I should have asked Conley for a pass beforehand. "We need many items, better if we go inside ourselves," Kinley said casually. The staff member hesitated. Then, "All right, I just fear you might get lost inside." Kinley smiled faintly. "No problem." This smile made the staff member freeze for a moment, his face flushing red as he immediately bowed deeply. "All right, I'll lead you in." Randy didn't know what the junior employee was thinking, probably something like Director Wang smiled at me today, maybe a promotion is on the horizon. But just as Randy was about to follow, she was stopped by the employee. "Does this lady also want to go inside?" Kinley turned around. "Yes, she's with me." "Well, in that case, she needs to register and provide a blood sample." Maurice abruptly corrected himself. "Oh, registration isn't necessary after all." Maurice changed his statement because Randy had exerted mental control over him. So tedious and troublesome. They easily entered the storage area. To reach the core area, they needed iris recognition. Randy simply pushed Kinley forward. Successful identification. Randy successfully reached the core storage area, finding the process easier than expected. Surprisingly, as soon as she entered the core area, her mental probe quickly recovered. It seemed the interference only existed outside. Randy swiftly located the position of the spacetime gate and headed straight for Area A04, with Kinley following closely behind. Inadvertently, Kinley bumped into a pillar, forming a large bump on her forehead. But Randy, completely focused on the giant glass container housing the object, paid no attention to Kinley. There it was, the spacetime gate, intact inside. Randy waved her hand, instantly teleporting the entire glass container and its contents back to her space. As soon as the object was removed, an alarm blared. Randy didn't bother dealing with the approaching guards and vanished into her space in an instant. Kinley was left behind in the storage room. When she finally woke up, she felt a headache and looked around, puzzled. Why am I in this place? It was as if she had bumped into a ghost. "Ali Emerson, why did the alarm go off when I took the spacetime gate? Weren't we allowed to enter?" As soon as she returned to her space, Randy asked this question. Ali Emerson replied, "Maybe it's because Kinley's clearance level isn't high enough. This object probably can only be accessed by the highest command of the Federation. But the Federation has already disintegrated. The ownership of this item is questionable." "True, but the entire research institute still maintains the previous system and shouldn't change in the short term." Randy nodded and walked towards the spacetime gate. Just like the first time she saw it, as she approached, the key in her storage space began to warm up subtly. Could this stone-cast door be responsible for releasing these series of disasters? It's like Pandora's box. Each time it opens, it brings tremendous impacts to Earth. How did such an object come to Earth? While deep in thought, Randy turned her head and suddenly saw Xavier leaning against the door, silently watching her. Although Kira's death was indeed an accident, Randy could no longer face Xavier with the same carefree attitude as before. "When did you arrive?" Xavier said indifferently, "I just got here not long ago. Boss Jiang, I'm leaving, came to say goodbye." Randy was taken aback. "You're leaving?" "Yes, staying here all along has been quite boring, don't you think?" Indeed, someone like Xavier wouldn't be content being confined in one place for long. With his abilities, he would fare well anywhere during the apocalypse. "All right, take care." Randy smiled. Nothing was a more precious blessing than wishing someone to take care. Houston and the others also stayed in City A. For people like them, asking them to remain in a utopia while the world faced such calamities was indeed an unrealistic request. Chapter 190, More receding to the capital. The base structures in City A were not severely damaged and could be put back into use with some repairs. They could withstand heavy rainstorms and earthquakes below magnitude 8. The remaining survivors all devoted themselves to repairing the base, and for a moment, there was renewed hope. Amaya assigned a new area to the professors, which each team had to organize on their own. From afar, Houston's angry scolding voice could already be heard. How many times do I have to say this? These experimental instruments must be stored separately. What if they get mixed up with others? The student being reprimanded sullenly rearranged the materials once again. Just as Randy was about to lend a hand, her communication screen vibrated with an incoming call from Conley. Randy, Mauricello? Conley's low voice came through the earpiece, strangely calming. Are you okay? I'm fine, how about you? Same here. Maurice hearing some noise from Conley's side, Randy instinctively asked, what's going on over there? For a couple of seconds, the noise on the other end suddenly stopped, as if Conley had left the noisy area. Nothing, how have you been recently? Randy sounded slightly disappointed. Reiker and the others haven't made any moves. Even though I've acquired the time gate, there are still no clues about their activities. There has been movement. Randy, what? Conley replied, we just received a distress call from the Rian Research Institute. They were attacked by several groups of high-level mutated beings. The institute was completely destroyed, but besides the time gate, nothing else was lost. They're really after the time gate? Randy exclaimed. However, since they can't hold back any longer, we should take this opportunity to set some baits and lure them out. Conley neither agreed nor disagreed with Randy's suggestion but gently said, be careful. Randy responded, got it. Oh, I'm coming to the capital. Conley frowned, about to say something when the call abruptly ended. Meanwhile, a large number of refugees gathered at the base entrance, having fled from elsewhere. Some of them were mutants, and arguments arose between them and the base guards, creating quite a chaotic scene. Life inside the capital base, where tens of thousands lived, had also been significantly impacted. Everyone moved hurriedly, and the entire base lacked any semblance of order. Standing on the circular observation platform, Conley sighed. Maurice was about to leave, yet she was coming. Why? Not far away, a leader approached him, still wearing her 5 or 6 centimeter heels and black suit that made her look impeccably neat. Maurice's short hair and unadorned face gave her a striking, official demeanor suitable for representing the government in the apocalypse. Fernand Conley, Uncle Ridge said I should go with you, a leader said. Conley massaged his temples. I can handle it alone. Despite being refused, a leader didn't seem annoyed. She gave a standard smile and said softly, trust me, you'll need me. Back at the base in City A, after bidding farewell to Houston, Amaya, and others, Randy returned to her spatial pocket dimension. Isla, teleport me to the capital base. Yes, master. With Isla's response, Randy's figure flickered, and she found herself standing on soft ground. Marisa's first thought upon landing was, why does it smell so bad? And it's hot too. Puzzled, she instinctively looked up and met a pair of dark yellow eyes with bloodshot veins. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. After a long silence, Randy burst out, what the hell is this thing? Isla, are you sure this is the capital base? As she spoke, she quickly leaped back, putting several meters of distance between herself and the creature. She was standing in a scorched yellow grassland. Not only were there no buildings within 100 miles, but the area was overgrown with wild grass, devoid of even birds. And what was with that group of animals watching her hungrily? Was it normal for such a large group of mutant beasts to appear near the capital? Worse still, she had landed right in the middle of the pack. Sorry master, let me try again, Isla immediately responded. Before the beasts could attack, Randy's figure shifted once more, and she appeared atop a pile of ruins. Although everything was in decay, with no signs of human life, traces of its past suggested it had once been a bustling market. Is this Ankh market? Randy couldn't help but feel melancholic. The once largest market in the Federation had become like this. Only, was this teleportation mechanism really restored? Oops, another wrong teleportation, master. Please give me one more chance, Isla said apologetically again. Randy sighed, forget it. This place is not far from the capital. I'll drive there myself to avoid you sending me even further away. It seemed that her last successful teleportation to the Research Institute was just a fluke. This thing still wasn't fully functional. The distance between here and the capital was only about 100 kilometers by car. Even with poor road conditions, Randy successfully reached the gate of the base within 3 hours. However, there were many vehicles entering and exiting the base, causing Randy to be stuck at the entrance. But finally reaching the human settlement area, waiting a bit longer didn't seem too bad. With one hand on the steering wheel, Randy picked up her milk tea with the other and took a sip. Manya then took the opportunity to rub against her arm, instantly covering her clothes with cat fur. This guy, whenever she drove, would always pop out of the spatial pocket to sit in the passenger seat. But recently, he was shedding way too much fur. While playing with the cat, a drop of water suddenly landed on her car window. There had been no rain on the way. Was it going to rain now? Randy wondered silently, but soon, she realized something was off. When the drop touched the car window, the spot clearly turned charred black. In the next second, Randy reacted, this wasn't rainwater but sulfuric acid. How could sulfuric acid rain down from the sky? What kind of twisted operation was this? Even Randy was shocked. At this moment, there was only one car in front of her. She honked forcefully, signaling the driver to pass quickly. Unfortunately, the person in front didn't seem to notice anything unusual and was still arguing with law enforcement. So engrossed in the argument, they even got out of the car as if intending to fight the officer. Seeing the commotion continuing, Randy could only use her mental power to force the driver back into the car and then moved the vehicle to the side, allowing the cars behind her to enter first. Chapter 191 Acid Rain. Randy had managed to get this vehicle registered with a federal license plate in advance, which allowed her passage without much trouble, hardly any inspection at all. However, just as the vehicle passed through the gate, commotion arose from afar. Ah! A shrill scream tore through the sky. A man stood in an exposed area, and a drop of sulfuric acid landed precisely on his brow, causing excruciating pain. More searing the screams, others stuck their heads out to look, only to be hit by the acid and immediately retract into their vehicles. Is it raining? A guard standing under a shelter watched as water droplets fell, intending to reach out and check, but upon hearing the distant screams, he promptly withdrew his hand. That's not rain, said another guard. This stuff is corrosive. How could such a thing fall from the sky? The base law enforcement officers reacted swiftly, recalling their colleagues and rushing back to the base via the fast lane. The remaining people also became aware of the danger. It's acid rain. Get inside the buildings quickly. My face, help me. Don't crowd, there are children here. Stop pushing, you'll crush them. Who gives a damn about your kids? Every life counts. Listen to me, everyone needs to squeeze in together. Randy sat in her car, witnessing everything unfold. She did not plan to get out. The car roof could hold for some time. Even if it couldn't withstand it later, she could still retreat into the space. Those with cars were few, most disaster victims crowded around the entrance, scrambling to enter, none willing to yield to one another. Below, someone was already pale and breathless, yet those above kept surging forward, stepping over bodies as if they were mere stepping stones. Though the entrance was not small, and orderly entry would allow everyone inside in a short time, this was only possible in an ideal situation. Expecting humans to maintain rationality in crisis moments was indeed too much to ask. The guards retreated far away, fearing involvement, until a staff member with levitation abilities appeared, pulling out the lowest layer of corpses. Randy watched everything unfold, her fingers gripping the steering wheel trembling slightly. For some rare Emerson, a voice suddenly emerged in her heart. Kill them all, let no one live. Blow up this place, it would be best if everyone died. When Randy thought this, even she was startled, shaking her head vigorously, then gently closing her eyes and unleashing her powers. Inside the base, Barney observed the chaotic gate through surveillance, his face so dark it could drip ink. Where is everyone? It's been a few minutes, why haven't they cleared the situation? The guards dare not go, what about the Special Forces team? Is the Federation paying them just to sit around? Although the Federation was in disarray, some individuals still believed it existed. Barney was one of them, deeply convinced and hopeful that humanity would eventually become a community of shared destiny. But now, his hopes were dashed by an acid rainstorm. Could he not be angry? The communications officer hurriedly explained, currently, higher-level psychics within the base have been assigned other tasks. There have been stampedes at several entrances, and manpower is insufficient. Moreover, Barney coldly shouted, moreover what? Don't leave sentences unfinished. These refugees include mutants, and no one has the ability to control the entire scene. Do we need to invite Gil over? What? Barney's voice rose sharply. Do you need the chairman for such trivial matters? Why don't you summon Nicholas? Before he finished, the chaos outside suddenly turned eerily quiet. Confused, Barney rushed to the screen. The refugees seemed controlled like zombies, gradually forming an orderly line, slowly entering the hall. Within moments, everyone entered the base, revealing a dozen piled-up bodies at the entrance. The communications officer exclaimed, "This is a high-level psychic mutant," Barney deduced sharply. In our base, apart from Song and Lee, as well as the dispatched special forces, there's another high-level psychic mutant. Barney remained silent, unsure who this Emerson might be, but his mind inexplicably conjured an image of the Lin's bright face. Should we investigate? The communications officer asked cautiously. Barney, no need. As long as she stands on the side of good. With the entrance regaining order, Randy smoothly entered the base. Conley had just finished a meeting and was completely unaware of what had happened at the entrance. It wasn't until he overheard two public officials discussing it that he learned about the acid rain outside. Randy's last message still said she was driving over. Had she arrived or not? Just as Conley was about to call her, a clear voice suddenly called out from behind him. Conley. Conley turned around. Among the passers-by, only one Emerson stopped. The Lin had a fair and rosy complexion, with her hair tied up high in a ponytail, looking efficient and fresh, just like the first time he saw her. Conley slowly walked towards her, while the Lin ran a few steps and threw herself into his arms. Most of the base employees knew Conley, but few knew Randy. Seeing the usually cold-faced Commander Conley actively reach out to hug a Lin, everyone couldn't help but be amazed. But isn't Micah engaged? A Lin in the crowd whispered in confusion. That must be her, someone nearby responded nonchalantly. No, not her. I've seen that Emerson. She's a leader, our country's top diplomat. This area was at an intersection where many people passed by, and their interaction indeed drew much attention. Conley let go of Randy and led her to his office. What's your next move? Conley asked as they walked. A glint of mischief flashed in Randy's eyes as she simply replied with two words. Weakness. Weakness? Yes, why do they go to great lengths to disrupt Bluescreen? To sow discord among humans and plunge Earth back into chaos. And why do they want Earth to fall into chaos? Conley opened the door. Come inside and talk. Based on the information I obtained and analyzing the products currently being developed by Dreyer Company, they likely have one goal. Conley, go on. Creating a god. Chapter 192 Announcement. The so-called creation of a god is just a figurative way to describe something, for easier understanding. What they truly want is a super evolver with absolute dominance over everything in this world. But due to the current scarcity of origin stones, which are fundamental for ability evolution, their path is obstructed. Therefore, they need an alternative approach to obtain energy. Conley seemed to be listening, but also not really paying attention, because he did not let go of the hand he was holding from Randy, and at times he gently pressed it, as if causing a bit of mischief. Randy instantly got annoyed. "Do you think what I said is wrong?" "I think what you said makes perfect sense," Conley replied in a gentle voice. After finishing, he continued along with Randy's words, "So what they hope to see most is social chaos. They can obtain energy from large-scale deaths. This is also why they constantly disrupt social order." Randy nodded, then showed a confused look on her face. "But what is their purpose in creating a god? World domination? Or interstellar travel? But these options don't seem quite right to me. This is my biggest confusion currently." Conley lightly patted Randy's back of the head and said indifferently, "One step at a time, we will eventually find out." Randy's gaze shifted and suddenly noticed the suitcase already packed in Conley's resting room. She subconsciously asked, "Where are you going?" Conley lifted Randy onto the table, his hands bracing on either side. Lowering his head, he kissed her lips, whispering softly, "On an overseas trip." Maurice hearing this, Randy was slightly surprised but didn't intend to ask more since she had never questioned the content of Conley's work. Perhaps due to Randy's rather indifferent reaction, there was a slight dissatisfaction on Conley's face. Maurice had no choice but to lean closer again, repeatedly brushing his lips against hers. However, before this kiss could last long, a knocking sound came from outside the door. Conley immediately frowned. "Big Fernand Conley, have you packed yet?" The Paremison outside was a leader. Randy gently pushed Conley away with her hands, and only then did their lips part, leaving both of them breathing slightly raggedly. After a few seconds for Randy to catch her breath, Conley went to open the door. Opening the door, he saw a leader already dressed up with an extremely warm smile. "Why did it take you so long to come to the door? If I hadn't seen the breathing light outside your door showing that someone was inside, I would have thought you weren't in here." At this moment, Randy also peeked out. "A leader, it's you?" Randy's tone was excited, as if meeting a good friend she hadn't seen for a long time. Alida paused slightly, seemingly not expecting anyone else to be inside besides Conley. But she quickly recovered, becoming even warmer than Randy in the next second. "Randy, when did you come to the capital? Why didn't you come looking for me? That wasn't very nice, was it?" Alida said this in a joking tone, revealing some intimacy. Randy naturally smiled along. "I was worried you were too busy. Next time, I'll definitely let you know ahead of time." Conley interrupted their conversation appropriately and said, "All right, it's getting late. Let's get going." After saying this, he did not bid farewell to Randy, just gave her a deep glance and left. Watching the two leave, Randy's expression remained Bailara. Who exactly is Alida? Alida's fleeting appearance during memory probing has become a thorn in her heart that she can't shake off. But judging by her current behavior, there seemed to be no problem. If not for this lingering concern, Randy might have become good friends with her. "Xiaojiang, you're here. Teacher Mu has been waiting for you for quite some time." A gentle female voice spoke, and Ember waved while walking toward Randy, then grabbed her arm and pulled her away without any hesitation. Randy could only follow her lead and casually asked, "How have things been recently? Have you been the only one accompanying Teacher Mu?" Since the teacher entered politics, the master's disciples have mostly scattered, everyone finding their own place. "My parents died in the apocalypse, leaving me nowhere else to go, so I could only stay with the teacher." As they walked and chatted, when they reached the circular atrium, the largest holographic projection suddenly lit up, displaying an elderly man in a wheelchair. "This is Keith. He's now the supreme leader," Ember explained. Randy nodded. Not only the central screen, but every individual's communication device, monitors, and even vehicle displays were controlled by this video feed. It appeared this was a nationwide broadcast. Not everyone knew or had seen Keith. Those refugees who just entered stared blankly at the screen. But some people did recognize him. Is this the former national leader? It's him, never thought he was still alive. What is he going to do? Fellow citizens, in the past week, all of humanity has suffered a severe blow. We thought we had overcome the disaster, but we didn't realize that using human power to fight against nature is merely a pipe dream. Initially, people were chatting noisily, but when Keith began his speech on the screen, their discussions gradually died down. "I apologize, as the federal government, for not issuing statements or greetings promptly during the crisis, and for our erroneous understanding in rescue operations, which caused us to miss the best time for aid. Maurice here, on behalf of the Federation and all of humanity, I offer my sincere apologies." At this point, Keith struggled to support himself with his hands on the armrests of his wheelchair, trying to stand up to Bo. The assistant beside him quickly stepped forward to help him rise. This simple action left him drenched in sweat. Everyone held their breath, quietly watching the Paremison on the screen. Keith's legs had become emaciated from long-term wheelchair use, but this frail body supported a resilient spirit. For a moment, everyone was deeply moved. Despite his physical limitations, Keith insisted on bowing to everyone. After completing this gesture, he sat back down in his wheelchair. "Let me say a few more words. I want to tell everyone that you should never give up hope for survival. The government hasn't abandoned you, nor has the country. Our rescue teams have been dispatched to various disaster areas. I also hope everyone can put aside their grudges and misunderstandings, help each other, and get through this tough time together. I also hope major bases can open to the public as much as possible under the premise of self-protection. Humanity will not be defeated, and it will never be defeated. Even if we are just insignificant beings, we must fight against fate and overcome the natural disasters. Chapter 193 Cooperation. For the people at this stage, Keith's words were undoubtedly extremely uplifting. Everyone seemed to be infected by this emotion, and the gloom and dead air of many days gradually gave way to hope. There was a glimmer of brightness in everyone's eyes. Compared with others, Randy appeared much calmer. She lowered her eyelids, concealing the emotions in her eyes, then said indifferently, "Let's go." Keith's speech had achieved the effect Randy wanted. Not only did it stir up everyone's emotions, but it also made Darui Corporation feel uneasy. As for what actions they would take next, time would tell. "Little Jiang, you're here." In the transparent glass hall, Coralie looked more haggard compared to when Randy last saw her. What surprised Randy even more was that in this small conference room, besides Coralie, Keith and other leaders were all present, along with a few foreigners. Upon hearing the commotion, they all turned their heads and fixed their gazes on Randy. One Paremison with white gold hair caught her attention. He even winked at her. "Everyone, this is Randy," Coralie said. Keith wheeled his chair toward Randy, extending his hand that resembled withered tree bark and said, "Moricello, I'm Keith." Randy was momentarily at a loss as to why so many people looked so expectant of her presence. "Moricello, I'm Randy. Since everyone is here, let's start the meeting." Inside the room, Demon loudly spoke in broken Chinese. This desolate place was rarely trodden by humans and became a paradise for mutated species after the apocalypse. Several hundred meters underground, Randy pushed open the heavy and ancient door. Before her was a spacious corridor several dozen meters long. The doorframe was tall, flanked by 2 rows of towering humanoid statues. The statues were overall black, hooded, slightly nodding, looking down with an air of divine compassion, surveying the ant-like mortals below. Though not overly long, the dim lighting and the oppressive atmosphere created by the statues made the corridor feel endless to Randy. She couldn't help but recall the discussion during the meeting. "Randy, the Mosbilians have accepted the cooperation, but the Paremison going to negotiate can only be you. They specifically asked for you to come. Of course, we respect your choice first. If you're unwilling, we can find other ways. Everything must prioritize your safety." At the end of the corridor, another intricately carved giant door stood. Randy effortlessly pushed it open and stepped inside, instantly spreading her mental energy to fill every corner of the room. Manya sat perched on her left shoulder, her eyes glowing with a bluish-green light, the dim light outside stretching their shadows long. Although the room was pitch black, Randy no longer needed vision to perceive her surroundings. In the entire hall, apart from herself, there were 9 others, each dressed in red robes, radiating a distinctly different energy from humans. Only one of them made Randy feel a sense of danger. "Meow." Manya yawned widely, her eyes glowing transparently bluish-green in the darkness. "So, this is how the Mosbilians treat their guests." Randy's voice was neither too high nor too low, just enough to spread throughout the space. In an instant, the quiet space suddenly became noisy. The sounds were both low and high, low-pitched buzzing like mosquitoes whispering in the ear, high-pitched voices resembling quarrels in the market, each voice rising above the other. Strangely, there was no one else in the room except for those 9 individuals. It seemed these voices came from within Randy's mind. Randy tried hard to block out the noise, but it grew louder and more intense. She could feel someone's gaze in the darkness, fixated on her body, not moving. Suddenly, lights flickered on row by row, instantly filling the arched hall with light. Under the azure blue lights, several beings noticeably taller than humans sat on a high platform, silently watching Randy below. In the silent standoff, the first Mosbian on the left stood up and slowly descended the steps. Its stature was towering, entirely covered by a bright red robe. Its exposed hands appeared abnormally pale, as if soaked in seawater, with swollen joints and blackened fingertips, a distinctive feature of Mosbilians. Randy tentatively greeted, "Moricello." It remained silent, merely lifting its finger slightly. Randy felt as if struck by a heavy blow, thrown several meters away. When she struggled to get up, she tasted a hint of rust in her throat. Manya abruptly jumped down, blocking in front of Randy. Its body rapidly swelled, stopping only when it reached the size of a lion, and its meowing turned into roars. Huff, huff, huff. The throaty sounds from this figure were incomprehensible, deep and raspy. It took Randy a while to realize that it was laughing, a laugh that felt too bizarre. After struggling for a moment, Randy managed to get up from the ground, only for this figure to strike again, sending her body flying several meters away once more. Roar. Without hesitation, Manya pounced at the figure. Even though it moved quickly, Manya's sharp claws still managed to scratch its arm. Initially, this Mosbilian hadn't taken Manya seriously, but now, feeling the sudden pain and finding it unbelievable, it lashed out in anger with another palm strike, sending Manya flying over 10 meters away. Manya's massive body slammed heavily into the wall carved with ancient patterns, and right where it collided, a mural depicted a snow-white creature with blue-green eyes. Is that enough? A trickle of blood leaked from the corner of Randy's mouth. Maurice's body was already quite strong, yet these 2 attacks had made her spit blood, indicating the immense force behind them. She had absorbed their holy stone. If she didn't let them vent their frustration, further negotiations would be impossible. That's why Randy endured the 2 strikes without uttering a word. Enough. Finally, an elderly voice spoke. Although Randy couldn't understand the language the Mosbilians used among themselves, fortunately, they spoke Chinese to her. There were 9 of them in total. One sat in the middle, with 4 on each side. The Mosbilian who spoke was the one in the center, while the one who attacked Randy was seated first to the left of this Parmesan. The one in the center seemed to hold the highest status. After it said enough, no one else dared to contradict, even though some still harbored dissatisfaction, and they could only temporarily endure it. Chapter 194, Test. The leader of the Mosbilians slowly stood up and spoke in imperfect Chinese. Pain, anger, is that right? I can sense the fluctuations in your heart. Randy curled her lips. On the contrary, the fluctuations in my heart do not come from anger but excitement. Excitement. It seems I still don't understand humans well enough. Perhaps with our future cooperation, you will gain a deeper understanding of the human race, Randy said coolly. The elder sneered, you stole our sacred stone, and your companion killed ours. What makes you think we would agree to cooperate with you? Randy did not show a trace of guilt but lifted her head high and shouted, I think you should be more aware than us that releasing energy through the Tree of Life to send signals into space could have terrible consequences. As Earthlings, it's only natural for us to stop your actions. By enduring 2 attacks, I believe I've allowed you to vent your dissatisfaction. I think there should no longer be any animosity between us. As Randy said this, she could clearly feel several Mosbilians' emotions fluctuating strongly on the spot, but due to their fear of Edward, they didn't show it. After a moment of silence, the elder said solemnly, but now, it's you who are asking us. Randy replied, perhaps your desire to return home isn't as strong as you thought. Gabrielle said calmly, Randy, do you know that we always want to kill you and take out the sacred stone from your body? But you didn't because you know that even if you killed me, you wouldn't be able to send the signal through the Tree of Life anymore. Maurice hearing this, the elder slammed his cane hard, and instantly an overwhelming aura erupted around him, making people feel suffocated. Do you really think we dare not kill you? Despite this pressure, Randy's back remained straight. Already injured internally, under such pressure, the bleeding in her internal organs worsened, and traces of blood continued to seep from her mouth and nose, even starting to drip from her ears. Manya immediately raised its paw and hit the ground hard, creating a resisting force centered on itself which instantly reduced the pressure on Randy. Well done, little fish dry wasn't eaten in vain. Even at such a critical moment, Randy managed to crack a joke. However, the next sentence left Manya stunned. Retract the domain, it's fine. Let's just test my limits. Manya's upright ears drooped instantly, turning its plump head in confusion. Seeing its master's firm and calm gaze, it retracted the domain. The intense feeling of suffocation filled the body again. Randy clenched her teeth, holding her back straight. When her body started to go numb and was about to lose consciousness, this energy was suddenly withdrawn. The sacred stone has indeed made significant modifications to your body. You are one of the strongest Earthlings I have ever seen. Randy knew that the elder had sufficient power to kill her but chose not to, showing that this species didn't intend to put her to death. She didn't dwell on why she was considered one of the strongest. The old man laughed deeply and then said, coming here alone, your courage impresses us. On behalf of the supreme race, I welcome you, my friend. The Mosbilians' goal is simply to return home, while humanity's future aim is space exploration. Perhaps one day, humans will master space travel. Therefore, cooperating with Earthlings is a wise choice for the Mosbilians. If relying solely on their own strength, they won't get enough resources or technological support, nor legal status. However, with Earthling support, space travel is within reach. They won't need rescue from their homeworld but can return independently. Now that we have agreed to cooperate, I'd like to ask you for a favor, of course, out of personal need, said Randy. Gabrielle's voice was low and reimmersonant. He spat out a word, speak. I lost a segment of memory. Could you help me find it? Gabrielle was silent for a while before saying, attempting to retrieve someone's lost memory is extremely disrespectful in our eyes. We generally don't do it. For those who have lost memories, everything is the best arrangement. Forcibly retrieving memories may not be good for them. Randy's tone was more intense than ever, but I want to know, I beg you, and I am willing to bear all the consequences. Another moment of suffocating silence ensued. Since you are determined to know, go find the 2 envoys at the peak of Cloudtop yourself. The green-robed envoys possessed the ability to see through past and future. Their eyes could pierce through appearances to see one's true nature. These were 2 human children, perhaps twins. After disappearing from the peak of Cloudtop, they did not return to human society but instead lived underground with the Mosbilians. They did not seem surprised by Randy's arrival. To Randy's surprise, one of the children spoke first. We have been waiting for you for a long time. Randy asked in confusion, for a long time? You knew I would come? Yes, everything is predestined. Fate follows its set path. These 2 children certainly had something, Randy continued, then you should know why I came. The 2 children did not respond but held hands and closed their eyes together. If you want to know, look for yourself, one of the boys said indifferently. After a brief moment of hesitation, Randy stepped forward and took their hands. The 3 of them formed a circle, sitting cross-legged around a central beam of light. What your heart desires will soon be revealed before you. But no matter what you see, do not let go of our hands, or no one will be able to bring you back, the other boy said coldly. Randy silently nodded in agreement. After receiving Randy's response, the 2 boys opened their mouths and began murmuring. As their murmurs filled the air, Randy felt fragments of images flashing before her eyes, as if rewinding a videotape very quickly. Randy couldn't help but feel alarmed. Was this a memory regression? Chapter 195 The Retrospective Envoys. When the signal of destruction was transmitted to every corner of the world, in an instant, it seemed as if the entire world had lost its sound. All things returned to desolation. The intangible, the real, the fearful, the secretly rejoicing, the just, and the evil all dissipated into dust and smoke at this moment. In the wilderness of the Milky Way, no other life forms would care whether a small blue planet had been born here, nor would they pay attention to how it perished, or what kind of civilization it once bore. Their glory and decline were remembered only by themselves. Birth and death are merely events that occur every moment in this boundless universe. Of course, the destruction of a planet is not entirely silent. At least, the retrospective envoys cared. The retrospective envoys are intangible energy beings that traverse the cosmos, functioning as something akin to police in human society. When a planet or a civilization perishes abnormally, they will descend and trace back through time to understand the story of this planet, thereby determining if this destruction should be judged by the Galactic Court, while also checking if there's any possibility for salvation. They serve as one of the checkpoints for maintaining cosmic order. 2 retrospective envoys descended upon Earth. There seemed to be no signs of life here. At the horizon, an endless darkness prevailed, and gloom and cold enveloped the land. This planet no longer had any positive energy flowing within it. The 2 envoys conversed in their own language. I don't sense any hope. There's no chance of saving this place, one of them said. Seeing no response from the other, it continued, let's complete the memory recall quickly and move on to the next task. We still have 10,000 and 3,000 planets to investigate. Your judgment is too absolute, the other envoy finally spoke up. What do you sense? Life, though very weak but with clear direction. Alright, let's go take a look. The other envoy conceded. To them, having witnessed countless civilizations rise and fall, occasional misjudgments were inevitable during this process, but in the grand scheme of the universe, such errors were insignificant. After the retrospective envoys leave, no other galactic consuls will intervene in this event. Therefore, mistakes often continue to be mistakes. But this time, Earth was fortunate to catch the attention of the retrospective envoys, which might bring a glimmer of hope. How can there be a tree here? The skeptical envoy exclaimed, as it had previously detected no sign of any existing energy. It was a giant tree without leaves, its barren trunk towering as high as a dozen-story building. They concluded it was alive because the dried trunk showed signs of budding new sprouts. This giant tree must have its rear Emerson for existence, the other envoy said calmly. There seems to be life inside the tree, the skeptical envoy suddenly remarked. Amidst the twisted branches, a life form appeared to be enclosed, emitting faint, intermittent breaths. The envoy emitted a type of energy that is highly amiable to any civilization in the universe. Sure enough, after releasing this energy, the tree's branches slowly loosened, revealing the figure inside. She had long hair, fair skin, and was small in stature, appearing tiny compared to both the retrospective envoys and most races in the universe. Is this a human? They had never encountered humans before, and this was the first time they saw this delicate being. How could it be so intricately designed? It's much cuter than the Modoans. Indeed, compared to most species in the universe, humans were exceptionally endearing. The 2 envoys instantly took a liking to this race. Its breathing is very weak. Give it some energy. One of the envoys released more energy, infusing it into the human body. Soon, the human's vital signs recovered and she quickly regained consciousness. Upon opening her eyes, she saw the scars on Earth like wounds, the endless darkness, and the suffocating air. Maurice's expression turned sorrowful, with tears welling up in her beautiful eyes. This emotion was something the retrospective envoys had never seen before, leaving them momentarily dazed. Unable to understand human language and being intangible, they didn't know how to communicate with her, or even if she could see them. Who knew that after this human had cried, she stared at a spot in the air for a long time, her gaze suddenly becoming sharp. She finally spoke. What are you? The retrospective envoys paused abruptly. Was she talking to us? Unfortunately, the 2 envoys did not understand human language and could only release that amiable energy again. The moment this human came into contact with this energy, her eyes softened instantly. Although I don't know what you are, I can feel that you mean no harm, the Lin said to herself. Maurice, I suppose you wouldn't believe me if I told you, but just now, I even entertained a sliver of hope that you had come to save Earth. The 2 envoys were speechless. Finally, one of the calmer envoys said to its companion, see, I told you your judgment was too absolute. Maybe, but I still have doubts about this. How do you plan to save them? Taking this human as a starting point, we'll trace back in time to before the disaster happened, then nudge events appropriately, hoping to achieve a completely different outcome. The other envoy immediately became displeased. Are you joking? Changing history is not allowed by cosmic order. Aren't you afraid of being discovered by the Sanctioners? The Sanctioners were the second checkpoint for maintaining cosmic order. Their duty was to ensure the universe ran in accordance with order. For example, neither the past nor the future could be altered. Besides, we only have over 10,000 planets left on our list. Once finished, we will be completely liberated. Isn't wandering among the stars your wish, Bayer? Bayer seemed to have made up his mind, unmoved by these words. Why not? Foster, it's rare to encounter a race that doesn't look so disgusting. Why not experience their life journey together? Floating around in the universe all the time is actually quite boring. Chapter 196, Clown Amusement Park. When the ceremony started, it would equally rewind everyone's memories. When the memory rewinds to someone, that person's vital signs will change. A fleeting green light flashed in the twins' eyes. During the process of memory rewinding, it might feel like a long time for the person involved, but to others, it's just an instant. Next, it was finally Randy's turn. Randy's first sensation was being torn into a strange space by a suction force. This memory space appeared randomly. This place resembled a long-abandoned amusement park, one of those very old-fashioned ones. Randy didn't understand why she was pulled into such a place. Unlike the amusement parks people usually go to, this one was dead silent, completely quiet with no sound or trace of any human presence. Was this a memory or a dream? If it were a memory, this place clearly looked like a pre-apocalypse scene, yet Randy distinctly had no such memories before the apocalypse. Randy instinctively tried to extend her mental power but was surprised to find that she couldn't use any of her abilities at all. Was it ineffective within memories? With this thought, Randy could only walk into the amusement park on foot. As she walked, something felt off, and after some time, she realized what it was. Randy was already an adult, viewing things from an adult's perspective, yet wherever she looked, she needed to look up as everything around her seemed taller than her. Had she possessed her childhood self? Randy found the ticket booth, and indeed, from her current angle, it looked overly large. On the door of the ticket booth, she found a mirror. Through the mirror, she saw a child, around 3 or 4 years old, with a pale and delicate face, looking exactly like her younger self. However, the expression on the child's face was unnervingly calm for her age. Suddenly, in the originally silent amusement park, creaking sounds came from the carousel starting to move on its own. Clearly long neglected, the parts were stiff, yet it still struggled to turn. Then, the miniature train began to move too, its wheels rumbling along the tracks. Rumble, rumble, the little train started moving forward. The amusement park seemed to come alive. These facilities started operating, though there was no light or visitors. This made Randy feel a creeping chill. Why did this suddenly happen? In a daze, Randy seemed to hear someone calling her name, accompanied by hurried footsteps. "Ah, Jo, how did you get here?" A young woman rushed over and hugged Randy tightly. Randy felt her warm embrace and murmured, "Beth, Mommy." So, the voice wasn't a hallucination, it was really Beth. Next, Ibrahim joined them, making the surroundings noisy with footsteps, conversations, and sirens blaring. "You really scared Mom," Fanny whispered. "Why did you come here without saying a word? Your parents have been looking for you for so long." 2 police officers approached, one saying, "Now that the child has been found, we can rest easy. This amusement park has been abandoned for a long time. It seems the child wandered here out of curiosity. Just educate her properly when you get home." Alpha nodded gratefully, "Thank you, sir." Besides the police, there were 7 or 8 adults who looked somewhat familiar to Randy. These must be family relatives. She must have gotten lost, and the whole family had mobilized to find her. But Randy still couldn't figure out why she didn't remember this memory. Did the person who changed her memory also alter her childhood experiences? Just then, Randy suddenly felt an uncomfortable gaze, as if bitten by a venomous snake. She instinctively turned to look. The next second, what Randy saw made her blood run cold and her body tremble slightly. "Ah, Jo, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell?" Marisa Wren's gentle voice was close by. Randy kept staring at that person. Not far away, a man dressed as a clown, with a whitened face and an eerie smile, stared at her intently, even blinking and twisting his lips unnaturally. In his left hand, he held a bomb counting down. Besides his hand, bombs were installed on the carousel and the mini-train, all ticking away to their final countdown. Strangely, the others acted as if they couldn't see anything amiss, still chatting enthusiastically without any intention of leaving. Randy wanted to scream in horror but found herself unable to make a sound. She instantly realized that she was within a memory and could only follow the original course of events. Was she doomed to watch her parents die right before her eyes? Though unable to speak, her emotions were genuine, and she started wailing uncontrollably. Marisa's father immediately crouched down and picked her up. The more anxious Randy became, the more she found her body unresponsive, helplessly watching the countdown approaching 0 with no way to stop it. Then, her father seemed to notice something was wrong. "Let's go. This place makes me uncomfortable. Look, little Randy is crying non-stop." In an instant, explosions erupted everywhere, fire swallowing Alpha and cutting off his words, claiming their lives. Randy felt the intense pain of being burned by flames, smelled the scent of burnt skin, and watched as her body gradually turned transparent, finally transforming into a cloud of gas floating in the air. The next moment, she flashed into the next scene. During the transition, Randy heard a barely perceptible sigh. "It's still not working. This time it happened a bit too early." The second space was already set in the apocalypse. This scene was very familiar to Randy. The blood-red sky was filled with explosions, and all around was a wasteland of destruction and cries. This memory took place not long ago, on the day of the blue screen explosion. At first, Randy hadn't noticed anything unusual until the sound from someone nearby made her freeze. The person standing next to her was none other than Winston, and Courtney was also alive. They were standing on the steel frame outside the A-City base. It dawned on Randy that this wasn't something that had just happened, this was from her previous life, an event she had experienced. Chapter 197, Mountain Fire. Courtney put on her trademark insincere smile and whispered to Randy, "Jo, see? I told you, the federal government can't fix the real problems. Blue screen can't solve anything either, and we shouldn't trust the Federation. The only ones we can truly rely on are ourselves." A hint of confusion flickered across Randy's face, but she quickly regained her composure. You don't need to persuade me anymore. I have my own judgment. In a place unseen by others, a flash of malice crossed Courtney's face. Underneath the steel frame, convoys of armored vehicles were heading out of the base. They were rescue teams dispatched by the Federation. Randy glanced deeply at the convoy below, then turned around and left. Let's go, it's time to gather. They were assigned to Special Mission Squad Number 7. The lower the number, the more important the tasks each squad had to handle. Squad 7 basically took care of logistics and miscellaneous chores. However, sometimes simpler tasks meant less life-threatening danger. Therefore, most members of Squad 7 were psychics from privileged backgrounds who enjoyed special privileges within the base. As for how Randy got in, perhaps it was due to her connection with Coralie. Standing at the front of all the convoys was the overall commander of this operation. Maurice had been facing away from the crowd, making Randy feel as if his back was strangely familiar. When he finally turned around, it greatly startled her. This Peremison was Conley. Yet, in her previous life, her memory clearly didn't include this part, nor did it mention Conley. Was this section altered too? The more Randy looked, the more convoluted it seemed, but she had no choice but to follow the flow of her memories. Their rescue mission destination was an area frequently hit by wildfires. Frequent earthquakes had caused massive amounts of magma to erupt to the surface, causing severe damage. If it were just an ordinary volcanic eruption, rescuers wouldn't be necessary since the residents there would almost certainly not survive. There was no point in sending large numbers of Federation police. However, this volcano happened to be located on a magma belt. If not contained, it would continue to erupt and eventually submerge the entire city in flames. But the fact was, this mountain fire experience did not exist in Randy's memories. She had intended to view it as if watching a movie, yet when she saw the scene of the wildfire outbreak with her own eyes, she was still awestruck by the sight. Buildings were collapsing, flames licked at what remained of human civilization, and the air was filled with the smell of ashes. Who knew if these were scraps of paper or human ashes? The average temperature reached 60 degrees Celsius, where every breath felt like burning. Even through shoe soles one could feel the heat scorching their feet. Seeing this scene would touch anyone's heart and stir sorrow for humanity. Randy often found herself trapped in dreams, sometimes from childhood, sometimes of the world collapsing. Each time she woke up from nightmares, she couldn't sleep for a long time. At times, Randy couldn't distinguish between dreams and reality. Perhaps everything she was experiencing now was just a dream before death. The rescue team immediately plunged into the rescue effort. Psychics searched for survivors, while water and ice psychics were responsible for lowering temperatures. Mori-sealing psychics treated the injured, and space psychics provided convenient teleportation passages for the rescue troops. Everyone's roles were clearly defined. Randy's psychic level wasn't high, so as a psychic mind reader, she didn't provide much help. At this moment, someone called her over. This Peremison was wearing thick fire-resistant gear, with his entire face covered, revealing nothing about his appearance except that he was tall and had a high status. You, come here. After a while, Randy realized the Peremison was calling her. Me? Yes. This Peremison's voice also sounded familiar. Randy walked over, just about to say something, when two soldiers came running, saying they had discovered many survivors. In the chaos, Randy only heard the man utter one sentence. Go to the rear and stay with the healing psychics. Because the scene was so chaotic, Randy wasn't sure if those words were directed at her. In the end, Randy did not go to the rear but went to the location where the survivors were found. Beneath layers of heat-insulating material were children, none older than 16 years old, the youngest being 3. Without a single adult, they clung together tightly, like little kittens seeking security. Even though sweat dampened their hair, they held on to each other closely. These children were still alive. Randy quickly joined the rescue efforts, moving each child through the teleportation channel to a safe location. At this moment, a child who appeared no more than 6 years old looked at Randy with wide eyes. Sister, can I take them with me? The tender child's voice asked. Randy instinctively followed her gaze to a paper box, inside which were a group of curled-up kitten pups. The wren cat had disappeared, leaving these barely alive little ones. Of course you can. Randy's tone was gentle as she brought the young boy and the kittens back to the rear. It wasn't until her third teleportation that she encountered that man again. His eyes flashed with confusion when he saw Randy. Didn't I tell you to go to the rear? Maurice shouted. In the glow of the fire, Randy finally recognized his eyes. This man was Conley. Randy wanted to ask why Conley knew her present self but could only follow the conversation from her memories. I am also a Federation soldier. It is my duty to protect civilians. Conley looked angry. Maurice grabbed Randy's arm and tried to push her into the passage. Unexpectedly, the ground trembled violently again, and a fierce crack spread beneath their feet. In an instant, the passage vanished without a trace. Conley directly slung Randy over his shoulder and ran towards an area without cracks. But in the next second, several dozen-meter-high pillars of fire erupted behind them, instantly vaporizing everyone around. Although Conley and Randy avoided the hottest spots in time, they couldn't escape the high temperature, and Randy felt like she was about to suffocate. There was no way to escape. She thought despairingly. But this experience didn't exist in her memory at all. Unfortunately, no miracle happened. They did not escape the fire and were directly engulfed by the flames. When Randy's soul floated up into the air again, she realized she had died once more. And this time, she was burned alive. However, after dying twice in a row, Randy finally came to realize that this wasn't a matter of her memories being altered. Chapter 198, Reincarnation. Yes, this was not a memory alteration, this had genuinely happened, but it wasn't part of Randy's last 2 lives. To be precise, these 2 experiences were from one of her past lives. For some Rhea Emerson, Randy had been continuously reincarnating. When she died, certain conditions would be triggered, allowing her to relive again. Even Randy herself was surprised by this thought. If this hypothesis held true, why did she only remember the experiences of her immediate past life? Before Randy could delve deeper into it, she was once again pulled into a space where she clearly overheard that conversation. This time was much better than the previous ones, but she still died. There's nothing we can do about it. Everything in the world is interconnected, and every cause has an effect. If you want to change one variable, many more variables will inevitably come into play in the future. In my view, you won't succeed. One of them sighed deeply. From a probability standpoint, as long as the cycle continues, success should eventually happen at least once. Indeed, this aligns closely with what Randy had guessed. This time, the backdrop of the space Randy found herself in was still the end times, but time had progressed further. Unlike any previous experience, this time the federal government was tightly knit, no longer merely a combination of nations, but transformed into a single nation. In this lifetime, Randy seemed to hold a high status. Judging by the current scene, she was at least a high-ranking leader within the Federation. There were no blue screens or bases here, only structures called cells. These buildings were oval-shaped and semi-transparent, their material unidentifiable, their construction methods unknown. Each cell was approximately the size of a basketball court, capable of housing around 100 people. Cells were connected by web-like threads suspended in the air, where all humans lived. Cells essentially shielded everyone from all disasters currently experienced on Earth, allowing people to live peacefully and fostering rapid technological development. As the commander of the Federation, Randy usually didn't have it easy, and recently, she had begun experiencing some health issues. For unknown Rhea Emersons, she frequently felt sharp pains in her head, sometimes accompanied by palpitations and shortness of breath. However, even the best medical equipment couldn't diagnose her condition. On this day, after finishing work, Randy left her cell as usual to go home. But when she reached the midpoint of the cell thread, a violent tremor occurred. In the next moment, the thread was blown apart from the middle. The loud explosion attracted the attention of residents on both sides. Although the cell thread looked fragile, it was incredibly sturdy. For it to be severed indicated something peculiar. When Randy regained consciousness, she found herself in an unfamiliar laboratory. Randy immediately realized this was a premeditated kidnapping, and unfortunately, she was the target. At this moment, 2 people wearing white protective suits entered the room. One appeared slightly older. Oddly enough, Randy found him somewhat familiar. They aren't planning to experiment on me, are they? Randy thought. As expected, she would die this time too. It seemed that survival or achieving a significant change was the only way to end the cycle. Since the cycle hadn't ended yet, it meant she was destined to die this time. Seeing Randy was awake, the man didn't say a word but moved a giant device covered in tubes towards her. Randy watched helplessly as he connected those tubes to her body one by one. Thankfully, she only felt 10% of the pain, otherwise, she feared she might have died from agony. The Randy lying on the bed certainly looked like she was in immense pain. This Per Emerson was ruthless enough to experiment on her body without administering anesthesia. The assistant activated the machine, and with a loud hum, Randy felt a sudden jolt through her body. The older man finally spoke. What dosage now? The assistant promptly replied, 70%, but her heart and lung functions are still within threshold limits. Teacher, shall we continue? The man responded calmly, continue increasing it. The assistant adjusted the data on the device, 75%, initiating. Transparent tubes began flowing with a grey-black liquid, similar to muddy rainwater accumulating after a storm, continuously being transported into Randy's body. Randy felt the first surge of helplessness she could not resist. Her mouth was covered with tape. The moment the tubes were activated, an excruciating pain surged through her body, and yet, she could do nothing but watch as the liquid flowed into her body. The scholar seemed slightly impatient. Increase it to 80%. At that instant, Randy nearly broke down. Was she now experiencing 100 ways to die? As the liquid pressure increased, her veins bulged menacingly, almost bursting through her skin, but at the same time, she felt an overwhelming surge of strength. 85%, initiate. Damn it, this old man was still increasing it. Who on earth was this Per Emerson? Randy raged inwardly, wondering why the old man looked somewhat familiar when she couldn't recall where they had met. This liquid appeared to be some unstable energy. Once injected into Randy's body, it triggered a series of changes. After the pain subsided, the energy within her surged wildly, hard to control, yet it gave Randy an unprecedented sensation. The feeling of having everything in the world under her control made her easily break free from the restraints. Haha, success. Strangely, seeing Randy break free, the old man did not appear shocked or afraid. Randy noticed that her consciousness was gradually fading. Just before she fainted, she caught a glimpse of the record sheet in the old man's hand. It read, Recorder, Vic. Irvin's brother, Vic, it was him. No wonder he looked familiar. Vic's eyes sparkled with excitement and admiration, seemingly unafraid of any harm from Randy. Seeing her faint, his eyes flashed with satisfaction. Although the memory self fainted, Randy could still continue watching, just floating in midair. Alright, the human bomb is ready. Contact the Federation for ransom, Vic said, his voice eerie and deep. And while we're at it, install a braking device behind her head. Braking device. Chapter 199, Key Point. In an instant, Randy felt as if she had been struck by something, drawing her to sift through the myriad clues and uncover some fragments. Vic, Subject X, the owner of the diary, all of these people were directly connected to Barry and Reiker. Suddenly, Randy thought of the cabin in the Morisengduan Mountains, and the Paremison erased from the group photo. Could that Paremison possibly be Vic? Sylvester had said that Subject X was an existence beyond all psychics. If anyone could secretly monitor her without a trace, it seemed to be him. Moreover, who had helped Harry dismantle the death device on his left pinky? Why did Barry voluntarily request imprimisonment? Where was Reiker now, and what deal had they struck? Everything seemed about to surface with this Paremison. No wonder, whenever she thought before, there always seemed to be gaps in her understanding. It turned out that all these missing pieces lay with Vic. Maurice was indeed not dead. When Randy saw the braking machine with her own eyes, it further confirmed her suspicion this thing was originally invented by Vic. Just as she realized this, the scene suddenly changed, and the surroundings completely transformed. All signs of human life collapsed, consumed by darkness and firelight. Corpses lay scattered everywhere, while mutated vultures circled overhead, unwilling to leave, emitting bone-chilling cries. In an instant, Randy was torn by a suction force, reattaching to her own body. To her terror, standing at the center of the storm, causing this disaster, was none other than herself. A flash of a scene appeared in Randy's mind, her own hands covered in blood, her expression cold and dark, mirroring the current scene perfectly. Randy wanted to control this rampant energy but could only be a spectator, unable to take charge. She could only watch helplessly as she committed the slaughter. Finally, her consciousness was pulled away again, her soul floating in mid-air, soon falling into endless darkness. In the darkness, two green dots appeared, seemingly in conversation. This was the closest we've ever come, yet it still failed, one of them said. Because you didn't find the final variable. The final variable? This time, almost all previous errors were avoided. But you still overlooked that Paremison. From their conversation, Randy roughly inferred that the cycle was nearly successful, but ultimately failed. But what was this variable they spoke of? A Paremison, an object, or a choice? One more time, as long as he remains alive, the outcome will always fail, one green dot suddenly stated. The other suddenly exclaimed, why hasn't she left? It took a moment for Randy to realize that she referred to herself. One of the green lights immediately asked, why are you still here? Randy felt somewhat awkward, I don't know where I should go. Yeah, where should she go? Jimmy. I don't know either. Let's try again. As the two green dots finished speaking, Randy went black, and when she opened her eyes, she was back in the real world. Awake. The green robe messenger immediately noticed her awakening. The ritual had already ended. For a moment after waking up, Randy felt disoriented. Only when she felt solid ground under her feet and could think and move freely did she realize she was truly back. You two are the green light points. Randy stared at the two children for a long time before suddenly asking. One immediately replied, we don't know what you saw. This reply, though avoiding Randy's question, did not outright deny it, which was telling enough. Alright, you now know everything you wanted to know, one of the boys said indifferently. With that, Randy had nothing else to ask. She nodded in thanks and left. After watching Randy leave, the two children resumed their conversation. We don't know if this is right or wrong. Another new variable has emerged, Bayer said. But this is our last chance. The longer we stay on this planet, the weaker we become. With our current energy, we can't sustain another cycle. If this fails again, it can only mean that this planet, this civilization, is doomed to destruction, and all our efforts will have been in vain. Bayer finally sighed, feeling increasingly fatigued after this series of cycles. But after all these attempts, it still couldn't bear the sense of resignation. Due to the smooth progress in cooperation, the Federation quickly organized a batch of exchange scholars for mutual learning and provided both civilizations with venues for study and research. This also gave Conley more leverage in diplomatic negotiations, leading to the re-establishment of the Federation, once again uniting humanity. However, a new problem arose. Even though humans had mastered the development programs for spacecraft, no suitable new planet for immigration had been found yet. Furthermore, the construction period for spacecraft could take up to a century, leaving the most pressing issue, resident survival problems, still unresolved. Of course, this was not something Randy could solve. After leaving the Mosbily base, she went straight to Irvin and explained the situation with his brother Vic. Based on Randy's current speculation, Vic might be the variable they mentioned, and Vic must have played a significant role in Barry's successful Priamison break. To her surprise, Commander Irvin reacted quite calmly when Randy told him her suspicions, seemingly unsurprised, as if he had already guessed some things and was mentally prepared. But the problem now was that Randy hadn't seen Vic even after causing a disturbance at Dure Pharmaceuticals. How could she possibly make contact with him? Even Irvin couldn't offer any suggestions on this matter. Suddenly, an idea popped into Randy's mind. She believed that even though Vic hadn't appeared until now, she must still have a huge attraction to him. Otherwise, he wouldn't have gone to such lengths to kidnap her in another life. Since that was the case, she would have to use herself as bait. Chapter 200, Disappearance. Since the dawn of the interstellar era, the Federation has shifted all its resources towards scientific research, causing the standard of living for people within the base to plummet. In the past, there were occasional moments of generosity, when a bit more electricity was provided so that people could charge their electronic devices and watch movies or TV shows. But now, electricity costs more than an ordinary family's meals. Who can afford it? Without entertainment, the common folk spend their evenings together, cracking sunflower seeds and chatting. Topics have shifted from gossip to the latest current events. However, as these discussions are often based on hearsay, they become increasingly absurd and outlandish. Did you hear? Several people in the base have gone missing recently, an old lady said with great seriousness, trying to pique everyone's interest. Really? Muriel, you're getting on in years but still well informed. They might just be on a mission, another Dora responded, clearly not convinced. Muriel grew visibly flustered. She had finally found something worth discussing and couldn't bear anyone doubting her. That's your lack of knowledge showing. All the missing people are young women. If it were just missions, would it be such a coincidence that only women go on them? This time, the crowd believed Muriel a little more. A young woman, startled by the mention of only women disappearing, felt genuine fear. But with so many patrols every day in the base, how could anyone be kidnapped so easily? The young woman asked, trying to sound calm despite her inner dread. Muriel lowered her voice dramatically. Well, we're just ordinary folks. How can we compare to those with psychic powers? They could just use mind control on you, and you'd follow them willingly. Maury hearing this, everyone sucked in a breath sharply. Even the skeptical Dora fell silent. Isn't the Federation going to do anything about this? The Federation has too many things to handle daily. What's the big deal about some disappearances? Muriel had a point. Nowadays, even deaths weren't considered significant events, disappearances were even less so. Fear aside, the topic remained interesting as gossip. As others were about to delve deeper into the discussion, a building manager nearby interrupted them. You lot, with nothing better to do, help with the injured downstairs. 20 contribution points if you do. At the mention of contribution points, everyone forgot about their conversation and rushed over to help. Muriel, at over 70, didn't join them. Maurisa Grand Emerson wanted to see her, so she went home to him. As for Aspen, she stayed back because her husband earned enough contribution points working as a volunteer outside. She preferred staying home in comfort. Seeing everyone leave, she had no one to talk to. After amusing herself by playing with the community cats and dogs and finishing her last sunflower seed, she prepared to head home. Suddenly, as she started walking back, her mind went blank, and she lost consciousness. Randy joined the special task force and spent half of each day outside the base. The targets outside were clearer and thus easier to spot. After the previous failure to obtain the time-space gate, Dure Corporation had taken no major actions, but sometimes, inaction was the most terrifying. The planet was currently in a storm period, with unstable magnetic fields. Even Randy's spatial travel had been delayed, although learning about Vic improved space development by 5%, reaching 73%. With this rate, even if Earth were destroyed, humanity could survive. Their convoy was passing the side of a storm core. These trucks were designed to withstand level 9 winds and hail, so they should be fine as long as they drove carefully. However, sudden noise came from ahead, chaotic voices filling the radio due to the storm. Then, abruptly, the noise stopped. Randy immediately sensed something was wrong. In her perception, 2 out of 5 heavily armored pickups had vanished. It was strange indeed for vehicles to disappear without a trace. Stranger still, Randy couldn't detect any information about those 2 vehicles within her sensing range. Teddy, what do we do now? The driver was Ewan, and Randy was the captain of their rescue squad. Randy pondered for a moment, and a thought flashed through her mind. She furrowed her brows and said, I've encountered a situation like this before. It happened when she and Conley were trapped in the strange magnetic field, experiencing the same situation of vehicles disappearing without a trace and losing contact. But with prior experience, Randy first determined whether it was those 2 vehicles or their 3 that had disappeared, and it turned out to be the former 2 indeed. Encountered. That's great then, let's go save them quickly. One young student in the vehicle immediately cheered. His face still held a hint of youthful innocence, looking no more than 17 or 18 years old, clearly naive. It's not that simple. Notify the other squads first. We need to evacuate the storm core area, Randy said. For safety rear Emersons, the other 3 vehicles withdrew from the storm core area. As the magnetic field stabilized slightly, people could get off the vehicles. Wearing black tight-fitting clothes, Randy half hung on the car door, her eyes fixed on the distant black pillar-like storm. Maurisa's expression seemed calm, but her tightly pressed lips betrayed her emotions. Is it really the same situation as last time? In such stormy weather, the possibility of human operation is too small, yet if they were truly swept away by the storm, there would be no chance of survival. At this moment, Lynn in the team suddenly said she felt unwell and wanted to vomit. Randy arranged for 2 psychics to accompany her. Strangely enough, after waiting for a few minutes, only 2 people returned, while the Lynn who claimed she needed to vomit did not. Randy raised her head. Where is she? The boy accompanying her asked in confusion first. Didn't she say she would come back first? Didn't she return? This was odd. She said she would come back but didn't. Maybe something happened on the way. Chapter 201 Dispute. Randy said coldly, since the 3 of you went together, why did you separate? Seeing the situation was going south, one of the boys hurried to explain, Teddy, we really can't be blamed. She said herself that she needed to go to the bathroom and told us to come back first. Yes, otherwise we wouldn't have left her behind alone. Nevin glanced at Randy with some surprise. Compared to her usual calm and aloofness, this reaction was indeed a little too intense. Just as he didn't understand and wanted to say something but held back, Randy gave him a look first. These two are suspicious, Randy sent telepathically to Nevin. How so? There's a smell of blood on them. Randy's nose was more sensitive than the average Paremeson's. She could identify subtle odors more easily. Nevin understood. Can you still sense the presence of that Lin? This is exactly what I find strange. I can't feel her at all, as if she just vanished into thin air. Although these two were indeed problematic, under the current circumstances, they could only let them rejoin the group for now. They had already avoided the storm and waited for about half an hour. There had been no news from the other two vehicles. They likely met with disaster. In such a case, they couldn't wait indefinitely. Their destination for this disaster relief mission was roughly 100 kilometers away from the capital base, not far by distance, but round trip would consume a lot of fuel. Therefore, Randy's current decision was to set up camp at the edge of the storm area. The arrival of this storm seemed very strange. According to the Meteorological Bureau's forecast, there shouldn't be any storm here. It appeared out of nowhere without any warning. Precisely because of this, the Federation sent out a rescue team. But now, with the convoy disappearing first and then a member mysteriously vanishing, it was hard to say it wasn't due to human factors, too many coincidences. The others followed Randy's instructions and started unloading supplies to set up camp, except for one squad that hesitated. Did you not hear me clearly? I said set up camp here, Randy patiently repeated to the squad leader. This captain was of medium build, not tall, with striking yellow short hair. Maurice wore black sunglasses that hid his impatience quite effectively. Maurice heard Randy but neither responded nor intended to get out of the vehicle. One hand rested on the steering wheel, the other held a cigarette. The other squad members could only judge his mood and didn't dare respond to Randy. Randy walked straight to the side of the car and pointed at the electronic screen in her hand. It was clearly visible that, apart from the area they were currently in, everything else had turned into a storm zone. Setting up camp right where they were was the only choice for them. If you have any grievances, speak up, Randy said calmly. The captain flicked his cigarette, scanned Randy from top to bottom with a condescending gaze, and lingered shamelessly on her chest before looking back at her face through his sunglasses. I have plenty of complaints about you. Today, Randy wore tight combat gear, which covered most of her body, but after removing her jacket while working, she revealed a tank top underneath, displaying her impressive figure openly. The captain thought his little act hadn't been noticed by Randy. With a smug expression, he unexpectedly found himself briefly blinded, losing sight for a few seconds before regaining it. What do you want to talk about? Get out of the car and talk. Don't pretend to be dead in there, Randy glanced at the man coldly, her tone full of disdain. Maurice's words seemed to greatly anger the man. Without opening the car door, he jumped out of the window, probably trying to land stylishly, but miscalculated the distance from the window to the ground and stumbled upon landing. Despite this, it didn't dampen his confidence. Barely steady, he pointed at Randy with his cigarette and shouted, "You got a bit too cocky. Do you know what kind of Paremeson you are? Acting like you're qualified to command this operation? Your face looks slutty. How many people have you slept with to get this position?" There were 5 squads on this trip, and as the captain of one squad, Randy was also the overall commander of this rescue mission, giving her authority over all squad leaders. This arrangement caused resentment among some. The man's foul language was intolerable. Many in the group felt uncomfortable, yet none dared to stand up. In the current situation, power and influence meant that no matter how disgusting someone was, they had to endure it. Nevin was different. He wasn't afraid of this man. Maurice hearing this, he stood up and positioned himself in front of Randy. Randy touched him, signaling him to hold back for now, and Nevin immediately complied by stepping back. Finished. Maurice's tone was as casual as if she were asking how's the weather today, or have you eaten? However, Randy's calmness was interpreted by the man as a sign of her backing down, so he became even more presumptuous. Oh, little boyfriend came out, how impressive, does your little boyfriend know you? Maurice didn't finish his sentence when Randy slapped him hard. Randy hit with all her might, even knocking off his sunglasses. A clear handprint quickly swelled on his face. Maurice seemed stunned, his expression one of disbelief. You bitch, you dare touch me? Slap. Another slap. This time, the man was completely enraged. As a lightning abilities user, he immediately whipped out a lightning lash from his palm, aiming to strike Randy, but it was intercepted mid-air. What makes you think you can speak to me like that? Randy disliked using force to intimidate people, but sometimes it was indeed an effective way to solve problems. She flashed forward and grabbed the man by the throat, pinning him against the pickup truck. With her left hand, she swiftly conjured a razor-sharp ice blade, which stopped just millimeters short of his eye. All this happened in an instant, too fast for the man to react. Randy's voice was cold and deep, right next to his ear. You'd better not move. Getting stabbed in the eye by an ice blade isn't pleasant, and you don't want to go blind, do you? What do you want? My father is the deputy regiment commander of the Southern Army. I advise you not to do anything reckless. Maurice was trembling slightly. Oh, is that so? Randy smiled lightly. Under everyone's watchful eyes, she released the man's throat. Chapter 202, Yellow Sand. After Randy released her grip, the man immediately began coughing violently. The handprint on his neck was visible to everyone, revealing how hard Randy had gripped him. Though everyone avoided eye contact and pretended to be busy with their own tasks, their attention remained on Randy. Seeing her release him, they felt a tinge of regret had she decided to let him off. Cough, cough. I told you from the start that you can't afford to offend me. Lucky for you that you understand this, spend one night with me, and I will forgive you. Otherwise, I wonder how long you'll last in the Federation. The man kept coughing and cursing at the same time. Just as everyone assumed Randy had given in, she, who had already turned away from him, suddenly spun around. With a swift motion, she hurled an ice spike into his eye without mercy. Ah! The man immediately let out an agonizing cry, blood seeping through his fingers as he clutched his injured eye. It wasn't over yet. Randy took a step closer to him, towering over him with a cold stare. She glanced down at him in disgust, then nudged him with her foot. I've left you one eye, so I've been quite merciful, haven't I? You wanted to know how I became the commander, right? Now do you understand? You're done for, I'll kill you. The man continued writhing on the ground, clutching his bleeding eye, uttering the dirtiest curses he could think of against Randy. Hearing this, Randy seemed indifferent and chuckled lightly. Kill me. You're not even worthy. Though the man now realized Randy's extraordinary abilities, the pain had driven him into madness, and all he could think about was making Randy pay with her life. Lin stepped forward quietly, warning Randy, his name is Bayer Rome, his father is Deputy Commander Bayer Yu of the 2nd Regiment of the Southern Corps. Randy glanced at the Lin. Despite her frail appearance, the determination in her eyes was unmistakable, perhaps even a hint of satisfaction. Randy easily guessed what might have happened. Bayer Rome continued screaming on the ground, I'll kill you. I'll kill you. Feeling increasingly irritated, Randy would not have minded shooting him dead if not for the complicated aftermath it would entail. Do you really think you're threatening someone here? Go tell your father that if he can't control his Emerson, there are plenty who can do it for him. Got it? Leaving this final word for Bayer Rome, Randy then looked up at the few people still sitting in the vehicle and said calmly, get out and set up camp. Simple commands, yet no one dared to question her. Startled, they quickly scrambled out of the vehicle. Randy spoke again. Those inside the vehicle immediately stopped and waited for further instructions. Carry your captain away, don't let him keep yelling, it's disturbing. They nodded hurriedly, and soon the noise ceased, leaving only the sound of the wind whistling by. Ewan approached, hesitated for a moment, and finally spoke. The Southern Corps is not under our country's command, which makes this situation more complicated than we thought. Randy smiled. What's there to fear? If they want to blame someone, they can come find me. With that, Randy walked away, leaving Ewan behind. Maurice sighed deeply, a faint bitter smile appearing on his face. Randy's personality was so much like his former self, he could only wish her good luck. At that moment, Alin's cries broke through the silence. Oh no, Simona is missing. Randy's expression changed instantly, and she immediately extended her mental probe. Sure enough, one per Emerson was missing. Don't worry, maybe she went to the bathroom, someone nearby consoled hastily. That's not possible, Simona is timid and wouldn't dare leave the camp alone, the Lin sobbed. With the successive disappearance of people, especially Lins with powers, the entire camp fell into a heavy mood. Everyone was too afraid to move around alone. Clearly, someone was trying to trap them here and pick them off one by one. As for their ultimate goal, Randy couldn't yet determine it. After setting up the camp, everyone must stay in the tents. For any outings, you must go in groups of 3. All psychics should stay alert and watch out for any changes in others. Ewan added, we've lost contact with the base, and the storm zone is impassable. What do we do now? We can only look for a breakthrough from those 2. This red tent was noticeably larger than the others, housing 4 people, 2 men and 2 women, including the pair who had accompanied the missing Lin earlier. These 4 people were apparently friends originally, and now they were chatting. One of the short-haired Lins suddenly heard someone calling them outside the door. Alvaro, someone is calling you outside. Alvaro was a robust man about 1 meter 80 tall, and he had accompanied the missing Lin earlier. Maurice hadn't heard anything, so he replied, Sage, are your ears playing tricks on you? I only hear the wind. Sage shoved Alvaro. Are you an idiot or what? Someone just called you. Seeing Sage didn't seem to be lying, everyone quieted down. When the atmosphere settled, Alvaro indeed heard a voice outside the tent. Alvaro. The voice was very faint, almost drowned by the wind. If it weren't for the silence in the tent, it would have been hard to hear. My hearing is way better than all of yours, yet you still argue, Sage said with a pout. All right, I'll go check. Alvaro scratched his head and was about to get up when he was pulled back by the Lin next to him. Randy said if we need to go out, at least 3 people must go. Alvaro patted the Lin's hand, signaling her to relax. This Lin was the other one who had accompanied the missing Lin. They were a couple. What are you worried about? My level is higher than all of yours. What is there to be afraid of? Wait here safely in the tent. Without further ado, Alvaro lifted the curtain and walked out. Strangely, there was no one outside the tent. Everywhere was filled with yellow sand and fierce winds. The whistling sound passing by his ears made his heart uneasy. Who's there? Alvaro shouted impatiently. No response. F***K, really spooked, Alvaro muttered, feeling bad luck, and turned to go back. However, something even weirder happened. After he turned around, where was the tent? All around was endless desert, and even the heavy-duty truck was nowhere to be seen. Damn, did I really encounter a ghost? Chapter 203, A Cold Case. Although Alvaro was not a coward, anyone would be unable to endure this kind of situation. Looking forward, there was an endless wilderness, Looking back, it was still boundless and without end. How did he end up in such a place? At this moment, Alvaro heard the calling voice again. Alvaro. Damn it, who are you? Why do you keep calling and never show yourself? By now, Alvaro had sensed some eerie atmosphere, but his anger still outweighed his fear. A figure appeared in the wind and sandstorm. She was petite, but her facial features were hard to see clearly. The moment Alvaro saw her, he felt a shiver run through his body, and numbness spread from his lower half up to his head. Ah! Just when one wave hadn't settled, another arose. This scream made Randy's heart skip a beat. She was originally planning to find Alvaro and Natalie. On her way, she heard the scream and immediately determined its direction. It turned out that the scream came from the direction of their tent. She quickly ran over. Upon seeing the scene before her eyes, even Randy, who had witnessed bloody scenes before, drew in a sharp breath. Alvaro lay in front of the tent, emaciated, with sunken eye sockets and thin streams of blood seeping from his nostrils and lips, clearly lifeless. A Lin peeked out from the side of the tent. It was the same Lin who had warned Randy about Bayarong and Bayayu. Maurice's tone was oddly calm. Maurice looks like he died of thirst. Randy glanced at the Lin without a word. This death seemed familiar somehow. Natalie was slumped by the edge of the tent, her eyes swollen red, appearing on the verge of mental breakdown. She mumbled, "I told him not to go out, but he wouldn't listen." Sage didn't look much better. After all, Alvaro's decision to leave the tent initially stemmed from her words. "It's your fault. You said someone was calling him outside," Natalie shouted at Sage. "How can it be my fault? Isn't this your own doing? Don't forget, Shu Ruo is a water element ability user," Sage retorted sharply. Randy frowned and said, "Shu Ruo? The Lin who went missing earlier." Realizing she might have let something slip, Sage nervously shut her mouth and remained silent. Natalie glared at her with hatred. Seeing this, Randy's expression turned cold as she thought of something. Natalie was still sobbing loudly, and the commotion caused others in neighboring tents to peer out, only to quickly retract their heads upon seeing Alvaro's dead body. Randy approached Natalie, crouched down beside her, and said, "Let's talk." Natalie avoided Randy's gaze slightly and did not directly respond. Randy then instructed the other two inside the tent, "Stay here and don't wander around." Without waiting for Natalie's consent, she half supported and half dragged Natalie back to her own tent. "You're safe now." Once inside the tent, Randy released her grip, and Natalie collapsed onto the ground, exhausted. Harry had been observing the commotion and could already guess most of what happened. "I believe you know what I want to discuss." Randy spoke calmly. Natalie gradually stopped crying. "If you continue hiding things from me or lying, Alvaro's fate might soon be yours." "Natalie, I think you understand that very well." Natalie finally calmed down completely. When she met Randy's gaze again, she seemed like a different person. "She wasn't killed by us, so why should I hide anything?" Randy nodded. "Continue." "Before the apocalypse, Alvaro and I were college classmates. I met Shu Ruo during a rescue operation, but if I could turn back time, I would wish I had never known her." As she spoke, Natalie's eyes flashed with a hint of hatred. "At that time, Alvaro and I were already together. Because we thought Shu Ruo looked pitiful, we took her under our wing and treated her like a younger sister. Back then, she was just timid and weak, not yet hateful. But then once, we were on a mission together and encountered a blizzard. This blizzard was completely out of everyone's expectation. So when the accident happened, everyone was very panicked. Luckily, we found a research institute relic left before the apocalypse. Since we were all injured to some extent and only Shu Ruo was fine, I let Alvaro take her into the research institute first. But what none of us expected was that after entering the institute, Shu Ruo directly closed the main door and broke off the handle, locking it from the inside completely, making it impossible to open." "Randy, so you're saying Shu Ruo intended to harm you? Isn't that obvious? She's so young, how could she destroy the lock by herself? She acted innocent, pretending it was an accident." Natalie said angrily. "So how did you survive in the end?" Mauriceering Randy's question, Natalie sneered and replied, "We weren't too unlucky. Our team had a spatial ability user who teleported us to safety at the last critical moment." Randy slowly said, "So can I speculate that Shu Ruo didn't go missing, but rather something happened between you two?" Unexpectedly, Natalie reacted as if struck by electricity, immediately retorting, "If I wanted her dead, I have plenty of methods. Why would I do such a thing in front of everyone?" There was a few seconds of silence. The next second, Randy suddenly smiled faintly and said calmly, "All right, if you say no, then no." Perhaps surprised by Randy's unexpected response, Natalie was momentarily at a loss. "Finished asking?" she asked dazedly. Randy nodded, "Yes, I'm done. Take your time leaving." Natalie hesitated for a moment. "Take your time leaving?" Was this suggesting she leave? But thinking about the scene outside the tent, she felt a chill. "What are you afraid of? There's no such thing as ghosts in this world. Besides, you haven't done anything wrong, so why would you fear her coming back?" Randy's tone was indifferent, seemingly unaware of Natalie's hesitation. Seeing Randy spoke like that, Natalie couldn't stay any longer and forced herself to leave the tent. After Natalie left, Harry questioned, "Just let her go like that?" Chapter 204, Vomit. Randy glanced at him indifferently, her tone full of surprise. "Of course not." Maurice's mental power was fully exerted, constantly tracking Natalie. From Natalie's words earlier, it could be heard that she still had something to hide. Since there were rare Emersons that couldn't be easily expressed in words, the only option was to let her go back as bait. Natalie walked out of the tent, suspicious and fearful, looking back 3 times for every step she took. In fact, this campsite wasn't large, the distance between each tent was no more than a dozen meters. But because there was no one outside, she felt an inexplicable chill run down her spine. Seeing her own tent already within sight, Natalie even called out Sage's name, hoping she could hear her voice and respond, which would ease her fear. At that moment, a voice suddenly rang out. "Little Ling, why do you look so nervous?" Breaking into a sweat. Startled by the voice, Natalie stumbled, turning her head sharply only to see Sage. At this very moment, her wildly pounding heart finally calmed down. "Why did you come out here?" Natalie asked. "Of course, I was worried you'd be scared on your way back, so I waited for you outside." Natalie nodded, turned around, and pulled open the tent flap, bending down to enter first, but she locked eyes with 2 people inside. Rico and Sage were huddled together inside the tent, their eyes filled with fear when they saw Natalie. The fear in Natalie's eyes was no less intense, if not more so. If the Paremison inside was Sage, then who was the one talking to her just now outside? "Ah, ghost!" Sage screamed, releasing her psychic powers. Natalie also jumped into the tent, curling up into a ball. "Really, we're seeing ghost?" Rico shouted. Their voices escalated one after another, such loud commotion couldn't possibly go unnoticed, yet bizarrely, none of the people who were supposed to be on guard came out. Who are you? Sage trembled, speaking to Natalie. "I was about to ask you the same thing. I clearly saw an exact copy of you outside just now." Natalie's state wasn't much better. Just as the 2 seemed ready to fight, Rico reacted quickly and commanded, "Both of you, be quiet." They instantly fell silent at his words. Rico continued, "Stop arguing. What you saw just now probably wasn't the real Paremison. But how can you be sure that what we're seeing now is the real Paremison?" Sage countered. "Think carefully, what state were you both in when you saw each other?" Natalie recalled carefully and said, "Fear, tension, rapid heartbeat, and difficulty breathing." At this point, Natalie's expression froze. Sage hurriedly responded, "Me too. I suddenly felt dizzy and breathless just now for no real Emerson." Being psychics, they had seen plenty of strange occurrences. After analyzing this situation, they realized it was indeed peculiar, and their fear lessened slightly. However, with Alvaro's previous attack fresh in their minds, the 3 didn't dare take any risks, staying close together, unwilling to part. Just as they thought everything was fine, Natalie suddenly cried out in pain, clutching her head and groaning, "My brain, it hurts so much. It feels like there are tiny bugs burrowing inside." Rico and Sage looked at each other in confusion, unsure what was happening. But seeing Natalie writhing and struggling on the ground, they instinctively backed away in fright. From their perspective, purple-blue protrusions began appearing on Natalie's face. Upon closer inspection, these lines were wriggling, as if something was indeed moving inside. Suddenly, Natalie bent over, starting to vomit violently. After gagging for a while, she finally expelled a large mass of some sticky, unidentifiable substance from her mouth. Upon seeing the vomit, Sage and Rico were completely stunned. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Finally, they reacted, unable to bear it any longer, screaming as they ran out of the tent. Within that sticky substance were, damn it, several wriggling tentacles. What happened? What's going on? Randy collided with the 2 people fleeing from the tent. Seeing their panicked expressions and glancing toward the tent, she instantly understood. She rushed forward, lifted the tent flap, and her blood ran cold when she saw what was on the ground. She stiffly let go of the flap, stepping back silently. She knew exactly what this was. At this moment, everyone seemed restless and came out of their tents. They saw Randy pouring gasoline on the tent and then lighting a match. The flames burned vigorously, and the strong wind scattered the fire in all directions. Randy controlled the wind direction to prevent the fire from spreading elsewhere. Soon, the tent turned into a patch of scorched blackness, and the mummy inside was also reduced to ashes by the wind. Sage couldn't bear to see this scene and fainted straight backward. "Move her to the medical vehicle," Randy ordered. Rico hurriedly stepped forward, intending to grab Randy's hand but was directly evaded. "You come in too," Randy said indifferently and then turned to ask the others, "Is there anyone here who knows medicine?" The Lin who had spoken up twice quietly raised her hand. Randy nodded, "Come in as well." Ewan asked, "Should I go in too?" "You don't have to. Control the order outside." There were 2 treatment pods in the medical vehicle. One pod contained Bayer Rome, who was still unconscious due to the anesthetic he had inhaled. Randy instructed Rico to put Sage into the treatment pod while she remained motionless. Team leader Jiang, what exactly happened? Rico looked genuinely confused. Randy asked, "Did Natalie and Alvaro say anything to you after they came back?" Rico appeared hesitant. "Speak up now while I'm still approachable, or it will be more painful for you later." Randy's tone was cold and hard, making Rico immediately capitulate. Indeed, they did say something. After they came back, they brought an object, claiming it was an exotic pet egg. They thought it would fetch a good price on the black market. "Where is that egg now?" "It was taken by Alvaro. I don't know where it is." Randy didn't comment, only saying coolly, "If you hide anything from me, the next one lying inside will be you." Chapter 205, The Source of Infection. Alvaro seemed to be frightened by these words and almost knelt on the ground to kowtow to Randy. "I swear, I absolutely did not lie." Randy nodded, temporarily believing his words. She reached out and pressed the instrument button, activating the treatment chamber. As the equipment started up, a full body scan began for Sage inside the chamber. On the adjacent screen, her scanned image appeared instantly. Even someone without medical knowledge could clearly see that many abnormal red spots had appeared on Sage's body. Randy turned her head to look at the young Lin. What's your name? My name is Miriam. You can just call me Yuan Yuan. Yuan Yuan, come here and interpret the data for us. Miriam leaned towards the screen and studied it carefully for a moment before saying, at first, I thought the shadows appearing in her body were tumors, but they are too dispersed, not only on her body but also in her brain. The probability of cancer occurring all over the body is very low. Just looking at this, I cannot make a judgment yet. We can check her complete blood count. Randy pressed the button for blood sample analysis. Soon, the blood analysis results appeared on the display screen. Miriam leaned forward again to examine it closely. After just a few seconds, she suddenly said, why does it feel like parasites to me? Rico hurriedly asked, parasites? Why would she get infected with parasites normally? Although he reacted intensely, he was actually unsure himself, especially since he had seen the wriggling vomit with his own eyes. That's enough, thank you, Randy said indifferently. Yuan Yuan, I'm not certain yet. I just noticed that there's a substance in her blood that's quite high, which usually occurs when someone is infected with parasites, but it's not definitive. There are other possibilities. No need, I'm sure. Randy lifted her eyelids and looked at Sage in the treatment chamber. Randy had always been guessing, and now she was conducting tests to confirm her suspicion. Indeed, the man she released in the Buchuan desert was already infected, and the infection had now spread extensively. Alvaro wasn't drained of his bodily fluids by a water-type ability user. Instead, he was drained by these worms, just like Natalie. Their auditory and visual hallucinations were caused by the worms invading their brains and compressing their cranial nerves. Clearly, what they brought back wasn't some pet egg but a fertilized egg stolen from a cave of zombies. The two missing Lins were evidently related to this zombie as well. As for Sage, she must have participated in their activities, so she has also fallen victim. Do we need surgery? Miriam asked. Randy lowered her eyes and looked at the Lin inside the treatment chamber. Not necessary, she's beyond saving. In the previous life, humans fell into such a helpless state because once infected, no medical treatment could save them. Of course, the infection routes were quite limited. Unless one intentionally sought death, it was hard to become parasitized. Rico instantly became frantic. So there's no hope. But she still has breath. Can't the treatment chamber cure any disease? Why is there no hope? Let's take her out. If we leave her there any longer, the treatment chamber will be contaminated soon. What Randy said was indeed true, but Rico couldn't accept it. Miriam, team leader Jiang is right. With such extensive infection, surgical treatment won't help. Randy glanced at Miriam, impressed by her rationality. Sage inside the treatment chamber now showed unusual symptoms. Blue-green lines slowly spread from her neck to her face, similar to Natalie's condition before. Randy decisively opened the treatment chamber. Since Rico didn't agree, she had to handle it herself. Not wanting to touch Sage, she controlled ice to wrap around her body and then used ice blocks to lift her out of the chamber, placing her next to Alvaro's corpse. Harry saw Randy come out and hurriedly asked, what happened? Randy did not hide anything. Preliminary judgment is a parasite infection, but I haven't figured out the connection between the storm and this incident. There must be another rear Emerson why we're trapped here. After Sage's death, a fire burned the two bodies along with the white, twisted worms on the ground, turning everything into ashes. Unknown from when, the wind outside ceased, and the entire world became eerily silent. Confirming the storm had stopped, everyone's faces lit up with joy. They started packing up the tents and prepared to return home. There was no other rear Emerson. This place was filled with death and disappearances, and no one wanted to stay under these circumstances. Master, the data here shows that the storm around you has indeed weakened. Returning now should not be a problem, Yuan Yuan said. Randy's brows were tightly knitted, and she didn't show any excitement. After a long pause, she finally spoke. Do you think someone would stop before they achieve their goal? Yuan Yuan didn't respond. A second later, she suddenly exclaimed loudly, Maurice, Master, I just detected a strange energy fluctuation about 1 kilometer to the east of this area, but I can't determine exactly what it is. Due to the storm, Randy's detection was somewhat affected. Now that the storm had ceased, she sensed the strange energy that Yuan Yuan mentioned, as well as the presence of the two armored vehicles. Understood, I'll go check it out. At this moment, there was a sudden exclamation from the crowd. Everyone, look, those are the two missing armored vehicles. Everyone turned their heads in that direction. Since the storm had just stopped, visibility was still quite low, as if everyone's eyes were covered by a thin mist, making it difficult to see clearly. However, not far away, there were indeed two blurry giant black objects. Why isn't anyone getting off them? Should we go take a look? Someone suggested. Maurice hearing this suggestion, everyone hesitated again. No one dared to step forward. Let's try contacting them with the communicator first. It's no use, no one is responding. The crowd chattered aimlessly, unable to come up with a good plan for a long time. There's no need to go over there, everyone inside is dead, Randy suddenly said. Ah, dead. If people were dead but the armored vehicles appeared, it indeed seemed rather eerie. So, we won't go over there. At this point, someone suggested, I think we should head back as soon as possible. Chapter 206, Lair. Immediately, someone echoed, I also agree to go back. Yeah, we just wanted to earn some contribution points. There's no need for us to risk our lives. Now that things have escalated this far, none of us want to see this happen. To avoid unnecessary sacrifice, I still suggest we retreat. Although it seemed these words were directed at each other, they were actually meant for Randy. Everyone agreed to go back. Now it all depended on Randy's decision. Are you sure you want to go back by yourselves? Randy asked lightly. Everyone understood what she meant. Their leader didn't plan to return yet. A boy scoffed. Going back by ourselves is fine. So what? We're a group of psychics. We can make it back to the base without any problem. Randy nodded. All right, then go back. Suddenly, there was silence among the crowd, as if they felt Randy's agreement was too swift. What? Don't want to go back anymore? It was the same boy who stepped forward. We want to take all the vehicles with us. Randy smiled. Be my guest. Seeing her attitude, the crowd no longer hesitated. They didn't even wait for joy to set in before scattering and jumping into their cars as if afraid she might change her mind. Harry naturally stayed with Randy. Maurice also looked calm, not showing any displeasure, since he, like Randy, thought fewer people meant better. Anyway, with their abilities, those people couldn't resolve this situation. Their staying would only increase the death toll. Moreover, for him and Randy, they could always hide in their spatial pocket when danger came. I'm going to stay. Randy had turned around to leave but was suddenly stopped by a voice from behind. She turned to see Miriam. Are you sure? Miriam took 2 more steps forward. I'm sure. Compared to them, I feel safer with you. Randy smiled without comment. Why do you think you'd be safer with me? You watched me abandon Sage directly. Miriam replied frankly, that was because she was dying anyway. If I were in that state, I'd rather someone ended it for me. Having worms crawling out of my mouth is too disgusting. Also, the most important Rhea Emerson is that none of them are as strong as you. Alright, follow me if you're not afraid. Randy found the Lynn's boldness and straightforwardness interesting and let her come along. Harry rubbed his temples. What now? We don't have any vehicles left. Randy raised her eyes and gave him a strange look. Who said we don't have vehicles? With that, Randy walked toward the 2 vehicles they had recovered. Miriam glanced at Harry with a sly smile and followed. Harry suddenly realized what she meant. Opening the car door, they found it empty inside, meaning the people didn't die in the vehicle. What could have made them leave the vehicle during a storm? Get in the car. I'll drive, Randy said, pulling open the driver's door first. The keys were still in the ignition. The car was spotless, with no signs of vomit or blood splatters, suggesting the people were healthy when they left. Randy planned to drive straight to the location of the energy fluctuations. Since it hadn't moved for so long, it must be waiting for her. Their destination was an abandoned hospital. Randy parked the car at the entrance and prepared to walk in. There are protective suits in the car. Put them on before getting out, Randy reminded. This place was likely a den of zombies. Wearing protective gear was always safer. After all, these worms were indeed disgusting, and Randy would rather die than experience such a death. Do these worms fear anything? Miriam suddenly asked. Randy answered, if I had to say one thing, it would be fire. After all, they're carbon-based life forms. Miriam grinned and suddenly held up a finger, from which a small flame instantly appeared. What a coincidence, I can control fire. Randy raised an eyebrow, her eyes showing some admiration. The hospital covered quite a large area and was divided into 3 zones. The zone with the strongest energy fluctuations was the smallest and most hidden of the 3. The rusted doors creaked loudly as they pushed open, breaking the silence of the courtyard. Harry led the way, followed by Randy, with Miriam lagging behind, gripping Randy's sleeve. Yuck, this wall is so disgusting. As soon as they entered the building, they faced a grimy wall, as if it had been smeared with excrement for months. Continuing on, they faced tightly closed ward doors, sealed by spiderwebs and dust, indicating that they hadn't been opened for a very long time. Randy said, let's go. No need to check the first floor, head straight to the 3rd floor. Randy had already surveyed the place with her mental power. Indeed, there was nothing on the 1st or 2nd floors. However, getting to the 3rd floor wasn't as easy as they thought, because the connection between the 2nd and 3rd floors was blocked by a concrete wall. There's someone inside, Harry remarked, noticing something. There indeed were people inside, but the concrete wall was several meters thick. It would be impossible to break through it just with manpower. They seemed to have no choice but to climb in through the windows. Master, good luck. I'll keep watch for you. WN encouraged them at the right moment. Randy rolled her eyes. When will your teleportation mechanism be fixed? Morisahi, soon, very soon. Since the stairs were blocked, the 3 had to find another way, hooking onto the balcony from the 2nd floor and climbing up. Harry went first, followed by Randy and Miriam. It wasn't too difficult, but their movements were slightly clumsy due to the protective suits. Harry exerted quite an effort to climb up and then gave Randy an okay sign after he was up. With Harry's help, Randy and Miriam had an easier time, being half dragged up. The 3 landed steadily on the balcony of the 3rd floor. Miriam suddenly laughed, speaking cheerfully, I feel like this is fun, like we're on an adventure. Randy. Harry. This Lynn was indeed extraordinary. The balcony led directly to a ward. Upon opening the door, they saw 2 hospital beds, and oddly enough, one of them had a Paremison lying on it. Randy thought to herself, their luck was really good, hitting the mark right away. Looking at the Paremison on the bed, covered in blankets, her abdomen was noticeably swollen, making it hard to tell if she was alive or dead. At this moment, Miriam whispered, she seems to be breathing. Chapter 207 Survivors. Reminded by Miriam, everyone else also noticed that the parmesan under the quilt was indeed moving slightly, as if breathing. However, this alone was not enough to determine whether the parmesan was alive. To verify if she was still alive would not be difficult. Randy gave a look to Harry, signaling him to step forward for inspection. Harry instantly understood and walked straight up, lifting the quilt off the parmesan. The scene beneath the quilt made all three people present gasp in shock. It was an emaciated female corpse with no trace of blood color. Contrasting her frail limbs was a highly swollen abdomen. The woman's face was unrecognizable, her clothes had been stripped off, revealing skin so thin it was like paper, clearly showing the bluish-purple veins inside. Naturally, everything inside her was also visible. A huge, tumor-like live entity was causing the body's undulation. Seeing this, Randy understood immediately. This place was clearly a breeding nest for living dead, and the Lins who were abducted were most likely used as incubation vessels here. I can't take it anymore, this is too disgusting. I'm going to vomit. Before Randy and Harry could respond, Miriam had already rushed to the balcony, retching sounds following after. These nests must be destroyed. Otherwise, when these tumors fully develop, it will be troublesome, Randy said coldly. The only comforting thing was that while the behavior of the living dead was repulsive and sinister, they were usually easy targets because their nests were hard to move and difficult to develop further. Therefore, destroying their lair dealt them a fatal blow. After we rest, we'll set out. Randy cast a serious glance at the two others. After receiving confirmation signals, she decisively opened the door. As soon as the door opened, a strong stench of decay hit them. Fortunately, they were all wearing protective suits, shielding them from direct harm. At this moment, Randy felt a sudden tightness on her elbow. Turning back, she saw Miriam almost hanging on to her. She wanted to say something but seeing the Lin's terrified look, she allowed it. Both sides of the corridor were lined with hospital rooms. Randy sensed that each contained such vessels, though the perpetrator was nowhere to be found. Harry's hand was already on a doorknob when Randy suddenly interrupted. Are you sure you want to open that? Maurice's words made Harry uncertain again. Maybe not. Randy nodded, a wise choice. I have a question, Miriam softly asked. There are quite a few Lins here. What kind of ability does it have to capture so many people? Randy replied, one of the abilities of the living dead, hallucination. You know a lot about these creatures, Sister Jiang, Miriam marveled. Randy tugged at her mouth, it's just a random name. Call it what you will, but... Miriam pressed, but what? Have there been many cases of women disappearing recently in the base? It seems so. I heard some reports before, but with so many people disappearing or dying every day, I didn't pay much attention, Miriam admitted honestly. Randy glanced at her communicator and opened her chat window with Conley. The last message she sent read. Encountered a storm. For some rear Emerson, Conley hadn't replied. Normally, communication should have resumed once the storm stopped, yet the prolonged silence made Randy feel that something bad might have happened. At this moment, Randy suddenly heard an extremely faint sound coming from the end of the corridor. Someone is calling for help. Maurice hearing Randy's words, Harry and Miriam fell silent, listening quietly for a while. Then they exchanged glances, seeing surprise in each other's eyes. Really? There was actually someone still alive. Harry moved first toward the source of the voice. Miriam also intended to follow but stopped when she saw Randy unmoving. Harry turned around and saw neither of them moving, so he paused too. Sister Jiang, aren't we going to check? Maybe we can save one more per Emerson? Randy responded coldly, can't be saved. From the moment she was brought in and used as a vessel, she was practically sentenced to death. Harry frowned, what if it hasn't happened yet? If she hadn't been used as a vessel, she wouldn't be in such a weakened state. If you want to confirm, go ahead. I don't want to face her pleading eyes when I can't do anything. Randy's words were very sincere, though they might sound overly cold, they were indeed rational. Harry shrugged, maybe what you say is right, but I still want to take a look. After saying that, he walked resolutely in that direction. Randy respected his choice, and Miriam naturally followed Randy. The two decided to wait for him in the courtyard. Randy had already made up her mind. Since there was no sign of the living dead, once Harry came out, they would burn the place down directly. However, it was strange that they waited and waited, but Harry didn't come out. Randy instantly became alert. Maurice's mental power had been monitoring all along, so logically, there shouldn't have been any danger over there. Miriam poked her head out. Sister, should we go see? Just as Randy was about to answer, her mind sensed something and she instinctively looked toward the end of the corridor. There, Harry was walking towards her step by step, carrying a woman on his back. She was just captured. That per Emerson didn't have time to do anything to her yet. Before Randy could ask, Harry explained. How can you be sure? Harry, she said so herself. Randy glanced at the woman behind him. The woman also looked back at Randy, only her eyes were timid. Do you swear that nothing happened to you after this creature brought you here? Randy stared at the woman, repeating the question. No. The woman's voice was meek, sounding less certain. Randy didn't want to waste time on her and said, it doesn't matter whether you're lying or not. Once you show signs of mutation, I'll burn you immediately. Got it? The woman turned her head away, avoiding Randy's scrutinizing gaze and refused to answer. Harry answered for her. Randy, just this once, trust me this one time. Chapter 208, Clean Sweep. Randy gave him a long, intense look but said no more. Seeing Miriam's eyes gleaming with slight excitement, she finally spoke. Yuan, since that living dead thing isn't here, let's just burn this place to the ground. Yeah, sure, no problem at all. Miriam nodded vigorously as if she had been waiting for this moment. Just before she was about to act, Randy reminded her, the gas pipelines here are still functional, ignite them directly. Got it. Randy provided Yuan with credentials to enter the space, ensuring she could evacuate promptly after the fire. As for the woman on Harry's back, although Randy didn't know why Harry insisted on saving her, as long as she remained within her sight, everything would remain under control. If this woman showed any signs of danger, she wouldn't hesitate. Miriam stretched out her right hand, and flames leaped forth. She controlled the fire to focus only on the pipeline, displaying a high level of proficiency, indicating her advanced rank. Soon, the gas pipeline couldn't withstand the heat anymore. Just before it exploded, Randy pulled Miriam away, and the group swiftly retreated into the space. This was Miriam's first time entering the space. The teenager wasn't good at concealing her emotions and was immediately overwhelmed by the endlessly stretching mountains, taking a while to regain her composure. Once she did, she instinctively looked for Randy, only to find no one beside her. Randy needed to check the fire situation first, so she headed to the control room, which was also Yuan's workshop, and asked her to bring up a projection. The fire was spreading rapidly, engulfing the entire building. Along with the sound of burning objects came waves of piercing, sinister wails. Seeing this, Randy felt somewhat relieved and then remembered Miriam and the woman. Zofia, help me arrange a separate house for the woman behind Harry. Make sure she has food and shelter and doesn't leave. We'll decide whether to give her freedom after a month. No problem, I'll get it done, Zofia replied instantly. Almost immediately, a new solitary house appeared in the space. Zofia approached the woman with a friendly smile, saying, "Let's go, little miss." Despite Zofia's politeness, the woman flinched and shrank back behind Harry, appearing startled. Though disheveled, the woman's face, peeking through messy hair, revealed skin that was well-maintained, smooth, and wrinkle-free, looking like someone in her early 30s. Harry opened his mouth to say something but was interrupted by Randy approaching. "Harry, come with me. Don't worry, Zofia won't harm her." Finally spotting Randy, Miriam rushed forward and grabbed her sleeve. Randy called over Emerson. Yuan, follow this brother back to the house for now, I have things to do." Emerson didn't object, nodding to Miriam as a greeting. Miriam frowned, showing her displeasure. Noticing her unhappiness, Randy patted her and said, "Be good. I'll come find you later." After some coaxing, Miriam finally agreed. Seeing herself pulling in a difficult Emerson, Randy sighed inwardly. She then noticed Zofia leading the woman away, leaving Harry standing alone, head lowered, lost in thought. "Didn't you want to tell me something?" Harry subconsciously fidgeted with the edge of his clothes. I didn't know how to start. Randy raised an eyebrow. Love interest, enemy, benefactor. It must be one of these three, right? After a pause, Harry replied, "She's both my benefactor and someone I like." Randy's heart rang with intrigue, ears pricked. These words clearly hinted at a story, and she waited for him to continue. "She was my former Emil's wife. Before the apocalypse, she transferred me a substantial sum of money, which allowed me to survive in the early stages." Randy was inwardly astonished but kept her expression calm. "Is that all? There's more. She told me about the apocalypse beforehand, which let me prepare early." Upon hearing this, Randy's smile froze. Through the glass window, the woman sat hugging her knees on the floor, the isolation room Zofia had specially built for her, providing necessary living amenities yet remaining comfortable. Randy gently tapped on the glass, softening her tone. "Want to talk?" The woman sitting on the floor slightly lifted her head, her eyelashes fluttering as she glanced up at Randy, but her eyes were filled with caution. Randy opened the door and walked straight toward the woman. "We're going to a place alone." The woman's expression faltered for a moment. Maurice's dry lips parted slightly, and she finally spoke her first words. "I don't trust you. Call Harry. Harry has been sent by me to do other tasks. Now, the only Emerson you can rely on is me." At the capital base, the Special Services Dispatch Center, communication devices had been ringing all day long. The operators were overwhelmed with calls, most of which were about rescuers being trapped and needing additional support. "That one has been ringing for almost an hour, hasn't anyone gone to handle it?" Amidst the chaos, the supervisor raised his head and shouted. This voice made someone finally squeeze out to pick up the phone that had been ringing for nearly an hour. "Moricello, this is the dispatch center. How may I assist you?" Moricello, is there someone there? I'm having trouble hearing clearly." Because the operator department itself was noisy, with many interfering factors around, the operator thought he hadn't heard clearly and asked again. "They are heading towards your side, empty." This time, the operator indeed heard the voice in the phone very clearly but was frightened by these bizarre words. Supervisor, you should listen to this." The supervisor came over impatiently, reaching out to turn on the screen. "Why don't you turn on the display when answering calls?" However, the image appeared only for a second or two before turning into static. Although it was a short moment, the operator saw it clearly. Maurice looked terrified and stuttered. Did you all see that?" Chapter 209, Incoming Call. The supervisor also wore a grave expression, clearly having witnessed the same horrifying scene. In that fleeting image, there were 3 bloody faces, each with their mouths gaping wide as if stuffed with something. The operator instantly recalled the first incomprehensible message, feeling a chill run down his spine. The supervisor was the first to regain composure. It took more courage than average to become a supervisor. After calming down, he slowly asked, "Where did the signal come from?" "Roughly 40 to 50 kilometers away from us." The rescue team was tasked with transporting high-precision composite materials. They dispatched 5 heavy trucks, divided into 5 squads, with 24 per Emersonal in total. "The commander is Randy." The operator blurted out all the information at once. "So many people." The supervisor's voice rose. Maurice had thought that if it were just 4 or 5 people, they might have been written off after such an event. But these 20-some psychics could not be ignored. At this moment, the operator suddenly slapped his head. "Oh right, I think I heard them say, something was coming." The supervisor frowned. What was coming? Play the recording again. The operator replayed the eerie message. This time, they could hear it clearly, but the message had cut off abruptly, leaving no further details. Why did this call last so long only to disconnect at the most critical moment? The operator frowned. Unless what? Unless someone was coercing them to pass on this message to us. But what's the purpose behind it? "Give me that audio file from just now." A cold and authoritative male voice startled everyone into looking up. Seeing it was Conley, they felt even more uneasy. Conley was now Nicholas's right-hand man and the newly appointed commander of the Central Army. Known for being extremely strict and unfriendly, he was the commander no one wished to encounter. "Micah, why are you here?" the supervisor asked awkwardly. Conley said nothing, taking the communicator from the operator and opening the recorded call. "They, heading, toward, your, side, empty, empty." The contents of the call were played once again. Maurice hearing those words, the operator felt a bone-chilling coldness rise from his feet to his heart. Conley made no comment about the message but raised an eyebrow. "Randy's team?" The supervisor wiped sweat off his forehead and hurriedly replied, "Ah, yes. I understand. I'll handle this matter. You just need to recall all vehicles outside the base," Conley said slowly. The supervisor hesitated. All of them? Is the word all hard to understand?" No, I'll get it done immediately." Conley didn't linger any longer at the dispatch center but left straight away, pressing the communication button behind his ear. When he lifted his eyes, there was an indelible darkness in them. "Finally, it's about to begin," he whispered. After the blue screen explosion, the capital base suffered varying degrees of damage. Post-disaster reconstruction was initiated by the Federation. The reconstruction wasn't merely restoration, it aimed to improve the shortcomings of the original structure. The most astonishing feature was the white spheres arranged in matrix patterns around the base's silvery shell, like a mesh covering the exterior. At some point, the sky was filled with the roar of helicopters, seemingly hundreds in action. The previously beautiful white mesh transformed into machine guns, revealing a cold, metallic sheen. Those armored vehicles waiting to leave received some command and turned around. Beyond the base, numerous armored convoys converged towards the main gates. This semi-closed base, capable of accommodating hundreds of thousands, spanning over 300 hectares, now had its gates completely shut. Within the base, armed troops in silver-white combat suits roamed everywhere. Civilians, seeing this commotion, complied with the broadcast orders, returning to their rooms and avoiding going out. But those more perceptive individuals knew that the base was likely preparing for battle. However, who the enemy was remained unknown. "Are we all set?" Inside the central control room, Nicholas entered in his electric wheelchair, his face bearing a somber expression. Conley was operating something on the screen when he heard Nicholas's question and replied, "Yeah, we're just waiting for them to arrive." His expression was calm, yet there seemed to be an unresolved gloom between his brows. As he answered Nicholas, his eyes remained fixed on the screen, where Randy's chat window still appeared grey. It had been about 3 days since they last received any message from her. During this period, Conley had also attempted to enter the high-dimensional space. However, for some rear Emerson, all his attempts had failed, which might be due to the geomagnetic storm causing chaos in Earth's magnetic field. Now, the best outcome would be if Randy could stay inside the space all along. Nicholas noticed Conley's unusual demeanor acutely but thought he was anxious about the upcoming events. Maurice said, "What's wrong? Why do you look so dispirited?" "Don't be nervous. Since we've made preparations, believe that all our efforts will be effective." Maurice hearing this reassurance, Conley couldn't help but give a bitter smile and said slowly, "It's not that." "Oh, then what is it?" Conley fell silent for a while without speaking. "I guess, can't get in touch with little Jiang." "You." Nicholas pretended to be profound and then sighed deeply. "It's been a long time since I saw this Lin. But you don't need to worry, Gabriella has already told me she's safe." "Martina." Conley was surprised. Even Gabriella knew, yet he was completely unaware. Thinking about this, a wave of bitterness suddenly welled up in his heart. Nicholas had a mysterious look on his face. Seeing Conley like this, he didn't say anything more and operated his electric wheelchair towards Beryl. "Something is approaching," an operator shouted in alarm, and everyone looked at the display screen. Nicholas frowned. Who is in charge of this B1 port, and why hasn't it been closed yet? Chapter 210, Decoding. On the screen, the switch status of all base gates was shown. Except for gate B1, which showed red, the rest were green, indicating that only this entrance had an abnormal closure. "It's me," Barney said in a low voice. Maurice was responsible for managing base security, which naturally included gate closures. With such an issue occurring, he was more tense than anyone else. Maurice took out his communicator and immediately dialed a number. Gerhard, what's going on in Zone B? Why is one of the gates abnormally closed? Are there still people who haven't returned? Not knowing what was said on the other end of the call, Barney's eyebrows slightly furrowed and quickly relaxed. Maurice looked up at Nicholas and others with guilt. Before he could explain, Nicholas waved to the operator. Bring up the surveillance first. The operator immediately opened the surveillance. However, oddly enough, the screen showed no vehicles or people entering or exiting through the entire entry area. The barrier gate is malfunctioning. I've already sent someone over immediately. Barney finally hung up the phone. The radar shows those things are less than a kilometer from the base, the operator exclaimed. But the gate wasn't closed yet. If even one gate remained open, all previous efforts would be wasted. Barney was sweating profusely, making call after call, but none got through. I'll go check. These words came from Conley. By the time everyone realized it, he had already left, leaving only a fleeting silhouette. At this moment, live footage from the front line arrived. A dark mass, indiscernible in detail, surged toward the base like a flood. Just watching the broadcast felt suffocating. It was unimaginable how terrifying it would be on sight. This was an insect plague. After the apocalypse, disasters cycled. Floods, heavy rain, extreme cold, drought, these had all been endured. Now, the most horrifying disaster had finally come. And the instigator of this insect plague, no, the instigator of all this, was the Darui Company. The matter dated back half a year ago. At the time, though Darui Company seemed to have vanished, it had been frequently appearing on the black market, engaging in constant transactions. Large quantities of illegal biochemical weapons flooded the market, with arms dealers and aristocratic merchants buying them without hesitation. Its audacity stemmed from calculating that the world was facing the apocalypse, and the alliance was fragile. They were struggling to maintain themselves and would not spare resources to severely punish a company merely disrupting the market and violating federal laws. The Federation could only organize psychics to conduct small-scale raids on black market deals. But these small raids were just an itch for the entire company and did not fundamentally impact it. Until one day, the Federation Intelligence Office received a signal. Strangely, the source of the signal was from Shoju. Shoju, a city abandoned early in the apocalypse, devoid of human presence, wouldn't send a signal like this to the Intelligence Bureau. The content of the signal was gibberish. At that time, the Federation was focused on the mysterious Cloudtop sect and didn't pay much attention to this signal, assuming it was a glitch in the receiver. Portia was among the first batch of students to graduate after joint cultivation post-apocalypse. Like other passionate young people, he eagerly wanted to join the Federation and contribute to humanity. Unfortunately, he was assigned to the tedious and unpromising records department, where his daily job was to record and organize piles of dull, lengthy data. Being selected for joint cultivation demonstrated Portia's high talent and value to the Federation. Being placed in this department was unacceptable to him, so he sought out the Paremison responsible for job allocation. Unexpectedly, the official behind thick glasses cast a puzzled glance and spoke incredulously. Didn't you request it yourself? Portia was also surprised. This was the first time he spoke with the official, so how did it become his request? The official adjusted his glasses. You sent a message via your account volunteering for the Intelligence Bureau's data department. We have records here. But, pausing here, he gave Portia an uncomfortable look before continuing. If you're talented, you can shine anywhere. Since this department has been allocated to you, you can't be reassigned unless you make significant contributions. Without waiting for Portia to respond, the official lowered his head again to resume his work. Maurice had to process hundreds or even thousands of pieces of information a day and naturally didn't have time to entertain Portia. Portia's heart sank. A thought crossed his mind, darkening his eyes slightly. Acknowledging his bad luck, he planned to find the Paremison who had tampered with his account once he returned. The next day, Portia reported to the data department, where the prefect immediately handed him a thick stack of documents. Translate all the received signals from yesterday within today. Portia knew that if it were a monitored frequency, they would have decoded it on the spot. What was left for him was most likely useless information only meant for archival records. With no choice, now that he was in the data department, he had to diligently translate each one. As expected, most of the information was indeed useless. By the end, he barely paid attention while translating. However, a signal from Shoju caught his attention. This signal was different. It could be translated into text. When translated, it amounted to just 6 words and 2 punctuation marks. Portia read out each word carefully. I am Reiker, save me. That night, this message was reported to the Federation's top officials. There was considerable unrest among the Federation's higher-ups. In their view, Reiker should have been impriamisoned in the Yuenlu Priamison. But if this message was sent by Reiker, then who was the Paremison locked up in Priamison? At the round table, everyone had varied expressions, and the entire meeting room was filled with an almost eerie atmosphere. The details of the discussion remained unknown, but the final decision was for the Federation to send a team to investigate Shoju and for Conley to personally meet the Reiker in Priamison. Barry's true identity was thus revealed. Along with his exposure came the hidden story behind him, and the decades-long scheme orchestrated by Darui Pharmaceutical Company began to unfold. Chapter 211, The Collective Brain. Barry, a graduate of Baichuan University with a major in biology, had an isolated and eccentric personality from childhood, a typical antisocial type. His parents died of gas poisoning when he was young, leaving him to be sent to an orphanage. But less than a month later, the director and teachers fell into delirium due to food poisoning. This incident immediately caught the attention of the police at that time because the children in the orphanage were too young to be suspected. With no cause found for the poisoning, the case went cold. Afterwards, Barry left the orphanage and became a homeless orphan, with no one knowing how he managed to survive. During his schooling years, he excelled academically, had a pleasant demeanor, and got along well with others, earning him the admiration of teachers and classmates alike. The only thing that puzzled everyone was that wherever he went, murders would occur. To say it was mere coincidence seemed too deliberate. After multiple occurrences, the police inevitably began monitoring him. Yet his behavior always seemed impeccable, and after days of surveillance without finding any wrongdoing, they eventually gave up. Later, Barry entered Baichuan University with top grades as he wished, but even at this elite institution, everything still seemed boring to him. So this is where the best of humanity gathers. To him, it was just ordinary. Until that joint Arctic expedition involving hundreds of people, which turned out to be a turning point in his life. It turns out extraterrestrial civilizations are real. In the vast universe, humans are weak and foolish. Since there exist extraterrestrial civilizations, why not use them to accelerate human evolution? However, due to the Mosbillions' refusal to cooperate, his first plan failed. Despite this, someone like him would naturally find another way to achieve his goal when one path was blocked. Maurice found the spatial gate that could open a transmission channel. The spatial gate, like Pandora's box, each opening is a gamble, with unknown outcomes every time. It wasn't until they discovered the original stones, the substance truly capable of causing human evolution. But when widespread mutations began to occur, Barry became discontent. The world didn't need so many smart humans, it only required obedient executors. Thus, Barry opened the magic box once more, and this time what was released was even more terrifying. Maurice unleashed dark matter from the universe, something that can consume a planet's energy. At best, it could lead to species extinction and magnetic disturbances. At worst, the destruction of the entire planet. By this point, Barry's intentions were clear. Simply put, he wanted to establish a harmonious world according to his will. While human thoughts bring societal progress, they also lead to betrayal, murder, cunning, and deceit. Thus, he decided that only a few rulers should have thoughts and control, stripping everyone else of their ability to think, erasing all malice from the world. Humans don't need thoughts or opinions, living and reproducing are their sole purposes. Only then could humanity achieve immortality. Maurice called this plan the collective brain. The first step to realizing this was to modify humans. Since passive evolution couldn't be reversed, he intended to guide it towards self-destruction. That big pit was merely a passage to D Company's underground research lab. They developed a virus that only infected psychics. The federal investigation back then was an accident, and its occurrence actually facilitated the spread of the virus, indirectly achieving Barry's goal. However, all these conjectures were based on memory probes of Barry's brain, and whether his memories were tampered with remains unverified. Through his brain, the Federation realized that all disasters were meticulously planned. From minor storms to citywide freezing, this apocalypse was indeed a conspiracy. This was a carnival by a group of madmen seeking perfection. Gate B2 looked the same as seen in surveillance, with no one around when Conley arrived. In the bleak wind, the empty gate seemed eerily quiet. Strangely, as the main entrance of Zone B, it was unguarded, indicating that Jonathan must have been hiding something. Accompanying Conley were 4 or 5 mechanical engineers, who quickly identified the malfunction. However, as a black line appeared on the horizon, indicating the approaching threat, the gate still remained open. As long as one door was not repaired, the fully enclosed human stronghold would be compromised, endangering millions of lives. How much longer will the repairs take? Conley suddenly asked. An engineer hurriedly replied, "We are at 31% now, we need at least another 5 minutes. All right, I will buy you 5 more minutes." As he spoke, Conley slowly raised his hands, and a surging wave of energy erupted, forming a colossal barrier large enough to encompass the entire gate. Weapons could not guarantee the extermination of all insects, so only a barrier could shield them effectively. Outside the gate, the black line was now within arm's reach. The overwhelming mass of creatures made one's scalp tingle. It was astonishing how many insects had appeared in such a short time. At this moment, not just the capital but probably every corner of the world faced this insect tide. Suddenly, Conley's pupils contracted, and his expression tensed, as if he had seen something, clearly not the insects. The others were confused, but Conley saw clearly. Not far away, a large armored vehicle accompanied the insect tide. This type of armored vehicle was built post-apocalypse, with its compartments sealed perfectly without any gaps. The vehicle sped forward, clearing the path while the machine gun atop it fired continuously, creating a rare clear area around it. Conley was tense because the parameson inside the vehicle was precisely Randy. At that moment, Randy stepped hard on the accelerator, screaming in despair, "Why did I have to be teleported right into the middle of these insects? Wang wang. I swear, before you recover, I will never trust you again. I'm sorry, Master. I didn't know why either. Maybe it's due to recent geomagnetic anomalies on Earth." Randy didn't have time to ponder what these anomalies meant. Seeing the open gate, he rejoiced inwardly and drove straight toward it. Chapter 212, A Leader. "Micah, it's reached 100%. We can close the gate now," an engineer said excitedly. Conley looked at the armored vehicle that was still 100 meters away from the gate and said in a deep voice, "Wait a bit longer." At this moment, some fast-moving insects had already reached the gate. Due to the protective shield, they could only crawl along it towards other places. An engineer standing nearby perhaps felt extremely frightened. Even though he saw the speeding armored vehicle too, his body trembled, and he accidentally pressed the button. As the gates began to slowly close, Conley cast a sharp glance at him. Fortunately, in the last few dozen meters, the armored vehicle still managed to rush inside. With its entry, the gates completely closed. The engineers all breathed a sigh of relief, glancing at each other with joy. Although separated by the gate, the scene just now and the rustling sounds outside were enough to make one's scalp tingle. With a click, Randy pushed open the car door. Driving had exhausted her strength, leaving her barely able to get out of the car. Conley had already reached out to support her, lifting her gently out of the vehicle. "How did you end up in that insect pile?" Randy pouted and leaned against Conley, catching her breath for a couple of moments before whispering, "Who knows?" Conley instantly realized something. "Did your teleportation mechanism malfunction?" "Yes, there have been magnetic disturbances recently." At this point, the engineer who had prematurely closed the gate interrupted Randy's words with a guilty look on his face. Sorry, I didn't mean to. I was just too scared and my hand slipped." Randy seemed to notice him only then, and she smiled faintly. "It's okay, it happens." Conley also turned slightly and said, "You should all go back now. Don't forget to collect your contribution points." Morris hearing this, the engineer's face brightened instantly, and the others also let out a collective sigh of relief. They grabbed their tools and left. After everyone left, Randy asked in confusion, "What's going on with the gate?" Conley stared at Randy's face for a while before sighing, "Isn't it obvious?" "You mean that engineer?" Randy instantly understood what Conley was hinting at. "Even if I don't fully understand how the gate closing works, as one of the main entrances of the base, it's impossible for it to close just by pressing one button, so something's wrong with him." Conley's expression remained calm, but he squeezed Randy's hand. "Yes, what you said is correct. Since there's something wrong with him, shouldn't we investigate him?" Randy asked in return. "Investigating him is less important than thinking about who, knowing everything about your movements, would not want you to come back here. I only decided to come back at the last minute without informing anyone. But..." Randy met Conley's dark gaze and softly said, "There is someone who might know." Conley finally curved his lips into a smile, lifting his finger to wipe a speck of dust off Randy's cheek. "Let's go to the meeting hall first. Old Ridge is waiting for you." The meeting hall was vast, seeming to contain all the top-tier Paramasonal, each busy with their own tasks, creating a heated yet tense atmosphere. However, when Randy stepped through the door, the atmosphere became oddly quiet. Hundreds of eyes simultaneously turned towards the entrance, making even the slightest disturbance seem capable of causing unrest. The most straightforward gaze came from Beryl, who raised an eyebrow and observed Randy leisurely, seemingly in anticipation. The others' gazes were more probing, and some clearly harbored ill intentions. Before Randy could examine each one carefully, they withdrew their gazes. The atmosphere in the meeting hall returned to normal, with people moving about and constant noise filling the air as if nothing had happened. Randy moved through the crowd and headed straight for Keith. Old Ridge. In the meeting hall filled with nearly 100 rows of seats, Keith sat in the last row, accompanied only by a Clifton in a brown robe, who appeared to be his assistant. "Little Jiang, I've been waiting specifically for you," Keith said slowly. Randy was somewhat surprised. "You knew I'd come today." Although she had mentioned her plans to Gabriella, she hadn't revealed her intention to return to the capital after finishing her task. The rear Emerson she insisted on entering the capital, despite the risk, was because she had something crucial to do. "Ha ha ha," Keith chuckled deeply. "Randy, I know you better than you think." Before Randy could ponder over the deeper meaning of his words, she was interrupted by a gentle female voice. "Old Ridge, Commander Mo. Reiker has woken up." It was a leader who approached, her gentle face framed by short, neatly styled hair and a well-tailored suit that matched her standard yet bright smile. Well, she certainly seemed suited to be the Federation's spokesperson. A leader noticed Randy, but her expression didn't change, she only nodded with a smile. "Reiker?" Randy was taken aback. Didn't he go back to the Darui Corporation with Barry? Keith's expression turned awkward as he struggled to speak. "This is precisely why I have been waiting for you. Let's go see him." In the slightly glaring hospital room, separated by a glass window, one could see a Parameson lying on the bed, entirely wrapped in bandages. His hands were trembling slightly, as if trying to lift them. "What happened to him?" A leader answered for Keith. "When we found him in Shoju, he was already covered in sores, his skin decaying, and he was delirious." Randy asked, "They fell out?" Keith's expression grew complex, and after a pause, he said slowly, "They were adversaries from the start. Both Reiker and Barry were involved in species evolution research at Baichuan University years ago. But due to the death of test subjects, the research was put on hold. However, what no one expected was that Barry never gave up on this research and began modifying Vic, the brother of his junior Irvin. The modification was very successful, pushing Vic's body to the limits of human evolution, achieving an initial form of Barry's anticipated, common brain. But this was discovered by Reiker, who was already in a government position. To avoid risks, he used means to seize Vic from Barry and imprimisoned him in an underground research facility. The rest, you probably know. After speaking, Keith coughed lightly, and the Clifton in the brown robe promptly handed him a cup of water. Randy nodded. "So, what do you need me to do?" Keith replied, according to Reiker, Barry underwent similar brain modifications. Since they were done by the same parmesan and share the same sequence, it cannot be altered. This modification helps them resist mental attacks and probing. I hope you can infiltrate Reiker's brain to obtain the decryption data. Based on this data, we can exert mental control over Barry to prevent disaster. Randy frowned slightly. Theoretically feasible, but Barry still has Vic with him, which adds an unknown factor. Also, she glanced sideways at Alida, drawing out her words. In recent years, I've always felt like I was being monitored. My intuition tells me it's Vic. Upon hearing this, even Alida, who usually hid her emotions well, couldn't help but tremble slightly. Randy, satisfied, withdrew her gaze. Don't worry about that. Vic's power isn't stable, and the current global magnetic changes, which you must have sensed, are fatal for him. Under these circumstances, he likely lacks the energy to assist Barry in resistance. Doesn't this magnetic anomaly relate to Barry's group? Randy quickly caught the key point. Keith, we suspected it might be Barry initially, but scientists have discovered that the cause appears to be a cosmic signal. Do the Mosbilians not know what this is? They can only confirm that the signal does not originate from their home planet. Considering this, Randy nodded after a moment. All right, but can we start in the evening? After leaving the ward, Keith went off to handle other matters, leaving Randy and Alida alone in the corridor. Alida smiled at Randy and was about to leave when she was called back. Alida. The volume of Randy's voice made Alida stop involuntarily, turning slightly, feigning surprise. What is it? Maurice's voice remained gentle and sweet. Is your sister feeling hot? How come there's sweat on your forehead? Alida instinctively touched her forehead, finding it dry. A flash of malice crossed her eyes. Sister, what are you talking about? Randy took 2 steps closer, smiling. How about we chat? Alida's lips froze into a half-smile, then quickly returned to a polite one. Sure, what would you like to talk about? The capital base had many large meeting rooms capable of hosting major conferences, but it also had several small meeting cells for privacy. These egg-shaped cells were soundproof and could accommodate up to 10 people, or as few as 2. At that moment, Randy and Alida were in one such cell. Randy tapped her fingers lightly on the desk, a smile playing at the corner of her lips. She slowly turned to look at Alida, whose unease grew under that gaze. Where should we start? Randy feigned hesitation, then suddenly grinned as if she had an idea. How about we play a game? Alida asked cautiously, what kind of game do you want to play, sister? With a sharp click, a revolver was thrown onto the table. This game is called No Lies. We ask each other questions and must tell the truth. This revolver has 6 chambers, but only one has a live bullet. Each time a question is asked, the asker points the gun at the respondent and pulls the trigger while they answer, letting fate decide if their words are true, Randy explained with seriousness. Alida stared at Randy, trying to discern if this was some kind of joke. However, it disappointed her. Randy was dead serious. Maurice's smile faltered slightly, and she whispered, Sister, what are you doing? Stop this nonsense. I'm not messing around, Randy replied coolly. Seeing that Randy wasn't joking and seemed prepared for something like this, coupled with her own guilty conscience, Alida directly refused. Sister, your sudden actions. I'm scared. I have things to do later, I can't be delayed. I really have to go. With that, she started to rise from her seat. But before she could lift herself a few inches, it felt as if an immense force pressed down on her body, keeping her firmly seated in the chair. Alida knew it was Randy's doing, and her eyes flashed with a hint of anger. You have such a good temper, still not lashing out at me after all this. If it were me, I would have fought back by now, Randy remarked, clearly trying to provoke her. Chapter 213, Zero Domain. This was a blatant provocation. Alida, about to erupt in anger, seemed to recall something and forcibly suppressed her fury. In Alida's estimation, based on Randy's current reaction, she likely sensed something was amiss. However, until it was clear how much Randy knew, she had to stay calm and not give herself away. Judging by today's circumstances, we might really not be able to leave unless we play the game. Alida's tone remained neutral, betraying no emotion. Randy smiled broadly. Wouldn't this have been better earlier? You can start asking. Without further ado, Alida reached out, grasped the gun laid before her, and lightly stroked it, then suddenly laughed. For a game, fairness is key. The gun you brought out, how many bullets are in it, what mechanisms are inside, it's hard for me to trust just your word. Maurice hearing this, Randy curled her lips upward, leaned closer, propped her chin on her hands, and said gently, haven't you figured out the situation yet? Do you still think you have other options? Alida's expression darkened again. Maurice's hand holding the gun trembled slightly. She turned the magazine and slowly aimed the gun at Randy's forehead. First question, are you a reborn Parmesan? Yes. Randy answered straightforwardly without any hint of concealment. As soon as she spoke, Alida decisively pulled the trigger. A click echoed, but Randy remained unharmed. The first shot did not fire a bullet. It's your turn, Randy smiled, prying Alida's fingers open, taking the gun slowly, and fiddled with the magazine. Alida's heart pounded fiercely with this action. Same question, back to you. Randy pointed the gun at her. Upon hearing the question, Alida's pupils flickered, her lashes fluttered before she finally replied, yes. Randy tossed the gun back. Alida asked, when did you realize? Very early, from the first time you acted. Alida's face revealed a trace of surprise, but her movements showed no mercy. Unfortunately for her, this shot also missed. Only 3 shots were left. If things went as Randy said, it came down to a 1/3 chance, essentially gambling with life since guns do not judge right or wrong. Taking the gun, Randy gave her no respite, stating directly, your ability isn't merely controlling animals, your true power is predicting the future. Yes. This time, Alida's response was more decisive. The right to ask questions returned to Alida. After pondering deeply, she asked hesitantly, you know the master? Alida ran through countless scenarios in her mind. In the end, she believed Randy knew everything, knew all she had done and their true plan. So she asked cautiously. Randy's smile widened. No idea. At this, Alida froze, forgetting even to pull the trigger. She doesn't know? Suddenly, Alida realized that everything prior was an act by Randy, making her believe she knew everything while silently watching her perform. Thinking herself cautious, Alida fell into a trap, step by step led into a logical error, ultimately tricked by Randy's probing questions. Maurice's eyes flashed sharply, and she quickly raised the gun again, firing decisively, another shot following immediately after. She fired 2 consecutive shots, intending to finish this. Yet, despite the 2 shots, Randy remained untouched. Falling into 2 logical errors consecutively, this is the most accomplished spy your church trained. Randy remarked calmly. This gun doesn't even have bullets. Normally, you shouldn't have believed me so easily. Initially, you doubted, but after several tense exchanges, subconsciously, you began to trust the gun had only 1 bullet. Alida forced a smile. What do you want to do? Randy leaned forward, lowering the surrounding air pressure further. The game isn't over yet. Tell me, who is the master? Because of the wire pulling, Alida's face flushed red rapidly, though her speech remained logically coherent. There are no bullets in the gun. With such a faithless game, there's no point continuing. You could try killing me and see if the master will spare you. Randy smirked. Faithless? Did I ever say my words were truthful? You don't have to answer if you don't want to. But perhaps, do you know Dor Emerson? Alida's pupils dilated sharply. At that time, the one who captured him was actually you. Randy eased the pressure slightly, and Alida instantly felt her chest loosen, breathing heavily. Dor Emerson was actually in Randy's hands. This was something Alida had never expected. Maurice's family, the G-clan, was determined to get him, yet someone had outmaneuvered them at every turn. After this incident, her brother Jack also investigated who might have taken him, but it came to nothing. You're reborn too, so you naturally know Dor Emerson's ability. No wonder someone haggled with me endlessly, costing me so much money, Randy said. Although she didn't actually spend it, the implication was clear. What blessing did you seek? Alida suddenly felt a bad premonition. Randy replied, don't you have precognition? Guess for yourself. Unexpectedly, Alida's face stiffened as she whispered, my power doesn't always succeed, and it has significant backlash on myself. That's too bad, you probably won't live long enough to use it, Randy said lightly. What do you mean? Randy slowly said, take me to meet the master you mentioned. You want to see the master? Alida's expression became strange, fire seemed to flicker in her eyes, her lips curled unnaturally, and after a long pause, she said quietly, all right, I'll take you to meet it. Josu had already prepared for the experiment, but suddenly couldn't reach Randy. Did Xiao Jiang say what she went to do? Josu asked curiously. No, everyone was puzzled. Should we contact Beryl? Assistant Cavan suggested. Actually, considering the identity of the candidates, Beryl would be more suitable than Randy, but they chose not to because Beryl had undergone brain modification. Maurice, like Reiker and Barry, had undergone similar modifications but with different serial numbers, making it difficult to suspect a single source. People who underwent these modifications might have communication barriers among themselves. Therefore, having Beryl perform mental detection carried certain risks. Josu glanced at the time and said slowly, let's wait without contacting her yet. They agreed to meet at 7 p.m. It was now less than half an hour away. Although he couldn't reach Randy, Josu inexplicably trusted her highly. She wasn't one to go back on her word. It's almost 7 o'clock, hasn't elder sister Jiang arrived yet? It was Alida speaking. Maurice's heel clicked against the shiny floor before she even entered the room. She frowned, feigning tension, but the gleam in her eyes and her rising smile betrayed her excessive joy. Seeing no response from the group, Alida continued, what shall we do? If we miss tonight, perhaps Barry will press the button. Everyone knew what Alida meant. They were conducting the brain connection today because satellites detected that Barry was preparing an even more terrifying meteorological weapon, which could lead to humanity's demise at any moment. In fact, if we can't reach Sister Jiang, I have another candidate here, Alida said. Josu looked at her calmly. Cavan picked up the conversation. You mean Beryl? The risk is too high. Of course not him, Alida smiled. I'm talking about myself. You. Everyone in the lab was surprised. Was Alida's ability really that high? Predicting their reaction, Alida was about to continue when a clear female voice interrupted her. Hey, everyone's waiting for me. Randy walked in, looking surprised. Seeing Randy, everyone sighed in relief, and the atmosphere lifted. Only Alida looked uneasy, her eyes flashing with shock. Randy wasn't. How was this possible? Sister Alida, you don't look well. Need to rest. Randy said formally. Immediately, everyone associated Alida's self-recommendation, making the situation awkward again. Alida realized the awkwardness and followed Randy's words. Maybe I've been too busy lately, not getting enough rest. Xiaoji, go rest well, Josu finally spoke. Okay, Alida could only agree. Randy's appearance indeed took Alida by surprise. She had left her in the zero domain, yet Randy returned successfully. Thinking of this, Alida's eyes turned fierce and twisted, but since she had left, no one saw it. Randy lay down in the machine. As it started, her thoughts began to descend until they reached the bottom. This instrument was designed to ensure the stability of the mental connection between two individuals, but establishing that connection still relied on Randy. Only after realizing she had entered the realm of consciousness did Randy slowly open her eyes. One glance made her spirit tremble. She closed her eyes again and opened them, but the scene before her remained unchanged. How could this be? The vast dark blue space was so dense it seemed like ink would drip from it. Darkness surrounded her on all sides, and in this immense space, there was nothing. Being in such a place gave one the feeling of being crushed by the heavens, and staying too long induced suffocation. Was this the zero domain? Why was she back here? Randy's body trembled slightly as she attempted to connect with VV. However, unlike when Alida had brought her in earlier, this time she felt no presence of VV at all. The zero domain of the universe can connect all dimensions and is a means for Yuan to rule. These were the words Alida had told her. Whether they were true or false, Randy couldn't confirm, but what she knew for certain was that this place should be some high-dimensional space, much like her own haven. By logic, she should have landed in her own mental sea and established contact with Reiker. Why was she back in the zero domain? And this time, without VV's help, how was she to escape? Suddenly, Randy felt a sharp pain in her brain as if pierced by needles. Maurice's heart pounded wildly, and her chest felt as though something was choking her, making it hard to breathe. Everything was warning her that something extremely dangerous was about to happen. Something eerie occurred. Above the vast sky, a crack slowly tore open, revealing a crimson light that resembled a gigantic blood-red eye slowly opening. Randy knew she shouldn't look up, yet her body seemed uncontrollable as it gradually lifted her gaze, forcing her eyes to meet the crimson one. In that moment, everything was silent. Through that eye, Randy experienced what it truly meant to shiver from the depths of her soul. At that instant, her mind went blank. Because through that eye, she saw eternity. Chapter 214 Yuan. Beep. In the laboratory, the device recording Randy's vital signs issued a red warning. On the screen, her heart rate had soared to 300 beats per minute. For an ordinary Paremison, exceeding 120 beats might already pose a life-threatening danger. Xiaowen, what's going on? Keith asked urgently. Edwin and his assistant immediately analyzed Randy's vital signs data. Strangely, despite all indicators showing that she was in critical condition even far exceeding the standards for mutants, she was still alive. As the youngest chief physician in the medical department, even Edwin couldn't explain this phenomenon. Logically speaking, their brains aren't even connected yet, so this shouldn't happen. Unless... Keith pressed, unless what? Quick, look. Maurice's heartbeat has stopped. The assistant suddenly shouted in alarm. On the screen, the line that had been wildly fluctuating at high frequencies suddenly dropped to a flat straight line. The room fell into a deathly silence. At that moment, in the laboratory buried 25 stories underground in Houchuan Desert, Junior and Barry stood side by side, while Vic lay inside the experimental pod. The screen displayed the words brain connection successful. It's successful, Junior remarked coolly. Barry smiled. Don't be too hasty in making assumptions. Have some patience, let's wait and see. Reiker was brought back to the base, which was part of Barry's grand plan centered around Randy. First, they orchestrated a signal-blocking storm around the base to lure Randy into the living dead lair. This step aimed to bring Randy and a mysterious woman together, with the latter being crucial to exposing Alida. To ensure this phase succeeded, this woman had to have a credible identity. Honestly, given Randy's caution, she might not believe a stranger easily, but Barry needed her suspicion, not trust, as it would fuel further actions. This stranger knew about reincarnation because of Alida. With just a little probing from Randy, she could confirm this connection. Given Randy's existing suspicions about Alida, this confirmed her hypotheses. If Alida now acted in ways confirming these suspicions, it would naturally lead Randy to link Alida with the Dreco Company. Exposing the Master was always part of the plan. For Dreco Company and its backing Satan religion, exposing the Master wasn't a bad thing, it served as a way to intimidate humanity. Thus, they altered the neural connection during Randy's brain-linking process, guiding her into a fabricated zero-realm space where Vic simulated the Master's image. The real Master would never appear for just Randy. This series of events was designed to make Randy realize that the Master exists, is sacred, unbeatable by mortals, and demands only submission, fear, and trembling. Barry never intended to kill Randy. He wanted to assimilate her, integrate her into their group, coexist with the Master among all things, enjoying supreme immortality beyond physical constraints. However, a variable emerged: Alida, who harbored murderous intent toward Randy and prematurely entered the Zero Realm without Barry's readiness. Alida, no need to hold her back, a Clifton whispered softly. This man was Fanon, who had escaped earlier alongside Junior and graduated from Baichuan University. Junior mused, she still has some use. Before he finished, a red light flashed in the experimental pod. Barry frowned. What happened? Why did the brain connection fail? The screen showed brain connection failed, and the pod ejected as Vic slowly woke up. What happened? Barry rushed forward, gripping Vic's shoulders. When Vic opened his eyes, there was lingering fear in them, a detail Barry caught keenly. Was there anything in this world that could frighten Vic? A deep sense of unease stirred within Barry. It's him, it's the Master. The Master per-immersonally descended. Vic stuttered. trembling. At that moment, the two trace messengers at Mosbile base also sensed something, their bodies trembling violently. Discovered. This is impossible. An ordinary planet in an ordinary galaxy, why would it attract Yuan? As retracing messengers, they knew very well that once the act of altering a planet's history was discovered, they would face not just annihilation but possibly imprimisonment in the dark matter zone, the most terrifying place in the universe. At the same time, within the capital base, two others also sensed Yuan's arrival. When the creator descends, all things bow. Prepare for emergency resuscitation. Seeing Randy's heartbeat flatten into a straight line, Edwin hurriedly shouted. An assistant stepped forward, preparing to unplug the tubes connected to Randy, but strangely, his hand passed right through her body. How could this be? A living Paremison had been there just minutes ago, with a skyrocketing heart rate followed by an abrupt drop to zero, and now her body had vanished. What remained in the experimental pod was only a projection. While everyone was at a loss, Conley finally arrived, and upon seeing Randy, a trace of pain flashed across his eyes. Keith felt guilty and didn't know how to start a conversation with Conley. Everyone, please leave, Conley said quietly. The others didn't react immediately, thinking Conley was too upset. Only Edwin suddenly realized, you have a solution? Just trying. Maurice hearing this, everyone's faces lit up with hope, indicating there was still a way out, and Randy might not die. Inside the Zero Realm, the enormous dark red eyes had disappeared. In the empty space, Randy floated, lying motionless in midair, limbs dangling, clearly unconscious. After an unknown period, Randy suddenly opened her eyes, and the red tinge in them vanished instantly. Why can't I move? Randy murmured. Maurice's consciousness couldn't command her limbs, and she felt no solid ground beneath her. At this moment, a deep sense of despair engulfed her. She recalled Yuan's choice offered to her. Return to humanity, confined within a weak frame, or transcend physical limitations and become part of me. Strangely, she couldn't remember what she had answered. All she knew was that when she woke up, Yuan had disappeared, yet she remained in this realm. How could she get out? Suddenly, gravity seemed to return, pulling Randy downwards sharply. She struggled desperately, trying to grab onto anything, but found only air around her. With a splash, Randy plunged into water. The shock of hitting the surface left her momentarily dazed, and her mouth and nose were instantly filled with liquid. It felt like huge hands were holding, pressing, and dragging her down, hoping to drown her. Maurice, help me. Randy's consciousness remained partly clear, and she struggled upwards against the force pulling her deeper. Finally, she surfaced. She didn't know why she shouted for help. Clearly, there was no one here. But shouting seemed to give her hope. After struggling for a long time, Randy was exhausted, while those hands, or perhaps dozens of hands, kept pulling her down. Am I going to die here? Randy thought. Maybe it's better to just die. Living is so exhausting. With these thoughts, Randy finally stopped struggling, allowing herself to be dragged underwater, overwhelmed by suffocation as her remaining consciousness began to fade. Just as Randy was about to lose consciousness, a pair of hands suddenly grabbed her. These hands were much stronger than the others and easily pulled her up. Randy, wake up. Urgent voices rang in her ears, and her cheeks stung from repeated slaps. Cough, cough. Randy, are you awake? In the dim environment, with her Bailara consciousness, she couldn't see his face clearly but recognized the familiar voice, asking softly, who are you? Me. I'm Portia. Randy frowned, quickly recalling Portia's name before finally recognizing him. Portia. Portia excitedly said, yes, it's me. Randy struggled to sit up. Did you save me? Portia hesitated for a moment before replying, yes. Randy looked at Portia curiously, making him feel uneasy. What? Nothing, just that your grip is quite strong. Saying this, Randy leaned on Portia's shoulder to stand up. Seeing her walk straight ahead without looking back, Portia hurriedly stood up and shouted loudly, do you know where we're going? I don't. Randy's icy voice echoed in the desolate surroundings. Hey, if you don't know, why are you in such a hurry to leave? Portia took a few quick strides to catch up with Randy, grabbing her arm. But this pull caused Randy to stumble. Strange, Portia thought he hadn't used much force. Come with me, you're too weak right now. Randy said indifferently, do you know how to get out? Of course I do. Halfway through his sentence, Portia realized he had spoken out of turn and suddenly choked on his words. How do you know? Randy asked. Sure enough, she still asked. I guessed. Portia quickly replied. Such a clumsy lie made Portia himself chuckle inwardly, but Randy merely responded with an "oh" and didn't press further. Whether or not she really believed him, as long as she didn't ask more, it was fine. Portia breathed a sigh of relief and continued leading Randy forward. Randy didn't know how long she had been walking, only that they kept moving in one direction, and they were now far from the lake surface. During this time, Portia seemed to deliberately keep a distance from Randy, maintaining silence between them, and for a while, only the sounds of clothing rustling and shoes scuffing could be heard. But amidst these faint noises, Randy suddenly picked up something else. Portia had been looking down and walking forward when he casually turned his head and was startled to find no one behind him. Randy! Maurice called out loudly. No response. Maurice, where did she go? Portia was genuinely worried now. Oh no, how did I lose her? How am I going to explain this to him? Chapter 215 Shadow. Randy. Jiang. Portia was startled by the sudden appearance of something in front of him. This thing was entirely black, with no discernible features. Its torso was extremely short while its limbs were eerily elongated, lying on the ground in a contorted manner. Hearing Portia's scream, it tilted its head and let out a cry similar to that of a baby. Ah, damn it. What bad luck. The null domain wasn't a vacuum nor empty. Rather, it was crowded. All matter sucked in by spacetime rifts ended up here. Most species sucked in would stay here forever. Some were consumed by darkness, others lost their memories and became soulless shells. As far as Portia knew, only one Paremison with the surname G had ever left this place. In fact, this place did have natives, the crawling species he encountered now. They were called shadows, surviving by devouring the unfortunate ones who wandered into the null domain. Now, Portia was one of these unfortunate ones. Talking to himself, don't panic, take a breath, what did Ishmael say? Ignore it, right, just ignore it, slowly turn around. While silently cheering himself up, Portia started turning, and the shadow remained motionless, staring straight at him. 3, 2, 1, run, Portia shouted and dashed toward a direction. At this moment, the shadow finally reacted, following closely behind Portia, impossible to shake off. Its running posture was also bizarre, like a baby just learning to walk. Not that I'm saying, but can't you choose someone else? I'm too skinny for you even to fill your teeth gap. Why are you still chasing? Portia shouted in despair while running. That thing seemed intrigued, maintaining a distance of about 10 meters from Portia without catching up. Regardless of where Portia tried to run, it could predict and restrict his movements. Suddenly, a strong gust of wind blew past, and an object like a flare flew past Portia's ear, hitting the shadow. The shadow froze momentarily, then a hand grabbed Portia's arm, pulling him away. Seeing who it was, Portia's excitement was evident. Randy, it's really you, oh, thank goodness. Don't yell, it's deafening, Randy said. The flare only held the shadow for seconds. When it regained consciousness, it didn't plan to spare them and readjusted its direction, chasing after the duo again. Seeing Randy about to attack, Portia hastily said, Randy, don't fight. Randy glanced at Portia, then decided against direct confrontation. There's a shelter ahead. Quickly, Randy, we'll be safe once we reach it. Severe pain surged from Portia's left arm. The shadow's limbs had suddenly elongated, capturing him with one limb that looked like a tentacle. The moment it touched him, his clothes were corroded, and the black slime touched his skin. Randy acted instantly, grabbing the tentacle, which started emitting thick smoke, retreating under apparent pain with an even more chilling wail. My arm, what's happening? Portia's face contorted in pain. Go to the shelter you mentioned. With that cold order, Randy approached the shadow. In fact, they were less than 20 meters from the shelter. Portia dashed to the entrance and turned back, shouting, Randy, finish it off, don't let it escape. I know, do I need to tell you? Then, Randy lunged forward, facing the shadow which recoiled step by step, seemingly trying to escape. You're afraid of me, Randy said. A strange occurrence happened, its face seemed to split open and closed repeatedly, making a sound. You do not belong here. You can talk. Randy was surprised. Suddenly, the shadow attacked again, but Randy moved faster, stopping it dead in its tracks. With his actions, smoke rose from its head along with a foul smell, turning it into black liquid, flowing away. Randy stared at the black liquid, slightly dazed, seemingly lost in thought. Hurry up and come over here, this is when the shadows are most active, Portia shouted. Hearing the voice, Randy turned around and walked toward the cave. The shelter was a natural cave formed from special materials, which, according to Portia, served as a safe haven. The words of the shadow echoed in Randy's mind. She instinctively asked, why? Why what? There's nothing to ask about, Portia feigned ignorance. Unbeknownst to her, Portia had applied something to his arm that seemed to have revitalized him. Randy rolled her eyes and said coolly, I saved you just now only to return the favor. Next time, I wouldn't mind sending you out as food. Miss Jiang, how could you be like this? Portia complained. Fine, what do you want to know? What is that thing? Why did you tell me not to fight it initially but later told me not to let it escape? Portia sighed heavily. That thing is called a shadow, feeding on beings like us. It loves to toy with its prey and holds grudges deeply. Physical attacks don't work on it, so one should never provoke it unless they're willing to kill it. Because if it escapes, it will surely bring a horde of others to exact its revenge. Then how do you know all this? Randy continued. Portia looked miserable. Miss, these things shouldn't have been told by me. Just tell me, or I'll kill you. You. Portia was speechless for a moment, unsure how to respond. Finally, he said, all right, it's a long story. If it's a long story, we can take our time. We have plenty of time. With the chaos earlier, you've probably lost your sense of direction. We're not going anywhere soon. Randy's reminder caused Portia's face to stiffen. She was right, she had indeed lost her sense of direction. To find it again would require waiting for the next spatio-temporal rift, but no one knew when that would be. In fact, my first entry into this place was only half a year ago. Back then, I was working at the Ruian Research Institute, studying unexplained supernatural phenomena beyond science. We even saw it there. Randy nodded. Back then, you seemed to want to tell me something. Yeah, but you didn't wait for me. Portia scratched her arm. It was in this place that I met someone you also know. Maurice was tall, with slender, upward slanted eyes and skin almost translucent. Maurice exuded an inexplicable tension. Listening to Portia's description, Randy instantly thought of someone. Beryl. Yes, him. Maurice claimed to have come specifically for me, saying he admired me greatly. But I was too engrossed in research and uninterested in politics, so I wasn't planning to deal with him. Unexpectedly, he showed me something that immediately piqued my curiosity. As she spoke, Portia pulled out a green stone from her pocket. Using the light reflected by the crystals in the cave, Randy could see it clearly. She recognized it immediately because she had an identical one. Randy was taken aback. This thing. Portia continued, familiar, right? That's because I gave it to you. You gave it to me. Randy was astonished. Suddenly, she remembered something. You were the man in white hospital clothes who bumped into me at the Capitol base? It's me, Portia confirmed. Randy couldn't find the words to express her current feelings, unable to regain her composure. What exactly happened? At that time, Beryl handed me this stone, saying it was a key to open the gateway between spacetimes. I believed him because the gateway was in our institute. The task he assigned me was to repeatedly travel through the gateway, altering certain events in the past. Portia smiled. Pretty amazing, right? I felt the same way. But if you gave it to me, why do you still have it? Randy suddenly asked. Because they are in parallel dimensions. What I do in one doesn't affect the other. Randy murmured. Parallel dimensions. Yes, parallel dimensions. So the entire null domain is like a transfer station connecting all spacetimes, right? Smart, that's right. Portia paused for a moment and continued. Actually, my number of spacetime voyages isn't unlimited. It was only when I entered the null domain once and found out I couldn't leave that I realized Beryl had deceived me. Beryl tricked you? Randy frowned. Yes, as you can see, I've been wandering in this place for a long time. In the dimness, Randy's eyes shone unusually bright, but suddenly a cold gleam flashed in them. You're lying. Portia's expression froze, his eyes obviously stunned for a moment before he asked, where did I lie? You said you couldn't get out, but just now you said you could take me away from here. You claimed you couldn't determine directions, yet you were able to lead me in one direction. You said you couldn't tell time, so how did you know it was the most active time for shadows? What are you up to? Portia slapped his head and lamented, Lady, I really beg you. Actually, there are some things I truly cannot say. Why can't you? Randy countered. Portia visibly trembled, quivering as he spoke, because someone is monitoring me. Monitoring you? Where is this Paremison? Inside the null domain. Maurice is everywhere, don't ask. Anyway, you just need to know that I won't harm you and will definitely take you out. Seeing his reaction didn't seem fake, Randy could only pause for now, sighing lightly. Then what do we do now? Wait until someone opens the spacetime gate, and then you can slip out. Randy furrowed her brow. Why just me? Not us. Under the dim light, Portia's entire face was shrouded in shadow, and he whispered, it's you, only you can go out, Randy. I can't get out anymore. Chapter 216 Awakening. I promised someone that I would definitely get you out of here, Portia said slowly. Promised who? Randy asked subconsciously. Portia opened his mouth, just about to reply when suddenly the ground shook violently, making both of them feel numb all over. After exchanging glances, Randy saw surprise in Portia's eyes. You're really lucky. Run towards where there's light, Portia said slowly. Not far away at the horizon, something was shining so brightly it turned everything into daylight, and all darkness became visible, leaving only a grand illumination. Randy took 2 steps toward that direction but stopped, turning back to look at Portia, firmly saying, let's go together. At this moment, the light shone directly on Portia's face. With this brightness, Randy finally saw his face clearly. On the young and gentle face were spiderweb-like black lines as if they were going to devour his whole face. Previously, due to dim light and Portia's deliberate avoidance, these lines were not obvious. Portia smiled bitterly. You see, because I stayed too long here, I'm about to be assimilated by this space's substance. Perhaps next time you see me, you'll have to take action. But I hope we won't meet again here. Randy froze. The shadow comes like this. Just leave, escape. You still have your mission uncompleted, Portia urged again. My mission? At present, the dark substance had begun to erode Portia, making the bright light from the sky lethal to him. Black smoke started to emerge from his body. To avoid being hit by the light, he could only move away from the source of light. Randy glanced deeply at Portia, her eyes flickering with confusion and pain, until he disappeared from her sight, then she turned around, stepping toward the light. Beep, beep. In the vast medical area, empty and silent, the noise from the instrument sounded particularly harsh. After a long while, a Paremison dressed in protective gear entered the ICU, stunned to see the fluctuating line on the monitor. When Randy's consciousness returned to her brain, the first thing she felt was dazzled by the sudden bright light. The Paremison in white protective gear pried open Randy's eyelids and shone a flashlight into her eyes. How do you feel? Edwin asked quietly. Randy's lips moved, her throat feeling parched. She swallowed several times before managing to say, how long have I been unconscious? Edwin handed Randy a water cup with a straw, saying lightly, exactly 1 month, no more, no less. She had actually been in a coma for a whole month, and the time flow rate inside Zero Realm was so fast. Randy thought to herself, taking a sip of water, looking around, feeling strangely quiet. Moreover, since waking up, only Edwin had appeared. Where did everyone else go? Randy instinctively extended her mental detection. After getting the result, her pupils dilated sharply. Throughout the entire capital base, whether on the surface or underground, there were only 2 living beings left, her and Edwin. Conley, Keith, where did they all go? Edwin glanced at Randy. You sensed it. Randy struggled to sit up, frowning. What exactly happened? Don't rush. You just woke up, and your vital signs are unstable. Keep calm before I tell you. I am calm. Edwin fell silent for a moment, then turned to take a set of protective masks from the cabinet behind and handed it to Randy. Put this on first. Randy received the mask. Although confused, she put it on. The lab was sterile, but outside might not be. While putting on the mask, she re-established contact with Amira. Master, you're alive. Woo, you scared me. Amira, I have limited time. We need to be brief. What's the situation in the space? And what happened to the base after I fell unconscious? Everything is fine in the space, unaffected by the outside world. Only Harry and the woman you saved have left together. Randy was astonished. Harry left? For those living in the space, leaving wasn't restricted, but if they wanted to re-enter, they must be within 100 meters of Randy and needed her permission. Therefore, Randy couldn't sense Harry's departure. As for what happened in the base, Master, I only re-established contact with you just now, so I'm not very clear about the details. But Master, you must be careful about the Paremison beside you. Randy, are you talking about Edwin? Just then, Edwin's voice came from the side. Are you ready? Randy nodded, her expression unreadable through the mask. Then let's go. Edwin turned and prepared to leave. Where are we going? Edwin raised an eyebrow. Didn't you want to know where everyone went? I'll take you to see them. Randy stared at him for a while, then forced a pale smile. All right, lead the way. Since she had returned to the real world, her abilities should be back to normal, so she wasn't worried that Edwin could harm her. Instead, she decided to play along and see what he planned. A 3D scan of the space appeared in Randy's mind. She had just roughly detected it earlier, but now as they moved, new discoveries emerged. This base wasn't entirely without survivors. Considering how meticulously the capital base was built, it was impossible that there weren't any secret shelters. These shelters were likely unknown to the enemy. To Randy's disappointment, she didn't sense Conley, Coralie, or Keith among the survivors. Wait, Zinnia was here. Randy's expression stiffened. She needed to find a way to meet her. Zinnia must know where Coralie and the others were. What's wrong? Did you sense something? Edwin suddenly asked. His observational skills were indeed impressive, even noticing the subtle changes in Randy's expression through the mask. Seeing she didn't answer, he continued. Randy, are there other survivors? If there are, please tell me. Humanity is at a critical juncture. Any possible life is hope for us. Randy coldly replied, if there are survivors, I'd be more surprised than you. Edwin's expression faltered, then eased. Sorry, I don't mean to doubt you. I'm just anxious. The base has only minor collapses and building damage, which doesn't seem caused by an earthquake. The scene is chaotic, documents scattered on the ground, meals half-eaten, suggesting the incident occurred suddenly. As for the strange viscous liquid and unidentified egg-like objects everywhere, along with the trails left by creatures crawling around, all indicate this place experienced an insect infestation, Randy explained slowly. Edwin's lips twitched into a light laugh. You're right, but where did everyone go? Don't forget, there isn't a single drop of blood anywhere. Randy paused. That was indeed suspicious. Despite the mess, there were no signs of injury. If a battle really took place, how could there be no blood? Moreover, these drag marks were too heavy. Did the insects carry everyone off as food? That didn't make sense either. Ignoring the millions of people in the base, even with genetic mutations making them larger, it would be impractical for insects to carry away everyone as food. Would humans not resist during transport? Or maybe someone leaked information, notifying the upper echelons to evacuate everyone in advance. But that didn't add up either. Why wouldn't they consider defensive measures after learning of danger? Confused, aren't you? Edwin said lightly. So stop worrying, this place isn't safe. Once we reach our destination, I'll tell you everything. Randy remained silent, only paying attention to their surroundings. Edwin was leading her towards the rooftop, indicating he intended to use a helicopter to get her out. Suddenly, Randy's consciousness stirred, her pupils turning a faint yellow. She sensed numerous unknown organisms beyond the base, some distance away. They seemed humanoid yet different. Could it be? Randy had a terrifying hypothesis. Following Edwin to the top floor, the outside world came into full view. When she saw what was far away, her worst fear was confirmed. Humans had all become zombies. Edwin still wore a smile, extremely satisfied with Randy's reaction. The helicopter was already circling above them, and Edwin gestured invitingly to Randy. Randy immediately started mental control and attempted to gather energy waves, preparing to shoot down the entire helicopter. However, something terrifying happened apart from mental detection. She couldn't use her other abilities at all. Don't waste your efforts. Edwin smiled. Randy, I admit you're quite capable, but after lying in bed for so long, did you really think I wouldn't do anything? Randy reached back to her neck, feeling a faint scar. What did you implant in me? Rest assured, this won't harm your body. You don't know how precious you were to Barry. This is just to ensure you won't attack me. Randy took steps backward, ready to enter the space at any moment. But Edwin seemed to sense her intentions and continued, You sure you don't want to come with me? Don't you want to see Conley and Coralie? Randy said coldly, How could Conley be captured by you? Oh, you don't believe it? It doesn't matter, believe or not as you wish. Anyway, he's in our hands. Besides, are those low-ranking people really worth it for you to oppose your own kind? My own kind? Edwin replied, Aren't we? Aren't we the same kind? We have evolved to such an advanced level, we should enjoy all the resources of this planet. Why should we share a world with so many inferior people? Randy, make your best choice. We never wanted to hurt you. These words sound very dignified. Humans indeed have various flaws. Randy moved a few steps closer to Edwin. These few steps brought great joy to Edwin. That's right, Randy, we are your ultimate. Chapter 217, Divine Artifact. Randy watched him intently and slowly said, 3, 2, 1. With a bang, the helicopter was shot down remotely. The explosion knocked Edwin off his feet. Amidst the thick smoke, a hand clutched his neck tightly, and a cold needle pierced in. He slumped sideways and fell into unconsciousness. Clayton lifted Edwin's upper body with force and carried him over his shoulder, nodding at Randy. Xiaojiang, you're alive. Zinnia cried out in joy, sprinting forward to embrace Randy. Randy also held her hand tightly. It's fortunate that we met here. The message was passed on very timely. Clayton, Zinnia, and Miriam were all there. Earlier, it was Randy who had connected with them through telepathy and bought them enough time to set up the bomb. Let's head to the shelter first, Zinnia beckoned. Just as dozens of people were about to retreat from the rooftop, an eerie mist suddenly spread. A ghost-like black figure darted through the fog, swiftly approaching Randy. Even though Randy's senses were far superior to ordinary humans, she barely reacted in time to dodge clumsily. Yuan, take everyone to the shelter. I know the location and will find you afterward, Randy relayed while dodging attacks. What about you? I'll be fine. Zinnia and Clayton knew Randy's abilities well. They just warned her to be cautious before leaving. At this moment, hesitation would only drag each other down. This situation, Randy had anticipated. Since Barry sent someone to capture her, he wouldn't have come alone. But what she hadn't expected was for the accomplice to be Howl, the current top-ranked hired killer at level 45S. Though significantly lower than her 53S, her offensive abilities were now restricted, making the outcome uncertain. Clearly, Barry considered her a formidable adversary. Randy didn't attack, only dodged. Fortunately, she was slightly faster than Howl. She engaged directly just to buy time for Zinnia and others to escape. Once they entered the shelter, Randy could immediately enter her dimensional space. Howl, cleverly, had already seen through her tactic but wasn't concerned. His mission was to bring Randy back alive. As for Edwin, now captured, he had lost any value, dead or alive, it mattered not to Howl. But soon, Howl realized things weren't so simple. Randy was more difficult to handle than imagined. Even with her offensive abilities sealed, she moved swiftly and sometimes even hindered his movements. However, if he could touch Randy, even lightly, it would mean her end. With this thought, Howl sped up. Howl's ability was rare but still inferior to Dor Emerson's blessing. His ability was called Wabisabai, which meant bringing silence wherever he went, emitting a substance that could paralyze the human nervous system, causing death silently. Randy's physical condition far exceeded that of ordinary humans, so inhalation wouldn't affect her much, only direct contact could cause real harm. Though without offensive means, Randy could predict Howl's actions based on sound localization and spatial perception. Suddenly, Howl vanished from her awareness. A sudden bad premonition filled Randy. Whatever he planned, she couldn't stay here anymore. She needed to enter her space. At that moment, a strange, drawn-out sound reverberated through the air, like a bell struck forcefully but lacking the usual solemnity, instead producing a harsh and grating noise that made one's skin crawl. Randy felt her internal organs shift painfully from the bizarre bell sound. When she tried to enter her space again, it failed. Outside the base, the Walking Dead exploded, blood splattering everywhere. Though it was daytime, the sky darkened suddenly, the sun hidden behind thick clouds, only revealing a red circle, hinting at something even more terrifying behind the clouds. Randy, come with us. Barry used the altar bell to bring you away. Howl's voice came from nowhere. Randy spat out a mouthful of blood and stumbled, falling to the ground. The altar bell, a legendary artifact from an ancient country with the power to deceive and control hearts. The history of this ancient country was untraceable. How could such an object exist in the real world? Howl was steadily closing in on Randy, but at this moment, the space around them suddenly paused as if time itself had stopped. Howl froze in place, and even the eerie sound seemed to weaken. Randy felt a soft, furry touch on her cheek. Looking up, she saw the small figure of Manya. Manya, you're not affected by this sound. Manya meowed, gently licking Randy's forehead. Then, its body suddenly grew larger, wrapping its long tail around her waist. With a flash of white light, both the Emerson and the cat vanished from the spot. The next second, Randy appeared in the shelter where Zinnia and the others were. Zinnia was the first to notice something was amiss and rushed forward. Ajor, what happened? Randy shook her head and only said, the altar bell, how could such a thing exist in the real world? Upon hearing this, everyone fell silent for a while. Finally, Clayton spoke up. This is what Barry has been truly researching for decades. We all know that much of history cannot be verified. Some things are considered too fantastical to exist in reality. But Barry believes, and so do his people, that these things once existed in history. So, Barry's team has been exploring relics under the guise of scientific expeditions all over the world. The Spacetime Gateway was the first artifact they discovered. Through it, their exploration became more convenient. They could travel freely across different places in the world and even different parallel universes. In the process, they obtained a large amount of extraordinary technology and instruments, but also brought disasters to our world. The altar bell is just a title from historical records. Its true form is a large device capable of emitting sound waves of a specific frequency. Randy, you might find this hard to believe, Clayton chuckled bitterly, but the wandering people outside the base, they were harmed by this sound. Chapter 218, Departure. Randy spoke slowly. So, those people outside all went out on their own? Yes, you can say that. Just as Randy was about to say something, she suddenly felt an intense pain in her neck, like hundreds of ants were gnawing at it. This immediately reminded her of the device planted by Edwin at the back of her neck. Ari Yuan, there's an inhibitor left by Edwin at the back of my neck. We need to take it out quickly. Upon hearing this, Zinnia's face turned pale, and she promptly opened the medical pod for Randy to lie down inside. Inside the machine, red light scanned up and down, but Randy couldn't see the display screen. Meanwhile, Zinnia and Clayton beside her looked slightly peculiar. After waiting for a long time without seeing the scalpel come down, the pod door opened by itself. Confused, Randy asked, Xiaojiang, there's no device at the back of your neck. The machine defaults to you having no problems, so it opened automatically. No device. Randy echoed instinctively. Seeing Zinnia's still strange expression, she thought of something and asked, then what is behind my neck? After a while, Zinnia finally spoke, you should look at it yourself. Randy took the data tablet and saw her body scan information, frowning imperceptibly. On the screen, it showed that there was an extra pulsating blood vessel at the back of her neck, almost like an additional carotid artery. My dear sister, you have evolved again. Clayton sighed. No wonder pollutants in the air have minimal impact on you. Air. Randy paused for a moment, recalling the protective mask Edwin had her wear when she woke up. Later, due to movement, the mask loosened, yet her body didn't show any discomfort, so she forgot about it. Now thinking about it, besides her, Zinnia, Clayton, and even Howell wore their masks tightly all along. It must be because of the pollutants in the air. But why did Edwin do something beneficial to her? Randy didn't think he was kind-hearted. This evolution likely came with both benefits and drawbacks. Randy asked, do you know what these pollutants do? The airborne spores are parasitic organisms. Once inhaled, they grow within the body, paralyzing the nervous system and controlling behavior. These organisms don't kill people, they turn everyone into mindless zombies, Zinnia explained slowly. Randy took a deep breath, concern clouding her features. So, what about the government officials? Keith, Coralie, and Conley, where did they go? The atmosphere in the shelter plummeted to an icy silence. Finally, Miriam spoke up, Old Ridge and Martina were captured. Commander Song vanished from the start. As for Commander Conley, after the base defenses collapsed, he said he would go to Commander Irvin's base for reinforcements, but we haven't heard from him since. Things were better than Randy expected, at least there were no reports of deaths, only disappearances, suggesting they might still be alive. Maurice, why are you here? Did something happen to Biff Preston? Randy suddenly turned to Clayton. Originally, Preston had been recuperating in Randy's space, but after recovery, he insisted on leaving to complete some unfinished business and return to the base, with Clayton accompanying him. Now she only saw Clayton and not Preston, which seemed odd. Clayton explained, we only stayed at the base for half a day before Uncle Irvin sent someone to fetch us. The teacher is probably with Uncle Irvin now. I've been filming videos all the way to the capital base, never expecting to be trapped here. Randy nodded and said, we can't stay here forever. Since Conley had intended to go to Irvin's base before, it implied Irvin's base was safe at that time. But whether it remained safe now, Randy couldn't confirm. With limited food in the shelter and purifiers running out of power, plus Barry potentially sending people soon, discovery was just a matter of time. Therefore, they couldn't remain here indefinitely, especially considering Randy could temporarily bring everyone into her space and travel alone, reducing many unforeseen circumstances. Zinnia looked hesitant, saying slowly, we also considered following the marks left by Commander Conley to reach Commander Irvin's base, but it's challenging to implement. What kind of marks did Conley leave? Randy asked suddenly. A series of numbers. Zinnia wrote down the numbers on a piece of paper and handed it to Randy. Upon seeing the numbers, Randy understood something and hurriedly asked, is there a computer here? Speaking of which, without waiting for everyone to respond, she suddenly slapped her head. I'm so stupid, haven't we still got Nuan? Zinnia was still puzzled until Randy showed everyone the screen of her communicator. On the satellite map, a location was marked by a flashing red dot. These are coordinates, Randy said. This wasn't the first time she had received this information. The last time was from the two green-clothed envoys. These coordinates could be accurate to within 1 meter. Since Conley left them, it at least indicated that this was a viable destination. But this place looks like it's in a completely different direction from Commander Irvin's base, Clayton slowly remarked. Randy nodded, yeah, but I can't guarantee either place, so the choice is up to you. I won't interfere with your decision. Zinnia and Miriam almost instinctively made up their minds that wherever Randy went, they would follow her. The others debated going to the northern base, heading to the location marked on the map, or staying put. In the end, more people chose to stay, as this place was still safe for now. Venturing out meant facing unknown risks. Plus, waiting here might eventually lead to rescue. Naturally, Randy respected everyone's choice. Jo, where are you going? Zinnia asked. Mauricia, Randy pointed to the coordinates left by Conley. Alright, I'll go with you. Zinnia gripped Randy's hand firmly. Clayton hesitated for a long while before saying, I think I'll head to the northern base. I want to meet up with the teacher first. Zinnia frowned, about to say something, But Randy interjected, "Alright, be careful on the way and stay in touch." Not only in their shelter room, but Randy also synced this message to several other shelter rooms. She had provided the options, and how they chose was entirely up to them. Chapter 219, Choice. Until the time to set off, apart from Miriam and Zinnia, there were still fewer than 10 people standing behind Randy. Most of these people were young. 3 students around 17 or 18 years old, a Elwood wearing black-framed glasses with an iron box in his arms, a Clifton with thinning hair muttering something indistinctly, plus a Rendaughter duo. The most unsettling Paremison was a man whose right half of the face was wrapped in gauze, revealing muscle lines under short sleeves, half-closed eyes, and unkempt beard. Randy lowered her eyes, saying nothing. These people decided to follow her into an unknown area, perhaps for various rear Emersons. As long as they didn't cause trouble, she would ensure their safety. At this moment, the Clifton suddenly said, "How can we travel with a child?" Although the others did not voice their agreement, dissatisfaction was evident in their eyes. Randy frowned, sweeping her gaze over the crowd, finally resting on the Rendaughter duo. The Wren looked panicked instantly, hugging the toddler who couldn't be more than 3 years old. It seemed this child was born after the apocalypse. They had never known a normal, peaceful society since birth. However, it was indeed a critical moment, and Randy did not quite agree with the Wren taking her child on this journey. Unless... Randy raised her eyes slightly, staring at the Wren for a while. Unless there was an irrefutable rear Emerson. Under everyone's scrutinizing gazes, the Wren softly replied, "I have a superpower, my physical condition is better than ordinary people, and I won't hinder your journey. If we really fall behind, you can leave us behind." Upon hearing that, the group fell silent. Since the woman had powers, they reluctantly accepted her presence. Randy turned away from them. As long as they didn't drag her down, she would protect them. But if they impeded her progress, she wouldn't hesitate. The group settled down, except for Miriam, who kept watching the Clifton thoughtfully. "Xiaojiang, only one fully fueled vehicle is available now. There are many people on Clayton's side who need more vehicles. We can only get one. Sai, among all of us, not even one spatial power user. Otherwise, we could teleport directly," Zinnia remarked. Unexpectedly, Randy responded directly, "Leave this car at the base. In case some of them change their minds later, at least there will still be a car available." Just then, the Elwood holding the box urgently argued, "What? Leave the car to them? What about us? This distance isn't close. Are we going to walk?" A slight smile curled up on Randy's lips before disappearing quickly. Maurice's voice was light yet clear. "Don't worry, you'll soon find out that following me is the wisest choice." Most of these people didn't know Randy, so they looked hesitant. Only Zinnia and Miriam exchanged smiles. Before anyone could react further, everything spun around, and they found themselves stably landing in an expansive open space with grass beneath their feet and a clear sky above. The sudden transition left everyone stunned. Since it was an open space, one Paremison instinctively put on a protective mask, followed by a few others fumbling to do the same. Seeing that Randy and her companions remained unaffected, they awkwardly removed the masks. "Not bad, very alert," Randy smiled. The complimented one was a student with a buzz cut, one of the 3 students. Mauriceing Randy's tease, he blushed and shifted his gaze. "Welcome, new guest." A spherical device flew over, circling around them, then transformed into the appearance of a sweet-looking Lin. "This place, what is it?" the man with black-framed glasses asked excitedly. Maurice was an ecological researcher. Over the years since the apocalypse, Earth's green areas had significantly reduced, and many species had vanished. Yet, here, lush vegetation thrived everywhere. Flowers bloomed luxuriantly in the distance, stretching endlessly along the hills. Nearby, rows of unique detached villas stood neatly, each carefully maintained. More astonishingly, there was even a city-like central area complete with supermarkets, cinemas, gyms, and amusement parks. Did such a place exist in reality? Except for Miriam and Zinnia, the rest, including the man with bandages on his face, were too shocked to recover from the scene before them. "You can consider this place a transfer station for now," Randy said calmly. Since she left Lingyu, the development of the spatial area had reached 80%, basically able to support a self-sufficient and peaceful life. But that final 20% was extremely difficult. "Transfer station?" someone asked in confusion. Randy nodded. "Yes, this is not our final destination yet." "What do you mean? Are you saying we still have to go somewhere else?" The balding Clifton said. "This place looks so safe, can't we just stay here?" Randy raised an eyebrow and looked at the others. "The rest of you, what's your opinion?" The man with black-framed glasses immediately shouted, "Stay here?" "No way, absolutely no way." Among the 3 students, one seemed hesitant, but the other 2 whispered to him. Finally, the boy with the buzz cut spoke slowly, "We can't stay here either. I want to leave." In the end, the Wren also spoke, her tone gentle yet firm. These responses surprised Randy. Despite the allure of such a beautiful scene, they still chose to leave. The Clifton was stunned, angrily shouting, "Are you all fools? With a place like this, you still want to leave?" Maurice then turned his gaze to the only Paremison who hadn't expressed an opinion, the man with bandages on his face. The man glanced up indifferently, his eyes cold and distant, and quietly said, "I won't stay here." Now, apart from the Clifton, everyone had chosen to leave. Fine, you all want to leave, huh? Then I won't see you off. Anyway, I'm staying here." The Clifton decided to give up and turned to walk into the garden, but halfway through, someone reached out and stopped him. Looking up, he saw a Elwood with a clear-cut face and tall stature blocking his way. Chapter 220, Cave. Dor Emerson restrained the man with one hand and said indifferently, "Sister, this per Emerson." Seeing he couldn't break free, the man became furious and snapped, "Who the hell are you? Take him to a place where no one is around, he has already been infected." Randy said. "What do you mean? Infected with what? Don't touch me, you." The bald-headed man struggled while spouting curses. Irritated by his words, Dor Emerson gave him a sedative injection directly, causing the man to lose consciousness instantly. During his struggle, half of his sleeve was pulled up, revealing an arm covered in purple and green lumps. The sight made everyone gasp. After tossing the man on the ground, Dor Emerson looked at Randy and said, "Sister, be careful." Randy nodded, glanced back at the remaining people, and then told Fanfan, "Just follow the address I gave you and teleport us there." She had noticed something was wrong with the man from the beginning. According to Ember's description, infected individuals tend to become more irritable during the early stages, with red eyes and itchy scalps. It appeared that the bald man had pulled out his own hair multiple times already. Before anyone could react further, the next second, everyone found themselves in an unfamiliar area. In front of them was a wire mesh fence, behind them was a cliff face, and the space in between barely allowed for a sideways stance. These people were accustomed to dealing with big situations, so upon encountering this scene, they only stirred slightly before calming down quickly. They then clung tightly to the fence, not daring to move an inch. What surprised Randy and the others was that the little Lynn had vanished outright. It seemed her Wren possessed spatial abilities. However, her space likely differed from Randy's, as living beings other than herself and the cat couldn't survive in Randy's space. Additionally, the Wren's space wasn't stable or had a time limit, which explained why she kept her child outside at first. "Everyone, maintain your current positions," Randy instructed. Though she didn't understand why the device teleported them here rather than directly into the base, if it showed this location, Conley must have a rear Emerson. "The air quality here is good, showing no signs of pollution," Ember said, checking a measurement device. Miriam nodded and removed her mask, since wearing it was uncomfortable and obstructed her view. Seeing Randy and the others take off their masks, the rest of the group did the same, feeling reassured. "Jo, can you sense anything?" Ember asked in a low voice. Randy pondered for a moment before saying, "The interior area is large, with an open zone that looks like a testing ground. But..." Ember understood her hesitation. "No living humans? There are about 10 moving entities, but none are human." It appeared that Conley and his team weren't here. "This wall doesn't look too high, let's try climbing over it," the man with black-rimmed glasses suggested. The box he previously held was now strapped to his back. Randy looked up. The wall was only 3 meters high, easily climbable for psychics, but would a large base have such simple defenses? This man was cautious by nature. Although he proposed climbing over, he himself wouldn't do it. His motive was likely to persuade others to go first. For some rear Emerson, perhaps instinctively, Randy suddenly glanced down at the cliff below. It wasn't entirely smooth, instead, thick vines twisted around it, covering the rock face with dense foliage. After further exploration, Randy realized something. "Do any of you have a climbing rope?" Miriam quickly caught on to Randy's meaning, but unfortunately, climbing ropes were not part of their packs. Seeing the puzzled faces, Randy said helplessly, "I'll go down and check." She didn't need a rope. These vines seemed sturdy enough and led straight to a cave she detected earlier, about 20 meters down. Holding onto the vines, Randy descended step by step. Just as she expected, the vines were incredibly secure, and she experienced no shaking until she reached solid ground. Those above couldn't see what was happening below and grew tense when Randy disappeared mid-climb. The boy with half of his face wrapped in bandages, without waiting for the others to react, also started climbing down along the route Randy had just taken and gradually disappeared from their sight. "It's safe down here. Climb down following the vines, it's about 20 meters down, there's a cave," Randy messaged Zinnia. This cave had smooth and flat walls, not naturally formed, and contained a vast space. The deeper one explored, the more spacious it felt. "Do you remember such a place?" Randy asked Zinnia upon seeing her. Zinnia frowned slightly, thought carefully, and then shook her head. "I've never heard of any research institute or base built on a sheer cliff." Randy suddenly turned her gaze toward the man with black-rimmed glasses, who subconsciously flinched. "Right, I haven't asked you yet, why did you follow me here?" Randy suddenly said. Everyone fell silent, no one spoke a word. "You, speak." Randy nudged the short-haired boy. The boy looked hesitant, even somewhat embarrassed. The two people beside him shared similar expressions. After a moment, he finally spoke up, "Because of Commander Conley." Randy was somewhat surprised. "Conley? We idolize him, so we trust him. Any clue he gives must be the safest. Besides, we won't be cowards. We also want to save the world," added another boy nearby. Perhaps these words sounded too dramatic, leaving Randy speechless. These kids actually came with her for this rear Emerson. Randy nodded, reluctantly accepting their explanation. "What about you three?" To be honest, if Randy believed these kids knew nothing, she would believe it, but the remaining three, judging by their determined tone earlier, couldn't possibly know nothing. The bandaged man remained silent, got up first, and slowly walked deeper into the cave. Seeing this, the man with glasses and the woman followed closely behind, walking deeper into the cave. Chapter 221, The Stone Roller. The group had only taken a few steps when the bandaged man suddenly collided with an invisible barrier, frowning instantly as he turned to look behind him. Randy, the instigator, was walking over slowly. Maurice first smiled gently, but as the others remained puzzled, he suddenly lashed out and slapped the man, forcing him to stagger back a few steps. Seemingly stunned by the slap, the man paused for a moment before his expression turned cold, and he said in a low voice, "Are you courting death?" "Those who court death are you." Randy replied coldly, "Don't you see what time it is? Humanity is on the brink of extinction, yet you're still playing these games. Afraid someone will take note of your schemes?" Upon hearing this, various reactions appeared on people's faces: astonishment, dissatisfaction, but mostly embarrassment. The bandaged man's reaction was the most indifferent. Turning sideways, he spoke coolly, "I don't believe you." Randy's lips curled slightly. "Fine, then we'll go our separate ways." There was only one path. As long as they followed it to the end, they wouldn't lack clues. After some thought, Randy decided not to argue further with them. She glanced at Zinnia and Miriam, and the three ventured deeper into the cave. The cave, having never seen sunlight, grew increasingly cold and oppressive as they moved inward. An indescribable feeling tugged at Randy's mind. The cave was utterly silent, save for their breathing and footsteps intertwining. Randy could clearly feel that the bandaged man was following about 100 meters behind her, neither getting closer nor lagging farther. "Jo, do you hear something?" Zinnia paused, suddenly asking. Miriam also stopped, listening intently for a few seconds before confirming, "Yes, there is indeed a sound." This sound was like silkworms munching on mulberry leaves or a heavy object being dragged and ground, sending shivers up everyone's spines. "Shouldn't you enter the space? If danger comes, I might not be able to protect you in time," Randy suggested. Zinnia almost immediately refused. "How can I? I'm an ability user, after all. How can I let you face danger alone? Besides, Teacher Mu is like a Ren and teacher to me. There's no way I'd give up on any clue." Seeing Zinnia's determination, Randy couldn't argue. She turned to Miriam, who had already crossed her arms and walked a few meters ahead, showing no intention of turning back. Clearly, both were unwilling to enter the space. Randy sighed but continued moving forward. This eerie sound maintained a constant volume, neither increasing with proximity nor diminishing with distance, as if it enveloped the entire valley, merging with the air. For Randy, the deeper they went, the more uneasy she felt. This sense of unease wasn't a good sign for someone with her heightened awareness. Suddenly, a flash of blue light, and a warm, furry body brushed against Randy's neck. Without looking back, she knew it was Manya, sensing danger ahead and coming out on its own. The internal space differed from the outside, seemingly natural, with numerous forks. Each time they encountered a branch, they relied on Randy's spatial perception to navigate. Surprisingly, those behind managed to choose paths easily too, though how, they didn't know. Finally, their journey reached an end, bringing them to the core area. It was a naturally formed, vast cave. Despite being deep underground, the top seemed to spill light down onto a large, intricately carved stone roller, illuminating mysterious inscriptions on it. The strange sound they had been hearing since the start came from this roller, as if an unseen hand was pushing it slowly over the grinding stone, producing a hoarse noise. "Jo, are you alright?" Zinnia asked, noticing Randy's odd expression. Randy herself didn't understand what was happening. From the first glance at the roller, she felt an inexplicable pull, as if something was gripping her throat, making it hard to breathe. "I don't know, just a bad feeling." Randy stroked the cat, finding slight relief. Was this what Conley wanted them to see? Why would he lead them here? And where was he now? Carrying many questions, Randy approached the roller, intending to examine the inscriptions. "Don't move." A cold male voice interrupted. It was the bandaged man. "This thing isn't meant for human touch." Recognizing his harsh tone, he softened his words, explaining further. Randy stepped back, gesturing for him to proceed. Since he seemed to know something, she might as well let him take over. The man didn't hesitate, stepping forward and pulling something from his pocket, a vial of black liquid, from Randy's perspective. "Hold on," Randy suddenly spoke. "You're with Conley, I remember you." Sure enough, upon hearing this, the man's posture slightly hesitated, a silent confirmation. "What exactly is this stone roller used for?" The man replied indifferently, "It's none of your business. You shouldn't be here risking your life." Zinnia frowned. This man's words were indeed harsh. Randy didn't seem to react much. "Alright then, where is Conley now?" For the first time, the man's emotions fluctuated. You're asking where he is? Shouldn't I be the one asking you that?" Miriam's eyes turned cold, and her gaze towards the man carried a hint of warning. Zinnia's reaction was even more intense, looking rather flustered. The cave fell into endless silence. The continuously turning stone roller seemed to roll over Randy's heart, causing a dull pain. What do you mean by that?" Zinnia softly said. "Jo, you haven't been honest with me." Randy opened her mouth woodenly. From the moment she regained consciousness until now, Randy had her suspicions but brushed them off as mood swings caused by the disaster. But now, upon closer reflection, these doubts should not have been ignored. The grinding stone, the ancient grinding stone, finally found it. Ha, I'm saved. At this moment, the bespectacled man stumbled out, rushing toward the stone roller but was stopped by the bandaged man just half a meter away. "What do you mean?" The bespectacled man was confused. The bandaged man remained silent. "Do you want immortality for yourself?" "Impossible, let me tell you, this opportunity can only be mine. I've spent my entire life researching it, and no one will stop me." The bespectacled man went into a frenzy, his eyes blazing with fervent fire. The box on his back had already opened, revealing a hand frozen for a long time. Chapter 222, Return. Zinnia was startled by the object. The thing the man had been carrying all along turned out to be a human hand. The man paid no attention to everyone's bewilderment and surprise, his expression seemed transformed, gazing eagerly at the stone roller. Randy acted swiftly, delivering a palm strike, sending the man to the ground instantly. However, an eerie occurrence took place. The hand, as if possessed with thought, stiffly moved its fingers and then crawled out of the box on its own. The bandaged man looked greatly alarmed, immediately launching an attack. With his lightning attribute ability and formidable offensive power, he was still unable to harm the hand in any way, for it skillfully evaded all his attacks. Randy also activated her skills at the first moment, attempting to capture this hand but failed just the same. Their abilities seemed ineffective against the hand. "Don't let it get close to the stone roller," the bandaged man cried out. Alarmed, Randy increased the range of her control. Though the hand could be immune to all damage, due to Randy's obstruction, it couldn't get even a step closer to the stone roller. After a few leaps, it changed its target and charged toward Randy. "Be careful, sister," Miriam shouted in alarm. The bandaged man. The hand stopped at merely 1 centimeter away from Randy. In fact, Randy's grab had missed. This hand had avoided her blockade but still halted abruptly. The one who truly stopped this hand was Emerson. Maurice firmly grasped the hand. The next second, something terrifying happened. The arm Emerson held began freezing at an observable speed. The bandaged man fished out a square device from somewhere. Mechanical arms extended from the device, taking over the hand from Emerson, then sealed it. Immediately afterward, he drew a long sword and without hesitation hacked off Emerson's continuously freezing arm. "Ah!" Zinnia screamed. "Stop the bleeding, stop the bleeding." Randy stammered out shakily. She was the closest to Emerson, spattered blood covering her face, she trembled from head to toe. If not for Emerson catching that hand, the one about to lose an arm might have been her. Randy tore off part of her clothing, tightly binding Emerson's arm. Zinnia came back to her senses and used her ability to aid the healing. The bleeding was eventually stopped, but the severed arm couldn't be reattached. Pale-faced, Emerson slowly sat down on the ground, showing no regret. Maurice only glanced at the bandaged man, saying softly, "Dominic, I leave the rest to you." The bandaged man nodded. Upon hearing this name, Randy was suddenly stunned. Dominic, chief messenger of Lemuel Yuan. Wasn't he dead? Looking at Dominic, her expression grew complicated. Upon close inspection, through the bandages, she indeed recognized a certain familiarity. "Miss Jiang, nice to see you again," Dominic said bitterly. "You." Randy managed to speak. Dominic did not explain why he had faked his death but directly said, "This is Vic's hand. Do you want to know why he has never appeared in Emerson?" Randy remained silent, but a terrifying idea formed in her heart. "Because he cannot move." Zinnia frowned slightly. "What do you mean?" Dominic replied, "Maurice fused himself with the Tree of Life. Now, he shares longevity with heaven and earth." "What about Teacher Mu?" Zinnia asked, somewhat agitated. "They are all nourishment." Suddenly, despair arose within Randy. "Now, what should we do?" Dominic took a deep breath, speaking slowly. "Randy, you are the key." Maurice handed her the tube of brown liquid he had taken out earlier. "This is Vic's blood, genetically modified by us. This stone roller is actually an ancient relic controlling Earth's magnetic field. By dripping Vic's blood into the stone roller, the magnetic field will change, rendering Vic integrated with the Tree of Life unable to survive." But simultaneously, Dominic stopped talking. Randy spoke up. "Simultaneously, humans and other living beings will become extinct." This was also the reality Dominic didn't want to face. The only way to balance Vic was mutual destruction. Frowning, Randy asked, "Then why am I the key? Do you still not understand, sister?" Emerson smiled helplessly. "Do you still think your rebirth was just an accident?" Randy had never considered this question. "Sister, this is already your 13,041st reboot." Randy froze where she stood, contemplating the truth of this statement. Meanwhile, Dominic slowly rose, carefully and cautiously pouring the liquid into the stone roller. The moment the liquid touched the millstone, it immediately began to boil, and the inscriptions were stained dark red. Then, the air fell into a deathly silence. Everyone held their breath and waited quietly for the subsequent reaction. The entire space seemed to pause for a moment. Just as Dominic furrowed his brows in confusion, the cave suddenly trembled, but only for an instant. "Does this mean it's successful?" Miriam asked coolly. Dominic did not reply but fixed his gaze on Randy. The others followed his gaze and saw that Randy's eyes had turned a pale yellow again, and she appeared to have lost consciousness. Emerson lowered his eyes, his emotions not fluctuating too much, as if this scene was already within his expectations. Miriam was the first to notice something was amiss. She abruptly stepped forward, grabbing Dominic's collar and whispered, "Was Randy's sacrifice part of your plan?" Although Dominic looked bitter at the corners of his mouth, his eyes remained unusually resolute. After a while, he answered, "Yes." Randy didn't expect to return to Lingyu so quickly again. It seemed that the login location was wrong, or perhaps the time flow here differed from the outside world. The scene before her now was vastly different from the last time. But soon, Randy sensed something unusual. The air was filled with a sweet yet bloody smell. A bubble-like pale pink sphere, resembling a cyst, began to expand violently until it formed an oval-shaped massive orb. The bubble kept wriggling, showing signs of life and vitality, giving off a sense of eerie mystery. Randy watched the formation of this thing directly. If she hadn't possessed extraordinary mental strength, she would likely have experienced a mental breakdown the moment she saw it. Why do you not kneel before my divinity? The cyst emitted a voice similar to a human's. Chapter 223 Epilogue. Such a disgusting creature that caused one's sanity to plummet would actually call itself a deity. Randy couldn't immediately accept equating a cyst with a deity, especially since in the mythological framework of China, deities were often personified humans. Oh, so what? Randy said coolly. The cyst seemed somewhat surprised by Randy's reaction and, after a moment, finally spoke. Rude human, you shall be punished. However, before your punishment, we can grant you one wish, because you are the first species in this civilization capable of touching divine secrets, which could be considered a blessing from the gods. Blessing? Randy laughed coldly. I don't know what pile of trash you crawled out from, but humans do not need blessings, nor do we need deities. The cyst fell silent again, as if pondering. Do you know Vic? Speaking, the cyst's bubbles began to rumble, pushing a face to the surface. This face was familiar to Randy. She hadn't expected her first encounter with Vic to be like this. Maurice and Barry had completely lost their human rationality, bringing slaughter and death. Was this really the outcome he wished for? Randy asked. You absorbed Vic? No, more accurately, he begged to join us, and we granted his wish. Randy's eyes were bright and sharp, and suddenly she said coldly, so all this carnage is your doing? We dislike the word carnage. We are the mothers of life, bringing not carnage but rebirth to Earth. Besides, it was you humans who invited us here willingly. The arrival of the Mother of Life led to years of natural disasters on Earth, drastically reducing various populations and devastating ecosystems, causing endless destruction and sorrow due to the selfishness of some humans. Seeing no response from Randy, the cyst continued to entice. Join us, enjoy immortality and the joy of creating new life with us. Let Earth become our cradle, cultivate our offspring, and govern this world together. Is it truly that good? Randy murmured, seemingly tempted, taking steps towards the massive pinkish-purple oval. Yes, we are about to create a better and more harmonious society, populated by beings we have jointly nurtured, the cyst's voice filled with joy. Are you really that powerful? The cyst hesitated. Randy remarked, I sometimes think, given Earth's low level of civilization, destroying us should be as easy as crushing an ant for your high-dimensional civilization. But why have we survived this long? Does this mean there's a universal law that all species must follow to maintain cosmic peace and order? And this law protects lower-level civilizations during their development phase. So, your appearance violates cosmic law. Randy said slowly. If the cyst had an expression, it would surely show panic now, but being just a cluster of bubbles, it lacked even basic human abilities to hide its emotions. We cannot deny it, but that does not mean we lack the power to eliminate you, the cyst said slowly. Do you think I fear death? Randy smiled. You really don't understand humans, and you will never have the chance to learn anymore. The cyst was dumbfounded. What do you mean? Suddenly, countless beams of pale yellow golden light rose, illuminating Zero Realm as if it were daylight. In the golden light, Randy's body also floated up, becoming translucent. She spoke calmly, since your existence violates cosmic laws, let me restore everything to its rightful path. No, how can you possess the power of a creator god? In the midst of the golden light, the cyst's body gradually became transparent, with countless tentacles struggling uselessly. Ultimately, the giant, bloated body was devoured by the golden light, dropping numerous human bodies, including Barry. But these humans' lives were at their end as well. What this self-proclaimed life deity didn't know was that before its arrival, a creator god had already visited this place. Due to the constant restarts of Earth's time, the energy in this region could not be absorbed. During this process, the creator god noticed that 2 retrograde messengers and 1 punishment messenger had also arrived here. It was very curious why such a tiny planet could attract the attention of the messengers. So it paramersonally descended, and it was during this process that it discovered Earth's destruction was due to interference by higher-dimensional life forms, which was not allowed by cosmic law. Therefore, it left the weapon Eternity, sealed within Randy's brain. Time seemed to stop at a certain moment, the entire solar system was silent, and the aura of higher-dimensional life had disappeared. However, the dead humans and species could never come back to life, and the surface wounds remained. But humans would never be extinguished by setbacks. After countless years passed, they would eventually rebuild new order. When Randy opened her eyes again, she was above a vast wasteland, just like countless dreams, with devastation everywhere and no one around. Using her psychic ability, she scanned 100 miles in all directions but detected no signs of life. Had she succeeded? Why did the smell of death still linger so heavily? At this moment, static sounds came from Randy's communicator. Trembling, she turned on the device, and an unseen name popped up in the window. Conley, unread message. Randy almost burst into tears. Trillions of light years away, Bayer had become a nebula and sighed, saying, I didn't expect this desolate place to be so lively, even attracting the creator god. Foster, who accompanied him, remarked, luckily, the creator god did not punish us but only exiled us to an even more desolate place. Then do you regret it? Regretting the choice you made, Bayer said cheerfully. What kind of joke is this? Of course, I regret it. If we hadn't stayed there for a few hundred years, we should have been liberated long ago, roaming the universe. Ha ha ha, do you know who I thought of? Bayer suddenly felt happy. Foster replied, the punishment officer. Maurice decided to stay on Earth forever to accompany that young Lin, voluntarily giving up eternal life. No one can blame him. End of story.